Yue Guang, wake up quickly. It's time for your medicine. Lu Xiaoqian, still in a daze, heard a gentle call. He struggled to open his eyes. The scene before him gradually came into focus. A young woman clad in a delicate light purple kimono was holding an exquisite porcelain bowl, preparing to feed him medicine. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking purple hair and a petite, porcelain-like face. Her flowing kimono, slightly bent forward, revealed an unfathomable depth beneath. As she slightly parted her lips, her immaculate white teeth were visible. A faint scent of violet wafted from her. For a moment, Lu Xiaoqian was entranced by the sight before him. At that moment, a flood of memories surged into Lu Xiaoqian's mind, as if the barriers preventing him from recalling them had shattered. A sharp pain coursed through his head, accompanied by a sensation akin to being torn apart. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Jifeng, Jifeng, what happened to you?" Upon witnessing Yue Guang Jifeng's sudden scream, Mujetsu Xian immediately used her teleportation technique to appear before him. Didn't we just experience an earthquake? How did you become Yue Guang Jifeng? As time passed, the disorienting sensation began to fade, and Lu Xiaoqian gradually understood what had transpired. Before his crossing, he had painstakingly deceived the class beauty into a hotel. Just as he was about to engage in a meaningful conversation with her, the earthquake struck, causing him to lose consciousness. Subsequently, Lu Xiaoqian was reincarnated into the world of his former favorite anime, Hokage. His memories had remained dormant until this instance of blood disease resurfaced, causing him to spit blood and faint, which triggered the restoration of his past life's memories that I in my previous life. While I cannot claim to have been free from ailments, I was nonetheless muscular, having relied on my 8-pack abs to win over the class beauty. How is it that in this life, I have been reborn as a frail being? Prior to his crossing, Lu Xiaoqian was an avid fan of Hokage, having read countless novels about characters traversing into that world. Others were reborn as Sasuke or Naruto, at the very least as Kakashi, yet here he was transformed into a mere specter of a short-lived existence. Gazing at the purple-haired Xian before him, he felt a pang of despair, realizing that he was on the brink of death, and suddenly thought that this crossing might not be worth it. Ding! The system detected that the host's life expectancy was less than a month, resulting in a very poor experience, and began to bind the communication return system for him. Communication return system host, Yue Guang Jifeng. Strength, 120. Note: in the Hokage world, the average adult male's attributes are 10. This value reflects the enhancement from Chakra, Constitution, 7 Agility, 560 Spirit, 750. Ninjutsu, various special skill. Phasing bloodline limit. None Chakra. 0.12 cards lifespan. 26 days rank, special. Jonin wealth, 500,000 Rio. Warehouse, system grants 2 cubic meters of space, which can be expanded with wealth in the future. Is this the arrival of my golden finger? Perhaps I can still struggle a bit longer. Who knows, there might be something that can extend my life. Upon hearing the system's notification and realizing his lifespan was only 26 days, Yue Guang Jifeng couldn't help but internally complain. Jifeng, Jifeng, what's wrong with you? Seeing Yue Guang Jifeng's dazed expression after his scream, Mujetsu Xian couldn't help but shake his body, calling out to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for engaging in physical contact with Mujetsu Xian. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. 1,000th of Mujetsu Xian's lifespan, 21.9 days. 2. 1,000th of Mujetsu Xian's constitution, 0.563 Mujetsu Xian's cooking experience. 4. Mujetsu Xian's reconnaissance evasion experience. Gazing at these 4 options, Yue Guang Jifeng felt a deep conflict within himself. He yearned for the lifespan, yet 21 days was hardly sufficient. The remaining options, 3 and 4, he already possessed. Thus, he could only respond to the system in his mind. I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing your selection. You have triggered a tenfold return, gaining a constitution of 5.6, which will be automatically applied. In an instant, Yue Guang Jifeng felt a warm surge flooding his previously frail body. To his astonishment, he managed to rise from his previous position. Mujetsu Xian, astonished, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Jifeng, Jifeng, what happened to you? How did you suddenly manage to stand? I feel wonderful, truly wonderful. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me, Yue Guang Jifeng declared, rolling up his sleeves to flex his muscles. All right, enough of the antics. Come over and take your medicine. Your illness does not permit you to engage in vigorous activity. Take medicine? Xian, what good is this medicine? After years of consuming it, I have seen no improvement. Look at me now. I appear healthier without it. Noticing the flush of color on Yue Guang Jifeng's pale face, she recalled someone once saying, if a person suffering from severe illness suddenly becomes lively, one should strive to fulfill all their wishes, as it indicates a fleeting moment of vitality. With this thought, tears began to stream down Xian's cheeks. Jifeng sob. You. Seeing Xian's tearful, pitiful expression, Yue Guang Jifeng quickly interrupted her. There, do not cry. If you keep this up, you will look unappealing. It's just a bowl of medicine. I will drink it. Is that not acceptable? With that, he snatched the exquisite porcelain bowl from Xian's hands, closed his eyes, and poured the medicine into his mouth. Ugh. Why is this medicine so bitter? As soon as Yue Guang Jifeng finished speaking, the notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining a constitution increase of 1. Your current constitution is now 13.6. What? This wretched medicine can actually enhance my constitution. Instinctively, Yue Guang Jifeng activated the Sanrio no Mai and appeared before Mujetsu Xian, seizing her shoulders with excitement as he exclaimed, Xian, do you have more of this medicine? I will drink as much as you have. Calm down, Jifeng. This family secret medicine has already been used up to save you. But your awakening is worth it. That's all right. Now that I know, tell me what materials you need. I can go find them. Xian slowly shook her head. There's a portion of medicine that the previous clan leader obtained from deep within the dragon vein, which is said to have been acquired by chance and may only be used in times of life and death. Yue Guang Jifeng pondered silently. The dragon vein? That is a marvelous location. I must visit it in the future. Xian, since there is none available now, let be. Is there anything delicious? I'm feeling a bit hungry. I have prepared everything already. I will go fetch it for you. And after you finish eating, I have a surprise in store. As Xian stood and opened the door, disappearing from Yue Guang Jifeng's sight, he couldn't help but nod inwardly, thinking, having such a considerate and beautiful childhood friend, who thinks of me in every way makes this crossing seem rather pleasant. What are you daydreaming about? Come over and eat. All right, what delicacies do you have? I specially learned medicinal chicken soup for you. Give it a try, Xian said as she presented a bowl to Yue Guang Jifeng. That it's delicious. Xian, I've finished eating. Now tell me, what's the surprise? Upon hearing Yue Guang Jifeng's words, Mujetsu Xian's face instantly flushed red, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Seeing Xian suddenly shy, Yue Guang Jifeng was puzzled and pressed. Hurry up and tell me, Xian. Well, I want to have a child with you. Moonlight, awaken quickly. It's time for your medicine. Lu Xiaoqian, in a daze, heard a gentle call. He struggled to open his eyes. The scene before him gradually became clear. A young woman clad in a delicate light purple kimono was holding an exquisite ceramic bowl, ready to administer him medicine. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking purple hair and a small, porcelain-like face. The wide kimono, as she slightly bent forward, revealed a deep, unfathomable neckline. As she slightly parted her lips, her pearly white teeth were exposed, and a faint scent of violet wafted from her. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoqian was momentarily captivated by the sight before him. At that instant, a torrent of memories surged into Lu Xiaoqian's mind, akin to a man breaking free from the constraints of ignorance. A violent headache, accompanied by a sensation as if his very being were being torn apart, overwhelmed him, prompting a cry to escape his lips. Jifeng, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing Moonlight Jifeng's sudden scream, Mutsu Xian immediately used her teleportation technique to appear before him. Do we not just experience an earthquake? How have I now crossed over to become Moonlight Jifeng? As time passed, the disorienting sensation faded, and Lu Xiaoqian gradually began to comprehend the unfolding events. Prior to his transmigration, he had painstakingly deceived the class flower into a hotel. Just as he was about to engage in meaningful conversation, an earthquake struck, causing him to lose consciousness. Subsequently, he found himself reincarnated in the world of his favorite anime, Hokage. His memories had remained dormant until this recent bout of illness, which caused him to spit blood and faint, finally restoring his recollections of his past life. In my previous life, I was not entirely without ailments, but I was well-built, possessing 8-pack abs that helped me win over the class flower. Why in this life have I transmigrated as a frail invalid? Before his transmigration, Liu Xiaoqian was a devoted fan of Hokage, having perused countless novels featuring characters who crossed over into the world. While others transformed into Sasuke or Naruto, or at the very least into Kakashi, he had become a mere specter of a short-lived existence. Gazing at the purple-haired Xian, though they shared a childhood bond, the grim realization of his impending demise made him wish he had never crossed over at all. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Host life expectancy is less than 1 month. Experience is exceedingly poor. Initiating binding of the communication return system. Communication return system host. Moonlight Jifeng strength. 120. Note: adult males in the Hokage world have a baseline of 10. This is the value post-chakra. Enhancement. Constitution. 7 agility. 560 spirit. 750 ninjutsu. Various special skills. Intangibility bloodline limit. None chakra. 0.12 cards lifespan. 26 days. Rank. Special Jonin wealth. 500,000 Rio. Storage. System provides 2 cubic meters of space, expandable with wealth. Is this the arrival of my golden finger? Perhaps I can still struggle for my life. There may be something that can extend my days. Upon hearing the system's notification and seeing his lifespan dwindle to a mere 26 days, Moonlight Jifeng could not help but internally scoff. Jifeng, what is wrong? Seeing the dazed expression on Moonlight Jifeng's face after his scream, Mutsu Xian could not resist shaking him while calling out, "Ding! Congratulations! Host has engaged in physical contact with Mutsu Xian. The return item random selection is complete. Please choose one option for return. 1. 1,000th of Mutsu Xian's lifespan, 21.9 days. 2. 1,000th of Mutsu Xian's constitution, 0.563. Mutsu Xian's culinary experience. For Mutsu Xian's reconnaissance evasion experience. Faced with these 4 options, Moonlight Jifeng felt a deep conflict within him. He yearned for the increase in lifespan, yet 21 days seemed utterly inconsequential. The remaining options 3 and 4 he already possessed, leaving him no choice but to convey his decision to the system in his mind. I choose 2. Ding. Congratulations, host selection is complete, triggering tenfold return, gaining a constitution of 5.6, which automatically enhances the host. In an instant, Moonlight Jifeng felt a warm surge flow through his previously frail body. The strength coursed through him, compelling him to rise to his feet. Mutsu Xian, astonished, covered her mouth and exclaimed, Jifeng, what has happened? How can you stand so suddenly? I feel wonderful, truly invigorated. I am brimming with strength. Moonlight Jifeng replied, rolling up his sleeves to display his muscles. Enough of the theatrics. Come, take your medicine. Your illness does not permit such vigorous activity. Medicine? Xian, what good is this medicine? After years of taking it, I see no benefit. Look at me now. I appear healthier without it. Noticing a hint of color returning to Moonlight Jifeng's pallid face, she suddenly recalled something she had previously heard. If someone has suffered a grave illness and suddenly regains vitality, one should strive to fulfill all their wishes, as it is a sign of impending demise. Thinking of this, Xian's tears began to flow. Jifeng sob. You. Seeing Xian's sorrowful expression, Moonlight Jifeng hastily interrupted her. Please, do not cry. It will not look good. It is just a bowl of medicine. I will drink it. With that, he snatched the exquisite ceramic bowl from Xian's hands, closed his eyes, and poured the medicine into his mouth. Ugh. Why is this medicine so bitter? No sooner had Moonlight Jifeng uttered these words than the notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host has gained 1 constitution. Current constitution is now 13.6. What? This wretched medicine can actually enhance my constitution. Instinctively, Moonlight Jifeng executed the 3 crescent moons dance and approached Mutsu Xian, excitedly grasping her shoulders and exclaiming, Xian, do you have any more of this medicine? I will drink as much as you have. Calm down, Jifeng. The family secret medicine has been depleted to save you. But as long as you have awakened, that is worth it. That is of no consequence. Now that I know, tell me what materials are needed, and I shall procure them. Xian slowly shook her head. There is a portion of medicine that the previous clan leader obtained from deep within the dragon vein. It is said to have been found by chance and is only permitted for use in life-threatening situations. Moonlight, Jifeng pondered silently. The dragon vein? That is indeed a remarkable place. I must visit it in the future, across time and space. Xian, since there is none now, let it be. Is there anything delicious? I find myself a bit hungry. I have prepared something for you. I will fetch it. Once you finish eating, I have a surprise for you. As Xian stood and opened the door, disappearing from Moonlight Jifeng's sight, he secretly nodded to himself. Having such a kind and thoughtful childhood friend makes this transmigration seem rather pleasant. What are you pondering? Come eat. All right, what delicious dishes do we have? I've specially learned medicinal chicken soup. Do try it. Xian said, presenting a bowl to Moonlight Jifeng. Delicious. Xian, I have finished. Now tell me, what is the surprise? Upon hearing Moonlight Jifeng's words, Mutsu Xian's face flushed crimson, and she appeared somewhat bashful. Seeing Xian's sudden shyness, Moonlight Jifeng, confused, pressed, "Speak up, Xian." It is that I wish to bear you a child. Chapter 2. The Return of the Super Bloodline. Give me a child? Xian, are you serious? Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Jifeng, I have long contemplated this. I wish to leave a descendant for the Yueguang clan. I do not want your lineage to end with you, so the sooner we have a child, the better, said Uzuki Shiyuan, as she stood and embraced him, whispering softly, You. Just as Yueguang Jifeng was about to explain himself, Uzuki Shiyuan swiftly placed a finger on his lips. Shu, I do not wish to hear any refusals. I only desire to conceive your child as soon as possible. In her heart, she silently added, Even if you are in a state of fleeting brilliance, I intend to seize this opportunity to bear your child. Shiyuan, what I mean is, let us return to the room. It will soon be dark, making things easier, Yueguang Jifeng said, turning to lift Uzuki Shiyuan, who stood behind him. Jifeng, you used to find it difficult to feed me, yet now you take the initiative. At that moment, Yueguang Jifeng was preoccupied with thoughts of what position to adopt with the stunning Shiyuan, completely unaware of any pain. Upon entering the room, he summoned a shadow clone to close the door and light the candles. With a hint of excitement, Yueguang Jifeng remarked, with this body of mine, even the Inuzuka family's canine physique surpasses mine. I suddenly realized I cannot let you down. You speak nonsense. Who doesn't know that the Inuzuka family's canine physique is far superior to that of most ninjas? I suspect you are deceiving me. I somewhat regret agreeing to have a child now. All right, Shiyuan, it is dark. A moment of passion is worth a fortune. Let us begin. Then, fine. But we must extinguish the candles first. I am shy. What is there to fear? We have seen everything as children. What is there to be afraid of? That does not matter. If the candles are not extinguished, I will not remove my clothes. Removing clothes is not out of the question. Yueguang Jifeng murmured softly. What did you say, Jifeng? Nothing. I said to extinguish the candles. As he spoke, Yueguang Jifeng flicked the toothpick he had been holding in his mouth, and the room was instantly enveloped in darkness. Jifeng, do you think I will conceive on the first try? Do not worry, you will. I feel incredibly strong right now. Jifeng, do you think I am beautiful? Uzuki Shiyuan slowly began to untie her waist sash. Under the moonlight, Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily blinded by her radiant whiteness, with her purple hair framing her fair face and a deep valley accentuating her figure. Stop staring, you fool. Let us attend to the matter at hand, Uzuki Shiyuan admonished, diving beneath the covers, leaving only her small head exposed. Here I come. There is no helping it. Our Shiyuan is simply too enchanting, and I am momentarily mesmerized. Utilizing a technique of escape, in the blink of an eye, Yueguang Jifeng's clothes vanished. Without giving Uzuki Shiyuan time to react, he slipped under the covers. Jifeng, I love you. Shiyuan, I love you too. Bear with me. 13 minutes later. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Uzuki Shiyuan for completing an intimate exchange. The return project has randomly generated and concluded. Please select one item from the following options for return. 1. Uzuki Shiyuan's physique, 5-2. Uzuki Shiyuan's beauty, 3. Uzuki Shiyuan's experience in the dance of the crescent moon, 4. Uzuki Shiyuan's experience in body flicker technique. Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the options. understanding that his earlier 13-minute performance was undoubtedly due to his physique, not his stamina. Without hesitation, he shouted in his mind to the system, "I choose the first option. I want to be a true man." Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a hundredfold return, acquiring the basic immortal body. Initially increases physique by 500 points, which can be further enhanced through training. As the system's prompt concluded, a basic immortal body appeared in the talent section of Yueguang Jifeng's system panel. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless vigor. Glancing at the physique section, which now read 5136, he contemplated the prospect of converting this additional physique into time. Surely that would amount to over 500 minutes. I have truly become a real man. Just as Yueguang Jifeng was preparing for another round, Azuki Xiuan's small head emerged from beneath the covers, glistening with sweat. "Jifeng, it's all right. 15 minutes is already quite a long time. I have heard that the first time is usually short. You need not worry. Even if your performance is brief in the future, it is of no concern to me. I will not hold it against you. Do not be disheartened. I appreciate your comforting words, but now it is time to showcase my true skills and let you see what a real man can do. Wait, take it slow." An hour and a half later, the system's prompt echoed once more. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Azuki Xiuan for completing an intimate exchange. The return project has randomly generated and concluded. Please select one item from the following options for return. 1. Azuki Xiuan's fair skin. 2. Azuki Xiuan's purple hair. 3. 3005 years of lifespan. 4. Azuki Xiuan's 500,000 taels of silver. Yueguang Jifeng's first thought was not to select a reward, but to dwell on the fact that he had only managed a little over 500 minutes. However, reflecting on his progress from 15 minutes to over an hour, he felt quite satisfied. Looking at the 4 options, Yueguang Jifeng began to comprehend that the return system likely had a multiplier based on the depth of the intimate exchange. Thus, the closer one was to the person they exchanged with, the higher the return multiplier would be. Yet, one question lingered. Did the system have specific requirements for the exchange partner? Could it be anyone, or was it limited to specific individuals? Chapter 3. Obtaining the super talent reward. The next morning, as the sun rose, Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the waking Azuki Xiuan, unable to suppress his excitement. "Xiuan, I performed quite well yesterday, did I not?" "Jifeng, you were indeed impressive last night, but I wonder if your body can withstand it." "My body is in excellent condition. Come, let us engage in some morning exercise." Moonlight Jifeng, driven by impulse, wished to kiss her. Azuki Xiuan promptly extended a hand from beneath the covers to halt him, gently shaking her head, conveying that it was inappropriate. His body had yet to fully recover and should not be subjected to such strain. "I feel remarkably well now. I even believe I could pierce through steel," he replied. "However, Jifeng, I hope you can reserve this strength to witness the birth of our child. Do you understand my sentiment?" Azuki Xiuan said, cradling Moonlight Jifeng's face in her hands. Gazing into her resolute eyes, Moonlight Jifeng felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. "I understand, Xiuan. In due time, you shall see that I have indeed recovered. Look, I am no longer coughing," he stated, as he turned over to search for his clothes. Azuki Xiuan watched him for a moment, noticing that he truly was no longer coughing, which filled her with both joy and concern. "If, after some time, you are genuinely well, then you may do as you please, but for now, it is indeed unwise. I fear you may harm yourself irreparably." "Very well, I understand. Please rest a little longer. I shall go out to fetch breakfast for you, and we can eat together upon my return." Seeing that Moonlight Jifeng appeared to be in good spirits, Azuki Xiuan nodded in agreement, advising him to exercise caution and return promptly. Once dressed, Moonlight Jifeng waved goodbye, leaving her line of sight. Upon stepping outside, he noticed, perhaps due to his heightened physical condition, that he could clearly see a figure swiftly approaching him. Narrowing his eyes and bracing himself, he was not kept waiting long. "Jifeng, splendid. You seem to be well." As Moonlight Jifeng recognized the familiar face, he quickly searched his memories. "Ah, it's you, Xianjian. What brings you here so early?" Without a reply, Xiaoqian circled him and finally patted his shoulder. Without waiting for him to speak, a cold voice echoed in Moonlight Jifeng's mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing physical communication with Xiaoqian. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Gain 1% of Zun Huojian's spatial talent. 2. Acquire Zun Huojian's instant body technique, yin return. 3. Obtain partial knowledge of Zun Huojian's 4 purple flames formation. 4. Receive intuitive understanding of Zun Huojian's ninjutsu. Moonlight Jifeng stared at the 4 options, momentarily stunned. Each offered a remarkable ability that he desired. Jifeng, what troubles you? Noticing his stillness, Zun Huojian quickly inquired. Oh, it's nothing, just pondering a few matters. Was there something urgent that prompted your haste? Now that you mention it, I came to find you. To be precise, it is Hokage-sama who seeks you. Hokage-sama is looking for me? Did he specify the matter? It must be an urgent mission. You should hurry. It's likely quite pressing. Thank you, Zun Huojian, I appreciate it. I won't linger any longer. Please be cautious during your mission. With that, Zun Huojian vanished in an instant. System, I choose option 1. While the instant body technique is excellent, I can perform it myself, albeit not as adeptly. The 4 purple flames formation requires 4 individuals, so I shall not select that. As for the last option, while useful, it pales in comparison to a genuine talent. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. You have received a tenfold return, acquiring 1/10 of Zun Huojian's spatial talent. Moonlight Jifeng stood still for a moment, feeling no immediate change. Realizing that such talents would manifest during learning, he then decided not to dwell on it and turned back home. Xian, I cannot fetch breakfast. Hokage-sama has summoned me for a mission. With a sudden crash, a figure leaped into his embrace. Jifeng, be careful. I shall wait for your return at home. Fear not. I am stronger than ever. Take care of yourself while I am gone. Moonlight Jifeng declared before vanishing in an instant. As he traversed the rooftops, he began to appreciate the prowess of chakra, steady, swift, and devoid of fatigue. Halfway through his journey, he remembered that he must test whether the system could facilitate communication with anyone. Spotting an elderly woman walking in an alley, he swiftly tapped her shoulder and vanished in the blink of an eye. Perched on a rooftop out of her sight, he waited in silence, yet no prompts appeared. This led Moonlight Jifeng to speculate that perhaps only characters integral to the plot could trigger returns. Without further delay, he hastened towards the Hokage building. Whoosh! Moonlight Jifeng leaped down in front of the Hokage office. The 2 Umbu guards, poised to attack, relaxed upon recognizing him. Ah, it's you, Moonlight Jifeng. Please refrain from descending from the rooftops so suddenly. A quick-reacting individual could have harmed you. Hokage-sama is indeed looking for you. Hurry inside. In this day and age, it seemed anyone could exhibit arrogance. Even the minor Umbu felt entitled to lecture him. He recalled his past self, unable to contend with the Umbu. However, after acquiring 500 points in physical prowess from Xian the day prior, he believed he could easily handle a few Umbu now. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought of stooping to their level and entered directly. Soon, he arrived at the Hokage's office, preparing to knock on the door. Whoosh! An Umbu suddenly appeared before him. Please wait, I shall convey your message. Moonlight Jifeng was taken aback. The security around the Hokage's office was quite stringent. Knock, knock, knock. Hokage-sama, Moonlight Jifeng has arrived. May he enter? Ah, Jifeng is here. Let him in. You may enter now, the Umbu said, opening the door before vanishing in an instant. Moonlight Jifeng was somewhat perplexed. What was the difference between this and his own knocking? He shook his head, feeling regretful for missing an opportunity to engage with the Umbu and perhaps acquire some rewards. Jifeng, there is an urgent mission I wish for you to undertake. Chapter 4. Please call me the ninjutsu little doctor. Moonlight Jifeng closed the door, turned around, and found himself face to face with the 3rd Hokage, who held a pipe in one hand and a document in the other, smiling at him. Seeing the living Hiruzen Sarutobi for the first time, he felt a fleeting surge of excitement, momentarily pausing before realizing this was an exceptional opportunity to engage with the 3rd Hokage. What is it, Jifeng? Are you still unwell? Kakashi is in peril, others are preoccupied, and I need you to protect his students. Hokage-sama, that is not the case. I am in excellent health. All thanks to Xian who provided me with a secret medicine. I can surely complete this mission effectively. As he spoke, Moonlight Jifeng extended his hands, gripping Hiruzen Sarutobi's wrist with one hand while accepting the document with the other. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing intimate communication with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. All of Hiruzen Sarutobi's ninjutsu experience. 2. Hiruzen Sarutobi's unwashed underwear for 10 days. 3. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expert-level binocular technique. 4. Hiruzen Sarutobi's memories of peeping in the women's bathhouse. Moonlight Jifeng did not immediately choose, as there was no time constraint. Hokage-sama, where are Kakashi and the others now? They are in the land of waves. He has just defeated the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi. Both sides have sustained injuries, and he fears that someone may take advantage of the situation, hence the request for reinforcements. You must depart immediately, ensuring the safety of his students, understood? In dire circumstances, you may need to sacrifice everything to protect the children, including yourself. Can you do that? Cut it out. Are you just afraid of the QB showing up? It's as if no one knows you sent the Jinchuriki out, thought Moonlight Shippu. Although he thought this, his expression turned serious as he assured, rest assured, Hokage-sama, Shippu guarantees the completion of the mission. All right, then you should set off quickly. Time waits for no one. Nodding silently, Moonlight Shippu departed. Having already secured his reward, he hastened away from the office. Upon reviewing the system rewards, he found the first to be the most beneficial. The third, while of mastery level, provided only a single ninjutsu, rendering it less useful. As for the last option, he found himself unexpectedly intrigued. Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful. Triggering tenfold return, all ninjutsu basics from Sarutobi Hiruzen acquired. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind, various elemental ninjutsu knowledge swirling incessantly, causing a sharp pain in his head. Determined not to show any signs of distress, he hurriedly exited the Hokage building. Initially, Moonlight Shippu had intended to converse with the two Umbu upon leaving, hoping to gain some insights, but now he simply needed to leave swiftly. Once outside, he persisted for a while before stopping in a narrow alley, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Sweat poured from his forehead, and it was only after a significant time that the pain subsided. As he recovered, he reflected that this knowledge corresponded to the soul, contrasting with the physical enhancements which were painless and even enjoyable. If one's spiritual power was inadequate, assimilating too much knowledge would indeed inflict pain. After resting further and regaining his composure, the desire to test his ninjutsu became increasingly difficult to suppress. However, surveying his surroundings, he deemed the location unsafe, prompting him to swiftly ascend to the rooftops and dash towards the Konoha gate. With his enhanced physique and agility, he reached the gate in under 5 minutes. Shippu, what brings you here? Are you feeling better? Inquired the longtime gatekeeper, Gozai, with concern. Upon seeing the two men, Moonlight Shippu's first reaction was that they seemed like mere supporting characters, not worth engaging with. Yet, a moment's thought reminded him that both were elite chunin, comparable to his former self. Ah, don't mention it, a life destined for toil. Just as I was finally getting a breather, I was pulled back for a mission. Wow, you're looking fit. Once I get seriously injured, I'll come find you. Don't forget to take care of me then. Ding. Congratulations, host. Intimate exchange with Gozai completed. Random return project concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Gozai's summoning tool, the Giant Club Alps 2. Acquire Gozai's goggles 3. Acquire Gozai's chakra card 0054. Acquire Gozai's impulsive personality. I choose the third option. The first option seemed ill-suited for him, as he had seen Gozai wielding a 3-meter-long spiked club. While selecting it might yield a superior weapon, he had never seen a protagonist use such a weapon. Thus, he opted for the third choice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Gozai's chakra card 005. Instead of immediately checking his panel, he approached Shingetsu Izumi. Izumi, upon my return, you must treat me to some tea, right? He said, patting her shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. Intimate exchange with Shingetsu Izumi completed. Random return project concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire shares in Shingetsu Izumi's Tea Shop 032. Acquire Shingetsu Izumi's Unbreakable Jinjutsu 3. Acquire Shingetsu Izumi's Chakra card 0074. Acquire the same kunai that Izumi has. I choose the third option. Considering that he would soon face Zabuza, the only thing he could rely on was his physique and the various ninjutsu acquired from Sarutobi Hiruzen. To unleash these ninjutsu without restraint, he would need a vast amount of chakra, which these two had conveniently provided, positioning him to become the new mobile artillery. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Shingetsu Izumi's chakra card 007. Shingetsu Izumi gently brushed Moonlight Shippu's hand away. I can certainly provide you with tea, but ensure you return safely. This time, Moonlight Shippu said nothing further, hastening forward and waving without looking back. Izumi, don't you think Moonlight Shippu has changed drastically? He no longer coughs, and even abandoned the habit of holding a kunai like you. Isn't that wonderful? It proves he's in excellent health. Now, let's taste the new tea from our shop. With chakra enveloping his feet, Moonlight Shippu departed from the Konoha gate within a minute. He opened his system panel. Host, Moonlight Shippu strength, 120 physique, 515 agility, 560 spirit, 750 ninjutsu. Numerous, predominantly elemental ninjutsu, special skill, phase shift special talent, space affinity bloodline limit, beginner sage body chakra, 25 cards lifespan, 50 years rank, Jonin wealth, 500. 000 Rio warehouse. 2 cubic meters. Moonlight Shippu carefully examined his panel and noticed a significant increase in chakra, with a slight boost in physique and an elevation to Jonin rank. He then realized this was likely due to the effects of the beginner sage body, allowing him to grow stronger effortlessly. With 25 cards of chakra, he thought, so, you're called the Demon Man, are you? I'm coming for you. Chapter 5. The first release of ninjutsu. After empowering himself with chakra, Moonlight Shippu ran tirelessly for 2 days and nights without feeling fatigued. On the first day, he hunted small game when hunger struck. On the second day, he located a town and spent 3,000 Rio to stockpile food in his warehouse. The convenience of having a storage space was remarkable. The items retrieved remained warm. While ninja scrolls could also achieve this, nothing compared to having his own warehouse. By the morning of the third day, Moonlight Shippu finally arrived in the land of waves. Without hesitation, he channeled chakra into his feet, abandoning the slow-moving boat for a swift run. He executed a perfect backflip and landed on the shore, startling several fishermen. Excuse me, do you know where Danzo lives? What did you say, esteemed ninja? Where does that bridge builder live? How long has he been back? Moonlight Shippu inquired again calmly. My lord, are you referring to the famous bridge master? He returned several days ago. Today should mark the completion of the bridge. If you head southeast, you'll see the newly constructed bridge. Without another word, Moonlight Shippu sprinted towards the southeast direction. He realized that his timing was fortuitous. Today was likely the day Zabuza would strike. One question loomed above all. Was the white figure male or female? Soon, Moonlight Shippu beheld the long wooden bridge. With a few agile leaps, he reached the other side. Before he could make a move, a thick fog rapidly enveloped the area. 8 vital points: throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian vein, kidneys, heart. Guess where I will strike? A cold, merciless voice emerged from the mist. Moonlight Shippu immediately understood. Zabuza was putting on a show. He had never comprehended this when watching the anime in his previous life. Since there is fog, why not simply blow it away with the wind? Why do they always stand still, waiting for the enemy to strike when confronted with this hidden mist technique? It perplexes me. Everyone, be cautious. Zai Biyujan is likely to return. Sasuke, you must protect Naruto and Sakura. I have already called for reinforcements, and they should arrive shortly. The 3 of you just need to hold on for a bit. Kakashi-sensei, do not worry. I, Naruto, will ensure the safety of Sasuke and Sakura. Fool. It is precisely due to your unpredictable nature that Kakashi-sensei is concerned, Sakura exclaimed angrily. At this moment, Uegwang Jifeng did not rush to attack. He paused and swiftly positioned himself atop one of the bridge's pillars. This was the first time witnessing a genuine ninja confrontation, especially between 2 elite jonin, providing a chance to compensate for his lack of combat experience. Zai Biyujan, you truly dare to return. This time, I shall ensure you remain here permanently. Kakashi's bravado is nothing but talk. You and I are evenly matched, and you are not the only one with reinforcements. Come forth, my dear friend. Hey Zai Biyujan, you never mentioned I would be dealing with Kakashi. After this mission, you owe me double the payment. Leia, do not worry, as long as we deal with Kakashi. Kato will certainly pay double. Leia? Oh no, you are one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Hey Chue Leia. Haha. I never expected the renowned copy ninja Kakashi to recognize my name, but I am a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Sasuke, quickly take Sakura and Naruto and flee as far as possible, Kakashi urged anxiously. Run? The great Naruto does not believe in retreating. Sakura, Sasuke, we must assist Kakashi-sensei. Bang. Assist with what? Kakashi-sensei told us to leave quickly. You must listen obediently. Sakura furiously punched Naruto, shouting loudly. With you, the Black Chef? Here, no one is escaping today. Lightning release, lightning strike. Boom. Quickly dodge, Sakura. Take Sasuke and Naruto and run toward the edge based on your instincts. Summoning technique. Parker, lead them to the edge. Kakashi, why is it so dangerous right from the start? You show no consideration for us who are merely following orders. However, you must be cautious. There are still 2 individuals outside this thick fog. You little brats, hurry and follow me. We must leave. What? There are 2 more people outside the fog. It appears today we may not make it out alive. The reinforcements we summoned will likely not arrive until tomorrow, meaning we are left with 2 individuals preventing our escape. Parker, take them in the opposite direction to avoid those 2 outside. You are giving me a tough time. Parker, this is exhausting. Lightning fall. Yueguang Jifeng observed the thick fog above, where lightning was swirling, as if merging together, arcs of electricity surging. Inside, lightning and thunder clashed. Bang! Quickly dodge, you foolish Naruto. Sakura shouted anxiously. Where is it coming from? Bang! Naruto was sent flying, landing in a heap. Ugh ugh ugh. Damn you Sasuke, why did you hit me? Gee. A bolt of lightning struck the spot where Naruto had just stood. Thank you, stinky Sasuke. Enough with the nonsense. Let us run. Ha ha ha. How about my lightning release? I will block the lightning. You all run. Earth release, earth swamp. Kakashi completed the hand seals in the blink of an eye. Leia's feet instantly sank into the swamp, causing him to stumble and interrupt his lightning release technique. Kakashi, you are indeed impressive, but your opponent is me. Water release. Water iron cannon. Zai Byujan swiftly performed hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Kakashi countered with his ninjutsu first. Lightning release, false darkness. In a mere second, Kakashi unleashed another technique. Damn it, you are too dismissive of me, Leia. Using lightning release in front of me. Lightning blade, Fong. Fusion. Call of lightning. The lightning released by Kakashi was swiftly absorbed by the blade, returning at double speed towards Kakashi. Can one person truly contend against 2 Jonin? Kakashi pondered to himself after being struck. Yueguang Jifeng had crouched on the bridge for quite some time, hearing only the names of the skills shouted but seeing no results. He felt rather blind. Standing upright, it appeared that Kakashi and the others truly had their wits dulled, unable even to disperse the thick fog with wind release. Then let me take matters into my own hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. Chun Choin. Upon awakening, Yueguang Jifeng performed hand seals for the first time, feeling somewhat clumsy. A normal Jonin would complete this in a second, yet he took a full 15 seconds. With a puff of air, something miraculous occurred. Yueguang Jifeng felt his mouth filled with something, unable to hold it back. As he opened his mouth, countless winds were expelled. Chapter 6. I want to communicate with the dead. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind instantly struck the thick fog, causing the edges to retreat inward. Hey, Zai Byujan, it seems someone outside is about to disperse your ninjutsu. Leia, holding his blade, said with glee. Humph, a mere waste of chakra. If my ninjutsu were so easily countered, it wouldn't be called a secret technique. Kakashi steadied himself, secretly contemplating whether reinforcements had arrived. He hoped they were strong. In that case, I need not conserve chakra. I can swiftly resolve this with a coordinated attack. Having thought this, he slowly raised his hand, revealing his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan. Lightning release, 1,000 birds. Suddenly, the thick fog filled with the intense sound of birds chirping. Ha ha, Zai Byujan. It seems Kakashi is not very clever. He just reflected my lightning release technique, yet he has not learned his lesson and is using it again. Be cautious, judging by the sound. This is likely not a simple C-rank ninjutsu, but rather a formidable B-rank technique. TCH, Zai Byujan, do you underestimate me? A mere B-rank lightning release. While I cannot fully absorb and reflect it, controlling it is still a breeze. I will stand right here and show you what it means to play with lightning. Observing the fog slowly retreating towards the center while hearing the fierce bird calls, Yueguang Jifeng realized that Kakashi had begun to fight with all his might. I must hurry. If someone dies, who knows if the system will allow me to communicate with the dead? Searching through his mind for some ninjutsu, he decided on one. Wind release. Infinite great breakthrough. This time, the hand seals flowed much more smoothly than before. This nearly A-rank ninjutsu required 12 seals, maintaining a speed of 3 seals per second. It took him a full 4 seconds to complete the seals. Zai Byujan, it seems the wind has ceased. Your hidden mist technique appears to be ineffective. Leia, you should be careful. I sense Kakashi's condition is not right. We must quickly take cover. TCH. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, blood filling his mouth in an instant. Run. This is Kakashi's signature technique. Zai Biyujan finally remembered the terrifying ninjutsu that had slain dozens of jonin, but it was too late. Bang! Accompanied by Hei Chue Leia falling to the ground. The surrounding thick fog was completely blown away by Yueguang Jifeng. Kakashi stood in front of Leia, gasping heavily, while Zai Biyujan almost instantly reacted. With a horizontal swing of his large blade, a powerful gust of wind slashed toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, be careful. Sakura was the first to react, loudly warning him. At this moment, Kakashi was completely drained of chakra, unable to even use the body replacement technique. He could only quickly draw a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hold it defensively in front of himself. Clang! Under the moonlight, Yueguang Jifeng spotted Kakashi and the others, and couldn't help but scoff internally, wondering which family had crafted such sturdy kunai that it merely sustained a dent when colliding with a decapitating sword. Kakashi was flung backward, and it was at that moment that Yueguang Jifeng noticed Leia lying on the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "You useless fool! How could you fall so quickly?" Originally intending to capitalize on the victory, Zai Biyujan instinctively retreated several steps upon hearing the voice. "Are you the reinforcements Kakashi spoke of?" Zai Biyujan scrutinized Yueguang Jifeng, asking, "Who are you? I don't believe I've heard of you." Ignoring Zai Biyujan, Yueguang Jifeng was more concerned about the fallen figure's potential demise. In an instant, a surge of chakra erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Hei Chue Leia. "What? Such speed? Who are you? How can you run so fast? Are you the Azure Beast of Konoha?" Yueguang Jifeng hastily extended his hand, touching the top of Hei Chue Leia's head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, but no system prompt arrived. In that moment, Yueguang Jifeng realized that reviving the fallen was impossible. Infuriated, he picked up the nearby Lei Dao and swung it towards Hei Chue Leia's neck. With a squelch, a torrent of blood gushed from Leia's neck, while Yueguang Jifeng deftly leaped aside. Bang! Kakashi, who had been sent flying, finally landed and, mustering all his strength, looked up and whispered, "It's you, Jifeng. Quickly, take those 3 and run." "Kakashi-sensei, what happened to you? Don't die." Bang! Foolish Naruto, Kakashi-sensei merely exhausted his chakra and fainted. "Sakura, could you refrain from hitting me while speaking? It makes me feel foolish." Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the 2 protagonists and contemplated that for safety, it would be best to communicate with them first to secure rewards before proceeding. He then swiftly moved towards them. Trying to escape? "Regardless of whether you are the Azure Beast, you shall not succeed under my gaze," Zai Biyujan declared. "Water release, water iron cannon." Within a second, Zai Biyujan completed the hand seals. Instantly, countless droplets of water surged toward Yueguang Jifeng, blocking his path. Left with no choice, Yueguang Jifeng halted his advance. "You all protect Kakashi. Do not let him be killed. I do not wish to acquire another corpse." "Who are you? Are you also a ninja from Konoha?" "Foolish Naruto. You are so dense. Can't you see he wears our Konoha forehead protector and Chunin vest? You're the dense one, Sasuke. Forehead protectors and vests can be faked. That doesn't prove he is from Konoha." "All right, Sasuke and Naruto, stop arguing. If this person is not from Konoha, we are merely awaiting our doom." "Indeed. Children will always be children. Bye. Come forth and deal with them. This Konoha fellow is mine." "Understood, Zai Biyujan." A slender figure emerged in the arena. You are the older sister from a few days ago? This cannot be. Why are you doing this? Why align with villains? Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? This person is clearly Zai Biyujan's accomplice. When I was out training a few days ago, I often encountered this gentle sister. I refuse to believe she is a bad person. You have mistaken me. I am part of the Mist Annihilation Squad. Bye, stop wasting time with them. Quickly eliminate them and help me. Yueguang Jifeng narrowed his eyes, realizing that since he could not approach the 2 protagonists, he would first engage in dialogue with Zai Biyujan. After deciding, he infused chakra into his legs, brandishing the Lei Dao, and charged at Zai Biyujan. "Haha, you wish to compete in swordsmanship with the great Zai Biyujan? Allow me to show you who truly wields the blade." Phantom technique, crescent moon dance. As Yueguang Jifeng ran, his figure gradually blurred, and 2 indistinguishable afterimages burst forth. 3 identical figures surged towards Zai Biyujan. TCH, mere clones, who cannot produce those. Water release, water clone technique. Unfortunately, Zai Buzhan underestimated Yue Guang Jifeng's signature ninjutsu. In a mere confrontation, Zai Buzhan's 2 water clones vanished entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Zai Buzhan. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options. Chapter 7. Exchange with Naruto. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Zai Buzhan. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options. 1. Zai Buzhan's murder experience. 2. Zai Buzhan's bandages. 3. Zai Buzhan's decapitating sword. 4. Zai Buzhan's chakra of 0-3. In an instant, Yue Guang Jifeng eliminated Zai Buzhan's 2 clones while simultaneously making contact with his wrist to complete the exchange. Zai Buzhan was momentarily stunned, then quickly pushed off the ground, distancing himself from Yue Guang Jifeng. In terms of swordsmanship, I acknowledge you, Yue Guang Jifeng. This statement left Yue Guang Jifeng momentarily speechless. This little brat was trying to emulate Uchiha Madara's praise. He then shifted his focus back to the system in his mind. Feeling indecisive, the first option was incredibly useful. Despite Zai Buzhan merely being an elite jonin, his experiences were undoubtedly among the most profound. Just considering his ability to escape unscathed after failing to assassinate the Mizukage made Yue Guang Jifeng regard that experience as invaluable. The second option was useless and would not be considered. The third option, to be truthful, was also formidable. It was known that this sword was a prized possession in the entire Hokage world. Additionally, let us not forget it possessed a tenfold amplification. Choosing this sword could potentially yield a divine artifact. The fourth choice was also quite appealing. A tenfold reward would amount to 3 chakra, which exceeded his current chakra reserves. In a dilemma, before he could make a decision, Zai Buzhan unexpectedly conjured 3 more clones, charging towards him. Just as Yue Guang Jifeng intended to use the crescent moon dance again, he sensed a slight discomfort. Nevertheless, he quickly formed the seals and executed the technique. Observing the 3 figures advancing, Zai Buzhan hesitated momentarily, evidently wary of Yue Guang Jifeng's previous ghostly movements. The figures gradually faded away. But unlike before when Yue Guang Jifeng sought to communicate, this time he aimed to kill. Squelch! A spray of blood erupted, and Yue Guang Jifeng's figure gradually materialized. Regrettably, Yue Guang Jifeng slowly retracted his hand holding the Lei Yidao, shaking his head in disappointment. Behind him, Zai Buzhan clutched his bleeding abdomen, gasping, "I concede. That technique is impressive, but I have completely seen through it. Are you alright, Lord Zai Buzhan? Do not mind me. Quickly deal with those brats and Kakashi. Rest assured, Lord Zai Buzhan, watch me. Ice release. Ice mirror crystal." Yue Guang Jifeng turned his head and saw the ice shield manifested by, silently thinking. This ice release bloodline limit is truly remarkable. I hope it can be revealed during the exchange. Water release. 1,000 flying water kill. Without allowing Yue Guang Jifeng time to ponder, Zai Buzhan initiated another round of attack. Checking the chakra within him, he found he still had approximately 18 chakra left. Considering that he could obtain more chakra later, he concluded that the priority was to gain combat experience. Defeating Zai Buzhan quickly would enable him to secure the rewards from Naruto and Sasuke. System, I choose reward 1. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return, acquiring Zai Buzhan's murder experience. You will swiftly devise countermeasures against the ninjutsu employed by your enemies. In an instant, Yue Guang Jifeng felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind. Observing the approaching ninjutsu, his mind immediately formulated a strategy to resolve it using the least chakra possible. Chakra surged into his legs instantaneously, and the formidable physique erupted with power. With an astounding physique of 500, Yue Guang Jifeng effortlessly dashed out of the attack range of Qianxiang Shueisha. Observing the remarkable speed of Yue Guang Jifeng, Zai Buzhan could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "It appears you are indeed quite adept at taijutsu. Allow me to demonstrate my ninjutsu." Yue Guang Jifeng halted, casting a playful glance at Zai Buzhan. "Then let us see whose ninjutsu reigns supreme. Suitun, Baku Sui Shoha." Just as Zai Buzhan proclaimed the name of his technique, Yue Guang Jifeng's mind immediately raced to the conclusion that Zai Buzhan intended to alter the terrain, and the most likely technique to follow would be the Great Waterfall technique. 2 strategies formed in his mind. The first was to counter Zai Buzhan's impending Great Waterfall technique, and the second involved employing a compound ninjutsu to directly overcome it. Glancing at Naruto, who had already unleashed the power of the nine tails, he opted for the first approach. Without uttering the name of the technique, Yueguang Jifeng began forming seals at a pace of 3 seals per second. By the time he reached the 8th seal, Zai Bujan's technique had already taken shape, and a large pool of water appeared on the ground. Your seal formation speed is rather sluggish. It seems you truly excel only in taijutsu. Your demise is nigh. Behold my ultimate ninjutsu. No, why are you still forming seals? Damn it, could it be that technique? I shall not be defeated. Suitun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. Zai Bujan began forming seals at a pace of 4.5 per second. Suitun, Daibasho no Jutsu. Yueguang Jifeng bellowed, as a towering wave of water materialized in an instant. No, this is impossible. How could you predict my ninjutsu? Bang! Zai Bujan had no time to escape and was instantly toppled by the colossal wave, swept beneath the water's surface. The torrent continued unabated, reaching Naruto and the others in less than 2 seconds. Fortunately, they were shielded by the ice release. The first to suffer was Haku, but the ice release's defensive capabilities were commendable, as the force of the wave diminished significantly after shattering the ice, yet it still rendered them all unconscious, plunging them into the depths. Yueguang Jifeng marveled at the might of the great waterfall technique, reflecting on the marvels of ninjutsu. However, he faced the troublesome task of rescuing them. He could not afford to let them perish, for that would be a tremendous loss. Suitun, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu. Bang! Instantly, several clones of Yueguang Jifeng appeared, hastily diving in to rescue the others and prevent their demise. Fear not, my true self shall handle this. With splashes and thrashes, several clones plunged into the water, the first to emerge being Naruto. Yueguang Jifeng excitedly rushed over, placing a hand on Naruto's head with fervor. Ding! Congratulations. Host and Uzumaki Naruto have completed intimate interaction. The return project randomly generated is complete. Please choose one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Uzumaki Naruto's ninjutsu path. 2. Acquire Uzumaki Naruto's verbal ninjutsu. 3. Acquire Uzumaki Naruto's goggles. 4. Acquire Uzumaki Naruto's 6 chakra cards. Upon seeing these options, Yueguang Jifeng felt a tinge of disappointment. Naruto's Uzumaki physique had not manifested, nor had the chakra of the nine tails. It seemed Naruto and the nine tails were indeed two distinct entities. Shaking his head, he focused on the options. The first option was of no use, not worth further consideration. The second option appeared to belong to the power of Ashura, which was formidable. Selecting this could potentially yield its full might. Lastly, the fourth option was exceedingly practical. System, I choose the fourth option. He refrained from selecting the second due to concerns about being influenced by Indra. Chapter 8. Haku. You wouldn't want Zai Bujan to perish either, would you? Crackle. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring 60 chakra. Instantly, Yueguang Jifeng felt his previously scant chakra replenished, soon expanding as if he had overeaten. Remarkably, despite the inflation, he felt no harm whatsoever. Soon, the tumult within his body settled entirely. Observing that his clones had yet to rescue another individual, he realized he now had ample chakra to experiment. If a single ninjutsu could augment chakra significantly, might it not become exceptionally powerful? Acting on impulse, he declared, Doton, Tsuchi no Michi. Without hesitation, Yueguang Jifeng infused 1 card's worth of chakra into the technique. Initially, he intended to infuse more, but upon reaching this amount, it became exceedingly difficult to control. Teetering on the brink of losing control, no longer hesitating, he slapped both hands against the water's surface. In an instant, the ground surged upward. All those still submerged, including his clones, were thrust upward, yet the ascent of the earth did not cease. Rising over 30 meters high, it finally came to a gradual halt. Yueguang Jifeng aimed to inscribe something onto the ninjutsu, akin to Kakashi's dog head on the earth flow rampart, but alas, his control proved insufficient, leaving him unable to create anything. Shaking his head, he mused that he would need to seek someone to discuss chakra control in the future. Lifting his gaze to the figures on the stone platform, he felt a renewed excitement. This was surely a momentous opportunity, contingent on luck, to see if he could glean anything extraordinary. He landed on the stone platform, gazing at the unconscious individuals, and found himself in a delightful dilemma. Whom should he approach first? Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he ultimately decided to save the best for last. He moved directly to Sakura's side, extending a hand to touch her head. Ding! Congratulations, host and Haruno Sakura have completed intimate interaction. The return project randomly generated is complete. Please choose one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Haruno Sakura's inner persona. 2. Acquire Haruno Sakura's chakra control. 3. Acquire Haruno Sakura's romantic mindset. 4. Acquire Haruno Sakura's undergarments. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished that the first person yielded the very item he most desired. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Haruno Sakura's chakra control tenfold. Ascending. Yueguang Jifeng immediately formed seals with his hands, loudly proclaiming, Doton, Doryahiki. Boom. In an instant, a massive earthen wall, measuring 50 meters in length and 30 meters in height, rose up. Yueguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction, observing a row of small fire dragons, each with a unique expression, atop the wall. In his previous life, he had a fondness for various little creatures, with the little fire dragon being his favorite. As he always yearned to possess one, he wondered if the return interaction might grant him a splendid summoning beast. With the system, anything was possible. Releasing the chakra, he ceased his musings. As he returned to the stone platform, he pondered the nature of Haku. Was it male or female? If female, the potential for a hundredfold return loomed large. Should the bloodline limit manifest, he would soar to new heights. Gradually approaching Haku, he concentrated an arc of electricity at his fingertip. Touching Haku's shoulder, he released the arc. Ding. Congratulations, host and Mizunoyuki Haku have completed intimate interaction. The return project randomly generated is complete. Please choose one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Mizunoyuki Haku's kind-hearted nature. 2. Acquire Mizunoyuki Haku's ice release bloodline limit at 1%. 3. Acquire Mizunoyuki Haku's ice release ninjutsu. 4. Acquire Mizunoyuki Haku's undergarments. The good news was that a bloodline limit had manifested. The bad news was that the tenfold return was merely 1%. Not rushing to make a choice, he glanced at Haku, who remained unconscious, and discharged another arc of electricity. With a muffled groan, Haku expelled a large mouthful of water. Cough. Cough. Zai Bujan run. You are truly loyal. Yueguang Jifeng crouched down, gazing at Shui Weiwei with a satisfied expression, and spoke. What have you done to Lord Zai Bujan? If he perishes, I shall not spare you. Oh, in what manner will you not spare me? If you cannot even defeat Zai Bujan, how do you expect to challenge me? Even if I cannot slay you, I shall carve a piece of flesh from you, for I must avenge Lord Zai Bujan. If you dare to move recklessly, I shall truly kill you, Zai Bujan. What? Lord Zai Bujan is still alive? That is truly splendid, Shui Weiwei said as he reclined back on the ground. Do not rejoice too soon. His fate hinges entirely upon you. My lord, I am willing to exchange my life for Lord Zai Bujan's. As Shui Weiwei spoke, he drew a kunai, intending to stab himself. If you die now, Zai Bujan will die too, Moonlight's swift wind coldly remarked. With a clatter, Shui Weiwei hastily discarded the kunai and whispered, My lord, what must I do to ensure Lord Zai Bujan's safety? This question is not urgent. First, I shall pose a question to you. You must answer sincerely and truthfully, for you have but one chance. Should you err or deceive me, both of you shall perish. I detest deception above all else. Do not lie. Gulping, Shui Weiwei replied, My lord, please ask, and I shall respond truthfully to the best of my knowledge. Are you male or female? I am female. However, my lord, I am a competent tool. I can perform all tasks that a man can. And I can accomplish what a woman cannot. Moonlight's swift wind chuckled internally. It seems the Bai of this world is indeed a female. Even heaven wishes for me to possess the power of ice. Maintaining a stoic facade, he queried, Very well. Do you wish for Zai Bujan to survive? Really? My lord, what must I do for Lord Zai Bujan to live? Quite simply, you must become my tool henceforth. Is that true, my lord? I am willing. After all, I am merely a tool, and to ensure Lord Zai Bujan's survival is the highest form of utility. You must understand that once you become my tool, your body, thoughts, soul, and everything about you shall belong to me. You must do as I command. Can you comply? Rest assured, my lord, I can comply. From this moment forth, all that I am belongs to you. Excellent. You may now take Zai Bujan to find Kato. I shall follow shortly. You must resolve the matter quickly. The funds are prepared. Also, do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have placed a sealing technique within Zaibujan's body that will ensure death upon any attempt to flee. Do you understand? Do not worry, my lord. I shall not escape. I will take Zaibujan and leave now. Shui Wuyueb said as he struggled to rise. Moving to Zaibujan's side and lifting him away. System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired all ice techniques of the Shui Wuyue clan. What a delightful surprise, Moonlight's swift wind mused. Having settled the trivial matters, it was time for the main course, and he eagerly anticipated the rewards awaiting the remaining 2. Approaching Sasuke, he excitedly extended a finger. Ding. Congratulations, host and Uchiha Sasuke, for completing an intimate exchange. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. Chapter 9. Communication, Communication, and More Communication. Utterly exhilarating. Ding. Congratulations, host and Uchiha Sasuke, for completing an intimate exchange. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire one of Uchiha Sasuke's land deed. 2. Acquire one of Uchiha Sasuke's bloodline concentration. 3. Acquire an additional 3 years of Uchiha Sasuke's lifespan. 4. Acquire all of Uchiha Sasuke's ninjutsu. Gazing at the 4 choices, Moonlight's swift wind felt a tinge of disappointment. The first option regarding the land deed seemed substantial, yet Uchiha's property was of little value at present. The second option, once returned, would yield a mere 1/10 of the concentration. Despite the difficulties Sasuke faced in awakening his eyes in the previous animation, he was indeed capable of evolving into the Sharingan's second Tomo and later the Rinnegan. Thus, there was potential to be had. However, he was uncertain of the outcome should he choose. As for the third option, he was not in need of additional lifespan at this time, so it was disregarded. The fourth option seemed unlikely to exceed the capabilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen's techniques. System, I choose 2. Ultimately, Moonlight's swift wind decided to take a gamble. Even if he lost, he still had Uchiha Itachi. If he did not acquire the complete bloodline, it would not matter, for he possessed a guaranteed method to obtain it. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired 10 of Uchiha Sasuke's bloodline. Why are there no noticeable changes? After waiting for a moment and observing no differences, Moonlight's swift wind felt perplexed. He soon realized that without awakening the Sharingan, the Uchiha bloodline merely provided a marginal increase in chakra, a fact he could not perceive given his current capabilities. Contemplating this, Moonlight's swift wind decided against rushing to converse with Kakashi. He intended to test whether he could awaken his eyes first. According to various conclusions drawn by experts in his previous life, the Uchiha clan would awaken their eyes upon experiencing mental stimuli. Moonlight's swift wind believed his physique and mental state met the necessary criteria, surely not requiring the trauma of witnessing his parents' demise, as Sasuke did. Searching through his mind for illusions, he discovered that Sarutobi Hiruzen truly deserved the title of ninjutsu doctor. He found several B-rank illusions and ultimately selected one capable of revealing his deepest fears. Illusion, the technique of the abyss. In an instant, he felt himself transported to a dark realm, shrouded in profound darkness. Initially, Moonlight's swift wind found little to fear. However, as time elapsed, boredom set in. With nothing surrounding him, he found himself unable to escape, and thus, days passed. Gradually, his mental state began to fray, his eyes reddening and filled with blood vessels. He cried out in despair, as the chakra within him instinctively surged forth, shattering the illusion. Panting heavily, Moonlight's swift wind gasped for air, realizing that the true torment lay in solitude. What a harrowing experience. He hoped for the awakening of his eyes, for he wished to avoid enduring such a trial again. Channeling his chakra to his eyes, he instantly sensed a transformation. It was as if he had activated an 8-fold magnification. Everything appeared vividly clear. He could even discern the fluttering of a bird's eyes from a distance. Water release, water mirror technique. Upon opening his eyes, Moonlight's swift wind beheld his reflection in the water mirror, revealing his transformation into the Sharingan, adorned with 3 spinning tomo. I am indeed more gifted than Sasuke. However, he pondered whether this initial awakening would yield the potential for the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, only Kakashi remained. If he could exchange for Obito's Mangekyo, he would swiftly ascend to the ranks of a Kaga-level powerhouse. With excitement coursing through him, Moonlight's swift wind approached Kakashi's side. Ding! Congratulations, host and Hatake Kakashi, for completing an intimate exchange. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Hatake Kakashi's 3-Tomo Sharingan 2. Hatake Kakashi's 1000 Ninjutsu 3. Hatake Kakashi's 5 Elemental Transformations 4. Hatake Kakashi's Reserved Personality Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Heaven must favor me. Moonlight's swift wind exclaimed, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon glancing at the first option, he found it bore the promise of the 3-Tomo Sharingan. He hesitated, unsure whether the tenfold return could potentially yield the Mangekyo Sharingan. This indeed felt like a gamble. After reflecting, he turned his gaze to the remaining options. The second item is to diversify one's ninjutsu. However, it seems rather futile, as what Yueguang Jifeng truly lacks is an S-rank ninjutsu capable of altering the very fate of battles with a single strike. Techniques below A rank hold little value. He shook his head and continued to peruse the options. The third item, the 5 nature transformations, is exceedingly beneficial for Yueguang Jifeng at this juncture. With this, combined with the myriad ninjutsu in his mind and an infinite reserve of chakra, he could easily masquerade as a tailed beast. Glancing at the final choice, he was taken aback to discover that Kakashi, with his prominent brows and large eyes, was surprisingly a rather reserved individual. Faced with these options, Yueguang Jifeng found himself in a quandary, to gamble or not to gamble. Winning would grant him a potentially blind space-time Mangekyo Sharingan, while losing would necessitate learning nature transformations on his own. Without such transformations, the power of his ninjutsu would be inadequate, forever preventing him from attaining the status of a Kaga-level powerhouse. Taking a deep breath, he declared, System, I choose the third option. Ding! Congratulations, host. The selection was successful, triggering a tenfold return, granting the 5 nature transformations and attributes of Hatake Kakashi. Yueguang Jifeng was pleasantly surprised to find that he had received a 2-for-1 deal. Open the system panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng Strength, 120 Constitution, 518 Agility, 560 Spirit, 800 Ninjutsu. Various, predominantly 5 elements ninjutsu, special skill, intangibility special talent, space talent bloodline limit, junior sage body. Sharingan chakra, 525 units lifespan, 50 years rank, Kaga level, the lowest among Kaga, wealth, 500,000 Ryo storage, 2 cubic meters what? I've actually become a Kaga level ninja. Within just a few days of crossing over, I have ascended from a special jonin to a Kaga level powerhouse. Although I may be at the bottom of the Kage tier, I am still a Kage. Phew, this trip to the land of waves has indeed been fruitful. With ample communication upon my return, I shall soon be capable of striking down Uchiha Obito and kicking Senju Hashirama. Chapter 10. In-depth communication with Haku. After everything was settled, Yueguang Jifeng pondered. Raiton, electrocution technique. Countless tiny bolts of lightning crawled over the individuals lying on the ground. Where am I? Yueguang Jifeng observed the first person to awaken and nodded inwardly. Realizing that the whirlpool body technique was indeed formidable, he would have to seize the opportunity to acquire it in the future. Who are you? What have you done to Sakura and the others? Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, ignoring the inquiry, and pointed again, unleashing another torrent of lightning. What do you intend to do? I will fight you. Do not harm my comrades. Yueguang Jifeng flicked his finger. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto was sent flying. Stop, Naruto. This is Yueguang Jifeng from our Konoha. Cough. Cough. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. That is wonderful. Is this person also from Konoha? You arrived just in time. Thanks to you. Jifeng, we almost met our end here. I rushed over at full speed after receiving the mission. Are you all able to return on your own? Do not worry, Jifeng. We will stay here for the night and set off tomorrow. I only need to rest a night to recover from chakra exhaustion. All right then. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You all can return on your own. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he exerted his foot, vanishing from Kakashi and the other's sight in an instant. Kakashi-sensei, who is this person? Why is he so arrogant? He is a jonin from our Konoha, but based on his strength, he normally would not stand a chance against Zabuza. Kakashi shook his head, perplexed. Kakashi-sensei, when I rushed at him, he merely flicked me with a finger and sent me flying. Naruto lamented, clutching his forehead. Then it seems his strength has significantly improved. Naruto, do not be disheartened. You are still a Jonin, while he is a Jonin. The gap between you is quite normal. Alright, go awaken Sasuke and Sakura. We are returning to the Danzo's residence. Meanwhile, after leaving Kakashi and the others, Uegwang Jifeng did not return to Konoha, but instead sought out a nearby fisherman. Do you know where Kato resides? Esteemed ninja. Are you asking where the wealthiest Lord Kato lives? Yes. In which direction does the wealthiest reside? Esteemed ninja, head south from here. The tallest building in sight is where he is. Whoosh. Without waiting for further elaboration, Uegwang Jifeng vanished in an instant. In no time, he arrived at the tallest structure as described by the fisherman. A glance revealed rows of corpses lying on the ground, yet curiously, there was no blood to be found. Without a hint of fear or concern, Uegwang Jifeng strode directly into the building. Haku, go see which unfortunate soul has arrived now. Understood, Zabuza-sama, I shall return shortly. Upon hearing this, Uegwang Jifeng halted his steps, crossing his arms and standing still. Who goes there? This place now belongs to Zabuza-sama. Irrelevant personnel must leave immediately. Oh, have I become an irrelevant person so quickly? Uegwang Jifeng's lips curled into a slight smirk, his tone playful. Ah, it's you. How did you arrive so quickly? Haku exclaimed, surprised. Naturally, I have come to retrieve my tools. Now, take me to meet Zabuza. Yes, my lord. I have already reported your matters to Zabuza-sama. I hope he recognizes the situation. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Do not worry, my lord. Haku, why are you taking so long to return? Zabuza lounged in his chair. Speaking lazily, Zabuza-sama, it is the esteemed lord who has arrived. The azure beast of Konoha. You may have defeated me, but I believe your victory was more of a fluke. I am unconvinced. Oh, what do you mean? Are you seeking death? Uegwang Jifeng replied indifferently. No. While I may not be convinced, I acknowledge that you spared my life, so I shall relinquish this tool known as Haku to you. Zabuza stood up, brandishing his executioner's blade with vigor. You should be grateful you made a correct choice. Now, hand over Kato's wealth to me, and you may leave. Consider this money as my ransom. It is all yours. Treat Haku better in the future. Rest assured, following me guarantees safety. Henceforth, he shall serve as a maid, delivering tea and meals. Is that so? That indeed sounds far safer than following me. All right, Haku, from now on, live peacefully as an ordinary person. I take my leave. Whoosh. The roof was pierced by Zabuza, and he vanished. Zabuza-sama, will I have the chance to see you again? Haku stepped forward, extending a hand. Feeling a sense of loss. As long as he remains alive, you will have your chance. My lord, I understand. I will be a diligent tool. You are not merely a tool to me. You shall serve as a maid for tea, cooking, laundry, and warmth. My primary need is for you to provide warmth at night. Do you comprehend? My lord, what does providing warmth mean? Simply put, it means sharing a bed with me at night, and in the future, bearing my children. Do you understand now? This, my lord, I am not quite familiar with. Fear not. You will naturally comprehend by nightfall. Now let us depart. Very well, my lord. Where shall we go now? Follow me back to Konoha. But, will I be seen as a monster in Konoha? A monster? Do you consider Naruto and Sasuke, whom you just saw, to be monsters? One is a fox demon, the other suffers from a blood disease. How do you feel you compare to them? So they are also unfortunate souls like me? They must be suffering greatly as well. What you say holds truth, yet also lacks it. The fox demon has endured significant hardship since childhood, surviving solely on expired milk, having lost his parents at a young age. Yet he remains resilient and spirited. Do you not find that admirable? Yes, my lord. He possesses a profound charm, and during these past few days of interaction, I have felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Konoha is unlike your previous Kirigakure. Konoha treats those with bloodline limits fairly well. However, with my presence, you need not worry. Understood, my lord. The two swiftly departed from the area where Kato was located and arrived at the seaside. Moonlight Kaze directly purchased a vessel for resting overnight. My lord, I am not very skilled at sailing. The boat glided over the tranquil sea, and Shui Weiwa awkwardly remarked, I did not acquire this vessel for navigation. It is meant for resting at night. Then how shall we proceed, my lord? Suetun, de Jiao Den no Jutsu. Suddenly, numerous shark-shaped water formations emerged beneath the boat. Let us go. Allow these sea sharks to steer the vessel while you and I retreat to the cabin to warm the bed. But, my lord, it is still daylight. Must we warm the bed now? Daylight is more conducive to performance. Bang. Moonlight Kaze promptly shut the cabin door and retrieved blankets and bedding from his space. Now, prepare the blankets and bedding. My lord, what should I do next? It is simple. Disrobe and lie beneath the covers. Disrobe completely, my lord? Is it not permissible to keep my clothes on? Wearing clothes would hinder what we are about to do. Very well then, my lord. Shui Wuyue Bai, trembling, reached for the buttons of her clothing. With a swift motion, a flawless white body was revealed before Moonlight Kaze. However, her chest remained bound tightly with thick bandages. Remove those as well. Understood, my lord. Moonlight Kaze nodded with satisfaction. My lord, why have you also entered? No need to concern yourself. Leave everything to me. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Shui Wuyue Bai for completing an intimate interaction. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. Chapter 11. The most useless shadow level. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Shui Wuyue Bai for completing a profound exchange. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Shui Wuyue Bai's fair skin. 2. Acquire Shui Wuyue Bai's chest bandages. 3. Acquire Shui Wuyue Bai's D-cup breasts. 4. Acquire 1% of Shui Wuyue Bai's ice release bloodline limit. Upon seeing the first three options, Moonlight Kaze felt a sense of despair, never expecting the fourth option to finally emerge. Instead of hastily choosing, he decided to turn over and continue the battle. And my lord, why does it hurt a bit? It is nothing, it will soon pass. What an intriguing sensation. 2 hours later. System, I choose the fourth option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a 100-fold return. You have acquired Shui Wuyue Bai's ice release bloodline limit. My lord, this feels strange. Why do I suddenly feel such warmth towards you? This is the benefit of merging bodies. You will understand in time. Just as Shui Wuyue Bai was about to say something, a loud shout emanated from outside the boat. Those aboard the ship, come out for a robbery. My lord, how dare they attempt to rob us? Can they not see the sharks beneath us? They must have been too excited. The sharks have probably dissipated. My lord, allow me to deal with them. You have just experienced your first time. Although they are ninjas, it will still have some effect. Rest well, I shall handle it myself. Moonlight Kaze said as he tossed aside the covers, revealing Shui Wuyue Bai's rosy skin to the air. Moonlight Kaze hesitated to leave, understanding why ancient emperors loathed morning court. Indeed, a gentle embrace is a hero's grave. Shaking his head, he quickly donned his clothing and exited the cabin. Hey, you little brat up front, hand over all the valuables on this ship. Are you pirates or something else? Moonlight Kaze casually inquired, not rushing to take action. We are aspiring to become the pirate king. Of course, we are pirates. Don't reveal our goal, Xiao Lu. It makes us seem too formidable and might frighten others. Do you have any ninjas among you? Who would still be a pirate if there were ninjas? Are you a bit foolish? Xiao Lu, do not waste time. Steer the ship closer and seize everything of value. Ice release, ice shuriken. What? He can use ninjutsu. He is a ninja. My lord, we were wrong. Please spare us. What are you still doing? Xiao Lu, hurry and call for the master. Oh, there is another person? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Moonlight Kaze not only did not cease his ninjutsu, but increased the number of shurikens. In an instant, the sky was filled with frozen shurikens, which immediately shot towards the pirate ship. Really, you useless lot. Can't you even manage a robbery properly? Where's that useless Kato? You're wasting my time. I shall kill you all soon. A figure shrouded in a black robe emerged from the cabin. My lord, please save us. The black-robed figure looked up, intrigued by the multitude of ice shurikens. Ice release. How interesting. It has been a while since I encountered someone skilled in ice techniques. Your heart must be quite delectable. He swiftly formed hand seals, completing them in less than a second. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He rapidly expelled an enormous fireball that collided with the oncoming shurikens. To his surprise, countless shurikens pierced through the fireball, continuing their trajectory towards the ship's hull. What? The black-robed figure exclaimed in shock, quickly leaping out of the range of the shuriken's attack. However, the pirates were not so fortunate. In an instant, they were all pierced by the icy shurikens. A chorus of screams erupted, and the entire ship was left riddled with holes. The sea quickly stained crimson. Moonlight Kaze, intrigued by the black-robed figure's fireball technique, leaped from the small boat. As his toes touched the surface of the water, it rapidly froze beneath him. Tap, tap, tap. With each step, his wooden clogs struck the ice. By the time the ship had completely sunk, Moonlight Kaze had reached the area beside the ship's wreckage. Come forth. I know you are unscathed. Bang. I did not expect your ice release to possess such skill. As a master of ice release, your bounty must be quite high. I find myself quite excited. Bounty. Apologies. But I do not have a bounty. No matter. Once I take your heart and sever your head, I shall discover your worth at the exchange. Wind release, great breakthrough. The black-robed figure began to form hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Moonlight Kaze also commenced his hand seals. 1 second later, the black-robed figure's ninjutsu was complete. Moonlight Kaze was still forming his seals, and in less than a second, the wind technique had reached his front. Just as Moonlight Kaze completed his seals, a wall of water surged upward. Standing behind the water wall, Moonlight Kaze thought with a hint of regret, now that I have mastered chakra and ninjutsu, my seal speed is simply too slow. When will I reach a day when I can summon techniques with a mere clap of my hands? It is somewhat unfortunate that Shui Weiwei did not exhibit single-handed seals. I shall have to find more individuals to enhance my seal speed. Ha ha ha, I see through you. Little brat, your seal speed is exceedingly slow. Today, your heart is destined to belong to me. Hee hee. Heart. Then you must be the bounty hunter Xiaodu. Moonlight Kaze remarked with some surprise. Oh, am I that famous? Even a brat like you knows of me. Since you are aware of my reputation, I shall ensure your death is painless. That is unnecessary. I am not so easily intimidated by someone who can only throw shurikens from 800 meters away. Moonlight Kaze replied with a hint of mockery, while internally reflecting on encountering the most useless shadow-level powerhouse. Xiaodu possesses several items, one being the secret technique Di Yuanyu, and the other being chakra, neither of which he particularly desires. Although the secret technique grants 5 lives, it remains true that utility pales in comparison to style, which is an everlasting pursuit. What? Nonsense. I, Xiaodu, am a bold and formidable warrior, he said in a flurry of confusion. Then let me witness the prowess of a century-old you. Chapter 12. The Escape Little Brat. Do not think that just because you have heard a tale, you can defeat me, regardless of who told you. Today you shall experience my might. Secret technique, Di Yuanyu. Yu Guangji Feng observed as Xiaodu unleashed the secret technique, narrowing his eyes. In terms of chakra, I greatly surpass him, and in ninjutsu, I completely overwhelm him. Currently, our only difference lies in my slower hand seals. I must devise a way to engage him in conversation first. Kid, let me show you what true ninjutsu is. He thought disdainfully. Water release, hidden mist technique. Yu Guangji Feng also executed the signature ninjutsu of Zabuza. This technique, perfectly combined with water vapor near the water's edge, enveloped a 5-kilometer radius in thick mist in an instant. Seeing the dense fog that obscured his vision, Xiaodu disdainfully remarked, no need to showcase such trivial skills. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, hot wind. Composite ninjutsu, fiery gale. Having just performed the hidden mist technique, Yu Guangji Feng wasted no time and immediately began forming hand seals again. After a full 7 seconds, he finally completed the seals and quietly exclaimed, Ice release. Ice armor. How about that, brat? Isn't my composite ninjutsu impressive? As the mist cleared, Xiaodu couldn't help but sneer. However, Yu Guangji Feng paid him no mind and continued sealing. Water release, water clone technique. In an instant, over 10 armored clones of Yu Guangji Feng appeared before Xiaodu. What? Is this all you can do? If numbers alone mattered, what need would there be for strength? Lightning release, lightning strike. Wind release, crushing damage. Fire release, phoenix flower technique. Xiaodu promptly activated Di Yuanyu, launching 3 ninjutsu at Yu Guangji Feng simultaneously. Prepared for the onslaught, Yu Guangji Feng did not need to chant any slogans. The multitude of clones surged forward towards Xiaodu. Xiaodu's ninjutsu was also ready, striking towards Yu Guangji Feng's water clones in an instant. The clones withstood the attack for a few seconds before vanishing. Kid, that trick won't work. Hurry up and show me what else you've got, or you'll miss your chance. I've got you now. With a boom, Xiaodu was sent flying into the air, his expression shifting from calm to astonished, then darkening. Oh, so you merely used the water clones to deceive me while attacking from below? Unfortunately, you failed to harm me, and now you have no further chances. You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. Yu Guangji Feng emerged from the water, poised in an uppercut stance. Congratulations, host. You and Xiaodu have completed an intimate exchange. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Acquire Jiao Du's secret technique D Yuan Yu. 2. Increase Jiao Du's hand seal speed by 0.2 seals per second. 3. Acquire Jiao Du's greedy personality. 4. Gain Jiao Du's 100 years of life experience. Having achieved his objective, Yu Guangjifeng did not linger and quickly retreated several steps, casting his gaze upon the system's options. The first option, D Yuan Yu. While well suited for someone like Yu Guangjifeng with an abundance of chakra, was simply too unattractive. He deemed it unnecessary. The second option, though not particularly remarkable, was acceptable if it meant enhancing his speed. The third option was disregarded. The fourth option, he felt, was a waste as Jiao Du had likely lived a life devoid of progress. I choose the second option. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. Gaining Jiao Du's hand seal time, increasing by 2 seals per second. Thus, Yu Guangjifeng's hand seal speed, originally 3 seals per second, now increased to 5 seals per second. Notably, even Kakashi, renowned for his speed in hand seals, could only manage 6 per second. With 5 seals per second, Yu Guangjifeng was now adequately prepared for the current circumstances. Kid, it's time for me to get serious. Wind fire release, scorching tornado. Jiao Du shouted in anger, completing his composite ninjutsu in nearly 3 seconds. Now let me show you the might of my ice shield. Ice release, ice clone technique. Jiao Du scarcely blinked before numerous clones of Yu Guangjifeng emerged once more. What? How could you possibly form seals so quickly? It must be a coincidence. Jiao Du said incredulously. Ignoring Jiao Du's words, countless clones of Yu Guangjifeng began sealing together. Ice release, twin dragon blizzard. In a mere 3 seconds, an A-rank ninjutsu was completed. Jiao Du looked up to see himself surrounded by countless ice dragons. This is impossible. How can you possess so much chakra and seal so rapidly? With a roar, the ice dragons charged towards Jiao Du under the onslaught of the ice dragons. Jiao Du's composite ninjutsu crumbled in less than a second, vanishing entirely. He didn't even have time to retract his D Yuan Yu, diving into the water instead. The ice dragons collided with D Yuan Yu, instantly incapacitating 4 hearts. Jiao Du, what do you think of my technique? Yu Guangjifeng mused, noting the substantial power, yet significant chakra consumption of 6 cards, which did not disappoint. After waiting for a while, without sight of Jiao Du, Yu Guangjifeng understood that losing 4 hearts had frightened him into a hasty retreat. Following this confrontation, he recognized his advantage. For now, relying on abundant chakra was essential for overwhelming opponents. However, he required one or several powerful ninjutsu to conclude the battle. Upon returning, it seemed he should engage more with other clans possessing bloodlines. Acquiring a bloodline elimination would likely prove quite simple. Unfortunately, several potent bloodline clans had been eliminated by Konoha's F4. Whether it was the wood-release Sage body, Sharingan, or even the Uzumaki body, all were gone, making widespread collaboration quite challenging. Nonetheless, there remained one bloodline clan most beneficial to Yu Guangjifeng, the Byakugan clan. My lord, has something happened? Mizuki Bai emerged from the cabin, interrupting his thoughts, fully dressed. Nothing serious, just a petty clown. Let us return to Konoha. Chapter 13. Communication with Xiao Li. Time passed swiftly, and Bai gradually adapted to the daily task of warming the bed. You wear that outfit every day? It's becoming tiresome. Once we return to Konoha, I'll take you to buy some new clothes. Your primary responsibilities will be preparing meals and tidying up. You need not worry about anything else for now, understood? My lord, does that mean I won't need to warm your bed? Bai asked with a hint of expectation. Upon our return, you should first warm your own bed, and I will come to find you. Very well, my lord, Bai replied, slightly dejected. Does my lord find my service lacking? I suppose I must learn more about this aspect to gain your approval. Bai silently encouraged himself. The two soon arrived at the gates of Konoha village. Why has Jifeng returned so quickly? How was this trip? TCH, Gang Zitai, you are truly foolish. It's evident it went exceedingly well. Did you not notice we brought back another person? Shin Yu Chu Yun, I advise you to speak to me respectfully, or prepare to face a night without toilet paper. You are so malicious, Gang Zitai? Let us depart. There is no need for us to acknowledge them. Yue Guangjifeng remarked as he led the way through the gates of Konoha. Jifeng, do not forget to inform Hokage-sama upon your return. Gang Zitai called out as he observed the duo moving farther away. Yue Guangjifeng did not turn back, merely waving his hand dismissively. Do I need to meet Hokage-sama as well? No, you may return home with me directly, he replied. Although Yueguang Jifeng's prowess had yet to reach the pinnacle of a Kage, he believed that with a few more days of interaction with others, he would soon approach a level close to that of a super Kage. When Orochimaru arrives, he would engage in a thorough exchange with him. If Orochimaru were to inhabit a female body and transform into Snake Ant, should I delve deeper into conversation with him? Yueguang Jifeng pondered whimsically. Jifeng, are you feeling better? Ah, it is Aunt Li. Yes, I am well now, having returned from missions. Yueguang Jifeng hastily ceased his contemplation and smiled at the newcomer. Jifeng, that girl Xian has been taking care of you without eating or drinking since you collapsed. You must treat her well in the future, Aunt Li remarked, glancing meaningfully at the recovering Shui Wuyue by beside Yueguang Jifeng. Rest assured, Aunt Li, I would never forget Xian. Has Xiaoli returned? You mean that young ladly? Not yet. He does not return until after dark. Now that he has a teacher, his training is even more rigorous. It pains me to see him suffer. Aunt Li, do not speak of it like that. It is better to exercise during leisure to minimize bloodshed on the battlefield. I shall head home now, having been exhausted from missions for several days. Yes, you good children, hurry home. When Xiaoli returns, I shall send him to find you. Very well. Have him come over for dinner as a token of gratitude for bringing me back last time. Of course, but you must prepare extra food. Xiaoli can eat quite a lot. Ha. Bye, did you hear that? Prepare more dishes for tonight. Understood, my lord, do not worry. Aunt Li murmured quietly as she watched the two depart. How has Jifeng changed so much? He no longer coughs and has found a beautiful maid. What could have transpired? My lord, how shall I prepare dinner for 15? Make it for 20. Xiaoli alone might consume 15 servings. Understood, my lord. Jifeng, is that you? Have you returned? The door swung open, and a woman clad in black with purple hair leapt into Yueguang Jifeng's embrace. Welcome home. Yueguang Jifeng spun her around. You must have missed me. Indeed, every moment of your absence weighed heavily on my mind. All right, let us return home. By the way, this is Bai, who will be responsible for our daily care from now on. Upon hearing this, Muyue Xian released Yueguang Jifeng and twirled in front of Bai. Where did you find this little girl? She appears quite obedient. I acquired her from another. She has been unfortunate, having no parents since childhood. Come along, Sister Bai. Let me familiarize you with your new home. My lord, she is the lady of the house. Heed her words. Additionally, Xian, I have invited Xiaoli for dinner tonight. Please inform Bai of Xiaoli's preferences. Understood, my lord. I will prepare many delicious dishes. Observing the harmonious interaction between the two women, Yueguang Jifeng could not help but marvel at the gracious nature of Japanese women. They did not protest against polygamy. Yet, it is true, in this world, every daimyo and minister has multiple wives. Thus having a second chance in the world of Hokage could be seen as the fulfillment of a dream. Jifeng, did you summon me for something? A hearty voice resonated through the wooden door. Shortly thereafter, a boy clad in a green bodysuit with thick eyebrows burst into Yueguang Jifeng's view. Xiaoli, you have arrived. Come in, Yueguang Jifeng said, stepping to the doorway and grasping Xiaoli's wrist. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Xiaoli for completing an intimate exchange. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options. 1. Xiaoli's bodysuit. 2. Xiaoli's diligence talent. 3. Method to unlock the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. 4. Xiaoli's 80 points of physical constitution. Upon witnessing the successful exchange, Yueguang Jifeng released Xiaoli's hand, contemplating his choices without haste. Both talent and constitution were commendable. And regarding the 8 gates, developing a good relationship with Guy should allow him to acquire that knowledge later. There was no rush. Xiaoli, there is no need to go to the trouble of treating me to dinner. Ha ha ha, you are my savior. I wish to invite you as soon as I regained consciousness. I did not expect to head straight into a mission. Let us go. They should have prepared the meal by now. Very well, Moonlight elder brother. It was merely a trivial matter. Do not take it to heart. Xiaoli, you have arrived. Thank you for saving Moonlight elder brother. Come inside. We have prepared a feast. Sister Xian, it is no trouble at all, Xiaoli replied shyly. Xiaoli, do tell if these dishes suit your palate. Eat your fill today. All right, I shall dig in. Your teacher is Guy, correct? Indeed, Moonlight elder brother. Teacher Guy treats me exceedingly well, Xiaoli said, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Haha, splendid. Should the opportunity arise, take me to meet him. I wish to see the person you cherish most. Yueguang Jifeng patted Xiaoli on the shoulder. No problem, Moonlight elder brother. Thank you for the hospitality today, but I must return to training and cannot linger. Xiaoli, filled with fervor, stood up. Very well, I shall see you off. Xian, Bai, please tidy up the dishes. I shall take my leave now, Sister Xian, Sister Bai. Take care to rest, even while training. Understood. With that, Xiaoli vanished from sight. Yue Guang Jifeng finally had the time to ponder the rewards of the exchange. The first item was unnecessary. Choosing the second would yield a talent for diligence, but who would train themselves when they could rely on a system? Only a fool would choose that. The third option could be passed over as well, but its tenfold return carried a gamble. It might yield something extraordinary. The fourth option was undoubtedly valuable. After tenfold enhancement, Yue Guang Jifeng's physical constitution would double. All were commendable choices. After a moment's hesitation, Yue Guang Jifeng called out to his mind. I choose the third option. Chapter 14. Shall I be your caregiver? I opt to take a gamble. System. I select the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return activated. You have received the permanent method to unlock the first 2 gates of the 8 gates. Did I lose the gamble? There is no significant loss. At the very least, I have obtained the method to unlock the first 2 gates permanently. Subsequently, a flood of memories surged into Yue Guang Jifeng's mind, and once he organized them, he discovered something remarkable. Returning to view the system's prompt, he felt a rush of excitement. He had indeed succeeded. He truly received the method for the permanent unlocking of the 8 gates. Yue Guang Jifeng exuberantly embraced Muyue Xian. Jifeng, it is not yet dark. Do not be so hasty. Xian remarked, unperturbed by the hour. Do you not desire this? Return to your room. There are others present. Why does Xian seem to appear more voluptuous than before? It is because of your touch. You were so vigorous that I felt quite swollen. 2 hours later. Jifeng, it appears your health has truly improved. You have not coughed even once and can now endure for 2 hours at a stretch. This secret medicine is indeed miraculous, albeit regrettable that it is no longer available. Is it not sufficient that your health has returned? The absence of the medicine is inconsequential. Jifeng, I wish to bear your child. Did you not decide that from the outset? Yue Guang Jifeng inquired, perplexed, as he embraced Muyue Xian. Previously, you suffered from a blood disorder. Any child born might inherit it. Now that you are healthy, I wish to have a healthy baby. Your implication is that you struck luck just a few days ago? Are you already pregnant? Muyue Xian gently nodded in the embrace of Yue Guang Jifeng. He had not anticipated that merely a few days after his arrival, he would be on the path to fatherhood. However, to be honest, Yue Guang Jifeng wished to wait until he had established more connections and acquired a greater number of bloodline limits before bringing a child into the world. This way, the child would be born amidst numerous bloodline limits, arriving at the pinnacle of potential. Xian, I shall heed your wishes. Let us wait until we can conceive a healthy child. My lord, there is someone outside claiming to be from the Umbu seeking you, a voice from the doorway announced. What does he want? Yue Guang Jifeng replied somewhat impatiently. He says that Kakashi's team has returned, and Hokage-sama requests your presence for a mission handover. Inform him that I am aware and shall be there shortly. Since it is Hokage-sama seeking you, you should hasten, said Bai. This matter provided Bai with a legitimate identity, alleviating future complications when venturing into the streets. Bai, please assist me in changing. Of course, my lord, Bai responded, pulling open the bedroom door and stepping in with small, delicate steps. Soon, he helped Yue Guang Jifeng don his attire. Xian, I must take my leave now. Hurry along. Jifeng, they are likely waiting anxiously. Upon exiting, Yue Guang Jifeng chose not to traverse the streets, instead leaping onto the rooftops. In a matter of minutes, he arrived before the Hokage building. Landing softly without alerting the 2 Umbu guards at the entrance, he swiftly tapped one of them on the shoulder. Who dares to act recklessly near the Hokage building? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Sarutobi Shonen. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Shizune. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options. Your vigilance is lacking. You allowed someone to approach you without awareness. Is this how you protect Hokage-sama? It seems a tad negligent. Yue Guang Jifeng emerged slowly from behind them. Very well. You two should be more attentive in the future. Remember to stay focused while on duty. After uttering these words, Yue Guang Jifeng waved his hand and entered the building. At this moment, he turned his attention inward, pondering a hypothesis he had long wished to verify, whether the system could store rewards from exchanges. It appeared that if one did not immediately select a reward after an exchange with one person, Engaging with another individual would overwrite that reward. Yueguang Jifeng resolved to swiftly choose his rewards post-exchange to avoid the embarrassment of having good options overridden. 1. Acquire Shizun's Umbu Attire 2. Acquire Shizun's Arrogance 3. Acquire Shizun's Agility of 064. Acquire Shizun's Wind Release. Yueguang Jifeng gazed at these options, shaking his head in dismay. Indeed, the Umbu were rather lacking in valuable items. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have acquired Shizun's 6 points in agility. After making his choice, Yueguang Jifeng leisurely approached the Hokage's office on the second floor. Jifeng, please come in. Everyone is waiting for you. Apologies, Hokage-sama. I encountered a black cat on my way and spent some time helping it find its owner, hence my tardiness. What a pathetic excuse, old man. Naruto. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Bang. A large bump swiftly appeared on Naruto's head. Sakura, why must you always hit me? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed, clutching his head in grievance. I strike you for your own good. Look at Sasuke, then consider your incessant chatter. Sakura, you are biased. I'm 100 times better than Sasuke, you know? Enough of this nonsense. Jifeng, I truly thank you. Without your help, we would likely have perished in the land of waves. It was a trivial matter. I will fulfill my duties regarding the mission without excessive concern. This is no trivial matter. It is a matter of life and death, Kakashi remarked with a serious tone. Very well, then you must treat me to a barbecue. Yueguang Jifeng replied nonchalantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed their interaction with a smile, nodding approvingly. Thanks to you, Jifeng. We can ensure the safety of the new generation of Konoha. Your efforts have been commendable. After our discussions, we have decided to assign you as Kakashi's assistant, guiding Naruto and the others. What does Hokage-sama mean by this? As Kakashi's deputy, you will serve as the mentor for Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the others. Yueguang Jifeng found himself at a loss for words, realizing this meant he was to be a babysitter for the children. Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knew how to delegate tasks. I am sorry, Hokage-sama, but I must decline. Why is that, Jifeng? Perhaps taken aback by Yueguang Jifeng's swift refusal, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression stiffened momentarily, becoming somewhat awkward. Hokage-sama, I have responsibilities. I need to undertake missions to earn a living. Ah, so Jifeng aspires to start a family. That can be easily arranged. From now until the Chunin exams, I will assign you 2 A-rank missions. Moreover, due to your outstanding performance, I will promote you to Jonin. How does that sound? Yueguang Jifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed this old man was determined to have him protect Uzumaki Naruto. However, associating with the main character could be advantageous. Eventually, the supporting characters would likely approach him, providing ample opportunities for exchanges. Haha, Hokage-sama, this treatment is surely irresistible to anyone. Precisely, Jifeng. Do not underestimate this mission. The Chunin exams are fast approaching, and the competition will be fierce. You must ensure the safety of these young ones. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled as he took a puff from his cigarette. Hokage-sama, I can take care of myself. I don't need anyone as protection. Naruto, this is not solely your concern. It is a matter for all the newly graduated genin. You may be strong, but others may not be, which is why protection is necessary. Do you understand, Naruto? I understand. Uncle, please protect me. Hokage-sama, is there anything else? If not, I shall return home for dinner. Yueguang Jifeng remarked dismissively, ignoring Naruto. That will be all. You may disperse. Without any hesitation, Yueguang Jifeng turned and left. Then Hokage-sama. I shall take these 3 youngsters with me. Thank you, Kakashi. For Konoha. Sakura, I earned some money from this mission. How about I treat you to a meal? No, thank you. Sasuke, how about I treat you to a meal since I made some money? Sakura rushed to Sasuke, her eyes filled with admiration. I have money myself. Sasuke replied coolly. All right, to celebrate our safe return, let us all go for barbecue. It will be on me. Kakashi said calmly, pulling out a menu from his ninja tool pouch. The group quickly departed from the Hokage building. After exiting, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated whether to seek out a few individuals for exchanges when he heard Kakashi's voice behind him. Jifeng, come along with us. It will be a gathering for our Team 7. A first gathering? That sounds splendid. Let us proceed. Yay, I can finally go on a date with Sakura. Foolish Naruto. This is a gathering for everyone. However, I must demonstrate the new barbecue techniques I learned to Sasuke, so remember to eat. No need. I can manage on my own. Sasuke replied coolly. Why must you be like this? I worked hard to learn. Just try it. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Sakura, if Sasuke refuses, I will eat it. I will help you taste it. No need. I will taste it myself. Kakashi, your Team 7 is rather unique. How is it that there is a love triangle at such a young age? Moonlight Sherfone could not help but inquire upon witnessing the peculiar romantic entanglement of the three individuals. Young people often harbor unconventional thoughts. They will mature with time. Kakashi awkwardly replied. Kakashi-sensei, I wish to go to the barbecue at the Akimichi household. Naruto suddenly snapped back to reality and exclaimed, Very well. Let us head to the Akimichis. Kakashi cheerfully responded, putting down his delightful distractions. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. But to Moonlight Sherfing's slight disappointment, they encountered no suitable individuals for conversation along the way. Kakashi, is that you? It has been a while since you last visited my barbecue restaurant. Today, I shall treat you to 3 plates of meat. Thank you, Rinda. Is there a good spot available? Your friends are here as well. Would you like to share a table with them? My friends? Who are they? Upon hearing that they were Kakashi's acquaintances, Moonlight Sherfong felt that coming tonight was not in vain and was eager to engage in lively conversation. The more, the merrier. Kakashi should sit with them. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi agreed, saying, Since you insist, Sherfong, let us join them. Kakashi-sensei's friends? Could it be that I know them? Naruto, you are quite foolish. Since they are your teacher's friends, they must all be older. How could you possibly know them? Very well, once we enter. You shall find out for yourselves. They are in room A2. As Moonlight Sherfong and the others were about to step inside, they overheard several youthful voices engaged in conversation. Kairamaru, do not steal. I have no meat left. Ha ha ha. Sakura, did I not tell you that my esteemed self, Naruto, was correct? It is Inuzuka and the others. Uft. You merely got lucky. Kakashi stepped forward and knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in. It is I. Is it convenient for an additional table? Of course, Kakashi. Come in. You brought your students for a gathering, did you not? Oh, Asuma, you are here as well. It makes sense, given that Kurenai is present. Kakashi squinted and smiled. Kakashi, do not say that. We merely happened to be on our way for dinner and happened to run into Kurenai, so we joined her. Hinata, you are here too. It has been a long time. Naruto squeezed in to greet Hinata. Naruto, you foolish boy. This time I shall seize all your barbecue. Will I not? Kairamaru. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, how lively. It has been a while, everyone. Moonlight Sherfong also entered, greeting them with a smile. Sherfong, how is it that you are with Kakashi? My old man turned me into a babysitter, so I must temporarily follow Team 7. Ah, is that so? Ha ha. I wonder what he is thinking. Sherfong, is it truly you? You look just like him. Kurenai, what are you saying? Could Sherfong possibly resemble anyone else? Asuma chuckled and turned to Kurenai, teasingly remarking, Sherfong, sit by me. I wish to observe you closely. Kurenai could not help but gaze intently at Moonlight Sherfong. Initially, Moonlight Sherfong intended to sit beside Hinata, curious about the insights this princess of the Hyuga clan might share. However, to his surprise, Kurenai took the initiative to call him over. Hastily, he searched his memories and realized that, from any angle, Kurenai was merely a colleague. Today, Kurenai's behavior seemed somewhat unusual. Despite such thoughts, Moonlight Sherfong was gracious and approached her, not rushing to engage with the younger ones, but directly sitting beside Kurenai. As soon as he sat down, Kurenai grasped his shoulders with both hands, her gaze locked firmly onto Moonlight Sherfing's face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate interaction with Kurenai. The reward options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following. 1. Acquire all of Kurenai's Genjutsu. 2. Acquire Kurenai's Red Apron. 3. Acquire Kurenai's Crimson Eyes. 4. Acquire 53 points of Kurenai's Mental Strength. Sherfong, it is wonderful to see you again. I have missed you dearly. Tears welled in Kurenai's eyes as she joyfully declared. Chapter 16. Interaction with the 12 Young Ninjas. Kurenai, what troubles you? Why are you crying? What have you done, Sherfong? Ignoring Asuma, Moonlight Sherfong hurriedly refocused on the options in his mind. System, I choose the 4th option. The first option, the Genjutsu Ninjutsu, is unnecessary for Moonlight Sherfong, as the Sharingan renders all Genjutsu powerless. The second and third options are of no use either, leaving only the 4th option to enhance his attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, gaining 530 points of mental strength from Kurenai. Sherfong, It has truly been far too long since I last saw you. Kurenai gently caressed Moonlight Shurfeng's face, unable to contain her emotions. Kurenai, what do you mean? I have always been here. Moonlight Shurfeng expressed some confusion. It is nothing. Nothing at all. I am just glad to see you once more. Kurenai quickly withdrew her hands and wiped her tears, feeling a bit happier. Kurenai? What on earth are you talking about? I was ill for a while. You did not mention how long it had been since we last met. Asuma suddenly stood up, visibly agitated as he looked at Kurenai and asked, Kurenai, this has nothing to do with you. I have told you many times, please do not disturb me again, all right? Kurenai shook her head, her demeanor serious. Kurenai, is that truly how you feel? After all these years, do you not understand my feelings for you? Have you truly become so heartless merely because of Moonlight Shurfeng's arrival? Asuma spoke, his eyes reddening. Asuma, every time you come, I tell you again. This matter has nothing to do with anyone else. After all these years, I have said it repeatedly. I am exhausted. Could you please refrain from bothering me any further? Kurenai straightened her shoulders, her crimson eyes meeting Asuma's with an air of authority. Moonlight Shurfeng was taken aback by Kurenai's resolute words. In his recollection, he and Kurenai had met only a handful of times, and those encounters were always with Yuya. They should not have shared a deep bond. However, upon entering, including Kurenai's earlier gesture of touching his face, something felt amiss. Yet, this situation was fortuitous for him, allowing him to reap the rewards of interaction. Moonlight Shurfeng's strategy was to neither accept nor refuse. Now, he must find every means to grow stronger, as the collapse of Konoha's plan was imminent, and without strength, he could not even engage with Ant Snake. Before Moonlight Shurfeng could ponder further, Asuma appeared to be on the verge of breaking down. Kurenai, I have liked you since school. All these years, my heart has remained unchanged. Can you not feel it? Wow, is this a confession from the old man? Naruto exclaimed with excitement. Teacher, you are quite bold. Finally, you have said it. Ino also expressed her exhilaration. So, Kurenai, will you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? Asuma knelt on one knee, his expression earnest. Asuma, I have always understood your feelings, and I have continuously rejected you. What I wish to convey is that I truly do not have any feelings for you. Kurenai took a deep breath and slowly articulated her response. Kakashi, sensing the awkward atmosphere, quickly interjected, Asuma, you have had too much to drink. Go home and rest. Teacher, you have indeed drunk too much today. I will accompany you home. Shikamaru, Ino, let us help the teacher back. All right, leave it to me. Transformation technique. Moonlight Shurfeng and the others watched as Choji's hand grew larger, swiftly seizing Asuma, who appeared dazed and unresponsive. Dear Hong Laosher and esteemed colleagues, today I may have indulged a bit too much in libations, and my words may have become rather nonsensical. I kindly ask you, Hong Laosher, to disregard my ramblings. Let us escort our teacher home for now while you all enjoy your meal at a leisurely pace. Ding Ci Jingyi, we shall take our leave. Luan, I shall reach out to you in a few days for an outing. I have just completed a task and would love to treat you to a meal. Very well. Naruto, let us arrange it in a few days. Is it inconvenient for you, Hong? Then we shall dine next door. Kakashi, it is quite all right. We have just arrived. So let us all sit together and enjoy our meal. Shiri Hong gazed gently at Yu Guangji and spoke. Yu Guangji glanced at her, then at the remaining companions, including Hinata, and still wished to engage in conversation with her. Naruto, come over quickly. Today I shall show you how fast I can devour barbecue. Yeah, you will undoubtedly be unable to compete with me. Kakashi-sensei, let us eat here. I must demonstrate my prowess to you. Ji-Feng, what do you think? Kakashi inquired softly, observing Yu Guangji seated beside Shiri Hong. Kakashi, do take a seat. Ji-Feng is already settled. Why stand when we can dine together? Very well, I shall shamelessly join you all for the meal. Kakashi replied as he took a seat at the outer edge. Naruto squeezed himself between Ya and Hinata. Sasuke glanced over and chose to sit beside Naruto. Sakura, without hesitation, sat next to Sasuke. Yu Guangji regarded the seating arrangement and silently exclaimed, what a fascinating love triangle at this table. Ji-Feng, allow me to introduce my disciples. The one beside you is Yun Jina. Do exercise caution, for she is a master of insects, which you detest. Shiri Hong eagerly said. Yu Guangji pondered for a moment. Jina, is it? Do not heed her words. I rather like insects. As he spoke, he playfully patted Yun Jina on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing intimate communication with Yun Jina. The return project has randomly concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain Yun Jina's often overlooked sense of presence. 2. Obtain Yun Jina's flawed physique. 3. Acquire the insects cultivated by Yun Jina. 4. Attain Yun Jina's stable character. Yu Guangji contemplated these options. The first had indeed been mentioned in the animation. Yun Jina's sense of presence was consistently low, often overlooked by others. Choosing this option could prove beneficial, yet he wondered if enhancing it would lead to total invisibility. The second option was unnecessary. Who would choose a flawed physique? If it were to be enhanced tenfold, the imagery would be too horrifying to fathom. Regarding the third option, while the insects might become formidable, he had neither the space nor the inclination for them. As for the last choice, it seemed redundant, with a golden finger. Why would he still require stability? In summation, Yu Guangji declared in his mind, "System, I choose the first option." Chapter 17. I have become Ultraman. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, gaining Yun Jina's sense of presence. You have attained the presence of an extra, not particularly conspicuous, often ignored by others. Yu Guangji was taken aback that the system had provided an explanation this time. He felt a tinge of regret. Had it been a hundredfold return, would he have been rendered invisible? Ji-Feng, just now I felt as if you had vanished in a daze, Hong remarked. It must merely be your imagination. Please continue introducing, he replied. This one with a small dog is certainly familiar to you, Inazukiya. Yu Guangji lifted his gaze to Inazukiya. Feeling somewhat disdainful, a clan whose ninjutsu is entirely centered around dogs. What could they possibly gain from such exchanges? Physical traits, perhaps? Yet, upon further reflection, he considered what one might acquire from communicating with animals. Would he receive their extraordinary talents? He wondered if the system acknowledged these small creatures. It was well known that communicating with animals would gain fame in his past life. Strangely enough, he had witnessed many formidable individuals who could converse with animals. In those days, Yu Guangji concluded with a single thought. All good things are taken by the dogs. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Akamaru, perched atop Inazukiya's head, began barking frantically. Teacher, you are so careless. Akamaru says he dislikes you. Why haven't you introduced him? Shirihong said, her mouth twitching in embarrassment. Akamaru, be patient. I was just about to introduce you. Ji-Feng, this is the adorable and intelligent Akamaru. Come, let me see what this delightful little dog is truly like. As Yu Guangji stood up and approached Inazukiya, he extended his hand to lift Akamaru into his arms. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing intimate communication with Akamaru. The return project has randomly concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain Akamaru's ability to change size. 2. Obtain Akamaru's physique of 53. Acquire Akamaru's intelligence. 4. Attain Akamaru's keen sense of smell. Yu Guangji was astonished that communication was indeed possible. He was uncertain whether this was due to Akamaru being a mean beast or if all animals were capable of such communication. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. As long as he could communicate, it was a positive outcome. Refocusing his attention on the options in his mind, he first considered the ability to change size. He wondered if it could be applied elsewhere. If it merely allowed for uniform expansion or contraction, it would hold little value for him. He sought localized change, which could be achieved through the Akimichi clan's transformation technique, thus rendering this option less significant. The second option was straightforward. Selecting it would grant him 500 physique points. Presently, his total physique was merely 518 points. A standard physique for an elite shinobi should range between 1,000 and 2,000. Although Ji-Feng had attained a high level of power, he remained rather fragile, relying heavily on chakra and jutsu. Therefore, the 500 points would indeed benefit him. The third option was not worth considering. As for the fourth option, the dog's nose was famously keen, excellent for tracking scents. Should he choose this and enhance it tenfold, he might find himself overwhelmed by unpleasant odors. The thought of a future filled with foul smells prompted him to cross this option off in his mind, never to be selected. Finally, with a determined resolve, Yu Guangji declared, System, I select the first option. Compared to the others, gaining the ability to change size was something no man could refuse, especially if it pertained to his weapons. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring Akamaru's ability to change size, with dimensions flexible from 20 centimeters to 50 meters. Wow. He had won the gamble. This was a significant leap forward. In the future, He would embody his own Ultraman. If Uchiha Madara dared to showcase his mecha before him, Yuguang Jifeng would simply enlarge himself, allowing Madara to experience the terror of Ultraman. With this choice, Yuguang Jifeng felt he had truly triumphed, even before engaging in the crucial exchanges with the Hinata clan. One must never underestimate anyone. One never knows who might bestow upon them a superpower. He resolved to communicate with everyone moving forward. As he navigated through the throng, he remained unscathed. Woof, woof, woof. Akamaru struggled and howled in Yuguang Jifeng's grasp. In a hurry, Inuzuka Kiba stood up and swiftly grabbed Akamaru. Shippuden-sensei, Akamaru mentioned that while it is indeed adorable, you shouldn't be petting it continuously. Haha, my apologies, Akamaru. It has been a delight conversing with you. Woof, woof. Akamaru echoed, affirming that everyone adored it. Haha, Shippuden. I never expected you to be so fond of small creatures. Look, the charming girl with the Byakugan sitting at the outermost edge is none other than Hinata Hyuga, the princess of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, Teacher Red says you are quite cute. Let me see, Naruto said, leaning in. Kiba, noticing this, quickly pulled Naruto back, exclaiming, we're still eating. If you lean in too close, Hinata might faint. Woof, woof. So, it is indeed the princess of the Hyuga clan. She is truly adorable. Let's strive to do our best from now on. After saying this, Moonlight Shippuden gently patted Hinata on the head. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing an intimate interaction with Hinata Hyuga, the random return event has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. Before Moonlight Shippuden could absorb the system's reward, he observed a significant amount of steam rising from Hinata's head. Her face flushed rapidly, and she seemed on the verge of fainting. Moonlight Shippuden reacted quickly and steadied her. Is she all right? He asked softly, glancing at Yuhi Kurenai. Shippuden-sensei, she's fine. She might just be overly shy, which caused her to faint. Let's hurry and eat the barbecue. I'm starving. Kiba, this time I will not lose to you. Let's have a competition after we finish eating. Moonlight Shippuden took a seat beside Yuhi Kurenai. How do you find them, Shippuden? My disciples are quite impressive, aren't they? Kurenai said with a hint of pride. They are exceptionally talented and capable. You must guide them well. The future of Konoha belongs to them. Honestly, I wish to see you more than to teach them, Kurenai confessed, her tone imbued with affection. Let's eat first. The children are hungry, Kakashi interjected. Moonlight Shippuden then turned his focus back to his thoughts. Chapter 18. Can the Byakugan be integrated? 1. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's Gluttony. 2. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's Gentle Fist Technique. 3. Acquire one of Hinata Hyuga's Byakugan Bloodline Limit. 4. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's Shyness Trait. Moonlight Shippuden glanced at the options. Although he had achieved the desired Byakugan, he was dissatisfied with only receiving one. He pondered, if I select this Byakugan, will my eyes instantly turn into cataracts? System, if I want to acquire the Byakugan, will my eyes instantly transform into that state? He quickly inquired in his mind. Unfortunately, the system remained silent. System, you fool, answer me, Moonlight Shippuden exclaimed. But the system still did not respond. Sighing, he calmed himself. He summarized the situation, one good piece of news and one bad. The good news was that the system lacked intelligence. The bad news was that selecting the Byakugan might lead to him being exposed with cataracts, akin to the Hyuga family. However, it was impossible for Moonlight Shippuden to abandon the Byakugan. After pondering for a moment, he recalled the talent he obtained from a passerby. If he paired that talent with cosmetic contact lenses, perhaps no one would notice the change. With a clap of his hands, he decisively resolved to buy some cosmetic lenses later. Shippuden, hurry and eat. I specially grilled this for you. Let me know if it's cooked, Kurenai said, offering a golden brown piece of meat. Moonlight Shippuden looked at the meat she offered. Initially intending to leave, he reconsidered. Realizing he would need to rely on their connections for future interactions, he then comfortably took the meat. Kurenai, your cooking is quite impressive. The meat is perfectly grilled. I'm glad you like it, Kurenai responded. May I ask why you were so kind to me? It's simply because I like you. Moonlight Shippuden replied nonchalantly while picking up some vegetables. I already have Yuyan, didn't you know? What does that have to do with me liking you? Kurenai smiled generously. At that moment, Moonlight Shippuden remembered that in the world of Naruto, the strong could have everything. The group then enjoyed their barbecue together. Hinata awoke midway through the meal, but fainted again after merely glancing around. This time, the group was careful not to wake her too quickly and managed to finish their barbecue successfully. Shippuden, my cat can do backflips. Would you like to come to my house and see? Moonlight Shippuden, although intrigued, recalled the rewards he had yet to claim. If he went to see the cat, he might forfeit the rewards. Regrettably shaking his head, he said, Kurenai, I truly may not have time today. How about I visit tomorrow or the day after? Shippuden, if you have things to do, then go ahead. I've waited for many years. A few more days won't matter. All right, I'll take my leave then. Moonlight Shippuden said, using the body flicker technique to vanish before everyone's eyes. Kurenai, thank you for treating us today. I was supposed to treat you. But it turned out the other way around, Kakashi said, shaking his head awkwardly. I was particularly happy today, so I insisted on treating. You can treat next time. Kurenai replied as she prepared to leave. You three little ones, be careful on your way home, understood? Hinata, why don't you walk with me? No need. Teacher read. Someone is here to pick me up. Hinata, we're going the same way. How about we walk together? No, Naruto, my family is here to pick me up. Miss. Let us go home. A maid from the Hyuga clan appeared from the alleyway. Teacher read. Everyone, I shall take my leave now. Sakura, do you need me to escort you home? Sasuke asked. I'd like you to walk me home. Sorry, I don't have time, Sasuke replied, slowly walking away. Sasuke, wait for me. I'll walk with you for a bit. Sakura, wait for me. I'm coming too. Kids these days are so young, Kakashi remarked, taking out his tool bag and leaving as well. After Moonlight Shippuden departed, he avoided crowded places, fearing that encountering someone might cause him to forfeit his rewards. Yet sometimes, fate enjoys playing tricks on you. Hey, you there. I've been watching you for a while. Why are you running across rooftops instead of the streets at night? Who are you? Moonlight Shippuden chose to ignore him and pretended not to hear, continuing to run forward. I said stop. Didn't you hear me? I am a member of Konoha Esumbu. I have the authority to stop you for inspection. Moonlight Shippuden did not slow down. Instead, he quickened his pace. If you keep running, I will apprehend you. If you stop now and accept my inspection, I will pretend nothing happened. Moonlight Shippuden didn't even look back, performing a body flicker technique to disappear from sight. Kid, wait for me. Sarutobi Sanlang has remembered you. Don't let me cross paths with you again. After evading him, Moonlight Shippuden arrived at a convenience store. Boss, do you have cosmetic lenses? I'd like 10 pairs. The owner, initially eating, looked up in surprise. Sir, cosmetic lenses are not commonly used, so I don't have many in stock. Could you check how many pairs you have? Sure, please wait a moment. Do you have sturdy balloons for sale? Moonlight Shippuden suddenly remembered that he still didn't know how to perform the Rasengan, and it would be perfect to buy a few balloons to practice on his own and test his ninjutsu talent. Balloons? I have plenty of those, and they come in various strengths. All right, give me 10 of each. Dear customer, here are 8 pairs of beautiful contact lenses, along with various quality balloons, totaling 30,000 yen. How many Ryo do you have? I did not bring yen, only silver. The customer replied, then you may give me 1.5 Ryo. Yuegwang Jifeng retrieved the smallest piece of silver from the void, weighed it in his hand, and with a flick of his fingers, broke off half. He then accepted the bag from the shopkeeper and, with a swift technique, vanished from the scene. After a moment's contemplation, Yuegwang Jifeng realized he could not return home, as the area was swarming with ninjas. If he were to cry out or make any noise during the painful fusion process, it would be challenging to explain. Winding through the streets, he arrived at a tranquil riverbank. He first found a clean branch and placed it in his mouth, fearing that he might scream from the pain and attract unwanted attention. System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return. Acquiring 1/10 of Hyuga Hinatis Byakugan bloodline. Chapter 19. The allure of others' talents. Yuegwang Jifeng gripped the branch tightly, yet after waiting for some time, he felt no pain. Doubts crept in regarding the success of the fusion. System, bring up my status panel. Host, Yuegwang Jifeng power, 150 physique, 520 agility, 570 spirit, 1400 ninjutsu. Various, mostly elemental techniques, special skill, phase shift special talent, spatial talent bloodline limit, beginner sage body Sharingan, none Byakugan, present ice release, none chakra, 53 cards lifespan, 50 years rank, shadow level. Notable presence within the shadow realm. Evaluation reduced due to low base attributes. Wealth. 30 million Ryo storage. 2 cubic meters. Upon seeing the Byakugan entry, Yuegwang Jifeng understood that the fusion had indeed succeeded. He hurried to the riverbank, where his reflection revealed a handsome face. Focusing on his eyes, he noticed they remained their original black hue. Channeling chakra. He instantly perceived a difference. Both the fish in the river and the trees behind him appeared strikingly clear, maintaining chakra in his eyes. He stood and gazed into the distance. Everything was vividly distinct. Lowering his gaze to the river, he saw his reflection showing black eyes once more, leaving him perplexed. Previously, with the Sharingan, infusing chakra would transform his eyes into a pinwheel state. Yet now, with the Byakugan, his eyes remained unchanged. Nevertheless, Yueguang Jifeng was certain he possessed all the Byakugan's capabilities. No, he recalled from watching anime in his past life that the branch family of the Byakugan had a 360-degree field of vision with a degree of blind spots. He wondered if this related to the bloodline's purity and decided to test it for himself. Picking up a stone from the ground, he approached a sturdy tree. Stepping back 50 meters, standing firm in a horse stance, he swiftly twisted his body and released the stone. Bang! When he infused chakra into his eyes, he could see the stone strike the tree and rebound. He tilted his head slightly to dodge the returning stone, feeling relieved that despite his bloodline's low purity, he still retained the comprehensive vision of the complete Byakugan. The next step was to communicate with all members of the Hyuga clan to see if he could gather enough for the Rinnegan. If he could indeed achieve the Rinnegan, it would be a monumental leap, elevating him to a master of the six paths, a figure of great renown in the world of Hokage. It was a pity, however, that the Uchiha clan had dwindled to a mere few, and he would need to devise a plan to elevate the Sharingan to higher levels. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, he took out the recently purchased contact lenses and balloons. After a brief glance, he discarded the contact lenses back into storage. He then picked up a water balloon. Recalling the scene from the anime where Jiraiya taught Naruto, slowly, he infused chakra into the balloon, initially fearing it would burst, but to his surprise, it was a smooth process. Within 5 seconds, the balloon was filled with chakra. Yueguang Jifeng initially believed his talent was remarkable, but soon remembered the chakra control he had acquired from Sakura. With her level of control, she could easily manage a chakra ball as a medical ninja. Without further hesitation, he proceeded to the next step, causing the chakra to swirl within the balloon. To his astonishment, he accomplished this effortlessly and could even change the direction of the swirling chakra at will. With a gentle shake, the balloon exploded. At this point, Yueguang Jifeng had completed all preliminary requirements, thinking he would need to practice all night, yet he had finished in just one attempt. Was this truly the talent of others? It was simply exquisite. Next came the final step. Yueguang Jifeng extended his palm, gradually gathering chakra. Soft blue chakra materialized, appearing perfectly ordered. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized blue chakra sphere formed. Observing his creation, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of the chakra ball. However, beautiful things can often be perilous. After speaking, he plunged his hand into the river. With a hum, the water was instantly stirred, forming a massive whirlpool, with fish spinning helplessly within. This process lasted a full 10 seconds before the chakra in his hand dissipated completely. Observing the now disrupted river, Yueguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction. This jutsu held potential for future development, as he could integrate his own elemental chakra into it, just as Naruto later infused wind attributes into his Rasengan. Yueguang Jifeng favored lightning attributes. He envisioned a lightning-infused Rasengan as a force that could shatter darkness with the power of thunder. This thought thrilled him, and he acted on it, adhering to his motto of decisive action. Having previously copied Kakashi's 5 elemental chakras, he now intended to apply them. Once again, he gathered a sphere filled with chakra, this time intending to introduce lightning nature transformation into it. The process exceeded his expectations, as he easily infused the lightning chakra into the sphere. In joyful disbelief, he plunged his hand back into the river. The water swirled into a vortex once more. But as the chakra sphere began to fade, the lightning chakra only gleamed briefly, failing to cause any harm to the nearby fish. This was far from the tempest of lightning he had envisioned. With a sigh, Yueguang Jifeng settled upon the riverbank's grass. Suddenly, he felt grateful that he had not succeeded earlier, for the side effects could have rendered his hand useless. He reminded himself as a traveler that he must not take reckless risks. Although life in the world of Hokage may offer multiple chances, death still instills fear. As someone with an advantage, he could strengthen himself simply by engaging with others, without needing to endure unnecessary suffering. Having resolved this, Yueguang Jifeng felt a newfound lightness and extended his right hand once more. This time, directly infusing 10 cards of chakra. Although Yueguang Jifeng had not mastered the transformation of form, his exceptional talent rendered his control over shape remarkably steady. As a substantial amount of chakra was injected, the sphere in his hand grew larger and larger. Indeed, Yueguang Jifeng had resolved to manifest the larger Lushan Wan, which bore no side effects. Gazing at the spiraling orb, now larger than a human head, he marveled at the prodigious talent of Sakura, whose control was astonishingly formidable. Subsequently, he gradually raised his hands, lifting the immense chakra, and gently lowered it into the river. Boom. Chapter 20. Speculations on the thousandfold return. Boom. This is bad. The power is overwhelming, Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed. He executed the body flicker technique numerous times before finally vanishing from the forest. The commotion in the woods quickly reached others. With a few middle ninjas from the 6th training ground, who exchanged glances and hurriedly made their way over. The colossal mushroom cloud of dust caught the attention of Kakashi, who had yet to return home. He promptly employed the body flicker technique to reach the riverbank. Within moments, Kakashi arrived at the scene. Did you see that? What on earth caused this? It's so exaggerated. I don't know. We just heard a loud bang. Then a cloud of dust engulfed the area. What is going on? What exactly happened? Kakashi's voice emerged from the crowd's rear. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the crowd immediately parted to make way for him. A few middle ninjas at the front hurriedly said, Kakashi-senpai, you finally arrived. Please investigate what caused this. What is the situation? Please explain in detail. Well, senpai, the river, which was originally just 2 meters wide, suddenly transformed into this enormous elliptical lake after a loud explosion. Kakashi glanced upstream, approached the riverbank, and conducted a thorough inspection. Ultimately, he concluded that this was caused by a high-powered ninjutsu, and he even suspected it was the tail beast ball. Without hesitation, he instructed, you all should leave this area. There may still be danger. I will report this to Lord Hokage. Don't worry, Kakashi-senpai, we'll leave right now. Kakashi nodded and swiftly dashed toward the Hokage building. Welcome, Lord Hokage. Kakashi has important news to report. Should I let him in? Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his pipe from his mouth and exhaled a plume of smoke. At this late hour, he must have something significant to convey. Let him in. Kakashi, you've come at such an hour. Do you have urgent news? Lord Hokage, traces of a large-scale ninjutsu have appeared in a forest near the 6th training ground, transforming a small river into a massive lake in an instant. What? Sarutobi exclaimed, rising in surprise. Kakashi, you can't be mistaken. This is the core area of Konoha. Altering a river into a lake is no trivial ninjutsu. Indeed, Lord Hokage, I meticulously searched for traces of the ninjutsu and believe the most probable culprit is the tail beast ball. What? The tail beast ball? This shouldn't be possible. Naruto shouldn't be able to use it right now. Could it be that a Jinchuriki from another country has arrived? That seems unlikely. No nation would casually allow their Jinchuriki to wander freely, Kakashi pondered, shaking his head slowly. You make a valid point. This matter is indeed serious. Here's the deal. Kakashi, you are the first eyewitness, so I entrust this investigation to you. The safety of Konoha rests on your shoulders. Lord Hokage, I still need to lead Team 7, and I may not have much time. That is fine, Kakashi. Jifeng has become your assistant, hasn't he? For the remaining month. I want to assign them to major missions. With Jifeng's Jonin strength, he can easily safeguard those 3 youngsters. But that Naruto isn't to be underestimated. He has already undertaken high-level missions. If I assign him to lower-ranking tasks, he won't agree. Kakashi, you needn't worry about that. Tomorrow, I will personally speak to him. Make sure to gather them all in my office. All right, I'll heed your words, Lord Hokage. Very well, Kakashi. Return home and rest well tonight. Starting tomorrow, you must conduct a thorough investigation and ensure you uncover who is responsible before the Chunin exams. Understood, Lord Hokage. I will do my utmost. Meanwhile, after leaving the riverbank, Yueguang Jifeng returned home directly. He dove into the bed of Xiaoqian. Jifeng, you're finally back. Have you eaten dinner? Should I ask Shiro to prepare something for you? I've already eaten. The Hokage has assigned me a new task, starting tomorrow. I will also be a leading Jonin. That is wonderful, Jifeng. Doesn't that mean it will be very safe? Safe, indeed. But managing this group of troublesome children will be quite the challenge. Jifeng, you mustn't view the children as a burden. Let us have one of our own soon. Xiaoqian said, turning to sit atop Yueguang Jifeng. She reached to unfasten his clothing, initiating her own advances, ensuring their needs were met. Before long, the night passed. Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the slumbering Xiaoqian, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Although he could now endure for 2 hours at a time, the saying holds true, no field remains unplowed. Only the oxen that tire. After a night of fervent exertion, Yueguang Jifeng had anticipated rewards with each deep interaction. Alas, he was somewhat disappointed, as the system did not respond even once. Yueguang Jifeng surmised that to continuously receive rewards, even attaining thousandfold or 10,000-fold returns, one would need to engage in deeper exchanges. The next step in such profound exchanges would likely pertain to the spiritual or possibly the soulful realms. He had some insights into both aspects. Firstly, concerning the spiritual domain, Yueguang Jifeng believed that for such exchanges to transpire, one must possess formidable spiritual strength. Only with sufficient strength could one transcend the body. However, he recalled classic scenes from the anime in his previous life, where Ino's family could freely enter others' bodies using their spiritual power. This technique, known as the mind transfer technique, bore resemblance to Taoist practices of spirit projection, or in another sense, soul possession. If this spiritual energy could enter another's body and engage in dialogue with their intrinsic spiritual energy, Yueguang Jifeng felt it exceedingly likely that he could achieve higher multiples of returns. After all, this operation was undoubtedly challenging. He hoped that mere spiritual resonance would suffice to yield rewards. In the coming days, he planned to seize opportunities to approach Ino, striving for a spiritual resonance. As this was no simple endeavor, if someone were to cooperate with him daily for experimentation, Yueguang Jifeng believed progress would be swift. Thus, the foremost task now was to win over Ino. Based on his previous observations from anime, he concluded that at this age, Ino favored handsome boys, and he felt this was the perfect moment to enhance his own image. "My lord, are you awake? Someone is looking for you outside." "I understand, Shiro. Please show them to the living room. I'll get dressed right away." Chapter 21. The Permanent Opening of the 8 Gates. Did Kakashi seek me for something? Jifeng, you're finally awake. Come, let us head to the Hokage's office. The Hokage has a mission for you. So early? Yes, there are important matters to attend to. So we must be prompt. Shiro, please inform Xian that I've left. You two can have breakfast without me. Shiro? At the mention of this name, Kakashi paused, then scrutinized Mizuki Shiro closely. Jifeng, is this the person besides Zabuza? Indeed, that is her. She is now our maid. A maid? Is she a girl? Let us go? Kakashi said as he walked alongside. Are you not anxious? Do you not fear that one day, Jifeng might go mad and commit murder? She has never harmed even a chicken, let alone a human. Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at Kakashi and replied indifferently. No wonder I did not see her take action against Naruto and Sasuke before. However, regarding Jifeng's arrival, have you informed Hokage-sama? Do you believe there is anything in Konoha that Hokage-sama cannot manage? What do you mean, Jifeng? Are you genuinely unaware or pretending to be? Our Hokage-sama has witnessed the women's bathhouse countless times. What could possibly escape his notice in Konoha? Kakashi felt somewhat awkward, hastily placing the lover's paradise into his ninja tool pouch and clearing his throat. Let us move on, Jifeng. I have matters to attend to shortly. What urgent matter could Hokage-sama possibly have summoned us for at this hour? Once everyone arrives, you will find out. Could it be a significant mission? That would be splendid. No matter the task, I, Naruto, shall accomplish it flawlessly. Hokage-sama, I have returned with Jifeng. Ahem, now that everyone is here, I shall announce something. From today onward, Jifeng, you will temporarily instruct these 3. What? I refuse to let this eccentric uncle teach me. What does Kakashi-sensei have to say about this? Kakashi must investigate a matter of great importance to Konoha. I do not believe it. Kakashi-sensei is surely off to help some elderly lady cross the street again. Hokage-sama, just tell them, it is nothing serious. Very well, I shall share with you. We suspect that unknown individuals, quite formidable ones, have infiltrated our village. Therefore, I need Kakashi to conduct an investigation during this period, and you must all be cautious while undertaking your missions. Additionally, for the next month, you are required to accept only D-rank or E-rank missions. Hokage-sama, I disagree. We just completed an A-rank mission. I believe we are fully capable of handling more advanced tasks. Naruto, this is not permissible. The ninjas of Konoha must maintain a balance in their mission records and cannot consistently take on C-rank missions or higher. Kakashi stepped forward and quickly interjected. So, we are only prohibited from accepting C-rank or higher missions for this month. Indeed, Naruto, so you must endure. All right, Hokage-sama, I understand. But what can this uncle possibly teach us? Rest assured, Naruto. Jifeng is now a Jonin. Any knowledge he imparts will be invaluable to you. Jifeng, I appreciate your assistance. Yueguang Jifeng nodded, contemplating that the plan for Konoha's collapse is merely a month away. It appears I must continuously seek out others to enhance my strength. Hokage-sama, I shall begin my investigation now. Come along, you three rascals. It is time to accept and complete your tasks. After speaking, Yueguang Jifeng descended the stairs and arrived at the mission management office. Find them a D-rank weed-pulling task. Why a weed-pulling task? Is there not a more worthwhile mission? Naruto shouted as he rushed down. If you do not wish to learn new abilities, you may select another task. Yueguang Jifeng said, disregarding their reactions and continuing out. I can learn new abilities. I will accept the weed-pulling task. Yes, Sasuke is right. Naruto, hurry and accept it. Very well, Sakura, your word is law. Uncle, I will take the weed-pulling task. Jifeng, what exactly will you teach us? Foolish Naruto, remember to address Jifeng as sensei. Yes, Sensei Jifeng, we have arrived at the task location. What abilities will you teach us? Yueguang Jifeng paid them no mind, extending 4 fingers and bringing them together. Shadow clone technique. Go and instruct them to walk on water. Yueguang Jifeng commanded one of the shadow clones. The remaining clones will accompany me. What a nuisance. The original entrusted the teaching of children to me. Now, you three listen closely. Kakashi should have taught you how to climb trees, correct? Yes, Sensei Jifeng, we can now reach the treetops. Good. Then we shall proceed to the next step. Walk on water. Walk on water? Who cannot do that? I can do it right now. Watch me. Naruto exclaimed, charging towards the rice field. Splash. Naruto fell directly into the water. Meanwhile, Yueguang Jifeng led the remaining shadow clones to the base of the tree. All shadow clones. You must know my intention. The method to permanently unlock the 8 gates I previously acquired is now in your minds. It is time for you to attempt it. The original disagrees. Why should we train what you do? I am certainly seeking out individuals to communicate with. Do you not realize how poor our physiques are? Only 2 hours at a time. Can you accept that? Original, stop talking. Just go. We will manage here. The shadow clones replied in unison. Do you believe this secret technique is genuine? Anything given by the system must be true. Do not overthink it. Just begin practicing. Why does it feel a bit different? According to my past life memories, the first gate should not unlock the restrictions near the brain, should it? Yet this technique describes the restrictions of the legs. Are you foolish? This is permanent. How can it compare to the temporary version? Starting with the legs seems safer. Alright. You all hold on. Let me try first. Just 2 minutes after Yueguang Jifeng departed, he felt an overwhelming influx of memories in his mind, accompanied by a slight discomfort. There was little time for him to recover. Almost every minute, one of the shadow clones would explode. Eventually, Yueguang Jifeng had no choice but to stop and sit beneath the tree. Soon, the morning passed. After eating a little, Yueguang Jifeng immediately created a multitude of clones and began experimenting tirelessly. Meanwhile, Naruto and his friends worked diligently, aside from Sakura making significant progress. Naruto and Sasuke could only maintain their stance for a few seconds. The three discussed and decided to skip lunch to practice directly. By evening, good news finally arrived. On this day, the shadow clones had exploded repeatedly, and thankfully, due to the Senjutsu body Yueguang Jifeng had obtained earlier. Very few could endure the fatigue from so many shadow clone explosions. To Yueguang Jifeng's delight, the most recent exploding shadow clone had completely mastered the first gate. It had permanently opened the first gate within its body. However, due to the surge in chakra, it exploded instantly. Yueguang Jifeng quickly sat cross-legged, following the experience from the shadow clone's memories, and successfully opened the first gate permanently. Chapter 22. Can the system identify spies? In an instant, Yueguang Jifeng felt his physical capabilities enhanced significantly, his body becoming lighter. He felt a sense of ease as he recognized that various attributes of his body had improved considerably. The system opened the personal panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng strength, 300 physique, 1000 agility, 1000 spirit, 1400 ninjutsu. Various, predominantly elemental techniques, special skill, intangibility first gate of the 8 gates special talent, spatial talent bloodline limit, primary sage body Sharingan ice release Byakugan chakra, 53 cards, chakra tons, lifespan, 50 years rank, shadow level wealth, 30 million Rio storage, 2 cubic meters. Note, the average person has a score of 110. Genin, 10100, Chunin 100500, Jonin 5001000, Special Jonin 10002000, Kage 200 01000. Note that ninja physiques are generally low. The above values represent the respective ranks of ninjas. Upon observing the various metrics, it is noteworthy that both constitution and agility have reached the threshold of quasi-shadow status, while strength remains the sole exception. Previously, these attributes were recorded at 520 and 570 respectively. This indicates the formidable nature of the 8 gates technique. It is remarkable that even the initial gate can yield such high foundational values. It is no wonder that Kai, upon activating the 8 gates, nearly defeated the legendary Uchiha Madara at the 6 paths level. The enhancements provided by this technique are truly beyond imagination. Teacher Jifeng, we have completed today's task, and I am famished. May we return home? Naruto spoke wearily, his spirits noticeably low. How has your water walking practice been progressing? Only Sakura managed to precariously stand upon the water's surface. Sasuke and I have yet to achieve that feat. You shall continue the grass-pulling task tomorrow and persist with your water walking practice. As for you, Sakura, you may advance to higher-level training. Is there indeed advanced training? Sakura inquired eagerly. If you all can master water walking within a month, I shall teach each of you a ninjutsu. Is that true? Teacher Jifeng, you are truly amazing. Well then, proceed to submit your tasks. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Hokage building. With that, Xiaoqian Jifeng vanished in a puff of smoke. What the? Naruto's exclaimed, incredulous that Teacher Jifeng had used a shadow clone to mislead them. Do not dwell on the details, Naruto's. As long as Teacher Jifeng can impart knowledge to us, that is all that matters. Let us submit our tasks swiftly. I long to return home. Sasuke, why are you in such a hurry to return? Naturally, I wish to eat first. Let us go? How infuriating. I cannot even master something as simple as water walking. How can I seek revenge or confront that man? Sasuke resolved silently. Meanwhile, Naruto's contemplated indulging in his favorite ramen that evening. Just as Xiaoqian Jifeng departed from the task site, he encountered an individual clad in a Chunin vest. After some deliberation, he approached to engage in conversation, understanding the value of accumulating rewards through small interactions. Are you off work now? Xiaoqian Jifeng inquired as he casually patted the man's shoulder, feigning concern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing intimate communication with Matsushita Seiko. Random rewards have been generated. Please choose one from the following options. 1. Acquire Matsushita Seiko's Chunin Vest 2. Gain Matsushita Seiko's 0-5 Strength 3. Learn Matsushita Seiko's Transformation Technique 4. Obtain Matsushita Seiko's Espionage Talent. Initially, Xiaoqian Jifeng contemplated selecting the second option to enhance his strength, but was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected opportunity to acquire a spy. Xiaoqian Jifeng then scrutinized the Chunin before him. His appearance was utterly unremarkable, lacking any distinguishing features. Without the system's insight, Xiaoqian Jifeng would never suspect him of being a spy. The man glanced back at Xiaoqian Jifeng, recognizing him as the Jounin Jifeng. What brings you here? I was sent to locate some Chunin for an important task assigned by Lord Hokage. I am still deliberating whom to approach. Jounin Jifeng, I have no pressing matters. I can accompany you. Oh, really? That would be splendid. Please follow me. Xiaoqian Jifeng stifled a chuckle, pretending to express surprise. Very well, Jounin Jifeng, let us hurry. I am quite curious about the task. Indeed, he was a spy. Upon hearing of a mission, he eagerly approached. Xiaoqian Jifeng could not help but think. Soon, he led the man to the Hokage building. Please wait here a moment while I check how many others have yet to arrive. Of course, Jounin Jifeng, take your time. I am quite familiar with this area. Xiaoqian Jifeng nodded slightly before entering the Hokage building. Just as he intended to pat the shoulder of the guard at the entrance, he suddenly remembered he had yet to select his reward from the interaction with the spy. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggering a tenfold return. You have gained Matsushita Seiko's 0-5 strength. Feeling the surge of newfound strength, Xiaoqian Jifeng patted the guard's shoulder. To his puzzlement, the system did not respond. He then realized it might be due to having previously acquired a reward from this Umbu. Marino Abiki, do you know where he is? He is currently at the mission issuance office, posting tasks. The Umbu replied coldly, devoid of emotion. Xiaoqian Jifeng said nothing further and made his way to the mission issuance office. Teacher Jifeng, what brings you here? Did you not leave already? Naruto asked, perplexed, as he idly scanned the surroundings. Yueliang Jifeng ignored Naruto's inquiry and focused on the individual recording tasks, whose face bore a conspicuous scar. Recognizing him from memory, Yueliang Jifeng confirmed that this was indeed Marino Ibiki. Ibiki, I have captured a suspected spy outside the Hokage building. Do you have any suggestions for eliciting a confession from him? What? Teacher Jifeng, you left first to apprehend a spy? That is rather inconsiderate. Such an exhilarating task. And you did not involve us. Teacher Jifeng, Naruto's makes a valid point. Why did you not include us? Yueliang Jifeng regarded the trio of youngsters, pondering whether he should intervene should a confrontation arise. What business do children have in apprehending spies? You should focus on your tasks, Marino Ibiki stated sternly. Let us proceed. Ibiki, what method is the most straightforward and efficient to compel him to confess? I believe the simplest approach is through Jinjutsu. Do you think it more effective to show him his greatest fear or his fondest desire to elicit a confession? I believe it should be his greatest fear. After all, when one is most terrified, they are most likely to speak the truth. Conversely, if they are confronted with something they cherish, they may remain silent. Understood. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Hokage building. Jinjutsu, Naraku, Mizu no Jutsu, Yueliang Jifeng exclaimed as he completed the hand seals. The Chunin, who had been standing outside with a smile, suddenly changed his expression drastically. Teacher Jifeng, may I inquire why this technique does not require hand seals to initiate? Sasuke asked, visibly excited. Haha, little one, this is not a technique that requires no hand seals. You simply did not notice my speed in forming the seals, Yueliang Jifeng replied. Chuckling, I have only witnessed one technique that does not require hand seals. Marino Ibiki remarked with a hint of amusement. How could anyone perform hand seals that quickly? Sasuke muttered, incredulous. Observing the Chunin ensnared in the Jinjutsu, Yueliang Jifeng turned to Sasuke with a smile. Let me share something you may not know. Your brother, Uchiha Itachi, has a hand seal speed akin to mine. What? That is impossible. How can he be so formidable? How can I seek revenge? Sasuke, do you not worry? We are still young, and there will be future opportunities. Do not rush. Sakura rushed over to comfort him, noticing his distress. Step aside. What do you understand? I must exact revenge. I will certainly kill him, Sasuke declared as he dashed out. Sasuke, slow down. Wait for me. I am worried about you. Sakura exclaimed as she hurried after him. What is going on with the two of you? Were we not supposed to be learning ninjutsu? Why have you both run off? Teacher Jifeng, it appears you have indeed captured a spy. Under the moonlight, Jifeng turned his gaze towards the Chunin, who exhibited a visage marred by fear, retreating incessantly while uttering, do not cut off my ears. Ah, it hurts terribly. I confess, I am from Yunrin village, sent here to gather intelligence. And I have been here for 4 years. Ibiki, you are indeed suited for interrogation. Your assertion holds true. When fear grips a person, they often reveal the truth. Jifeng patted Sanai Ibiki on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Sanai Ibiki for completing an intimate exchange. The random return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Gain Sanai Ibiki's ruthlessness. 2. Gain 15 points of Sanai Ibiki's mental strength. 3. Gain Sanai Ibiki's micro-expression observation. 4. Gain Sanai Ibiki's interrogation techniques. Jifeng immediately disregarded the first option. The second option, offering 15 points of mental strength with a tenfold return, amounted to a substantial 150 points. The third option, concerning micro-expressions, made Jifeng ponder. Had this been in his previous life, he would have chosen it without hesitation. Alas, in the world of Hokage, only the strong were deemed worthy of discourse, rendering this option unviable as well. As for the final option, regarding interrogation methods, history was replete with brutal tactics, boiling in oil, dismemberment. Jifeng believed they surpassed current methods significantly. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return. Obtaining Sanai Ibiki's mental strength of 150 points. Before Jifeng could savor the sensation of this newfound mental strength, Ibiki remarked, Jifeng, you are quite impressive to have discerned he is a spy. Since that is established, I shall take him away. Very well, I too must depart. Report this matter to Lord Hokage on your own. Rest assured, Jifeng, the task rewards will be bestowed upon you. Wake up, wake up. Ah, do not sever my nose. Are you awake? Come with me to a certain place. How did you see through my disguise as a spy, Jifeng? Upon hearing this, Jifeng turned, waved his hand, and calmly replied, "Waving my hand is not an apology. Rather, it signifies that you, my young friend, must continue your training. Teacher Jifeng, you are simply too cool. Could you teach me how to identify spies?" "Ah, that is quite simple." "Really?" "Teacher Jifeng, please share, please share. Observe more, learn more, practice more." "What does that mean?" "Teacher Jifeng, you must explain it to me." "Naruto, you must learn to comprehend on your own. That is how you will grow stronger." With that, Jifeng vanished from before the Hokage building. After departing the Hokage building, Jifeng did not return home, but instead recalled the words of Akatsuki Yuhi from the previous day. He was also quite curious as to how cats perform backflips. Soon, Jifeng arrived at Yuhi's residence. He knocked thrice on the door and stood quietly, awaiting a response. "Are you here to see Little Hong?" An aged voice called from nearby. "Yes, I am her friend, here to discuss something with her." "Well, it is quite unfortunate. Earlier this morning, Little Hong rushed back, informing me she had gone on a mission, and it seems she will be away for a while. That is indeed unfortunate. Thank you for informing me, grandmother. I shall take my leave and return another time." "Haha, Little Hong has many friends. Just last night, someone came to confess their feelings to her. If you like her, you should act quickly. By the way, what is your name? I will let her know when she returns." "Grandmother, you can simply tell her I am called Yueguang Jifeng." "Oh, you are Yueguang Jifeng. Come here. Let me take a good look at you." "Grandmother, what do you mean?" "Haha. Little Hong specifically instructed me to give this to you if someone named Yueguang Jifeng came by." "Grandmother, what is this precious item?" "Wait here a moment. I will fetch it for you." The cheerful grandmother slowly entered the house. Standing in place, Jifeng pondered, "It seems that Yuhi truly holds affection for me. But why exactly does she like me?" Jifeng found himself utterly perplexed. "Here, sorry to have kept you waiting. Little Hong said this was tailored specifically for you." As he received the wrapped garment, Jifeng realized it was time for a change in hairstyle. The headscarf had somewhat concealed his attractiveness. "Thank you, grandmother. When she returns, please inform her that I am very fond of this gift. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall take my leave." "All right, take care. And do visit again when you can." Jifeng stowed the wrapped garment in his storage and turned to depart. He arrived at the largest hair salon in Konoha, hoping to encounter some familiar faces. Unfortunately, the vast establishment was devoid of anyone but himself. 20 minutes later, as Jifeng gazed into the mirror, he could not help but nod in satisfaction at his handsome reflection. "Customer, it seems your previous hairstyle hindered your charm. Look at this newly designed hairstyle. It truly suits you perfectly." "Thank you, boss." Jifeng noted that this hairstyle resembled a youthful Sasuke's, albeit with a cooler demeanor. On his pale visage, it appeared exceptionally striking. The next morning, "Sir, will you wear that garment you received last night?" "Indeed, I shall wear it. Henceforth, have this style crafted for me." "Understood, sir. However, the fabric of this garment is likely quite rare. Let me try it on." "My goodness, Jifeng, how have you suddenly become so dashing? I hadn't noticed last night. But with your new hairstyle, you are extraordinarily handsome." Jifeng then beheld in the mirror how the ceremonial robe he wore emanated a mysterious and profound blue-purple hue. When sunlight struck it, the surface of the fabric shimmered with a subtle, almost ethereal, pearlescent quality reminiscent of chakra. At times, it would display a regal azure, while at others, it would refract into a serene, dark purple, complementing Jifeng's serious and fair complexion. Jifeng mused that any notion of youthful Sasuke must take a back seat. In this attire, he was undoubtedly the most striking. "This garment suits you remarkably well for a lifetime." Indeed, Jifeng continued to adopt this look. "It is simply mesmerizing." "All right, I must go and gather those young ones. I shall take my leave. Please be safe, Jifeng." Soon, Jifeng traversed the streets, deliberately choosing to walk among the crowds, hoping to encounter a few ninjas. "Jifeng, it truly is you. Your transformation is astounding. I scarcely recognized you." Upon hearing the voice, Jifeng turned. However, confusion brewed within him. Logically, the last time he had selected a random passerby, others should not have noticed him. Could it be that his newfound handsomeness diminished the effectiveness of that disguise? Contemplating this, Jifeng continued his stride. "Ah, Irika, it has been a long time." "Indeed, Jifeng, the last time we met, you were gravely ill. It seems you have recovered splendidly." Jifeng patted Irika's shoulder, saying, "I have long since healed. Once I was well, I had to embark on missions." Ding. Congratulations to the host and Irika for completing an intimate exchange. The random return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Gain Irika's kind heart. 2. Gain 3 points of Irika's strength. 3. Gain Irika's teaching ability. 4. Gain Irika's forehead protector. Observing the options in his mind, Jifeng could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Now, the lower ninjas, middle ninjas, and even the upper ninjas without bloodline limits can only offer some attribute bonuses to the already shadow-level Moonlight Shifeng. Only a select few with special talents might prove useful. I choose the second option, system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return, obtaining 3 points of strength from Irika. Before Moonlight Shifeng could ponder further, Irika continued, Shifeng, I have other matters to attend to. I leave Naruto and the others in your capable hands. I must take my leave. Rest assured, I will teach them diligently. Moonlight Shifeng replied as he made his way towards the Hokage building. Along the way, he managed to engage in some fruitful exchanges with 2 middle ninjas, earning 2 points of agility and 1 point of strength. Though not entirely useless, one might consider it somewhat mediocre. Teacher Shifeng, you are rather slow. Were you helping an old lady cross the street? Naruto quipped. Don't speak nonsense, Sakura retorted, then turned to Moonlight Shifeng. Teacher Shifeng, you look exceptionally handsome today. Although Moonlight Shifeng did not hold any particular fondness for Sakura, he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing her infatuation. Where is Sasuke? Why isn't he with you? Teacher Shifeng. After Sasuke returned home last night, we haven't seen him since, Sakura said, gazing at Moonlight Shifeng with dreamy eyes. All right, you two proceed with your mission. If he doesn't show up soon, we shall pay him a visit. Teacher, we have already completed our mission. Let us go find Sasuke now. Sakura, do you think Sasuke didn't sleep well last night? That is why he hasn't risen yet. You fool, Naruto, we can simply go see for ourselves. No need to search for me. I have arrived. Sasuke, did you stay up all night? You look so pale, and your eyes are bloodshot. Naruto exclaimed as he hurriedly circled around Sasuke. Sasuke brushed Naruto aside and approached Moonlight Shifeng. Teacher, you promised that after we completed the water-stepping exercise, you would teach us ninjutsu, correct? Oh, it appears you have indeed completed the water-stepping exercise last night, haven't you? Yes, teacher. I implore you to teach me new ninjutsu. What? Deceptive Sasuke, you secretly worked hard behind my back. I considered you a brother, but you treated me like a fool. From now on, I, Naruto, shall never trust you again. You can only blame your own lack of effort, Sasuke said coldly. What kind of ninjutsu do you wish to choose? Jinjutsu or taijutsu? Teacher, any powerful ninjutsu will suffice. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Not all powerful techniques are suitable. Only those that align with one's abilities are truly formidable. Moonlight Shifeng said casually as he walked. No, Teacher Shifeng, I only desire powerful ninjutsu. Only the mightiest techniques can grant me the opportunity for revenge, Sasuke declared with a face full of hatred. Moonlight Shifeng cast a glance at Sasuke. Indeed, the eyes of a vengeful soul are filled solely with animosity, yet alas, he lacks the necessary talent. I can teach you an A-rank ninjutsu, but first, I must warn you A-rank ninjutsu carries the risk of self-harm, and without sufficient chakra, you will be unable to wield it. Fear not, teacher, I possess the discretion. If I cannot master even an A-rank ninjutsu, how shall I seek vengeance? Very well. Let us proceed. Multi-shadow clone technique. Boom. In an instant, dozens of Moonlight Shifengs appeared. This multi-shadow clone technique truly deserves its reputation as a forbidden technique. Were it not for the fact that Moonlight Shifeng had acquired Naruto's constitution, he would never have dared to utilize this technique multiple times. Each time a shadow clone detonated, the pain was excruciating. Only through the accumulation of several physical enhancements could he face this technique with minimal side effects. An ordinary upper ninja would require at least a month's rest to recover after employing this technique. However, like Naruto, Moonlight Shifeng needed only a single night. He believed that as the number of exchanges increased in the future, this technique would no longer pose any threat to him. Go summon Sasuke for ninjutsu. Moonlight Shifeng randomly pointed to a shadow clone. Alright, primary body, Sasuke, follow me. Which type of ninjutsu do you wish to select? Teacher Shifeng. What should Sakura and I do? You two will gather herbs, so hurry. Otherwise, you won't finish before nightfall. Black-hearted teacher, you only know how to exploit children, treating us like beasts of burden. Chapter 25. You destroy, I shadow. Sasuke, have you decided which ninjutsu to learn? I have made my choice, teacher. I desire a powerful technique. A powerful one. Very well, I shall teach you a fire element A-rank ninjutsu. Teacher, I am ready. You may begin. Today, I will teach you Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. This technique is quite simple, requiring only 5 hand seals. In, Cho, Yu Wu, Wei. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The shadow clone of Moonlight Shifeng swiftly completed the hand seals, facing the sky, and exhaled. In the blink of an eye, 3 enormous fire dragons erupted from Moonlight Shifeng's mouth. As the 3 fire dragons appeared, they painted half the sky crimson. Below, Naruto and Sakura, who were practicing the water-stepping technique, instantly felt a wave of heat wash over them. Naruto looked up to see 3 fire dragons, each dozens of meters long, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the power of Teacher Shifeng? Truly remarkable, incredible, so impressive." Sakura could not help but exclaim, standing directly beneath the fire dragons. Sasuke felt the intensity most acutely. The scorching heat made him sweat profusely, despite his distance. The ninjas at the heart of Konohagakure saw the 3 fire dragons swirling in the sky and frantically shouted, "Everyone, return home in an orderly fashion. Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also caught sight of the fire dragons in the sky. Tuanzong, standing beside him, remarked, "Is this the village of Konoha that you manage? Sarutobi? Such formidable ninjutsu appearing brazenly in broad daylight. The security under your watch is nothing but a farce. You should hasten to relinquish your position as Hokage." Tuanzong, after all this time, you still do not understand. One must remain calm in the face of adversity. That is the demeanor expected of a Hokage. You, I shall see how you Sarutobi fare. Tuanzong struck his cane forcefully, anger evident in his voice. Tuanzong, rest assured. This is a matter for the Hokage to address. You may quietly observe. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, taking out a crystal ball and slowly channeling chakra into it. Tuanzong eagerly craned his neck to see. Sarutobi, this crystal ball is indeed quite useful. You aren't using it for anything inappropriate, are you? Cough, cough, cough. Let me see what exactly is happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen said somewhat awkwardly. In an instant, 3 massive fire dragons appeared in the crystal ball. This should be the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet technique, correct? Yes, it is indeed an A-rank ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. However, there shouldn't be many who can perform this technique. Quickly, lower the viewpoint and see who cast it. Do not rush, take your time. The 2 saw a figure, clad in a blue-purple ceremonial robe, standing with hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the sky. Who is this? They bear a resemblance to Namake's Minato. Do not be hasty, there is someone beside them. I shall go and see who it is. Isn't that the Uchiha brat? Why is he here? I said the Uchiha clan is filled with ungrateful wretches. They should all be eradicated. Tuanzong, some things should not be spoken lightly. The Uchiha clan was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi. TCH, what pretense? Who does not know that Uchiha Itachi is your subordinate? Tuanzong, I will say it one more time. If you speak recklessly again, I shall confine you for 3 days. Quickly, see who released the ninjutsu. Since Sasuke is here, the Ninetales Jinchuriki should also be nearby. Could it be that someone is attempting to seize the Jinchuriki? Do not fret, I shall turn around to investigate. The potency of this ninjutsu has evidently surpassed the A-rank level, indicating it is not released by an ordinary individual. You are correct. The power of this technique is indeed formidable. I shall dispatch Nit to subdue this person and inquire about their intentions. Danzo's eyes twinkled with a hint of glee as he spoke. Danzo, the moment you shift your gaze, I am aware of your ulterior motives. You ought to remain composed. This individual seems quite familiar. The shadow clone of Yueguang Jifeng suddenly sensed a powerful gaze upon him and abruptly turned around, searching for the source of the scrutiny. Hokage-sama, we have successfully evacuated the civilians. What are your further instructions? Irika, do you happen to know who Naruto and the others have been associating with recently? Hokage-sama, did you not entrust Naruto to Kakashi and Yueguang Jifeng? Indeed, I did hand them over to Yueguang Jifeng, yet I do not see him in their vicinity. At that moment, Irika, puzzled, raised his head and caught sight of Yueguang Jifeng through the crystal ball, who was gazing back in alignment with the feeling of being watched. Hokage-sama, this is indeed Yueguang Jifeng. You claim this individual is Yueguang Jifeng, the ailing old ghost? Irika, I must inform you that deceiving us is a grave offense. Danzo forcefully struck his cane upon the ground, proclaiming loudly, Lord Danzo, I would never lie. I saw him this morning, dressed precisely as he is now. Irika, I comprehend. You may inform everyone that normal activities may resume and there is no need for heightened security. Is it true? Hokage-sama, is everything truly all right? Go on. It is indeed fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his seat and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, I understand. Danzo turned his head to see Irika departing before resuming his stance. Hiruzen, given the power of this ninjutsu, it is unequivocally beyond what Yueguang Jifeng has previously demonstrated. There must be something amiss with him. I shall send someone to retrieve him for questioning. Danzo, do you dare? I act for the sake of Konoha. I have declared that it is not permitted. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. With a bang, Danzo stormed out. Chapter 26. The path you choose must be completed on your knees unexpectedly. Yueguang Jifeng, having recovered from his injuries, has grown increasingly formidable. It seems Konoha is on the brink of producing another Kakashi. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flames of life persist. Teacher, did you witness it? I have succeeded. Konoha is flourishing more than ever. Meanwhile, Sasuke gazed at the ninjutsu unleashed by Yueguang Jifeng, filled with admiration. Jifeng-sensei, I wish to learn this ninjutsu. With it, I shall surely exact my revenge. Sasuke declared, his gaze resolute as he looked upon Yueguang Jifeng. The shadow clone of Yueguang Jifeng slightly curled his lips in a smirk, inwardly dismissing the notion that a mere A-rank ninjutsu could facilitate revenge. One must admit, children possess an inherent simplicity. With your talent, even with 10 years of diligent effort, you could never surpass the former Uchiha Itachi. Such thoughts crossed his mind, yet outwardly, the shadow clone of Yueguang Jifeng calmly replied. It is quite simple to learn this technique. You merely need to fulfill 2 conditions. Teacher, please enlighten me. I shall strive to meet them. The first requirement is sufficient chakra. This is fundamental. You must understand that typically, only elite jonin can release a rank ninjutsu. The second condition is possessing fire-style chakra and mastering its nature transformation. Teacher, my chakra exceeds that of an ordinary person. I should be able to achieve this soon. I also possess fire-style chakra, but what does nature transformation entail? Nature transformation is typically a capability acquired when a chunin advances to jonin. In simple terms, nature transformation is the ability to alter the nature or attributes of chakra, endowing it with specific elemental characteristics. Teacher, what does it mean to possess specific elemental characteristics? I will only discuss fire attributes with you. You should have tested your chakra nature, and the fire-style chakra test paper ignites. Fire symbolizes burning, high temperatures, and diffusion. Once you comprehend its abilities, you will be able to release advanced ninjutsu at will. Now, I shall reiterate the hand seal sequence. In, Cho, Yu, Wu, Wei. That concludes the explanation. You must now attend to your tasks. Upon finishing his words, the shadow clone of Yueguang Jifeng prepared to depart. Teacher, will you not instruct me on how to utilize it? How to utilize it? After such an extensive explanation, do you still not understand? As a mere genin, you cannot release this ninjutsu. Do you comprehend now? What? Teacher, if I cannot use it, why did you still tell me? The footsteps of Yueguang Jifeng halted momentarily, and with disdain, he retorted, I previously promised to teach you ninjutsu. Once you fulfill the requirements, I shall instruct you. The choice of ninjutsu is yours to make. I warned you beforehand that this ninjutsu can only be released by jonin and above, yet you chose to ignore my words. One must always take responsibility for the path they choose. The road you selected must be traversed, even on your knees. After stating this, the shadow clone of Yueguang Jifeng dispelled the technique and vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. His right hand pounded the ground repeatedly. Why must it be this way? At this rate, when will I ever achieve my revenge? Sasuke, what troubles you? Weren't you supposed to be learning ninjutsu? Naruto, witnessing Sasuke's breakdown, rushed over with concern. Yes, Sasuke, what is amiss? Your state worries both of us greatly. Revenge. I desire revenge. Leave me alone. Sasuke shoved Naruto and Sakura aside, stumbling away in distress. Naruto, you must follow Sasuke. I am deeply uneasy about him in this state. No, Sakura, let him have some time alone. For now, our focus should be on completing the mission. Naruto, since Sasuke wishes to grow stronger, I also wish to grow stronger. The mission must be undertaken by you alone. I shall seek out Jifeng-sensei to learn ninjutsu. What, even you, Sakura, have learned to tread water? That leaves me all alone. No, I must also strive. Foolish Naruto, finish the mission first. Ah, why must it be like this? After exclaiming, Naruto, dejected, walked toward the riverbank. Underneath a tree, while researching how to permanently unlock the second gate, Yueguang Jifeng suddenly felt unwell, followed by a flood of memories rushing into his mind. Sasuke, truly immature. He will never understand that mastering a single ninjutsu to its utmost can lead to a qualitative transformation. Shaking his head, Yueguang Jifeng decided to stop pondering Sasuke and focused intently on continuing his research on unlocking the second gate. Yet, this second gate is indeed significantly more challenging than the first. Yueguang Jifeng separated over 100 shadow clones to study, but to date, he has made no progress. Jifeng-sensei, where are you? The main body of Yueguang Jifeng, reclining, heard Sakura's voice and lazily responded, I am here. What is it? Jifeng-sensei, Sasuke has left for some unknown reason. As long as he is alive, it is of no concern to me. Do you have any other matters? Ah, teacher, will you not check on him? Am I his father or brother? Why should I be overly concerned? If there is nothing else, then be gone. Do not disturb me. Yueguang Jifeng spoke impatiently. Love-struck individuals are truly bothersome. If they were infatuated with me, it would be a different matter altogether. Yueguang Jifeng mused while lying on the grass. Teacher, I have a request. I wish to learn a new ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng opened his eyes and glanced at her. At this stage, love-struck Sakura was someone Yueguang Jifeng had found particularly displeasing in his past life. Later, during the incident with the deception of Naruto, it became even more irksome. Shadow Clone number 8. You shall teach her the Jinjutsu, Naruto's illusion. Can I send in a different shadow clone? I am not particularly fond of her. Hello, Ancient Laosher. You are being quite unreasonable. I am still here, and you say such things, Sakura said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Even if you were not present, I would still make the same remark. Ancient Yueguang Jifeng retorted dismissively. All right, you go. Everyone else is busy, and you are the only one slacking off. Don't think I haven't noticed. Indeed, the wise and discerning true self, perceptive to the minutest details. Then I shall go, Ancient Yueguang Jifeng declared as he rose, brushing the dust from his robes before stepping outside. Follow me, you burden, Sakura said with a blank expression, although her inner self was screaming in frustration. Ah, such a handsome teacher Yueguang. Why must his shadow clone be so disappointing? It is truly exasperating. Well, let us stay here. There is no need to venture far. This technique is quite simple, requiring only 3 seals. Wei, Si, In, Jinjutsu, Naruken no Jutsu. Ancient Yueguang Jifeng unleashed the ninjutsu toward Sakura. Before she could collect her thoughts, she found herself enveloped in an infinite darkness. Just as fear began to creep in, her vision was restored to light. How is it? Did you gain some insight from experiencing the technique firsthand? Teacher, that is quite excessive. How can you casually unleash ninjutsu on a student? Some concepts, no matter how many times they are explained, cannot compare to personal experience. As the saying goes, one must be immersed in the situation to grasp the true essence of the technique. All right, I am leaving. You may practice at your leisure. Ancient Yueguang Jifeng had no desire to linger even a second longer. With a poof, he vanished. Cursed shadow clone, just wait. Once I master this, I will surely show you my prowess. Haruno Sakura gritted her teeth and declared. Chapter 27. Self-taught PUA technique. Lying on the grass and gazing at the sky, Ancient Jifeng suddenly felt memories surge within his mind, prompting him to form seals once more and summon the 8th shadow clone. Why do you find Haruno Sakura so much more irritating than I do? Is it that even a shadow clone is difficult to manage now? The world is indeed in decline, and the hearts of men are no longer what they were. Humph, as a shadow clone, you should know how long you can last. Why should I suppress my emotions? All right, I concede. Hurry and study the 8 gates. Before long, a day had passed. Teacher Jifeng, it is dark now. The task is complete. Shall we return to report? Hearing Naruto's voice, Ancient Jifeng groggily opened his eyes. Wait a minute. The shadow clone was destroyed. Why did I not feel any pain this time? Is it possible that we are all fine and did not explode? You all slacked off just like I did, didn't you? Ancient Jifeng stretched lazily and spoke. We have no clue. Let us explore slowly. Then perhaps you should all stay here and study tonight? I shall return first. No capitalist could exploit like you. You treat us like mere cattle. Before Ancient Jifeng could explain, all the shadow clones spontaneously dispersed. The sudden dissolution of dozens of shadow clones overwhelmed Ancient Jifeng's mind with a torrent of memories. Fortunately, His spirit was robust, and his body was resilient. Otherwise, he might have fainted from the sheer impact. Teacher, are you all right? I am fine. You all go report the task. I will remain here. How can this be? Sakura, you will accompany me to report, right? I wish to practice ninjutsu. You may go alone. I will wait for you here tomorrow. Why is everyone like this? Is there no dignity if one has not learned ninjutsu? Seeing Sakura and Ingshin Jifeng depart, Naruto also left with a dispirited demeanor. The following morning, Ingshin Jifeng awoke early and made his way to the riverbank, producing dozens of shadow clones. Today, your task remains to continue studying the 8 gates. Understood. The shadow clones responded lethargically. Why do you all seem so unenergetic this early? If this continues, how can I grow stronger? If I do not become stronger, can you? Come on, let's motivate ourselves and work hard. The true self's words rang true. Our strength is intertwined, and as he grows stronger, so shall we. Let us strive together. Observing the enthusiasm of the shadow clones, Ingshin Jifeng nodded in satisfaction, reflecting, no wonder every boss in my past life adored PUA. It truly is effective. Teacher Jifeng, you are surprisingly early. Naruto, are you still not aware of the value of effort? Look at those two. They have already mastered ninjutsu. What about you? Stagnating in place. Do you think that is worthy of yourself? At your age, not knowing the importance of hard work, do you honor Konoha? Am I not trying? Have you really tried? Have you seen Konoha at 5 a.m.? Well, I have not seen that. Enough. Get to work. Your time is running short. As Ingshin Jifeng spoke, he returned to the shade of a tree and reclined. Before he could rest for long, Teacher Jifeng, I have mastered the illusion technique you taught me. Oh, I see. Ingshin Jifeng replied slowly without opening his eyes. Teacher, what should I do next? Join him in the task of weeding. Soon, 3 days had passed. Teacher Jifeng, are you really not going to find Sasuke? If he wishes to return, he will do so on his own. Naruto, I am still worried about Sasuke. Let us go look for him tonight. Sakura, I cannot go. I still need to practice walking on water. Although I have seen Konoha at 5 a.m. these past few days, I feel I have not worked hard enough. I am far behind you all and must catch up quickly. You need not go. Is he not already here? Ingshin Jifeng spoke gently with his eyes closed. Here? Who is here? Naruto searched left and right, seeing no one. Fool, of course it is Sasuke. How wonderful, he is safe. You fool. Why have you not learned to walk on water? Idiot Sasuke, what does it matter to you? As Naruto instinctively responded to the familiar voice, swish. Sasuke leaped down from a tree. Hurry and practice. I will handle the task with Sakura. Observing this scene reminiscent of past animated episodes, Ingshin Jifeng reflected, indeed. The familiar love triangle possesses stability. Before long, half a month had passed. During this time, Ingshin Jifeng consistently ventured to crowded areas. Each time, he managed to gain a few attribute points. Though modest, daily progress was made, and he saw advancements in studying the 8 gates. Ingshin Jifeng believed he would master it within 4 to 5 days at the latest. Teacher Jifeng, I have finally learned to walk on water. It has been quite a challenge. Oh, congratulations, Naruto. Have you decided which ninjutsu to learn? I want to learn something simple and practical. You seem to think you are too dull to learn anything difficult. Is that not so? Why are you always around, arrogant Sasuke? I simply want to learn something straightforward. What is wrong with that? Stubborn even when you cannot learn. Teacher Jifeng, is there a ninjutsu suitable for me? Do you know what chakra attribute you possess? Teacher, I know I have wind attribute chakra. Then I shall teach you a simple yet effective technique, Futon de Tapa. It is easy to learn, and once mastered, you can continue to learn subsequent ninjutsu. Haha, thank you, Teacher Jifeng. This is far better than Sasuke's technique, which cannot be used. Foolish Naruto, with your intellect. You will not be able to learn it. We shall see. Foolish Sasuke, I will astonish you. All right, I will demonstrate it once. Ingfen Shun Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at Sasuke, who was slowly moving his steps, and continued speaking. Si Wei Shun Hai Wu Feng Dun, a significant breakthrough. With a puff of air, an endless gale erupted from his mouth, creating a large hole in the clouds above. Incredible. Well, I've taught you. So practice diligently when you have the time. Starting tomorrow, we can change tasks. As time passed, Yueguang Jifeng immersed himself in the rigorous experimentation of the 8 gates of Duanjia, leaving him little time to visit Shi Rihong's home to observe the kitten's backflips. After our extensive research, I believe this time we shall succeed, he declared, dismissing any further chatter. In an instant, the shadow clone exploded. He cannot do it. Let me take over. Boom. Allow me. Boom. 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 Stop. Everyone halt. Yue Guang Jifeng shouted, urging the shadow clones to quiet down. Think carefully before proceeding. If you continue to explode, my head will burst. They are incapable. They lack skill. I am confident I can manage this, he asserted, readying himself for the explosion. Haha. I did it. Boom. To his surprise, he truly succeeded, and with that, all remaining shadow clones vanished in an instant. Ah, you rascals. My head is throbbing. What benefit do you gain from this? After a full 2 hours, Yue Guang Jifeng finally regained his composure. Indeed, each shadow clone possessed a distinct personality, making them difficult to manage. Sitting upright with a sudden leap, he reflected on the successful experience of the shadow clone, beginning to channel his chakra to impact his chakra points. Despite having a successful experience, he dared not rush, proceeding cautiously and steadily. There were no earth-shattering effects, merely chakra gradually seeped from his body. Before long, half an hour had passed. At last, I have succeeded. I feel a substantial enhancement in all aspects. He opened his system panel. Host, Yue Guang Jifeng Strength, 1000 Constitution, 2300 Agility, 3000 Spirit, 1500 Ninjutsu. Various, predominantly elemental techniques, special skill, Totan second gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia special talent, space talent bloodline limit. Beginner Sage Body Sharingan Ice Release Byakugan Chakra, 65 cards, Cha Tun La, Lifespan, 50 years rank. Shadow Level Wealth, 30 million Rio Storage, 2 cubic meters gazing at the freshly generated panel. Yue Guang Jifeng could not help but feel a rush of joy. His constitution and agility had reached the standards of shadow level. Particularly, the constitution was paramount. In the world of Hokage, even a shadow could be felled by a simple kunai. However, with his current constitution of 2,300, a mere kunai posed no threat. Yue Guang Jifeng even mused about future battles with Uchiha Madara, wondering if he might one day declare, in terms of constitution, I deem you the strongest. Just as he pondered further, a hawk appeared in the sky, shrieking incessantly. It seemed the Chunin exams were approaching, and he regretted not having had time for deeper interactions at Shi Rihong's home. Taking the opportunity, he decided to converse with Kai. Dusting off his trousers, Yue Guang Jifeng made his way to the Hokage building. Along the way, he indeed encountered fellow ninjas heading to the Hokage office. He extended his hand, engaging with those he met. Most Chunin could only offer 1 or 2 attribute points, yet Yue Guang Jifeng remained undeterred, swiftly making his selections. Jifeng, you arrived quite early. A voice called. Yue Guang Jifeng turned to see a familiar face, quickly rummaging through his memories. Yamashiro Aoi, is that you? What brings you here so early? He approached, exchanging pleasantries. I happened to be nearby and noticed the signal, so I rushed over. How have you been? Are you in good health? Yamashiro Aoi asked, patting Yue Guang Jifeng's shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a close interaction with Yamashiro Aoi. Random return project generation complete. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the crow raised by Yamashiro Aoi. 2. Obtain the secret technique of the stone needle. 3. Gain 15 points of spirit from Yamashiro Aoi. 4. Acquire the mind-reading technique from Yamashiro Aoi. Pondering the options, Yue Guang Jifeng thought. The crow is most famously associated with Uchiha Itachi's duck clone, while others are less renowned. I will set this option aside. As for the second option, a secret technique is of little use to me now. The various composite ninjutsu I acquired from Sarutobi Hiruzen are sufficient. The third option offers decent attribute points, but I prefer to choose something of greater value. The fourth option, while not widely known, caught Yue Guang Jifeng's attention. He recalled that Yamashiro Aoi first employed this mind-reading technique to extract Kisame's memories, indicating its utility. He reasoned, if I choose this and trigger a tenfold return, could it allow me to discern the thoughts of others at a mere glance? I'll take my chances. I choose option 4. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. You have acquired the mind-reading technique from Yamashiro Aoi. Note, this mind-reading technique requires no medium or hand seals and can be activated directly, allowing the user to perceive the thoughts of those with spirit below 10 times that of the host. Yue Guang Jifeng observed the annotation of the mind-reading technique and glanced at his 1,500 points of spirit, feeling somewhat bemused. The good news is, I succeeded in my gamble. The bad news is, its current utility is limited. Only those with spirit below 150 points can be perceived, which typically means they are of lower strength, likely only Chunin or below. Before he could contemplate further, he felt a hand on his arm. Jifeng, you look exceptionally handsome in the outfit I made for you. This is the Jifeng I remember. Hong, is that you? When did you return? I've been so busy these past few days that I haven't had time to visit and see the kittens, he replied. I just got back recently. Taking care of those little ones is truly challenging, she admitted. Was your task particularly difficult? Not at all. It was merely a mission to eliminate bandits. However, these children are experiencing bloodshed for the first time and may be a bit unaccustomed to it. Hong, it's been a while. How have you been? Asuma, is that you? Yueguang Jifeng turned to the speaker. He promptly extended his hand to greet him. Upon realizing it was Yueguang Jifeng and seeing Hong's hand intertwined with his, Asuma felt a surge of jealousy and attempted to withdraw. Yueguang Jifeng squinted, noticing Asuma's intent to evade, and accelerated his pace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a close interaction with Sarutobi Asuma. Random return project generation complete. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Sarutobi Asuma's secret technique, the Firestarter Technique. 2. Acquire Sarutobi Asuma's stubble. 3. Obtain Sarutobi Asuma's weapon, the Flying Swallow. 4. Acquire Sarutobi Asuma's summoning contract. Upon seeing these options, Yueguang Jifeng couldn't help but marvel at Sarutobi Asuma, a figure with a bounty of 35 million ryo. His interactions yield excellent rewards. The first option, however, seemed utterly useless. The second option was skippable. Few would appreciate a stubbly beard, and if a tenfold return were triggered, it could lead to an awkward situation. The third option, however, was impressive. Sarutobi Asuma's weapon was a chakra-conducting tool. If one chooses this tenfold return, there is a possibility of acquiring a legendary weapon, and he currently finds himself lacking a suitable armament. The fourth item is likely the finest among them. Yuan Fei Asuma must have forged a pact with the same Yoma as Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the anime, this Yoma is considered a top-tier summoning beast, capable of enduring, fighting, and even transforming into a weapon. It is an exceptionally versatile summoning creature. Yueliang Jifeng cannot fathom what could possibly be 10 times stronger than this. System. I select the fourth option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Acquiring a summoning contract for storage. Asuma, I do not require your concern. I have people I care about. Thank you. Ziori Hong's voice resonated unusually clearly in the quiet Hokage office. The third Hokage also noticed the situation, observing Ziori Hong clasping Yueliang Jifeng's arm, and he began to comprehend the current circumstances. Looking at his foolish son, he felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Even the daughter-in-law he had arranged was being snatched away. Truly, a wretched mess. He cleared his throat. Ahem, I trust everyone has arrived. Kakashi surveyed the room and stepped forward to speak. The Hokage must be gathered. May I inquire as to why we have been summoned? As you all are aware, tomorrow is the Chunin exam. Esteemed Jonin, will you be recommending your subordinates to participate in the Chunin selection? I recommend my Genin team, Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Ten for this selection. I recommend my Genin team, Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Shoji Akimichi for this selection. What? Newly graduated Genin are to partake in the Chunin selection? The surrounding individuals began to murmur. I recommend my Genin team, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura. What? Kakashi is also recommending his team? I am opposed. Naruto and the others are still young and should gain more experience before participating in the Chunin exam. Jifeng, what say you? Their participation in the Chunin exam is also a form of experience, is it not? If they cannot withstand the pressure at home, it simply indicates they are unfit to be ninjas. Jifeng's reasoning appears sound. Then I shall recommend my team as well. I too shall recommend. Despite your assertions, I maintain my stance. I am opposed. Very well, Irika, since everyone agrees, it is time for you to adjust your rigid mindset. All right then, it is settled. Furthermore, Jifeng, since you have spoken wisely, you shall serve as the chief examiner for the second phase, with Hongdo as your assistant. Third Hokage, I wish to be the chief examiner myself. I have even planned my entrance animation. Hongdo, a fortnight ago, someone employed a super ninjutsu by the banks of the Konoha River. I suspect it was in preparation for this Chunin exam. After my investigation over the past few days, I have confirmed that someone has infiltrated Konoha, so you should heed the Hokage's advice. After all, the safety of the students is paramount. Very well, however, Jifeng, I will consult you about the entrance animation later. I have long been eager to discuss it. Now, Other examiners, please proceed as originally planned. Return and inform your respective teams. Dismissed. Jifeng, I shall take my leave. Come to my home tonight to witness my cat's performance. Red. I too wish to see your cat perform. Asuma, with his scruffy beard, stepped forward and whispered, I'm afraid my cat does not perform. You may want to seek entertainment elsewhere. Upon finishing her sentence, Ziori Hong turned and exited. Jifeng, let us find Team 7 together and allow them to decide whether to participate in the Chunin exam. Have you notified them? I have other matters to attend to shortly. Rest assured, Jifeng, they await us at the second training ground. Kakashi, do you think they will participate in the Chunin exam? I believe they will. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed everyone departing the office, narrowing his eyes, contemplating the fate of his inept son, who might lose Ziori Hong. No. In order to one day hold a grandchild, I must devise a plan. Hiruzen, how could your betrothed be seized? Danzo, this does not concern you. How is it not my concern? The affairs of Konoha are my affairs. I could discreetly eliminate Yuelyang Jifeng for you. Danzo stepped from the shadows, speaking solemnly. All are ninjas of Konoha. Do not go too far. Hiruzen, this is how you are. Whenever there is an issue, you speak in circles, ultimately relying on me for resolution. However, let me tell you, Hiruzen, Yuelyang Jifeng will become the sharpest blade in my possession. All are ninjas of Konoha. Your blade is Konoha's blade. The third Hokage took a puff from his cigarette, calmly regarding Danzo, who made me the root, responsible for eradicating the refuse of the woodlands. After Danzo spoke, he slowly faded into the shadows and vanished. This time, I shall allow you a small advantage. As long as I can have a grandchild, these minor matters are of no consequence. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered slowly amidst the haze. Jifeng, you are the chief examiner this time. Especially in the second phase, the Forest of Death, you must exercise caution. Following my investigations, a formidable expert has infiltrated. I hope you can safeguard these young ones as well as yourself. I understand, Kakashi. I shall speak with them shortly. Kakashi-sensei, Jifeng-sensei, why are you both so slow? You three listen well. There is a particularly arduous task at hand, and it is exceptionally challenging. You must all express your stance together, deciding whether to accept this mission. If even one disagrees, we cannot undertake this mission. Now I will count to 3, 2, 1. Raise your hands to vote. Raising your hand signifies agreement. Not raising it means forfeiting. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 30. Once again receiving a super reward, is it just a glance? Swipe. Sakura, I truly fear you might withdraw. Foolish Naruto, while I worry that Sasuke has not acquired new ninjutsu, I am certain he will opt to accept the mission. I cannot hold Sasuke back. Upon hearing this, Sasuke momentarily lost control, but quickly regained his composure. Teacher, please inform us of the task. No matter how difficult, I shall complete it. In fact, it is quite simple. You are about to face the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam. The trio exclaimed in unison. Kakashi retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, stating nonchalantly, yes, this assessment is exceedingly rigorous and the difficulty is immense, including many genin from various nations. Can I succeed in this? Rest assured, Sakura. I will look after you. Foolish Naruto, you are no better than I, right Sasuke? You will watch over me, won't you? The Chunin exam? I will undoubtedly become a Chunin. If I cannot even become a mere Chunin, how can I seek vengeance? Take this scroll, ponder it well at home tonight. Once you have made your decision, sign your names, and proceed directly to the examination site tomorrow. Now disperse. Yuelyang Jifeng leisurely began his return, contemplating the Chunin exam on the morrow and whether those who had encountered the Edo Tensei would be able to receive exchange rewards. When Orochimaru summons the first and second Hokage, the probability of acquiring valuable items is exceedingly high. As Yuelyang Jifeng mused, he slowly departed from Training Ground 2. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept from behind, prompting Yuelyang Jifeng to swiftly evade with a slight tilt of his head. Subsequently, he infused chakra into his eyes, observing without needing to turn around, and noticed 3 individuals clad in umbu attire and massed atop the treetops. Despite their umbu appearances, Yuelyang Jifeng was confident that these individuals were from the root. The timid Sarutobi Hiruzen would never dare to send umbu after a Konoha citizen. After this thought, Yuelyang Jifeng no longer rushed home, but instead turned to walk deeper into the woods. Perhaps perceiving Yuelyang Jifeng's awareness, the 3 root ninjas did not make a move. Soon, Yuelyang Jifeng arrived deep within the forest. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Why have they not launched a surprise attack? The three of us do not need to resort to stealth against you, Yue Guang Jifeng. To his astonishment, Yue Guang Jifeng found it audacious for three mere jonin to speak so boldly before him. Why would Danzo send such incompetent individuals, like you three rotten potatoes and foul bird eggs, to confront me? We are members of the Umbu. If you surrender, any attempt to resist would be regarded as betrayal of Konoha. You three truly possess some audacity. Are you intending to take me to see Danzo? It would be an honor for you to meet Lord Danzo. Why not hurry and come with us? Why does he seek me? You should be just as unaware as I am. I suspect this is a ploy by Sarutobi Hizashi to eliminate me. Since you know nothing, I shall not waste any more time with you. I am in a hurry to witness a cat's backflip. As Yue Guang Jifeng spoke, he moved, his agility soaring to 3,000, leaving the three bewildered. Bang! One unfortunate root ninja was sent flying, blood spewing as he collided with a tree, falling lifelessly to the ground without uttering a word. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Shimura Danzo. The return item generation is complete. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire the tongue curse seal of Shimura Danzo 2. Gain the cold-blooded nature of Shimura Danzo 3. Receive 20 points of mental energy from Shimura Danzo 4. Obtain the code name of Shimura Danzo. Upon seeing the options, Yue Guang Jifeng was somewhat speechless. Is this truly what a respectable jonin provides? The first option. What on earth is the tongue curse seal? If selected, would it turn me into Danzo's loyal hound? The second option, best left unconsidered. The third is quite standard. However, the fourth piqued Yue Guang Jifeng's curiosity. What might the code name become if it were enhanced tenfold? System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggering a tenfold return, receiving 200 points of mental energy from Shimura Danzo. Feiying, what is wrong with you? Panic surged. Quickly return and report to Lord Danzo. It seems impossible for us to escape together. You must flee while I provide cover. Hey, are you two underestimating me? Quickly, fire a signal flare to summon more assistance from Lord Danzo. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Yue Guang Jifeng struck him in the head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Arima Roten. The return item generation is complete. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire the Jinjutsu talent of Arima Roten 2. Gain 150 points of mental energy from Arima Roten 3. Obtain the 5 senses manipulation of Arima Roten 4. Receive the inner demon of Arima Roten. Yue Guang Jifeng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a significant explosion from a mere root ninja. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised that communication could occur even in death. The sight of the Arima surname filled Yue Guang Jifeng with anticipation, recalling the renowned Arima Yakumo from his past life. The 5 senses manipulation technique is indeed formidable. Returning his focus to the options, the first item, the Jinjutsu talent, especially belonging to the Arima clan, should be quite powerful. Yet, one troubling fact lingered. Not all members of the Arima clan inherit the 5 senses manipulation technique. The second option is also commendable. 150 points of mental energy is substantial. The third option is precisely what Yue Guang Jifeng had longed for. The complete 5 senses manipulation, enhanced tenfold. The possibilities are unfathomable. The fourth option, inner demon, holds little value for Yue Guang Jifeng. Contemplating the choices, he found himself torn between the allure of the talent and the 5 senses manipulation. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Since 5 senses manipulation is an option, it stands to reason that Arima Roten must possess that talent. Furthermore, it is critical to note that a talent would undoubtedly possess a higher developmental ceiling than a mere secret technique. System, I choose 1. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring the Jinjutsu talent of Arima Roten. Note, after the tenfold enhancement, any Jinjutsu can be comprehended at a glance. Yue Guang Jifeng was astonished by the potency of this talent after its enhancement. To understand the essence means that, should one meet the criteria, one could execute it. Essentially, it implies that a mere glance would suffice to master it. Yue Guang Jifeng eagerly anticipated whether he could acquire Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami. If he could unleash Tsukuyami, this talent would be truly extraordinary. Apologies. You provided me with such a remarkable reward, yet I have turned you into a headless corpse. Now, I shall see what surprises you might still offer me. Bang! Chapter 31. An in-depth exchange with Yuhi Kurenai. The final root ninja's last thought before death was to ponder who had orchestrated the intelligence against him. Even in death, he would not let that individual escape unscathed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Sarutobi Ahai. The return item generation is complete. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Sarutobi Ahai's red undergarments. 2. Gain Sarutobi Ahai's red panties. 3. Obtain Sarutobi Ahai's pink belly band. 4. Receive Sarutobi Ahai's sealing scroll. Yuegwang Jifeng was taken aback by Sarutobi's generosity, offering up his own family. Observing the 4 options, Yuegwang Jifeng began to understand why Sarutobi Hizashi had sent him away. Red undergarments and panties were somewhat comprehensible, but what on earth was a pink belly band? Yuegwang Jifeng inwardly cursed his misfortune. System, I choose the 4th option. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring 10 sealing scrolls from Sarutobi Ahai, now stored in the warehouse. To be honest, Yuegwang Jifeng felt slightly disappointed. He had hoped for a tenfold increase in quality, but it turned out to be merely a tenfold increase in quantity. He opened the warehouse and casually retrieved a sealing scroll. He swiftly completed the necessary hand signs. Bang! Instantly, a torrent of red garments erupted into the air, causing Yuegwang Jifeng's expression to darken. He had anticipated some eccentricities from this individual, but he had not expected such extremes. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a breath, a massive fireball, 30 meters in diameter, materialized. Yuegwang Jifeng could feel the surrounding air crackling with heat. In an instant, the multitude of red garments was ignited, prompting him to hastily retrieve the remaining 9 storage scrolls and throw them into the blaze. Along with the 3 remaining corpses, the area within 30 meters was left completely scorched. Yuegwang Jifeng was truly repulsed by this individual. Although he was deceased, the true culprit, Danzo, still lived. Turning, he set his course toward the boundary he had once seen in the animation, which was Danzo's lair. However, after a few steps, he recalled that the Chunin exams were imminent, and Orochimaru was poised to execute his plan to bring Konoha to ruin. If he intended to eliminate Danzo, it would undoubtedly require an extensive area ninjutsu bombardment. At that point, not only would those nearby witness it, but all of Konoha's ninja would as well. There was a possibility of alerting Orochimaru, potentially causing him to retreat, though the odds were slim. Nevertheless, in pursuit of an extraordinary reward from the 1st and 2nd Hokage, he could not afford to take any risks. Foolish Danzo, let us allow you to frolic for one final month. When the time comes, I shall not only end your life, but also ensure your reputation is utterly destroyed, leaving you in disgrace. With that resolved, Yuegwang Jifeng pivoted and made his way toward the Yuhi residence. Soon, he arrived at the doorstep of Yuhi Kurenai's home. Jifeng, you arrived just in time. I have just returned. Come inside. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. You were not home during my previous visits. Has your cat prepared its backflip performance for me today? Ha ha ha. Jifeng, take a seat. The performance can wait. Let us share a meal first. As the evening approaches, the delightful aroma of culinary preparations fills the air. Ziairi Hong, with a playful demeanor, lightly taps the head of Yuegwang Jifeng with a finger, declaring that the evening's feast will surely leave him enchanted. Just a moment, let me change my outfit, she says, as Yuegwang Jifeng settles onto the sofa, eagerly anticipating her transformation. Before long, the bedroom door creaks open, revealing Ziairi Hong clad in a striking red lingerie that exquisitely accentuates her graceful curves. Her fair skin, illuminated by the vibrant red, appears even more delicate. Complemented by white stockings, her long, slender legs exude an irresistible allure, each step she takes imbued with a unique charm. Balancing a steaming platter of rice balls in her hands, she emerges with a gentle smile, her movements reminiscent of a graceful lotus. Yuegwang Jifeng, initially lounging casually, finds his eyes widening in astonishment at this enchanting sight. Although he had anticipated Ziairi Hong's beauty, the reality surpasses his expectations. He had not envisioned her presenting herself in such a captivating manner, and he instinctively tightens his grip on the sofa's armrest. Sensing his reaction, Ziairi Hong's lips curl into a teasing smile as she places the rice balls on the coffee table, softly urging him to taste her handiwork. Yet, Yuegwang Jifeng's gaze remains fixed on her, proclaiming, in comparison to this delightful food, simply seeing you is enough to satiate my hunger. Really? She replies playfully. My carefully chosen outfit was not in vain. Allow me to feed you. She bends down to offer him a piece of pastry, and in that fleeting moment, two magnificent white rabbits make their grand entrance before Yue Guangjifeng's eyes. However, regaining his composure, Yue Guangjifeng adopts a comfortable posture and devours the entire rice ball in one bite. Observing his calm demeanor, Xiairi Hong grows somewhat anxious, urging, "Jifeng, let us go. My cat is eager to perform for you. I must see what this remarkable feline looks like," he responds, as she takes his hand and leads him to the bedroom. With a gentle thud, the bedroom door closes behind them. "Jifeng, wait a moment. My cat is afraid of the light. Let me draw the curtains," she instructs. With a swift motion, darkness envelopes the room, and a melodious meow fills the air, accompanied by a soft glow. Soon, a candle at the bedside flickers to life, revealing Xiairi Hong in a position akin to a playful kitten, her attire unable to conceal her alluring figure, laid bare before Yue Guangjifeng. In a stunning display, she executes a backflip, landing gracefully before him and playfully pushing him down. "What do you think, Jifeng? Isn't my cat's backflip impressive? Now, let me show you the prowess of my cat toy." An hour later, Yue Guangjifeng exclaims, "This toy has truly exhausted my little feline." A chime resonates, announcing, "Congratulations to the host and Xiairi Hong for completing an in-depth exchange. The reward options are now available for selection. 1. Acquire all of Xiairi Hong's illusionary arts. 2. Gain Xiairi Hong's talent for illusions. 3. Obtain resistance to Xiairi Hong's illusions. 4. Receive 150 points of spiritual energy." Yue Guangjifeng, taken aback by the abundance of choices, contemplates which to select. Xiairi Hong, a goddess of Konoha and the cherished daughter-in-law of Sarutobi Hiruzen, embodies exceptional allure. The first option offers all her illusionary arts, essential for a pure illusionist like her. Opting for this ensures an endless supply of illusions. The second choice, her talent for illusions, while formidable, may not rival those with bloodline limits like a Kimichi Choji. However, with a hundredfold enhancement from their exchange, the potential strength of this talent is unimaginable, possibly making Yue Guangjifeng the next god of illusions. The third option, resistance to illusions, may seem ordinary but, with a hundredfold enhancement, could allow him to withstand even the most powerful techniques like the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The fourth option presents a straightforward gain of 150 spiritual energy points, equating to an immense reservoir of power. Faced with these enticing selections, Yue Guangjifeng finds himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he chooses the third option, reasoning that mastery over illusions requires a robust spiritual foundation. Even with great talent, without sufficient strength, it would be futile. Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful, triggering a hundredfold return. You have acquired resistance to Xiairi Hong's illusions. With a triumphant laugh, he realizes he has made a fortuitous choice. "Jifeng, what brings you such joy?" she asks, to which he responds, "Simply being with you makes every moment delightful. Let us engage in our playful battles once more." At last, they are together, and he reflects on the arduous journey that led him here, grateful he did not give up. "Hong, what do you mean? It feels as though you have known me for ages." "Jifeng, I apologize. I cannot divulge that just yet. In time, you will understand. I cannot alter the course of events," she replies. "Very well, I shall refrain from pressing further. Let us savor the present." As dawn breaks, Yue Guangjifeng wonders how the time passed so swiftly. Have you not heard the saying? Joyful moments are always fleeting. Today marks the Chunin exams, and concern lingers in Xiairi Hong's voice as she inquires about their disciples. "Neither your disciples nor mine will perish. Their success in becoming Chunin depends on their fortune," he reassures her. "But Jifeng, why are you so certain they will be safe? Many villages are competing, and each participant is formidable. Fear not, for we are in Konoha. And consider the lineage of your students. Each prominent clan possesses their own unique techniques. The best combinations yield greater strength," he reassures her. "Let us have a light meal," he suggests, glancing at the time. "I must hurry and cannot linger over breakfast." "All right, be safe, Jifeng," she calls as he swiftly leaps onto the rooftops, intent on reaching the arena in time. Today, Lee Rock would challenge Sasuke, and it was an opportune moment to engage with Might Guy. As he navigates the streets, a myriad of uniquely dressed ninjas flits by. Overall, the attire of Konoha ninjas appears more conventional compared to their eccentric counterparts from other villages. Shaking his head, Yue Guangjifeng accelerates towards the exam venue. "Stop right there," a ninja commands. This is a special day. Running atop the rooftops is prohibited. Yue Guang Jifeng smirks, bemused by the diligence of the Umbu, whose keen senses and unwavering loyalty never ceased to impress him. Upon glancing back, several Umbu members encircled him, and with a slight acceleration, they vanished from sight. Had it not been for the urgency to communicate with Kai, the Moonlight's swift wind would undoubtedly have concluded their conversation before departing. What about the captain? He has vanished at such speed that not even a shadow remains. Well, he must be a ninja from our Konoha. He is of no concern to us. Let us resume our patrol. Shouldn't the captain report such a formidable expert to Lord Hokage? I believe it is unnecessary. I am acquainted with this individual. Xiao, please enlighten us about his identity. Judging by his speed, he should be comparable to Kai. He is the Moonlight's swift wind. How could that be? Isn't the Moonlight's swift wind frail? How can he be so swift? Could it be that you misjudged? Xiao, no, I am certain. I was on duty at the Hokage building yesterday and saw him in this very attire. The transformation of the Moonlight's swift wind is astounding. Not only has he recovered, but his hairstyle and clothing have also completely changed. Most importantly, we cannot ascertain the extent of his strength. All right, let us hasten our patrol. I shall report this to Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage, an Umbu requests an audience. Umbu, let him enter. Lord Hokage, is there something amiss? Reporting to Lord Hokage may not be deemed significant, but did you not previously mention that any powerful ninja should report to you? Oh, a formidable figure has emerged. Which village does he belong to? You are quite familiar with this individual. It is the Moonlight's swift wind. Oh, the third Hokage took a puff of smoke, pondering. This is not Danzo's character. Ordinarily, if I permitted him to act, he would have been eager to do so. How is it possible that the Moonlight's swift wind is still visible? Are you certain that the esteemed individual is the Moonlight's swift wind? Yes. After confirmation from several team members, we are convinced that this person is indeed the Moonlight's swift wind. Very well, I acknowledge this matter. You may withdraw for now. Bang. The door to the Hokage's office was abruptly thrust open. Haizan, this is utterly unacceptable. Who dares to be so brazen in the Hokage building? The Umbu, kneeling, rose and shouted loudly. Enough, you may withdraw and continue your patrol. Danzo, you are increasingly lacking in courtesy. Haizan, the Moonlight's swift wind's behavior is utterly outrageous. So, you have already engaged him, yet failed? Humph. Last night, I dispatched 3 members of the route, who have yet to return. And my men have witnessed the Moonlight's swift wind at the examination site. What do you mean? The majority of these 3 individuals have likely been slain by the Moonlight's swift wind, and I intend to send a considerable number of route ninjas to apprehend him. Leaving aside the fact that he is already the chief examiner for the second round, on what grounds do you justify pursuing him with so many from the route? Naturally, it is due to his unwarranted slaying of my route personnel, Danzo said, somewhat exasperated. Enough, Danzo, let us set this matter aside for now. The Chunin exams are of utmost importance. We shall discuss this further after the examinations, Sarutobi Haizan stated, taking a few slow puffs of smoke. You need not concern yourself. Sarutobi, I shall proceed discreetly. Danzo, I have stated that you are not permitted to act now. I am the Hokage. Humph. You shall regret this, Sarutobi. Chapter 33. Communication with Hinata Niji. The Moonlight's swift wind arrived at the examination venue, albeit regrettably a tad late. He missed the encounter between Sasuke and Gaara. Otherwise, he could have tested whether Gaara could unleash the beast's chakra. As he ascended the steps, he immediately noticed the spectacle of the brooding Uchiha. Perhaps due to a larger crowd than in the original narrative, several lower ninjas lay sprawled across the staircase landing. From a distance, the Moonlight's swift wind could clearly see the unfortunate souls rolling their eyes, their faces etched with terror. Meanwhile, other examinees lingered at the door of classroom 301, hesitating with expressions filled with uncertainty and fear. It was as if an invisible wall loomed in the air, obstructing the path of all candidates. TCH, a tedious trick. Merely a group of small fry. Uchiha Sasuke, with an impassive expression, strode forward without acknowledging the failures surrounding him. Wait, there is something peculiar up ahead. We cannot pass. The bushy-browed Lee burst forth from behind, panicked. Uchiha Sasuke cast a cold glance at Lee, declaring, small fry. He then continued on without a second thought. Suddenly closing his eyes, when he reopened them, 2 tomos swirled in his crimson gaze. Through those eyes that pierced through all illusions, the previously empty corridor revealed intricate lines of chakra, The truth behind the illusion was laid bare before Sasuke. Humph. The moonlight's swift wind observed Sasuke's cold snort. He even required no hand signs. He merely nonchalantly extracted a hand from his pocket, and his fingertips coalesced with a trace of chakra. With a delicate touch akin to slicing through a spider's web, he precisely brushed against the chakra line. A barely perceptible hum resonated, and the illusionary barrier before Uchiha Sasuke shattered, the distorted air returning to normalcy in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke did not look back, nor did he offer any explanation. With his crimson eyes, he passed through the corridor that had halted others in their tracks with remarkable composure, not breaking his stride. The moonlight's swift wind conceded that in terms of ostentation, Uchiha Sasuke could be deemed the perennial second. The other examinees outside stood dumbfounded. Is this a joke? Are all the lower ninjas of Konoha of such caliber? Then why should we participate in the Chunin exams? We might as well return home to farm. Sasuke is simply too cool, Sakura exclaimed dreamily. Excuse me, miss, I am Rock Lee. May I befriend you? The moonlight's swift wind leaned against the staircase, a grin playing at his lips as he observed the classic scene unfold. I'm sorry, but I do not fancy you. Why not? I do not like bushy-browed individuals. Naruto, let us hurry inside to find Sasuke. After Sakura finished speaking, she seized Naruto and dashed into classroom 301. I have suffered a heartbreak. Lee promptly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The moonlight's swift wind leisurely approached Lee and patted his shoulder. If you like her, then pursue her. Regardless of her response, you must first demonstrate your strength to earn her admiration. Brother Swiftwind, you are right. I understand now. This is youth. Uchiha Sasuke, I shall challenge you. Lee, do not act impulsively. A cute girl with a bun appeared before the moonlight's swift wind. Lee, could you not introduce this lady? Brother Swiftwind, this is my good teammate, Tian Tian. Tian Tian, this is my elder brother, the moonlight's swift wind. Tian Tian, thank you for always taking care of Lee. The moonlight's swift wind smiled gently, raising his hand to pat Tian Tian's head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Tian Tian. The random return project has ended. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Obtain Tian Tian's storage scroll. 2. Obtain Tian Tian's green underwear. 3. Obtain Tian Tian's pocket money of 5 million Ryo. 4. Obtain Tian Tian's gentle disposition. In his previous life, the moonlight's swift wind had a fondness for Tian Tian, the girl with the Chinese aesthetic. Observing the options, he understood that aside from money, this delightful girl had little else to offer. System, I choose option 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, obtaining 50 million Ryo. Now deposited into the system warehouse. No, it's nothing. We are good friends, and it is only right to help each other. Tian Tian's previously fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she bashfully lowered her head, speaking softly. Then you must continue to support each other. Feel free to come to me should you need anything. By the way, Brother Swiftwind, this is my other teammate, Hinata Niji, who is also a genius and my goal for improvement. A genius from the Hyuga clan? Greetings, I am the Moonlight Swift Wind, Lee's elder brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. In the moonlight, Jifeng extended his hand and grasped the hand of Hinata Niji, feeling a surge of excitement as he contemplated whether these bloodline limits could indeed be combined. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Hinata Niji. The random generation of return options has concluded. Please select one from the following choices for your reward. 1. Obtain Hinata Niji's ninja talent. 2. Acquire Hinata Niji's Bagua 64 palms. 3. Gain Hinata Niji's caged bird curse mark. 4. Attain a 10% concentration of Hinata Niji's Byakugan bloodline. Upon examining the options in his mind, Jifeng silently acknowledged the perilousness of the situation before releasing Hinata Niji's hand. Regarding the first option, Jifeng conceded that Hinata Niji possessed some talent, which could prove quite formidable when amplified tenfold. As for the second option, Jifeng regarded the various ninjutsu techniques of the Hyuga clan as rather mundane and felt a twinge of regret that they possessed such powerful eyes yet utilized them so inadequately. The third option was blatantly unfavorable, prompting him to bypass it entirely. The fourth option left him pondering whether it would replace his original bloodline limit or merge to enhance its concentration. System, I choose the fourth option. Jifeng gritted his teeth, opting for a gamble. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, resulting in a 10% concentration of Hinata-Niji's Byakugan bloodline. Jifeng remained stationary for a moment, even covertly infusing chakra into his eyes, yet he observed no discernible change. With no other recourse, Jifeng called out in his mind, "System, open my panel." Host, Jifeng strength, 1200 constitution, 2350 agility, 3000 spirit, 1700 ninjutsu. Various, predominantly elemental techniques, special skill, phase shift second gate of the 8 gates special talent, spatial talent bloodline limit. Beginner Sage Body, 10 Sharingan, 10 Ice Release Byakugan concentration, 20 chakra, 65 units lifespan. 50 years realm, shadow level wealth, 80 million Rio warehouse, 2 cubic meters. As he swiftly scanned the other options, he noted that other bloodlines also displayed their concentrations, with the Byakugan concentration being 20. Jifeng felt a surge of excitement. It appeared that with just 8 more individuals, he could obtain a complete Byakugan. Chapter 34. Communication with Akai. The system indicated that the bloodline concentration acquired through exchanges could be fused, significantly enhancing Jifeng's operational capacity. This meant that his Sharingan could ascend once more. Although the Uchiha clan was nearly extinct, as long as hope remained, opportunities existed. If necessary, he could eliminate Danzo and extract all the Sharingan from his arms for Orochimaru to perform the impure world reincarnation. After careful consideration, Jifeng realized that offering Orochimaru multiple pairs of Sharingan could easily lead to him hoarding them. The optimal strategy would be to communicate the impure world reincarnation to him. The tenfold amplified version of this technique might just be the ultimate form, potentially allowing Jifeng to soar to new heights. As Jifeng pondered, a voice resonated from classroom 301, Shadow Leaf Dance. Instantly, Jifeng understood that Li was preparing to unleash a powerful move, prompting him to stride into classroom 301. He glanced up to see Sasuke being thoroughly overpowered. Li Lianhua. Just as Li was about to execute his move, Jifeng noticed a figure flash in the corner, moving with unimaginable speed. Li, do not use Li Lianhua. Recognizing the moment had arrived, Jifeng exerted force beneath his feet, instantly arriving beside Sasuke. He swiftly lifted him and positioned him upright upon the ground. Kakashi, who had been preparing to intervene, gradually retreated. This is examination time. Do not squander it here. Preserving your stamina is paramount. Jifeng twirled gracefully in the air and landed lightly on the ground. Li, you have been somewhat impulsive. There are numerous ways to prove yourself. You can defeat him honorably in the official match. Sorry, Jifeng and I acted rashly. It is perfectly normal for the young to be impulsive. Now, introduce me to your companion. This is the essence of youth. Jifeng and this is my sensei, Akai sensei. Sensei, this is my elder brother, Jifeng. I have often heard about you from Li. He says you care for him like a father. Jifeng extended his hand, which Akai eagerly grasped in return. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Akai. The random generation of return options has concluded. Please select one from the following choices for your reward. 1. Gain 250 points of Akai's strength. 2. Obtain a complete set of Akai's training attire. 3. Acquire Akai's taijutsu talent. 4. Receive the method for permanently opening the first 7 gates of the 8 gates from Akai. Truly, a man capable of nearly delivering a conclusive blow with a single kick possesses remarkable openness. The rewards for exchanges are exceedingly generous. The first option reveals that Akai, who trains relentlessly for 18 hours a day, boasts at least 2,500 points of strength, indicating he has achieved shadow-level power. Yet, there are notable weaknesses as well. Next, Jifeng briefly glanced at the green attire adorning Akai, summarily deeming it atrocious. He then dismissed the third option, acknowledging Akai's undeniable talent. His hard work and skill had paved the way for his future. Should he select this talent, with a tenfold enhancement, Akai would require 10 years to unlock the 8 gates. However, with this talent, Jifeng would only need 1 year of training. The final option was the coveted 8 gates technique, yet he hesitated, recalling how long it took him to learn even the 2nd gate. Although this was not a direct path to the 8th gate, the 7th gate would undoubtedly suffice. However, the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes, and it might take him years to unlock the 4th or 5th gates. By then, Jifeng might already be invincible within the ninja realm, making this reward less appealing than the talent itself. After a moment's contemplation, Jifeng declared, "System, I choose the 4th option." He believed that if he could exchange heart-to-heart techniques with Ino later, he might achieve a thousandfold reward, making future talent selections effortless. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggering a tenfold return, granting the permanent method for opening the first 7 gates of the 8 gates. I am Lee's teacher. Caring for him is my duty. Lee, you have a wonderful elder brother. This is the essence of youth. After embracing Lee, they both began to weep. Jifeng shook his head and approached Naruto and the others. Have you all signed the scrolls? Jifeng-sensei, you looked so cool saving Sasuke just now. Naruto exclaimed, retrieving the scroll from his pocket. Humph, I didn't need your help. I could have defeated him myself. Sasuke, with a hint of pride, produced the scroll and handed it to Jifeng. Jifeng-sensei, this is mine, Sakura chimed in, extending her scroll as well. Excellent. You have all passed the final preparatory test for the Chunin exam. What? That's so underhanded. This was a test too? What would have happened if I hadn't signed? Foolish Naruto, keep your voice down. Be quiet. Look around. Everyone is watching us. You're embarrassing Sasuke. Humph. Sasuke's reputation was already tarnished, Naruto scoffed. Humph. Sasuke remained silent, merely letting out a huff. If any one of the 3 of you fails to sign, then all 3 of you will be deemed to have failed this year's Chunin exam. All right, now find any seat and wait for the first round's chief examiner. Yuegwang Jifeng has accomplished all his objectives this time and vanished in an instant. Upon seeing Kakashi and the others standing at a distance, Yuegwang Jifeng slowly approached them. Jifeng, where have you been? I searched for you all day yesterday and all morning today. Hondo, did you come looking for me for some reason? How infuriating. You truly are a forgetful person. Did we not agree to design an entrance move together? As Hondo spoke, she walked over and patted Yuegwang Jifeng on the back. He had not expected someone to come to him so proactively. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Hondo for completing an intimate interaction. The random generation of rewards is complete. Please select one from the following options. 1. Obtain Hondo's Heavenly Curse Seal 2. Obtain Hondo's Secret Technique, Shadow Snake Hand 3. Obtain 120 points of mental strength from Hondo 4. Obtain Hondo's fondness for meatballs. Among these 4 options, Yuegwang Jifeng could only describe them as rather conventional. The first option piqued his interest since this curse seal could indeed enhance power, the only downside being the potential presence of Orochimaru's spirit within it. However, with a tenfold amplification, it should merely strengthen the seal's power without side effects. The second option, being Orochimaru's specialty, was easily dismissed. The third option was fairly standard. 1,200 points of mental strength would be a significant enhancement. The fourth option was best left unconsidered, as the thought of Hondo indulging in meatballs to the point of physical alteration was somewhat hard for Yuegwang Jifeng to bear. System, I choose the third option. Chapter 35. You want me to save your mother? What will you offer in exchange? System, I choose the third option. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Choice successful. Triggering tenfold return, gaining 1,200 points of mental strength from Hondo. A wise individual never leaves any potential hazards for themselves. Thus Yuegwang Jifeng refrained from selecting the first option. With this addition of 1,200 points, his mental strength reached 2,900 points, fully entering the standard of shadow-level mental strength. Jifeng, I tell you, I will break in through the window directly. You must not disrupt my plan. How about this? On the surface, you are the chief examiner, while I secretly enter the forest of death, ensuring the safety of our Konoha's new generation. What do you mean, Jifeng? Although Hondo recognized the individual words, she did not comprehend their arrangement. In simple terms, it meant that the candidates should remain unaware of a second chief examiner, allowing him to observe and protect from the shadows. Is that permissible? Hondo asked uncertainly. Why wouldn't it be? I am safeguarding the children's safety while discerning if anyone has infiltrated. Well, I suppose I won't concern myself with it. Just as long as you do not disturb my entrance ceremony. Hondo stated nonchalantly. You should prepare now. We're at the final question. Ahaha, watch me dazzle you all. Yuegwang Jifeng glanced at Hondo, and he had to admit that fishnet stockings were indeed alluring. Soon after, Hondo tore through a window with a banner in hand. Jifeng, the subsequent Konoha Genin are in your hands. I shall take my leave now, Kakashi said, producing a copy of Loving Paradise as he exited. Yuegwang Jifeng then gradually made his way toward the Forest of Death. Upon his arrival, he found Hondo explaining the rules. At a glance, he saw Orochimaru, who had transformed into a snake-like figure. After some contemplation, Yuegwang Jifeng refrained from alarming the serpent, as his primary targets remained the first and second Hokage. Quietly retreating into the shadows, he observed Orochimaru flirt with Hondo. "Chief Examiner, your kunai," Orochimaru said, extending her long tongue to lick the blood off the kunai. "Here." Yuegwang Jifeng pondered a question that had occupied his thoughts in his previous life. After Orochimaru's soul switched bodies, would this new body gradually change alongside the spirit? Why did every incarnation of Orochimaru possess a long tongue and neck? Now, all candidates, please sign the life and death agreement and come here to collect your scrolls. I will repeat. The condition for passing is to reach the endpoint and obtain the heaven and earth scrolls. All right, the competition begins now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within minutes, all candidates had entered the forest of death. Yuegwang Jifeng emerged from behind a tree. "Jifeng, you finally arrived. Did you not see how stunning my entrance animation was? It captivated all the candidates." Hondo exclaimed animatedly. "All right, you will support from the periphery, while I enter the examination area alone to monitor the entire scene." "Okay, then I will trouble you with that, Jifeng." Without a word, Yuegwang Jifeng turned and directly entered the forest of death. "Byakugan, activate," he thought to himself. Instantly, he could perceive all within a 2-kilometer radius with clarity. Yuegwang Jifeng felt a tinge of regret. He recalled that in the previous Life-S animation, it was mentioned that Hinata's line of sight could extend to 10 kilometers. His own was only 2 kilometers, which could be attributed to infrequent usage. Yet he believed that the density of his bloodline played a significant role. Observing, Yuegwang Jifeng noted that most teams were proceeding with caution. Only those with powerful chakra moved swiftly. He continuously scanned among these individuals. Soon, he located 2 weak chakra signatures and 1 strong one. Without hesitation, he exerted force beneath his feet and darted forward. Within mere seconds, Yuegwang Jifeng had caught up with the trio. Indeed, they were a combination of 2 males and 1 female, yet he did not rush in. He waited for the optimal moment. Soon, this ninja team encountered an enemy ambush. As expected, one of the males was quickly injured. "Hey, deadweight, come here and let me bite you. I'm hurt." "Ah, you must be careful. There's still one hiding underground," the female exclaimed, extending her arm and closing her eyes. "Snap, you still have some use. I'm fully healed now." The enemy clearly did not anticipate that an injured individual could return to the battlefield unscathed, catching them off guard, leading to an inevitable victory. "Deadweight, I'm tired. Hurry and find us something to eat." "Ah, do I have to go alone? We both fought and are exhausted. You expect us to accompany you? Fine. I'll go by myself." Yuegwang Jifeng glanced at the departing female, contemplated briefly, and retrieved 2 kunai from his pack. Casually, he threw them, and they flew at an invisible speed. Thud, thud. 2 faint sounds echoed as Yuegwang Jifeng paid no heed and pursued the female ninja. He saw her clumsily foraging for mushrooms, muttering, "Which ones are poisonous? Which ones are safe? If all else fails, I'll just have to let them eat them." Soon, she gathered a handful and joyfully headed back. The mushrooms scattered from her hands. Immediately covering her mouth, she dared not linger, bolting forward. Thus, she ran for 2 hours, and night descended. Yuegwang Jifeng quietly followed her for those 2 hours. Eventually, she hid in a tree hollow, becoming still. An hour later, the ground began to tremble slightly. Terrified, she emerged from the hollow, only to be met with a massive bear. "Am I to die here? I have yet to save my mother. Farewell, mother. In the next life, I shall still be your daughter." As the moonlight swiftly approached, it arrived before her and, with a single punch, shattered the colossal bear into fragments, yet meticulously preserved 4 of its paws. "Hey, open your eyes. You have been saved." "Is this real?" "I am saved. How warm and immense this chakra is. It beckons one to draw near. How handsome." She momentarily lost herself in admiration, then quickly composed herself to express her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. It was merely a trifling effort." Esteemed sir, may I request a favor?" "Speak your mind. I wish to implore you to rescue my mother." "What is your name? Why do you wish for your mother to be saved?" "I am Xiaoqian, a ninja from the land of grass. My mother has been imprisoned there, which is why I plead for your assistance." "Why should I venture all the way to the land of grass to rescue your mother?" Moonlight swiftly lowered his gaze to Xiangling and gently questioned. "Esteemed sir, I am willing to offer myself in exchange, for I possess many talents. I can restore your chakra and heal your wounds. Please, I beg of you, save my mother." Chapter 36, Healing Oneself? Am I an eternal machine? Are you suggesting that you would exchange yourself for your mother? Moonlight lowered his head even further. now merely 10 centimeters away from Xuanhua Xiangling. She gazed steadfastly at him and declared, "Sir, I believe your chakra would not deceive me. I will do anything you ask, as long as you can rescue my mother. Is that so? Then I agree to this arrangement. From now on, you shall be my maid, and after this examination concludes, I will take you to rescue your mother." "Splendid. Thank you, esteemed sir. Very well, for the next few days, you shall accompany me. Now, let us prepare the 4 bear paws for our meals over the next 2 nights." As he spoke, Moonlight extended his hand and effortlessly lifted Xuanhua Xiangling from the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Xuanhua Xiangling for completing an intimate exchange. The random reward generation has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Xuanhua Xiangling's pink bear panties. 2. Acquire Xuanhua Xiangling's healing abilities. 3. Gain Xuanhua Xiangling's diamond sealing technique. 4. Attain Xuanhua Xiangling's Kagura mind's eye. To Moonlight's slight disappointment, the rewards did not include the Xuanhua physique. However, he dismissed the thought, considering that soon Xuanhua Xiangling would wholly belong to him. Perhaps deeper exchanges would reveal more. He first glanced at the initial option, realizing that Xuanhua Xiangling was indeed a tender-hearted girl, and promptly disregarded it. The second option piqued his interest greatly, as he had often pondered whether he could heal himself by biting his own flesh when injured. If he were to choose this option with a tenfold enhancement, would he not possess an eternal healing ability? The third option, the diamond sealing technique, was also formidable, famously utilized by Xuanhua Xinjianai to seal the 9 tails. This technique proved extremely useful against tailed beasts. The fourth option, the Kagura mind's eye, primarily served to gauge the number of enemies and conduct extensive searches. However, for someone like Moonlight, who possessed the Byakugan, these abilities were of little use. The only benefit was the last aspect, which could discern if others were lying. Moonlight could not deny the prowess of these 3 abilities. After thoughtful consideration, he chose not to select immediately, and instead turned his gaze to the industrious Xuanhua Xiangling. "Xiangling, can your healing abilities be employed on yourself?" "Sir, I have indeed tried this myself, and yes, I can heal myself." "Oh, what do you mean?" "You see, when I heal others, it consumes my own life force. Therefore, if I wish to heal myself, it also depletes my life force. In comparison to recovering on my own, life force is far more precious. Thus, I generally opt for time to heal myself rather than using my own abilities." Moonlight contemplated this revelation, pondering whether this healing capability was a form of yang release, akin to the first Hokage's wood release, as both required the expenditure of life force to manifest. System. I choose option 2. After careful deliberation, Moonlight concluded that this choice would indeed grant him yang release. In his future exchanges with the first Hokage, he might even be able to utilize wood release techniques. For one endowed with a system, the loss of life force was inconsequential. Moonlight could continually regain longevity, constitution, and strength. By selecting the healing ability, he would effectively become an eternal machine, impervious to injury. This was a complete enhancement of Wolverine. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return. You have acquired Xuanhua Xiangling's tenfold healing ability. After receiving the reward, Moonlight felt no significant change. While Xuanhua Xiangling was cooking, she suddenly sensed a transformation in Moonlight and could not help but inquire, "Sir, why do I feel as though you are somehow different? You feel more amiable than my own mother." This indicates that your choice was indeed wise. Now, hurry and finish cooking. Is that truly the case? I did not feel this way when we first met. How peculiar. Xuanhua Xiangling murmured softly while continuing to prepare the meal. Moonlight, upon hearing her question, understood that the enhancement of his ability had already affected him. The reason she perceived him as more approachable was entirely due to this ability emanating from him and being amplified tenfold. He was eager to test the potency of his new healing ability. Retrieving a kunai from storage, he intended to make a small incision on his hand. Ding! The sound of metal clashing echoed. It dawned on Moonlight that his physique had reached an astonishing 2,300 points, rendering the kunai incapable of breaching his defenses. He mused, "It appears I require a more suitable weapon." With no other option, Moonlight channeled chakra, manifesting a slender wind blade at his fingertips. Gently, he pressed the wind blade against his arm, yet to his chagrin, it too failed to penetrate. Once more, he gathered the wind blade, this time augmenting its properties for increased sharpness. As it made contact with his arm, a small wound was finally inflicted. However, upon retracting the wind blade, the wound healed instantaneously, without even a drop of blood spilling forth. Moonlight was left speechless, pondering if this was the true power of tenfold healing. Indeed, it proved formidable, as even minor injuries required no resources for healing. Furthermore, the chakra he had just expended was also restored. He could genuinely affirm that he had become an eternal machine, never lacking in chakra or susceptible to injury. The world of ninjas was indeed wondrous, brimming with an array of extraordinary abilities. Contemplating the myriad powers he would soon possess, a smile crept upon Moonlight's lips. "Esteemed sir, the bear paw soup is ready. Please come and partake. I had not anticipated your culinary skills to be quite so adept. I am the chief examiner of the second round, Moonlight. From now on, you shall refer to me as Sir Jifeng." "What? Isn't the chief examiner Lady Hongdo? She is merely a figurehead. I am responsible for covertly overseeing you young ninjas. After the conclusion of the second round, you shall come directly to my home. Once I locate an individual, I will take you back to rescue your mother." "Thank you so much, esteemed sir," Xuanhua Xiangling exclaimed tearfully, throwing herself into Moonlight's embrace. Chapter 37. Confrontation with the Shiwan. Art is explosive. Before long, a night had passed. "My lord, shall we depart immediately?" "No. We will wait until the second exam concludes before leaving normally. I shall take you to my home." Wherever you go, I shall follow. Let us go? There is a splendid performance to witness today," Yueguang Jifeng declared, as he effortlessly lifted Xuanwu Xiangling and leaped onto a tree branch. "Do you remember the boy in yellow with a mustache we encountered during the first exam?" "My lord, are you referring to Xuanwu Mingren?" "Indeed. He is the unexpected first-place ninja. Locate him by searching for his chakra." Xuanwu Xiangling nestled in Yueguang Jifeng's embrace, activating her Kagura hard-eye to scan tirelessly. "Found him, my lord. However, there are numerous chakras surrounding him, and one exceptionally powerful presence stands out. Though it pales in comparison to yours, it is exceedingly cold. That would be him. Come, let us observe a captivating spectacle together. You are not Mingren. Who are you?" "A survivor of the Uchiha clan. You are quite impressive. Who are you? What have you done to Mingren?" "Fear not. It is merely a test of your abilities," the Shiwan said, exuding a malevolent aura that enveloped Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. "I refuse to be paralyzed by such a trivial display of malice," Sasuke retorted, drawing a kunai and injuring himself. "Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough." Just as Sasuke completed his great fireball technique, he heard a noise from the right side of the jungle. "You two work well together. You even combine ninjutsu. Is that you, Mingren? I'm so relieved you're safe. Sakura, do not fear. I have returned. How about that? You who only ambushes. My ninjutsu is formidable, isn't it?" "Ninjutsu? Then allow me to demonstrate its might. Wind shield, infinite great breakthrough." In the blink of an eye, Deshiwan completed his hand seals. A powerful chakra erupted from his mouth, transforming into a level 12 hurricane, which directly blew back Sasuke and Mingren's combined ninjutsu toward them. "Sasuke is incredible. He can actually reflect our ninjutsu back. Foolish Mingren, what are you waiting for? Quickly evade. I have played enough. Let me gift you something before I depart." The Shiwan's neck elongated swiftly, and before Sasuke could react, he bit into his neck. "Ah!" Sasuke cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. "Sasuke, what's wrong? What have you done, you villain?" "Nothing much, merely a gift. I believe Sasuke-kun will appreciate this present." After successfully marking Sasuke with a curse seal, the Shiwan declared, "You wait for me in the trees for a moment. It is time for me to make my entrance as the examiner. My lord, please be cautious. This individual may be extremely treacherous. No need to worry, just remain still." "Ah, has someone arrived?" "As the examiner for the second round, I must inquire what you have done to the other participants. Should your answer be unsatisfactory, I reserve the right to disqualify you." Yueguang Jifeng feigned ignorance, interrogating Deshiwan. "The examiner for the second round? ISNT at Hongdo? Who are you?" "Jifeng-sensei, you've arrived. Please see what has happened to Sasuke." "A teacher? What can you teach Sasuke? Does he seek power? If he desires strength, let him come find me. I will send someone to retrieve him the moment he expresses a wish for power." "Power, power," Sasuke murmured in anguish. "This participant, are you disregarding my presence? Forcibly enticing a Konoha ninja grants me the right to act against you." Yueguang Jifeng swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. 2 water dragons erupted from his mouth. "Oh, you can perform such a powerful ninjutsu, even in the absence of water? Quite impressive. You are a genius." Earth style, earth wall. A towering wall of earth rapidly took shape. Am I being underestimated? Yueguang Jifeng shook his head. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Yueguang Jifengs appeared on the ground. Is this a forbidden technique? Let me inform you that merely having numbers does not guarantee effectiveness. Even with forbidden techniques, it remains the same. Then allow me to demonstrate how a clever person engages in battle. With that, numerous Yueguang Jifengs spread out, encircling De Shiwan. Boom. Yueguang Jifeng's water dragon bullet crashed against De Shiwan's earth wall, shattering it and continuing its assault. Impressive power, De Shiwan remarked nonchalantly, evading the remaining force of the water dragon. Let us hope your bravado persists. Water style, water dragon bullet. Oh, another water dragon bullet? The same technique is of no use. Water style, water dragon bullet. Instantly, several shadow clones began forming hand seals as well. What? This is bad. In an instant, countless water dragons appeared in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. How magnificent. Jifeng Sensei, what is this technique called? It is truly spectacular. Mingren exclaimed, astonished. This technique? I call it carpet bombing. Art is an explosion. Boom, boom, boom. The area where De Shiwan stood was bombarded from every angle. In a moment of crisis, De Shiwan swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, summoning technique, triple Rashomon. I concede that I underestimated you. As a ninja, your mind is indeed agile. I shall not linger. Next time we meet, I will present you with a gift. Sasuke, remember, if you seek power, come find me. I am De Shiwan. As De Shiwan's form gradually merged with the ground, seeking to flee, he underestimated the might of the carpet bombing. The triple Rashomon blocked the water dragon bullets from the front and the right side. Yet the water dragons from the left and behind struck him unimpeded, relentlessly pummeling him. Even though De Shiwan, having undergone soft body modifications, possessed certain resistances to typical ninjutsu, the sheer volume of water dragon bullets severely injured him. Jifeng Sensei, excellent work. Just like that, defeat him for Sasuke's vengeance. Sakura cheered exuberantly from the side. De Shiwan, it seems you are even inferior to my teacher. You are likely dead, which is unfortunate, as you will miss out on new power. Sasuke, feeling the pain in his body fade, gazed calmly at the sky. Outside the range of the water dragon bullets, the originally battered De Shiwan stood motionless. Moments later, a completely intact De Shiwan emerged from his mouth. What? Jifeng Sensei? How can he still be unscathed after such severe injuries? Mingren exclaimed incredulously, pointing at the resurgent De Shiwan. Chapter 38. Finally engaging with the one who has captured my heart, I admit I underestimated you. Yueguang Jifeng, am I right? I shall remember you. Boom. Just after speaking, De Shiwan transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Jifeng Sensei, has he fled? Foolish Mingren. Is that even a question? That scoundrel was thoroughly defeated by Jifeng Sensei. Would he remain here to meet his demise? Jifeng Sensei, who is this person? He resembles a snake. It's quite disgusting. Xuanwu Mingren remarked, shaking off the slime from his body. Suddenly, 3 more figures appeared on the ground. What transpired earlier, Jifeng? Examiner, it is you. You are unaware that a man claiming to be De Shiwan attacked us. What? De Shiwan? Are you certain of that name? Absolutely. He introduced himself and even bit Sasuke. Hearing this, Hongdo immediately flashed to Sasuke's side. Upon inspection, she saw a black tomo on the neck that Sasuke was clutching. Indeed, it is a curse mark. So the one who has come is truly Orochimaru. How did you all manage to survive? Hongdo initially wore a grave expression, followed by a hint of confusion. Teacher Hongdo. At first we were utterly powerless to resist. That strange person stretched his head out and bit Sasuke in one swift motion. That makes sense. With Orochimaru's strength, it would be as simple as a flick of his finger to eliminate you. And then, where did Orochimaru go? Hongdo stood up, gazing at Naruto. Just at that critical moment, Teacher Jifeng descended from the sky. His arrival was timely, confirming his earlier suggestion was indeed correct. Teacher, do not interrupt me. Then please continue. I shall no longer speak. Teacher Jifeng employed my favorite ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique, creating an explosion of artistry, and then inflicted severe injuries upon Orochimaru. However, inexplicably, he spat out another version of himself from his mouth, instantly restored to perfect health. This is the most terrifying of his ninjutsu, Orochimaru's exclusive substitute technique. The ability to use this indicates he truly sustained grievous injuries earlier. Jifeng, you must teach me how you defeated Orochimaru when you have the time. Hongdo said with a serious expression as she approached Yueguang Jifeng. There is no time. I am quite busy. Yueguang Jifeng replied as he turned and leapt onto the tree where Uzumaki Karin was, taking her away. Teacher, what shall we do now? We do not know if Sasuke is in danger, Sakura asked with concern. Let us proceed with the competition. I believe Jifeng will keep an eye on things from the shadows. If Sasuke cannot hold on, you may open the scroll and forfeit the match. Very well, teacher. I will ensure Sasuke's safety. And I shall protect you, Sakura. Be cautious. I must first report to Lord Hokage. With a swish, the umbu on the ground vanished along with Hongdo. Naruto, what shall we do now? First, let us take Sasuke to that tree hollow. And I will search for food while you tend to him. Naruto, I never imagined you would prove unexpectedly reliable. Meanwhile, Yueguang Jifeng appeared to have left with Uzumaki Karin. Yet he was, in truth, concealed nearby, as there was still one vital individual yet to engage in conversation. How could he bear to depart? Lord Jifeng, are we not leaving? No, the real show is just beginning. No sooner had Yueguang Jifeng spoken than the Sound Ninja Trio made their entrance. Surrender the scroll, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Do not speak so. Thus, what if you cannot restrain yourself and break your word? Lord Jifeng, this team is truly unfortunate. They have just been attacked, and now another group arrives. I wonder if they will survive. Fear not, they are resilient like cockroaches, hard to kill. Even the Sage of Six Paths would not claim them. Yueguang Jifeng remarked, observing the defeated Naruto and Sakura below with indifference. Indeed, you are correct, my lord. As someone rushed over hastily. Sakura's life shall be protected by me, Rock Lee. Does that thick-browed fellow fancy the pink-haired girl? Do you believe they are a good match? Yueguang Jifeng countered with a question instead of answering. I think that girl is unworthy of thick brows. Oh, you are the first to say so, pray tell. Why is that? Yueguang Jifeng inquired with interest, having never encountered such sentiments in the forums of his past life. It is simple. I can discern from that pink-haired girl's chakra that she is quite the green tea. You can deduce such from chakra? How astonishing! Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed in surprise. Perhaps it is due to my extensive experience with chakra that allows me to discern it. Your judgment is indeed precise. She is, without a doubt, green tea. Just as Yueguang Jifeng conversed with Uzumaki Karin, Lee had already been defeated. My lord, 3 more individuals are approaching. The main characters have finally arrived. You shall not bully my sisters. A fierce shout echoed from the nearby woods. My lord, this girl is truly noble. Her chakra radiates warmth. Yueguang Jifeng nodded but remained silent, contemplating the opportune moment to engage with her. Are more rushing to their doom? You are indeed quite difficult to kill. Jin, hurry and act. My lord is likely becoming impatient. Mind transfer jutsu. Upon hearing this coveted ninjutsu, Yueguang Jifeng instantly set Uzumaki Karin down, fixating intently on Yamanaka Ino. In the next instant, Shikamaru and Choji rushed in. I have her under control. Unfortunately, in the very next moment, Ino coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Yueguang Jifeng vanished from his spot, appearing just in time to catch Ino. The next moment, the system's melodious voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Yamanaka Ino. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Yamanaka Ino's bear-themed underwear. 2. Obtain Yamanaka Ino's romantic mindset. 3. Obtain Yamanaka Ino's sixth sense. 4. Obtain Yamanaka Ino's mind transfer jutsu. Gazing at the options in his mind, Yueguang Jifeng let out a quiet sigh, calming himself. He disregarded the other options, his eyes fixated on the 4th choice, knowing that the potential for a thousandfold reward hinged on this moment. System, I choose the 4th option. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Choice successful, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring Yamanaka Ino's mind transfer jutsu. Though this system reward did not indicate any additional benefits or enhancements, relevant secret techniques emerged in Yueguang Jifeng's mind, easing his concerns. Teacher Jifeng, your timing is impeccable, Sakura exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Yueguang Jifeng did not respond, instead inquiring, how is Ino? Is she alright? Teacher you are so handsome. Ino lay in Yueguang Jifeng's embrace, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yueguang Jifeng smiled gently, extending a hand to lightly tap Ino's smooth forehead. How charming your words are. So, how severe is your injury? Thank you. Teacher, I am fine. Ino, it's wonderful that you are unharmed. Chuji, Could you exhibit some sincerity? Must you eat while inquiring about others? I was just nibble due to nerves. I thought it wise to eat more to conserve energy. Teacher, how did you come to be here? Shikamaru emerged cautiously from the bushes. I am the proctor for the second round, which is why I am here. Moreover, I have been present this whole time and have already saved Naruto and his companions once. Yuegwang Jifeng explained gently to Ino without glancing at Shikamaru. Teacher, you are simply the best. Ino exclaimed joyfully, throwing her arms around Yuegwang Jifeng. All right, if you are well, stand up. As he assisted Ino to her feet, he eagerly utilized the mind transfer jutsu on Naruto. Chapter 39, A New Dawn, a thousandfold exchange reward. Mind transfer jutsu. Yuegwang Jifeng felt as if his vision shifted, an extraordinary experience flooding his senses. He moved his limbs gently, finding no discomfort, and then stood with Naruto's body, surveying the surroundings. He noticed his own body sitting on the ground with eyes closed. At this moment, Yuegwang Jifeng sensed something amiss. Given the time elapsed, if communication were possible, the system should have prompted him by now. After contemplating, he began to understand. Although Jifeng had swapped bodies, he still had not encountered Naruto's spiritual power. The system's definition indicated that contact with another individual was necessary for external interaction. Thus, in order to transform into a spiritual essence, contact with another's spiritual power was essential. Without sight of it, communication was impossible, and without communication, no rewards could be garnered. Yuegwang Jifeng did not give up, instead beginning to search for Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual essence within himself. First, I circled the thoughts in my mind, failing to discover anything. Then, I began to search downward. Suddenly, I found a gap near my abdomen that I could enter, which filled me with unexpected joy. Whoosh! Initially narrow, it finally opened up after I took several steps, revealing a vast expanse. Have you arrived, little ghost? A resounding voice echoed within the essence of Yuegwang Jifeng. Upon opening his eyes, Yuegwang Jifeng exclaimed in surprise. To think I would find you, Jiwei. Who are you? Where has Xuanhua Mingren gone? Jiwei, upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, immediately opened his eyes and shouted. Unfortunately, I am also searching for Xuanhua Mingren. But what is your purpose? To seal me? Why not consider that I have come to release you? You do not recognize me? I do indeed. Jiwei, the powerful tailed beast. Then why do you claim you will release me? Are you deceiving me, boy? I merely want you to contemplate. I never stated I would do so, Yuegwang Jifeng replied, stepping closer to Jiwei. Oh, you certainly possess boldness to approach me. What does it matter? I dare to touch you. You dare to touch me, the one who has taken countless lives, Jiwei? In an instant, Jiwei stood, his immense chakra filling the entire sewer. Even Yuegwang Jifeng, as a spiritual entity, could sense the overwhelming pressure. Truly, as the strongest among the tailed beasts, he possessed remarkable prowess. At least you have some discernment. Recognizing that I am the mightiest among the tailed beasts, I permit you to observe me up close. Yuegwang Jifeng shook his head, surprised at Jiwei's somewhat proud demeanor. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and, in the bewildered gaze of Jiwei, directly touched his claw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Jiolama. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Gain Jiolama's ability to see through malevolent thoughts. 2. Acquire all of Jiolama's memories. 3. Obtain chakra connection and distribution from Jiolama. 4. Receive 1% of Jiolama's chakra. Initially, Yuegwang Jifeng merely wished to test if he could succeed. Unexpectedly, he was astounded by the outcome. Not only did he succeed, but it was also a significant jackpot. He was left wondering whether the reward would be a tenfold or a thousandfold return. The first option, the ability to see through malevolent thoughts, seemed immensely powerful to Yuegwang Jifeng, primarily useful for identifying Baiju. It would also help discern loyalty among followers. The second option, concerning memories, would only reveal historical knowledge about the Sage of Six Paths that was unknown to most, rendering it useless for Yuegwang Jifeng in the present. The third option, chakra connection and distribution, if his memory served him correctly, was showcased by Mingren during the Fourth Shinobi World War. It was indeed a formidable ability. Regarding the fourth option, logically, Jiwei's chakra was infinite, thus mathematically, whether it was 1/10 or 1%, it should still be infinite. However, Yuegwang Jifeng recalled from past discussions that Jiwei contained the fire god seal within, and that Jiwei did not possess infinite chakra. Rather, his chakra was vast and regenerated rapidly. creating the illusion of infinity. Contemplating the options, Yueguang Jifeng found himself in a quandary. Little ghost, it seems you truly do not regard me highly. Jiuwei's roar jolted Yueguang Jifeng back to reality. Slowly withdrawing his hand, he gazed at the towering Jiuwei, suddenly realizing that there were 9 such tailed beasts. Strictly speaking, there should be 10. If he were to gather all tailed beast chakras, would he not transform into the 6 paths mode? The 6 paths mode, indeed, was a tantalizing prospect. To become a sage in the world of Huingsing would render one invincible. I gamble. System, I choose the 4th option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a 1000-fold return, and you have gained 10 times Jiu Lama's chakra. Yueguang Jifeng closed his eyes, preparing to relish the sensation of this boundless chakra. Damn it, you little brat. How dare you ignore me? Jiuwei raged impotently within his cage. However, Jiuwei's roar also awakened Yueguang Jifeng. System, where has the chakra I received gone? The system offered no response. Left with no choice, Yueguang Jifeng mentally commanded, open the panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng power, 1200 constitution, 2350 agility, 3000 spirit, 2900 ninjutsu. Numerous, predominantly 5 elements ninjutsu, special skill, intangibility 8 gates. Second gate special talent, spatial talent bloodline limit. Beginner sage body, 10 Sharingan, 10 ice release, 100 Byakugan concentration, 20 chakra. Lifespan, 50 years realm. Super shadow, infinite chakra, but lacking powerful techniques. Foundational attributes too low, hence at the bottom. Wealth, 80 million Rio warehouse. 2 cubic meters. Upon witnessing the panel, Yueguang Jifeng felt a sense of relief. Super shadow. Though the annotation indicated he was at the bottom, he was still a super shadow. It is worth noting that during the peak of Hozuki Sarutobi, he was merely a pinnacle-level shadow. The significance of the term super shadow is self-evident. The posthumous representative of super shadow is none other than Pain. Pain stood at the pinnacle of super shadows. Although all his abilities stemmed from his eyes, his weaknesses were evident. Yet, none could deny his destructive power. Yueguang Jifeng finally felt reassured. With his super shadow strength, he could face the impending assault from Orochimaru with confidence a month later. Even if he could not win, defeat was out of the question. Should Orochimaru summon numerous figures through Edo Tensei, Yueguang Jifeng could ensure his safety through carpet bombing. From this moment on, Yueguang Jifeng could confidently declare that art was indeed an explosion. Chapter 40. Once again, an exhilarating exchange. Jiulama, may we meet again by fate. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng understood that Mingren's spirit was likely lost, but successfully acquiring Jiuwei's chakra rendered this journey a success. With a whoosh, Yueguang Jifeng withdrew his heart and returned to his own body. Teacher, what just happened? Why did you suddenly sit down and not respond when I called you? Nothing. I was merely sensing if there were any others nearby in danger. Yueguang Jifeng stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes and smiling at Ino. That's great. You scared me to death, Ino exclaimed, patting her still-developing chest. Ah! Sasuke suddenly howled. The curse mark on his neck began to burn, spreading like a black tadpole throughout his body. Who bullied you, Sakura? Ah, Sasuke, are you alright? That's wonderful. Sakura, frightened by Sasuke's condition, fell to the ground, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Who has bullied you, Sakura? Sasuke repeated, his voice filled with even more rage. It was that peculiar trio over there. Upon hearing this, Sasuke glanced over. Without a word, he directly launched an attack. Teacher Jifeng, it seems something is off with Sasuke, right? Ino observed Sasuke, then turned to Yueguang Jifeng and whispered, it's nothing. It's merely a side effect of acquiring power. It will subside shortly. Suddenly endowed with immense power, Sasuke effortlessly broke both of Sake's arms. In the end, Tusi offered a scroll, leading the two away in a disheveled state. Sasuke's strength began to wane, and he collapsed to the ground, murmuring, is this what it feels like to gain power? It's truly marvelous. Orochimaru, how intriguing. Upon seeing the situation settle, Yueguang Jifeng declared, all right, candidates, since everyone is safe, let us continue the competition. I hope to see you at the finish line. By the way, Shikamaru, remember to look after Ino. She seems to be injured quite badly, Yueguang Jifeng said, patting him on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Nara Shikamaru. The random generation for the return project has concluded. Please select one option for the return. 1. Gain 1% of Nara Shikamaru's intelligence. 2. Acquire Nara Shikamaru's laid-back personality. 3. Obtain Nara Shikamaru's Shadow Imitation Technique 4. Gain Nara Shikamaru's 0-7 mental strength. After reviewing the options, although the first seems quite appealing, the protagonist, Yueguang Jifeng, believes that intelligence is only necessary to a certain extent. Excess serves no purpose. Therefore, the system, I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired Nara Shikamaru's Shadow Imitation Technique. Yueguang Jifeng is not particularly interested in the technique itself, but rather wishes to learn the secret arts of the Nara clan through it. It is worth noting that the most renowned shadow abilities are exemplified by Gekko Moria from One Piece, despite his inability to properly harness such powers. However, the foundational abilities are already formidable, and Yueguang Jifeng is optimistic about the future prospects of this shadow technique. Without further contemplation, given the current state of Yueguang Jifeng, if he were to produce a sufficient number of shadow clones, theoretically, he could control individuals indefinitely with his chakra. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he turns his attention to the last small figure, a Kimichi Choji. Let us work hard together, Choji. Yueguang Jifeng remarks, giving Choji's spiky hair a playful pat. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with a Kimichi Choji. The random generation for the return project has concluded. Please select one option for the return. 1. Acquire the Pantaluna top a Kimichi Choji's head 2. Gain a Kimichi Choji's gluttonous personality 3. Obtain a Kimichi Choji's secret technique, Meat Tank 4. Acquire a Kimichi Choji's secret technique, Partial Expansion Technique. Yueguang Jifeng contemplates and thinks that Choji's headwear should be a headband, yet the system defines it as pantaloon, leaving him somewhat speechless, thus he skips this option. The second option is also disregarded. The third option is dismissed as well since, although the meat tank holds some power, he has no desire to roll around like a ball. The fourth option feels somewhat redundant, as he had previously selected Akamaru's size-changing ability, and he wonders what changes may occur if he selects this one. System, I choose the fourth option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired a Kimichi Choji's Partial Expansion Technique. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge floods Yueguang Jifeng's mind. Upon comparing it with the size-changing ability, he realizes that they are indeed distinct. The size-changing ability allows for overall enlargement or reduction, whereas the partial expansion technique permits the enlargement of a specific body part, with the limitation that it can only revert to its original size, not shrink. However, Yueguang Jifeng believes that to achieve a reduction, he could first utilize the size-changing ability to shrink and then employ the partial expansion technique. Overall, these two techniques complement one another. After surveying the completed exchanges, Yueguang Jifeng vanishes from sight. Lord Jifeng, your chakra has undergone a remarkable transformation. Uzumaki Kasumi exclaims, unable to contain her astonishment. Oh, what significant change have you perceived? The most notable change is that I can sense your chakra has transformed from an ocean of vastness to an endless expanse. Despite the overwhelming pressure emanating from your chakra, I feel no fear. Rather, I find it comforting. Ha ha ha, with a modicum of progress made, there is little more to say. Wait for me here. I still need to verify a few matters. Understood, my lord. I will remain quiet. Yueguang Jifeng closes his eyes and sits cross-legged upon a broad branch. Silently invoking the heart transfer technique, he instantaneously traverses considerable distance, pinpointing the body of Yamanka Ino, who is about to rise. Yueguang Jifeng seeks to confirm whether it is specifically Naruto's uniqueness that inhibits mental communication. Upon entering Ino's body, he begins his search for her mental strength. Starting from her head, there is nothing. The abdomen yields no results either. He finds it perplexing, as even if the spiritual entity were to fall into slumber, it should still be visible. However, despite his thorough search, he finds nothing. Ino, awaken. I shall take my leave for now. I still have other scrolls to locate. Hearing his call, Yueguang Jifeng must exit Ino's body, devising alternative plans. Silently, and without a trace, he returns to his own body. Reflecting on the inherent danger of this technique, should his mental strength depart, his body would be left vulnerable to any assailant. If an enemy were to arrive, Yueguang Jifeng would not even know how he perished. It is no wonder that the Ino Shikicho trio remains united. It is to ensure the presence of a reliable ally. However, Yueguang Jifeng hesitates to trust others easily. Thus he must seek a capability for self-protection or something else. Suddenly, He recalls the summoning scroll he obtained previously and thinks that perhaps the only entity that could offer him a semblance of reassurance would be a summoned beast bound by contract. Yet, he wonders what creature the scroll could summon. Chapter 41. Should I communicate with Yakushi Kabuto now? Soon, 5 days have elapsed. Kasumi, I will step out for a moment. You and the remaining individuals can proceed outside. Once it concludes, simply wait for me in place. Understood, my lord. Uzumaki Kasumi obediently replies. Upon finishing his words, Yueguang Jifeng directly enters the tower. Jifeng, you have finally returned. The Hokage has stated that a match will be held shortly, as there are too many successful candidates. Additionally, we must ascertain whether Orochimaru has infiltrated among them. Is that so? Did the Hokage request that I host the match? Yueguang Jifeng pauses, turning to look at Akane. Yes, my lord mentioned that you performed exceptionally well in thwarting Orochimaru's schemes. He will commend you for your contributions. And after the match, you will need to speak with him. Another grand promise, is it? Very well, I understand. After saying this, Yueguang Jifeng continues his ascent to the second floor. Jifeng-sensei, did you see? We succeeded. Foolish Naruto, what is there to boast about? Have you gathered the Book of Heaven and Earth? Congratulations, but do not celebrate too soon. Yueguang Jifeng, with a smile, strides toward the center of the arena without pausing. Clapping his hands, he draws everyone's attention. Firstly, I would like to congratulate all of you for surviving the second round of the competition. Congratulations to the 7 teams for advancing successfully. However, due to the excess of participants, we must conduct an additional round of matches. I will randomly select competitors from the names displayed on the large screen. What? How can this be? After barely passing the second round, there is still another match. The once enthusiastic Uzumaki Naruto laments, his spirit seemingly drained. Yueguang Jifeng disregards the surrounding voices, continuing to speak. Now, the first match will be between Sasuke and Choji. The remaining participants, please proceed to the second floor to observe. The 2 of you shall remain. Soon, everyone else departs, and Yueguang Jifeng stands in the center. I will serve as the referee for this match, ensuring impartiality and fairness. Competitors, prepare yourselves. The match begins. As soon as Yueguang Jifeng finishes speaking, he ascends to the second floor. Sasuke, eager to demonstrate his prowess, prepares to unleash his full strength, aiming to decisively defeat this unknown challenger and showcase the might of the Uchiha clan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke exclaims, releasing a massive fireball. Unfortunately, he underestimates Choji, who, as a chosen subordinate of Orochimaru, possesses considerable skill. Choji effortlessly evades Sasuke's attack, just as Sasuke intends to draw upon more chakra. The cursed seal on his neck suddenly activates, rapidly spreading across his upper body. Kakashi, witnessing this, leaps into the arena. Hold on, let's pause the match. Sasuke's cursed seal has activated. I need to seal it before we can continue. Fonin Ban, quickly seek out Fonin Ban. Kakashi, allow me to take the lead. Yueguang Jifeng, not wishing to squander time on trivial matters, leapt beside Kakashi and declared, In, Cho Yu Fonin Jutsu. 5 fingers gently pressed against Uchiha Sasuke's neck. Immediately, all the seals swiftly retracted, leaving everything as if nothing had transpired. All right, let the match continue. Jifeng was astonished to discover that you had mastered this technique. Splash. Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand and leaped back to the second floor. Without the interference of the seals, Uchiha Sasuke, utilizing his replication of Xiao Li's taijutsu, managed to secure a hard-fought victory. The second match is about to commence, with Yaoshiro facing off against Sake-chung. Contestants, please take your positions. Upon seeing Yaoshiro, Yueguang Jifeng mused that the current Yaoshiro was merely an elite jonin. Meanwhile, he had yet to grasp the essential method for the thousandfold exchange. Engaging in exchange now could potentially waste the best rewards from this formidable boss later on. The exchange rewards from a mere elite jonin were not of concern to Yueguang Jifeng. After a final glance at Yaoshiro, he ultimately chose to forego the exchange. Soon, Yaoshiro inadvertently emerged victorious from the match. The competition proceeded in an orderly fashion. Kinjilong secured an early victory. Then, an unexpectedly proficient ninja triumphed with a simple maneuver. Next, Temari and Nara Shikamaru also achieved victories in turn. The stage was set for Haruno Sakura to face Yamanaka Ino. In his previous life, Yueguang Jifeng had found the rivalry between the 2 women quite amusing while watching anime. This battle also signified the transition of Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino from infatuated girls to mature ninjas. Ino finally got the chance to confront you, declaring, "Sasuke belongs to me." Are you referring to that vengeful boy? Well, I must say, I now fancy someone else. Yamanaka Ino shrugged casually. I refuse to believe that. You have always sought to compete with me, and this time, I shall emerge victorious. The two women then commenced their straightforward battle. However, this time, thanks to Uegwang Jifeng's instruction in Jinjutsu, Haruno Sakura unleashed her final technique, Jinjutsu, Narakujo no Jutsu. Ino collapsed instantly. Uegwang Jifeng, realizing he could not allow Ino to lose, widened his eyes and cast a simple Jinjutsu that invisibly struck Haruno Sakura. Bang! Bang! Both women fell to the ground in unison. Uegwang Jifeng leaped to the center of the arena. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Since neither could rise, the match was declared a draw, and both were eliminated. Subsequently, Uegwang Jifeng carried one in each hand and returned to the second floor. They shall be entrusted to your care. What a pity. I had employed a new ninjutsu. Just a fraction short of success. Naruto pouted regretfully. Now we commence the 8th match. Lee Luaka versus Gaara. Contestants, please take the stage. Finally, it is my turn. Today, I shall prove to the world that hard work can triumph over talent. Enough with the idle talk. Let us resolve this swiftly. Gaara descended upon the sand, coldly asserting his intent. Brother Jifeng, I shall win this match. Uegwang Jifeng nodded. The competition began. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lee Luaka vanished from the spectator's view, reappearing behind Gaara. The thick-browed lad possesses remarkable speed. Unfortunately, to the crowd's dismay, Xiao Li's kick struck the sand defense, inflicting no damage. Following numerous attempts, Lee Luaka found himself unable to breach Gaara's defenses. Teacher, I wish to remove my weights and employ that technique. If you have chosen, then proceed. This is youth. Youth allows for no regrets. Chapter 42, Another Thousandfold Return. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. The 8 gates once again dazzled the spectators, showcasing an unparalleled speed, yet it remained insufficient. The defense of Gaara was unyielding. You pesky insect, have you had enough? I shall end your life. Sand waterfall funeral. Lee Luaka, agile as ever, dodged the oncoming sand, but Gaara's assaults grew increasingly rapid. As he ascended towards the sky, he shouted, 5th gate of the 8 gates, the door of limit, open. In an instant, the arena was filled with the afterimages of Lee Luaka. Gaara's sand could not locate his position. Bang, bang, bang. Gaara found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Lee Lianhua. Lee Luaka shouted exuberantly. This time, he finally injured Gaara, pushing him into a frenzy. Endless sand surged forth as if it were free. It quickly ensnared Lee Luaka's leg. Xiaoli, Akai, witnessing Lee Luaka's predicament, leaped from the second floor in a desperate bid to save him. Unfortunately, his speed was insufficient, and there was no time to open the door. As Lee Luaka's leg seemed on the verge of being crushed, tears of anguish streamed down Akai's face. Xiaoli. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Lee Luaka, moving with the swiftness of teleportation. With a mere wave of his hand, the seemingly sturdy grasp of sand fell away. The crowd finally recognized the newcomer. Such incredible speed. Thank you, Jifeng. Akai cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. The match concluded here, with Gaara emerging as the victor. Uegwang Jifeng gently lifted Lee Luaka while calmly announcing, I declare the match concluded. This outcome is unacceptable. I refuse to accept it. I shall kill him for daring to injure me, Gaara proclaimed, his demeanor bordering on madness. Instantly, a tempest of sand surged toward the two. I declare the match over, you little brat. Uegwang Jifeng clenched his right fist and unleashed his strength. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a path was carved through the swirling sand, and everyone witnessed Uegwang Jifeng materialize beside Gaara. I said the match is over. You little brat. Fomin Jutsu. Instantly, the swirling sand fell to the ground like snowflakes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Gaara. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one for your reward. 1. Acquire Gaara's sand armor. 2. Acquire Gaara's gourd. 3. Acquire Gaara's magnet release ability. 4. Acquire Gaara's panda eyes. Uegwang Jifeng surveyed the options in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. The first item, sand armor, is quite good. It should withstand the attacks of Kanai. The second item, I shall skip. The third option is impressive, magnet release. Although the third Kazekage only utilized it to locate gold, its potency cannot be undermined. After all, magnetism is one of the four fundamental forces of the universe. Even if it merely enhances a single character, it would undoubtedly be formidable. While this is merely a talent, one must not forget it can be enhanced tenfold. After considering this option, there was no need to examine the last one. System, I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful selection, triggering tenfold return, and acquiring Gaara's magnet release ability. Upon completing his selection, Yueguang Jifeng intended to depart with Xiaoli. The endless sand on the ground began to stir. Looking up, he saw Gaara with closed eyes, slowly levitating. It dawned on Yueguang Jifeng that Gaara could not sleep, nor could he succumb to unconsciousness. Once he fell into an unresponsive state, the one-tailed Shikaku within him would emerge. Observing the rampaging Shikaku, Yueguang Jifeng perceived this as an opportune moment to engage with the beast. He gently set Li Luoka down on the ground. Xin Zhuan, Xin Jishu. In the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng found himself within the essence of my Law. Rather than hastily seeking out Shoha, he embarked on a journey to locate my Ilua's consciousness from the very beginning. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search, he still could not uncover it. Although Yueguang Jifeng was uncertain of the reason behind this, he felt no regret. After all, the reward was right before him, and he could claim it whenever he comprehended the situation. With a flicker of thought, he arrived at the location where Shoha was sealed. At last, I can be free, he exclaimed. I believe you may be celebrating prematurely. Who dares to disturb my joy? Shoha's enormous form prevented him from noticing the diminutive Yueguang Jifeng beneath him. It seemed he would need to learn a flight-based ninjutsu. Although not all who could fly were masters, all masters certainly could fly. Yueguang Jifeng stroked his chin, pondering this notion. Observing Shoha still scanning the surroundings, Yueguang Jifeng leaped up and, in the blink of an eye, reached Shoha's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Shoha was sent flying. Congratulations to the host for establishing a mental connection with Shoha. The random return of items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire all wind-based ninjutsu of Shoha 2. Obtain Shoha's sand manipulation ability 3. Gain 1% of Shoha's chakra 4. Attain Shoha's magnetic release ability. Gazing at the options, Yueguang Jifeng felt quite pleased. The rewards he had received were indeed formidable. The first option, wind-based ninjutsu, was particularly enticing. Although Yueguang Jifeng possessed a plethora of ninjutsu, it was crucial to remember that this was a thousandfold return. The wind-based ninjutsu could potentially yield techniques that transcended this world, perhaps even divine arts. The second option, sand manipulation, seemed rather mediocre. With magnetic release at his disposal, what need had he for sand control? He swiftly dismissed this choice. The third option, Shoha's chakra, was a fortunate find. As Yueguang Jifeng was genuinely curious whether gathering all nine-tailed beasts would allow him to directly attain the Six Paths mode or merely become a ten-tails Jinchuriki. The fourth option, magnetic release ability, was one he greatly desired, even though he already possessed a magnetic release technique. The thousandfold return could very well yield an even more powerful ability. After a moment of contemplation, Yueguang Jifeng made his choice with some reluctance. System, I select the third option. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Thousandfold return triggered. You have gained 10 times Shoha's chakra. You little imp, whoever you are, you have truly angered me. Since you refuse to behave, I shall teach you a lesson. After making his choice, Yueguang Jifeng decided to subdue the rampaging Shoha. Watch as I bring your demise. Wind release, vacuum bullets. You are made of sand. You must fear water. However, if I defeat you with water, I doubt you will concede. Very well. Let me introduce you to my newly conceived S-Class ninjutsu. Chapter 43. Yueguang Jifeng's first S-Class ninjutsu. Truly befitting of a tailed beast, Shoha's sheer scale was terrifying. It would be wise to prepare adequate defenses. Ice release. Crystal ice mirrors. Domain of ice. In the blink of an eye, 17 hand seals were completed by Yueguang Jifeng. An immense quantity of chakra surged into the atmosphere, instantly transforming the entire space into a frigid hell. Initially, Shoha paid little heed, but in the next moment, he sensed the surroundings growing increasingly cold. Suddenly, a blizzard erupted from the skies, encasing Shoha in an unyielding layer of ice. Why is it so cold? My movements are becoming sluggish. This is impossible. My chakra is becoming increasingly difficult to mobilize. Do not underestimate me. Shoha roared as endless sand began to envelop his colossal form. In that moment, Shoha felt a flicker of warmth. He had no choice but to increase his chakra output. The consumption was 3 to 4 times greater than usual. Fortunately, as a tailed beast, although his chakra was being depleted swiftly, he still possessed a vast reservoir, allowing him to endure for a while longer. For a time, the two adversaries found themselves in a stalemate. Consider yourself fortunate, for although this has only just begun, I have other matters to attend to. Before I depart, allow me to showcase the true power of this ninjutsu. Anyone can boast. Despite Shoha's bravado, he understood that if he persisted, he would surely succumb to the cold. Ice release, infinite one-horned white whale. Without seeing Yueguang Jifeng perform the hand seals, Shoha beheld the entire space filled with colossal ice sculptures, unlike anything he had encountered before. While these ice figures had yet to reach him, their sheer size indicated their formidable strength. Surveying the multitude of ice sculptures, Shoha hastily declared, "Kid, this time you have won. Cease the ninjutsu, I concede." Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng willed all the white whales to halt midair. "Since you have surrendered, remember this. As long as I am present, you shall behave yourself. Do you understand? TCH. Do not threaten me. I am an immortal being. In 18 years, I will still be a fine-tailed beast. What do you think it would feel like to be eternally sealed within an ice sculpture?" Yueguang Jifeng replied with a slight smirk. "Well, what?" Shoha was taken aback by Yueguang Jifeng's words. "It is impossible. You greedy humans could never leave us with such immense power unscathed. I do not believe you would imprison me permanently. Do you think I lack chakra?" Shoha glanced at the raging blizzard above, momentarily rendered speechless. "Remember, wherever I am, behave yourself, otherwise I shall seal you." With that, Yueguang Jifeng gradually vanished. Upon witnessing Yueguang Jifeng's disappearance, Shoha released a sigh of relief. Sitting down, he muttered to himself, "How is it that after only a brief absence, such formidable ninjas have emerged?" Though he was not as fearsome as Uchiha Madara, he was certainly another force to be reckoned with in the shinobi world. In the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng returned to his original form, opening his eyes. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with the S-class ninjutsu he had just executed. After all, he was now a super shadow, yet he struggled against a mere shadow-level Shoha. Although it was only a single ninjutsu that could defeat him, it was essential to recognize that any ordinary super shadow would be incapable of performing such an S-class technique due to its immense chakra requirements. Yueguang Jifeng estimated that casting this S-class ninjutsu necessitated at least 150 units of chakra. Moreover, the number of hand seals required was excessive. He even contemplated whether it would be more efficient to simply clap his hands and summon whatever he desired when communicating with the first Hokage. Suddenly, Ailuo plummeted from the air, snapping Yueguang Jifeng from his reverie. He slowly rose to his feet, brushing the dirt from his clothing. "I hereby declare the victor of this match to be my Ailuo. The people of Sunagate here may come and escort him away." Yes, esteemed Proctor," Kanjiro stammered, visibly intimidated by the ease with which someone could subdue the rampaging Ailuo. "Now, we shall proceed to the next match, Torshin versus Akimichi Choji." Within mere minutes, Akimichi Choji found himself defeated. The victor of this bout was Torshin. Next up, Hinata Hyuga versus Niji Hyuga. Both parties, please prepare for your match. "Lady, I do not wish to offend. I implore you to give it your all. I too wish to gauge the extent of my abilities." Yueguang Jifeng observed the two combatants engaged in battle and couldn't help but reflect on the arduous journey ahead to acquire the reincarnation eye. He pondered whether completing discussions with every member of the Hinata clan would yield such a reward. "Lady, concede. You are not my match," he declared. "No. Please unleash your full potential against me," Hinata Niji retorted fiercely. "The branch family must not harm the main family. I command you to exert every ounce of your strength." 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With just a few strikes, Hinata was sent flying by Niji, crashing to the ground and spitting out a copious amount of blood. "Hinata, are you all right?" Naruto exclaimed, attempting to vault over the railing to descend into the arena. Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at Naruto, and in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Hinata, gently assisting her to her feet. Niji emerged victorious in this match. "Thank you, Teacher Jifeng. I apologize for the trouble caused to you, lady." "It's all right. I do not blame you. It was I who urged you to give your all," Hinata replied softly, shaking her head. "Now, all victors, please assemble in the center of the arena." Yueguang Jifeng stood firm, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every participant. Soon, all winners gathered before him. "I ask once more, Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw from the competition? Reporting to the chief examiner, I wish to withdraw. Senior Do? Why do you wish to forfeit? Naruto queried, perplexed. I'm sorry, Naruto. My injuries are too severe. I need a long recovery. I will not participate in the subsequent matches, so you must do your best for both of us. Then, very well. Don't worry, Senior Do, I will win. Even for you, Naruto declared, patting his chest, brimming with confidence after his recent victory over Inuzuka Kiba. Excellent. You 8 are now the final victors of the second round. In a month, the ultimate finals will take place. I hope you all achieve commendable results. Now disperse. Watching the departing crowd, Yuegwang Jifeng mused about Jiraiya. You should have returned by now. I eagerly anticipate the rewards our discussions will yield. Chapter 44. Have I become the divine brush of Maoyang? Drawing a nuclear bomb to annihilate the world? Jifeng, remember to visit the Hokage building later. Understood. Hondo, I shall take my leave. Yuegwang Jifeng replied without looking back. Shortly thereafter, he exited the death forest. Sir, I'm here. Uzumaki Xiangling exclaimed as she ran towards him. Let's go. Return home with me. Sir, I wonder if your family will accept me. Uzumaki Xiangling asked softly, lowering her head. Rest assured, they are wonderful people, and one of them is also a maid. Just like you. Yuegwang Jifeng reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Soon, the two arrived at home. Jifeng, you're back. How was your first experience as an examiner? Quite troublesome. This should be the last time. By the way, this is our new maid, Uzumaki Xiangling. This is my wife, Matsu Yuin. Your wife is beautiful, sir. Please just call me Xiangling from now on. I can do anything. Feel free to give me orders, she said. All right, now that you are acquainted, I must head to the Hokage building. I'll take my leave. Very well, Jifeng. Will you return for dinner? No need to wait for me. It's uncertain. Yuegwang Jifeng waved his hand and departed. At this hour, he wondered if Jiraiya had returned. He would need to keep an eye on the bathhouse. Oh no. It was the women's bathhouse. Before long, Yuegwang Jifeng arrived at the Hokage building, spotting 2 Umbu guards at the entrance. He approached and first patted the right side guard on the shoulder. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Ding. Congratulations, host. You and Sai have completed an intimate exchange. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire size, sharp tongue 2. Acquire size curse mark of tongue disaster 3. Acquire size super beast imitation 4. Acquire size disguise ability. Yuegwang Jifeng was pleasantly surprised. He had merely expected a few attribute points, but was delighted to receive something more valuable. It seemed he ought not to underestimate anyone in the future. Engaging in conversation with others could yield unexpected benefits. Clearly, Sai was destined to play a significant role later on, revealing his unique abilities in this encounter. System. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. You have obtained Sai's secret technique, Super Beast Imitation. Note, after enhancement, this technique no longer requires a brush or paper. It can be performed anywhere with chakra. Yuegwang Jifeng marveled, goodness. Does this make me akin to the divine brush of Maoyang? This is splendid. I must try it out shortly. After receiving this surprise from the Umbu, Yuegwang Jifeng hastily reached out to the adjacent Umbu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You and Murakami Haruki have completed an intimate exchange. The return item has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Murakami Haruki's sunglasses 2. Acquire Murakami Haruki's Leaf Village Taijutsu 3. Acquire Murakami Haruki's 8 points of strength 4. Acquire Murakami Haruki's serious demeanor. Yuegwang Jifeng initially anticipated another surprise, but upon seeing the name, his heart plummeted. As expected, the rewards from a minor character were not particularly impressive. System. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. You have obtained Murakami Haruki's 8 points of strength. While not entirely useless, it certainly lacked significant value. Ignoring the 2 Umbu's icy glares, he proceeded to the second floor. Jifeng, you have finally arrived. The Hokage has been waiting for you for quite some time. Lord Hokage, Yuegwang Jifeng has arrived. Should he be permitted entry? Let him in. Bang. The wooden door to the Hokage's office swung open, courtesy of the Umbu. Yuegwang Jifeng glanced disdainfully at the smoke-filled office. Lord Hokage, do you have something troubling you? Why so much smoke? Umbu, close the door. Do not let anyone else in. Understood, Lord Hokage. What is it you wish to discuss with me that requires such secrecy? Yue Guang Jifeng inquired, taking a chair from the corner and sitting down slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Yue Guang Jifeng silently, noting the lack of respect in his demeanor. Realizing that those from the route must have been eliminated by him. After taking a deep drag of smoke, he said, Jifeng, my reason for summoning you isn't particularly urgent. I merely heard from Hondo that you faced off against Orochimaru in the second exam. Orochimaru truly lives up to his reputation as your disciple, effortlessly wielding various secret techniques. Had it not been for your timely intervention, Lord Hokage, I might not have been here today. Yue Guang Jifeng shook his head, responding nonchalantly. That was merely him learning on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Well then, Lord Hokage, is there anything else? Yue Guang Jifeng slowly rose, not wishing to waste time, as he still needed to find Jiraiya. Nothing of great importance. I simply wish for you to serve as the chief judge for the finals in a month. I'm afraid, Lord Hokage, I must decline. Jifeng, may I inquire why? Of course, Lord Hokage, it is because I have recently been the target of assassination attempts, and I am uncertain whether I will survive until then. Jifeng, who in Konoha would dare to assassinate you? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a couple of times, quickly clarifying. The roots of Konoha have decayed. Those rotting roots must be uprooted, or they will hinder Konoha's growth. Oh, right. Be cautious of the decayed roots. Too much rot will inevitably come to light. Then, I shall take my leave, Lord Hokage. Oh, and about the roots hidden in the corners, you will never see them come to light. Bang. After opening the door and stepping outside, Yue Guang Jifeng closed it behind him. Sarutobi, look at this brat. Does he show even a hint of respect? How dare he imply something about me? I must bestow upon him the curse mark of tongue disaster to teach him a lesson. Enough, Tuanzong. Aren't you the one who instigated all of this? Now, even Orochimaru has been driven away. What do you intend to use to confront him? Humph, when the hundreds from the root come together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue a mere Yue Guang Jifeng. Tuanzong, in a month's time, the daimyo will arrive, and you must ensure their safe return rather than hunting down a Konoha Jonin. If you do not eliminate Sarutobi today, you will surely regret it in the future. Let me remind you, Tuanzong, as long as I am alive, you cannot act recklessly. Humph. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. I am the Hokage, and I will see further and achieve more than you ever could. Humph. Sarutobi, just wait. I hope you can survive this Chunin exam. After leaving the Hokage's office, Yue Guang Jifeng hurriedly made his way to the women's bathhouse in Konoha. Chapter 45, Handcrafted Grenades. Another S-rank ninjutsu? As Yue Guang Jifeng walked toward the bathhouse, he suddenly remembered that he had just acquired the Super Beast imitation painting technique. Wouldn't it be much easier to draw a bird? Without hesitation, he began to channel his chakra according to the enhanced Super Beast imitation secret arts in his mind. Miraculously, as his fingers passed through the air, faint blue lines were left in their wake. However, as he actually began to draw, he realized that being a master painter was no easy feat, primarily because Yue Guang Jifeng lacked artistic talent. After squatting in place for half an hour, he finally produced a masterpiece, a depiction of a chick pecking at rice. To his surprise, despite the lack of finesse, the chick successfully came to life. Observing the little chick scurrying about in search of food, Yue Guang Jifeng felt a sense of accomplishment, recognizing the vast potential for improvement. From now on, you shall be called Xiao Zai. Go find a painter for me. The chick seemed to understand, giving a little cluck before darting off. Yue Guang Jifeng hurriedly chased after it for a minute, only to find the chick had led him to the restroom. Fuming, he pointed at the little chick. Pop! The chick immediately transformed into lines and slowly faded away. An idea struck him. What if he could draw something like an airplane cannon? What would happen if he tried to draw a nuclear bomb? Most likely, he would perish alongside it. The ninja world may seem vast, but in reality, it is quite small. Yue Guang Jifeng believed a single nuclear bomb could obliterate the entire Hokage world. However, he dared not attempt to draw a nuclear bomb. A simple grenade was more within his capabilities. Yet, to be safe, he thought it wise to first consult with a painter. Hello, do you know where I can find a painter? How does a ninja like you expect to find a painter? Those who paint are nearly obsolete. Do you know or not where the artists are? I do. Big brother, if you buy me some candy, I'll take you there. All right, little one. Here's 1 or 2 silver. Help me find the artist, and he shall be yours. Mr. Ninja, please find me some silver. Little one, stop dawdling and lead the way. Big brother, follow me. Before long, the child led Yue Guang Jifeng through a maze of alleys until they arrived at a secluded spot. This should be fine, right? There's no one around. Do we still need to pretend? Lord Jifeng, I apologize for finding you in this manner. Bang. The child instantly transformed into a middle-aged man. I don't care who you are. If you waste my time and I don't find the painter I'm looking for, the consequences will be dire. Rest assured, my lord. We Sand Ninja are all skilled in painting. Yueguang Jifeng was intrigued. Pray tell, how so? My lord, please come inside, and I'll explain as we walk. As Yueguang Jifeng stepped beside him, he lightly patted the man's shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Ma Xiangfei. The return project has randomly generated. Please choose one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Ma Xiangfei's puppet technique. 2. Acquire Ma Xiangfei's cautious personality. 3. Acquire Ma Xiangfei's painting skills. 4. Acquire Ma Xiangfei's headband. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished that this sand ninja had not deceived him. He had indeed unlocked the painting skills he desired. System. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. You have acquired Ma Xiangfei's painting skills. My lord, may I inquire about your business? Ma Xiangfei asked cautiously, looking at Yueguang Jifeng, who had just patted his shoulder. Nothing much. I simply wish to know why you sought me. Speak quickly while I am in a good mood. Of course, during the previous competition, did you not seal Gaara? What? Is this my fault? No, my lord. How could we dare to blame you? It is just that Gaara remains in slumber, and we do not know why he is not awakened. Yueguang Jifeng contemplated this. If he left now, he might miss out on some exchange rewards from the Sand Ninja village. Thus, he decided to seize all the rewards from the Sand Ninja this time. Let us go see. This way, my lord. Before long, they arrived at a spacious courtyard. Lord Maki, Gaara still has not awakened. Will this delay our plans? Shoo! Someone is coming. Keep your voice down. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Open the door. It is Ma Xiangfei returning. Your code is rather unique, Yueguang Jifeng remarked with a smile. Forgive us, my lord. This was the most amusing code we could devise. Ma Xiangfei, did you find Lord Jifeng? Reporting to Lord Maki, I have successfully brought Lord Jifeng. Lord Jifeng, we are honored that you could take time from your busy schedule to visit. Yueguang Jifeng smiled, stepping forward to gently pat Maki's shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Maki. The return project has randomly generated. Please choose one from the following options. 1. Gain Maki's 8 points of strength. 2. Gain Maki's 9 points of spirit. 3. Gain Maki's secret ninjutsu, Wind Release, Wind Blade Dance. 4. Gain Maki's A-rank ninjutsu, Wind Release, Wind Blade. Indeed, being an elite jonin, the rewards were substantial. Yueguang Jifeng quickly dismissed the first two options as mere attribute points, which would also be significant after a tenfold enhancement. The third option seemed powerful, yet he was uncertain whether it was S-rank or not. Having seen that some secret techniques were even inferior to B-rank ninjutsu, he was skeptical that Maki, as an elite jonin, could perform S-rank ninjutsu. Thus, he suspected the secret technique was either A-rank or B-rank. The fourth option was straightforward, A-rank ninjutsu, and a tenfold enhancement should yield an S-rank technique. Caught between the third and fourth options, he pondered for a moment before declaring, System, I choose the third option. Perhaps the secret technique was not the strongest, but it would undoubtedly be a trump card. Yueguang Jifeng decided to take the gamble. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. You have acquired Maki's secret ninjutsu, Wind Release, Void Break Hell. Yueguang Jifeng was astounded that the return was indeed unique. Even the name had changed. Ignoring Maki's attempts to speak to him, he hurriedly examined the newly bestowed skill. By concentrating high levels of chakra in his palm or weapon, he could transform all the air within a fan-shaped area ahead into countless nanometer-sized, high-speed vibrating vacuum wind blades, forming a domain. This domain could slice through anything. Physical attacks, defenses, and energy assaults would be cut and disintegrated into the smallest particles, vanishing entirely. The drawback was that it required an immense amount of chakra and extreme mental focus. Any distraction could potentially harm the user, although this technique was instantaneous. The accumulation of chakra and the construction of the domain required a certain amount of time as a prelude. The most significant drawback of this technique lies in its conical domain, with vulnerabilities at the rear and beneath. Thus, one must exercise utmost caution. Upon comparison with the technique of Yueguang Jifeng, it bears a resemblance to Naruto's futon, Raisin Shuriken. However, Naruto's technique is more agile, albeit with a propensity to inflict self-harm. On the contrary, Yueguang Jifeng lacks mobility, yet as long as one maintains focus, injury is averted. Nevertheless, the destructive capability of Yueguang Jifeng is deemed comparable. Overall, this ninjutsu, Yueguang Jifeng, is highly satisfactory. In Chapter 46, How to Respond to the Infinite Missile, Lord Namu, Gatling Bodhisattva. Sir, what troubles you? Maki inquired, observing Yueguang Jifeng standing still in a state of contemplation. Oh, it's nothing. I was pondering why Gaara remains in slumber. Let us proceed to investigate. Upon entering the room, Yueguang Jifeng had anticipated encountering Tomari and Kankuro, only to be greeted by a young sand ninja clad in a headscarf, diligently caring for the sleeping Gaara. Instantly, any desire to enter evaporated. He is well. Perhaps he merely requires additional rest. His body is simply compensating for prior sleep deprivation. Sir, how long do you believe Gaara will remain unconscious? Typically, he will awaken within a maximum of 2 days and a minimum of 1. That is splendid news. Thank you. Sir, shall we dine here at noon? I can procure some artists and discuss with you the reasons behind Konoha's prosperity. Yueguang Jifeng turned, narrowing his eyes. The splendor of Konoha? Behind such opulence lies a multitude of filth. Certain impurities must be eradicated to foster better development. While patting Maki on the shoulder, he encouraged, pursue your ambitions boldly. Some truths remain undiscovered until action is taken. With that, Yueguang Jifeng gradually exited the room, making his way towards the door. Sir, do you not require the artists? Without glancing back, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand dismissively. I have obtained what I sought. I hope you all achieve your desires as well. As Yueguang Jifeng vanished into the courtyard, Maki exchanged perplexed glances with his companion. Why does it feel as if Lord Jifeng's words carry such profound meaning? I cannot fathom their intent. Initially, I was concerned about the unpredictability introduced by Yueguang Jifeng in this operation, yet it appears he will not intervene. Maki pondered before speaking slowly. Truly, you are remarkable, discerning others' intentions with mere conversation. Yet, I wonder why he sought out artists previously? He may have already perceived you. Perhaps he merely provided you with a pretext to seek him. Indeed, Yueguang Jifeng is formidable. How is it that Konoha consistently produces such exceptional individuals? It evokes envy. Fortunately, he seems disinterested in Konoha's fate. Otherwise, we would have to pay any price to eliminate him. Maki shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. As Yueguang Jifeng exited the Sand Ninja stronghold, he hastened his pace towards the nearest training ground. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, he swiftly extended his finger, pausing momentarily in thought before deciding to sketch something simple. This time, unlike before, the images conjured in his mind naturally manifested onto the canvas as he painted. Although Yueguang Jifeng worked expeditiously, it still required a minimum of 30 seconds to depict a grenade. He meticulously illustrated a detonator. While this approach was slower, it allowed for preemptive creation and storage, akin to an explosive tag. In an instant, a blue grenade materialized in his palm. Removing the detonator, he gently tossed it aside. Boom! The blue grenade struck the ground, erupting instantaneously and generating a supersonic shockwave that radiated outward. As the smoke dissipated, Yueguang Jifeng estimated its lethality to span approximately a 15-meter radius. In comparison to a ninjutsu, Yueguang Jifeng deduced that its power equated to a C-rank technique at most. After all, when juxtaposed with Sasuke's prideful fireball jutsu, the devastation wrought by a fireball several meters in diameter is comparable to that of a grenade. Moreover, a grenade's potency surpasses that of an explosive tag. However, crafting explosive tags requires substantial financial resources, as evidenced by Xiaonan's expenditure of 6 trillion on explosive tags, depleting the Akatsuki's treasury. Yet, should Yueguang Jifeng produce 6 trillion grenades, it would merely consume time. Contemplating further, Yueguang Jifeng envisioned crafting his favorite weapon from his past life. Namu Amitba, Gatling Bodhisattva. Soon, this weapon was brought to life by Yueguang Jifeng's artistry. Unlike its real-world counterpart, the Gatling he conjured lacked ammunition constraints. Grasping this long-desired Gatling, Yueguang Jifeng infused it with chakra. As he squeezed the blue trigger, a torrent of blue bullets erupted from the barrel. In the blink of an eye, Yueguang Jifeng unleashed 10,000 rounds. The trees ahead bore witness to deep bullet holes punctured through their sturdy trunks. Nodding in approval at his handiwork, Yueguang Jifeng mused. Now, this is a weapon. A bullet striking a ninja's fragile form guarantees either death or severe injury. Moreover, Yueguang Jifeng discovered that the bullet's potency could vary, contingent on the type of chakra infused. Once Yueguang Jifeng's control over chakra improved, each bullet could transform into a miniature raisin shuriken. Merely envisioning this scenario filled Yueguang Jifeng with excitement. A bullet, a raisin shuriken. Who could possibly withstand such a combination? After indulging in the Gatling's power, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand, returning it to the storage. Reflecting on the efficacy of this super beast drawing technique, he yearned to test its limits. Without hesitation, he sketched the shape of a missile, and within a second, a missile was birthed from his artistry. However, it remained hollow within. Yueguang Jifeng began to infuse it with wind-attributed cutting chakra. Throughout this process, he refrained from distraction, diligently compressing and channeling chakra into the missile. Before long, an hour had passed. Yueguang Jifeng was uncertain how much chakra he had infused, but conservatively estimating, it must have started at around 10,000 calories. What does 10,000 calories signify? In simpler terms, it equates to 10,000 kakashis. Yueguang Jifeng believed the explosive power of this missile could effortlessly obliterate Konoha. Contemplating further, he named it Yuan. Cautiously, he picked up the missile, initially expecting it to be heavy, yet was pleasantly surprised by its lightness. The light blue tip and deep purple body struck him as remarkably beautiful. Gently placing it in a corner of the storage, he realized the space felt a bit cramped. Should anything inadvertently collide with the missile, it could lead to an explosion. System, expand my storage. Ding. Consumed 5 million Ryo. Expanding storage to 4 cubic meters. Only 5 million for an expansion? Quite reasonable. Continue expanding 5 more times. Ding. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. What? Is the system jesting with me? I possess 80 million Ryo. How could my balance be insufficient? Insufficient balance. Please recharge. Encountering a nonsensical system that was unresponsive to reason was truly frustrating. System, expand my storage once more. Ding. Consumed 10 million Ryo. Expanding storage to 8 cubic meters. 10 million. Acceptable. Expand once again. Ding. Consumed 20 million Ryo. Expanding storage to 16 cubic meters. It appeared that the costs were exponentially increasing along with the storage size, which was somewhat tolerable. 16 cubic meters would suffice for now. Yueguang Jifeng decided against further expansions, opting to tidy up the space to make it appear less empty. With everything proceeding smoothly, Yueguang Jifeng exited the training ground, heading directly towards the nearest women's bathhouse. Chapter 47. Communication with Jiraiya and the Grand Explosion soon. Yueguang Jifeng arrived at the bathhouse, a favored spot of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya. Women emerging from the bathhouse displayed skin that was a delicate shade of rosy white. After observing for a while, Yueguang Jifeng moved to a less crowded area. According to the animated series of his previous life, Jiraiya exhibited no fear of being caught in the act of peeping. After circling the bathhouse twice without any fruitful discoveries, he concluded that relying solely on luck would be an arduous endeavor and decided it would be simpler to follow Naruto. Based on his prior experiences, he predicted that at this hour, Naruto would be studying with Ebisu, likely feeling dissatisfied with Ebisu's teachings before seeking out Jiraiya. With this realization, he made his way toward Naruto's residence. Naruto, you must practice your taijutsu diligently. Why are you running away? Ebisu-sensei, I have no desire to learn such rudimentary techniques. I wish to master formidable ninjutsu. Naruto, I advise against aiming too high. Mastery of the fundamentals is paramount. Without a solid foundation, advanced techniques will elude you. Ebisu-sensei, I believe you only say that because you lack impressive ninjutsu to teach me. I shall seek a more formidable teacher, so do not follow me. I am the most capable instructor. No one understands teaching better than I do. You must return with me to practice taijutsu, as I have promised Hokage-sama. Behold my seduction technique. Bang. Ebisu was sent flying, spitting blood, and Yueguang Jifeng swiftly caught him. Ebisu, are you alright? Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate exchange with Ebisu. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one for your reward. 1. Acquire Ebisu's teaching ability. 2. Acquire Ebisu's shuriken technique. 3. Acquire Ebisu's reserved personality. 4. Acquire Ebisu's agility. Indeed, it seemed that even a special jonin could yield such paltry rewards, barely surpassing those of high-ranking side characters. Faced with the 4 options, Yueguang Jifeng found himself at a loss. While the other choices were commendable, this one seemed regrettably inferior. System, I choose the first option. Ding. Congratulations, host, your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired Ebisu's teaching ability. Note, this ability will double the learning capacity of students. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback to discover that this teaching ability came with an explanation, a pleasant surprise indeed. Thank you, Jifeng, I'm fine. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Jifeng, you arrived just in time. Please persuade Naruto to wait for me by the bathhouse tomorrow. I will teach him basic chakra training. I have matters to attend to now, so I must take my leave. Wiping the blood from his nose, Ebisu hurriedly blended into the crowd. Yueguang Jifeng stood pondering for a moment. In the original storyline, Jiraiya and Naruto's first encounter occurred near the bathhouse, making it highly likely that this would happen the next day. Jifeng-sensei, your timing is impeccable. I wish to learn a powerful ninjutsu. Can you teach me? Ebisu is a highly skilled teacher. Even the Hokage's grandson is under his tutelage. His abilities are impressive. Tomorrow, you should seek him out near the bathhouse. You might gain significant insights. Is that true, Jifeng-sensei? I will certainly check it out tomorrow. I will accompany you. Should he fail to teach you anything worthwhile, I will have words with him. Thank you, Jifeng-sensei, you are truly kind. I wish to treat you to ramen. Another time, perhaps. I have matters to attend to today. The next morning, Yueguang Jifeng hastily finished his breakfast and departed. Sensei, why are you here so early? Naruto, I have other matters to attend to shortly. So I wanted to help you resolve your issues early. Wah. Jifeng-sensei, you are truly the best. You are far superior to Kakashi-sensei. Alright, let us go. Sensei, do you think Ebisu-sensei will teach me any powerful ninjutsu? Perhaps it is something he excels in. Yueguang Jifeng replied somewhat dismissively. Jifeng, you are impressive for personally bringing this troublesome brat along. Ebisu-sensei, what formidable techniques shall we learn today? Today we shall cover the fundamentals of chakra training. It is quite pivotal. How boring. I do not wish to learn that. Jifeng-sensei, please have Ebisu-sensei teach me something powerful. Is someone peeping? Yueguang Jifeng chose not to answer Naruto, but instead pointed out Jiraiya, who was spying. Who dares to peep in Konoha? In broad daylight, how audacious. Let us go. Ebisu exclaimed, using body flicker technique to appear beside Jiraiya, ready to strike with his sandal. Bang. Who is so devoid of morals as to interrupt my material gathering? Jiraiya turned to glance at the flying Ebisu, casually picking his nose. Seizing the opportunity, Yueguang Jifeng swiftly leaped onto the rooftop. Oh, another who wishes to thwart my material gathering? The quality of Konoha's ninjas is truly commendable. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, he was struck by Yueguang Jifeng's punch, falling to the ground without much effort. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate exchange with Jiraiya. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one for your reward. 1. Acquire Jiraiya's Sage Art, Frog Call 2. Acquire Jiraiya's Rasengan 3. Acquire all of Jiraiya's ninjutsu knowledge 4. Acquire Jiraiya's incomplete sage technique. Yueguang Jifeng finally achieved his long-held desire to communicate with Jiraiya, and the rewards offered were indeed of high caliber. The first option, Sage Art, is undoubtedly one of the most powerful ninjutsu in the Naruto universe, its value unquestionable. However, Yueguang Jifeng was uncertain whether selecting this would require Sage Mode or the presence of 2 frogs to utilize. The second option was straightforward. The Rasengan possesses tremendous power, and with a tenfold return, Yueguang Jifeng surmised that its might would not pale in comparison to the spiraling shuriken. The critical point was that the Rasengan had no adverse effects, allowing for continuous use, making it exceedingly formidable. The third option was particularly enticing, as it encompassed Jiraiya's vast ninjutsu knowledge. As a disciple of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya possesses countless secret techniques. Choosing this would result in unimaginable returns, though the downside was that it would require personal study. If Yueguang Jifeng lacked the aptitude for sage techniques, it would be quite awkward. The fourth option, though simple, was powerful. It represented Jiraiya's already acquired Sage Mode. Although incomplete, one must remember that choosing this option would trigger a tenfold enhancement, likely granting him the complete Sage Mode. Yueguang Jifeng felt torn, as each return option held great value. Ultimately, with a determined resolve, Yueguang Jifeng decided to take a gamble. System, I choose the fourth option. Chapter 48. The Power of Sage Techniques. System, I select the fourth option. Take a chance, and a bicycle transforms into a motorcycle. Ding. Congratulations, host, Your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired Jiraiya's complete sage technique. Laughter erupted as Yueguang Jifeng reveled in his fortuitous gamble. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, distinct from ordinary ninjutsu knowledge, all requiring study. Having just obtained this, Yueguang Jifeng needed only to concentrate to automatically enter sage mode. Moreover, this version differed from Naruto's, which necessitated a meditative state to absorb natural energy. What Yueguang Jifeng acquired resembled that of Senju Hashirama, though still inferior. Unlike Naruto's method, which required stillness, this version allowed for movement, enabling energy absorption while standing or engaging in any activity, provided he accumulated enough to release it. Nonetheless, Yueguang Jifeng felt satisfied. For this was true sage art, a version superior to Uzumaki Naruto's. When did Konoha come to possess such a formidable jonin? It appears that I have been away for too long. Hello, young man, what is your name? You lecherous fellow, while you may have bested teacher Hybe, I doubt you stand a chance against teacher Yueguang Jifeng. Naruto stepped forward, a hint of pride in his voice. So it is Yueguang Jifeng? Yet, I recall you were once frail and sickly. How is it that you not only ceased coughing but have grown so formidable? Jiraiya stroked his chin, gazing curiously at Yueguang Jifeng perched atop the roof. Oh, it seems you recognize me. Are you also a ninja from Konoha? Yueguang Jifeng feigned ignorance as he leapt down from the rooftop, replying nonchalantly. It truly has been too long since my last visit, so allow me to reintroduce myself. Listen closely. I am the sage of Myobokuzen, the Toad Sage, known as the Toad Hermit. Ah, so you are the lecherous sage. Naruto nodded in understanding. Indeed, Toad Sage. Toad Sage. It is all the same. Lecherous sage, you have knocked my mentor unconscious. What shall we do? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. So, you are Lord Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. I did not expect it to be you. The one you have incapacitated is Naruto, Uzumaki's teacher, who is to participate in the Chunin exams in a month. You ought to consider your actions. Uzumaki Naruto? Jiraiya fell into reminiscence, recognizing the resemblance to Minato. Since you are to partake in the exam, you shall train with me for this month. What? What skills does a lecherous sage possess? Naruto protested. He is a highly skilled ninja. You should learn from him thoroughly this month. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Yueguang Jifeng stated as he walked towards the nearest training ground. Along the way, Yueguang Jifeng silently absorbed natural energy, estimating that it would take approximately 10 minutes to fully gather energy from nothing. Finding this duration somewhat lengthy, he recalled that he could utilize the method Naruto would later adopt in the anime, employing shadow clones to absorb natural energy seamlessly, thus alleviating his concerns about the initial delay. As he used the sage arts more frequently, he anticipated becoming faster as his proficiency increased. Arriving at the heart of the forest, he concentrated and instantly entered sage mode. Water release, water mirror, perhaps due to the infusion of sage chakra. Even a simple C-rank technique appeared extraordinarily powerful. A water mirror, as tall as the ancient trees, materialized before Yueguang Jifeng. He then noticed that his entire face was enveloped by the mysterious markings of sage arts. His eyeshadow deepened, exhibiting concentric ripples. His pupils transformed into a pale blue crescent moon shape, with a crescent moon and a short sword adorning his forehead. Unlike the exaggerated features of the Toad Sage or the sinister aura of the Snake Sage, this visage exuded an air of utmost calmness, precision, and ethereality. It was akin to a death god under the moonlight, both elegant and lethal. Yueguang Jifeng was greatly pleased with his appearance in sage mode and waved his hand to dispel the mirror. After a brief stretch, he felt an overall enhancement in all aspects. Based on Naruto's return from mastering sage mode in the anime, capable of contending with pain at the peak of the Sannin level, the augmentation from sage mode could be deemed an exceptionally powerful technique. It then struck Yueguang Jifeng that he need not speculate on the extent of the enhancement. How foolish of him. System, open the panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng Strength, 1200, temporary, 12,000, Constitution, 2350, temporary, 23500, Agility, 3,000, temporary, 30,000, Spirit, 2,900, temporary, 29,000, Ninjutsu, various, mostly elemental techniques, special skills, intangibility, size alteration. 8 gates, second gate, Sage Mode special talent, space affinity, bloodline limit, beginner Sage body, 10 Sharingan, 10 ice release, 100 Byakugan concentration, chakra, 50 years of lifespan. Realm, Super Shadow, Temporary. Peak Super Shadow, Wealth, 45 million Rio, Storage, 16 cubic meters. Note, all metrics for Super Shadow exceed 1 million, while those for 6 paths exceed 100,000. Indeed, having a system is advantageous, providing clarity. The augmentation indicates an overall enhancement of tenfold. After closing the panel, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated that although he had entered Sage mode, it was somewhat awkward that he did not possess any Sage techniques. This meant that he was currently a warrior reliant on overall augmentation, with his offensive capabilities limited to basic physical attacks. What Yueguang Jifeng needed to do now was to determine how long it would take to fully absorb natural energy and, additionally, to hasten the development of a Sage technique. After some deliberation, he decided to test whether he could learn Sage arts, starting with a simple ninjutsu. He chose to begin with Doton Ryuden. Normally, the Doton Ryuden technique involves gathering earth from the ground after channeling chakra to form a dragon shape. Now in Sage mode, Yueguang Jifeng could effortlessly sense the materials present within the earth. He reasoned that Sage arts should involve an overall enhancement of power. Thus, the raw materials must be upgraded to sustain greater chakra, namely natural energy. He began searching for sturdier soil, his perception heightened in Sage mode. Soon, he discovered high-density clay and, after some thought, infused it with iron, silicon, and other substances. Thanks to his artistic background, he quickly molded these materials into the shape of a dragon. Before long, a robust, richly colored earth dragon emerged before Yueguang Jifeng. Next, he needed to create the projectiles for the Doton Ryuden. Originally, the projectiles were loose earth. Yueguang Jifeng infused the natural energy into the dragon's body, solidifying the once loose dirt. Merely having mass was insufficient. Without speed, the projectiles could easily be evaded. After some contemplation, an idea struck him, reminiscent of the railgun, whose power was undeniable. He proceeded to manipulate the Sage chakra within the earth dragon to devise an acceleration mechanism. This process was exceedingly slow, likely due to it being his first attempt, and it took Yueguang Jifeng a full half-hour to complete the technique. Observing the imposing earth dragon before him, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He then commanded the earth dragon to unleash the Doton Ryuden. Boom. Chapter 49. Gaining abundant attribute points. Yueguang Jifeng watched as the earth dragon rapidly expelled a series of deep brown rays, each emitting a sharp sound as they sliced through the air. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the rays collided with the trees ahead. There was no sense of obstruction. Each tree was severed at its roots, creating large craters upon impact with the ground. Moreover, Yueguang Jifeng sensed that in Sage mode, he could control each ray, effectively hitting his target precisely. Estimating the damage, he concluded that each attack possessed the power of a Rasengan. It is worth noting that the Rasengan is an A-rank technique. Its potency is undeniable. The Sage version of Doton Ryuden delivered A-rank power with each strike, further solidifying Yueguang Jifeng's newfound understanding of Sage mode's might. For the next half-hour, Yueguang Jifeng continuously expended Sage chakra. Ultimately, he concluded that a full charge of Sage chakra could sustain combat for 40 minutes. In the future, utilizing shadow clones would allow him to engage in infinite Sage mode. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng was untroubled by concerns regarding duration. He grew increasingly eager to discover what insights he might gain from interacting with Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. With Senju Hashirama's formidable strength, Yueguang Jifeng might even engage in exchanges 1,000 or even 10,000 times more profound. On the journey home from the training grounds, the moonlight and swift winds were not idle. With his fundamental attributes currently too low, he could not afford to neglect a single attribute point. Along this path, he had amassed a total of 30 attribute points, which was quite substantial. Xiangling, are you ready? He inquired. Master, the meal is ready, Vortex Xiangling cheerfully responded, looking up. I meant to ask if you were prepared to rescue your mother. Observing her adorable demeanor, he gently patted her head. Is that true, Master? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Master. But let us finish our meal first. It is already prepared. Very well, a little more time will not matter. Why does the swift wind seek to rescue his mother? Sister Xian, I originally hail from the land of grass. My mother was captured because of her unique abilities and was not allowed to leave. Do not be afraid, Jifeng. You must save her. With a guardian present, everything will be fine, Vortex Xiangling resolutely stated. Soon, the two set off, and before departing, the swift wind stocked up on plenty of food in the storage space. This was the advantage of having a storage space, allowing them to enjoy warm meals anytime and anywhere. Oh, Jifeng is taking a girl out of the village. Ganzi Tai, if you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Be careful, Jifeng, return early. The swift wind merely waved his hand in response, leading Vortex Xiangling directly out of the village entrance. Before long, for days had passed during their journey. Master, ahead lies the grass ninja village. After such a tiring journey, should we not rest a while before rescuing my mother? Upon hearing Vortex Xiangling express her fatigue, the swift wind recalled that he possessed the abilities of a divine brush, capable of drawing a great bird to fly them. It was not too late to consider this for their return. Let us proceed and resolve this matter quickly to return home sooner. The swift wind shook his head and boldly entered the territory of Grass Ninja Village. Who are you? What brings you to our Grass Ninja Village? Aliang, look at that man behind. Isn't he Xiangling S. Burden? Yes, that is her. But didn't he go to participate in the Chunin exam? Why is he returning with a stranger? Hey, Burden, why are you with this stranger? The swift wind, uninterested in their nonsense, swiftly appeared beside one of the men, delivering a powerful punch to his forehead. Bang! Instantly, the man flew back, crashing into a pillar at the village's entrance, unconscious. Congratulations to the host for completing physical communication with Inoue Yamashita. The random return item generation is complete. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain Inoue Yamashita's ruthless nature. 2. Obtain Inoue Yamashita's unwashed clothes from the past month. 3. Acquire 3 points of strength from Inoue Yamashita. 4. Learn Inoue Yamashita's grass clone technique. Indeed, worthless items. I shall finish this swiftly. System, I choose the third option. Congratulations. Host, selection successful, triggering tenfold return, gaining 3 points of strength from Inoue Yamashita. Help! Someone has invaded Grass Ninja Village. The remaining man, upon seeing his fallen companion, shouted loudly, Master, this is bad. He has called for help. We must hide. Just a bunch of weaklings. We will deal with them all together when they arrive. Well, all right then, but be careful, Master. Who dares to invade our village? It could be that wretched Xiangling bringing back someone. What? He is quite bold. He dares to return with someone? Everyone, attack and capture this man. Let us teach Xiangling a lesson about who her true master is. Everyone, come with me to capture this man. The swift wind, unhurried, began forming hand seals. Everyone be cautious. He is about to unleash a ninjutsu sealing technique. In an instant, the swift wind completed his seals, and an invisible wave enveloped a 1 kilometer radius. Step back. Let me show him my prowess with the fire shield technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Everyone step back. Master Uesha is about to unleash the super ninjutsu fireball. Huh, something feels off. Did Master Uesha forget to eat today? Why do I feel no heat? What happened to my fireball? Where is my fireball? Indeed, Master Uesha, where is your fireball? It must be that I hastily made a mistake while forming the seals. Let me try again. Fire release, great fireball technique. No, I can't even feel my chakra now. Who used some sorcery? I can't sense it. All right, now we can communicate one by one. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, over 100 versions of the swift wind appeared in the arena. What? He is a monster. I have never seen anyone capable of creating over 100 clones. We cannot escape. We are finished. Surround them. Once I finish communicating with each one, I will plant the serpent curse seal technique on them. Fear not, my main body. You are all surrounded. Those who do not wish to die, line up and come forward one by one. The grass ninjas exchanged glances with one another, finally looking toward the village leader. Before the village leader could finish speaking, the swift wind appeared before him in an instant. Bang! His head exploded like a watermelon. Congratulations to the host for completing intimate communication with Inoue Mei. The random return item generation is complete. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain 30 points of physique from Inoue Mei. 2. Acquire the fire release sealing technique from Inoue Mei. 3. Obtain 10 points of agility from Inoue Mei. 4. Learn water release ninjutsu from Inoue Mei. The swift wind was pleasantly surprised by the rewards he had received. System, I choose option 1. Congratulations, host, selection successful. Triggering tenfold return, gaining 300 points of physique from Inoue Mei. Now, who is in favor and who is against? Master, we submit. We are willing to submit. Soon, the swift wind communicated with each one, instructing the shadow clones to apply the curse seal of tongue technique. Unsurprisingly, there were no valuable items, so the Swift Wind opted for attribute points. Nevertheless, acquiring nearly 500 attribute points was still quite impressive. Take me to find Xiangling's mother. Chapter 50. A hundredfold communication awaits. How shall I choose? Master, please follow me. Master, let me lead the way. I miss my mother and wonder if her condition has worsened. Very well, let us proceed together. The Swift Wind followed Vortex Xiangling through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a dilapidated area. A rundown little house appeared before the Swift Wind. Before he could enter, a series of coughs echoed from within. Vortex Xiangling hurried inside. Mother, how are you? Cough, cough. I told you not to return once you left. Why are you back? Are you waiting to die like me? Mother, I have brought a master to rescue us. No one can oppose the entire Grass Ninja Village, regardless of who you find. Vortex Xiangling rushed to her side, softly sobbing. Mother, do not worry. The master has already dealt with the entire Grass Ninja Village. What? Cough. Cough, is this true? This is unbelievable. Who possesses such power? Of course, Mother, we can live peacefully and happily now. Xiangling, are you certain this master does not need our healing? I can assure you he does not. I work as a maid in his household. Anything is acceptable, as long as it does not involve continuing to drain our blood. She coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her breath weak. Mother, what is wrong? It is just my old ailment. Seeing you safe brings me relief. Master, I beg you to save my mother. It is not impossible, but once she is saved, you must all obey me. Rest assured, my esteemed companion, when you direct us eastward, we shall never venture west. The Moonlight Gale nodded vigorously, extending his right hand. Bite down. Cough, cough, what does that mean? Do not inquire. Simply use your mouth to bite. After a moment's hesitation, he gradually leaned forward and sank his teeth into the wrist of Moonlight Gale. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Xuanwang. The return project has randomly concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Gain Xuanwang's physical healing. 2. Acquire Xuanwang's tenacious vitality. 3. Obtain Xuanwang's perception. 4. Receive 1/10 of Xuanwang's Xuanwa body. So, her name is Xuanwang. The rewards from this exchange are quite commendable. The first option overlaps somewhat with Xuanwa Xiangling's abilities, yet I wonder if selecting it might cause the two to merge and become even more formidable. The second option, that of tenacious vitality, seems impressive, but I believe it would be of little use to me, as I have already achieved a perpetual motion state and can heal myself indefinitely. As for the third option, regarding perception, I possess the Byakugan and will likely attain the Rinnegan in the future, making this unnecessary. The fourth option, however, pleases me greatly. Although the Xuanwa body may not rival the Sage body or the Sage eyes, its capabilities are remarkably well-rounded. System, I choose the fourth option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return, receiving 1/10 of Xuanwang's Xuanwa body. Unlike before, after making his choice, Moonlight Gale immediately felt a notable enhancement in his overall condition. System, please display my status panel. Host, Moonlight Gale Power, 2000 Constitution, 3000 Agility, 3300 Spirit, 3300 Ninjutsu. Various, predominantly 5 Elemental Ninjutsu, Sage Art, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb Special Skills, Intangibility, Size Alteration. 8 Gates, Second Gate, Sage Mode Special Talent, Space Affinity Bloodline Limit, Beginner Sage Body 10, Sharingan 10, Ice Release 100, Byakugan Concentration 20. Xuanwa Body 10 Chakra, 110 Years of Lifespan Realm, Super Shadow Wealth, 45 million Tails Warehouse, 16 cubic meters. Indeed, the enhancements are remarkable, with all fundamental attributes significantly elevated. Most importantly, my lifespan has now extended to 110 years. It appears that members of the Xuanwa clan are blessed with longevity. My visit to the Grass Ninja Village has yielded substantial rewards. It was certainly worthwhile. Meanwhile, Xuanwang, who had just been bitten, began to undergo changes. Her previous cough ceased immediately, and her sagging eye bags began to restore, while her ashen cheeks gradually regained a healthy hue. My lord, you are truly remarkable. Not only have you cured my mother's illness, but she has also regained much of her youth. I am forever grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord. From now on, my mother and I shall serve you diligently. Very well, since you are healed, come with me, Moonlight Gale said, turning to leave. My lord is most likely one of our Xuanwa clan. Xuanwang exclaimed excitedly, grasping Xiangling's hand. Mother, why do you say that? Only those with the Xuanhua body can heal others, and my lord must possess a high-level Xuanhua body, for even you could not save me. Mother, your reasoning seems quite plausible. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? However, our Xuanhua clan is dwindling. I believe my lord bears the mission of restoring our clan. Xiangling, I must tell you, you must serve my lord well. It would be ideal if you could bear him a few children. For that is how our Xuanhua clan may rise again. But we do not yet know if my lord would agree to let me bear children. Xuanhua, Xiangling shyly murmured. Fear not, my dear Xiangling. You are so sensible and charming. My lord will surely take a liking to you. With that, they set off together. Taking one last look at the dilapidated house, they finally felt liberated from their suffering. I have placed a curse mark on all of you. Thus, your lives are now in my hands. If anyone wishes to forfeit their life, please step forward. The crowd exchanged glances, surveying the headless corpse on the ground. Yet none dared to speak. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, allow me to state my demands. It is quite simple. Maintain the operations of the Grass Ninja Village and strive to earn as much silver as possible. Do you understand? Understood, came a scattered chorus of voices. Who possesses the greatest strength in this village? It is Lord Yamashita. Then you shall temporarily lead them. I hope that when I return, you will have managed them well. What? Me lead? I cannot do that. Thus, it is decided. What is your name? Reporting to you, my lord, I am Ishida Yulan. Ishida Yulan? A fine name. I trust that upon my return, you will have managed them effectively. After Moonlight Gale finished speaking, he gestured in the air, beginning to draw. The ninjas of the Grass Village, witnessing Moonlight Gale's actions, were filled with trepidation, fearing that he might be a madman. Their hearts raced, anxious that should Moonlight Gale become displeased, they might face death. Moments later, in a matter of minutes, a large pale blue bird, measuring 10 meters in length, materialized from Moonlight Gale's sketches. He swiftly leapt onto the back of the blue bird, which gradually took flight. My heavens, what a miracle! My lord must be a deity. A god. Chapter 51. Seeking the summoning beast. Childhood dreams. My lord, where are we flying to? Xuanwang, clinging cautiously to the great bird, asked with a hint of fear. What? Are you afraid of heights? Moonlight Gale glanced at her, beginning to understand her apprehension. I have never flown this high before. It is somewhat frightening. After contemplating for a moment, Moonlight Gale conjured a bed. Xuanhua was taken aback. My lord, you are truly magnificent. Now lie down. I shall increase our speed. With the addition of a sturdy seat, the return journey took only a single day. Upon nearing Konoha, Moonlight Gale did not allow the bird to stop, but instead, according to his memory of Sarutobi Hiruzen's ninjutsu, opened a breach in Konoha's defenses and flew inside. He made his way directly back home. Jifeng, is that you returned? It is I. Is the meal ready, Xian? Was your outing successful, Jifeng? I have brought back the people. This is Xuanwang, mother of Xiangling. Sister-in-law, you look so youthful. It's hard to believe you have such a grown daughter. Madam, please call me Ying. I shall follow your commands in the future. The following morning, Jifeng, we plan to go to the market today. Do you wish to join us? Moonlight Gale glanced at the contract scrolls in the warehouse and replied, You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. He then recalled Danzo, a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Shadow Clone Jutsu, you will protect their safety from the shadows. Only reveal yourself if danger arises. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Moonlight Gale nodded and stepped out of the house, making his way to training ground number 2. Retrieving the contract scroll from the warehouse, he pondered what this summoning beast might be. I hope it is a formidable creature. Recalling the sequence of hand seals, he prepared to perform the reverse summoning technique. Upon opening his eyes, Moonlight Gale found himself seemingly in a tropical jungle. Towering trees surrounded him. Realizing that seeking something would be more efficient from above, he extended his hand into the air and began to sketch. Perhaps due to having drawn extensively, in merely 30 seconds, Moonlight Gale created a large bird. Standing upon its back, he gradually ascended above the treetops. It became evident that this place was vast, with the occasional birds soaring by. Moonlight Gale could not help but feel exasperated. In such an expansive area, where would he find the summoning beast? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from a distant location. And without hesitation, Moonlight Gale urged his mount toward the sound. Not long after, Yueguang Jifeng caught sight of a massive creature entirely cloaked in black, estimated to stand at least 30 meters tall, bellowing defiantly towards the heavens. The ferocity of its roar was so powerful that it shattered the nearby trees. Upon closer inspection, Yue Guang Jifeng could not discern whether it was a gorilla or a giant. Then, he pondered whether this could possibly be his summoned beast, feeling as though its intelligence might be somewhat lacking. Moreover, it seemed as if something was playfully toying with him. Yet he could not identify what it was with the naked eye. It is worth noting that with his current strength, he could clearly perceive even the mightiest of shadow-level warriors. Observing the furious gorilla, Yue Guang Jifeng grew curious about who had provoked such ire. Channeling his chakra, he activated both his Byakugan and Sharingan, slowing down the rapidly moving figure before him. What? How could this be? Is there a mistake? How could it possibly be that? Before he could recover from his astonishment, the creature unleashed a torrent of water from its mouth, cascading like a waterfall. A thunderous roar filled the air, followed by a powerful jet of flames erupting from its diminutive form. Water and fire, incompatible elements, clashed violently, sending steam surging from their point of contact. Indeed, it was you, a fire-breathing dragon. Yue Guang Jifeng returned to his great bird, a smile gracing his lips. This moment fulfilled a childhood dream. He was determined to capture this fire-breathing dragon. After all, who wouldn't he desire a stylish pet? The struggle between water and fire yielded no clear victor. The enraged gorilla began pounding its chest ferociously, causing the water to surge in intensity. However, the fire-breathing dragon did not engage in a head-on battle. Yue Guang Jifeng surmised it understood the ancient wisdom of avoiding conflict with water. With a powerful flap of its wings, it distanced itself from the torrent and commenced incinerating the giant from various angles. Due to its massive size, the gorilla's reactions were slightly delayed. As the water gushed forth, the fire-breathing dragon had already relocated. Perhaps feeling the sting of the flames, Yue Guang Jifeng noticed the gorilla's fur singeing. In a fit of rage, the gorilla leaped high into the air. Whether it was due to its weight or some skill, it soared hundreds of meters high, landing back on the ground in less than 2 seconds with a resounding crash. The surrounding earth and trees trembled, creating a protective barrier around the gorilla. Seeing that its flames were ineffective, the fire-breathing dragon ceased its assault, rising to an altitude invisible to the naked eye before diving swiftly downwards. Yue Guang Jifeng recalled this maneuver, reminiscent of a technique known as the million-ton punch. The gorilla, undeterred, extended its right arm, a hint of anthropomorphic disdain appearing on its face. The collision of their fists generated a series of shockwaves that rippled through the air. Yue Guang Jifeng, positioned hundreds of meters above, felt the force of the impact tousle his clothes and hair, while his great bird flapped its wings vigorously to maintain its position. As he glanced down, he observed the gorilla staggering backward, leaving deep footprints in its wake. The fire-breathing dragon, too, was propelled backward, flapping its wings to regain balance before finally halting several hundred meters away. Both the gorilla and the fire-breathing dragon exhaled puffs of hot air, signaling the onset of a second round of combat. Yue Guang Jifeng, eager to proceed, was keenly aware of their formidable strengths and could hardly contain his desire to capture them. He directed his great bird to hover between the two beasts. Startled by the sudden appearance of man and bird, both the gorilla and the fire-breathing dragon paused. "I am quite pleased with both of you. Become my summoned beasts," Yue Guang Jifeng proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing his words, the gorilla puffed out its chest defiantly, evidently rejecting the proposition. The fire-breathing dragon regarded Yue Guang Jifeng thoughtfully before letting out a roar. Yue Guang Jifeng surmised that the roar signified a challenge to defeat it. This aligned with the process of capturing a creature. One must first conquer them. Very well, let me showcase my strength, and then you may decide. Bing done. Bing Ji Ling Yu. In an instant, Yue Guang Jifeng infused 500 chakra points into his technique. Before the two beasts could comprehend his actions, snowflakes began to drift from the sky, and the temperature plummeted around them. Chapter 52, Communication with the Gorilla, Explosion Rewards. The fire-breathing dragon let out a howl, expelling flames towards the sky, attempting to thwart the impending blizzard. Meanwhile, the gorilla, seemingly in sync with the dragon, unleashed a torrent of water. But as soon as it spewed forth, it began to freeze, spreading rapidly. Alarmed, the gorilla quickly halted its watery onslaught, leaping several hundred meters away. Yue Guang Jifeng observed the fire-breathing dragon attempting to escape his domain and promptly formed another seal. Sealing technique, barrier. A vast amount of chakra surged forth, and a blue-purple barrier rose instantaneously. Boom! The fire-breathing dragon collided with the barrier first, curiously tapping it with its claws. Thud, thud, roar. Next, the gorilla crashed into the crystal wall. Thud. The gorilla was sent flying several dozen meters, rolling before finally coming to a stop. Yueguang Jifeng found it amusing and declared, "Now let us witness my prowess." Ice sword. In an instant, countless glistening ice swords materialized from thin air, swiftly advancing towards the two beasts. The fire-breathing dragon attempted to evade the assault, but the density of the ice swords was overwhelming, forcing it to resort to breathing fire. The gorilla, intending to counter with water, was too intimidated to do so and could only shield its head with its arms as the ice swords relentlessly battered against them, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The fire-breathing dragon struggled to endure, overwhelmed by the incessant barrage of ice swords. Spotting the gorilla, it suddenly devised a plan. Accelerating with all its might, it positioned itself beneath the gorilla. Subsequently, it directed its fiery breath towards Yueguang Jifeng. The gorilla, seeing the fire-breathing dragon attack Yueguang Jifeng, tacitly accepted the dragon's shelter beneath its bulk. Yueguang Jifeng, observing the flames emitted by the fire-breathing dragon, calmly stated, "I shall now increase the intensity. Are you ready?" Fire-breathing dragon. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon bellowed, intensifying its flames. With a flick of his will, Yueguang Jifeng declared, "Bing done, wuxian shuanglong beofengsu." In an instant, the ice swords vanished, replaced by towering frost dragons extending over 10 meters in length. The fire-breathing dragon was stunned, momentarily ceasing its flames as the gorilla roared, seemingly questioning why it had stopped. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon cried out, pointing a finger forward. The gorilla followed the direction of its arm, momentarily paralyzed with fear. Finally, awakening from the surrounding cold, it pounded the ground furiously and leaped high, delivering a punch to one of the ice dragons. Boom. The ice dragon shattered under the gorilla's strike. Seeing this, the gorilla's excitement surged, and it unleashed a flurry of blows, shattering 4 ice dragons. However, in the next moment, dozens of ice dragons ensnared its wrists and ankles, rendering it immobile in midair. The fire-breathing dragon, witnessing this, immediately soared into action, expelling a torrent of flames in an attempt to rescue the gorilla. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an endless array of ice dragons completely enveloped it. It breathed fire, while the ice dragons released frost. Within moments, the fire-breathing dragon's flames were encased in ice. Panicking, it resorted to its ultimate technique, launching itself into the air and crashing down to smash through several ice dragons. Unfortunately, the sheer number of ice dragons was overwhelming, even with a dozen destroyed. There remained no shortage. The fiery dragon unleashed a radiant inferno, swiftly vanquishing several ice dragons. However, it soon found itself completely encircled by the ice creatures. Observing this, the Moonlight Gale approached the fiery dragon with measured steps. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled all the ice dragons. Fiery dragon, would you like to become my companion? Still reeling from its previous defeat, the fiery dragon lifted its head to gaze at the Moonlight Gale. Roar? The Moonlight Gale, slightly perplexed by its response, retrieved a contract scroll from his system and presented it to the fiery dragon. If you agree, simply place your paw print upon it. The fiery dragon examined the scroll, then glanced at the Moonlight Gale, contemplating before slowly extending its claw. Buzz. The moment the fiery dragon pressed its paw upon the scroll, a radiant light shot forth, wrapping around the creature. Roar? The Moonlight Gale was taken aback, questioning, "What is happening?" Fiery dragon, can you comprehend what I am saying now? I have always understood what you said, but you have not grasped my words. The fiery dragon roared a few times, which the Moonlight Gale interpreted as human language. It seems I have successfully tamed you, fiery dragon. Indeed, from this day forth, we shall be great companions. Hooray, I have tamed the fiery dragon, the Moonlight Gale exclaimed, paying homage to the classics of his past life. How did you end up in this place, fiery dragon? I am uncertain. All I know is that I was sleeping on Dragon Island. Upon awakening, I felt hungry and emerged to seek food, only to find myself inexplicably on this island. I have been here for half a year and have yet to discover the way home. The Moonlight Gale, upon hearing this, surmised that the fiery dragon had been captured by the system, which, in a way, was fortuitous. Fear not, you shall accompany me to another world. One that is quite intriguing. Really, Gale? That sounds wonderful. I shall follow you on adventures henceforth. How do you know my name, fiery dragon? It was revealed to me in my mind, stating that I would henceforth be your Pokemon. The system seems quite reliable, the Moonlight Gale thought to himself. Do you know anything about this gorilla? I do not. It was already here when I arrived. Out of boredom, I began to play with it daily. This time, I angered it, which led to our confrontation. Let us see if we can take the gorilla with us. That works. Otherwise, it would be lonely here by itself. The Moonlight Gale waved his hand, dispelling most of the surrounding ice dragons, keeping the gorilla suspended in the air for fear it would not surrender. Soon, the Moonlight Gale and the fiery dragon arrived beside the gorilla. Roar? The gorilla, upon seeing the fiery dragon and the Moonlight Gale together, let out an anxious roar. What is the gorilla saying? It claims that I, a traitor, abandoned it. The Moonlight Gale chuckled softly and approached the gorilla, gently patting its arm. Unexpectedly, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate exchange with the gorilla. The return project has concluded. Please select one option for a reward. 1. Acquire Gorilla's Water Spray ability. 2. Acquire Gorilla's Jumping ability. 3. Acquire Gorilla's 2,000 physical points. 4. Acquire Gorilla's Thunderous Fist. The Moonlight Gale contemplated the options, realizing that genuine communication with animals was indeed possible. Upon glancing at the choices, his gaze was immediately drawn to the fourth option, Thunderous Fist. He mused, could this gorilla be a wild gorilla? He then noticed the 2,000 physical points and, without hesitation, made his choice. System, I choose the third option. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring 20,000 physical points from the gorilla. This substantial reward was remarkable, granting him an extraordinary physique. The Moonlight Gale even began to wonder if the grass-cutting sword could breach his defenses. Then he remembered that he still had the fiery dragon to engage with. Fiery dragon, come here for a moment. Roar? Despite its confusion, it flapped its wings and flew over. The Moonlight Gale reached out to gently stroke its head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate exchange with the fiery dragon. The return project has concluded. Please select one option for a reward. 1. Acquire Fiery Dragon's Flame Fist. 2. Acquire Fiery Dragon's Explosive Flame. 3. Acquire Fiery Dragon's Thunder Fist. 4. Acquire Fiery Dragon's True Chi Bullet. Goodness, the Moonlight Gale exclaimed. This is the downside of having too many skills, isn't it? It was a pity that he could not obtain the agility inherent to the fiery dragon, which he believed could at least reach the extraordinary level. After examining the options, the Moonlight Gale felt speechless, as none of the most potent skills, such as the jet flame, had surfaced. Although the explosive flame was formidable, he had grown disinterested in fire-type skills. System, I select the third option. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring Fiery Dragon's Thunder Fist. Although the rewards this time were rather ordinary, any reward was welcome. Gazing at the formidable gorilla before him, he reflected on its previous performance, which had matched the fiery dragon blow for blow, and considering its physique, it surely possessed extraordinary strength. Keeping it around as a training partner would be quite beneficial. Hey, gorilla, would you like to become my spirit beast? Roar, roar, roar. What does the fiery dragon mean by that? It says you did not defeat it fairly with your fists, and it feels somewhat unconvinced. The Moonlight Gale nodded and waved his hand, dispelling all the ice dragons. Bang! Caught off guard, the gorilla fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. What are you implying? It's simple. Tell it to be prepared to receive my punch. Roar? It claims you are jesting. The Moonlight Gale shook his head, offering no explanation. He had initially intended to observe the sage mode, pushing his attributes to their peak. Remembering the 20,000 attribute points he had just acquired from the gorilla, he felt more than capable of handling the challenge. Thunder Fist. The Moonlight Gale clenched his right fist tightly, his chakra surging forth. As the chakra manifested, it enveloped his fist, compressing into a scorching blue-white crystalline form. The fist emitted a series of sharp, sizzling sounds, with powerful currents coursing uncontrollably through his arm, flickering with energy. Are you ready, gorilla? Here I come. In the moment he swung his fist, a series of vivid blue-white afterimages trailed through the air, as if the air itself had been momentarily fused by the electric arcs. The gorilla scarcely had time to react before it was struck squarely in the abdomen by the Moonlight Gale. Crack! A sharp explosive sound echoed as the gorilla was sent soaring into the air, resembling a rag doll. Thud! It crashed against the barrier, coming to a halt. which instantly filled with cracks but restored itself in the next moment. Fiery dragon, go check on the gorilla. It won't be dead, will it? Gale. That strike was utterly outrageous. It might have genuinely killed the gorilla. The fiery dragon stammered in astonishment. It hurriedly flapped its wings and flew over. Roar? The gorilla convulsed slightly, expelling a cloud of black smoke. Roar, 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 roar. The gorilla weakly proclaimed, Gale, come over quickly. It admits defeat and recognizes your strength. The moonlight Gale approached the gorilla, observing that its abdominal fur had been completely obliterated, revealing a dent where his punch had landed. Electric arcs flickered intermittently overhead. In an instant, the moonlight's swift wind completed its hand seal and pressed it against the belly of the great ape. Within mere seconds, the gorilla returned to its former glory. The creature, which had been feeble just a moment ago, was now revitalized, leaving it momentarily bewildered. It sat up, scratching its head in confusion. Now that it had recovered, it pondered over the hand seal. The gorilla glanced at its massive palm and the minuscule contract scroll, unsure of how to proceed. The moonlight's swift wind stifled a laugh, suggesting it needed only to place a finger upon it. The gorilla measured its options and extended a small finger, and in the next moment, blue contracts entwined its body. Is this sufficient? It questioned. The fire-breathing dragon dutifully translated. No need for further translation. I understand now. Henceforth, the gorilla would be known as Kuang Yixing. What a splendid name. It rejoiced, clapping its hands and bouncing with glee. Swift Wind, I too desire a melodious name. Isn't fire-breathing dragon imposing? Is it not pleasing? Indeed, I quite fancy that name. It shall remain fire-breathing dragon. Very well. After some time, I will summon both of you into my realm for a visit. For now, I must take my leave. You two may amuse yourselves here. With a resounding thud, the moonlight's swift wind vanished. Upon reappearing, it found itself back at Konoha's training ground number 2. A glance at the surroundings revealed no changes, but soon its expression sharpened. Come forth. Though I am unaware of your method of disappearance and reappearance, you must hasten back to rescue Ao Yushi and the others. I see you are clad in the attire of the Umbu. Are you one of them? What has transpired? The moonlight's swift wind held no real concern for their safety, having left a shadow clone behind prior to departure. The absence of any communication from the clone indicated that it had not been dispelled, thus they were not in dire peril. I am not of the Umbu. I belong to the Roots. You are from the Roots? Then enlighten me as to who seeks to capture them. The moonlight's swift wind remained skeptical of the individual before it, for those from the Roots were typically under the control of Danzo, a figure not easily trusted. It is the Roots who wish to capture them. So, you are claiming to be from the Roots, yet they intend to capture them. And you come to inform me of this? Is that correct? Though convoluted, the truth was indeed as stated. Then why notify me? Shouldn't you be accompanying them in their pursuit? I diverted their attention and came alone to find you. If you wish to prevent their harm, I advise you to promptly inform the Hokage. The moonlight's swift wind couldn't help but think how intriguing this was. A thief calling out a thief. What is your codename? How did you contravene Danzo's orders? I have not defied Lord Danzo's commands, yet I also do not wish for the people of Konoha to suffer harm. Thus, I could only choose to inform you, allowing you to save yourself. My codename in the Roots is Jia. Chapter 54, Communication, Communication, what a shame. Upon hearing this name, the moonlight's swift wind momentarily lost its composure and, at a speed invisible to Jia, appeared by his side, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Jia. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Gain 50 points of Jia's Strength 2. Acquire Jia's Wood Release Technique 3. Obtain Jia's Experience in the Roots 4. Receive Jia's Yang Release. The moonlight's swift wind had not anticipated encountering Jia in this location. Originally, the plan was to first seek trouble with Danzo over the next few days before searching for Jia. Ideally, it would be best to find Jia before the plan to destroy Konoha unfolded, thus acquiring his Wood Release. Could this truly be a manifestation of the universe aligning in one's favor? Shaking its head, it returned its focus to the options presented. A brief glance at the 4 choices left the moonlight's swift wind feeling despondent, its mood plummeting from heavenly heights to the depths of despair. Although Jia's Wood Release was merely suitable for afforestation, it was still Wood Release, and it was indeed regrettable that it had not materialized. There was no recourse. The moonlight's swift wind could only await the arrival of the first Hokage's Wood Release. Disappointed, it shook its head and returned to the system's rewards. There was little to contemplate. The first option was dismissed outright. The second option, would release technique, was also disregarded. The reason being that this technique was rather commonplace. Anyone with a modicum of authority had likely encountered it. Danzo could easily bestow it upon his subordinates, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi had even secretly attempted to cultivate the wood-release bloodline limit, only to discover he lacked the aptitude and subsequently abandoned it. However, when the Moonlight Swift Wind last copied Sarutobi's techniques, wood-release had already been ingrained in its mind. The third option was swiftly eliminated. The fourth option, Yang Release, was an exceedingly formidable chakra nature, serving as a prerequisite for the might of wood release. Logically, the Moonlight Swift Wind, possessing the Sage Body, would already have Yang Release. However, it was not displayed on the system panel. System, I choose the fourth option. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring Jia's Yang Release. Following the selection, the Moonlight Swift Wind felt little change. Shaking its head, it sensed a profound sense of loss. I understand now. Thank you, Jia. Given your timely warning, I advise you not to return to the base today. Swiftwind, what do you mean? The literal meaning, take care of yourself. As the Moonlight Swift Wind spoke, it vanished in a flash. On the way, it dispelled the shadow clone. Pausing momentarily, it immediately reversed direction. This clarified why Ao Yushi and the others had yet to be attacked. They were frolicking in the marketplace, and the roots dared not brazenly assault them. Still searching for an opportunity. Soon, the Moonlight Swift Wind located them. Bai Yin was the first to spot the Moonlight Swift Wind. Madam, the Lord has returned. He has come to find us. Perfect. Let's give him the perfume we bought. Swift Wind, how did you return so quickly? No time for explanations. Come with me. Huh. Though Ao Yushi was puzzled, she held great trust in the Moonlight Swift Wind and led the others to follow his pace. The Moonlight Swift Wind swiftly brought them to training ground number 4. What significant event has transpired? Why have we come to the training ground? Why do you hesitate to emerge despite being given so many opportunities? The Moonlight Swift Wind interrupted Ao Yushi and then addressed the air. It seems you are quite confident. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 15-mast Umbu appeared before the Moonlight Swift Wind. Swift Wind, how could the Umbu be after us? Ao Yushi stepped forward, whispering to the Moonlight Swift Wind. It matters not. They are not truly Umbu. Remain behind me and observe. You few rotten potatoes and foul eggs think you can apprehend me? The Moonlight Swift Wind calmly stepped forward. Humph. Moonlight Swift Wind. Do not speak so boastfully. This time, we are led by Lord Yamanaka. Capturing you will be a simple task. Shao, do not underestimate him. Lord Danzo sent so many of us for a reason. Regrettably, Jia has been diverted. Otherwise, our success would be assured. That fellow Jia, I see him merely as a slacker. He can be led away by a mere beast. Good riddance to him. Indeed, my lord, that fellow Jia must have fled. Upon our return, I shall report this matter to Lord Danzo for appropriate punishment. Precisely, my lord, with all 15 of us here. Even a shadow-level ninja would be no match for us, let alone a trivial Moonlight Swift Wind. You make a valid point, Moonlight Swift Wind. You should surrender at once. Did that old coot Danzo inform you that before you arrived, all those from the roots had already been eliminated by me? Humph. Do not resort to alarmist rhetoric. Since you are so obstinate, we shall sever your limbs and forcibly take you away. Onward. Although Yueguang Jifeng could eliminate everyone in an instant, he required communication and thus approached them one by one. He then began to form hand seals leisurely. Barrier technique. In the next moment, the entire training ground was enveloped by a blue-violet barrier. What? The root ninja halted, surprised as he surveyed his surroundings. Everyone, stop, ordered Yinu Qiging decisively. What are you planning, Yueguang Jifeng? Quite simply, I fear your escape, Yueguang Jifeng replied, vanishing before their eyes with a blink. Bang! Yinu Qiging, who stood at the forefront, shattered instantaneously, his entire body transforming into insects, all of which were promptly killed by Yueguang Jifeng in an instant. I didn't expect you to possess such skills. Yinu Qiging. Ding. Congratulations, host and Yinu Qiging have completed intimate communication. The return project has ended. Please select one option from the following for return. 1. Obtain Yinu Qiging's nano-poison insect manipulation bloodline limit. 2. Obtain Yinu Qiging's forbidden technique, poison jar technique. 3. Obtain Yunu Qigong's ultimate poison dust technique 4. Obtain 500 points of Yunu Qigong's mental strength. Gazing at the options in his mind, Yueguang Jifeng expressed disdain. It was not that the rewards from Yunu Qigong were unworthy. On the contrary, they were quite impressive. First, the first option presented him with a complete bloodline limit for the first time, leading him to speculate that its incompleteness might have led to its own demise from the poison insects. The second and third options were both forbidden techniques, contingent upon having insects. The fourth option, while decent, was merely mediocre for an elite jonin. System, I select the fourth option. Although the bloodline limit was enticing, the thought of nurturing insects within his body was unbearable for Yueguang Jifeng. In both past and present lives, he had always detested insects. Moreover, in the presence of multiple bloodline limits, these insect-related techniques were insignificant and thus unworthy of consideration. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. Obtaining 5,000 points of Yunu Qigong's mental strength. 5,000 points of mental strength was substantial, indicating that Yunu Qigong was remarkably close to the level of a Kage, as a standard elite jonin could only provide 500 points. Subsequently, Yueguang Jifeng ignored the panting Yunu Qigong and approached the next individual. This time, there were no surprises. With a single punch, he dispatched them. Everyone run. Yunu Qigong finally comprehended that even if they all attacked together, they would not stand a chance against Yueguang Jifeng. Chapter 55. Explosive Rewards, a chance to compete with Ba Men Kai. Upon hearing Yunu Qigong's words, Yueguang Jifeng felt a sense of ease. He was curious whether the root ninja would truly despair, whether they were indeed devoid of humanity and emotion. Observing the despondent and fleeing root ninjas, Yueguang Jifeng realized that they too possessed emotions and fear. He then selected an unfortunate victim. Bang! Their body exploded into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations. Host and Xiaoqian have completed intimate communication. The return project has ended. Please select one option from the following for return. 1. Obtain 23 points of Xiaoqian's agility 2. Obtain Xiaoqian's root mask 3. Obtain Xiaoqian's wind release, infinite breakthrough 4. Obtain Xiaoqian's social anxiety personality. Indeed, they were mere lackeys. There was nothing of worth, Yueguang Jifeng thought, shaking his head. Without further consideration of the rewards, he stated, System, I select the first option. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, obtaining 230 points of Xiaoqian's agility. After making his choice, Yueguang Jifeng turned to the next person, eager to resolve them swiftly. Lord Jifeng, could you spare them? I am willing to bear all responsibility. Yueguang Jifeng paused in his murderous intent, turning to look. Yunu Qigong was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Yueguang Jifeng's mouth as he slowly approached him. I truly did not expect the esteemed Yunu Qigong to exhibit emotions, to be willing to sacrifice his life for others. Shouldn't you be a heartless machine? All of them entered the route under my watch. Each one was personally trained by me. How could they lack feelings? I implore you, spare them. I am willing to die as atonement. Yunu Qigong continued to bow. Have you considered that I might refuse? Yueguang Jifeng knelt down, gazing quietly at him. I understand, but I wish to try for even a sliver of hope. He was somewhat of a character. However, it was regrettable that my principle is to not harm others unless harmed first. If someone offends me, I will surely kill them. Let me share another piece of information. Do you know why I have yet to kill Danzo? I could easily end his life, but I will not allow him such a simple demise. I intend for him to be utterly disgraced, left with no options, ultimately leading him to despair and death. Yunu Qigong suddenly raised his head. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, gently forming a seal, and a fireball instantly engulfed Yunu Qigong. A talented individual, yet regrettably allied with the wrong faction. He then selected another unfortunate soul. Bang! Their body exploded into a mist of blood. Ding! Congratulations. Host and Chimu Inying have completed intimate communication. The return project has ended. Please select one option from the following for return. 1. Obtain Chimu Inying's summoning technique. Thunderhound 2. Obtain Chimu Inying's tactical deployment 3. Obtain Chimu Inying's Chimu sword technique 4. Obtain 80 points of Chimu Inying's agility. Yueguang Jifeng did not expect a pleasant surprise. It is well known that while the Chimu clan is few in number, each member is an elite. Danzo truly has skill. He can recruit anyone from any clan. The first reward is quite commendable, This should equate to a skill, and after the tenfold increase. This ninja dog should be exceptionally powerful. Most importantly, it is labeled as a thunderhound. Who could refuse a dog that emits electricity? The second reward, though seemingly ordinary, should not be underestimated, as Chimu clan members are known for their intelligence. Yueguang Jifeng believed they only lagged slightly behind the Nara clan. The third option is quite remarkable. Indeed, it is so renowned that if Konoha's White Fang had not chosen to end his own life, with this Chimu sword technique, not only would wars have been avoided, but even the Uchiha clan's extermination would likely not have occurred. During times of war, it was said that encountering Konoha's White Fang warranted abandoning one's mission, underscoring the value of the Chimu sword technique. However, it must be remembered that this is currently a skill. Yueguang Jifeng could scarcely imagine what a tenfold enhancement would yield. Could it possibly match up to the prowess of the Eight Gates Kai? Though Yueguang Jifeng possessed many valuable items, this reward still made his heart race with excitement. System. I select the third option. At this moment, there was no need to review further options. Any hesitation of even a second would make Yueguang Jifeng feel foolish. Ding. Congratulations. Host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return, obtaining Chimu Inying's Chimu sword technique. In the next instant, a wealth of swordsmanship experience, skills, and techniques flooded into Yueguang Jifeng's mind. He had anticipated a multitude of techniques, but in reality, there were only 3. The final technique even involved life and will, forming a presence akin to a law. No object can escape destruction. Of course, nothing comes without a price. The stronger and more abundant the chakra, the greater the technique's power. It could even consume one's life force, delivering a final blow that cleaves through everything at the moment of death. Yueguang Jifeng certainly would not resort to such a measure. He merely needed to methodically subdue the tailed beast's chakra, and in due time, its power would amplify. This technique would also grow increasingly formidable. The only concern now was that Yueguang Jifeng did not possess a suitable weapon. Subsequently, it occurred to him that both the Craftsmanship Nation and the Iron Nation are excellent places for forging divine weapons. The Craftsmanship Nation has already produced 4 artifacts, and when the time comes, a mere exchange could yield a super weapon in return. Once everything concluded, Yueguang Jifeng's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the remaining few individuals. However, he was met with disappointment. Despite having slain several foes, the rewards he received were rather mediocre. Thus, he opted to allocate all his attribute points. Before long, Yueguang Jifeng had resolved all opponents, marking a significant profit. He acquired over 9,000 points in light attributes, not to mention the proficiency in Kiki's sword techniques. He then waved his hand to dissipate the barrier. Since when did you become this formidable, Jifeng? The Umbu ninjas fall before you like mere chicks. It's simply astounding. Yueguang Jifeng approached and embraced Xiaoqian. This is nothing. In the future, I shall make you powerful as well. But Jifeng, having killed so many from the Umbu, won't the Hokage pursue you? Firstly, they are not Umbu. They belong to the root, specifically Danzo's faction. Secondly, they initiated the attempt to kill us. Ah well, killing so many from the root seems rather troublesome, for they are all ninjas of Konoha. Would you prefer to refrain from killing them and wait for them to kill you instead? Remember, any enemy must be eliminated. All right, Jifeng, I will heed your words. Good. First escort these few back home, then go directly to find the Hokage. Inform him that Danzo sought to kill you, and I came to your rescue, ultimately eliminating the root. I shall then seek vengeance on Danzo. Understood, Jifeng, but you must be cautious. Rest assured, have you not witnessed my strength? Very well. I shall take them away first. Watching the departing women, Yueguang Jifeng silently thought, Danzo, I'm coming for you. Are you prepared? Chapter 56. Could a grenade kill Danzo? Yueguang Jifeng did not hasten his journey. The audience for this grand performance had yet to arrive, and thus he could not afford to be impatient. He aimed to utterly disgrace Danzo, ensuring that his demise would not be so simplistic, and he would come to understand the consequences of offending him. Based on Yueguang Jifeng's deductions, given Danzo's character, the laboratory must undoubtedly be underground, preferably in a secluded location. Eventually, Yueguang Jifeng pinpointed 2 locations, one at the periphery of Konoha's barrier, distanced from the residences of several prominent clans, specifically opposite the Hyuga clan. The other location he speculated to be within the Forest of Death, a spot deemed sufficiently secure. If an ordinary person were to search for him, it would certainly prove arduous, as not everyone could perceive what lay beneath. As he walked, Yueguang Jifeng activated his Byakugan, incessantly scanning his surroundings. Soon, at a boundary, he discerned a clue. Underground lay an extensive tunnel. As he delved deeper, he discovered a large gathering of individuals approximately 100 meters down. It appeared this was indeed the place. He refrained from launching an immediate attack. According to Xian's speed, she was still en route to the Hokage's building. After waiting for 8 minutes, he deemed it time to create some commotion to draw them in. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a clasp of his hands, over 10 Yueguang Jifengs emerged. He aimed to generate a ruckus, the louder the better. Standing with arms crossed, he instructed several of his clones. Such a trivial task could be handled by a single clone. Why summon so many of us? Strength in numbers. Do you not understand? You are being overly demanding. Shadow Clone 2, you shall complete this. What gives you the right to command me, when we are but clones? Because I am Clone 1, now hurry. You clones, expedite your efforts. The show is about to commence. I am thoroughly amused by your antics. I shall take charge. Earth Release, Earthquake Core. Yueguang Jifeng cautioned Shadow Clone 2. Be mindful of the power. Do not kill anyone. Rest assured, I will exercise restraint. A rumble resonated as the ground began to tremble, soon transmitting vibrations to those 100 meters below. Excellent. They should be ascending shortly. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Technique. Shadow Clone 2 promptly formed hand seals and unleashed a 30-meter-long fire dragon towards the sky. Upon its emergence, the fire dragon did not attack, but instead roared skyward, expelling an endless torrent of flames. The entire sky was instantly bathed in crimson. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and others hastened towards the scene, they were initially skeptical of Xian's words. However, due to her loyalty to the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to investigate. Upon witnessing the fire dragon in the sky, he shouted to those behind him, "Quickly, follow me. We must prevent a conflict." Xian, observing the fire dragon, murmured, "Jifeng, you must be careful." She then hurried to join the main group. The first to appear were those underground. "Lord Danzo, we must flee." Although uncertain of the cause of the tremors, ascending would be safer. "Did you bring the experimental data and subjects?" "No, we only retrieved a few valuable items." "Fools, all of you. Once the tremors cease, find Earth-style ninjas immediately and restore everything. Do not worry, Lord, I will take care of it." "Humph, where could Yamashiro Kaze be at such a critical moment?" "The daimyo of the Fire Country has summoned him. Since it concerns the daimyo, his presence is indeed required. Now, assist me, we must exit swiftly." Upon hearing that Danzo was preparing to ascend, Yueguang Jifeng retrieved a grenade from his system warehouse, flipping off the safety and tossing it down. Boom. The foremost Danzo was directly struck by the grenade, his body obliterated into fragments. In that instant, Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily stunned. Could he have actually killed Danzo? This old man, despite his shortcomings, possessed an abundance of valuable items. If he were to die so abruptly, Yueguang Jifeng would be inconsolable. Fortunately, the next moment, a phantom figure began to materialize. "Who dares to ambush me? Surprised? Unexpected? Danzo, no matter who you are, you shall pay the price." Danzo emerged step by step from the earth. "I must say, I am quite eager to meet you, our esteemed Danzo." "What? It is you?" "Indeed, it is I." "Are you astonished?" "I am rather taken aback myself. I did not expect you to be this pathetic, nearly obliterated by a mere grenade. I almost feel sorry for you," Yueguang Jifeng remarked, shaking his head. "Do you think your petty tricks can contend with me, Danzo? Is Izanagi proving useful?" Yueguang Jifeng taunted. "You actually know of Izanagi? Who exactly are you? I stand before you. Tell me, how much do I resemble my former self?" "No, this morning I ordered Jia and Yun Chifeng to capture you." "How could you possibly be here? Where are Jia and Yun Chifeng?" "The outcome is rather evident, is it not?" "Impossible, impossible. You must be deceiving me. Those are 15 elite ninjas, more than capable of apprehending a shadow-level individual. You either overestimate your abilities or underestimate mine." "What exploded just now? Are you unharmed?" A fresh wave of individuals surged from below. "Return underground at once. This individual is a radical from Konoha. Exercise caution." "Radical? Is that not you, Danzo? By the way, should they dare descend, I will bury them alive." Earth Release, Earthquake Core. Shadow Clone 2, ever perceptive, immediately executed the jutsu, though it was more noise than substance. "Quickly, ascend and retrieve the research materials. Do not let them be shattered," Danzo urged anxiously. Although he can be resurrected, his experimental subjects cannot. Yue Guang Jifeng, must you oppose me? You truly are a forgetful noble. Was it not you who sent someone to capture me first? How quickly you turn the tables. My lord Danzo. Humph. In this Konoha, I hold the authority. If I declare you wrong, then you are indeed wrong. Did you hear that? Our third Hokage, in Konoha, is the one who calls the shots. Yue Guang Jifeng said somewhat evasively. Humph. I am still alive, and it is not your place, Danzo, to speak. Even in death, you would have no say. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from behind with a group of people. Humph. Sarutobi, I shall not argue with you. I tell you, one day you will regret this. Chapter 57. Communication with Danzo. Explosive rewards. Danzo, I did not come here for a verbal spar. Since you have not engaged in battle, all is well. My third Hokage, what is the rush? The real show is just beginning. Jifeng, since no one is harmed, shall we let this go? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Let it go? You speak so lightly of it. Do you know what he just did? Regardless of his actions, are you not standing here unharmed? That is true. Allow me to show you something. I believe it will bring you joy. Yue Guang Jifeng retrieved a sealing scroll from the warehouse and tossed it to Shadow Clone number 1. Open it carefully. Do not splatter us. Rest assured, my original, I will handle this. Release. Boom. In an instant, several corpses appeared before Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Kakashi. By the way, I forgot to mention, the remaining 8 or 9 individuals were turned into blood mist by me, so you cannot see them. Gazing at the tattered corpses, several Chunin could not help but retch. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Jifeng, who are these people? Oh, that is a question for our Konoha leader, Lord Danzo. This, Yona Torikes and Joe. Yue Guang Jifeng, how dare you kill those two? I will not let this go unpunished. What? This is Yona Torikes and Joe. This means there must be at least 10 of these ninjas. Indeed. How did so many die? Were they overwhelmed in battle? Which faction dares to kill in our Konoha? Jifeng, how did these people meet their demise? Although previously, Yuzuki Yugao had informed them that Yonu Torikes led a group to attack them, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt there was something amiss, believing it to be a minor issue. Who would have thought that upon their return, they would all be corpses? Yue Guang Jifeng, I will make you pay the price. Danzo roared, beginning to form hand seals before Jifeng could speak. Clone number 3, you go. Yue Guang Jifeng said calmly. TCH, just a light sprinkle. Futon, infinite breakthrough. Clone no. 3 weakly shouted. Futon, infinite breakthrough. At this moment, Danzo completed his seals and shouted. You two stop. Clone number 3, cunningly, was just slightly more powerful than Danzo, ultimately sending him crashing against the barrier. He fell down. In the name of the Hokage, I command you both to cease. Sarutobi Hiruzen said sternly. I am indifferent. Ask Danzo if he is willing. Clone number 3 shrugged nonchalantly. Jifeng, you must explain why this is happening. The sequence of events is quite simple. Danzo, taking advantage of my absence, sought to capture Yuzuki Yugao and others to threaten me. Fortunately, I returned just in time to thwart their scheme. But what of Yonu Torikes and the others? They had the audacity to attempt to kill me. Thus I had no choice but to defend myself and eliminate them. What? You single-handedly killed over 10 ninjas? This is impossible. I have had the fortune of sparring with Yona Torikes, and I could not land a single blow. A Jonin stepped forward, shaking his head. Jifeng, do not take all the blame. Even I cannot defeat Yona Torikes, let alone you. Enough, Kakashi, do not speak further. One who does not even practice their clan's sword techniques can hardly blame anyone else. Indeed, Jifeng, it is inconceivable that you could have killed them all. Just speak the truth, it will be fine. Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward, looking somewhat worried. In this day and age, who would believe the truth? Well, I did not summon you all here because of this matter. Yue Guang Jifeng nodded towards the crowd behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. What exactly is on your mind, Jifeng? Speak quickly. Today, I am going to unveil the heinous crimes that Danzo has committed all along. What? What crimes does Elder Danzo have? Firstly, Danzo conducts experiments on living individuals. What? This is impossible. Were not the experiments halted long ago? And why would they use people for experiments? I recall that Orochimaru also experimented on living subjects. Cough, cough. Yue Guang Jifeng, do not slander without evidence. Danzo slowly rose from the barrier. If you do not believe me, you can go and view the underground laboratory at any time. I believe there are no personnel down there now. Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen, say something. Danzo shouted in fury. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced back at the team behind him, slowly closing his eyes. Kakashi, you go down and take a look. Humph. Yueguang Jifeng, do not think to deceive us with your sorcery. Today, since you killed my subordinate Yonatorikes, I shall ensure your demise here. Since you are so impatient, I shall reveal the second matter. Danzo's right arm is embedded with Sharingan. After Yueguang Jifeng finished speaking, he suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Thud. Accompanied by a scream. Everyone saw Yueguang Jifeng beside Danzo, holding a hand wrapped in bandages. The arm was still dripping with blood. Yueguang Jifeng, what are you doing? Do you think I am old enough to be disregarded? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, preparing to draw his ceremonial robe. What is the rush? Yueguang Jifeng tilted his head to glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then slowly began to unwrap the bandages from the arm. In the next moment, an array of eyes appeared before everyone. This is real. Yueguang Jifeng was indeed telling the truth. Danzo is more wicked than one could imagine. Bang! Yueguang Jifeng slapped Danzo's chest, once again sending him crashing against the barrier. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Shimura Danzo. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Obtain Danzo's summoning beast, the Dream Taper. 2. Acquire the Hashirama cells from Danzo. 3. Receive Danzo's arm filled with Sharingan. 4. Obtain the eyes of Uchiha Shursui collected by Danzo. Finally, I have had an exchange with this old fellow. As expected, the rewards are extraordinary. Firstly, as an elder of the village, Danzo was once a shadow-level powerhouse in his youth, so his summoning beast must be near shadow-level strength. If enhanced tenfold, it should possess peak shadow-level prowess. The second option is impressive. Hashirama's cells signify wood release. If I recall correctly, Danzo can also utilize wood release, although not formidable. Wood release is still superior to many ninjutsu. Moreover, if I successfully fuse Hashirama's cells and enhance them tenfold, I may directly reach Hashirama's peak state. As for the third option, the Sharingan arm, if I choose this, I could obtain 10 such arms. This would essentially grant me the ability to use Izanagi freely, providing a form of pseudo-immortality, which is quite valuable. The final option is exceptional. This is a Mangekyo Sharingan. If I remember correctly, Shursui's I should be able to temporarily alter the will of others. The pinnacle of illusion, though it possesses only an unusable Susanoo, the kaleidoscope is still a kaleidoscope, signifying an unparalleled strength. Even Sanbian can be manipulated, and Yueguang Jifeng feels that controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen is more than sufficient. Each of these choices is incredibly formidable and highly commendable. System, I choose Chapter 58. Should we eliminate Danzo now? System, I select the fourth option. Who would not choose 10 kaleidoscopic Sharingan? After all, such an eye can forge a shadow-level powerhouse. In the legendary realm of eyes, this is the ultimate treasure. Furthermore, there is another reason. When the kaleidoscopic Sharingan evolves into the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as depicted in the animation, it must involve blood relatives. This is because blood brothers are the closest, resulting in significantly less rejection during fusion. So, if all the eyes are one's own, would there be no rejection? The outcome would be 5 eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan, or perhaps even more potent eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring 10 eyes of Uchiha Shursui collected by Danzo. Note, the system securely stores them in the warehouse. Before Yueguang Jifeng could open the warehouse to inspect, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. As a Konoha elder, Danzo not only conducted human experiments, but also privately used the eyes of his own people, a grave transgression indeed. I hereby declare the termination of Danzo's position as elder, disband his root organization, and integrate its members into the Umbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are burning bridges. You will come to regret this. Clap, clap, clap. Yueguang Jifeng applauded, truly worthy of the third Hokage. His response is indeed swift. Jifeng, do you have any objections? Your contributions are substantial. Is there anything you desire? Our esteemed Hokage may have been too lenient. You might not be aware of the nature of the experiments they conducted, right? You make a valid point. I have indeed been too lenient. How about this? Imprison Danzo, and let him reflect sincerely on his misdeeds. Do you consider this punishment sufficient? You are the Hokage. Your word is law. However, I must inform you that our esteemed Danzo's experiments have already succeeded. What? They succeeded? Which experiment succeeded? Sarutobi Hiruzen became agitated. Of course, The wood release experiment was a success. Yueguang Jifeng replied nonchalantly. What? Did I hear correctly? I heard it too. It was wood release. My heavens, this is unbelievable. Wait, where did the wood release come from? Danzo, did you actually use the body of the first Hokage? Kakashi stated coldly. So that's how it is. I wondered how wood release could appear. It turns out to be the first Hokage's. That makes sense. What sense does it make? The corpse of the first Hokage is no longer available. Severe punishment for Danzo. Yes, Danzo must be severely punished. Hokage-sama. We request strict punishment for Danzo. Very well, let us resolve this matter first and return to deliberate on Danzo's fate. Jifeng, did you not say the experiment was successful? Who has learned wood release? Can you enlighten us? Jia, come forth. I know you are here. Jifeng, you are truly impressive, managing to resolve everything in one fell swoop. Sprinkle some water and showcase your wood release. Yueguang Jifeng reminded himself to not laugh. You are Jia, are you not? Do not fear. You shall become a member of the Umbu and freely display your wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen said gently, his face wrinkled with smiles. Understood, Hokage-sama. I shall demonstrate a few of my commonly used wood release techniques. Wood release, the pillar house technique. After forming a few simple hand seals, Jia clapped his hands on the ground. Bang! Except for Yueguang Jifeng, everyone craned their necks to watch Jia's performance. The ground before Jia rapidly sprouted wooden pillars. Look, look! It is indeed wood release, truly wood release. Yes, to witness wood release firsthand is already a fulfillment. Yueguang Jifeng thought to himself that soon they would all die with eyes wide open. Indeed, in the next moment, the crowd began to stare blankly. The wood rapidly assembled into small houses. This, Jia, do you have any other commonly used ninjutsu? This technique does not seem very powerful. Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking cautiously. Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall use another ninjutsu, Jia said somewhat dazedly. Swish, swish, swish. Jia's hand-sealing speed was average, but each movement was imbued with strength. Wood release, 4-pillar prison technique. Pooh! Instantly, for massive wooden pillars rose from the ground, forming an enclosed space. Do you feel it? Wood release does not seem as formidable as imagined. Kakashi, do you think this ninjutsu could restrain you? Kakashi stepped forward, his hands crackling with lightning release. Chidori. Whoosh. Kakashi's arm pierced through the wooden pillar. Bang. The outermost wooden pillar shattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this with disappointment, shaking his head. Enough, Jia, there is no need to continue. I have understood. He then thought to himself that he should have realized this sooner. The techniques of the first Hokage are not easily replicated. How could a dominant figure emerge so easily? Do you not feel that the first Hokage's wooden shield seems inferior to Kakashi's Chidori? Indeed, it seems Kakashi easily destroyed these trees. Alright, everyone. This does not mean that wood release is weak. I know the first Hokage's wood release is far more powerful than this. Kakashi shook his head, retracting the lightning from his hand, and spoke softly. Alright, let us conclude this matter for now. Everyone, please return, and we will contemplate how to punish Danzo. The third Hokage clapped his hands and proclaimed loudly. Did you think you could take me down so easily? Danzo, with only one hand remaining, brushed off the dust from his back, exclaiming excitedly. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Ha ha ha, soon the entire Konoha village will belong to me. Asuma, do you think Danzo has lost his mind? He has always had these occasional fits. It's normal. Asuma inhaled a puff of smoke, calmly gazing at Yuhi Kurenai. To be honest, Yueguang Jifeng, I did not expect you to be so formidable. Thus, you shall become my loyal subordinate. Danzo declared, tearing off the bandage covering his eye, revealing a red Sharingan adorned with intricate patterns. What kind of eye is this? It resembles a Sharingan. Danzo, you actually possess Shirsue's eye. What do you intend to do? Of course, I will show you the might of the Sharingan. Behold my ultimate illusion. Realizing Danzo's intentions, Yueguang Jifeng remained still, instead turning his gaze towards Danzo. Locking eyes with him, Danzo, wielding the Sharingan, suddenly directed his gaze at Yueguang Jifeng, unleashing an unseen wave that struck Yueguang Jifeng directly. Yueguang Jifeng instantly feigned a dazed demeanor. Ha ha ha, it has indeed succeeded. I warned you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Yueguang Jifeng, I now command you to stand by my side. Yueguang Jifeng immediately took a step forward, slowly walking towards Danzo. Chapter 59, Eye Extraction. Seeing Yueguang Jifeng obediently complying, several women grew anxious. Jifeng, what is wrong with you? Jifeng, what is happening? You must stop. The tears flowed down Wozuki Saigen's cheeks. This is bad, everyone. Quickly form a formation. This pair of eyes belongs to Uchiha Shursui. Yueguang Jifeng is now fully under his control. We must be cautious. What? It is indeed Uchiha Shursui's eye. This is terrible. Kakashi exclaimed, hurriedly jumping back to the side of the third Hokage. Kakashi, what is going on? Asuma swiftly drew his weapon and approached Kakashi, asking, You should know that every Uchiha is adept at illusions, especially the three-tomo Sharingan, which is particularly potent. But did you see? Tuanzang's right, I was distinctly different from the three-tomo Sharingan. Do you understand what this signifies? Kakashi instinctively touched his left eye, then slowly raised his forehead protector, revealing the slowly rotating three-tomo Sharingan. Asuma glanced at Kakashi's eye and then at Tuanzang's, noting the stark contrast. Tuanzang's eye lacked the tomo entirely. Quickly, he urged, What does this mean? This indicates that he possesses an eye of a higher caliber than the three-tomo Sharingan, which also implies that his Jinjutsu is far more formidable. At this moment, Tsuki no Kaze should have already been brought under control. What? Kakashi, tell me. What should we do? Yuhi Kurenai cried out, rushing from the crowd to Kakashi's side. The simplest solution is to defeat Tuanzang. Perhaps this will free Kaze from his control. Then let's hurry. Kaze is already approaching Tuanzang. Kurenai said anxiously. Hold on, Kurenai. We must deliberate carefully. Asuma thought to himself, No, I must find a way to delay. It would be best if Tsuki no Kaze were to perish as well. You, Asuma, get out of my way. At that moment, Tsuki no Kaze finally reached Tuanzang's side. Haha, Tsuki no Kaze, I warned you that you would pay the price. Now, hand over your Sharingan arm. A gasp escaped the crowd. The sound of blood dripping on the ground echoed ominously. Is this amusing, Tuanzang? Why do you refuse to obey my commands? Why should I obey you? Is it because of this eye? Tsuki no Kaze said, casually playing with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan he had just extracted from Tuanzang's right eye. Such a beautiful eye. This is impossible. This cannot be. Tuanzang howled, clutching his right eye and staggering backward. What cannot be? Tsuki no Kaze casually placed the Sharingan into a storage compartment. No one can escape the gaze of Shursui. No one. Tuanzang uttered in disbelief. Cut it out. Tuanzang was so arrogant earlier. I thought he was quite formidable. Yet this is the outcome? Konoha, stop speaking. Tuanzang may have lied. Yet Tsuki no Kaze might indeed be powerful. This is impossible. Shursui would never deceive me. What exactly did you do? What did you do? Tuanzang's voice grew frantic. You will never know the answer. Go to the Pure Land and explain it to the first and second Hokage. Tsuki no Kaze extended his hand. Futon. Fujin. No. Upon hearing the incantation, Tsuki no Kaze did not look back, merely snapping his fingers lightly. A head fell to the ground. What do you have to say now, my dear third Hokage? Tsuki no Kaze turned, narrowing his eyes as he spoke calmly. Observing Tsuki no Kaze's composure, the third Hokage forced a grimace that resembled a smile. It's nothing. Killing him. Was that punishment perhaps too severe? Oh. Do you mean allowing him to control me to slaughter you all? Yes, indeed. If it weren't for Kaze's prowess in breaking the control, we would have been in grave danger today. Today has truly been a roller coaster. I shall treat myself to a bowl of ramen when I return. Konoha, I shall join you. We need to discuss today's overwhelming events. Hearing the chatter of the ninjas behind him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. Umbu, remember to collect Tuanzang's body. After all, he was a founding elder, deserving of a proper burial. Lord Hokage, leave this matter to me. I shall see him off for the last time, said a ninja named Joe. Very well, I entrust this task to you. Report to me at the Hokage building once you finish. Umbu, stand by for the results of Tuanzang's experiments. Kakashi, do you not wish to know the truth from that time? Kaze, what do you mean? You will need to seek it out from Tuanzang yourself. Tsuki no Kaze waved his hand as he walked towards Otsutsuki Yukari. Suddenly recalling the Sharingan in storage, he turned to the trembling researchers huddled on the ground. In a flash, he appeared beside one of them, patting his head. After waiting for a moment, Tsuki no Kaze felt disappointed as the system did not emit any sound. Upon reflection, he realized these individuals were neither elite support nor ninjas, thus communication was likely impossible. Is there anyone among you who is a ninja? Step forward. A group of people looked up at Tsuki no Kaze, uncertain of his intentions, none daring to speak. If there are no ninjas, then you all shall perish. Tsuki no Kaze slowly declared. Master, he is a ninja. One individual stammered, pointing towards someone whose head was bowed low. "It's all right, do not be afraid. I merely wish to ask you a question," Suki no Kaze said, approaching. "Master, whatever you ask, I will answer without reservation." "Excellent." Suki no Kaze patted his shoulder. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Yamashiro Kai. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Yamashiro Kai's 500-degree eyesight. 2. Acquire Yamashiro Kai's clothes that have not been washed for a month. 3. Acquire Yamashiro Kai's experimental knowledge. 4. Acquire Yamashiro Kai's 001 spirit. Indeed, none of these options were particularly enticing, yet Suki no Kaze had achieved his objective. System, I choose 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return. You have acquired Yamashiro Kai's experimental knowledge. A surge of knowledge flooded into Suki no Kaze's mind. Which do you believe is more powerful, wind release or fire release? Although Yamashiro Kai did not understand why Suki no Kaze posed such a question, he replied, "I believe fire release is superior because..." Enough. No need to elaborate. Suki no Kaze interrupted, instantly appearing beside Otsutsuki Yukari. Upon observing Suki no Kaze's return, the third Hokage hurriedly approached him. "Kaze, have you seen Shisue's eye? Such a thing that can control me must be preserved by my own hand." "What? Do you wish to obtain it for your own control?" Suki no Kaze continued walking toward the training ground without pausing. Observing Suki no Kaze's retreating figure, Mito Kori stepped forward, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, do you think Suki no Kaze is becoming rather arrogant?" "Enough, old friend. One person has already been lost today. I do not wish for another. Let us return to the office to discuss this further." "Kaze, did you know you truly frightened me just now? You must comfort me tonight," Otsutsuki Yukari exclaimed, hugging Suki no Kaze tightly. "You are still unaware of my capabilities? I guarantee you shall be filled with joy again tonight." "Master, we are also quite concerned for you." Suki no Kaze nodded. "Let us return home. I have matters to verify." Chapter 60. Attempting to fuse the eternal kaleidoscope, the Chunin exams begin soon. Suki no Kaze and his companions returned home. "I have matters to attend to. Do not disturb me, and if anyone seeks me, make them wait." "Understood, master, rest assured." Alone in the basement, he opened the storage compartment and waved his hand to retrieve 10 kaleidoscopic Sharingan returned by the system. After some contemplation, he also took out Tuanzang's eye. It was temporarily useless as the technique had been released by Tuanzang and was cooling down. According to the original work, fusing the eternal kaleidoscope requires the removal of one's own eye, followed by placing another's eye into one's own socket. The two eyes would then resonate and subsequently merge into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Suki no Kaze did not possess 2 kaleidoscopic Sharingan, yet his eyes were identical to those of his 2 closest relatives. Based on the experimental knowledge he had replicated, 2 identical Sharingan had a high probability of merging automatically. He hesitated to conduct 5 experiments at once, so taking out a pair for testing was already quite commendable. Directly retract the 9 kaleidoscope Sharingan returned by the system and promptly activate the cultivation device gifted by the system. Toss in the eye possessed by Tuanzang. And after observing for a while, it became evident that the 2 eyes exhibited no signs of compatibility. Casually, a barrier technique was set nearby before leaving the underground chamber. Before long, a day had passed. When Moonlight Jifeng arrived before the cultivation dish, he noted no apparent changes, yet he felt no disappointment. Another 3 days elapsed, and upon returning to the cultivation dish, he found, perhaps due to an illusion, that Tuanzang's eye appeared somewhat dim, while the other seemed to radiate brightness. Moonlight Jifeng surmised that the fusion was likely to succeed. Soon, 15 days had passed, revealing significant transformations. Tuanzang's eye had shriveled, while the other kaleidoscope, initially a mere 4-pointed shuriken, had transformed into a hexagon. Moonlight Jifeng believed that once it evolved into an octagon, it would become the eternal kaleidoscope. Indeed, 3 days later, a brand new octagonal shuriken pattern of the kaleidoscope had formed. Slowly extracting this kaleidoscope Sharingan from the cultivation dish, even without affixing it for testing, Moonlight Jifeng could feel the abundant ocular power within it. Gazing at this eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, he felt a surge of excitement, as it signified that he would soon be able to forge a Rinnegan. He needed to retrieve the left eye from Uchiha Itachi and then engage in an exchange with Senju Hashirama during the exam to unleash would release. This would align his path with that of Uchiha Madara. If Uchiha Madara could synthesize the Rinnegan, so could he. Now, Moonlight Jifeng contemplated where to best place these two eyes. Should he opt to hold them like Deidara, or position them centrally like Erling Shin? Such a choice was indeed difficult. Shaking his head, he placed the synthesized Sharingan back into storage and slowly exited the underground chamber. Jifeng, are you ready? The Chunin exam is set to commence in 2 hours. We must head to the Hokage building first. Upon seeing the strikingly elegant Izuki Shien, Moonlight Jifeng felt a momentary daze. After immersing himself in the underground chamber for days, he had hardly realized that the Chunin exam was upon them. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama. Here I come. By Xiangling and Ing, you three stay at home and wait well. Bye, your task is to ensure their safety. Understood, my lord. The three responded in unison. As he walked alongside Shien toward the Hokage building, Moonlight Jifeng couldn't help but reflect that according to the anime, he should have already perished by this time. Moonlight Jifeng, I have altered your fate. I shall live on, forever vibrant. Upon reaching the Hokage building, the room was already filled with attendees. Ahem, ahem. Since everyone is present, I shall speak a few words. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a gentle puff of smoke. This Chunin exam is of great significance. Not only has the daimyo from the land of fire arrived, but also ministers from the land of wind. And the wind shadow will be observing the competition with me. Thus, ensuring safety is paramount. Asuma, I hope you will lead a team to protect the daimyo and the ministers. Understood. Guy, you and Yuhi Kurenai must maintain order at the scene. Understood. Jifeng, I would like you to serve as the chief examiner. What do you think? Everyone immediately turned to look at Moonlight Jifeng, who stood by the door. Facing dozens of gazes, Moonlight Jifeng replied nonchalantly, Chief Examiner? That sounds somewhat troublesome. Ah, well, if you prefer not to accept, then you may join me and the Wind Shadow in observing the match, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Moonlight Jifeng regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing that true strength commands respect from others. Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall accompany you in observing the match. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and suddenly inquired. Does anyone know why Kakashi is absent? Kakashi seems to be teaching Sasuke. He mentioned he would arrive later. Youth is filled with such fervor, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming teeth in excitement. All right, I understand. Now, let us prepare to depart. I hope our Konoha ninjas perform admirably today. The ninjas inside the room gradually exited, with Moonlight Jifeng and Izuki Shien walking at the rear. Jifeng, walk with me. I have a few matters I would like to discuss with you. Moonlight Jifeng paused momentarily, then said to Shien, you may proceed ahead. Take care. Shadow clone technique. Bang. 2 Moonlight Jifengs appeared in the corridor. You two, one follow Shien, and the other return home to protect them. Understood. Ahem. Ahem. Jifeng. There shouldn't be any incidents in Konoha, right? It should be unnecessary to provide protection. Hokage-sama, are you perhaps forgetting that just days ago we were attacked? Moonlight Jifeng remarked, strolling leisurely while subtly mocking. Haha, with Tuanzong gone, it's unlikely anyone would launch an attack. Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead, chuckling nervously. Without him, there are still 2 others, aren't there? Sarutobi Hiruzen avoided the topic and swiftly asked, Jifeng, why do you think the 3rd Wind Shadow is coming to observe a Chunin match? Oh, Hokage-sama, do you suspect something amiss? I recall that Gaara is supposedly the son of the Wind Shadow. Is that the sole reason? Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, somewhat uncertain. If you are uncertain, then why not simply ask? Moonlight Jifeng, contemplating the opportunity to converse with Orochimaru, wondered what reward he might receive. How intriguing. Chapter 61, An Exchange with Orochimaru. Jifeng, do you think he will tell me if I ask directly? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired as they walked. I possess another piece of intelligence. Oh, asking you was indeed the right choice. Please share. Gaara is just like Naruto. Jifeng, what do you mean by that? Naruto is merely an ordinary ninja. Forget it. My Hokage-sama, doesn't everyone know that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? Is self-deception amusing? Moonlight Jifeng scoffed. What? Jifeng, what do you mean by that? The literal meaning. Do you think others are oblivious to it? Ahem. It is indeed true that I have not done well enough, and Naruto has suffered. Enough. What good is confessing to me? I must inform you that Gaara is also a Jinchuriki. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, halting abruptly and staring intently at Moonlight Jifeng. Your intelligence network is quite inadequate. It may be time for a personnel change. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say more, a tremendous cheer erupted from the competition venue. The match is about to begin. Let us go see the daimyo. The daimyo? I wonder if we can have a conversation. Daimyo, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Slap. The daimyo opened his fan to cover his mouth. It's the third Hokage, thanks to you. My health has been quite good recently. Do you have confidence in our ninjas from the land of fire in this competition? Of course, daimyo-sama. You may enjoy the match thoroughly. By the way, this is our esteemed ninja from Konoha, Moonlight Jifeng. Another distinguished ninja? Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. Hello, I am Moonlight Jifeng. As Moonlight Jifeng extended his hand, the third Hokage appeared perplexed. The daimyo regarded Moonlight Jifeng's outstretched hand with confusion. This is a formality. I have encountered this gesture, known as a handshake, in a powerful nation. Moonlight Jifeng smiled, explaining. A handshake, is it? What a delightful name. With that, he extended his right hand. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The random generation of return options has concluded. Please select one from the following choices for your return. 1. Acquire the daimyo's impotence. 2. Acquire the daimyo's premature ejaculation. 3. Acquire the daimyo's effeminacy. 4. Acquire the daimyo's pink lingerie. Gazing at the 4 options, Yuegwang Jifeng was somewhat taken aback, never expecting to encounter 4 utterly worthless choices. Disgusted, he swiftly retracted his hand, contemplating in his heart that he had anticipated receiving the daimyo's wealth, only to find him a miserly fellow. Subsequently, Yuegwang Jifeng fell silent. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen led Yuegwang Jifeng away. Initially, you were quite enthusiastic. Why have you grown so cold? After walking a considerable distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired with confusion. It's nothing. I merely find him a bit stingy. Where's the third Kazekage? He should be waiting for us in the stands by now. All right, let us hurry. I am somewhat excited to meet the third Kazekage for the first time. Why are you not excited to see me? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile. What is there to be excited about seeing an old man? You are hardly a beauty. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was left speechless. Lord Hokage, all is secure at present. Please provide instructions. Suddenly, Akai jumped in, revealing his white teeth. Good, Akai, continue to maintain this. Rest assured, Lord Hokage. By the way, Akai, has the Kazekage arrived? Lord Hokage, the Kazekage is already seated in the stands. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, walking towards the stands with his hands clasped behind his back. Yuegwang Jifeng felt a tinge of anticipation. The third Hokage remains remarkably vigorous. It seems he could continue to lead Konoha for several more years without issue. Kazekage, no need to flatter me. I am quite aware of my own condition. By the way, this is our esteemed ninja, Yuegwang Jifeng. Kazekage, it is an honor to meet you for the first time. I have long admired you. Yuegwang Jifeng extended his right hand once more. Oh, is this an invitation for a handshake? How intriguing. The Kazekage is indeed well-versed in such formalities. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with Orochimaru. The random generation of return options has concluded. Please select one from the following choices for your return. 1. Acquire Orochimaru's secret technique, the triple rebirth gate. 2. Acquire Orochimaru's secret technique, the serpent's array. 3. Acquire Orochimaru's secret technique, the snake shedding technique. 4. Acquire Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Finally engaging with Orochimaru. Only Tsunade remains among the legendary Sannin without interaction. However, Yuegwang Jifeng had always held a fondness for Tsunade in his past life. And this time he was determined to engage in a thorough exchange with her. He could not let this opportunity slip away. He then turned his gaze towards the options. After a cursory glance, Yuegwang Jifeng felt somewhat disappointed. Although there were several intriguing techniques, none included the one he desperately desired, the Edo Tensei. He could only begin selecting from the first item. The triple rebirth gate is a defensive ninjutsu. The first Hokage even summoned the 5 rebirth gates. Yuegwang Jifeng felt that this ninjutsu would not yield significant changes with a tenfold enhancement. The second option involves summoning a multitude of snakes, which Yuegwang Jifeng greatly disliked, thus excluding this choice as well. The third option, the snake shedding technique, is understood by Yuegwang Jifeng to be Orochimaru's substitution technique, commonly referred to as the snake stream substitution technique. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as he regurgitates himself, he would return to his peak condition. However, Yuegwang Jifeng now possesses the Uzumaki physique and can fully heal himself, so this option was also discarded. At times, Yueguang Jifeng felt that knowing too much could be a disadvantage, leaving him uncertain about his choices. He could only gaze in anticipation at the final option. A Kusanagi sword left him somewhat bewildered. Why was a weapon the final offering? While this weapon is formidable in this world of legends, Yueguang Jifeng had previously resolved to acquire a divine artifact from the land of crafts. Coupled with the White Fang's blade technique, he would undoubtedly be exceptionally impressive. Regrettably, plans often change swiftly. Observing that only this choice remained, Yueguang Jifeng could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yueguang Jifeng, even if you admire me, it is unnecessary to hold my hand for such an extended duration. The cold voice of the third Kazekage emerged from the shadows, rousing the contemplative Yueguang Jifeng. I sincerely apologize, Kazekage, for my excitement upon meeting you caused me to linger in thought. Yueguang Jifeng said as he withdrew his hand. No worries. Everyone has their first time. In the future, we shall meet often. Haha, let us all take our seats. The match is about to commence. Kazekage, do you favor our ninjas or those of Konoha? I have a preference for Konoha's ninjas. Oh, the third Kazekage is quite optimistic about us Konoha ninjas. Since the Warring States period, Konoha has produced countless geniuses. I have heard that only one remains of the Uchiha clan, and he is a genius as well. Haha, Kazekage. Your information is indeed well informed. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a genius, and you shall witness his prowess today. That is splendid. I look forward to it. After the third Kazekage finished speaking, he relaxedly settled into his seat. Yueguang Jifeng sighed and refocused on the system. System, I choose option 4. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring the magic blade, Qianren, and initiating the 4 purple flames formation. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, obtaining the magic blade, Qianren, which has been placed in the system warehouse. What? The magic blade, Qianren. Yueguang Jifeng quickly accessed the system warehouse. With a mere glance, he confirmed that this was indeed the unparalleled magic blade, Qianren, which focuses solely on offense without defense. The black hilt and half-blade. The blade itself is composed of thousands of shards, faintly emanating a blue glow. Yueguang Jifeng examined the sword and compared it to the Kiki blade technique in his mind, realizing that the two were incompatible. The Kiki blade technique emphasizes speed, precision, and lethality, delivering a fatal blow with the wielder moving as one with the blade. In contrast, the magic blade, Qianren, allows for both ranged and close combat. While it accommodates various scenarios, it ultimately cannot surpass the Kiki blade technique, which specializes in one aspect to perfection. Nevertheless, this blade possesses a significant advantage. It is strikingly handsome. Whether wielded or used to strike an enemy, it is simply stunning. Compatibility is secondary. Elegance is a lifelong pursuit. Overall, Yueguang Jifeng felt quite satisfied. Lord Hokage, when does the match commence? Since Kazekage can hardly contain his anticipation and the time is nearly upon us, I hereby announce that the Chunin exams shall now commence. We will begin with the first match, featuring Hyuga against Uzumaki Naruto. Both parties, please step forward. Who does Lord Hokage predict will prevail in this first match? Well, I believe that Hyuga will emerge victorious. Oh, what does Jifeng-kun believe? I believe that Uzumaki Naruto will win. May I inquire as to why you think he will succeed? Kazekage may be unaware, but he is renowned as the most unpredictable ninja. I believe his luck is exceptional, and thus he will triumph. An intriguing conclusion. Let us observe who will ultimately emerge victorious. The victor of this match is Uzumaki Naruto. Clap, clap, clap. Jifeng-kun is indeed impressive. You predicted correctly. Lord Hokage, Jifeng-kun is truly a distinguished ninja of Konoha. Haha, Kazekage, you flatter me. The second match features Kanjiro against Aburame Shino. Both contestants, please step forward. I apologize, I forfeit. The victor is Aburame Shino. Kazekage, might I inquire as to the meaning of your subordinate's decision to abstain from battle? Lord Hokage, children grow up and develop their own perspectives. It can be challenging to manage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, reflecting on Sarutobi Asuma, who had proven to be a disappointment. Indeed, children grow up and often disregard guidance, always believing themselves to be correct. It is quite the challenge. Haha, every family has its own struggles. Lord Hokage need not fret. Let us continue to enjoy the matches. The next match features Nara Shikamaru against Temari. Please, both sides, prepare for the bout. What are your thoughts, Kazekage-sama? I shall simply observe. Haha, Kazekage-sama, you are indeed amusing. The Nara clan has always been known for their intelligence. I believe victory will belong to Nara Shikamaru. It seems Kazekage-sama possesses a deep understanding of our Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, smiling warmly. I have merely heard tales. But what do you think, Kazekage-sama? It appears you have underestimated our ninja, for I find Temari to be quite formidable. Your perspective is indeed unique, Kazekage-sama. Haha. Young people always have their own opinions. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction at Tsuki no Kaze's insight. I concede. The victor is Temari. Why do you concede? Temari asked calmly after regaining her freedom. I am out of chakra. It is too troublesome. Temari nodded, saying nothing further, and jumped onto the viewing platform. Once again, Kazekage-sama has proven correct. I am most curious about you. Kazekage-sama, curiosity can be a dangerous thing. Tsuki no Kaze stated placidly from his seat. I must disagree with you. Kazekage-sama, the development of all ninjutsu stems from curiosity, driving one to explore and refine their skills. The pursuit of forbidden techniques is also born from curiosity. Wouldn't you agree, Kazekage-sama? Ha ha ha, Kazekage-sama, you truly understand me. I wish to form a bond across generations with you. Now, let us focus on the match we have all been eagerly anticipating, the fourth match, Gaara versus Uchiha Sasuke. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. Gaara descended gracefully from the viewing platform, manipulating sand with ease. Sasuke! Sasuke! Young girls in the audience shouted incessantly. It appears Sasuke is quite popular in Konoha. Such is the nature of youth. Hokage-sama, the time is drawing near, yet Sasuke has yet to arrive. What shall we do? Nara Shikaku approached the third Hokage, kneeling on one knee to inquire. Kazekage-sama, what is your opinion? I observe that the majority of the audience seems to favor Uchiha, since he has not yet arrived. We might extend the time slightly. Kazekage-sama's reasoning is sound. Shikaku, please inform everyone of the extended time. As you wish, Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, I have heard that this orphan of the Uchiha clan works exceedingly hard. Is that correct? Indeed, Kazekage-sama, you are quite right. He possesses both talent and diligence. Kazekage-sama, do you hold a different view? Unlike you, I believe he lacks true talent. He is merely a revenge-driven individual unable to see the path ahead. What talent does he possess? Nonetheless, he is indeed one of the strongest among his peers. The third Kazekage turned abruptly, slightly agitated. Have you considered who his peers are? Since the Warring States period. Who among Konoha's prodigies has not surpassed him at this age? Take Kakashi, for instance. Your perspective does hold some merit. Shikaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. 1 minute remains. If Uchiha Sasuke does not arrive, the victor will be Gaara. 3-2 whoosh. Apologies, everyone. I got a bit lost and arrived late. Since I am here now, let us prepare for the match to commence. The main event has finally arrived. Kazekage-sama, who do you believe will triumph? Tsuki no Kaze shrugged. Who can say? Haha. Even Kazekage-sama finds the situation perplexing. That is no small feat. Third Hokage, who do you predict will win? It should be Sasuke. I have heard that Kakashi imparted a secret technique to him. Kakashi's secret technique, you say? That certainly piques my interest. Chidori, are you ready? Let me witness your resolve, Uchiha Sasuke. Kazekage-sama certainly has a keen interest in Sasuke. Tsuki no Kaze chuckled lightly. Whoosh. Ah, how dare you injure me? I will kill you. I will kill you. Gaara raged. In the next moment, the third Kazekage appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, gripping his neck and lifting him to the rooftop. Ninjutsu. 4. Before he could finish, Tsuki no Kaze swiftly appeared on the rooftop, directly opposite the third Kazekage. Chapter 63. Leaving no one behind. An exchange. Kazekage-sama. What do you mean by this? Is it not obvious, Sarutobi-sensei? What? Sarutobi, you have grown old indeed. You did not even recognize your own disciple. Tsuki no Kaze stood on the rooftop, arms crossed, speaking calmly. Kazekage-sama, I find myself increasingly fond of you. Come with me. And let us create a world rooted solely in truth. Are you Orochimaru? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned incredulously. Has my teacher still not grasped the situation? Whoosh. Orochimaru tore away his disguise. Seizing the opportunity, Sarutobi Hiruzen escaped from Orochimaru's grasp, leaping to join Tsuki no Kaze. We must be cautious, Tsuki. My disciple rarely acts. But when he does, he is assured of victory. He has trapped us here, likely intending to eliminate us entirely. Ha ha ha. My teacher truly knows me. I had no intentions of killing you, but unexpectedly, you have walked into my trap. My teacher's brainwashing abilities remain as formidable as ever. That is leadership. It is natural for subordinates to admire me, is it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, slightly self-satisfied. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sarutobi, you truly lack self-awareness. Suki no Kaze shook his head disdainfully. What? Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen found Suki no Kaze's words hard to believe, but even Orochimaru seemed taken aback. Kazekage-sama, what do you mean by that? What leadership does an old man possess? Is it due to your incompetence or your ability to navigate circumstances? Or perhaps through betraying the loyal? Occupying a position without contributing, merely an old relic. Ha ha ha. Well said, old man. Did you hear that? Your subordinates believe you lack the virtue for your position. Perhaps it is time for you to step down as Hokage, and I am here to assist you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted from jovial to serious. Humph. I shall not waste my breath on you. I know who I am. I have dedicated my life to Konoha, and I have nothing to regret. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a sense of righteousness. I have underestimated your audacity, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Kazekage-sama, do you have further insights? Please, enlighten me. From the day Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage, he first drove the Uzumaki clan to extinction, then the Senju clan, and finally, the Uchiha clan. Truly impressive, my Hokage. Kazekage-sama, your words remind me. The downfall of these clans is indeed linked to him. However, that is not the most crucial point. What? Is there something even more significant? Kazekage-sama, please share. I yearn to hear more. I have heard that the Sarutobi clan's ninja count has surpassed 3,000. Hokage-sama, am I correct? 3,000 ninjas? My teacher. How did you manage that? Teach me your ways. I wish to learn. How do you know this, Suki? I believed I concealed it well. No one should have leaked this information. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Suki no Kaze in disbelief. Teacher, if one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. Although your presence was not anticipated in my plans, since you are here, you too shall remain here forever. Orochimaru, do you truly believe you are worthy to confine us here? Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, tearing away his ceremonial robe to reveal his armor, his expression serious. Teacher, how do you intend to explain your actions to the first and second Hokage? Dashawan, with a mischievous smile, flicked his forked tongue and remarked playfully. What does this mean? Dashawan, the Edo Tensei technique. With a mere blink, Dashawan completed the hand seals and struck the ground with both hands. Slowly, the first coffin emerged from the earth, soon followed by a second. As the third coffin appeared, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered a warning and swiftly began forming hand seals. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. My Hokage, why the urgency? Shouldn't we see who Dashawan has summoned? Doton, Dorihiki. Sukiakari Shippu executed his jutsu before Sarutobi could, effectively blocking all shuriken. Sarutobi observed the three coffins, labeled 1, 2, and 3, as a fourth coffin began to rise. Sarutobi, somewhat perturbed, shouted at Sukiakari, do you have any idea what you are doing? Why are you hindering my jutsu? What am I doing? I'm merely curious to witness the extent of Dashawan's prowess. Have you lost your mind? Do you know who lies within those coffins? The first Hokage. The second Hokage. Before Sarutobi could finish, the first coffin shattered. The second followed suit. Where are we? Am I not in the Pure Land? Big brother, is that you? Tobarama, when did you arrive in the Pure Land? Don't mention it. I joined shortly after you left. Indeed, it is you, First Lord and Second Lord. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama instantly opened their eyes. It's the little monkey. How did you grow so old? It has been a long time since the First Lord was with you. Naturally, I have aged. This feels a bit off. Tobarama, did you orchestrate this? I suspect someone learned my Edo Tensei and summoned us. I warned you not to research those jutsu, but you insisted. Big brother, enough. My intentions were good. At that moment, the third and fourth coffins shattered in succession. Two figures, one stout and one slender, emerged before everyone. Dashawan, even if you wish to confront us, must you summon such trivial foes? They are unworthy of this battlefield. As Tsukiakari's words faded, he vanished from sight, reappearing before the fourth coffin. Bam! Before the figure could open its eyes, Tsukiakari obliterated it. Only then did the others react. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with IWA. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Doton, Dorihiki 2. Doton, Doryugai 3. Doton, Juryoku no Jutsu 4. Iwa's composed demeanor. Tsukiakari, initially thinking it was trivial, was surprised to discover that the figure was an IWA ninja, bringing him unexpected delight. Without a second thought, he chose the exclusive aerial jutsu of the strong. System, I choose 3. Chapter 64, The First Hokage. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return activated. You have obtained Iwa's Juryoku no Jutsu. Tsukiakari instantly felt a new jutsu materialize in his mind. A brief glance revealed a simple description. It could either reduce or exponentially increase one's mass. With a flick, the fragments of IWA that Tsukiakari had shattered began to return to him. Haha, while your speed exceeds my expectations, you cannot kill my people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such words should not come from a master of jutsu. Ninjutsu, sealing technique. Instantly, IWA, still recovering, was enveloped in curse marks. In the next moment, his recovery ceased. Shippukuin, you are indeed impressive, and your ideas are quite unique. Come with me. Together we can create a new era for ninjutsu. Tsukiakari shook his head. I am different from you. My pursuit is not ninjutsu. What a pity. You possess remarkable talent and youth. It would be a waste to perish here. Oh, little monkey. Is this what our Konoha's new generation of ninjas looks like? You've done well, and the talents you've nurtured are impressive. First Lord, you overestimate me. Ha ha ha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You dare take full credit for this. Monkey, what does he mean? The second Hokage's gaze sharpened, revealing his displeasure. Enough idle chatter, time is short. Swish, swish, swish. 3 cursed kunai flew into the heads of the 3 individuals. In an instant, their expressions transformed. Ah, Dashawan, it seems you still have affection for your master. Impossible. Who could like that old man? Then why not let the first and second know of the third's glorious deeds? TCH, I simply believe there isn't enough time. Dashawan. Sarutobi opened his mouth, but ultimately did not finish his sentence. Hypocritical. Then let us see who is more powerful. As Tsukiakari proclaimed. He crossed his arms and began to levitate slowly. After the tenfold amplification, Iwa's Juryoku no Jutsu required no hand seals. Merely a thought was enough for immediate activation. Seeing Tsukiakari ascend, Dashawan narrowed his eyes and murmured, even the Juryoku no Jutsu, exclusive to Earth-style ninjas, can be mastered to such a degree. Shippukuin, you are even more formidable than I imagined. Sarutobi, you deal with that third individual. Allow me to handle the first and second Hokages. Sarutobi, undeterred by Tsukiakari's address, nodded solemnly. By the way, you need not exert yourself too much. Just ensure that individual does not interfere with my battle against the 2 Hokages. Is that truly feasible? Young ninja of Konoha, although our current strength is only about 1/10 of our peak, I still advise you to join forces with the monkey. Haha, it seems I have been underestimated. Allow me to showcase the jutsu I have developed. Ice Release, Domain of Ice. Domain, a novel name. Be cautious. I shall unleash Water Release. The second Hokage stated expressionlessly. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. Unlike the first Hokage, the second adhered to the traditional ninja image, forming seals with remarkable speed. In an instant, a colossal wave surged forth, but the next moment, the wave was frozen into a beautiful ice sculpture, shimmering under the sunlight. Impossible? Shippukuin, what have you done? Dashawan asked incredulously. Quite simple. Tsukiakari waved his hand, and a blizzard cascaded down from above. Welcome to my domain. In my realm, I reign supreme. With another wave, the blizzard vanished, replaced by shimmering white whales. Unfortunately, the area was too confined, and a few whales filled the space. Tsukiakari then transformed the whales into countless monkeys, each wielding icy bananas. In the next moment, an avalanche of bananas rained down upon the first and second Hokages. Sarutobi glanced at Tsukiakari, his lips twitching. Ha ha ha, Shippukuin, your technique is truly remarkable. This must be a bloodline limit of Ice Release. I had no idea you possessed such a lineage from the land of water. I am eager to study you further. Dashawan extended his long tongue, licking his lips with delight. You truly are an obsessive researcher, Dashawan, but I fear you may not have the opportunity. As Tsukiakari spoke, he contemplated whether to spare him this time, pondering the potential of seeking out Dashawan later to study cloning techniques. Envisioning a world where everyone possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Body. Yurgong Jifeng might well engage in a discourse that yields a bloodline limit surpassing that of Otsutsuki. Before he could further indulge in his musings, Orochimaru interrupted with a commanding shout, urging to capture him. Ah, the exceptional youth of Konoha, I am unable to restrain myself. It is now your turn. With a swift clasp of his hands, Senju Hashirama proclaimed, Mokuton, Flower Tree World, descend. Instantly, countless trees surged from the ground. Let us see whose Mokuton is superior, yours or my Ice Release. Ice Release, Infinite Ice Dragon. In that confined space, an array of ice dragons filled the air, demolishing the newly sprouted trees before they could take root. Lord Hokage, are you unharmed? Kakashi's voice called from outside the Xiaoqian. There is a swift wind here. You must assist the villagers of Konoha and prevent any harm to them and the lower ninjas. Upon hearing that lower ninjas were in danger, Yuegwang Jifeng nearly chuckled. All right, let us conclude this game. The first Hokage, your strength has been diminished considerably. Perhaps next time, when you can fully unleash your power, we shall engage in a more earnest contest. Do not boast, Yuegwang Jifeng. Focus, for I am on the brink of collapse. Yuegwang Jifeng glanced at Sarutobi Hizashi, who was panting with the golden staff in hand, and paid him little heed. Chakra pulled in his legs, and in the next moment, he executed the heavy rock technique, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Before anyone could react, a sound erupted. Indeed, physical techniques are more expedient. As soon as Yuegwang Jifeng's words fell, Senju Hashirama shattered into countless fragments. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving an intimate exchange with Senju Hashirama. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Hashirama's ability to summon anything with a clap of his hands. 2. Acquire the vitality of Hashirama's cells. 3. Acquire 1% of Hashirama's sage body. 4. Acquire 1% of Hashirama's Mokuton bloodline limit. Chapter 65. Finally reaching the pinnacle of Super Shadow. Exchange with Senju Tobarama. And obtaining super skills. Yuegwang Jifeng had finally exchanged with his long-cherished first Hokage, his heart brimming with excitement as he meticulously reviewed each option. The first option seemed trivial. Had it been at the beginning, he might have considered it, but now it felt unnecessary. The second option initially perplexed him, but recalling Danzo, he remembered that Danzo had transplanted those cells. While he gained Mokuton abilities, the vitality of those cells might be too potent, requiring the Sharingan to suppress them. Thus, this vitality should prove immensely beneficial. The third option's power is self-evident. Those who understand Hashirama's sage body can appreciate its significance. The only uncertainty for Yuegwang Jifeng was whether this sage body inherently possessed Mokuton, which left him in a quandary. The fourth option was precisely what he desired, Mokuton. Although the return would yield only 10% of the bloodline's concentration after a tenfold return, considering Yuegwang Jifeng's current diverse physique, the cellular activity should not be inferior to Hashirama's. There was a strong possibility of acquiring the complete Mokuton. Now, he was torn between the third and fourth options. System. I choose the fourth option. Suddenly, Yuegwang Jifeng realized that he could acquire Hashirama's sage body later from Tsunade. Furthermore, he intended to obtain Tsunade's hundredfold exchange reward, hoping for a sage body to appear among the hundredfold rewards. After making his choice, Yuegwang Jifeng understood he could now freely utilize Mokuton. But he opted to suppress his impulse to test it, having not checked his panel in quite some time. System, display my panel. Host, Yuegwang Jifeng Strength, 4000 Physique, 23500 Agility, 4000 Spirit, 9000 Ninjutsu, various, mostly elemental techniques, Sage Art, Doton Ryuden Special Skills, Intangibility, Size Manipulation, 8 Gates, Second Gate. Sage Mode, Konoha Sword Techniques Chakra Attributes, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Yin Release, Yang Release Special Talent, Space Talent. Unbreakable Blade Bloodline Limit. Basic Sage Body, 10 Sharingan, 10 Ice Release, 100 Byakugan Concentration, 20 Vortex Body, 10 Mokuton Bloodline Limit, 10 Chakra, 110 Years Realm. Pinnacle of Super Shadow Wealth, 45 million Ryo Storage, 16 cubic meters. The changes on the panel were quite striking, with substantial increases in various fundamental attributes, as well as the emergence of chakra attributes in Mokuton. However, the Mokuton did not specify its origin, which might imply that the exchange with Dei yielded this Mokuton as well, a slight disappointment. He then considered the possibility of a thousandfold exchange with Hashirama. Furthermore, he had finally reached the pinnacle of Super Shadow. From this moment on, Yueguang Jifeng could confidently engage Uchiha Madara, saying, "Do you wish to dance as well?" In terms of configuration, Yueguang Jifeng was more comprehensive. In Sage mode, he could easily overpower a fully realized Uchiha Madara. Just one aspect would be sufficient to trouble Uchiha Madara. Let us not forget Yueguang Jifeng's physique attribute. Upon entering Sage mode, it should reach 99,999. And without an attack at the 6 paths level, it would not be breached. Upon regaining his senses, he observed that Senju Hashirama's form had reassembled completely. Lord Jifeng, you truly astonish me. I can see that you are an exceptionally well-rounded ninja. Ah, you are mistaken, Orochimaru. Lord Jifeng is unaware of my error. I am a hexagonal warrior. After uttering these words, Yueguang Jifeng swiftly formed hand seals. Mind transfer technique. In an instant, the body that Hashirama had just restored shattered once more. Yueguang Jifeng glanced inward. Realizing his consciousness remained within, pondering the possibility of failing to execute this ninjutsu. Shortly after, Senju Hashirama revived yet again. Yueguang Jifeng formed hand seals once more. Mind transfer technique. Bang! Senju Hashirama erupted again. Orochimaru squinted, observing the two explosions of Hashirama. Lord Jifeng, what have you done? Yueguang Jifeng, gazing at the fragmented remains of Senju Hashirama, suddenly realized that this technique was currently incomplete. This body was still not Hashirama's. Thus, when Yueguang Jifeng's spiritual energy entered, it squeezed Hashirama into a corner, causing him to explode. This indicated that the current Edo Tensei did not permit spiritual communication, much to Yueguang Jifeng's disappointment. He currently lacked soul-related ninjutsu. Otherwise, he could directly communicate on a spiritual level, leading to a thousandfold enhancement. Presently, the two soul-related ninjutsu he knew included one inherent to the Rinnegan and another possessed by Tsunade's childhood friend, Kato Dan, known as the Spirit Technique. No, Yueguang Jifeng also possessed one, the Shiki Fuin. However, he was hesitant to use it, deeming it too precious. He then shifted his gaze to Senju Tobarama. Orochimaru quickly reacted, ordering Senju Tobarama to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, Senju Tobarama began to constantly vanish and reappear. Upon witnessing this, Yueguang Jifeng grew intrigued, eager to see if he could match the speed of instantaneous movement over a short distance. Utilizing the heavy rock technique, Yueguang Jifeng reduced his body's mass to a minimum. Subsequently infusing chakra, bang! The eaves of the roof shattered beneath Yueguang Jifeng's foot, and in the next instant, the entire space was filled with his afterimages. Got you! Bang! Yueguang Jifeng delivered a punch that obliterated Senju Tobarama's head. This is impossible. At that moment, all spectators were taken aback. How can anyone keep pace with the speed of instantaneous movement? Is this a monster? Guy, can you achieve such a feat? That is impossible. Even if I opened the 7th gate, I could not manage it. It seems I have much more effort to exert. This is youth, Guy exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face, finally proving that physical techniques could indeed be formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Chinsho Tobarama. The return project has concluded with a random generation of options. Please select one from the following choices for your reward. 1. Acquire Chinsho Tobarama's Dark Arts. 2. Obtain Chinsho Tobarama's Summoning Beast of the Ocean. 3. Attain Chinsho Tobarama's Spatial Affinity. 4. Master Chinsho Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Chinsho Tobarama, indeed, is a master of forbidden techniques, and the rewards he offers are formidable. The first option is relatively straightforward, merely an illusion technique, which Moonlight Gale swiftly disregards. The second option, however, is impressive. Many may not realize that the second Hokage's prowess in water release techniques stems from his contract with the ocean, allowing him to perform powerful water release jutsu even in arid locations. If this summoning beast were to be amplified tenfold, it would become an extraordinarily formidable entity. The third option is exceptionally remarkable, as Chinsho Tobarama is the first to have grasped space-time ninjutsu, exemplifying his extraordinary talent. After all, creating something from nothing is the most challenging endeavor, and his ability to discover and wield such techniques is a testament to his unparalleled aptitude. The fourth option is quite clear, the Flying Thunder God technique. Moonlight Gale has long desired this technique, It is undoubtedly the best choice for swift travel. If this were to be enhanced tenfold, the mere thought of it is astonishing. Moonlight Gale finds himself torn between the choices. Should he develop his own talent or opt for a ready-made enhancement? Gritting his teeth, he declares, "System, I choose the fourth option." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired Shinsho Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Note, after the tenfold amplification, this technique requires no assistance from any practitioner. Within the chakra perception range, any recorded spatial coordinates can be instantly reached, provided enough chakra is available. With this technique, my mother will no longer worry about me returning home late and missing dinner. Upon realizing he can teleport at will, Moonlight Gale breathes a sigh of relief. Moonlight Gale, I acknowledge you. Shinsho Tobarama exclaims. Moonlight Gale scoffs inwardly, thinking, you're merely a small fry. Do I need your acknowledgement? Suddenly, a scream pierces the air from the neighboring room, where Sarutobi Hiruzen is in distress. Gale, hurry and help me. I may not survive. How embarrassing for my Hokage. Moonlight Gale turns his head nonchalantly and states, Teacher, accept it. You are getting old and no longer suited for the Hokage position. Orochimaru, shaken from his shock at Moonlight Gale's elimination of 2 Hokages, reveals his most important purpose for this visit. You are in no position to lecture me, old man. Cough. Cough. Gale, please lend me a hand. I cannot hold on much longer. It seems today, with Moonlight Gale present, I cannot eliminate you. Who would have thought you would find such a powerful, talented ninja? Orochimaru speaks calmly. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Gale senses Orochimaru may be attempting to flee. Without further delay, he instantly teleports before the last remaining individual, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap. Bang! With a single strike, he obliterates the man's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with the 3rd Kazekage. The return project has concluded with a random generation of options. Please select one from the following choices for your reward. 1. Acquire the 3rd Kazekage's magnetic chakra physique. 2. Obtain the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release techniques. 3. Attain the title of the strongest Kazekage. 4. Gain 1% of the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release bloodline limit. So, the 3rd coffin is indeed the 3rd Kazekage. It makes sense. If Orochimaru can impersonate the 3rd Kazekage, then some cells being reanimated is quite normal. Moonlight Gale is momentarily bewildered by the first option, having never encountered such a thing as a chakra attribute physique before. After pondering for a moment, he surmises it may allow his chakra to transform into magnet release, which is essential for performing magnet release techniques. He swiftly dismisses the second option. The third option leaves Moonlight Gale bemused, thus he disregards it. The fourth option, the powerful magnet release, is akin to other bloodline limits, yet only a fraction. Magnet release is undoubtedly the most underestimated bloodline limit in the entire Hokage world. To put it simply, one can create an armor of iron, colossal in size. A mere swing could equate to a mountain. Engaging in a contest with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo should pose little challenge, as with sufficient strength, one could shatter anything, even Susanoo. Now, Moonlight Gale finds himself conflicted. Should he choose option 1 or 4? After a moment of hesitation, he resolves to try something novel. System, I choose the first option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired the 3rd Kazekage's magnet release chakra physique. Moonlight Gale genuinely feels a difference, likely due to the amplified power. Standing idly, he can sense the iron sand summoned by the 3rd Kazekage beneath him. He feels that should he desire it, the iron sand will transform according to his will. Without revealing it before others, Moonlight Gale delivers 3 powerful punches, reducing 3 individuals to mere fragments. In the next moment, he appears beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru, this time I shall spare you. Return and diligently refine your reanimation jutsu. Perhaps you can guide Kabuto, whom I have high hopes for. Additionally, remember to delve deeper into cloning research. I require you to explore these aspects. Bear in mind, should I encounter you again without progress, the outcome will be one you do not wish to see. Kabuto, understood, Gale-kun. I will nurture him well, and by our next meeting, I will present you with the complete version of the reanimation jutsu. I sincerely hope so, for I truly do not wish to kill you. Ha ha ha, Gale-kun, so do I. It is rare to meet a kindred spirit like you. Until we meet again. As Orochimaru speaks, his form gradually merges into the ground. Gale quickly sees Orochimaru. He is attempting to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen limps over, dragging his injured leg. Would release. Would world resurrection. Shinsho Hashirama abruptly forms seals. Monkeys and Konoha ninjas quickly take cover. I am losing control. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Meanwhile, the second Mizukage also begins to form seals. Gale, I cannot move any longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen shakes his head, collapsing to the ground. Hiruzen, you really are getting old. Is this all you can manage? Show some of that spirit you had when you spied on the bathhouse. Enough. Gale, do not mock the old man. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Moonlight Gale proclaims, slamming his hands to the ground. A wall of earth, as tall as the four purple flames formation, rises, adorned with various dragon carvings. Bang, bang. The sounds of rushing water and wood striking reverberate continuously. Gale, do you think a mere earth flow wall can withstand the ultimate techniques of the first and second Hokages? The potency of a technique lies not in the technique itself, but in the practitioner behind it. Moonlight Gale slowly levitates, arms crossed, speaking nonchalantly. No wonder, Gale, you have achieved what you have. Your perspective is far more insightful than this old man. Sarutobi Hiruzen glances at the still formidable earth flow wall, shaking his head with a wry smile. Knowing one is aging, one should return home to enjoy a peaceful retirement. After Moonlight Gale's words, silence envelopes the outside, and in the next instant, the four purple flames formation also vanishes. Phew, it seems Orochimaru has already fled. What? My Hokage, you seem relieved that Orochimaru has escaped. Truly, your bond as teacher and student runs deep. Hokage-sama, how are you? Quickly, summon the medical team. Although Moonlight Gale could heal Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant, he holds disdain for him and chooses not to assist. In the eyes of Yuegwang Jifeng, the old man's Sarutobi Hiruzen's survival this time was a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Originally, according to his plan, he intended for Sarutobi Hiruzen to perish alongside him. Then, Yuegwang Jifeng would proceed to confront the imminent arrival of Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that Yuegwang Jifeng could fulfill an unaccomplished aspiration from his previous life, to bring Tsunade back as Hokage. When there were matters to attend to, it was Hokage's duty. When there were none, it was merely the pleasure of being Hokage. After a minute of resuscitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he could move. I am fine now, he declared. Just as he uttered these words, a rumble echoed in the distance as several enormous snakes began wreaking havoc in the streets. Everyone, this calamity is the doing of my ungrateful disciple. I owe it to you all, and I implore you to save our village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rising to bow. Jifeng, I request that you eliminate all the enemies. No, Lord Third Hokage, I have just finished battling the first and second Hokage and am quite exhausted. My chakra is depleted. Yuegwang Jifeng replied, casting a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen and gently declining. Jifeng, I understand you may look down upon me, but after this, I shall resign. What does your assumption about my position as Hokage have to do with you? Indeed, without you, Lord Hokage, we cannot manage, others chimed in. Yes, Lord Hokage. We still need your leadership to rebuild our homeland. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Lord Hokage, you need not say more. We do not agree with your resignation. I am old. My time in office has been sufficient. Now, I merely wish to enjoy a quiet retirement. You have all witnessed the recent battle. I am no longer a match for others. In contrast, Yuegwang Jifeng single-handedly overcame the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Kazekage. Is Jifeng truly that formidable now? I have always believed he was destined for greatness. Aren't you curious? That was the first and second Hokage. How did Yuegwang Jifeng manage to win? Asuma, you are mistaken. Regardless of the manner of his victory, he saved your father. How can you question his capabilities? Indeed, the first rule of being a ninja is to never inquire about another's jutsu. Seeing the matter escalate to his son, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. Jifeng, I wish for you to succeed me as the new Hokage. The crowd exchanged surprised glances, unsure of how to respond. I am sorry, but I must decline. Yuegwang Jifeng thought to himself, pondering the burdens of being Hokage. The laborious tasks, endless paperwork, and trivial matters left no time for leisure. He envisioned Tsunade as Hokage. Overwhelmed with duties and unable to indulge in a game of chance, it would be akin to living in a cage. What? Yuegwang Jifeng actually refused. This is unbelievable. Someone has turned down the temptation of becoming Hokage. I support him as Hokage. His refusal alone speaks to his character. His strength has just been validated, making him a worthy candidate for Hokage. Yes, Jifeng, please agree. We all support your ascension. Indeed, Jifeng, with your guidance, we shall usher in a brighter future for Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, please agree. The responsibilities of Hokage are too burdensome. I do not wish to assume that title. Instead, you should seek Tsunade Senju to take the role. Tsunade, having her as Hokage would indeed be advantageous. I propose Jiraiya as Hokage. Minyan, Kashino, why have you both arrived? Given such a grave situation, how could we not come? Do not flatter yourselves. Where were you during the fight? Where were the ninjas from your clan? Have you come to claim credit? You Egwang Jifeng, do not think your prowess grants you the right to speak to us in such a manner. Kashino retorted coldly. In an instant, Egwang Jifeng appeared before Kashino, gripping her neck and lifting her effortlessly. What gives you the audacity to address me in such a way? Jifeng, please. Release her, urged Watergate Minyan. Today, let me remind you, in the world of ninjas, power speaks volumes. Egwang Jifeng tightened his grip further. Ugh. Kashino flailed helplessly, her face turning crimson. Jifeng, I beg you to spare her this once, Minyan implored sincerely, dropping to his knees. You certainly know how to read the room. Very well. I shall grant you an opportunity. Should this occur again, I will not be so lenient. With a swift motion, Egwang Jifeng flung Kashino towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us postpone the matter of Hokage until today concludes. Remember, you old-timers, do not act foolishly or provoke me. With that, Egwang Jifeng vanished from sight. So impressive. Truly my Jifeng has returned. Everything has returned, Yuhi Kurenai murmured, staring blankly at the spot where Egwang Jifeng had disappeared. He reappeared beside a colossal purple serpent, contemplating whether conversing with these giant serpents might yield rewards. With a swift right hook, the serpent dissipated into smoke. Congratulations, host. On establishing a close rapport with the purple serpent, the return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire the purple serpent's shedding technique. 2. Gain the ability to spray venom like the purple serpent. 3. Obtain 200 power points from the purple serpent. 4. Attain the massive physique of the purple serpent. Egwang Jifeng was pleasantly surprised. Not only had he successfully communicated with the giant serpent, but the rewards appeared superior to what an elite jonin would typically receive. After glancing at all the options, he declared, System, I choose the third option. Congratulations, host. Your selection was successful, triggering a tenfold return, granting you 2,000 power points from the purple serpent. In an instant, Egwang Jifeng felt a surge of strength in his arms. 2,000 power points were equivalent to that of a Kage-level ninja. This progress was remarkable. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at a green giant serpent on the other side of the village. Unexpectedly, a massive toad descended from the sky, mere meters away from crushing the green serpent. Egwang Jifeng's expression grew serious, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Indeed, space-time ninjutsu was the true sovereign. Within half a second, Egwang Jifeng appeared beside the green serpent. With a gentle tap of his finger, the green serpent instantly vanished amidst a cloud of smoke. The enormous toad landed without striking anything, bewilderedly surveying its surroundings. Congratulations, host, on completing a close interaction with the green serpent. The return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the green serpent's charm. 2. Acquire the green serpent's smooth skin. 3. Gain 200 agility points from the green serpent. 4. Obtain the green serpent's gallbladder. Egwang Jifeng had assumed these giant serpents would all provide strength, considering the rarity of power attributes. System, I choose the third option. Congratulations, host. Your selection was successful, triggering a tenfold return, granting you 2,000 agility points from the green serpent. Jiraiya, where has my dessert green serpent gone? Chapter 68. A proposal from Hinata Hayashi for marriage? I am uncertain what is happening. I hope Orochimaru does not create any disturbances, for if he does, I shall not forgive him. Wait, I sense someone nearby. Be cautious. Jiraiya. Impossible. I have already evacuated the villagers. How could there be anyone left? As Jiraiya leaped down from atop the toad's head, he questioned, Do you not trust me? The sound of the enormous toad echoed through the surroundings. Lord Toad, that is not what I meant. It turns out to be you. I remember you are called Egwang Jifeng, right? Ah, the memory of a lecherous immortal is quite impressive. Jifeng, do you know how the old man is doing? Jiraiya awkwardly shifted the topic. He is doing quite well, full of life. Phew, that is a relief. But wait, did Orochimaru not cause any trouble? I drove him away. Yueguang Jifeng replied calmly. That is impossible. I concede that your strength surpasses Kakashi's, yet you surely cannot defeat Orochimaru, the master of forbidden techniques. Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at him, remaining silent, and vanished without a trace. Is he hiding? Lord Toad, quickly find out where he is. No need to search. There is no trace of his chakra within a 500-meter radius. Lord Toad sniffled and shook his head decisively. Could it be that everything he said was true? He truly defeated Orochimaru. I believe it to be so. He appeared and disappeared in an instant. Neither of us, with our combined strength, could discern how he arrived or departed. Thus he must indeed be formidable. Konoha truly is a cradle of talent. Well, I believe the matter has come to a close. You should return now. I will go check on the old man. Bang! Lord Toad vanished from sight. After Yueguang Jifeng left, he contemplated visiting Maui Xian and the others. Unexpectedly, he spotted an eagle soaring in the sky. After a moment's thought, he decided to return home first before heading to the Hokage building. He released his chakra, sensed the location of his home, and in the next instant, arrived indoors. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God technique is the ultimate delivery method. My lord, when did you return? We have been waiting at the door and did not see you. That is not important. How are you all? Have you been attacked? Not at all, my lord. Rest assured, even if there was an attack, I would protect them. Good, your safety puts me at ease. I must leave again shortly. Inform Xian and the others that although the enemy has been dealt with, it is best not to go outside unless necessary. Understood, my lord. Bai bowed slightly. Unfortunately, when he raised his head again, Yueguang Jifeng had already vanished. Yueguang Jifeng arrived at the Hokage building outside and noticed that he had arrived quite early. As people were still trickling in, he scanned the room and felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing that he had already interacted with all of them. Soon, he reached the second floor and saw Yuhi Kurenai standing at the entrance. Jifeng is here. Yueguang Jifeng strolled over. Is there something significant that prompted everyone's gathering? Not yet, but it should be something of great importance. Yuhi Kurenai whispered into Yueguang's ear. Ahem, ahem, ahem. All the Chunin and Jonin have assembled. Yueguang Jifeng could not help but roll his eyes. You, Sarutobi, have 3,000 ninjas, yet you do not mention a word. I have formally submitted my resignation to the daimyo, and fortunately, he has not departed yet. He has already agreed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage chair, took a puff of his cigarette and spoke calmly. Yueguang Jifeng looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling somewhat speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing short of a vampire. Now that he has drained enough from several prominent clans, he has nothing left to exploit, and now he wishes to resign. How fortunate for him. However, Yueguang Jifeng would not voice these thoughts, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had not encroached upon his interests. Yet if his interests were threatened in the future, he would ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen repaid him in full, leaving him with regrets. What are everyone's thoughts on the candidate for the 5th Hokage? Bang! The glass of the Hokage building office shattered as a white-haired figure burst in. I recommend Tsunade for the 5th Hokage. It is Lord Jiraiya who has returned. Wonderful. Then I recommend Lord Jiraiya for the 5th Hokage. I also recommend Lord Jiraiya for the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya, do you wish to become the 5th Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the broken glass and then at Jiraiya, who was rising, and asked slowly. My dream is to travel the world for materials, not to become Hokage. So I believe Tsunade is the most suitable choice for the 5th Hokage. Although Lady Tsunade is indeed suitable, we do not even know where she is at this moment. That is not a major issue. I will personally go and search for her. Naturally, Jiraiya passionately declared. Then it is settled. You have 2 months. If you do not find Tsunade by then, you will return to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and pondered before speaking. No problem. I will take Naruto with me when the time comes. Jiraiya eagerly agreed. I will also join the search. Jifeng, would you like to come as well? That would be splendid. Yueguang Jifeng, do you wish to join me? Jiraiya asked, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I will seek out on my own and will not accompany you. Very well, this matter is settled. Additionally, Kakashi, Guy, you are responsible for post-disaster reconstruction. Asuma, you will oversee the security of Konoha during this time. Now disperse. Yuhi Kurenai immediately linked arms with Yueguang Jifeng, and they slowly descended the staircase together. Jifeng, wait. Oh, It is the Hyuga clan leader. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yue Guang Jifeng said, extending a hand. Hyuga Hizashi was somewhat taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and extended his right hand to shake Yue Guang Jifeng's. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing a close interaction with Hyuga Hizashi. The return project has randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Hyuga Hizashi's 128 palms. 2. Acquire Hyuga Hizashi's caged bird technique. 3. Acquire all ninjutsu of Hyuga Hizashi. 4. Acquire 1% of Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan bloodline limit. Yue Guang Jifeng did not expect someone to proactively approach him, especially someone he had long wished to interact with. Looking at the rewards offered by Hyuga Hizashi, Yue Guang Jifeng could only say that something is better than nothing. He directly bypassed the first option, as he had never held any regard for any of the Hyuga's techniques. The second option made Yue Guang Jifeng hesitate for a moment, but then he thought that this caged bird technique might be unbreakable, and obtaining it would only allow him to cast it on others. The remaining two options were self-evident. Yue Guang Jifeng promptly declared to the system, I choose the fourth option. After selecting the Byakugan from Hyuga, his bloodline concentration should reach 30. With a bit more effort, he would soon obtain the Rinnegan. Jifeng, I have come to discuss an important matter with you. Please, speak freely, Hyuga clan leader. I wish to arrange a marriage alliance with you. Chapter 69, Wedding in 3 months? Uchiha Itachi arrives. You wish to form a marriage alliance with me? Yue Guang Jifeng exclaimed in surprise, leaping to his feet. Yes, Jifeng-kun, you did not miss here. Our Hyuga clan wishes to bind our fates through marriage with you. Yue Guang Jifeng's mind raced as he considered the implications. If he accepted this union, not only would he gain a Hyuga wife, he could potentially achieve a hundredfold interaction. And with a stroke of luck, he might even acquire the Hyuga bloodline, possibly attaining the Rinnegan directly. Moreover, becoming the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan would provide him with ample reason to visit the clan daily, turning the entire Hyuga residence into his personal garden. He could interact with whomever he desired at will. I would like to know why the Hyuga clan has made this decision. To be frank, Jifeng-kun, despite our appearance as the foremost clan in Konoha, we are beset by internal strife and external threats. Our clan is riddled with severe internal divisions. The branch family and the main family are on the brink of irreconcilable conflict. The branch family does not comprehend why the main family seeks to control them, while the main family does not understand why the branch family refuses to comply. The discord between both sides has become irreparable. The external small and medium clans are eyeing the Hinata clan with great hostility, hoping that we, like the Uchiha clan, will meet our demise. Therefore, I must seek a formidable ally, one who can not only subdue the branch family, but also ensure that we are not inexplicably annihilated from the outside. You could certainly approach the 5th Hokage, could you not? If the 5th Hokage were Jiraiya-sama, we could send a woman from the Hinata clan to form a union. Unfortunately, Jiraiya-sama has no desire to become Hokage, which leaves Tsunade-sama as the only option. Hinata Hayashi shook his head with a wry smile. But you could send a male member of the Hinata clan to Tsunade-sama. Yuhi Kurenai interjected, somewhat enviously. Kurenai, please do not jest. Which man would Tsunade-sama ever take notice of? We stand no chance at all. Then why seek out Shippu? First and foremost, Shippukuin's strength is beyond question. Secondly, we believe in the character of his comrades. After all, a person who is indifferent to the position of Hokage must possess grand aspirations. Mizuki Shippu felt a bit speechless upon hearing this. You old-fashioned folks assume that I possess great strength, but will not encroach upon the rights of your Hinata clan. After all, how could someone who is reluctant to take on the mantle of Hokage possibly covet the rights of a clan? I wonder whom you intend to marry me to. Please do not simply choose anyone. Rest assured, Shippu-kun, our chosen candidate for the union is my daughter. Your daughter? Mizuki Shippu asked incredulously. Indeed, Shippu-kun. My eldest daughter has reached a marriageable age. Of course, if you prefer to wait a few more years. My second daughter is also an option, Hinata Hayashi said with a hint of jest. Mizuki Shippu's lips curled into a slight smile. No need. I find your eldest daughter quite appealing, and she should be a suitable companion. He felt a surge of joy, thinking that not only would this arrangement not be a loss, but rather a significant gain. After all, he had always held affection for Hinata, who possessed the purest lineage of the Hinata clan. Hayashi, I consent to this union, Mizuki Shippu said, calming his slightly excited heart. And what about me, Shippu? Yuhi Kurenai teased. playfully pinching Mizuki Shippu's waist. If it comes to marriage, let it be so, Mizuki Shippu replied, patting Kurenai's hand with a hint of resignation. That is more like it. Thus, Shippukuin, it is settled. In 3 months, we will arrange for Hinata to marry. What? So soon? There is no choice, Shippukuin. The internal pressure is simply too great, and we must decide swiftly. All right, I understand. We shall be wed in 3 months then. By the way, Shippukuin, our Hinata clan has a rule that the groom must not meet the bride 3 months prior to the wedding, and I hope you can understand this. I can fully agree to that. However, I am somewhat concerned whether Hinata will agree to marry me. You need not worry about that, Shippukuin. I am not an irresponsible father. I have already consulted Hinata's opinion before coming here. If she had disagreed, I would have arranged for my second daughter, Hanabi. But she expressed her eagerness to become your bride. Thus, we have found you in this manner. Well then, since Hinata has consented, I have no objections. In 3 months, I shall proudly take her as my wife. Then I shan't linger any longer, as I must return to discuss matters with the elders and oversee the wedding details. Very well, until next time. As Hinata Hayashi walked away, Mizuki Shippu quietly turned to Yuhi Kurenai and asked, "Would you like to move in with us?" "Really? That would be wonderful, but recently, Akamichi Roto has been staying at my house. Would that be a bit inconvenient?" "No problem. Ask her if she wishes to come along. If she agrees, then let her join. If not, then that is that. All right, then tomorrow morning, Shippu, please come to my house to help me move. Tonight, I shall return and inquire about Roto's thoughts." "Sure, no problem." The next morning, as Mizuki Shippu stepped out of his house, he soon encountered Naruto and Jiraiya. Shippu-sensei, are you going to find Tsunade Baba with us?" "It's Naruto. I won't be going just yet. I should be heading there in a few days." "What a pity. I wanted to journey with Shippu-sensei and learn some jutsu. Jiraiya knows far more jutsu. You could seek him out instead." "Really? Perverted sage. I'll treat you to a meal if you teach me some jutsu, all right?" "Of course. Today, I, the Toad Sage, will teach you an A-rank ninjutsu." "What? An A-rank ninjutsu? Why didn't you teach me earlier, you perverted sage?" Naruto exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled. It was simply a matter of timing. "Now, let us get started." "Shall we? Well then, Shippu-sensei, we'll be off first. Let us see who finds Tsunade Baba first." Mizuki Shippu nodded in response, remaining silent as he made his way to Yuhi Kurenai's home. "Shippu, Roto also plans to move in with us. Will that be inconvenient?" "Not at all. It simply means an extra servant." "What? Mizuki Shippu, you rascal, treating me like a servant." "Kurenai, have you packed everything?" "It's all in the scrolls. We can leave immediately." "All right then, let us depart. I hope you can adapt to your new home." Before long, Yuhi Kurenai had stayed at Mizuki Shippu's home for several days, and both she and Roto had grown accustomed to it. However, Mizuki Shippu found himself bemused by the fact that Roto would often come out late at night, dressed very lightly, to use the restroom. One afternoon, while Mizuki Shippu was in his lab researching whether the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan could continue to absorb and evolve, he heard Kurenai's voice from outside. "Shippu, the person you asked me to keep an eye on seems to have appeared." Mizuki Shippu waved his hand to store the Sharingan away, feeling a surge of excitement as he thought, "Itachi Uchiha, you have finally arrived." Chapter 70, Communication with Iraku. Can we obtain endless Mangekyo Sharingan? Where did you see them? It was Koko who sensed an exceptionally strong chakra presence, along with another whose chakra felt rather sinister, both entering from outside Konoha. "I felt they matched the individuals you asked me to watch for, so I called you out." "Understood, Yuhi. Thank you for your efforts. As long as it is to assist you, we are more than happy to help," Yuhi said as she embraced Mizuki Shippu. Mizuki Shippu gently patted her back. "I am also very grateful to have you by my side. I will take my leave now." "Be careful, Shippu." Mizuki Shippu expanded his perception, and in the next moment, an overwhelming amount of chakra surged from him into the ground. According to what Kurenai had just said, they should have just entered through the main gates of Konoha and not ventured far. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Mizuki Shippu spotted them at the entrance of the commercial street. In the next instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash, he appeared in an alley within the commercial street. Observing the two individuals entering Iraku Ramen, Mizuki Shippu smacked his forehead, recalling that in his past life, he had heard that the owner of Iraku was Otsutsuki Ichiraku, a deeply hidden boss. Mizuki Shippu had never had the time to engage him, but today he would take the opportunity to see if the claims were indeed true. Mizuki Shippu lifted the curtain of the door and immediately saw two figures clad in black, cloud-patterned robes. A mere glance was sufficient for him to lose interest in them. "Hey, old man, please bring me a bowl of miso seafood ramen," Mizuki Shippu said before taking a seat nearby. "Certainly, coming right up." As soon as Mizuki Shippu sat down, he overheard Itachi Uchiha and Kisame speaking in hushed tones. Under normal circumstances, another person would have been unable to hear them. But Mizuki Shippu had his methods. With a mere thought, the ability to alter size was unleashed. Instantly, my cochlea expanded, and indeed, in the next moment, a multitude of sounds filled my ears. "Itachi, what is our purpose in Konoha today?" "To gather some intelligence and ascertain the identity of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Ideally, we should capture the Jinchuriki. If we can achieve that, it would be splendid, but with so many people in Konoha, can we escape unscathed? I have received word that Orochimaru wreaked havoc in Konoha a few days ago, so our chances are quite favorable. That is reassuring. I hope we can fulfill the tasks assigned by our leader. The customers are ready." "Ah, it's you, Jifeng." I wondered why that voice sounded so familiar. It's been a while since I last had ramen. Hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng quickly stood up, clapping his hands on Itachi's shoulder, and remarked, "I was just thinking about you." "Uncle, are you sure it's not my daughter you were thinking of?" Xiaoda jested as he placed the ramen on the table. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Xiaoda. The return project has randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Xiaoda's ramen skills. 2. Acquire Xiaoda's secret seasoning. 3. Acquire Xiaoda's optimistic personality. 4. Acquire Xiaoda's luck. Note: any major event will ensure survival." Upon seeing Xiaoda's name, Yueguang Jifeng discerned that he was not of the Otsutsuki clan. Yet, he felt no disappointment, having held no expectations from the outset. A cursory glance at the 4 reward options led him to be astonished by the 4th choice. No wonder Xiaoda could survive until the end. It was due to this luck. "System, I choose the 4th reward." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have acquired Xiaoda's luck. Note: enhanced luck guarantees that you will find money while walking daily. In gambling, you may not win every time, but you will ultimately win. You are the only one who can leave the casino with a smile. To his surprise, this enhanced luck was remarkable. However, Yueguang Jifeng pondered what he would do if he no longer walked. Surely money could not fall from the sky. He sampled Xiaoda's ramen, enhanced by the secret seasoning, and found it exceedingly delightful. Before he could take more than a few bites, he noticed Itachi and the others discreetly placing money on the table and preparing to leave. Yueguang Jifeng swiftly marked the two with his chakra, ensuring he could teleport beside them at any moment. He resumed enjoying his ramen, momentarily disregarding them. "Jifeng, what brings you here for ramen?" "Kakashi, what a surprise to see you here. I just received intel that 2 suspicious individuals have arrived in Konoha. As you know, Konoha cannot withstand any further harm, so I came to investigate." "Oh, you mean those 2? They've just left." Yueguang Jifeng replied nonchalantly while eating. "Thanks, Jifeng. I'll head over now." Watching Kakashi depart, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated allowing Kakashi to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan first. Afterward, they could communicate, which might reveal the secrets of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, a new idea struck him. What would happen if he swapped Kakashi's eyes? He could give Kakashi Shirsue's eyes and use Kakashi's eyes to create more. Would this allow him to acquire an endless supply of Mangekyo Sharingan? Such a concept was truly worth exploring. While others might utilize the 3 Tomo to activate Izanagi, Yueguang Jifeng could use the Mangekyo Sharingan for the same purpose. The thought alone was thrilling. "Uncle Xiaoda, I've left the money on the table." "No, let me collect it." "Ah, it's Iam. Come here and extend your hand. I'll give you the money." "Brother Jifeng, it's been ages since you last visited," Iam remarked, extending her small hand. "I've been rather busy lately, which is why I haven't come by." Yueguang Jifeng smiled as he placed the money in her hand, gently touching her. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Iam. The return project has randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Iam's wooden clogs. 2. Acquire Iam's ramen skills. 3. Acquire Iam's secret savings. 4. Acquire Iam's luck. Note: any major event will guarantee survival when near her father. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback that he could also engage with Iam. Quickly directing his gaze to the options, he bypassed the first 3 and focused on the last. He surmised that the note likely indicated Iam's luck was inferior to that of her father. However, When her father was present, she would be the luckiest. System. I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have acquired IAM's luck. Note, in gambling, you can avoid losses without winning. Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed, what a remarkable stroke of luck. So, you're counting on my gambling skills, are you? He believed that having both father and daughter together would enable him to gamble without incurring losses. Before he could ponder further, he felt the chakra mark moving toward the outskirts of the village. With a swift motion, Yueguang Jifeng exited Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 71. Have I become a one-punch man? Yueguang Jifeng teleported to a nearby alley, activating his keen hearing. Itachi, why must we leave so soon? Shouldn't we investigate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? We need to leave quickly. I have already uncovered the entire situation, Itachi replied as he and Kisame moved forward briskly. Kisame dared not ask further, matching Itachi's swift and synchronized pace. Not long after, Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and others also pursued them. Yueguang Jifeng considered this and stepped out of the alley, subsequently levitating into the air. Soon, he reached the barrier surrounding Konoha. With a single finger press, he penetrated the barrier and soared into the sky. In the sky, Yueguang Jifeng activated both his Byakugan and Sharingan. The combination offered a unique perspective, revealing more than the Byakugan alone could. At that moment, his eyes resembled a high-powered telescope, effortlessly zooming in and out. It was no exaggeration to say that an eagle's vision paled in comparison. Observing the slowing pace of Itachi and Kisame, Yueguang Jifeng enlarged both ears. Mr. Itachi, what news have you heard that compels such a formidable figure as yourself to depart so hastily? I have uncovered 3 significant pieces of information. The first, which took me by surprise, is that Danzo has actually died. Danzo? The most notorious elder of Konoha? Yes, that very same one. It's astonishing that he was killed. It serves as retribution for the other clans. Isn't that a good thing? Why are we fleeing? That brings us to the second matter. Please, Itachi, do share. I am quite curious, Kisame interjected, halting his steps. Everyone is likely aware of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha. But what most do not know is, what is it? Hurry, Itachi, you're making me anxious. Orochimaru employed a forbidden technique to summon the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Kazekage. What level of forbidden technique is this? It's utterly unimaginable. If my memory serves me right, those individuals had long since perished. Kisame took several steps back, finally regaining his composure to respond slowly. You are aware that Orochimaru is adept in various forbidden techniques. Yet, it is truly shocking that he can summon the deceased. I wonder how much power they can wield from before their demise. Itachi calmly shook his head and replied, the shadow of a person, the name of a tree. I believe that even if they are inferior, they will still surpass ordinary shinobi. It's rare for you to think so profoundly this time, Kisame. Mr. Itachi, this is the first time you have praised my intellect. However, given Orochimaru's formidable prowess, he must have caused significant casualties in Konoha. No, he not only failed to take a single life, but instead fled in a disheveled state. How can this be possible? Yet, this is the truth I have uncovered. There is one individual in Konoha who single-handedly defeated the first and second Hokage with a single blow, along with the third Kazekage. I suspect this news may be somewhat exaggerated, but ultimately, this person must have emerged victorious. Mr. Itachi, I believe your hypothesis is indeed accurate. After a hard-fought victory, Orochimaru retreated, and this tale was spun by Konoha's own people, claiming that it took just one punch to defeat him. Mr. Itachi, I have come to understand. Oh, what have you realized? Please share your thoughts. Konoha aims to forge a new hero. In my estimation, they must be attempting to create a one-punch man. One-punch man. Uchiha Itachi murmured to himself. I find your theory quite plausible. With the third Hokage stepping down, a hero's emergence is indeed timely to assume the role of Hokage. Haha, Mr. Itachi, how about that? My intellect has proven useful this time, hasn't he? However, this individual must possess great strength, which is why I am hastening our departure from Konoha. Yes, Mr. Itachi, caution is the key to longevity. Let us promptly report to the leader. There may be some complications, and once we resolve these issues, we should seek out the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. As I have learned that he has already left the village, could you allow me to take the first action? It has been a while since I engaged in combat, and my hands are itching. As he spoke, Kisame Hashigaki stretched his body, producing a series of crackling sounds. Very well, but be swift. I fear that individual from Konoha may appear. Uchiha Itachi stated with a touch of seriousness. Rest assured, Mr. Itachi, as long as they are not superior jonin, I can dispatch them quickly. The Moonlight Gale listened to their conversation with great interest, promptly reducing his mass to the lightest possible and settling upon a cloud. Sitting atop the cloud, he felt quite delighted at the praise he received, especially coming from Uchiha Itachi. Yet, he was taken aback by the remarkable extent of their imaginations. As they had envisioned him as a one-punch man shaking his head, he turned over and continued to observe. It was not long before Kakashi and others caught up with Uchiha Itachi and his companion, who had remained stationary. Hey, you two. What important secrets are you attempting to steal in Konoha? Asuma approached, his tone icy. I recognize you. You are Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. With a bounty of 35 million ryo, correct? Who are you, and what is your purpose in Konoha? Spare me the pleasantries. Defeat me, and I shall reveal everything. Is that so? Very well, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Asuma declared as he retrieved a chakra-infused weapon from his ninja tool pouch. Indeed, a wealthy individual. Wielding chakra-conducting weaponry, Kisame remarked, pulling back his hood to reveal his shark-like visage. You Asuma gasped, taken aback by Kisame's appearance. I believe I recognize you now. You must be the rogue ninja known as Kisame Hashigaki. Kakashi scrutinized the shark-faced man, slowly articulating. Ah, the renowned Kakashi, impressive that you recognized me at a glance. This is bad, Asuma, you are no match for him. Let us attack together. Kakashi, do not interfere. I wish to gauge his abilities first. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Guy behind him, who instantly understood that Kakashi was signaling him to be ready to rescue Asuma should he sustain injuries. Nodding in agreement, they prepared themselves. Bang! In the next moment, the weapons of Kisame and Asuma clashed. Asuma immediately sensed something was amiss. His chakra was being relentlessly siphoned away by his adversary. Kisame followed up with a kick, sending Asuma flying, blood spewing from his mouth. He was defeated in a single move. Guy, cover me. I am preparing to strike. Kakashi declared, revealing his Sharingan as he unfastened his forehead protector. The Moonlight Gale observed this scene, gradually descending on his cloud. This is troubling, Kisame. I have an ominous premonition that individual may be arriving. I need to take action swiftly. Tsukuyami. Chapter 72. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your brother, would you, Uchiha Itachi? Tsukuyami. In the next instant, Kakashi fell backward. Whoosh. Guy caught him just before he hit the ground. Kakashi, what is wrong? What happened? Guy shook Kakashi vigorously. Water style, waterfall technique. Kisame completed his jutsu. Instantly, a 20-meter-high wave surged toward Kakashi and his allies. Guy swiftly cradled Kakashi in his left arm, leaping to Asuma's side and hoisting him up, escaping the wave's reach. The Moonlight Gale observed this, nodding in approval. It was time for him to make his entrance. Rising from the cloud, he crossed his arms and stood ready, guiding the cloud downward. Guy, let us see whether your speed surpasses the swiftness of my jutsu. Water style, water dragon bullet. A water dragon erupted from the waterfall, unleashing a barrage of water projectiles toward Guy and the others. Kisame, retreat. What is it, Mr. Itachi? I am having a splendid time. Incoming. Kisame reacted a second too late, but quickly understood as he darted backward. After retreating several meters, they halted, with Kisame anxiously surveying his surroundings. Mr. Itachi, there is nothing here, Kisame said, gripping his Samahata tightly, feeling anxious. No, that is not right, look up. Uchiha Itachi assessed the situation and swiftly responded. At that moment, not only did Kisame instinctively look upward, but Guy also glanced at the sky. There, 200 meters above, stood a figure on a white cloud, descending slowly. Can a person really stand on a cloud? Kisame stammered, clearly astonished. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible. Uchiha Itachi remained composed as he replied. What should we do? Mr. Itachi, this person is clearly not ordinary. It appears this individual is the one who defeated Orochimaru. According to the intel. Mr. Itachi, let us flee. It is too late to run. He is certainly faster than we can escape. What shall we do? I will unleash my ultimate technique and see if I can defeat him. The three of them anxiously awaited the Moonlight Gale's descent. The first to discern the newcomer was Uchiha Itachi. Despite his nearsightedness, he had quietly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kisame, this situation is becoming precarious. If my memory serves me correctly, we encountered this individual when we were eating ramen. Was he already aware of us then? Indeed, he is a master. Mr. Itachi, can you recall who he is? No, quite the opposite. If I am not mistaken, he was once an obscure individual. What is his name? Gale, it is you. How splendid. Kakashi and Asuma have already lost consciousness. Your timing is impeccable. Kisame and Uchiha Itachi turned to look at Guy. Finally, Uchiha Itachi spoke slowly. Moonlight Gale, adept in the art of intangibility and swordsmanship, yet afflicted by a severe bloodline disease. Mr. Itachi, could it be that you are mistaken? He does not appear to be ill. Initially, I thought I was mistaken, but now that Guy has called him Gale, I can confirm it is indeed him. I just do not know what he has experienced to have changed so drastically. Mr. Itachi, it is also possible he was deliberately concealing his abilities, which is why you did not detect them. In the presence of my eyes, very little can escape. Uchiha Itachi shook his head slowly. I am uncertain, today. I wonder if we can successfully leave Konoha. As he gazed down from a height of 20 meters above the ground, Uchiha Itachi resolutely gathered his chakra, and soon, a copious amount of blood began to seep from the corners of his eyes. Tsukinomi. The Moonlight Gale remained unaffected, hovering 10 meters above the ground, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Itachi-san, what troubles you? Observing the retreating Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki hurriedly stepped forward to support him. It seems that escaping today is not in our favor. Did you not claim you would unleash your ultimate technique? With your prowess, once you employ your full power, we can easily depart. I have already used it. What? When did this happen? Did I miss something? That Moonlight Gale appears to be just fine. Kisame Hashigaki queried incredulously. Just moments ago, I unequivocally released Tsukinomi. The blood from my eyes serves as evidence. Yet, for reasons unknown, Moonlight Gale has shown no reaction. Uchiha Itachi coughed twice, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Oh, the illustrious Uchiha Itachi has resorted to ambush tactics? What have you done to him? Why is he bleeding? You ought to inquire of him directly regarding his actions. Cough. How did you manage to disregard my Tsukinomi? What is Tsukinomi? Is it a monthly reading? Moonlight Gale feigned ignorance. Indeed, Itachi-san, what is Tsukinomi? I believe I have come to an understanding. You must have killed Danzo. What have you grasped? I am unafraid to disclose that it was indeed I who ended Danzo's life. Then Shirsue's eyes must also be with you. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, he forcefully pushed Kisame away and stood upright. Is this what you refer to? Moonlight Gale said as he retrieved a well-preserved Mangekyo Sharingan from his storage. Though I cannot fathom why Genjutsu has no effect on you, I am not solely reliant on illusions. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Itachi produced a flurry of shuriken, which whirred through the air toward Moonlight Gale from various angles. Such trivial tricks are best kept hidden, Moonlight Gale declared, exerting force beneath his feet, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind Uchiha Itachi. Initially intending to converse directly with Uchiha Itachi, he suddenly remembered that Shirsue's eyes were also in his possession. Should they become exposed, he would lose a valuable prize. How troublesome. I must first retrieve Shirsue's eyes before engaging in dialogue. Uchiha Itachi's voice abruptly interrupted Moonlight Gale's thoughts. It seems I must risk everything to compel you to relinquish Shirsue's eyes. To obtain the eyes, your strength is inadequate, Moonlight Gale remarked, nonchalantly shaking his middle finger. That may not necessarily be the case. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi roared, and in an instant, he was enveloped by a shell of crimson bones. Oh, have you activated your Susanoo? Perfect, for I can do the same. Let us see whose is superior. Magnet release, Iron Man technique. In an instant, Moonlight Gale's vast chakra surged, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Countless minute particles began to emerge from the ground, flooding in from all directions. What is this monstrous phenomenon? Itachi-san, you must be cautious. Merely a display of theatrics. No one can withstand the might of Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi asserted, controlling half of his skeletal form to strike with a sword, likely due to the tenfold enhancement of his magnetic chakra. Moonlight Gale found that the iron felt like an extension of his own body, easily reshaping and assembling as he wished. In a mere second, an image of the Kabuto giant materialized in his mind. Perhaps it was due to his innate artistic talent that he could achieve this so swiftly. The iron particles rapidly coalesced, enveloping Moonlight Gale. Raising his hand, a shield formed, successfully blocking Uchiha Itachi's strike. Itachi, I advise you to hand over Shirsue's eyes. After all, you would not want anything to happen to your brother, would you? Chapter 73. The Demon Blade Pierces Susanoo. With a clap of his hands, he summoned his desires. No one can threaten me. I have slain my entire clan. Do you truly believe I would relinquish the Mangekyo Sharingan for the sake of a single brother? You exterminated your entire clan. Why spare only your brother? Moonlight Gale waved his hand, retracting the iron shield from his right hand. It was merely a test of my resolve. Threatening me with that fool Sasuke is futile. Uchiha Itachi responded coldly. I do not wish to engage in a debate with you. Since you deem it useless, I shall return and sever Sasuke's right arm and left leg entirely. Then I will compel him to serve as a mere stud, repopulating the Uchiha clan. What do you think? Moonlight Gale declared, waving his hand to remove his iron armor. What? You possess such a malicious intent. Am I truly more malevolent than you, who annihilated your entire clan? Moonlight Gale ascended slowly, reaching the same height as Uchiha Itachi. I do not wish to engage in further frivolous conversation. As long as you perish here today, no one will threaten me again. Prepare to meet your end, Moonlight Gale. Toketsu-ken, do you understand why I removed my armor? It is because I wish to experiment with something else. I have heard tales of individuals using shuriken to pierce Susanoo. Today, I shall attempt to pierce your Susanoo with this newly acquired sword. Moonlight Gale proclaimed as he retrieved the demon blade, Senko. Using a shuriken to pierce Susanoo is absurd. Do you truly believe you can attempt such a feat with this fragmented blade? Perhaps, who can say for certain? Moonlight Gale replied, slowly channeling chakra into the demon blade. The fragments of the blade began to levitate gently, enveloped in a pale blue luminescence. Let me demonstrate that Susanoo is invincible. Uchiha Itachi commanded, directing Susanoo to cleave down toward Moonlight Gale. A tremendous pressure surged toward Moonlight Gale. He remained unfazed, powerful chakra emanating from the demon blade. The entire blade began to separate and rapidly elongate. Demon blade, Senko, offensive only. In the next instant, Moonlight Gale vanished, appearing 30 meters away from Susanoo, and struck forward. This attack fused the techniques of the White Fang with the offensive prowess of the demon blade, Senko. With a swift motion, the enormous red skeletal right hand was sliced through by the blue light. Boom. This is impossible. Can such a fragmented weapon truly defeat my Susanoo? Uchiha Itachi, standing within the heart of the skeletal form, uttered in disbelief. There are countless impossibilities. Just as you cannot foresee that I am about to pierce through your abdomen in the next second. Countless blue fragments surged into the center of the red chakra skeleton, penetrating through Uchiha Itachi as if there were no barriers at all. Severely wounded, Uchiha Itachi could no longer maintain Susanoo and fell to the ground, spitting forth another mouthful of blood. Have I truly done the right thing? Is the powerful bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan so fragile? Itachi-san, are you alright? We must flee. There is still a chance. It is futile. This individual's strength is indeed too formidable. Uchiha Itachi regained his composure and calmly shook his head. Witnessing Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo being shattered, Moonlight Gale glanced at the demon blade, Senko, in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. He casually tossed it back into storage. Floating gently before Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, he declared, I am quite pleased with this contest. As a reward, if you hand over Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan, I shall spare both of you today. I, Kisame Hoshigaki, shall never surrender. Moonlight Gale's gaze sharpened as he vanished in an instant, reappearing before Kisame Hoshigaki, extending his pinky finger. With a flick, Kisame was sent flying before he could react. You are not in a position to interject, Moonlight Gale remarked calmly. Clang. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Gon Shi Gue Jiao. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Gon Shi Gue Jiao's weapon, Jiao G2. Obtain all of Gon Shi Gue Jiao's water style, Ninjutsu 3. Gain 500 points of Gon Shi Gue Jiao's power 4. Attain Gon Shi Gue Jiao's chakra controllability. At first, Yu Guangji Feng did not regard Gon Shi Gue Jiao highly, thinking of him merely as a shadow-level gatekeeper, yet the rewards offered were unexpectedly commendable. The first option, the weapon Jiao Ji, intrigued Yu Guangji Feng, who believed it might surpass the Kusanagi sword, which already had a tenfold amplification to unleash the magic blade Qianren. The potential of Jiao Ji with a tenfold amplification was tantalizing. The second option was disregarded, as Yu Guangji Feng saw no use for it. The third option was fairly standard, correlating to the attributes of a shadow-level gatekeeper. The fourth option, however, caused some hesitation. Theoretically, Chakra control was not a pressing concern. Nevertheless, recognizing that Gui Jiao was known as the tailless beast, it was evident that his chakra was immense, and controlling such vast chakra required exceptional skill. Most crucially, his ability to synergize with Jiao Ji to absorb and convert chakra meant Yu Guang Ji Feng could utilize it immediately. As Yu Guang Ji Feng's chakra continued to swell, he realized that the previously selected tenfold amplification of chakra control from Sakura was becoming inadequate. If his chakra were to deplete, he would have long achieved the ability to summon ninjutsu with just a clap of his hands. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Guang Ji Feng declared his choice. System. I select the fourth reward. The primary reason was that he already possessed a commendable weapon and did not urgently require another. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return, acquiring Ganshi Gui Jiao's chakra control ability. Upon receiving the reward, Yu Guang Ji Feng instantly felt a difference. The vast chakra within him felt as if it were an extension of his own limbs. With a clap of his hands, he called out the water release, water dragon bullet technique. In an instant, a water dragon surged forth from the lake created by Ganshi Gui Jiao. Excited, Yu Guang Ji Feng dispelled the ninjutsu, astonished that he truly achieved the ability to summon anything with just a clap. He decided to spare Gui Jiao this time, choosing not to kill him. Ji Feng, you truly are remarkable. Turning the tide is incredibly impressive. This is what youth is about. Akai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the two. Yu Guang Ji Feng shook his head in resignation and approached Uchiha Itachi, slowly crouching down. Now it is your turn, Uchiha Itachi. How will you choose? Will it be Shirsui's Manjikyu Sharingan or your brother? I have already stated, my foolish brother cannot threaten me. I keep him merely to gauge my own capacity. Uchiha Itachi retorted swiftly. Your mouth is indeed quite tough. Very well. I have but one question. Will you grant me Uchiha Shirsui's eyes? Chapter 74. Exchange with Uchiha Itachi. I swap. I can give you the eyes. Not for my worthless brother, but as an exchange for my life and Ganshi Gui Jiao's. Uchiha Itachi glanced at the still bleeding Ganshi Gui Jiao and explained slowly. Whatever your reasons, just hand over the eyes. Summoning technique. Bang. A black crow suddenly appeared. Hey Zhuan, give him that eye. The crow cawed and flapped its wings, flying to Yu Guang Ji Feng. It opened its beak and released a Manjikyu Sharingan, which Yu Guang Ji Feng swiftly drew into his hand. After a careful inspection and confirming its authenticity, he promptly stored it away. You are quite perceptive, Yu Guang Ji Feng said as he approached Uchiha Itachi once more. What do you intend to do? Did you not promise to spare us? Nothing much. Merely wishing to inform you that if you choose to cooperate and hand over your Manjikyu Sharingan, I guarantee your brother, Uchiha Sasuke, will attain the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Yu Guang Ji Feng stated, patting Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder. Consider it carefully, and come find me once you have made up your mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Itachi. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Uchiha Itachi's summoning beast, the Crow 2. Obtain 1% of Uchiha Itachi's bloodline 3. Gain 3,000 points of Uchiha Itachi's spiritual power 4. Acquire Uchiha Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan. Yu Guang Ji Feng couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the highly popular Uchiha Itachi, the rewards offered were exceptionally good. The first option, the summoning beast Crow, should not be underestimated. If Yu Guang Ji Feng recalled correctly, in the previous world, no one could escape Uchiha Itachi's Crow Jinjutsu. Moreover, after a tenfold amplification, it was highly probable that he would receive a three-legged crow, a creature of immense power. The second reward was self-evidently valuable, as Uchiha bloodline is a prized possession. The third option represented a straightforward amplification of shadow-level combat prowess. However, the fourth option was extraordinary, granting a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. The question remained whether the amplification would yield 10 pairs or simply enhance the quality of this single pair, possibly achieving the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Choosing this option would entail a gamble. Nevertheless, Yu Guang Ji Feng considered that receiving 10 pairs would be the optimal choice, allowing him to possess 5 pairs of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Yet, he felt it imperative to note that Manjikyu Sharingan and bloodline were distinct entities. Hence, providing 2 different options was significant. It remained uncertain whether he would receive an additional pair of eyes to swap or simply replace his original eyes. Yu Guang Ji Feng inclined toward awakening his own Manjikyu Sharingan. for each pair represented a reflection of one's soul, potentially granting him an extraordinary ability. After a moment of reflection, Yuguang Jifeng finally spoke. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Uchiha Itachi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. In the next instant, Yuguang Jifeng felt his vision sharpen, enabling him to see further and clearer. However, he also sensed his chakra depleting at an alarming rate. This was manageable for Yuguang Jifeng, but had it been Kakashi, he would have been drained within 5 minutes. Yuguang Jifeng speculated that the high consumption of chakra was likely due to insufficient bloodline density. After further contemplation, he discovered he could revert to his original 3-tomo Sharingan and Byakugan. Ultimately, he tested the ability to switch among the 3 types of eyes at will. Relieved, Yuguang Jifeng realized that upon reaching a bloodline density of 100, he could attain his unique Manjikyu Sharingan abilities. Yet, it was unfortunate he did not receive 10 pairs of Manjikyu Sharingan. Shall we depart? Yuguang Jifeng regained his focus and glanced at the 2. This time you have leverage, but next time, who knows? As he spoke, he began to ascend, flying towards Akai. Gui Jiao, how are you? We should leave quickly and request support from the organization. Cough, cough, cough. Does Mr. Itachi require assistance? I am somewhat injured, but manageable. I am severely wounded. I will request immediate support and report the situation here. Uchiha Itachi raised his eyes to Yuguang Jifeng, his expression grave. He was increasingly concerned that Yuguang Jifeng might treat Sasuke as a mere pawn. It was essential to apply pressure from the organization to ensure Sasuke's safe development. Very well, Mr. Itachi, I will release the signal flare. No, not here, we must leave. If Yuguang Jifeng changes his mind, we are both doomed. Mr. You is indeed thoughtful. I support you, and together we depart. Under the moonlight, I pondered, Akai, I shall take Kakashi, while you escort Asuma. Let us return to Konoha first. I would prefer to carry Kakashi instead of Asuma. Kakashi is gravely injured, and I can expedite his journey to the hospital. Moonlight Jifeng calmly stated as he reached for Kakashi. You make a valid point, Jifeng. Please take him swiftly. Nodding in agreement, Moonlight Jifeng ascended into the sky with Kakashi, vanishing from Akai's sight in the blink of an eye. Indeed, he flies remarkably fast. Youth does not permit me to offer Jifeng excessive encouragement. Akai exclaimed as he embraced Asuma and sprinted back towards Konoha. In the sky, Moonlight Jifeng extended his right hand and removed Kakashi's forehead protector. The 3-tomo Sharingan spun incessantly. After a moment's contemplation, he considered replacing Kakashi's eye with a 3-tomo Sharingan. However, he suddenly recalled the idea of bestowing one of Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan upon Kakashi. That scenario would certainly be amusing. When Uchiha Obito attempts to reclaim his eye, only to discover it is mismatched, I wonder if he would be driven to despair. Resolute in his decision, Moonlight Jifeng retrieved a Shirsue eye from his spatial storage. With a firm motion, he inserted it into Kakashi's eye socket. Blood immediately spurted forth, yet Kakashi showed no signs of awakening. Unhurriedly, Moonlight Jifeng unveiled the protective layer of Shirsue's eye and gently pressed it into Kakashi's eye. He placed Kakashi's original Sharingan into a cultivation dish, returning it to the system space. Observing Kakashi's bleeding eye, he inserted his pinky finger into Kakashi's mouth and gently prodded. In an instant, all of Kakashi's external injuries were healed, yet he still did not stir. Moonlight Jifeng realized that his spiritual energy could not heal the mind. Subsequently, he soared towards Konoha with Kakashi in tow, contemplating that the Sharingan was now in his possession. And the next step was to seek numerous individuals for the installation and exchange of the Sharingan, ultimately leading to the potential acquisition of boundless Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 75. The experiment begins to determine the acquisition of numerous Sharingan. Casting a glance at the unconscious Kakashi, Moonlight Jifeng accelerated towards the hospital in Konoha. Lord Jifeng, what brings you here? Kakashi has been attacked by enemies and sustained some mental damage. He requires a period of rest. Please find him a quiet room. Rest assured, Lord Jifeng, we will take good care of Kakashi-senpai. Nodding, Moonlight Jifeng ascended once more, unwilling to squander time on trivial matters such as securing a room for Kakashi. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Mission Issuance Center. Lord Jifeng, do you have any instructions? Please assign me a nearby mission to exterminate bandits, preferably one involving ninjas. Apologies, Lord Jifeng, but we only have missions involving ordinary bandits. Very well, inform me of the mission's location. After accepting the mission, Moonlight Jifeng swiftly flew to the designated site. He soared through the sky, arriving within minutes, while other ninjas struggled to reach the location in half a day. Upon spotting the small bandit hideout, Moonlight Jifeng dove down. In the next second, with a flicker of his mental energy, he froze everyone in place. Approaching a burly individual, he refrained from touching him with his hands and instead utilized his magnet release to disassemble the long blade beneath him into smaller surgical knife-sized pieces, directly piercing into the man's eye socket to extract the original eye. Moonlight Jifeng contemplated for a moment before deciding against using Uchiha Shirsue's left eye or Uchiha Obito's left eye. Instead, he retrieved the previously returned right eye of Uchiha Shirsue and carefully placed it into the eye socket. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the ice around the bandit, approached, and struck his head, causing it to explode, retrieving the eye once more. Standing still for a moment, he waited. Unfortunately, after a minute had passed, there was no sound from his mind. Moonlight Jifeng did not give up and continued searching for another target. After 6 or 7 unsuccessful attempts, he realized that exchanges required high-level extras or chakra-bearing ninjas. Thus, he unleashed an ice release technique, 1,000 flying water kill, to eliminate everyone in the bandit hideout. He then prepared to fly outwards, seeking out a few ninjas who displeased him. Moonlight Jifeng harbored no sympathy for the ninjas of the small village. Killing them felt as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. With no burden on his conscience, he was unperturbed by the prospect of annihilating these individuals if it meant advancing his own power. However, to his surprise, he soon flew beyond Konoha's borders without encountering any ninjas. Continuing in a single direction, he quickly spotted a traveling ninja. Moonlight Jifeng felt a surge of excitement as he dove down before the ninja. Noticing the mark of the Mist Village forehead protector on the man's forehead, he nodded in satisfaction. Who are you? How did you fall from the sky like a ghost? TSK, TSK, TSK. Do not move. I will end this swiftly. Before he could finish, his consciousness was frozen by Moonlight Jifeng. Now Moonlight Jifeng executed eye replacement in exchange with remarkable speed. Practice made perfect. Filled with exhilaration, he approached and patted the man's shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with the ninja from the Village of Rain. The return project has randomly generated its conclusion. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the forehead protector of the Village of Rain. 2. Gain 15 points of strength from the Village of Rain. 3. Earn 3,000 Rio from the Village of Rain. 4. Acquire a kunai from the Village of Rain. Moonlight Jifeng glanced at the rewards, feeling quite disappointed. He wondered if it was merely bad luck or if the Mangekyo Sharingan could not be obtained. However, it should be possible, considering the precedent set by Danzo. Perhaps this time was just unfortunate. System, I choose option 2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, granting you 150 points of strength. Upon completing his choice, Moonlight Jifeng immediately opted to violently destroy the current ninja from the Village of Rain. He returned Shirsue's eye to storage and continued his pursuit of other ninjas. After flying for more than 10 minutes, he encountered 3 male ninjas and 1 female ninja engaged in a game of chase. Experiment materials have arrived. Xiaoqian, you cannot escape our grasp. Surrender at once. You fools, do not continue practicing the peacock technique. It will hasten your demise. Join me in resisting the star shadow. From their conversation, Moonlight Jifeng deduced that this likely pertained to the plot of the Star Shadow Village. However, he held no interest in their affairs. The peacock technique was inferior to his own super beast imitating paint. The side effects of the peacock technique were far too severe. With his divine brush, he could manifest whatever he desired. He instantly flashed before the group. Without waiting for further dialogue, Moonlight Jifeng unleashed his ice release, freezing them all in place. Observing the frozen figures before him, Moonlight Jifeng nodded in satisfaction, thinking, a simple clap of my hands, and whatever I desire materializes. It's remarkably effective. Casting ninjutsu requires but an instant. Without hesitation, he randomly selected one of them for an eye exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with the ninja from the Village of Rain. The return project has randomly generated its conclusion. Please choose one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the peacock technique from the Village of Rain. 2. Acquire the overweight physique of the Village of Rain. 3. Gain 5 points of strength from the Village of Rain. 4. Obtain Uchiha Shirsue's left Mangekyo Sharingan at last. It has been revealed. Moonlight Jifeng sighed in relief, exclaiming in his mind, "The system, I choose the fourth option." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired 10 pairs of the left eye of Yuji Bo Jishui. Note, safely stored in the warehouse. Yu Guangjifeng opened the warehouse and beheld the neatly arranged 10 Sharingan. He pondered why Yuji Bo Itachi's eyes were enhanced in quality, while Yuji Bo Jishui's were enhanced in quantity. He realized that their only difference was that one was still alive and possessed the original eyes, while the other was deceased and had his eyes implanted in another's. Thus, he concluded that life signifies quality enhancement, whereas death signifies quantity. It appeared that future interactions with Yuji Bo Ban, Vortex Nagato, and ultimately the final antagonist Otsutsuki Kagaya would require careful contemplation regarding their forms. He approached the second individual, mimicking the previous process, and placed Yuji Bo Obito's eye inside. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed an intimate exchange with the blossoming tree, and the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire the peacock ninjutsu of the blossoming tree. 2. Acquire the gas mask of the blossoming tree. 3. Acquire the left eye of Yuji Bo Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan from the blossoming tree. 4. Acquire the deceitful visage of the blossoming tree. Yu Guangjifeng was astonished by the high drop rate, as it seemed that any random individual could yield success. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired 10 left eyes of Yuji Bo Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan from the blossoming tree. Note, safely stored in the warehouse. Yu Guangjifeng recognized that, as he had previously surmised, anything that was not the original yielded quantity. He decided to defeat the individual before him and extract the left eye. Without hesitation, he placed it into the eye socket of the last male ninja, curious if he could obtain a repeat return. Ding. Chapter 76, A Hundredfold Exchange Reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Murakami Naoki, and the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Murakami Naoki's floral shorts. 2. Acquire Murakami Naoki's peacock ninjutsu. 3. Acquire 13 points of agility from Murakami Naoki. 4. Acquire the toxic gas within Murakami Naoki. Upon seeing the options, Yu Guangjifeng felt a wave of disappointment, uncertain whether his luck had simply run out or if repeat returns were not permitted. He shook his head and decided to conduct further experiments later. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired 130 points of agility from Murakami Naoki. He casually shattered an ice sculpture and turned his gaze to the last individual, Xia Rixing. In his previous life, he had found this character quite likable. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand to dispel Xia Rixing's ice encasement. Maintaining a running posture, Xia Rixing suddenly collapsed to the ground. I am grateful for your life-saving grace, but I have urgent matters to attend to and can only repay your kindness in the future. Yu Guangjifeng stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility of using Xia Rixing for an experiment to ascertain the true power of Yuji Bo Jishui's eyes. He retrieved an unfused Mangekyo Sharingan from the system space. Xia Rixing, witnessing Yu Guangjifeng extract another eye, felt a chill despite having observed the eye-switching process moments earlier. Thoughts of escape crossed her mind, yet she realized there was no escape from Yu Guangjifeng and resigned herself to sitting on the ground. Yu Guangjifeng examined the eye in his hand, while the resigned Xia Rixing shook her head. He sensed that this eye could exert its miraculous powers without being implanted. Gently grasping the eye, he infused it with his chakra. In the next moment, the patterns within the eye began to spin, directly targeting Xia Rixing. You are my servant. My words are law and must be obeyed unconditionally. Perhaps due to the Mangekyo Sharingan not being activated, Yu Guangjifeng felt no fluctuations. However, the eye in his hand clearly indicated that the technique had entered its cooldown period. It seemed that Yu Guangjifeng's chakra was particularly potent, as he recalled that the cooldown for the original was 10 years. Yet now, he sensed that this eye could be activated again in merely 5 years. He speculated that this might be due to the sage body and the abundance of chakra within him. If this eye were to remain in Yu Guangjifeng's eye socket, the cooldown could potentially be even shorter. Master, where shall we go now? A melodious voice interrupted Yu Guangjifeng's musings. Next, We shall proceed to your Xingren village. Lead the way. Master, allow me to take you there by flight. Xia Rixing said as she approached and embraced Yu Guangji Feng, preparing to perform the peacock ninjutsu. Yu Guangji Feng gently shook his head, casually drawing a few strokes in the air, summoning a massive blue bird from thin air. You lead the way. With that, he exerted force, and the two found themselves atop the bird's head. Master, this bird is far more impressive than my peacock ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Xia Rixing, and the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Xia Rixing's peacock ninjutsu. 2. Acquire Xia Rixing's forehead protector. 3. Acquire 150 points of physique from Xia Rixing. 4. Acquire the radiation endured by Xia Rixing. Yu Guangji Feng was somewhat speechless, wondering why every individual from Xingren village seemed to yield the peacock ninjutsu, as if it were a mandatory selection. I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return. And you have acquired 1,500 points of physique. Master, it's so fast. We shall arrive shortly. Be cautious of the toxic gas ahead. Yu Guangji Feng thought to himself. Toxic gas? This is indeed a concern. Who possesses immunity to toxins? Soon, they entered the area of toxic mist, and Yu Guangji Feng had to hold his breath. In mere seconds, the great bird had traversed the toxic fog, arriving above Xingren village. Xia Rixing, do you dare return? Capture these two individuals for me. Master, you must flee. There are too many of them. I will hold them off. Yu Guangji Feng observed Xia Rixing's expression and couldn't help but admire her tenacity. Suddenly, a vast chakra erupted, and in an instant, the entirety of Xingren village was encased in frost. Several ninjas soaring through the skies became ice sculptures, plummeting toward the ground. Initially, Yu Guangji Feng had no intention of intervening, but upon reflection, they were all experimental subjects and rewards. With a wave of his hand, he saved several individuals. He approached the first person and directly placed the previously lost Mangekyo Sharingan into the eye socket. Unfortunately, it did not yield results, and Yu Guangji Feng was left with no choice but to select 120 points of agility. He continued to experiment with several individuals, depleting the ninjas of Xingren village, yet failed to obtain another Mangekyo Sharingan. Nevertheless, he gained 4,300 attribute points. At this point, Yu Guangji Feng understood that the system likely prohibited stacking. However, as long as new Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, he could acquire 10 of them. He wondered if, when interacting with Vortex Nagato in the future, he might receive 10 pairs of Rinnegan. The thought of possessing so many eyes was a delightful dilemma. With only the Xing remaining, Yu Guangji Feng waved his hand to dispel the ice. Bang! Senior, I beg you not to kill me. I will do anything. Xia Rixing pleaded. Please, I realize my mistakes. Yu Guangji Feng, uninterested in further dialogue, delivered a decisive punch. Bang! The impact was akin to a watermelon bursting apart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Xing. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the peacock mystique of Xing 2. Acquire the personality trait of being strong against the weak from Xing 3. Gain 150 points of strength from Xing 4. Receive Xing Ying's protective headpiece. Despite the allure of the peacock mystique, Yu Guangji Feng still had no intention of selecting it. System, I choose option 3. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have gained 1,500 points of strength from Xing. Master, the day is getting late. After we retrieve the Star Stone, let us dine at my home and rest for the night before we depart. All right, let us first acquire the stone. Soon, the two arrived at the shrine, where a few ice sculptures were meditating. Yu Guangji Feng waved his hand, conjuring an ice hand to envelop the Star Stone, which he then tossed into the storage. We'll see when we need it again. Then let us return to my home for dinner, and we shall set off early the next morning. Upon reaching the home of Xia Rixing, they quickly finished their meal and reclined on the tatami to rest. Just as Yu Guangji Feng was drifting into a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Xia Rixing. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the peacock mystique of Xia Rixing. 2. Acquire 150 points of agility from Xiao Rixing 3. Receive Xiao Rixing's Pink Pajamas 4. Gain the resilient personality trait of Xiao Rixing, Chapter 77, Growth Type Skills. Seeking Tsunade. Slightly bewildered, Yu Guangji Feng surveyed the options in his mind, gradually regaining his composure. A cursory glance revealed nothing particularly enticing. The only appealing choice was the agility option, which returned 15,000 points. System, I select the first option. Yu Guangji Feng was eager to discover what this recurring peacock mystique would yield. When something appears consistently, he feels it is a sign of destiny. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a hundredfold return. And you have obtained the divine beast mystique of Xiao Rixing. Note, this skill has undergone a qualitative change due to the hundredfold return. Summoning 5 divine beasts composed of chakra with various abilities. Their power is determined by realm and chakra quality, with no upper limit. Yu Guangji Feng was astonished by this hundredfold amplified skill. It had transcended the realm of a mere ability. He flung off the covers without regard for Xiao Rixing lying beside him and dashed outside in his bare state. Master, what are you doing? Do you need my assistance? Yu Guangji Feng waved his hand in silence and stepped into the yard. With a gesture, 5 massive chakras materialized in the center of the courtyard. He sensed he could control their size. In mere moments, the 5 divine beasts were fully formed. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin roared in unison, uprooting the trees and walls in the courtyard with their mighty cry. Master, what is happening? Is there an enemy approaching? Xiao Rixing, draped in a coat, hurried outside to inquire. What is this, master? Such an overwhelming presence. It resembles my peacock mystique, yet my ability pales in comparison. Yu Guangji Feng gazed contentedly at the 5 divine beasts before him, suddenly sensing their intelligence. He beckoned to Qinglong, who tilted its head and took a step forward, letting out a low growl, as if asking what was required of it. Yu Guangji Feng confirmed that all 5 divine beasts possessed their own consciousness. Though they could not speak, he carefully assessed their strength. Each was at the pinnacle of the super shadow level. Perhaps when Yu Guangji Feng ascended to the level of the 6 paths, these 5 would also reach that realm. Growth-type skills are indeed the most formidable. They never become obsolete. It seems fate had a reason for guiding him to choose the peacock mystique. With a wave of his hand, the 5 divine beasts vanished. Master, did you summon those 5 creatures? It is simply astounding. They are truly magnificent. Now, dress appropriately. We are preparing to depart. After Xiao Rixing finished dressing, Yu Guangji Feng contemplated summoning a Zhuke to take them home. Upon reaching the doorway, he remembered he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and had no need for a mount. Placing his right hand on Xiao Rixing's shoulder, he sensed the coordinates of his home. In the next instant, Yu Guangji Feng and Xiao Rixing returned home. All right, place the items in the storage room on the right. I will introduce you to the people in the household shortly. What? Have we arrived home already? It has barely been a blink of an eye. Master, you are truly incredible. Come here. What can I do for you, my lord? This is Xiao Rixing, a new maid like yourself. Please introduce her to Xiyin and Shi Ri Hong when the time comes. I have matters to attend to and will not be dining at home. Understood, my lord. Rest assured. After speaking, Yu Guangji Feng vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he was already outside Konoha village. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 5 divine beasts, gazing at their imposing presence. Momentarily unsure which to choose as a steed. Each divine beast was composed of chakra in different hues. The dragon was azure, the Zhuke was crimson, the Xuanwu was light blue, the Baihu was golden, and the Qilin was earthy yellow. Zhuke, accompany me, Yu Guangji Feng said, dismissing the other divine beasts. The Zhuke let out a long cry, unfurled its wings, and gradually enlarged. As Yu Guangji Feng mounted the Zhuchu's fiery back, he felt no heat whatsoever. Upon taking flight, the Zhuke soared at supersonic speed, and Yu Guangji Feng felt no wind pressure. Sitting atop the Zhuke, he contemplated where Tsunade might be at this time. One possibility was that she would be found in Shorut Street in half a month. The other was that she could be at the hot springs in the land of hot water, a favored destination for many women. Ultimately, Yu Guangji Feng decided to first visit the land of hot water. Even if he did not find Tsunade, he could still enjoy the hot springs. After flying for a while, Yu Guangji Feng suddenly realized he had no idea which direction the land of hot water was located. With no other option, he instructed the Zhuke to continue flying, hoping to find a ninja to ask for directions. Soon, he spotted a plume of flames rising from the ground. "Stay here and do not fly about," Yuguang Jifeng instructed the Zhuge before appearing before the flames. The sudden appearance of Yuguang Jifeng startled the three ninjas, who were grilling meat, causing them to drop their food in shock. "Do you know the way to the land of hot water?" "Boss, this person just ruined our dinner. What should we do?" "Let us capture him and make him our dinner." Yuguang Jifeng then noticed their sand ninja headbands, marked with a scratch. Snap! With a single snap of his fingers, the three of them, along with the campfire, were encased in ice. "Now, I will ask you a question, and you will answer. If your responses do not align, all three of you shall perish." Snap! Another finger snap released the ice. The three immediately knelt, pleading, "Great One, please spare us. Which direction is the land of hot water? I will count to 3, and on 1, you all point." 1. The three ninjas, momentarily stunned, did not expect Yuguang Jifeng to call out so directly and, without hesitation, pointed to the right. Yuguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction and re-encased the other two in ice. "If I head to the land of hot water by going straight down to the right, how many days will it take?" Seeing his companions frozen, the first ninja stammered, replying, "To your honor, with your strength, if you run continuously. It will take about 8 days, and then you can take a boat to reach it. Day and night, 8 days and nights?" "Yes, my lord. This place is very far from the land of hot water." Yuguang Jifeng extracted a kaleidoscopic Sharingan from the warehouse. The male ninja had yet to comprehend the situation when his left eye was suddenly gouged out by an icy blade. A cry of anguish escaped his lips as he fell to his knees, clutching his eye in unbearable pain. Yuguang Jifeng, somewhat exasperated, waved his hand and encased the eye in ice once more. Subsequently, he placed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan into its rightful socket. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with the Shaluo continent. The return project has randomly generated. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Acquire the crow puppet from the Shaluo continent. 2. Acquire the puppet manipulation technique from the Shaluo continent. 3. Acquire the poison creation technique from the Shaluo continent. 4. Acquire the antidote technique from the Shaluo continent. Yuguang Jifeng was taken aback by the unexpected surprise from the seemingly unimpressive sand ninja. Yet he felt a tinge of disappointment as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan had still not manifested. The first option, the crow puppet, seemed utterly useless to him. Even with a tenfold enhancement, it would remain subpar. However, the second option, the puppet manipulation technique, piqued his interest, especially if it could be augmented tenfold. The third and fourth options, being related, were appealing as well, for what he truly lacked was a means of counteracting poison. Both techniques could effectively serve that purpose. "I choose the second option," Yuguang Jifeng declared, convinced that the individual's abilities in poison creation and antidote crafting were likely rather mediocre. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your selection has been successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired the ability to manipulate all things from the Shaluo continent. Note, regardless of what it is, it can be manipulated, though powerful entities may break free. With the tenfold amplification, the puppet manipulation technique had transformed into the ability to manipulate all things, marking a significant advancement. Shaking his head, he turned to observe the next individual. The same operation, the same process ensued, yet alas, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan did not appear again. This time, Yuguang Jifeng directly opted for the antidote technique, only to find that even after the tenfold enhancement, it could merely neutralize common toxins. To his dismay, it was incapable of counteracting even the venom of a cobra, proving to be quite inadequate. The third individual, as anticipated, chose the poison creation technique. This technique was relatively decent, and Yuguang Jifeng believed it could at least contend with the venom of a 5-step snake. After eradicating the evidence, he swiftly reappeared beside Zhuge and set off flying southeast. The supersonic flight was indeed remarkably swift. Along the journey, feeling hunger pangs, Yuguang Jifeng utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return home for a meal before resuming his travels. In merely a day and night, Yuguang Jifeng beheld the vast expanse of the sea, soaring directly across without the need for a vessel. Upon reaching the opposite shore, he withdrew Zhuge and landed at the harbor. Casually, he strolled towards Tangren village, which appeared exceedingly tranquil, with diverse faces radiating smiles. After surveying the vicinity and finding no familiar faces, Yuguang Jifeng resolved to indulge in a delightful hot spring experience. Not long after entering, in search of a larger hot spring establishment, He was intercepted by 5 individuals donned in black cloaks and hooded garments. Yue Guang Jifeng initially braced for confrontation, only to be taken aback when the 5 simultaneously unveiled their hoods, greeting him with wide smiles. Hey, good brother. Would you like to join our cult? Our evil sect has recently undergone a cleansing and now has very few members. If you join us now, we shall gift you a bag of rice. Yue Guang Jifeng was quite startled. The familiarity of the pitch compelled him to inquire, wasn't it eggs being given away? Why has it changed to rice? My brother. It seems you are in the know. I'll enlighten you. Our chicken brother has recently fallen ill and stopped laying eggs. Thus, we can only offer rice for now. How regrettable. I prefer eggs, Yue Guang Jifeng remarked, stepping forward to pat the shoulder of the individual. To his surprise, no system notification sounded, leading him to realize that these individuals were likely just ordinary folk. If you like eggs, that's easy. Come with us to our cult, and we will show you our grand chicken coop. The chicken brothers are well fed. Yue Guang Jifeng pondered for a moment and decided to accompany them. Perhaps he might encounter a ninja who worships an evil deity. If he could uncover one with a sinister constitution, that would be remarkable. Then lead me there, and if I find it satisfactory, I shall join your evil cult. The group, beaming with delight, proceeded. And Yue Guang Jifeng couldn't help but think if they were unwittingly inviting a wolf into their den. Soon, they wound through several turns, arriving at a secluded area. They approached a dilapidated structure and, after some fiddling, a hidden passageway emerged. You maintain a commendable level of secrecy, Yue Guang Jifeng observed, glancing around and noting the location's extreme remoteness. You have no idea. Inspections are excessively stringent these days, and we have no choice but to be cautious. Come, brother. Witness our base. Descending into the depths, Yue Guang Jifeng was unexpectedly greeted by a surprisingly decent interior. Big brother, we found someone. Before I ask how many members your cult currently has, what do you mean by 7 in total, including you and me? Don't underestimate us, even with our small numbers. Once you join, you will become our backbone. Indeed, you have a significant chance of becoming the vice cult leader in the future. Keep striving, young one. Thank you. Where is your big brother? Yue Guang Jifeng, feeling less hopeful about encountering a ninja, merely wished to hasten the process and return to the hot springs. Big brother might be checking on the chicken brothers. Come, I will take you to find him for the initiation ceremony. Before long, they arrived at a massive factory building, from which the sounds of clucking chickens emanated. Before they could step inside, a wave of laughter erupted from within. I finally understand the issue with the chickens. Ha. I truly know my brother best. Big brother, don't pay attention to the chicken brothers. We've brought a newcomer. Come quickly for the initiation ceremony. Coming. You all did splendidly. Remember to play music for the chicks. They have been feeling down without it. Brother, behold our big brother. Do you see the fine thread wrapped around his index finger? Yue Guang Jifeng glanced over and noticed that while the fine line encircled the right index finger, it still appeared remarkably agile. I must tell you, our big brother is an assistant to the evil deity, granted divine power by the malevolent one. Look, even if his finger appears severed, it functions as if unbroken. Indeed, quickly, have faith in our evil deity. The power of malevolence is boundless. Yue Guang Jifeng's interest was piqued, and in the next moment, he approached the big brother and gently patted his shoulder. Ah, a ghost. Run. The 5 individuals, witnessing Yue Guang Jifeng suddenly materialize beside their big brother, believed they had encountered a specter and fled in disarray. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Tang Darren. The return project has randomly generated. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Acquire Tang Darren's Evil Deity Prayer Technique. 2. Acquire Tang Darren's Curse Technique Circle of Curses. 3. Acquire Tang Darren's Finger Reattachment Technique. 4. Acquire Tang Darren's Devout Mentality. Yue Guang Jifeng, upon reading the message in his mind, instinctively recognized the person. Could it be you, my instant noodles? He then shifted his gaze to the options. The first option, the Evil Deity Prayer Technique, appeared formidable. Whether or not such an evil deity existed in this world was unknown to Yue Guang Jifeng, but he was certain that both the god of death and the Pure Land did. Thus, it was likely that an evil deity might also exist. Considering Haydn had already succeeded, if he chose this, would he receive a superlative blessing from an evil deity after a tenfold enhancement? The second option left Yue Guang Jifeng somewhat speechless. He was unsure whether this curse technique was genuine or not. If it were indeed real, A tenfold amplification would yield tremendous power, potentially causing others to suffer misfortune. The third item is the appearance that Yueguang Jifeng just observed. This individual has a severed finger. Yet even after suturing, there remains no impediment. Following a tenfold amplification, it should prove exceedingly useful. As for the fourth item, it is better left unconsidered. All three options presented are quite commendable, leaving Yueguang Jifeng in a quandary. After contemplating for a moment, the system prompted, "I choose Chapter 79, Found You," with the golden-haired ponytail. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng opted for the reward of the third item. Primarily, Yueguang Jifeng feared that if the first option were selected, the gaze of the malevolent deity would descend upon him, potentially transforming the entire world of Hokage into a Cthulhu realm. Before Yueguang Jifeng could attain invincibility, the world might cease to exist, which would be catastrophic. Perhaps once Yueguang Jifeng becomes invincible in this world, he might consider it. As for the reasoning behind not selecting the second option, the infamous curse of drawing a circle seemed overwhelmingly likely to be a ruse. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Trigger tenfold return. Acquire the skill of Soup Master's limb connection technique. Note: the suturing of severed arms and legs incurs no hindrance. But be wary of being severed at the waist. Decapitation will still result in death. Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed in surprise, from a finger to an arm or leg. Is that so? It appears that to obtain the complete version, one must seek out Fade Wan. Shaking his head, Yueguang Jifeng snapped his fingers, sending 5 acolytes and their leader to the realm of bliss. As for the remaining individuals, Yueguang Jifeng chose to spare them, for after all, the brother is innocent. Casting one last glance at the massive chicken coop, Yueguang Jifeng promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive beside the hot springs. After casually inquiring about the finest hot spring, he proceeded inside. "Hello, sir. Which type of bath would you like to enter? A male bath or a mixed bath?" Yueguang Jifeng pondered for a moment. In his previous life, he had witnessed someone opting for a mixed bath, yet it seemed that only middle-aged women frequented such. Thus, he decided against the mixed bath and chose the male bath instead, tossing out 10 taels of silver. "Very well, sir. Take a left and walk to the end." Soon, Yueguang Jifeng was stripped down, wrapped in a towel, and ready to step into the hot spring. Surrounding patrons turned their gazes toward him, for it was rare to see such a handsome figure bathing. However, when Yueguang Jifeng removed the towel, everyone averted their eyes in self-consciousness. Yueguang Jifeng swore he had not secretly employed the ability to enlarge or shrink. Upon entering the hot spring, he could not help but express his admiration. This hot spring was indeed far more comfortable than that of Konoha. No wonder the hot spring enterprises of the Land of Soup are so renowned. They possessed genuine skill. While Yueguang Jifeng relished the hot spring services, the patrons around began to depart one by one. Suddenly, 3 men in suits barged into the hot spring. "Hello, handsome. Have you seen this woman?" Yueguang Jifeng's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Who would seek someone out in a hot spring? His second reaction came upon seeing the photograph. Instantly recognizing the diamond mark on the woman's forehead, it dawned upon him that this must be Tsunade post-transformation. Unexpectedly, a chance encounter had led to a revelation. Tsunade likely owed gambling debts here and was fleeing. "I have not seen this beautiful lady." Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, rising to dry himself. "We apologize for the interruption. Let us withdraw and continue searching elsewhere." Watching the departing figures, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated his next move, deciding to commence his search tomorrow and enjoy a good rest tonight. Truly, the Land of Soup deserves its reputation as a hot spring haven, for it even offers accommodations with hot springs. The following morning, after indulging in the delicacies of the Land of Soup, Yueguang Jifeng resolved to begin his search for Tsunade at the casino. First, he arrived at the largest casino in the area, intending to test his luck with the gains he had acquired from Yael and Chong. After surveying the casino, he found no trace of Tsunade and approached a high-stakes big or small table. With no other options available, he opted for the simplest game. Casually, he picked up 30,000 taels in chips, not even glancing at them, and tossed them onto the big side. Bet locked. Bet locked. The dice rolled. 4, 5, 6 big. Yueguang Jifeng collected 60,000 taels, marveling at the allure of gambling within the Hokage world. Winning a single round equated to the earnings of an A-rank mission. Without hesitation, he placed the 60,000 taels back on small. The dealer's expression shifted, casting a glance at Yueguang Jifeng. The dealer understood that should Yueguang Jifeng win again, It would amount to 120,000 taels, a first in his career as a dealer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reached under the table. Bet locked. Bet locked. Yueguang Jifeng noticed the dealer's subtle movements, but opted to take no action. He merely wished to observe how luck would favor him. Employing his Byakugan, Yueguang Jifeng discerned that the dealer had adjusted the dice to 3, 4, 5, big. Just as the dealer was about to reveal the outcome, someone stumbled into the table. Bang! At that moment, the dealer had just picked up the bell, and the dice transformed from 3, 4, 5 to 2, 2, 3, small. The dealer, upon grasping the bell, intended to call out big, but was left in shock, stepping back 2 paces, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. The onlookers, witnessing the outcome, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. 2, 2, 3, small. Thankfully, I bet everything on small. Lady Luck is still with me. Young man, you have had quite the luck today. How about heading upstairs for a few rounds? Yueguang Jifeng, clutching his chips, regarded the crowd squeezing toward him. Are there any lovely ladies upstairs? If not, I shan't be going. Come now, young man. We usually do not have any, but today a remarkable lady has arrived. She has already won 5 million. Care to give it a try? Oh, she just arrived today? What color is her hair? This beautiful lady has splendid golden hair. What do you say, young man? Care to test your luck? Please keep my chips safe. I shall go meet her. Today seems to be a fortuitous day for me. Someone, assist this young man in securing his chips and take him to the 2nd floor. Apart from her, are there any others? Yueguang Jifeng inquired while leisurely making his way toward the staircase. Aside from her, there are 4 others, all genuine big bosses with substantial wealth. That sounds marvelous. My luck today seems promising. I shall win them all. With that, Yueguang Jifeng pushed open the door to the 2nd floor. The individuals engaged in gambling turned in unison towards the entrance. Yueguang Jifeng immediately spotted a young woman with a golden ponytail adorned with a diamond emblem. The golden-haired beauty also noticed Yueguang Jifeng, her expression shifting from joy to disbelief. Rubbing her eyes, she looked at him again. And Yueguang Jifeng could clearly see her eyes glisten with moisture. Yet, just as swiftly, the glimmer faded, replaced by a glare of anger. You little brat. Are you here to gamble as well? Care to join me for a round? Miss, before you call someone a little brat, shouldn't you consider your own age? Humph. If you have the guts, come gamble with me. I'll ensure you lose everything. I gladly accept your invitation. Today, I shall wager 100,000 taels to wipe out all your chips. TCH, little brat without money should stay downstairs and play in the mud. A portly boss in a suit, cigar in mouth, remarked. Indeed, without money, why come to the 2nd floor? How do you conduct business, boss? Ladies and gentlemen, this young man is wealthy. He just won 120,000. 120,000? Just barely qualifies to sit at this table. Yueguang Jifeng raised a finger, shaking it lightly. If you can make me lose 10,000 taels, the remaining money is yours for free. Chapter 80. Lose a round. Throw away a garment? Humph. A little brat who hasn't even matured is boasting here. Well, do you still wish to gamble? If so, bring forth your money, exclaimed the golden-haired girl, abruptly interrupting the group with a hint of irritation. Yueguang Jifeng, taken aback by her reaction, chose to sit beside her. The golden-haired girl swayed slightly and quickly regained her composure. Let us engage in the simplest and most straightforward game of high or low. Do the esteemed guests require a dealer from the casino? A slender man wearing a straw hat inquired. Very well, esteemed sirs, let us have our most professional dealer. A phone, step forward. Miss, you seem somewhat familiar, Yueguang Jifeng remarked, resting his chin on his hand while observing the golden-haired girl. Everyone who approaches me says the same. Next time, try a fresher opening line, she replied, not even glancing at him. Yueguang Jifeng mused to himself that this Tsunade would be quite a challenge to conquer. He would have to decisively outplay her in gambling skills. Bets are locked in, came the dealer's voice, bringing Yueguang Jifeng back to the present as he casually tossed 100,000 chips on the small bet. Since you're wagering 100,000, I shall test my luck with a bet of 200,000. The portly man smoking a cigar declared as he placed his chips on the high. Old Wong, for the first round, I shall match you with 200,000 on high. Tsunade announced, placing 300,000 chips on the small bet. The remaining players, witnessing this, eagerly placed their bets on high, all aiming to win against Yueguang Jifeng. Roll. 1, 2, 3 small. What? How unfortunate. It seems your gambling skills, dear sirs, are rather mediocre. Yueguang Jifeng remarked with a smile as he picked up the 200,000 chips he had just recovered, tossing them onto the ground without a second glance. The others exchanged glances and swiftly placed 300,000 on small, intent on dividing Yueguang Jifeng's 1.2 million among themselves. Tsunade glanced at Yueguang Jifeng but chose not to follow suit, defiantly placing 300,000 on small. 666. A three of a kind. Apologies, but you all are out of luck. How much do you have left? Let us settle this in the next round. Yueguang Jifeng stated before throwing his entire 1.7 million on three of a kind. He then fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. The others, including Tsunade, stood in shock at his audacity. Young man, have you truly considered this? This is 1.7 million. Are you so casual? The Straw Hat Man could not help but ask. It's merely 1.7 million, a trifling sum. Feel free to wager whatever you have left, Yueguang Jifeng replied nonchalantly. I have 4 million here. Should you lose the 1.7 million, it won't suffice for compensation. How about I wager 1.7 million as well? Tsunade suggested, tossing 1.7 million on high. The others, glancing between Yueguang Jifeng and Tsunade, gritted their teeth and placed all their chips on small. They aimed not only for Yueguang Jifeng's chips, but also for Tsunade's, intent on a clean sweep. 666. A three of a kind. A clean sweep. Yueguang Jifeng's lips curled slightly. Indeed, it seemed that he and Changpu had extraordinary luck, winning effortlessly on three of a kind. This is impossible. Have you conspired with the casino? The portly man in a suit angrily accused the casino owner. Old Wang, do not slander. He won 1.2 million downstairs just moments ago. Which is why I invited him up. Everyone here witnessed it. Ask if you wish. If you cannot afford to lose, just say so. This amount is beneath my concern. The owner retorted. Hearing this, Old Wang tossed his cigar to the ground in frustration. Humph. I hope you aren't deceiving us. Otherwise, the four of us will ensure you understand the consequences. Come on, boys, let's leave. What bad luck. My fortune is dreadful today. Bayong. Next time I shall surely win back your money. You are always welcome. The four men swiftly exited. Yueguang Jifeng turned to Tsunade. Let the people of the casino leave. We shall continue our game ourselves. Then may the two of you enjoy this evening, Afong said, following Tsunade. Did you use chakra just now? Otherwise, how could you have rolled three of a kind? Using chakra before the illustrious Tsunade of the Senju clan? Surely she would notice. Yueguang Jifeng replied with a smile, tossing a bug bell to Tsunade. Oh, when did you realize it was mine? Tsunade questioned, dispelling her transformation technique. With a poof, she revealed a vibrant green outfit. Her bare skin exposed before Yueguang Jifeng. I recognized you at first glance, he replied, casting a brief glance at her. Is it appealing, little boy? Tsunade teased, shaking the bug bell. It is indeed. The garment is both grand and pristine. How shall we proceed? Yueguang Jifeng asked, diverting his gaze. Humph. Still possessing that thieving nature but lacking the courage. Let us simply compare high and low, Tsunade stated, sitting confidently in her chair, her attire nearly bursting at the seams. What do you mean by that? It is my first time meeting you, if I recall correctly, Yueguang Jifeng said, his gaze fixated on Tsunade's eyes, his tone becoming serious. The first time? You hardly seem to be lying, which means what you said previously must hold truth. Enough with the entanglements. You will understand in time. Now, let us commence the game. Will I truly understand in due course? Yueguang Jifeng murmured to himself, contemplating the hidden stories behind this encounter. Very well, since you say so. I shall not inquire further. I shall bet high for the first round. Is that your final choice? I have yet to roll the dice, Tsunade replied. Choosing in advance prevents you from accusing me of trickery. You shall roll the dice and initiate the game, he countered. Since you bet high, I shall opt for low, Tsunade declared, shaking the bug bell vigorously. 4, 5, 6 high? You've lost the first round, Tsunade. Humph. This is merely the beginning. Why the rush? In the following 5 rounds, Tsunade lost each time. You have no chips remaining. Do you wish to continue? Of course. I refuse to believe you can win continuously. She retorted. How can you play without chips? If I win, you must remove a piece of clothing. If I lose, I shall give you 1 million chips. That garment of yours must be quite valuable, Yueguang Jifeng replied with a smile, shaking his head. What? Do you disagree? Tsunade demanded fiercely. Of course not. Let us begin. After all, you have little left. Humph. You go first. This time, I bet on 3 of a kind. Very bold of you, Tsunade remarked, sitting upright and shaking the bug bell vigorously. Boom. Tsunade slowly lifted the bell. 3, 3, 3. Oh my, it's 3 of a kind. What say you, Tsunade? Humph. A bet is a bet, she said, reaching for her belt and swiftly unfastening it with her left hand, immediately pulling her clothing. Is that all? Yue Guang Jifeng asked incredulously. What else? Hurry and start the next round. Very well. If you wish to play tricks, I shall ensure you lose convincingly. I shall bet on 3 of a kind again. You cannot possibly have the same luck twice. I refuse to believe it. Boom. Tsunade swallowed hard as she gradually revealed a corner of the bell. This is impossible. How can it still be 3 of a kind? This is not my doing. You rolled it. Now it is your turn to perform, regardless of whether you believe me. My victory over you is purely a matter of fortuitous luck. Yue Guang Jifeng, holding Tsunade's attire, shrugged in resignation. A man's words are but deceitful specters. I cannot place my trust in you, especially since you have deceived me once before, Tsunade exclaimed, her voice tinged with agitation as she half-turned, anger evident in her tone. In Yue Guang Jifeng's eyes, there was only one word, white. Shaking his head, he cast aside other thoughts and declared, regardless of your words, I am here for a purpose. Tsunade took a deep breath and turned back, inquiring, what matter could possibly warrant such effort on your part? It is not particularly difficult for you. Yue Guang Jifeng replied as he unfastened Tsunade's garment and stepped forward gently. Sensing his approach, Tsunade tensed, her body rigid, and remained silent. Yue Guang Jifeng delicately draped the garment over her shoulders, his fingers brushing against her skin. Ding! Congratulations, host. You and Senju Tsunade have completed an intimate exchange. The random generation of the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Senju Tsunade's Healing Ninjutsu 2. Acquire Senju Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu 3. Acquire Senju Tsunade's Pink Underwear 4. Acquire Senju Tsunade's Monstrous Strength Technique. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Yue Guang Jifeng exhaled in relief. He had now completed exchanges with all 3 Sannin, thus achieving a significant milestone. Now, the only woman more formidable than the Sannin was Oitsutsuki Kagaya, which would prove to be a more challenging endeavor for the time being. He decided to seek out Terumi, Mei, and Danzu to obtain the hundredfold rewards. Bringing his thoughts back, he examined the first option. Knowing that Tsunade was the pioneer in advancing medical ninjutsu, undeniably proficient in countless healing techniques. The second option, her forbidden technique, allowed her to store immense chakra, rejuvenating her youth and unleashing a burst of chakra in battle. Undoubtedly, it was an incredibly powerful forbidden art. The third option was easily dismissed. The fourth option, as Tsunade's primary offensive method, was also undoubtedly formidable. While Yue Guang Jifeng felt a twinge of regret for not acquiring Sage Mode, he remained unperturbed. For the hundredfold return was still waiting for him. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly, System, I choose the fourth option. The rationale for not selecting the first option was simple. As an eternal engine, he could infinitely heal himself and others, rendering medical ninjutsu unnecessary. The second option, Baika no Jutsu, primarily served to maintain youth and gather chakra. Yue Guang Jifeng could draw upon others' lifespans at will, ensuring his own eternal youth and possessing unlimited chakra. Thus, it was of little utility to him. As for the third option, it was superfluous. Having acquired Tsunade, he could attain as many of those items as he desired. The reason for selecting the fourth option was equally straightforward. If Yue Guang Jifeng recalled correctly, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade had activated her Baika no Jutsu and shattered Uchiha Madara's Susanoo with a single punch. He was eager to discover the effects of a tenfold enhancement. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have acquired Senju Tsunade's Monstrous Strength Technique. Note: enhanced version requires no hand signs. It can be executed with mere fists or even a single finger. The power of the ninjutsu has no upper limit and can instantaneously unleash 500% of the user's destructive strength. With extreme chakra control, no matter how much chakra you possess, you can wield it as if it were an extension of your own body. After reading the explanation, Yue Guang Jifeng opened the panel and glanced at his stats. His strength now stood at 8,000 points. This meant that, under current conditions, each of his punches and kicks possessed a destructive force of 40,000 points. Never before had Yue Guang Jifeng been so eager to elevate his strength attributes. The 500 increase was extraordinarily potent, If he could raise his strength attribute to 20,000, a fivefold increase would break through the threshold of 100,000 attribute points, achieving the level of the six paths. What a concept! He could obliterate six paths level opponents purely with physical techniques, akin to the immense power of Might Guy when he opened the eighth gate. Whereas Guy had a single strike of power, every finger of Yueguang Jifeng could wield such might. What are you thinking? What is it that you seek from me? Yueguang Jifeng snapped back to reality, only to find himself gazing at pure white, as pristine as snowflakes. The next moment, Tsunade's face appeared before him. I seek you for a simple reason. I want you to return and become the fifth Hokage. Become Hokage? That is impossible. Moreover, isn't that old coot Sarutobi Hiruzen still alive? Would he willingly relinquish the title? Tsunade plopped back into her chair, resting her chin on her hand, calmly countering. Do you know that Orochimaru launched a surprise attack on Konoha recently? Orochimaru attacked Konoha? That certainly aligns with his character. Tell me, who lives and who has perished? Did he manage to kill the third Hokage? Tsunade said, placing her legs on the table and reclining back. Orochimaru killed no one. He could have killed Sarutobi Hiruzen, but I defeated Orochimaru before he could do so, which is why he remains alive. Humph. With him still alive, what need is there for me to return? Initially, I intended to deal with him afterward, but then I remembered he had embezzled funds and secretly raised 3,000 ninjas. I need to gradually convert these ninjas into our strength. Hence he remains alive for the time being. However, Danzo has already been eliminated by me. What did you say? He secretly raised 3,000 ninjas? Where did he acquire such resources? Do you think the Senju and Uchiha clans were annihilated for no reason? After their demise, where did their assets go? They were split among 4 individuals. Ah, so that's how it is. Teacher, you have truly disappointed me. You just mentioned that Danzo was killed by you? Indeed. He was the first I dispatched. Mito Kamen and Tintin have yet to be dealt with, but I will take care of those 2 traitors in due course. If that is the case, you could very well become Hokage yourself. Why seek me out? I prefer to be the man behind the Hokage. I enjoy operating from the shadows, which is why I came to find you. The man behind the Hokage, you say? I would not be opposed to returning. But you must agree to one condition. What condition? That is, Chapter 82, living together with Shizun. That is simply to accompany me for another half-month. As Tsunade said this, she removed her feet from the table and approached Yueguang Jifeng, gazing intently at him. That is exceedingly simple. I agree. Yueguang Jifeng met her gaze without backing down. All expenses for this month, food, entertainment, and leisure, will be on you. Don't even mention entertainment. You can visit the gambling house every day if you wish. Yueguang Jifeng thought, whatever you lose, I will win. It is all about balancing the books. That sounds splendid. We can indulge ourselves. Let us first find Shizun and enjoy a hot spring, then gamble a bit tonight. Where is Shizun? We are staying at the Little Happiness Inn. I left her behind today. I should return soon, or she will worry. Tsunade tightened her belt, adjusted her attire, and exited the gambling house. Jifeng, how old are you this year? Does age really matter? In 100 years, you may still perceive a significant age gap. What about 300 years? Even if it reaches 1000 years, there will only be a fraction left, so age is not the most important factor. You always have such a way with words. But who can truly live for 1000 years? In this ninja world, I actually know of 2 individuals who have lived for over 1,000 years, to be precise. 3 individuals along with 2 special cases. In total, 5 people have lived nearly 1000 years. It is inconceivable that any person could live for a millennium. I remain skeptical. Moreover, as you suggest, there are supposedly 5 individuals who have achieved this feat, which is a number I would undoubtedly be aware of. Such information could not possibly remain concealed. Allow me to mention one whom you are surely familiar with, Lu Dao Xianren. Yueguang Jifeng, with his arms crossed, strolled forward at a leisurely pace. What? Tsunade gasped, halting abruptly before rushing to grasp his shoulders. Lu Dao Xianren has long since passed away. I am aware of that. Are you attempting to deceive me? He has merely shed his physical form. We speak of him now. And perhaps he is even aware of our discourse. What do you mean? How can a person exist without a physical body? Then how do you think the Pure Land came into being? It was he who created it. However, knowing too much may not serve you well. Let us return to the hot springs. Yueguang Jifeng gently extricated himself from Tsunade's grasp and continued on his way. Indeed, I trust you would not deceive me. This is simply too extraordinary. Do you mean to say that I could also live for 1,000 years? You? By your own means, that is impossible. If you wish to live for a millennium, you must seek a reliable man. Yue Guang Jifeng chuckled softly, his hands clasped behind his head as he ambled onward. You are not suggesting that this man is you, are you, Yue Guang Jifeng? Tsunade said, reapproaching him, her chest subtly rising and falling, the bright lights momentarily blinding him. I never implied it was myself. That is merely your interpretation. This is it, the Xiaoqian Fuin. Soon, Tsunade led Yue Guang Jifeng to the second floor, room 206. Are you certain you do not require me to open another room? Of course not. I have faith in your integrity, Tsunade replied with a smile, pulling the door open. Ah, there is a thief. Jingyin, remain calm. It is I, Fu. Lady Tsunade, you have finally returned. I have been searching for you all day with Taunton. I just soaked in the hot springs. Would you care to join me, Lady Tsunade? Not at the moment. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Yue Guang Jifeng. Lady Tsunade, please do not let him in yet. I need to change clothes. There is no need to change. He will be staying in this room tonight. What? Jingyin's scream nearly ruptured the ceiling. Lady Tsunade, are you implying cohabitation? Indeed. Come in, Jifeng. Upon hearing this, Jingyin retreated back to the bathroom without a second thought. Lady Tsunade, I am not dressed. And what of it? With your flat figure, it is unlikely anyone would be interested anyway. Is there any food? I am famished. Please wait a moment, Lady Tsunade. I will fetch something shortly. Yue Guang Jifeng entered the room and seated himself upon the tatami. How do you wish to spend these days? A leisurely stroll, followed by gambling, and more gambling. Humph. I see you are simply eager to gamble. Very well. Enjoy your last moments of freedom before becoming Hokage. As soon as he finished speaking, Jingyin emerged from the bathroom clad in black. Jingyin, you ought to change your attire. Wearing the same black outfit daily is no wonder you lack a boyfriend. Lady Tsunade, I do not purchase clothes because you have squandered all the money. Jingyin inhaled deeply, her expression sour. Here is 500,000. Go buy yourself a new outfit, Jifeng suggested, as if he were mistreating her. This is 1 million. Take it and look after Tsunade. You have my gratitude. Yue Guang Jifeng patted Jingyin on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Kato Jingyin. The return project has concluded. Please select one option for your reward. 1. Acquire Kato Jingyin's medical ninjutsu 2. Acquire Kato Jingyin's poison-making technique 3. Acquire Kato Jingyin's summoning beast. Taunton 4. Acquire Kato Jingyin's antidote technique. Yue Guang Jifeng had expected to obtain the transformation technique he desired, but it appeared she was truly incapable of it. After all, Kato had perished when she was still quite young. This return to Konoha would necessitate a thorough examination of the sealing scrolls. If he could uncover the transformation technique, he could engage in a myriad of exchanges. Refocusing on the options, the first was overly familiar, and he opted to forego it. The second was appealing. Jingyin had fully inherited Tsunade's diverse skills, thus both the poison-making and antidote techniques would be formidable. As for the third, he initially intended to bypass it, but suddenly pondered whether the Taunton could transform into Zhu Xia, given a tenfold enhancement. System, I choose the fourth option. Yue Guang Jifeng deemed the antidote technique to be of greater significance than the poison-making one. As for Zhu Xia, if there were a hundredfold return, it might indeed manifest. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, gaining Kato Jingyin's antidote technique. Note, in the world of Naruto, there exists no poison that cannot be cured. Yue Guang Jifeng regarded the rewards with a nod. While they may prove unnecessary, they were certainly not superfluous. Jifeng, stop standing idly and come join us for a meal. Tsunade called out, consuming her food with impressive speed. Before long, the trio had finished their meal, and the night had fallen completely. Tsunade ventured alone to the hot springs, emerging after a brief while. Jifeng, where do you wish to rest? Would you like to join me? Lady Tsunade, I shall share a room with you, Jingyin interjected, interrupting Tsunade. Ah, is that so? Then Jifeng, you shall have to endure sleeping on the tatami. Shortly thereafter, Jingyin dutifully arranged the bedding for the three of them. Yue Guang Jifeng lay on the tatami, unable to drift into slumber for quite some time. The moon hung high in the sky. Jifeng, are you asleep? Tsunade's voice came from the bedroom door. I have not yet succumbed to sleep. What is it, Tsunade? Are you perhaps feeling a bit overwhelmed by sharing a room with two stunning women for the first time? I have merely been contemplating your previous assertions about having encountered me before. In times past, You were shrouded in mystery. No one knew from whence you came. As if you had simply appeared. Yet I can assure you that you are undeniably the current Yue Guangjifeng. Tsunade stood at the door, her expansive robe failing to conceal her figure, revealing glimpses in the moonlight. Upon hearing her words, Yue Guangjifeng began to grasp the situation. There were only two possible explanations. The first was a rather stringent condition. He had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan that allowed him to traverse timelines. However, such immense power would undoubtedly come with severe repercussions, hence his absence from various timelines. The second was far simpler. He had accessed the Dragon Vein, manipulating it to navigate through time. Yue Guangjifeng resolved that after Tsunade ascended to the position of Hokage, he would seek out the Dragon Vein. By traversing time, he could acquire all the various bloodline limits. Most importantly, he must secure the powerful bloodline limits that had been eradicated. Lady Tsunade, you ought to return to sleep promptly, Jingyin interjected, unable to contain herself any longer. Jifeng, I must return now. With a resounding slam of the door, Yue Guangjifeng finally succumbed to sleep. Jingyin, you will purchase your own clothes today. I shall go to the casino with Jifeng. We shall regroup at the inn tonight. Off we go? Tsunade declared with exuberance, standing boldly in the middle of the street. Pointing forward. Before long, the day had elapsed. True to form, Tsunade successfully lost 5 million ryo. Initially feeling a twinge of guilt, she turned to see that Yue Guangjifeng had won 7 million ryo, prompting her to joyfully venture to another casino. Unbeknownst to Yue Guangjifeng, all the casinos he had visited had blacklisted him. Although most of his winnings stemmed from Tsunade's losses, he had won too much. They would certainly prevent him from entering the casino again. In the evening, 3 individuals reconvened at a quaint inn. Tsunade embraced Moonlight Shippuden, burying his head in her bosom. Shippuden, being with you brings me immense joy. I can indulge in gambling without fear of losing. How is it that you always emerge victorious? She exclaimed. Hey, are you trying to suffocate me? While it's soft and fragrant, you cannot smother me. Laughter erupted, filled with uncontainable mirth. My apologies, Tsunade interjected. It's merely a light-hearted gathering. The trio engaged in playful banter, and before they knew it, 10 days had swiftly passed. Eventually, the casino barred Moonlight Shippuden from entry, leaving him no choice but to resort to transformation techniques, just as Tsunade did. Tsunade, we have arrived at Shortbook Street. The time is drawing near. Are you prepared? Shippuden inquired. The days spent with you have been the happiest of my life. I wish for this to continue in the future. However, Tsunade was interrupted by a lewd male voice. Tsunade, we have finally found you. Jiraiya, you have arrived rather late, she retorted. Moonlight Shippuden raised his glass and took a sip. Teacher Shippuden, I didn't expect you to come so quickly, exclaimed Naruto, emerging from behind Jiraiya. How was the journey? Was it enjoyable? It was truly spectacular, Teacher Shippuden, and I even learned a new A-rank ninjutsu. He added with excitement. Have you mastered it? Not yet, Naruto replied, his enthusiasm quickly deflating. What brings you here, Jiraiya? Tsunade inquired, her tone slightly brusque. It's been too long since we last met. I've missed you, Jiraiya said, plopping down onto a stool, attempting to close the distance with Tsunade. She promptly shifted to the opposite side of Moonlight Shippuden, casually stating, no need for pleasantries. Just tell me why you are here. Grandma Tsunade, we want you to return and become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade shot a glance at Moonlight Shippuden. I have no desire to be Hokage. Why not? Being Hokage is the greatest profession. Why do you refuse? Naruto exclaimed, visibly distressed. To you, it may seem the pinnacle of greatness, but to me, it is utterly trivial. Leave me be. Grandma Tsunade, would you dare to wager with me? Tsunade raised her right hand, holding a crimson cocktail, gently swirling it before taking a sip. Go on. If I can master this A-rank ninjutsu within 3 days, you must return and become Hokage. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's excitement surged. You little rascal, you truly have some grit. I was set to leave tomorrow, yet you've compelled me to stay an extra 3 days. Very well, I accept. If you master the A-rank ninjutsu, I shall return to be Hokage. With that, she downed her drink. Really? Tsunade, you agreed so readily? Jiraiya exclaimed, falling to the ground in disbelief. I simply lack the mood to argue. Teach him well, Shippuden. We shall return to rest. Watching Tsunade and Moonlight Shippuden exit the tavern, Jiraiya finally reacted, calling out, what do you mean you are going back to sleep together? Tsunade, what is going on between you two? Lecherous sage, it seems you have a fondness for Grandma Tsunade, yet it appears she has an affinity for our teacher Shippuden. Who said I liked her? Even a fool can see it. I advise you to give up. Our teacher Shippuden is not only handsome, but also possesses formidable strength and is younger than you, capable of leaving you in the dust. Is the disparity truly that vast? Jiraiya lamented, slumping against the bar. I suggest you teach me how to swiftly master this ninjutsu, or you shall inevitably return to be Hokage. And I have no desire for a lecherous sage to hold that position. What nonsense! Am I really that desperate? Bartender, bring me 10 bottles of sake. Thus, the 3 days passed in a haze of gambling, and more gambling. I wish we could gamble like this every day. What do we do if we haven't had enough, Shippuden? Tsunade rushed over, wrapping her arms around Moonlight Shippuden's neck, gently inquiring. Then we shall wait until after you become Hokage to play. As Jiraiya lifted the tavern's curtain, he was momentarily petrified. Grandma Tsunade, I have come to fulfill our wager. Let us go to a more open space. Show me your technique. Tsunade released him, and Moonlight Shippuden stepped outside first. Soon, they found themselves in an empty area. Grandma Tsunade, I am uncertain if I can execute it, but I hope you will become Hokage. Naruto, please wait a moment. Jiraiya flashed to Naruto's side, shielding him. Come forth. I can smell your presence from afar, my old friend. Today is indeed a fine day to see everyone gathered. With a puff of smoke, a group materialized before them. Shippuden-kun, it has been a while. I have missed you dearly, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue for a lick. Orochimaru, I recall warning you. Should we meet again without something new, you shall pay the price. If your Edo Tensei lacks new subjects this time, you may truly meet your end. Moonlight Shippuden declared, arms crossed, slowly levitating into the air. Fear not, Shippuden-kun. I have indeed gathered an impressive individual. That is commendable. What brings you here? You aren't injured, are you? Additionally, I must remind you that Tsunade cannot heal soul injuries. Orochimaru momentarily froze, his serpentine eyes narrowing in surprise. He had not anticipated that Moonlight Shippuden would be aware of his soul's affliction. Thank you for your concern, Shippuden-kun, but my soul is currently in excellent condition. By the way, do you have Kato-dan's soul technique? Soul technique? Kato-dan's specialty technique? I did request it, but alas, he did not grant it to me. However, he did inform me that this technique has a fatal flaw, which is why I chose to forego pursuing it. What a pity. You wretched snake. What is your purpose for coming here today? Naruto fumed, standing behind Jiraiya. Naruto-kun, even Jiraiya doesn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Perhaps you should teach him a lesson. What do you intend to do, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. A friendly spar between juniors. You wouldn't object. Would you, Jiraiya? Well, let him fight. After all, isn't he here to demonstrate his new ninjutsu? Naruto, is it? Begin your performance. Tsunade positioned herself beside Moonlight Shippuden, arms crossed, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Is it truly safe for Tsunade-sama to do this? Will Naruto-kun be injured? Inazuka Kiba anxiously clutched his piglet. With you here, any injuries can be healed. What is there to fear? Tsunade chastised without turning back. Does the lady not require my assistance? Kamaru, refrain from intervening. Your body has other vital purposes. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. Kamara stood like a statue behind Orochimaru. Senior Do, you have truly disappointed me. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Then let us witness your recent growth. Multiple shadow clone technique. Time had passed, yet Naruto, you have shown no improvement. Why do you still resort to the same old tactics? Do elegantly obliterated each clone in a matter of seconds. Now, allow me to showcase my newly learned ninjutsu. Provoked, Naruto unleashed an immature Rasengan. Despite the multitude of clones, Do dispatched them all within moments. As Naruto coordinated with the last 2 clones, he completed the final stage of the Rasengan. Senior Do, allow me to demonstrate my latest ninjutsu. Here it comes, Rasengan. Yaoshi Do even had time to adjust his glasses, apologizing to Naruto, stating that he was already familiar with this technique. He then stood still, patiently awaiting Naruto's arrival. After Naruto's 2 shadow clones completed their tasks, they vanished, while Naruto, wielding a Rasengan, rushed towards Yaoshi Do. Unfortunately, just as Naruto was about to strike, Yaoshi Do swiftly seized Naruto's wrist, effortlessly halting this A-rank ninjutsu. In a moment of excitement, Naruto found the Rasengan dissipating from his grasp. Yaoshi Do released Naruto's hand, allowing him to fall to the ground, and then swiftly returned to Orochimaru's side. Do, you truly deserve the praise of Lord Shippu. You have done remarkably well. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. It was merely a small task. I concede to Granny Tsunade. With his head hung low, Naruto quietly approached Moonlight Shippu, murmuring, "I lost." "No, you have won. You have successfully executed this jutsu." "What?" Naruto exclaimed, lifting his head in surprise. "Does this mean Granny Tsunade? You are willing to become the 5th Hokage?" "I agree. Tsunade, your willingness is truly wonderful," Jiraiya commented with satisfaction. "Oh, Tsunade. So you wish to return to Konoha as Hokage?" Quite unexpected. He then glanced at Moonlight Shippu standing nearby and nodded in understanding. "With Shippa here, you can indeed return as Hokage. Enough with the flattery, Orochimaru. What business do you have with me?" Tsunade crossed her arms assertively. "There is a child who has fallen ill, and I hope you can treat him. Is it the one standing behind you? He seems to be in good spirits. He shouldn't be ill. Junmaru, please demonstrate your skills briefly." Junmaru nodded and extended an arm. 10-finger piercing. Boom. A row of trees in front was obliterated by bone projectiles. "From the Takarabe clan, is it? What illness does he have?" "As you can see, his bloodline limit is bone, but he suffers from a severe blood disease. My research indicates that excessive bacteria within him is causing his imminent death." Orochimaru shook his head regretfully. The blood disease is indeed troublesome, and the risk of death is exceptionally high. The primary issue is that blood must be drawn from him. However, if we do so, he may die in the next instant. Tsunade shook her head, her expression grave. "My lord, I fear not death, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. I will accept treatment. I wish for you to use my body in its peak state as the strongest warrior." Junmaru stepped forward resolutely. "Have you truly made up your mind?" Do asked earnestly. "Lady Tsunade, I implore you to assist me. Blood transfusion is required. I cannot perform this task. Please have Shizen do it." "Tsunade, has your fear of blood not subsided yet?" Jiraiya approached with concern. Tsunade shot him a glance. "Where would I acquire a fear of blood? I merely deceived you all. Otherwise, how could I have left Konoha?" After contemplating, Tsunade did not respond to Jiraiya. "Orochimaru, I can help you save Junmaru. I can ensure he does not die, but afterward, you must summon a formidable new opponent for me to test my skills." Moonlight Shippu circled Orochimaru, speaking softly. "If Shippu can guarantee that Junmaru won't die, I am willing to assist. Junmaru, come here and let Shizun draw your blood. Shippu, you shall observe." Although the method by which he would ensure Junmaru's survival was unknown, I believe that once his blood is completely exchanged, his blood disease should start anew. Shizun expertly began to cut Junmaru's artery. Blood erupted from the artery. Indeed, Junmaru was a perfect warrior. Watching his blood flow ceaselessly, he remained silent. "Lord Shippu, you must be ready. His blood is nearly drained." Shizun called out urgently. Moonlight Shippu nodded and flew before Junmaru. "Now is the time, Lord Shippu." Without hesitation, Moonlight Shippu extended a finger and gently touched Junmaru's forehead. After selecting Tsunade's monstrous strength technique, Moonlight Shippu's chakra control reached its zenith. There was no need for others to bite their fingers to heal others anymore. Witnessing Junmaru, who was on the brink of death, suddenly open his eyes. His aura surged back to its peak, transforming him once again into an undefeated warrior. Chapter 85. Reusing the Kodoame Tsukumi. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Junmaru for completing an intimate exchange. The random return item generation has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Junmaru's Willow Dance 2. Obtain Junmaru's Early Fern Dance 3. Obtain Junmaru's Earth Curse Seal 4. Obtain 1/10 of Junmaru's Shikatsu-miyaka Blood Concentration. Moonlight Shippu glanced over the rewards and chose without hesitation. System, I select the 4th reward. Junmaru's bloodline was the only one worth considering. Who knows if I will ever obtain a shared Shikatsu-miyaku in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. You have obtained 1/10 of Junmaru's Shikatsu-miyaka blood concentration. Clap, clap, clap. Lord Shippu is indeed remarkable. Such a simple maneuver leaves us in awe. I truly wish to know how Lord Shippu accomplished this. I'm afraid that is a trade secret. Moonlight Shippu flew back to Tsunade, shrugging. Orochimaru, you still cannot change your previous nature, always prying into others' ninjutsu. Jiraiya shook his head in exasperation. It cannot be helped, it's in my nature. Thank you, Lord Shippu and Tsunade. We shall not linger further, and we will meet again. As Orochimaru prepared to descend into the ground with the two, Moonlight Shippu felt somewhat displeased. In the next instant, an immense chakra surged forth, instantly freezing those already submerged to their thighs. Moonlight Shippu slowly floated before them. Orochimaru, Had it not been for your remaining value, you would have perished just now. Orochimaru and the others attempted to struggle, but found no leverage. Moonlight Shippu emanated an overwhelming pressure, causing beads of sweat to form on Junmaru and Yao Shido's foreheads. Their faces paling. Lord Shippu, let us speak calmly. What do you desire? I require new individuals to spar with, to learn more skills. I understand, Lord Shippu. Today I will present someone I collected in my early years. I hope this individual will not be too weak. Otherwise, I will not spare you lightly this time. Rest assured, Lord Shippu, I will surely satisfy you. Moonlight Shippu nodded and waved, lifting the ice barrier. Orochimaru and the others gradually ascended from the ground. As soon as Junmaru and Yao Shido emerged, they immediately knelt, gasping for air. Teacher Shippu, you are truly incredible. That foul Orochimaru is no match for you. Naruto exclaimed exuberantly from the back. Bam! Jiraiya punched Naruto, admonishing him not to speak recklessly. I am merely slightly superior to Orochimaru. So you're saying you're not that impressive either, just someone who bullies me, Naruto muttered, rubbing his swollen head. Summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Boom. A massive coffin erupted from the ground. Moonlight Shippu noticed the word explosion clearly inscribed on the coffin and pondered, could it be that he killed Deidara? He then shook his head and quietly awaited the coffin to fully surface. Boom. The coffin shattered, revealing an ugly, 10-foot-tall male ninja before them. Am I not dead? Where's this place? Orochimaru, you truly dare to manipulate the souls of the deceased, Tsunade said with indignation. What exactly do you intend to do, Orochimaru? Why do you wish to study the souls of the deceased? Jiraiya stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Orochimaru. The soul is the most enigmatic aspect of the human body. Only by thoroughly investigating the soul can I achieve immortality. Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick his lips, then spoke with a frenzied tone. You are truly beyond redemption. Jiraiya replied with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Can I see my brother? Tsunade's tears streamed down her face as she asked, her voice quivering with emotion. Moonlight Kaze glanced at Tsunade, whose face was streaked with tears, and contemplated retrieving a Mangekyo Sharingan from the warehouse. Initially, he intended to negotiate with Orochimaru, offering this Mangekyo Sharingan in exchange for the resurrection of Senju Shotri. However, he then thought, since this is Shirsue's eye, I could simply control Orochimaru directly. I could compel him to return to studying cloning techniques, securing a permanent solution. Tsunade, do you truly wish to see Shotri? Just as Orochimaru finished speaking, he noticed the crimson Sharingan in Moonlight Kaze's hand, causing his serpentine eyes to widen. Kaze-kun, is that a Mangekyo Sharingan you possess? Orochimaru inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. Indeed, but do not rush. Allow me to demonstrate its power, Moonlight Kaze replied. A cryptic smile gracing his lips as he observed Orochimaru. Slowly, he drew the Sharingan from its container, captivating all those present with its exquisite beauty. Suddenly, chakra surged into the eye, and Orochimaru sensed something amiss. This was how Uchiha Itachi had defeated him, and without hesitation, he attempted to flee. Do not resist. He then issued Orochimaru a command to remain eternally loyal to him. In an instant, Orochimaru, who had been in the midst of escaping, paused, then slowly turned back. Addressing Kaze with respect, Kazedano, Kabuto, observing Orochimaru's peculiar behavior, noted the brief moment of abnormality before he returned to his usual composure. Unfortunately, these subtle movements did not escape the keen eye of Moonlight Kaze. Shaking his head, he spoke softly, it is fortunate, this way. You two can unite in purpose and expedite your research. He withdrew another unutilized eye from the system space. Do not resist. He commanded Kabuto to remain forever loyal to him henceforth. Moonlight Kaze glanced at the two eyes devoid of their ocular abilities, casually tossing them to Orochimaru. He communicated telepathically. Take these eyes back for your research. Remember to focus on cloning, and it would be best to replicate both eyes. Additionally, you can place your complete trust in Kabuto. Impart all your knowledge to him, and your collaborative efforts should yield swifter results. Rest assured, Kazedano, we will strive diligently. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were bewildered. Why had Orochimaru suddenly become so accommodating and agreeable? Orochimaru, what has come over you? Why do you seem so uncharacteristically compliant? Jiraiya leaped to face Orochimaru, surveying him closely. This is merely a transaction between Kazedano and myself. There is no need for concern, Orochimaru replied, cautiously stowing away the two-man Gekko Sharingan. Who are you all? How did I suddenly find myself here? He altered his hand signs, preventing the recently resurrected individual from speaking further. Orochimaru, please summon my brother. I miss him dearly. I long to see him. Just bring forth Senjusho Tree. Chapter 86. Acquiring the bloodline limit through system bug. It is not that I refuse to summon him. Rather, I am incapable of doing so. Orochimaru shrugged, appearing somewhat aggrieved. What do you truly mean? Are you unwilling to assist me? Tsunade accused, pointing an angry finger at Orochimaru. Explain yourself. Kazedano, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, it is a matter of resources. Upon receiving news of Shotree's demise, I rushed to the scene, but alas, I could not find even a shred of his clothing. I pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend why there were only traces of the explosion without any remains. This technique requires his biological material to perform the summoning, and I currently possess nothing, hence I cannot call forth Shotree. Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's tears flowed uncontrollably, and she turned to bury her face in Moonlight Kaze's embrace, weeping profusely. In that moment, Moonlight Kaze had but one thought: to coach her in a foul play, to charge forward. Helpless, he gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, reassuring her, do not worry too much. With my abilities, I can retrieve him from the Pure Land within 2 years. Tsunade wiped away tears that had not fallen in 30 years, her voice trembling. Is that truly so, Kaze? She fixed her gaze on him with her large, expressive eyes. Rest assured, Pervy Sage, it seems you have no chance at all, ha ha. Naruto's derisive laughter echoed from the sidelines. Bang. I do not fancy her. I cherish freedom. A person of my caliber would not forsake an entire forest for a single tree, Jiraiya boasted, turning aside as he discreetly wiped away a tear. Humph. Kaze-sensei has both Yuin-sensei and Kurenai-sensei. It is not merely one tree you are concerned with. You are quite pathetic, Pervy Sage. Naruto exclaimed while counting on his fingers. What? Jiraiya turned, somewhat perturbed, and shouted at Naruto. Why are you yelling so loudly? This is the truth. The truth is that you are inept, Naruto retorted, covering his ears and muttering. Orochimaru, who is the person you summoned this time? I do not recall ever seeing him. You are not attempting to deceive me with a nameless nobody, are you? Moonlight Kaze's form floated gently, his voice calm as he inquired. Kazedano, how could that be? Please showcase your abilities, Orochimaru declared, altering his hand signs, causing the grotesque figure to spring to life. Who are you? Why can I not control myself? Do you not fear that Artsukage will annihilate you all? Explosion release. Earthquake fist. Boom. The ground erupted with a tremendous explosion. Clouds of dust rising as the shockwave sent Naruto flying. The wind rustled through Moonlight Kaze's ceremonial robe. This must be explosion release, if I am not mistaken. Your name is Sho, is it not? Kazedano, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. He is indeed the former IWNine Demolition Squad member Sho. I inadvertently acquired his biological material. Very impressive. As soon as Moonlight Kaze finished speaking, bang. In the next instant, Sho was shattered into pieces by Moonlight Kaze. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Sho. The return procedure has randomly generated options. Please select one for your reward. 1. Acquire Sho's Explosion Release Impact 2. Acquire 1 concentration of Sho's Explosion Release Bloodline Limit 3. Acquire Sho's Explosion Release Defensive Technique 4. Acquire Sho's Ultimate Technique, Earthquake Fist. Faced with these 4 choices, Moonlight Kaze found himself momentarily at a loss. 3 of the options pertained to techniques exclusive to Explosion Release, while the second offered the Bloodline Limit itself. However, one crucial point remained. The only known Explosion Release Bloodline Limit in the entire Hokage world was his own. Daidar's abilities, strictly speaking, did not qualify as a bloodline limit, but rather a profound application of Earth Release. His explosions were caused by mixing explosive clay with chakra, rendering his explosions susceptible to lightning release. Yet Sho's abilities were not. However, if Moonlight Kaze opted for the bloodline limit, it would mean he could never gather the full 100 of the bloodline. Finally, with a resolute determination, Moonlight Kaze declared, System, I choose the 4th reward. If it is destined that I cannot obtain it, I would rather not possess it at all. Thus, he chose to gamble on acquiring a skill, curious to see what would unfold. After all, without explosion release, how could one execute these techniques? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting and triggering a tenfold return. thus acquiring the art of the explosive release, the landmine fist. It has been detected that the host lacks the explosive release ability and, consequently, cannot utilize it. However, under the tenfold amplification, the host has obtained the bloodline limit of explosive release. Note, this is an additional reward, and as a consequence, this individual will be unable to obtain rewards of 100-fold, thousandfold, or 10,000-fold in the future. Yueguang Jifeng did not anticipate such a scenario. This must be considered a bug in the system. Although the inability to obtain subsequent rewards left Yueguang Jifeng somewhat disappointed. Acquiring the explosive release at this stage was undoubtedly the optimal choice. He pondered the concentration of his bloodline. If it were merely 10, it would indeed be a significant loss. System, please open the panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng Strength, 8,000 Constitution, 25100 Agility, 6,300 Spirit, 9,900 Ninjutsu. Various, predominantly elemental release techniques. Most of the elemental release techniques comprise Sage Arts, including the Great Ball Rasengan, Sage Art, Chidori, and Sage Art, Raikiri. Special skills, intangibility, size manipulation, permanent second gate of the 8 gates, super strength technique, 500, Sage Mode. Konoha Blade Technique, Chakra Attributes, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Yin Release. Yang Release Magnetic Release Chakra Special Talent. Space Talent No Object Unslashed Luck Bloodline Limit. Primary Sage Body, 10 Sharingan. 10 Ice Release. 100 Byakugan Concentration. 30 Vortex Body. 10 Wood Release Bloodline Limit. 10 Explosive Release. 100 Chakra. Lifespan. 110 Years Realm. Super Shadow Pinnacle Wealth. 80 million Rio Storage. 16 cubic meters gazing at the array of Sage Arts. Yueguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had not only spent time with Tsunade but also dedicated a significant portion of his time transforming all his ninjutsu into Sage Arts. He had successfully learned Chidori, emulating Kakashi's previous technique. Furthermore, he had also managed to master Sage Arts along the way. Most importantly, upon seeing the bloodline limit concentration at 100, he felt a sense of relief. Jifeng-kun, I suddenly remembered that I have a child's blood tissue. Would you like to take a look? A child? Does he possess any special abilities? I recall he was once the partner of Kurozai Raiga, endowed with a pair of crimson eyes. I intended to study him, but I never found the time. In an instant, Yueguang Jifeng realized that this child must be Lamuru. He wondered why he had not seen this child when he first encountered Kurozai Raiga. It turned out that he had died long ago. Summon him. Orochimaru did not hesitate and immediately began forming hand seals. Impure World Reincarnation. With a thud, a small coffin rose from the ground. I slept so well. Raiga. Where's this? Chapter 87. Communication, Drunken Tsunade. Raiga, where have you gone? The small body began to push against the coffin lid with all its might. Perhaps due to its meager strength, it struggled for quite some time without success. Orochimaru, seeing this, had no choice but to change the hand seals again, causing the coffin lid to open automatically. A child with crimson eyes climbed out of the coffin. Wow, Lady Tsunade, look, what a cute little friend. Ino could not help but exclaim. Yueguang Jifeng flew to Lamuru's side, examining him closely. Hey, who are you all? Where has my Raiga gone? Yueguang Jifeng did not respond. He simply reached out to pat the child's head. Surprisingly, Lamuru was quick to dodge his hand. Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily taken aback, then directly pointed at the top of his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Lamuru for completing an intimate exchange. The return items have been randomly generated. Please choose one from the following options for your return. 1. Gain Lamuru's Crawling Ability 2. Gain Lamuru's 220 Spirit 3. Gain Lamuru's White Diaper 4. Gain Lamuru's Crimson Eyes at 10 Bloodline Concentration. Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the 4 options and, without hesitation, declared, System, I choose the 4th option. There was no room for doubt. Possessing a bloodline limit was paramount. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring Lamuru's Crimson Eyes at 10 Bloodline Concentration. Yueguang Jifeng activated both the Crimson Eyes and Byakugan, and a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. Previously, when activating the Byakugan alone, one would become transparent upon activation. Now, utilizing both eyes concurrently allowed Yueguang Jifeng to see through trees, perceiving the final tree in the distance with perfect clarity, indistinguishable from what the naked eye could observe. Henceforth, Yueguang Jifeng possessed genuine X-ray vision. Before he had the chance to close his eyes, they darted towards Tsunade. In the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng could only utter a phrase of caution, hastily shutting his eyes. Jifeng, are you up to something inappropriate? Tsunade inquired, crossing her arms. Her sensitivity peaked. Taken aback by Tsunade's keen intuition, Yueguang Jifeng could only shake his head gently. All right, Orochimaru, you may send them both back. Is it already over, Jifeng-kun? Orochimaru asked, slightly startled. Why not? Am I to bully a child? Though this child is not particularly endearing. Without hesitation, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, causing the two reincarnated individuals to disintegrate into fragments and vanish. Orochimaru, since all three of us are present today and matters have been resolved, I propose we dine together. Jiraiya interjected cheerfully. Orochimaru paused for a moment before turning his gaze towards Yueguang Jifeng, who pondered briefly and nodded gently. Indeed, it has been a while since we three old friends gathered. A drink would be quite pleasant. Orochimaru nodded lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before long, the group arrived at a small tavern. The last time the three of us dined together was ages ago. It is truly rare to reunite. Cheers, Jiraiya exclaimed, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp. Indeed, may this world find peace, allowing everyone to live well. Tsunade recalled her deceased loved ones, sorrow welling up within her as she downed her drink. You may not know, but I too desire world peace, for then I can conduct my experiments in peace. Orochimaru remarked calmly, lifting his cup. Before long, the trio had been drinking for an hour. Lady Tsunade, you have had enough to drink. Do not continue. Ino urged as she observed Tsunade struggling to keep her eyes open. I had a wonderful time today. I must return to my experiments. Until we meet again by fate. Orochimaru stated, placing his cup down. Must you leave so soon, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, a hint of reluctance in his voice. All gatherings must eventually disperse. Today's departure may lead to better reunions in the future. May we all have a brighter tomorrow, Orochimaru said, accompanied by Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro as they slowly descended into the tavern's underground. With only the two of us remaining, shall we continue to drink? Jiraiya queried. Lady Tsunade has already had too much. I shall escort her home, Ino said, moving to support Tsunade. Yueguang Jifeng extended a hand to stop Ino, cradling Tsunade in his arms and departing the tavern without a backward glance. Seeing this, Jiraiya, feeling a pang of sorrow, downed 2 more drinks. Naruto, stay here for the night. I shall soak in a hot spring and wash my feet. Tomorrow, I will escort you back to Konoha, he declared, drunkenly leaving the tavern. Are you the one settling the bill? That will be a total of 250,000 Rio. I can allow you to stay here for free tonight, the owner said, wiping his hands and smiling at Naruto. The lecherous sage, you truly are inhuman. To leave me with the bill is despicable, Naruto exclaimed in a fit of rage, tears streaming down his face as he retrieved his frog pouch. He placed all his money on the table in one go, sitting in the chair as if his soul had been drained. The money is right here. Count it and see if it suffices, the jovial tavern owner added. Haha. Little guest, not only is it enough, but you even have 250 taels left. You may rest in my tavern tonight. After finishing his cheerful remarks, he took his leave. Moonlight Jifeng, accompanied by Tsunade, returned to their previous inn. Shizen, please help Tsunade take a bath and change into some clean clothes. She reeks of alcohol. Do not worry, Lord Jifeng. I have always taken care of Lady Tsunade in this manner. You truly are a diligent caretaker, Shizen. It is quite a burden for you to look after someone of her stature every day, Moonlight Jifeng said as he reclined on the tatami mat. Lord Jifeng, I have grown accustomed to it. If there comes a day when Lady Tsunade no longer requires my care, I would not know how to cope. Shizen, you are indeed a virtuous woman. Shizen's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly carried Tsunade to the bathroom. The sounds of bathing filled the air, and soon, Moonlight Jifeng quietly drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, Moonlight Jifeng was abruptly awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself, groggily reaching for the blanket. Suddenly, he felt something soft. Jifeng, you're awake? What brings you to my side? Tsunade replied. I intended to converse with you, but seeing you asleep, I lay down beside you. What did you wish to discuss? Feel free to ask. Do you believe my brother and the others can truly come back to life? I see no issue. Trust in my abilities, Moonlight Jifeng reassured her, lightly patting Tsunade's shoulder. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Is there anything else? No. But tonight, I wish to be with you. Have you made your decision? Will you not regret it? I will not. I have awaited this day for a long time. Barrier technique. Moonlight Jifeng declared softly, striking the tatami with his hand. Chapter 88. A hundredfold exchange with Tsunade, shattering the shinobi world in one blow? As time swiftly passed, it was soon 2 a.m., and Moonlight Jifeng finally heard the system's notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing an intimate exchange with Senju Tsunade, the random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Senju Tsunade's chakra control technique. 2. Acquire Senju Tsunade's summoning beast, the snail. 3. Acquire 3,000 points of Senju Tsunade's strength. 4. Acquire Senju Tsunade's advanced sage body. Moonlight Jifeng exhaled softly. Having spent such a long time with Tsunade, he was finally able to engage in a hundredfold exchange. The time spent was far from wasted, and he was astounded by the 4 options presented. Firstly, the chakra control technique. While the hundredfold amplification of its power was unimaginable, Moonlight Jifeng currently did not lack in chakra control. Thus, he did not linger on this option. The second option was truly formidable. As the pinnacle of summoning beasts in the shinobi world, it was undeniably powerful. Particularly, the snail was unique among the 3 great sage beasts, as it existed as a singular entity. The other 2 sages belonged to distinct races, and only 2 great races could rival it, hinting at its immense strength. Moreover, one must not forget that this was a powerful hundredfold amplification. Would it return a divine beast to Moonlight Jifeng? Not just any divine beast, but a true auspicious creature. It was difficult to fathom. He then turned his gaze to the third reward, which was straightforward, yet represented extraordinary effects. This was a hundredfold increase. After an increase of 2,000 points, it would become 200,000 points of strength. What does 200,000 points of strength signify? The basic attribute of a 6 paths level being is merely 100,000 points. With Tsunade alone, he could directly surpass the 6 paths level. Moreover, one must not forget that Moonlight Jifeng had previously acquired the strength technique from Tsunade, which could multiply his strength by 5. Multiplying 200,000 points by 5 would yield a staggering 1,000,000 points of power. Moonlight Jifeng believed that such strength could indeed shatter the entire shinobi world with a single blow. It was almost unfathomable. As for the Otsutsuki clan, they would first have to withstand a punch from him, and only then could they speak. The epitome of a one-punch man. As he continued to examine the 4th option, he found the sage body he had long desired. It was also worth noting that this sage body came with a prefix. Senju Tsunade was indeed a true advanced sage body. Previously, Moonlight Jifeng had only acquired the basic version, but now he was stepping directly into the advanced realm. Given that this was also a hundredfold amplification, the strength of the advanced sage body after such an increase was unknown. However, one thing Moonlight Jifeng was certain of was that this physique would be 100 times stronger than the ordinary sage body. He pondered whether to choose immediate power or gamble on the potential of a new physique that would grow stronger over time. Moonlight Jifeng found himself in a quandary. Jifeng, what troubles you? Why are you so still? He snapped back to reality, kissed Tsunade, and contemplated. I face 2 choices, and I am torn between them, unsure of which to select. Speak your mind. I shall offer my thoughts. If I present you with something that will make you formidable instantly, this strength would render you invincible in a certain aspect within the entire shinobi world, yet it would not allow for further enhancement. Alternatively, I could give you another item. One that grows gradually, taking a long time to reach invincibility, yet it can continue to enhance indefinitely, without limit. Which would you prefer? From what you've said, I believe I understand. One grants immediate strength while the other provides a slow but limitless growth, requiring time, correct? Indeed. If it were you, what would you choose? Tsunade turned over, resting on Moonlight Jifeng's chest, contemplating. If it were me, I would undoubtedly choose the option without limits. Why choose the limitless option? Is not immediate invincibility desirable? Personally, I do not rush to become invincible at once, and with a limited option, how can one guarantee perpetual invincibility? Time is the most invaluable resource, hence I would opt for gradual enhancement. Thank you, Tsunade, I understand now. Moonlight Jifeng said, planting another kiss on her. We are now inseparable. To assist you brings me the greatest joy. After Tsunade finished speaking, she fell asleep, utterly exhausted. Moonlight Jifeng, gazing at her peaceful slumber, redirected his attention back to his thoughts. System, I choose the 4th reward. With anticipation, Moonlight Jifeng thought, let me see what this hundredfold return truly entails. Ding. Congratulations, host. Choice confirmed, triggering a hundredfold return. You have acquired Senju Tsunade's Child of Nature. Note, you are truly a child of nature. As long as you remain in the natural world, you will automatically gain 100 points of vitality daily, with no upper limit. You are constantly in communion with nature. A part of it, perpetually in sage mode. Whenever you sustain an injury, all elements of nature will automatically heal you, with a recovery speed of 1000. As the child of nature, you will be unaffected by any natural disasters and can command all elements of the natural world. Oh my goodness. Moonlight Jifeng was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a powerful physique, but never imagined it would be this formidable. First and foremost, this physique would grant daily vitality rewards, which was the least significant aspect. Remaining perpetually in sage mode was already incredibly impressive. However, the most critical part was the last statement, being unaffected by any natural disasters. Moonlight Jifeng contemplated a question. All ninjutsu currently stemmed from the natural world. For instance, the techniques such as Suiton and Katon suggest that these individuals are incapable of inflicting any harm upon Yueguang Jifeng. Indeed, Yueguang Jifeng could assert elemental immunity. Thus, the only means left to harm Yueguang Jifeng would be through pure taijutsu, as even jinjutsu would prove futile against him. Yueguang Jifeng recalled the signature technique of the Uchiha clan, Tianshi Jinshin, a jutsu capable of summoning meteors. Theoretically, this technique would be classified as a natural disaster and should also be ineffective against him. However, he pondered whether the techniques of Shuedong Taotai and Shuedong Wangluo would have any effect. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng could confidently declare himself invincible. For even if the Sage of Six Paths were to arrive, he would be unable to inflict any damage upon Yueguang Jifeng. Therefore, upon returning to Konoha, his first task would be to augment his attribute points, followed by marrying Hinata, thereby acquiring the Rinnegan. Chapter 89. From today on, the Hokage works when their S work, and when their S not, he does nothing. Early the next morning, Yueguang Jifeng sensed something amiss. Aside from the presence of Senju Tsunade in his arms, Sage Mode should theoretically induce a change in appearance. Yet, as Yueguang Jifeng condensed an ice crystal, he observed that he bore no facial features. Nevertheless, he could distinctly feel that he was indeed in Sage Mode. Could this be the true Sage Mode? Jifeng, why are you looking in the mirror so early in the morning? Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand to dissipate the ice crystal, replying, Oh, I was merely curious to see just how beautiful you are. Ah, Lord Jifeng, Lady Tsunade is missing. I do not know where she has gone. Shizen, what are you shouting about? Am I not right here? Tsunade stood up, her bathrobe falling open. Lady Tsunade, what brings you here? Quickly, put on some clothes. It's fine, we are not strangers here. Although Tsunade said this, she still donned the clothing thrown to her by Shizune. Lady Tsunade, how shall we return today? You ought to inquire of Jifeng how we shall return. Does Lord Jifeng require me to prepare anything? No need. We shall return in a flash. What does in a flash mean? Jifeng, it is quite literal. You will understand shortly. First, gather your belongings. I will fetch Naruto and bring him along. Jifeng remains as mysterious as ever. Tsunade remarked with a hint of happiness. Shizen thought to herself that love-struck individuals are beyond remedy. Before long, Yueguang Jifeng arrived at the tavern from the previous night. He beheld Naruto fast asleep and Jiraiya sitting nearby, drinking in solitude, and gently floated over. Jiraiya, are you returning to Konoha? Ah, Jifeng. I plan to take Naruto back to Konoha, and then I shall witness Tsunade's Hokage inauguration before departing. So you wish to attend the ceremony, do you? Then join us shortly. It would be wise to accompany you. It ensures safety from potential threats. We encountered an organization that calls itself Akatsuki on our way here. I am aware of this organization. You need not delve too deeply into it. Yueguang Jifeng held a certain respect for Jiraiya, feeling regret over his demise. A hero like Jiraiya should not have met such an end. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng decided to offer him a warning. Oh, you say you know of this organization? Jiraiya's interest was piqued, and he eagerly approached Yueguang Jifeng. I can only tell you that to save the world, you must protect Naruto and ensure that the Nine Tails is not extracted from him. Still concerning the tailed beasts, is it? I understand. I will safeguard him. Jiraiya took a deep breath and stated solemnly. Lord Jifeng, Lady Tsunade and I are ready. Shall we depart? Shizen approached, carrying a plush toy and walking alongside Tsunade. Jifeng, It would be safer to take the main road, given our numbers and prominence. Jiraiya walked over to awaken Naruto, turning to say, "Perverted sage. You owe me my private funds." "Enough, Naruto. Do not dwell on such trivialities. We are returning to Konoha." Jiraiya chuckled, wrapping an arm around Naruto's shoulders to divert the conversation. "Have you gathered your belongings, Naruto? Rest assured, Teacher Jifeng, we have no luggage to carry. Let us set off." "Jifeng, I wish to visit the casinos we pass along the way," Tsunade exclaimed enthusiastically, waving her hand with authority. Yueguang Jifeng responded not. As an immense chakra enveloped the group instantaneously. Before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves in an unfamiliar location. "What is happening?" Jiraiya exclaimed, momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure, positioning himself protectively behind Naruto. "There is no need to panic, perverted sage. Look over there, a Hokage statue." All but Yueguang Jifeng turned to the direction indicated by Naruto. Could this be Konoha? Jiraiya took a step back, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, it appears to be Konoha. Though I have been absent for many years, this familiar place remains unchanged," Tsunade remarked, her surprise tinged with a hint of sadness. "But this cannot be. One moment we were in a remote street, and the next, we are back in Konoha. Teacher Jifeng, I suspect this is your doing. You are truly remarkable." Naruto's thoughts were simple. He only recognized the greatness of the feat, if I am not mistaken. This must be a space-time ninjutsu, Jifeng. Jiraiya exhaled, slowly turning to face Yueguang Jifeng with certainty. "Indeed, this is space-time ninjutsu, and you are quite familiar with it. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? However, as far as I know, Minato could never have accomplished such a feat, bringing people back over such a vast distance in an instant. Jiraiya, you must understand that individuals are not the same. What you cannot achieve does not imply others cannot. All right, Jiraiya, no more questions for Jifeng. I am eager to become the new Hokage. Let us go meet the old man," Tsunade declared, leading the way toward the Hokage building. "Well, if Jifeng is one of us, then his remarkable abilities are a relief," Jiraiya said, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy as he followed Tsunade's lead. "Old man, I have returned." Bang, Tsunade declared, punching through the office door. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been smoking, dropped his pipe in shock. "You are Tsunade. You all returned so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng felt that the old man still clung to power, and he unleashed a formidable chakra that enveloped the entire Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sudden difficulty in breathing and glanced up to see Yueguang Jifeng behind him. Although he did not comprehend how he had offended Yueguang Jifeng, he quickly forced a smile that appeared more pained than anything. Yueguang Jifeng slowly extended his hand, contemplating a direct assault on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, he recalled a superior method. He retrieved Uchiha Shirsue's right eye from the system space, the eye capable of temporarily controlling another's thoughts, and aimed it directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The command was simple. For the next 10 days, obey my arrangements. Starting tomorrow, have your clan members assemble in groups at home. 10 days hence, they are to commit suicide, leaving behind a letter confessing their misdeeds against Konoha. He then withdrew all chakra and returned the eye to the storage. Prepare for the ceremony. Let us appoint Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Rest assured, I have already received authorization from Daimyo for the appointment. I can summon everyone now." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a hint of respect. "There is no need to rush. Inform all the villagers of Konoha that the inauguration ceremony for the 5th Hokage will be held at the Hokage building tomorrow morning." "Understood. Tsunade, you may stay at my place tonight." With that, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand and vanished with Shizune. Yueguang Jifeng briefly introduced Tsunade to his family, and soon they all joyfully gathered around a hot pot. Early the next morning, Yueguang Jifeng transported everyone directly to the Hokage building. Chapter 90. The Sarutobi Clan. Sarutobi, you have arrived. Let us proceed to the plaza for the handover ceremony, announced Sarutobi Hizashi, clad in his Hokage robes and wearing the Hokage hat. As he stepped out first, the group quickly made their way to the plaza, ascending the stage from behind. Yueguang Jifeng observed the assembly below. All the ninjas stood in neat rows, their faces alight with excitement. Sarutobi Hizashi took a few serious steps forward, cleared his throat, and proclaimed with authority, "The village requires new vigor and stronger power to lead us into the future. We all believe you are the right choice. This burden, this responsibility, I now formally entrust to you." Tsunade glanced at the new Hokage hat being offered by Sarutobi Hizashi, but did not don it immediately. She turned to face all the ninjas of the village, raising the Hokage hat high. The morning sun bathed her in golden light, casting a radiant glow upon her. In Yueguang Jifeng's eyes, Tsunade resembled a divine warrior, resplendent and sacred. I, Senju Tsunade, officially inherit the position of the 5th Hokage today. Here, in the name of the Senju clan and my medical ninjutsu, I vow to protect every inch of Konoha and every villager. The tragedies of the past shall not be repeated, and I shall confront future challenges head-on. The flames of Konoha will be ignited even more fiercely by my own hands. Yueguang Jifeng felt that Tsunade's vow was not only a promise to the village, but also a pledge to the shadows lurking in hidden corners. A thunderous cheer erupted in response to Tsunade's declaration as she solemnly placed the new hat upon her head. Long live the 5th Hokage! The cheers surged like a tide without end. Tsunade smiled sincerely at the crowd below before glancing at Yueguang Jifeng. The grand ceremony for the 5th Hokage had concluded. Yueguang Jifeng approached Sarutobi Hizashi, saying, "First, gather some of your clan's ninjas, prioritizing the most formidable among them. Rest assured, my lord, I made arrangements last night. You can return to my home now. Lead the way. Today, I have gathered our Sarutobi clan's 3 most elite ninjas." 3 individuals? Very well. Let me see what they are capable of. Shortly thereafter, they arrived outside an imposing mansion, where Sarutobi Hizashi pushed open the grand door. "You 3, come forth and heed the orders of Yueguang Jifeng." The 3 who emerged from within paused momentarily upon hearing this command, but proceeded without hesitation. Yueguang Jifeng surveyed the 2 men and 1 woman before him, nodding in satisfaction. The weakest among them was the woman, yet she was still a jonin. "What is your name and area of expertise?" Yueguang Jifeng inquired as he approached the tallest of the trio. "Your Excellency, I am Sarutobi Redo, skilled in ninjutsu with wind and fire attributes." "Excellent," Yueguang Jifeng replied, patting him on the shoulder. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Sarutobi Redo. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for your return. 1. Acquire Sarutobi Redo's fire release, Flame/2. Acquire Sarutobi Redo's 300 agility points 3. Acquire Sarutobi Redo's wind release, Wind Shred Palm 4. Acquire Sarutobi Redo's secret technique, Storm Dance." Yueguang Jifeng glanced over the rewards, noting 3 skills and 1 attribute point. Choosing the attribute point would typically be the optimal option, as he lacked no skills at present. However, he considered that the Sarutobi clan boasted a total of 3,000 ninjas, and if Konoha's F4 each possessed numerous ninjas, it would be more suitable for all 3 to select skills. System, I choose the 4th reward. Selecting a secret technique left no room for debate. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered, obtaining Sarutobi Redo's secret technique, Storm of Raging Flames. Note: enhanced chakra will cover the area, conjuring fire dragons that do not distinguish between friend and foe. Yueguang Jifeng nodded. The enhancement was decent, albeit neutral, as it would not differentiate between allies and enemies. However, he reminded himself that he possessed elemental immunity. Turning to the burly man in the middle, he asked, "What is your area of expertise?" "Sir, I am Sarutobi Yasu, particularly adept at setting traps." "Very good," Yueguang Jifeng responded. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Sarutobi Yasu. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for your return. 1. Acquire Sarutobi Yasu's 500 strength points 2. Acquire Sarutobi Yasu's Earth Release, Rock Thief Staff 3. Acquire Sarutobi Yasu's Fire Release, Scorching Trap 4. Acquire Sarutobi Yasu's Secret Technique, Trap of Inferno's Execution. Considering the options, Yueguang Jifeng recognized that this individual was indeed truthful about his expertise in traps. System, I choose the 4th reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Obtaining Sarutobi Yasu's secret technique, Trap of Inferno's explosive domain. Note: after enhancement, traps can be set in an area over time, with a maximum of 5 existing simultaneously, and can be detonated at will. Yueguang Jifeng uncovered a secret. Any technique of this nature would transform into a domain after a tenfold enhancement. Overall, domain-type skills were exceptionally powerful. He looked expectantly at the final female ninja. Before Yueguang Jifeng could inquire, she proudly declared, "I am Sarutobi Yanyan, known as the Flame Healing Priestess." As my name suggests, I am a medical ninja proficient in medical ninjutsu, utilizing fire release for healing. Yueguang Jifeng regarded her with surprise, taking note of her delicate features, striking eyes, and tall stature. She was indeed a formidable medical ninja. Excellent. I admire your skills, he said, patting her shoulder. Of course. Most male ninjas appreciate my abilities, she replied with a hint of pride. Yueguang Jifeng chuckled softly, shaking his head at her vanity. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Sarutobi Yanyan. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for your return. 1. Acquire Sarutobi Yanyan's 380 spirit points. 2. Acquire Sarutobi Yanyan's medical ninjutsu, living flame technique. 3. Acquire Sarutobi Yanyan's fire release, purifying flame. 4. Acquire Sarutobi Yanyan's secret technique, 100 healing fire seal. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback, realizing that this proud and self-admiring female ninja indeed possessed remarkable skills. The ability to heal using fire release suggested her talent far surpassed that of Sakura. However, the final secret technique felt reminiscent of Tsunade's 100 healing jutsu. System. I choose the fourth reward. Regardless of similarities or utility, he would choose the secret techniques whenever available. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Obtaining Sarutobi Yanyan's secret technique, 100 healing fire seal domain. Note. Enhanced to instantly release a large amount of chakra, forming life flames that explode outward from the user, healing allies within the area while inflicting burning soul damage on enemies. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished at the power of this technique after enhancement. It was a vast area medical ninjutsu that could also damage the enemy's souls. Such a rarity. He smiled in satisfaction, giving her shoulder 3 firm pats. You two shall manage the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan and follow orders. Sarutobi Yanyan, from today onwards, you shall accompany Tsunade. I believe you can further advance your medical ninjutsu under her guidance. Really? I can follow my idol, Lady Tsunade? This is truly wonderful. Thank you, Lord Jifeng. Yunfei Yanyan, filled with excitement, embraced Yueguang Jifeng. Let us go, Yunfei, to meet the remaining ninjas you summoned today. Chapter 91. The first individual to achieve a thousandfold exchange. Due to the urgency of yesterday, not many ninjas were able to attend. No matter, a few each day will suffice. Subsequently, Yunfei led Yueguang Jifeng to a spacious training ground, where they observed a multitude of uniformly dressed Yunfei ninjas standing in formation. Starting from the left, each individual introduced themselves along with their abilities. Yueguang Jifeng procured a chair from the system space, seated himself, and gestured for the first person to approach. I am Yunfei Longkal, proficient in taijutsu. Yueguang Jifeng nodded and extended a finger, touching Gefeng Call, while simultaneously imparting the technique of tongue curse eradication. His intention was to control the entire Benfei clan, and he certainly would not overlook the remaining clans of Jitsuan, Shuetu, and Zhuanqin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving intimate communication with Yunfei Longtal. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for retrieval. 1. Acquire Benfei Longtal S. Konoha Fluid Technique. 2. Acquire Benfei Longtal S. Stalwart Body. 3. Acquire Benfei Longtal S. 35 points of strength. 4. Acquire Benfei Longtal S. Taijutsu Secret Technique, 1000-year kill. Initially, Yueguang Jifeng intended to select the third option, but was taken aback to discover that Emir Chunin possessed a secret technique. Upon closer inspection, he realized the name of this technique was quite renowned. System. I choose the fourth reward. It was not that Yueguang Jifeng harbored a fondness for the 1000-year kill technique. He was simply curious about the outcome of a tenfold enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. A tenfold return has been triggered, granting the secret technique of Benfei Longkal, anorectal direct passage. Note. The enhanced version is quite explicit and violent. Please use with caution, as its application guarantees uncontrollable excretory functions. Indeed, one cannot become disappointed if they do not make a selection. This skill would forever gather dust in the skill column. Yueguang Jifeng hastily shook his head and called for the next individual. He continued to employ the tongue curse eradication technique, consistently selecting attribute points as rewards. Soon, 2 hours had elapsed. After a rough calculation, he estimated that around 100 individuals had attended, yielding nearly 10,000 attribute points. Strength, 11,000, Constitution, 261. 000 agility, 6, 600 spirit, 12, 800. Upon reviewing his attribute panel, he noted that all attributes, except for agility, had surpassed 10,000. At this rate, his attribute points would soon be maxed out. Rising to his feet, he waved away the chair and patted Furjong on the shoulder. Prepare for 200 tomorrow evening. Rest assured, Lord Jifeng will ensure it is done, he added before teleporting back home. Before he could prepare his meal, Shiri Hong hugged him from behind. Jifeng, I need your assistance. Yueguang Jifeng patted her hand. What do you need? Just tell me directly. I have a close friend who insists she is haunted by a demon. Could you accompany me tomorrow to find a solution? Of course, but tonight I shall sleep with you to discuss the specifics. Shiri Hong beamed, wrapping her arms around Yueguang Jifeng's neck. Hongdo, you shall share a room with someone else tonight. I need to discuss matters with Jifeng. That insufferable Jifeng. He has pushed me out of the room. Just wait. Hongdo glared at Yueguang Jifeng before biting into her sandwich. Is this person named Kamabayan? Jifeng, that's wonderful. You know her. I have some understanding. She appears to be afflicted by a mental demon. The Kama clan's bloodline limit is formidable, hence my knowledge. Is that so? That is splendid. Jifeng, please sit. I will feed you dinner. Shiri Hong said, lifting a rice ball to Yueguang Jifeng's mouth. The following morning, Shiri Hong once again fed Yueguang Jifeng before they set off together to Kama Bayun's home. Jifeng, this is her residence. Please wait while I knock. If she is having an episode today, we must leave at once. Shiri Hong stepped forward and gently tapped the door. Is it you, demon? Ha! I shall not let you succeed. Witness my 5 senses manipulation. Seeing Shiri Hong's face contort in pain, Yueguang Jifeng rushed to her side. Release. A surge of chakra enveloped Shiri Hong, dispelling the illusion that shrouded her. Thank goodness for you, Jifeng. Her loss of control is truly terrifying. We should leave and return once she is better. All right, stand back and wait for me. Do not worry, I can handle this. Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand, using the flying thunder god technique to teleport Shiri Hong 500 meters away. He then turned the doorknob, only to find it locked from within. Before Yueguang Jifeng could take further action, a guttural roar erupted from inside. How dare you trespass in my territory, Ito? I will make you wish you were never born. 5 senses manipulation, burn him alive. Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily taken aback, but then forcefully shattered the doorknob. How is this possible? You are not ablaze? It seemed fire had no effect on him. 5 senses manipulation, drown him. As Yueguang Jifeng approached without hesitation, Ito began to feel fear. I warn you not to advance further, or I shall not hold back. Then do not hold back. I wish to see what you will do. Yueguang Jifeng was genuinely curious about any other tricks Ito might possess. How dare you underestimate me? 5 senses manipulation, dark arts. Let me plunge you into eternal darkness. You arrogant fool. You are quite limited, using the same trick repeatedly. Is that all you can do with your 5 senses manipulation? Yueguang Jifeng asked earnestly as he stepped forward. You, how can you be unaffected? I am not in the right state today. I shall not play with you any longer. Expect my return next time. Yueguang Jifeng, naturally, was immune to such illusion-type ninjas, easily countering them. Though I know not who you are, I thank you for driving Ito away once more. I am Shiri Hong's boyfriend, and I am here to eradicate Ito completely. That demon is far too powerful. Merely driving him off is already quite an achievement. Fear not. Simply relax your mind, and I shall guide you directly to eliminate Ito. Is that truly possible? Did you not see? His illusions had no effect on me. Prepare yourself. I am about to enter your mental realm. After declaring this, Yueguang Jifeng concentrated his mental energy and swiftly penetrated Kama Bayun's inner world. Realizing this could indeed be considered a mental exchange, he anticipated the possibility of receiving a thousandfold return reward. His journey had not been in vain. Within Kama Bayun's mental realm, he found that most of it was shrouded in darkness, with only a few vibrant spots. Eventually, he discovered her in a corner. Without a moment's hesitation, driven solely by the desire for a thousandfold return, he used the flying thunder god technique to appear beside Kama Bayun, gently patting her head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving deep communication with Kama Bayun. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for retrieval. 1. Acquire Kama Bayun's 5 senses manipulation fire. 2. Acquire Kama Bayun's painting technique. 3. Acquire Kama Bayun's 3,000 points of spirit. 4. Acquire Kama Bayun's bloodline limit. Magical 5 senses at 1% concentration. Chapter 92. One person reaps twice from the same source, and I revel in it. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished by his unexpected success. Yet he found himself puzzled as to why others had failed. Was it due to their lack of an inner world, or perhaps their insufficient mental fortitude? He recalled that he had forgotten to test Uchiha Itachi last time, and he had a desire to experiment further. What if Sasuke activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he managed to extract his eyes to generate 10 pairs? Finally, he could merge Itachi's with his own to create the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The potential rewards from such an endeavor were worthy of exploration, as experimentation is indeed the sole criterion for truth. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he redirected his focus to the options in his mind. He swiftly bypassed the first two choices, landing on the third, 3,000 points of mental attributes with a thousandfold return, amounting to an astounding 3 million points. This was not merely 30,000 or 300,000, but a staggering 3 million. To put it into perspective, even the Six Paths level was merely 100,000, leaving one to wonder what realm 3 million represented. Yueguang Jifeng surmised that with such a mental attribute, he could effortlessly shatter an entire planet. Terrifying indeed. Taking a deep breath, he shifted his attention to the fourth reward. This option was quite straightforward, a pure bloodline limit, which would enhance this limit tenfold. Yueguang Jifeng found himself in a quandary, unable to comprehend whether a tenfold enhancement of the bloodline limit could truly rival 3 million attribute points. Resolutely, he gritted his teeth and declared to the system, "I choose the fourth reward." It was no small feat for Yueguang Jifeng to relinquish the 3 million attribute points. The foremost reason for his selection of the bloodline limit was that, at this stage, he was already invincible within the shinobi world. Even with the 3 million points, he could not achieve world destruction. He still required the continuous influx of attribute points from this ninja realm, not to mention the potential interactions with Otsutsuki Kagaya, leaving him ample room for growth. Thus, there was no need to opt for overwhelming attributes at this moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, your selection is successful. You have triggered a thousandfold return and obtained the Kuruma Bayun bloodline limit, illusionary, true divine realm. Yueguang Jifeng's spiritual entity leaped with joy. The name alone indicated a qualitative transformation of this bloodline limit. The inclusion of divine realms signified that it was far from ordinary. Without annotations, he meticulously examined the memories that had just surfaced in his mind. The first ability appeared to enhance his skills. The original manipulation of the five senses allowed for the burning of enemies within an illusion, resulting in genuine burns in reality. Now, it had transformed into conceptual realization. If an enemy was judged to be dead within the illusion, their life functions would cease immediately in the real world. The second ability enabled the casting of skills within a domain. In this domain, thoughts became sights, and ideas manifested directly without any mediating factors. Those affected by the illusion were no longer just one individual, but all present within the domain. Furthermore, this domain had the potential to alter the environment of a region. One could envision a forest in reality transforming into a desert, and the domain would reshape the ground accordingly. Finally, the most formidable ability, akin to a miracle, allowed Yueguang Jifeng to temporarily modify certain fundamental laws within the domain at the expense of considerable chakra and mental energy. In simpler terms, within this divine realm, he could render flames inextinguishable, adjust the direction of gravity at will, and have the flow of time, whether it be the power of rules or the force of time. Yueguang Jifeng felt he was truly deserving of the title Divine Realm. This wager had resulted in a victory for him. You should leave this place. It is Ito's world, and everything here is dictated by him. I can only control a small part. He laughed heartily, emerging from the shadows. What of your territory? Today, I shall make you understand one thing. Your domain is still under my command. Such bravado was commonplace, and he was determined to showcase his prowess. The demon declares this world shall be illuminated. Suddenly, the entire inner world radiated with light, filled with brilliance. The demon declares this world shall have fire. Flames ignited around Yueguang Jifeng and Kuruma Bayun. I declare this world shall not permit fire. As he spoke, chakra surged from him, enveloping the entirety of the small world. The flames were extinguished in an instant. This was Yueguang Jifeng's first use of the divine realm, and he nodded in satisfaction at the results. This is impossible. This place is mine, and I am the one in control. The demon declares this world shall have endless water. Ito, undeterred, spoke again. I declare this world shall not permit water. The once surging tides vanished in an instant. Could it be that you truly are a god? Ito retreated 2 steps in fear, clutching his head. Yueguang Jifeng was quite pleased with his newly acquired bloodline limit and wished not to waste any more time with Ito. He swiftly performed the flying thunder god technique, appearing before the bewildered Ito. With a resounding punch, he obliterated Ito entirely. Yueguang Jifeng lingered for a moment. Yet the absence of a system notification indicated that Ito, despite being Kuruma Bayun, could not yield any rewards. Subsequently, the entire small world gradually shattered, and Yueguang Jifeng returned to his physical body. He utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive beside Yugao. Before she could discern who he was already at Kuruma Bayun's side. He patted Kuruma Bayun, who was still processing the situation. Jifeng, what happened? I have eliminated Ito from within him. He should still be recovering. Hearing this, Yugao quickly stepped forward and embraced Kuruma Bayun, bursting into tears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the physical exchange with Kuruma Bayun. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Obtain Kuruma Bayun's frail constitution. 2. Obtain Kuruma Bayun's artistic skills. 3. Obtain Kuruma Bayun's black undergarments. 4. Obtain Kuruma Bayun's illusion talent. Yueguang Jifeng was pleasantly surprised by the additional rewards. To reap benefits twice was truly exhilarating. After examining the options, he felt no hesitation. System, I choose the 4th reward. Chapter 93. Communicating with Akane, visiting the Hokage office. Ding. Congratulations, host, your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and obtained Kuruma Bayun's illusion talent. Note, you will always possess some imaginative ideas. Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the annotation, somewhat perplexed, as new illusions surged into his mind. Drawing from his past experiences, he named it the 18 layers of hell. Realizing this was likely the imaginative thought referenced in the annotation, he shook his head and ceased further contemplation. Observing the 2 women weeping and laughing, he remarked, now that the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. You stay here and keep her company. Go on, go on. I wish to have a good chat with my best friend. With a swish, Yueguang Jifeng returned home. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a loud exclamation from behind. He turned slightly to see Akane, clad in a bathrobe, pointing at him. What are you shouting about? I was bathing, and you suddenly appeared. How could I not scream? Here is my home. I can go wherever I wish. After Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he ignored the other person, seated on the tatama mat, and began to eat a rice ball. Before he could even swallow, he felt someone lock their arms around his neck. Tell me, how did you manage to win over Lady Tsunade? Why should I tell you? I want to defeat Orochimaru. As Hondo spoke, she released her grip and leaned onto Yueguang Jifeng's back. Why? I once idolized him, but he not only betrayed the village but also cursed me, forcing me to live in agony for years. If you seek revenge, there's no need. If you merely wish to remove the curse mark, I can assist you. Really, Jifeng? I don't want to suffer any longer. Please help me remove the curse mark. Have you made up your mind? It can enhance your strength. I would rather not have an enhancement that brings such pain. Hondo flipped over and sat in Yueguang Jifeng's embrace. He nodded, then extended a finger, gathering natural energy within it. Gently, he touched the curse mark on Hondo's neck, and the natural energy surged into the mark, wreaking havoc upon it. Hiss! White smoke accompanied her scream, and the curse mark began to dissipate slowly. Hondo felt pain, curling up in Yueguang Jifeng's embrace until she regained her composure. Jifeng, I can feel the curse mark has completely vanished. Thank you, Hondo said, planting a kiss on him. Have you thought it through, Hondo? Of course. I want to be the mistress of this house. Ding. Congratulations to the host, and you Shirtai Hondo for completing an intimate exchange. The return project has randomly generated. Please choose one from the following options for the return. 1. Gain Ushirtai Hondo's hidden snake hands. 2. Gain Ushirtai Hondo's twin serpents kill each other. 3. Gain Ushirtai Hondo's agility 1204. Gain Ushirtai Hondo's summoning technique. The rewards offered by Ushirtai Hondo were rather average. After all, she was merely a special jonin, so it was reasonable that she didn't have anything exceptional. Glancing at the 4 options, the system, I choose the 4th reward. I won't select the attribute points because if I choose this summoning beast, I can communicate with it later to obtain rewards. It is effectively a buy one get one free deal, which rounds up to a 1000-fold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. Gaining Yu Shirtai Hongdo's summoning technique, now stored in the system warehouse. An hour and a half later, Ziari Hong returned with Anma Bayun. Jifeng, are you home? Yueguang Jifeng was sitting at the table eating. I'm home, what's the matter? Anma Bayun wants to move in with us. Isn't our house too small? Why does she want to move in? Yueguang Jifeng asked, puzzled. She has no friends and feels too lonely living alone. Since the monster within her has been eliminated. She has no safety concerns and wants to live with me. All right, I'll look for a bigger house. We can move to another one. He quickly finished the rice ball and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Wow, Tsunade is so busy. Yueguang Jifeng looked at the mountain of paperwork before him, feeling a bit schadenfreude. Bang. Jifeng, you rascal. How can you still have the face to say that? It's all your fault. You tricked me into coming here. And now I have endless paperwork to deal with. Lord Jifeng, don't listen to her. Most of the paperwork is handled by me, Shizun said from her small chair. Writing furiously, looking a bit aggrieved. Shizun, you can step out. I need to talk to Tsunade about something. Is it very important? I can't listen in. Shizun said this, but her body was honest, and she walked out, closing the door behind her. Tsunade set down her documents, propped her chin on her hands. Is there something important, Jifeng? Yueguang Jifeng remained silent, slowly walking behind Tsunade and gently embracing her. Jifeng, don't do that. Shizun will hear. Barrier technique. 2 hours later. Is there a bigger estate for sale? Our house is too small. There are too many people, and we can't fit. My ancestral home is currently vacant. Why don't we move there together? Tsunade thought for a moment after getting dressed and replied. Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand to cancel the barrier. Going to your Senju ancestral home? That sounds good. I'll go back and tell them to clean it up, and we can move in tonight. Bang, bang, bang. Come in. Tsunade tidied herself up and spoke authoritatively. Lord Tsunade, what are you researching? Why has it taken so long? Why is your face so red? Also, Naruto is here to see you. It's nothing. We are just discussing our move tonight. Yueguang Jifeng said calmly. Let Naruto in. Tsunade grandma, it's bad. Before Naruto even entered, a rough voice came in. What nonsense? I'm perfectly fine. What happened? Speak slowly. It's not like that. We captured someone who threatened to blow up the entire Konoha. What? How does he plan to blow up the entire Konoha? He said he has already planted explosive tags in important places throughout the village. We have discovered some of them. So we rushed over to report to you. Huff. This matter relies on you. Jifeng, Tsunade breathed out, speaking calmly. Leave the minor issues to me. Where is that person now? Sakura and Sasuke are watching over him. Yueguang Jifeng nodded in understanding, then located Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke's coordinates, and in the next moment, he appeared beside them with Naruto. It's this fat guy, right? Ah, Teacher Jifeng, you're here. Quick, it's him. He wants to blow up the entire Konoha. Hypnosis technique. Yueguang Jifeng merely glanced at him, and he revealed all his plans and the locations of the explosive tags. Teacher Jifeng, you are so cool. You're amazing. You got it out of him in an instant. Sakura said, somewhat infatuated. Now, let's split up. We need to resolve this matter. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he disappeared. We can't lose to Teacher Jifeng. Let's each rush to a different location. Soon, Yueguang Jifeng had already recovered half of the explosive tags. What brings you here? Yueguang Jifeng said in surprise as he looked at the person outside the barrier. Chapter 94. Restoring Itachi. Finally finished communicating with the Sarutobi clan. What a rare visitor. Why didn't you come back undercover? I just came back to see what you've done to Sasuke. I thought you were blind and returned to give your eyes back. But as long as you're back, things will be simple. Uchiha Itachi quickly realized. You don't plan to use the Kotoame Tsukumi on me, do you? As expected, you are clever, Uchiha Itachi. In contrast, your brother is utterly foolish. Wait a moment, Yueguang Jifeng. Since I have shown my face, it means I am willing to submit to you. There's no need to waste Kotoame Tsukumi on me. I forgot to tell you. Kotoame Tsukumi is worthless to me. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he took out an unused Shirsui's eye from the warehouse. Trust me, I am genuinely willing to submit. Forget it. You double agent, you lack integrity. For your brother's sake, you could betray me at any moment. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi turned without hesitation, trying to escape. Kotoame Tsukumi. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi's escaping form froze. Master, please command me. Uchiha Itachi knelt on one knee. Your primary task now is to continue following the Akatsuki organization. But you must collect the cells of powerful deceased individuals. When we meet next time, hand over these powerful items to me. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, He kept his finger pressed against Uchiha Itachi's eye. The power of Yangdun, transcending the realm of the immortal body through external treatment, instantaneously healed all of Uchiha Itachi's wounds, restoring even the potency of his Sharingan to its peak. Master, I feel as though I have returned to my prime. Uchiha Itachi exclaimed in disbelief. Your brother is unharmed. Furthermore, remember that Orochimaru is one of us. Soon, I plan for your brother to seek him out directly. Since he is an ally of the adults, there should be no issues. Orochimaru can accelerate your brother's growth, and at that time, I will summon you back to merge into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi raised his head in surprise, relying entirely on the will of the adults. Very well. You may leave now. I have matters to attend to. After speaking, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated that Uchiha Itachi would serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. Wait a moment. He called out, gathering his mental energy and attempting to penetrate Uchiha Itachi's body. However, he found himself unable to enter, the reason eluding him. Master, is there something you require? You mentioned that if I wish to meet you spiritually, what should I do? There are only two methods for a spiritual encounter. The first requires both individuals to possess immense mental strength. What of the second? As far as I know, only those who possess their own spiritual realm can achieve this. Master, I happen to have one. What? You actually possess one? Quickly, open it and let me in. Tsukidoku. As Uchiha Itachi spoke, blood began to flow from the corner of his eye. Master, why can I not release Tsukidoku upon you? Must your mental energy enter your Tsukidoku? Indeed, Master. Only within the realm of Tsukidoku can we truly connect. Yueguang Jifeng felt somewhat speechless, hating his passive skill at that moment. Illusion immunity. This cannot be deactivated, which means Uchiha Itachi's myriad returns and communication are futile. Taking a deep breath, Yueguang Jifeng reassured himself that it was merely because he was too powerful, and thus unavoidable. It's all right now, you may go. Wait, what is it, Master? Stand here and wait for a moment. As Yueguang Jifeng retrieved Uchiha Itachi's previously returned Mangekyo Sharingan from the system space, he declared, Tsukidoku. In the next instant, both found themselves in a blood-red world. Yueguang Jifeng. He exclaimed excitedly as he approached Uchiha Itachi, patting his shoulder. Master, this my Tsukidoku realm? Yueguang Jifeng stood still for a moment, noticing that no voice came from the system. After careful consideration, he deduced that the entity brought in was neither a mental force nor a soul, but perhaps a form of consciousness. Shaking his head, he waved his hand, dispersing the Tsukidoku space. You may leave, he said with a hint of disappointment before swiftly heading to the next location of explosive tags. After a long day of work, Yueguang Jifeng finally collected all the explosive tags. Upon returning to the Hokage's office, he was greeted with, Jifeng, how did it go? It was the work of someone who had previously constructed Konoha, burying numerous explosive tags, all of which I have retrieved. Tsunade stood up, approached him, and planted a kiss on Yueguang Jifeng's cheek. I still rely on you. I shall return home to gather my belongings then. You can come to the Senju estate tonight. Please pick us both up. I am utterly exhausted from the endless paperwork. I truly should not have agreed to become the 5th Hokage. That is precisely why I said I wanted to be the man behind the Hokage. Additionally, I can teach you a technique. Quickly tell me, if it proves useful, I shall reward you tonight. Why not create several shadow clones? That would suffice, wouldn't it? That statement awakened the realization in Jifeng. Indeed, you are correct. 1 is slow to manage, but 10 would be swift. After saying this, Shizune immediately created 10 clones, who began to write furiously. In an instant, all of Tsunade's work was completed. Your idea is brilliant, Jifeng. Let us take a gamble. We shall let Shizune handle the correction alone. No way, Lady Tsunade. You must stay here with me. The 10 clones spoke in unison. Very well, Shizune, I shall accompany you here. Yueguang Jifeng nodded and, in the next moment, returned home. Xiang, you are also home. How fortuitous that we can tidy up together before moving to the Senju estate. What? We are going to Sister Tsunade's house. Pack everything you need using sealing scrolls. We must clean up upon arrival. Yueguang Jifeng firmly stated. Leave the cleaning to the two of us, Master. Bai chimed in cheerfully from the corner. In no time, they completed their packing, and Yueguang Jifeng stored all usable items into the system space. Soon, they arrived at the Senju estate. Though uninhabited, the exterior remained pristine. Entering the main house, he announced, Sisters, let us begin the tidying up. After 2 hours of diligent work, the entire estate was revitalized. Residing in the new estate, Yueguang Jifeng adopted a routine of resting during the day and seeking out Sarutobi Hiruzen at night. Finally, on the 7th day, he had exchanged knowledge with all the Sarutobi ninjas. At this point, Yueguang Jifeng's attribute points had ascended to an entirely new realm. With exuberance, he proclaimed, "System, open my panel. Host, Yueguang Jifeng Strength, 189,000, Permanent 5, Constitution, 520, 131, Permanent 5, Agility, 220,000, Permanent 5, Spirit, 258,000, Permanent 5, Ninjutsu, numerous, predominantly elemental techniques, most composed of elemental ninjutsu, Sage Art, Big Ball Rasengan, Sage Art, Thousand Birds, Sage Art, Raikiri Special Skills, Intangibility, Size Alteration. 8 Gates, Permanent Second Gate, Incredible Strength, 500, Natural Child of Constitution, Sage Mode, Konoha Swordsmanship Chakra Attributes, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Yin Release, Yang Release. Magnet Release Chakra Special Talent, Spatial Talent, Unyielding Luck Bloodline Limit, Sharingan 10, Ice Release, 100, Byakugan Concentration, 30, Whirlpool Body, 10, Would Release Bloodline Limit, 10. Explosive Release, 100 Chakra Lifespan, 110 Years Realm, Pseudo 6 Paths Level Wealth, 80 million Rio Storage, 16 cubic meters. Basic attributes have all surpassed the 6 Paths threshold. But there is a multiplier of 5 at the back of the panel, which left Yueguang Jifeng a bit perplexed. Chapter 95. The Annihilation of Konoha F4. Preparing for the wedding with Hinata. He soon realized that this must be a bonus from Sage Mode. However, something felt off. Wasn't Sage Mode supposed to provide a tenfold enhancement? It dawned on him that perhaps the level of the Return Sage technique was insufficiently potent, restricting the amplification to 5 times for the 6 Paths mode. Nonetheless, Yueguang Jifeng was quite satisfied with 5 times, leaving aside other considerations. His constitution had already surpassed 1 million following the 5-fold amplification. At that moment, Yueguang Jifeng felt compelled to proclaim, "Who else can breach my defenses?" Standing there, he would not even suffer damage to his clothing. Yet, no one knew the true strength of the divine wood god. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng dared not relax, for he could not afford to miss any opportunity to enhance his power. His gaze shifted to the realm section of the panel. System, explain to me what is meant by the pseudo 6 Paths realm? Ding. The host possesses 6 Paths level basic attributes, but lacks 6 Paths power. Thus, the realm is classified as pseudo 6 Paths. Yueguang Jifeng nodded, accepting this explanation, as lacking the seeking Dao Jewel ultimately left him a step short. Following that, Yueguang Jifeng enjoyed several leisurely days, spending time either shopping with Maoyue and Xiang or visiting the Hokage office to play with Tsunade. One day, as Yueguang Jifeng arrived at the Hokage office, he had yet to utter a word when a frantic voice called out, "Bang! Bang! Bang! Not good, Hokage-sama. Come in, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage, he has passed away. The diminutive man clad in a Chunin vest spoke with trembling emotion. What? How could the old man of Konoha possibly be dead? Upon our discovery, the esteemed Sandaime Hokage had a dagger protruding from his abdomen, the blood long since drained. Summon the heads of the major clans and the 2 other elders. Let us first ascertain the truth, he urged. A throng of people made their way to the Sarutobi clan, with more joining along the way, some young Chunin gazing with envy at the imposing Sarutobi residence. When Tsuki no Kaze and his companions arrived at the doorstep of Sarutobi Hizashi, the 2 elder statesmen and members of other clans had already congregated. Lord Hokage, the sudden demise of the Sandaime within his own home suggests a grave lapse in security, Choji exclaimed sharply. We must prioritize checking on the Sandaime, stated the Hyuga clan leader. Indeed, let us proceed without delay, agreed Narashikaku, leading the group inside. Ah, you have arrived. I cannot fathom how the old man vanished so suddenly. Please investigate who is responsible, Asuma implored. May you find solace, Asuma. Death cannot be undone. Lead us to the scene, Tsunade consoled him. Follow me. I have not disturbed anything within, Asuma replied, his voice heavy with sorrow. A startled scream escaped Shizune as she beheld the scene behind the door. The crowd quickly surged inside to find Sarutobi Hizashi clutching the dagger buried in his own belly. Is it possible that the Sandaime Hokage took his own life? One young Chunin whispered. Silence. Do not speak so recklessly. A companion hastily covered his mouth. From the evidence, It certainly resembles a suicide, another observed. Tsunade, as Hokage, is it prudent to jump to conclusions? Mito Minion rebuked. Suki no Kaze cast a sidelong glance at the duo, wishing they would display such conviction later. What do you mean, Suki no Kaze? I fear nothing from you, even as an old woman. You shall see what I can withstand. Suki no Kaze remained silent, arms crossed in contemplation. Hyuga clan leader, kindly examine the surroundings for any unusual traces, he suggested. Byakugan, activate, commanded Hyuga Hayashi, scanning the vicinity. After a moment, he shook his head. There are no obvious signs. Everything appears normal. Look at what lies upon the table, shouted Kakashi. Quickly retrieve it. This appears to be a letter. Let me examine its contents, he said. After mere seconds, Kakashi stumbled back, unable to contain his shock. Speak. Kakashi, what did you find? This seems to be a suicide note. Everyone, listen closely as I read it. I, Sarutobi Hizashi, feel unworthy of the title of Sandaime Hokage. Since assuming the role, I have conspired with my 3 old classmates, committing numerous transgressions against Konoha. Although much of the wrongdoing was orchestrated by Danzo, those of us who supported him, including Koharu and Hamura, gained from it. With Tsunade now as Hokage, I have no further ties. I refuse to endure nightmares each night. The downfall of the Senju and Uchiha clans has been, in part, our doing. Kakashi, cease. This could be a trap set by the true murderer, Tsunade interjected, regaining her composure. Indeed, this is all fabricated. No one can attest to the authenticity of this letter. We are being framed, Mito Minion added vehemently. The clan leaders below began to murmur among themselves. Suki no Kaze shook his head, then activated his Jinjutsu, the technique he had just conceived, truth-revealed technique. Instantly, Mito Minion and Tsunade fell under its influence. Indeed, it was we 4 who conspired to suppress and ultimately benefit from these events. What? Why did the elders suddenly confess? Tsunade exclaimed. Koharu is correct. We orchestrated this, but the mastermind remains Danzo. We merely agreed to his scheme. Lord Hokage, it seems they are ensnared in a Jinjutsu, the Hyuga clan leader observed. Tsunade, please assess if they are truly under a Jinjutsu, she instructed, arms crossed, observing with indifference. Hyuga Hayashi scrutinized the pair, curious. Their state indicates they are under a Jinjutsu, yet I find no trace of its presence. Asuma stepped forward, forming seals, release. I confess my guilt. I should not have coveted the riches of the Konoha people. After completing his technique, the 2 began to speak even more freely. This cannot be. Their words are false. Release me. Asuma desperately continued forming seals. Yet, with his limited skill, he could not hope to dispel Suki no Kaze's Jinjutsu. Minutes turned into 20, and the duo continued their confessions. Kakashi, please send someone to verify if the money they mentioned is indeed where they claimed, Tsunade instructed. Unable to endure their confessions any longer. Report, Lord Hokage. The locations they indicated are accurate. Esteemed clan leaders, you have surely heard. Their admissions appear to be entirely truthful. I hereby announce their dismissal from their positions and their imprisonment. A thorough investigation into their crimes will follow, with all assets to be surrendered, including those belonging to the Sarutobi clan. Now disperse. This incident swiftly spread throughout the village, and within days, all citizens were aware. Soon, nearly half of the shinobi world had learned of Konoha F4's transgressions. Unable to withstand the torment, Mito Minion and Tsunade took their own lives in their cells. Tsunade successfully consolidated 2 clans under her leadership. In the ensuing days, life passed by in an unremarkable manner, and soon only a week remained until the 3-month mark. One day, Hyuga Hayashi approached Suki no Kaze, Kazekuan. I believe it is time to begin preparations for the wedding. Chapter 96. An exchange with the Hyuga clan father-in-law. How do you envision the planning of this wedding? Hayashi inquired, pleasantly surprised by Suki no Kaze's readiness. Son-in-law, we Hyuga are among Konoha's prominent clans. So I wish for this wedding to be grand. Certainly, we shall make it as splendid as it can be. Let us invite everyone in Konoha to dine and witness our ceremony. Inviting all, that would indeed showcase the might of our esteemed clan. Additionally, I have a design in mind. I will need your assistance in gathering members of the Hyuga clan. Oh, what do you intend? How many shall be required? I plan for all the Hyuga clan to release their chakra to form a colossal celestial crane in the sky. I will guide everyone on positioning. The more participants, the more magnificent it will be. Imagining the scene, Hayashi clapped his hands in excitement. Son-in-law, this is brilliant. It not only involves everyone in the celebration, but also highlights the strength of our Hyuga clan. Rest assured, I shall return to discuss this further tonight, Hayashi declared eagerly as he made his way home. Kaze, we have no objections to your marriage with Hinata, but what do you plan for us? Upon returning home, Suki no Kaze found himself cornered by several women. Fear not. The wedding we shall have will surpass even this one in grandeur. Very well, we shall await your surprise. Is there anything we should prepare? If you wish to perform a show, you are welcome to do so. If not, simply enjoy the view. There is no need to wait for me to dine in the coming days, as I shall be rather occupied. I understand, oh busy one. Yueliang Jifeng shook his head and took a seat to begin his meal. As night fell, he utilized the flying thunder god technique to arrive swiftly outside the Hyuga clan's residence. Young Master Jifeng, you have finally arrived. The clan head has been waiting for you for quite some time. Very well, please lead the way. Bang, bang, bang. Clan head, young Master Jifeng has arrived. Come in. My son-in-law, we are all family here. I apologize for the delay. I hope I haven't kept you waiting, esteemed father-in-law. Please, take a seat, my son-in-law. Allow me to introduce you to the elder. Greetings, elder. It is a pleasure to meet you, Yueliang Jifeng said, extending his right hand. The elder hesitated momentarily. This is a handshake, is it not? Hyuga Hizashi quickly clarified. Is it a form of etiquette? Our Hyuga clan places great importance on manners. You are indeed a polite individual. The elder stroked his beard and extended his right hand in return. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Hyuga Tenping. The return project has concluded. Please select one option for the reward. 1. Gain Hyuga Tenping's 8 trigrams 128 palms 2. Gain Hyuga Tenping's 8 trigrams chakra points 3. Gain Hyuga Tenping's 200 points of strength 4. Gain 1% bloodline concentration of Hyuga's Byakugan. Yueliang Jifeng glanced at the options and felt no hesitation. System, I choose the 4th option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering a tenfold return. You have obtained 1/10 of Hyuga Tenping's bloodline concentration. After making his selection, Yueliang Jifeng noted a distinct change. Although the Byakugan concentration had increased, its purity had diminished. He soon realized that Hinata's bloodline purity was exceptionally high, while the elder's was comparatively lower. Though the concentration had risen, the purity had suffered. However, Yueliang Jifeng was eager to elevate the concentration further and discover what might awaken within him. Hizashi, I shall not partake in the ensuing matters. You may take him from here. Additionally, I am quite satisfied with this son-in-law. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard as he departed. Come, my son-in-law. I have gathered a total of 50 ninjas for you. Yueliang Jifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. 50, is that sufficient? Everyone, please quiet down. Now I shall explain the positions you are to take and how to stand. One by one, step forward. I will explain to each of you, he continued, beginning to draw a crane in the air. In an instant, a vibrant blue crane took shape, flapping its wings. This is astonishing. Hizashi's son-in-law is truly remarkable. The first individual approached. You will stand at the forefront. Yueliang Jifeng gently patted him on the back. For the next period, he meticulously explained the positions to them, engaging in exchanges with each Hyuga clan member, all of whom selected their bloodline concentrations. Yueliang Jifeng could distinctly sense that with each choice, the bloodline purity decreased slightly. Before long, the progress surpassed the halfway mark. Bang! The door to the room was suddenly flung open. Are you the one engaged to my sister? The voice echoed before the figure arrived. Everyone turned to face the newcomer. Hanabi, why are you awake at this hour? What brings you here? Father, I simply wanted to see if he is worthy of being my brother-in-law. Hyuga Hanabi stood at the entrance, hands on her hips, speaking with a hint of pride. Enough. Hanabi, do not cause trouble. Return to bed. Esteemed father-in-law, there is no need for concern. Consider this a moment of relaxation. Hanabi, do you think I am capable of being your brother-in-law? Yueliang Jifeng smiled at the approaching Hanabi. Judging by your appearance, you are quite handsome and very polite. Let me test your strength. Hanabi, cease your antics. Jifeng's prowess is beyond imagination. There is no need for you to assess him. Oh, esteemed father-in-law, it is nothing. Let us just indulge her a little. Come at me, Hanabi. Then I shall not hold back. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hanabi truly was a prodigy, capable of using the 64 palms at such a young age. With a swift step, she charged forward. Yueliang Jifeng extended a single finger as Hanabi unleashed her chakra-infused strikes, each palm moving with great vigor. Unfortunately for her, Each attack was effortlessly halted by his finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I concede, brother-in-law, you are indeed formidable, Hanabi admitted, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. My son-in-law, you have been made a fool of. I warned you not to overexert yourself with the 64 palms. Yet here you are, injured. It is nothing, esteemed father-in-law. Leave it to me. Yueliang Jifeng knelt down, gently tapping Hanabi's forehead with his finger. In the next moment, Hanabi sprang up, disbelief written across her face. Brother-in-law, how did you accomplish this? My chakra has fully recovered, and all my previous injuries have healed. Enough playing for now. It is time to rest. We shall have another opportunity to converse. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Hyuga Hanabi. The return project has concluded. Please select one option for the reward. 1. Gain Hyuga Hanabi's 8 trigrams 64 palms. 2. Gain Hyuga Hanabi's talent. 3. Gain Hyuga Hanabi's teddy bear pajamas. 4. Gain 1% bloodline concentration of Hyuga's Byakugan. I choose the fourth option as my reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have obtained 1/10 of Hyuga Hanabi's bloodline concentration. In that instant, Yueliang Jifeng felt a profound change within his body, initiating a vigorous transformation. Chapter 97. The Grand Wedding. The concentration of his bloodline surged rapidly, and its purity gradually improved. Suddenly, both concentration and purity reached a threshold, causing Yueliang Jifeng to shudder. He then perceived a distinct alteration in his vision, yet it did not resemble the awakening of the Rinnegan. With no other recourse, Yueliang Jifeng accessed the system panel, revealing that the concentration of his Byakugan bloodline had reached 300. Indeed, it was merely 300. The further along he progressed, the lesser the concentration gained through exchanges. A new entry appeared in the bloodline limit section, the Pure Eye. Yueliang Jifeng was familiar with the Pure Eye, a mutation of the Byakugan that occurs when the bloodline concentration reaches a certain level. He pondered and began to understand. It was likely due to insufficient purity that he had not transitioned directly to the Rinnegan. In his past life, Yueliang Jifeng had read discussions suggesting that a lack of Otsutsuki bloodline prevented one from awakening the Rinnegan. After all, Otsutsuki Shinjar had taken Hanabi's eyes, which had directly transformed into Rinnegan, albeit with diminished power. Yueliang Jifeng concluded that his bloodline concentration and purity were inadequate, which resulted in the weakened abilities. However, he was not disheartened, for his wedding with Hinata was imminent. At that time, he could select bloodline enhancements with a hundredfold return, irrespective of the reasons behind it. Regaining his focus, Yueliang Jifeng continued with the exchanges until the early hours of the morning, ultimately concluding his efforts at 3 a.m. The remaining members of the Hyuga clan had contributed a total of 50 in bloodline concentration, bringing Yueliang Jifeng's Byakugan concentration to 350. In the dead of night, Yueliang Jifeng quietly made his way to Tsunade's chamber, lying down to rest. However, to his surprise, Tsunade was abruptly awakened, and a battle was imminent. As a result, Yueliang Jifeng spent the night without slumber, feeling utterly drained, while Tsunade appeared vibrant and full of energy. Jifeng, your wedding is in just 4 days. I have heard that many have been notified, including those from neighboring villages. Will security be a concern? Rest assured, shortly, I will reinforce Konoha's barriers to withstand even-tailed beasts. That as well, I shall have someone guard the entrance. Alas, being the Hokage is indeed a formidable challenge. I must take my leave. Tsunade shook her head, leaving the warm embrace of her bed to don her attire. On the eve of the wedding, Yueliang Jifeng sensed an assault on the barrier, and the force was considerable. In an instant, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive outside the barrier, where he encountered several puppets attacking it. With a moment's contemplation, he deduced their origin, puppets dispatched by Otsutsuki Sharon, likely attempting to disrupt the wedding. In a flash, a brilliant plan materialized in his mind. Fishing with the law, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He pointed, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that shattered several puppets. Without lingering, he returned to the barrier, reinforcing it with another set of seals. After a moment's thought, he performed another set of seals, employing the newly acquired reverse telescope technique. As the name suggests, this ninjutsu was derived from Yuan Fury's telescope technique, functioning in reverse. Its sole effect was to prevent anyone from peering into the barrier's interior. In truth, Yueliang Jifeng had imbued this technique with his formidable mental energy. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Sharon, residing on the moon, eagerly awaited the fusion into the Rinnegan, unaware that all the puppets he had sent forth were now destroyed. This revelation astonished him. Having spied on the ninja world countless times, he knew that few could defeat his puppets in this waning era. Suddenly, he felt a surge of caution, for this pertained to his dream of unifying the world. He approached the massive Rinnegan, manipulating it to spy further. Yet, he saw nothing, which caused him alarm. This was crucial to his grand plans, having finally encountered someone with pure bloodline potential. It appeared that brute force would not suffice. He would need to employ cunning. He resolved to send puppets to abduct the bride. After reinforcing the seal, Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the moon and scoffed. Strive hard. What is yours will be mine, and what is mine shall remain mine. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 3:30 a.m. on the day of the wedding. Lord Jifeng, rise quickly and prepare to don your groom's attire. There is much to arrange. The hours flew by in a flurry of activity, and at 9:18 a.m., Yueguang Jifeng, clad in his groom's outfit, arrived at the prearranged square. At that moment, the entire Konoha village was enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilation. From the heights of Hokage Rock, one could behold the village adorned with colorful decorations, resembling a cascade of stars. Enormous blessing lanterns floated in midair, powered by the chakra of the ninjas. A long red carpet stretched along the main thoroughfare, leading directly to the square, today's focal point. As Yueguang Jifeng proceeded with the crowd into the venue, he beheld endless banquet tables adorned with exquisite delicacies from around the world, each preserved by sealing scrolls, retaining their freshness. This showcased the financial prowess of the Hyuga clan. Additionally, several areas were designated for food preparation. On the left, the proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen was enthusiastically calling out, offering unlimited ramen for all to enjoy. Adjacent to him, members of the Akimichi clan were tirelessly grilling meat, the aroma wafting even from a distance. The Nara clan was set up on stage, showcasing an array of secret brews. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka clan had adorned the surroundings with flowers, creating a dreamlike ambience. Satisfied with the scene, Yueguang Jifeng pondered his own contributions. He gazed at Hinata Hyuga, standing radiantly in the center of the square, and in an instant, soared into the sky, executing a newly devised ninjutsu, shadow clone, thousand blessings technique. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless images of Yueguang Jifeng, all gracefully moving to form a heart shape. The original Yueguang Jifeng then positioned himself at the center. In the next moment, all the clones produced a golden rose. The atmosphere reached its zenith. Following this, a formation of Hyuga clan ninjas emerged, activating their Byakugan and directing their chakra skyward. In no time, a pure white crane formed from chakra materialized before the crowd. Yueguang Jifeng ascended onto the crane, as the Hyuga clan guided it gently downward. With a snap of his fingers, all the clones began to release pink petals into the air, creating a continuous rain of flowers. Hinata, overwhelmed with happiness, fainted on the spot. Soon, the grand ceremony transitioned into the evening. Everyone feasted heartily and reveled in joy. Jifeng, we are about to proceed with the final segment before entering the bridal chamber. Hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng nodded and gently roused Hinata. Supersized fire release, blessing flame. In the following moment, a torrent of chakra flames erupted skyward, slowly exploding in the air. Eternal happiness. The four characters illuminated the night sky. The bride and groom were ushered into the bridal chamber. Chapter 98, A Hundredfold Exchange with Hinata. Come, Hinata, from this day forth, you shall be my wife. Why yes, Jifeng. I am truly happy today. I feel so lucky. Suddenly, steam began to emanate from Hinata's head, and she fainted into Yueguang Jifeng's embrace. Previously, Hinata had not fainted, leading Yueguang Jifeng to believe she was resilient. It turned out she had merely been enduring. He gently tapped her. Jifeng, did I just faint? Come, let us return to our room. With me, you can faint as many times as you wish and awaken anew. Lord Jifeng, congratulations on your wedding. A sudden unfamiliar voice interrupted. Yueguang Jifeng looked the newcomer up and down. Orochimaru, what brings you here? Today is the Lord's wedding night. I had to come. Well, I appreciate your sentiment, but I am rather busy now. We can discuss this tomorrow. Please, do attend to your affairs, for the night is precious. I understand. How about this? Go find Sasuke and bring him to me. You will be responsible for his training. Once he awakens the Mangekyo, let me know. You can witness the birth of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand. May I study him? He is one of us. Just ensure he does not perish. You must strive to expedite his progress. Rest assured, I will handle it. The Uchiha bloodline is a fascinating subject. Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand and took Hinata toward the Senju estate. The path was illuminated with bright lights and festivity. Upon reaching the wedding chamber, as soon as they sat down, Hinata fainted again, only to be roused by Yueguang Jifeng's gentle touch. Jifeng, do you think I am too weak, always fainting? Hinata spoke with a hint of sorrow. I do not perceive it that way. On the contrary, I find your vulnerability quite endearing. Really, Jifeng? Hinata asked with wide, innocent eyes. Indeed, Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed as he enveloped Hinata in his embrace. With another puff of steam, she fainted once more. Yet, in the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng revived her again. Will I continue to faint tonight, Jifeng? Fear not. I shall always awaken you promptly. You need not worry. It is late. Let us dim the lights, Jifeng. Ding. Congratulations, host and Hinata Hyuga, on completing profound communication. The random reward generation has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's Red Veil. 2. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's 8 trigrams 64 palms. 3. Acquire Hinata Hyuga's Rejuvenation. 4. Acquire a 1% concentration of Hinata Hyuga's bloodline. After 2 hours of diligent effort, Yueguang Jifeng finally engaged in profound communication with Hinata Hyuga. With a hint of excitement, he glanced at the options in his mind, and upon noticing that the fourth option pertained to bloodline concentration, he let out a sigh of relief. The success of this endeavor hinged upon this moment. System, I choose the fourth reward. At that instant, Yueguang Jifeng admitted to feeling a twinge of nervousness. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. You have triggered a hundredfold return, acquiring 100 units of Hinata Hyuga's bloodline. He cast a glance at the slumbering Hinata Hyuga and sensed a transformation within himself. Swiftly employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at the training ground, where Azure Chakra enveloped him entirely. Soon, blue orbs of chakra began to manifest around him, and Yueguang Jifeng felt an inexhaustible surge of ocular power. He could effortlessly unleash the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion and the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, along with various gravitational and repulsive manipulations of puppets. From this moment forth, Yueguang Jifeng possessed genuine strength at the Six Paths level. Yet, this was merely the beginning. It was essential to understand that the true might resided within the Byakugan. The Byakugan could wield various abilities, and every Byakugan possessed by the Otsutsuki clan was formidable. Yueguang Jifeng believed that as the concentration and purity of the Byakugan continued to enhance, its power would only grow stronger. Moreover, he felt that this pure I likely harbored other capabilities yet to be realized. It was quite possible that the pure I was the primary avenue for Byakugan evolution. Shaking his head, he retracted the Rebirth I chakra mode and, in the next moment, returned to his cozy bed, soon falling asleep while embracing Hinata. Bang! Jifeng, wake up! We have a situation. Tsunade burst through the door, exclaiming. I just fell asleep. What is it, Tsunade? The sun is already up. What time did you go to bed last night? Is it already noon? What grave matter has occurred, Tsunade? This morning, Naruto rushed over to inform me that Uchiha Sasuke has gone missing. We have been searching all morning without any trace. Sasuke, I had Orochimaru take him away. What? Orochimaru took him? Why would you do that? Tsunade exclaimed, plopping down beside Yueguang Jifeng. Orochimaru is under my command now, and with his extensive ninjutsu knowledge, he can help Sasuke rapidly enhance his strength. Orochimaru is under your command? My Jifeng certainly knows how to surprise me. Then it's nothing to worry about. You may continue sleeping. 2 days passed swiftly. Yueguang Jifeng remained puzzled as to why Otsutsuki Shin had yet to take action. With no other options, he decided to visit the Hokage's office for a chat. Hokage-sama, there is news from the prison. Come in and report. Hokage-sama, we just received word that the elders Torin Kobu and Mito Minya have committed suicide in their cells. Retrieve all their ill-gotten gains and return their bodies to their families for proper burial. Understood, Hokage-sama, I will proceed at once. I never expected they would choose to end their own lives. What else could they do? Live in shame? Suffer in prison? Yueguang Jifeng casually remarked while seated at Tsunade's desk. Why have you been coming to my office every day? Are you too relaxed? I am awaiting the outcome of a certain matter. Oh, it seems it has arrived. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he jumped down from the desk and straightened his clothes. Bang! 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 Hokage-sama, may I enter? It's the clan leader of the Hyuga. Come in. Son-in-law, I finally found you. Father-in-law, please take your time to explain. Sigh. While family matters should remain private, everyone present is family, so I will speak plainly. A day and a half ago, I discovered that my youngest daughter was missing, and I mobilized everyone to search for her. However, until now, there has been no trace. What? Your daughter is missing? Why did you not mention this sooner? I thought to search myself first, but to my dismay, there were no leads, so I had no choice but to come find you, Jifeng-kun. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 99. Exhausting the Hyuga clan. The arrival of Otsutsuki Shin. Jifeng, what do you think? Tsunade turned to Yueguang Jifeng and inquired. This matter surely harbors intricacies. Yueguang Jifeng instinctively took over the conversation. Of course, I know there are intricacies. I was asking you. Did you not say that the barriers have been reinforced? Is it possible that the enemy did not escape through the barriers? Are you suggesting they left through the main gate? Anyone can come and go as they please through that gate. Why would they need to breach my barriers? Wouldn't it be easier to use the gate? There is no other choice. I cannot assign 2 jonin to guard the gate. Why not? Torin and Mito have plenty of people, right? Oh, and there's also the Shimura clan. Why did you not mention the Sarutobi clan? Because the Sarutobi clan is currently under my command, Yueguang Jifeng whispered to Tsunade. I don't believe you. You must be up to no good. Believe it or not. Just remember to switch to 2 jonin for gate duty next time. Imagine other ninja villages seeing 2 jonin guarding the gate. Wouldn't that showcase our Konoha's strength? You make a valid point. Send for the Shimura clan S jonin. Father-in-law, shouldn't we first search for Hanabi? My dear father-in-law, please take me back to your Hyuga clan. I need to inquire with everyone about when they last saw Hanabi. No need for such trouble. Just close your eyes. Before Hyuga Hizashi could react, he felt the scenery around him shift, almost losing his balance. Where are we, son-in-law? Head of the clan, you have finally returned. The elder is looking for you. Did I just teleport from the Hokage building back home? Jifeng, how much more power do you possess that I am unaware of? Making you my son-in-law is the wisest decision I have made in my life. You flatter me, father-in-law. Let us go see what the elder has to say. Elder, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss? How can you call yourself a father when you've lost your daughter? What else are you capable of? The elder exclaimed in exasperation, frustrated at the lack of responsibility. Elder, do not be hasty. I will handle this matter. Please have someone take me to question every member of the Hyuga clan. I believe there will be some leads. Very well, we must rely on you, Jifeng. Hizashi, why are you still standing there? Go fetch someone to assist. I understand. I will personally lead her. This is more like it. The clan's bloodline must not be lost. The elder sternly admonished Hyuga Hizashi. Rest assured, Elder, Jifeng will resolve this. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi had begun to trust Yueguang Jifeng unconditionally. He started to seek out clan members to inquire about Hanabi. With each inquiry, Yueguang Jifeng engaged in conversation. Jifeng, this is the last person who saw Hanabi. Do you have any clues? Is this truly the last one? Yueguang Jifeng opened the system panel to check. Discovering that after conversing with so many individuals, the bloodline concentration had only just reached 361. To be frank, Yueguang Jifeng felt somewhat disappointed, despite obtaining some clues. None of the many individuals could ascertain how Hanabi had vanished, which left only one possibility. What is it? Hyuga Hizashi hurriedly inquired. This individual possesses formidable strength, likely not from Konoha, and cannot be a ninja from the cloud, mist, or sand. There is a slim chance they could be a rock ninja. It is indeed you. Jifeng, with just a hint of a clue, you have deduced so much. I shall rely on you, my esteemed son-in-law. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Yueguang Jifeng nodded, and in the next moment, he vanished from sight. It must be the flying thunder god technique, thought Hinata Hizashi, finally coming to realize the astonishing talent displayed. Fortunately, he is not my adversary, but rather my son-in-law. Yueguang Jifeng appeared directly outside the barrier of Konoha. This must be the doing of Otsutsuki Shurin. After all these days, he should have already synthesized the Rinnegan. It is time for me to make my entrance. The usual route to the moon would involve a gradual search, but Yueguang Jifeng could fly, whether by the newfound repulsion technique or the old heavy light rock technique. He could effortlessly soar from the shinobi world to the moon. After some contemplation, he invoked the heavy light rock technique upon himself. In the next second, Yueguang Jifeng soared into the sky, the sound of sonic booms echoing continuously. Yet, despite such rapid speed, it took him over an hour to approach the moon. After another 10 minutes, he finally reached the lunar surface, circling it once before using his Byakugan to discern signs of habitation within. With a dive, he entered the moon's interior, only to find puppets scattered about. Without landing, Yueguang Jifeng continued to glide forward. Not far into his flight, a series of cracking sounds reverberated from the ground. It was then that he noticed all the puppets had risen to their feet. Without hesitation, the puppets rushed toward Yueguang Jifeng. Initially, he intended to eliminate all the puppets in one go, but he recalled that since acquiring the fire-breathing dragon, he had yet to summon it. Summoning technique. Boom. Jifeng, why have you not summoned me in so long? The fire-breathing dragon inquired. Yueguang Jifeng scratched his head awkwardly. He had no intention of revealing to the dragon that he was currently invincible, capable of dispatching foes with a single strike, rendering its assistance unnecessary. I've been busy lately, with no time to summon you. You can handle these puppets. Have fun while I seek someone. As soon as Yueguang Jifeng finished speaking, a multitude of puppets surged toward him. Leave it to me. Behold my fiery breath. The fire-breathing dragon commenced its assault, and in mere seconds, all the puppets were engulfed in flames. Hey, have your abilities improved? Yueguang Jifeng exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, for some unknown reason, I feel stronger each day. My progress must be linked to yours. Yueguang Jifeng pondered, concluding that this was indeed the sole explanation. Days spent idly eating, sleeping, or sparring with the wild gorilla had led to such growth. Is the wild gorilla also improving daily? Yes, its speed and strength are on the rise, and its defenses are continuously enhancing. Then it seems my progress is directly tied to yours, which is advantageous. It saves you from being mere spectators in the future. Enjoy your time here. After saying this, Yueguang Jifeng continued his flight. Minutes later, he beheld a palace. Who are you? How did you arrive on the moon? As he stepped into the palace's vicinity, a voice resonated from within. I am your grandfather. As for my arrival, isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Seeking death. Chapter 100. Battle, Instruction, Communication with Otsutsuki Shuren. By mere chance, arriving on the moon, one might as well remain here. As the words fell, countless puppets surged forth from the palace. The fire-breathing dragon also emerged from behind, leaving nothing but ashes in its fiery wake. This pet is quite impressive. Surrender your pet, and I may spare your life. A figure gradually materialized from the palace. You must be Otsutsuki Shuren. Yueguang Jifeng appraised him with a discerning gaze. Who are you? How do you know my name? No one should remember my name in this world. I already told you. I am your grandfather. Is it so strange that I know your name? Have you activated your Rinnegan yet? Yueguang Jifeng floated upward slowly, arms crossed, inquiring nonchalantly. How do you know I was activating my Rinnegan? Could it be you truly are my grandfather? Good grandson, let me witness your Rinnegan mode. How bold of you to deceive me. I shall have your life. As Otsutsuki Shuren spoke, he conjured a high-density chakra sphere, launching it like a green comet toward Yueguang Jifeng. The force was capable of effortlessly vaporizing a mountain. Spare me your petty tricks. Activate your Rinnegan mode, Yueguang Jifeng declared, standing firm, and conjured a chakra sphere of greater size, deeper color, and purer energy. The clash was monumental. The two chakra spheres collided, and Otsutsuki Shuren's sphere was effortlessly absorbed, akin to a raindrop vanishing into the ocean. Without so much as a ripple, even the aftershocks were devoured. Yueguang Jifeng, he remarked, arms crossed. Both the quality and quantity of chakra are crucial. Now, reveal your Rinnegan chakra mode. Do not presume your prowess makes you invincible. Since you wish to witness this supreme mode, I shall indulge you. Otsutsuki Shuren roared thrice, and the surrounding air thickened, emanating a green luminescence. Yueguang Jifeng soon felt a colossal chakra press against him. He then observed spheres of green chakra materializing beside Otsutsuki Shuren, ceasing only upon the appearance of 9 orbs. Do you see? This is godlike power. Before such strength, you are nothing. Dying under this divine force could be considered fortunate. Ugh. Your green is utterly unappealing. Far inferior to my own. You, who defile divine power, shall meet a grim fate. Wait, what do you mean by your own being more attractive? Of course, I mean it literally. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, the divine robe behind him billowed without wind, and immense chakra surged outward like waves. Otsutsuki Shuren struggled to remain stationary against the powerful winds that threatened to rip his garments apart. No, what are you doing? This is impossible. Otsutsuki Shuren gazed at the familiar glow surrounding Yueguang Jifeng, a light he had admired for an entire day and night. unmistakable in its identity. This is the Rinnegan's chakra mode. However, unlike his own, the individual before him radiated a blue chakra aura. Even more despairing for Otsutsuki Shuren was the emergence of blue chakra spheres alongside Yueguang Jifeng. How do you find my transformation? Is it not more exquisite than yours? Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the 9 blue spheres beside him, feeling a surge of delight as he contemplated whether these orbs were a result of the number 9 being significant, or if their potency was insufficient, hence the limitation to 9. Why do you possess the Rinnegan? By what right do you claim it? Otsutsuki Shuren's defenses faltered, his voice rising in indignation. I have already stated that I am your grandfather, and possessing the Rinnegan is not unusual. Impossible. Impossible. My grandfather perished long ago, and without the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, one cannot possess the Rinnegan. Who are you truly? Who said you could only have one grandfather? Yueguang Jifeng replied playfully. Impossible. Impossible. This must be a lie. I shall have your life. 80 God airstrike. Otsutsuki Shuren's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a barrage of chakra-formed fists, filling the sky like a torrential downpour. This was a saturated attack capable of obliterating all. Yueguang Jifeng remained rooted, extending his middle finger and gently shaking it. In the next moment, countless blue fists materialized out of thin air, perfectly aligning with Otsutsuki Shuren's onslaught. The Moonlight Gale's fist struck with an impressive speed, each blow shattering the attacks of Otsutsuki Shuren in increasingly sophisticated ways. A series of explosive sounds resonated in the air as energy fragments burst forth. Moonlight Gale, with a calm demeanor, crossed his arms, demonstrating a seemingly simple technique that belied the depth of control and foresight required. A skill you have yet to master, you insufferable wretch. Who are you to critique me? You have pushed me to this point. No matter the cost, you shall perish today. Otsutsuki Shuren's expression betrayed a hint of madness, his rage boiling over. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The 9 Shinju behind Otsutsuki Shuren coalesced into a massive green vortex. A ferocious tornado, imbued with the power to tear everything apart, surged towards Moonlight Gale, as if intent on erasing him entirely. Moonlight Gale merely nodded at this technique, extending a finger as one of the Shinju unfurled before him, transforming into a blue vortex. Upon contact, Shuren's cataclysmic tornado was absorbed and dismantled, behaving like a gentle stream, ultimately dissipating into a soft breeze that tousled Moonlight Gale's bangs. Gravity is not mere brute force, but the application of principles. In Otsutsuki Shuren's eyes, Moonlight Gale appeared almost divine at that moment. No, I refuse to believe it. Why do you possess the power of the Rinnegan? That is a power only gods should wield. Shuren muttered, descending into utter madness. He fused the 9 Shinju into a colossal golden sword, declaring, You shall die? I refuse to believe you can withstand this. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Without hesitation, he struck at Moonlight Gale, the attack seemingly capable of cleaving the moon and even planets in two. Faced with this world-shattering blow, Moonlight Gale remained unperturbed. The Rinnegan erupted with tremendous ocular power, and instead of manifesting a long sword like Shuren, he reached into one of the Shinju, swiftly extracting a sword as clear as crystal, its core glowing with a golden light. Though this sword lacked the cataclysmic aura, its potency was undeniable. With a crisp sound, the clash did not produce a massive explosion. Instead, Shuren's golden long sword shattered on contact with Moonlight Gale's crystalline blade, disintegrating swiftly like glass, and ultimately dispersing into countless motes of light. Your sword's intent is destruction, while mine is disintegration. You have only scratched the surface of the Rinnegan's power. I am merely beginning. This farce must come to an end. As Moonlight Gale retracted the crystal sword, he gazed at the dazed Otsutsuki Shuren. In an instant, he appeared before him and delivered a decisive strike to his forehead. The force of the blow sent Shuren flying, shattering his Rinnegan mode. Ding. Chapter 101. The New Abilities of the Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for establishing intimate contact with Otsutsuki Shuren. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Gain one of Otsutsuki Shuren's bloodline. 2. Acquire Otsutsuki Shuren's puppet manipulation. 3. Obtain Otsutsuki Shuren's obsessive personality. 4. Attain Otsutsuki Shuren's Rinnegan. Moonlight Gale contemplated the 4 options, feeling torn between the first and fourth. The Otsutsuki bloodline is no trifling matter. Typically, one must possess the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan to acquire the Rinnegan. Yet, He recalled that Kagaya Otsutsuki awaited him for another interaction to secure rewards. A hundredfold return would yield a complete bloodline. System, I choose the fourth option. I hope this time to receive 10 pairs of Rinnegan. Although having more Rinnegan may not be particularly useful, I believe they can merge like Byakugan. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring Otsutsuki Shuren's Rinnegan. Note, the tenfold enhancement breaks the limit of 9 Shinju. In the next moment, Moonlight Gale's Rinnegan chakra mode manifested automatically. The Shinju began to appear sequentially, swiftly reaching the 9th, then the 10th, and astonishingly, even the 11th and 12th, until it finally ceased to grow. Moreover, he felt that all the abilities associated with the Rinnegan had been significantly enhanced. The first and most crucial enhancement, in Moonlight Gale's view, was the capacity for spatial manipulation. Previously, the Rinnegan could only create spatial portals or manipulate massive boulders for attacks. Now, with the enhancement, Moonlight Gale could effortlessly open, close, or distort space around him, creating a unique form of absolute defense that banished enemy attacks to another realm. This could be described as an epic enhancement, even surpassing Obito's intangibility. The mental sphere evolved, and Moonlight Gale bestowed upon it a new name, Yin-Yang Escape Creation. This ability allowed puppets to act autonomously, eliminating the need for constant manipulation akin to a Taoist enlightenment technique. However, it could not grant them sentience, only enabling them to comprehend simple commands. Importantly, this Yin-Yang escape was not limited to humanoid puppets. Moonlight Gale could even control trees to fight on his behalf. He contemplated whether, in the future, this ability could enable him to command entire planets in battle. Now, there were 2 modes for the Rinnegan. The original, enveloped in chakra, and the Rinnegan Susanoo Giant, formed from condensed chakra. Moonlight Gale, intrigued by the latter, summoned it forth. In the next moment, vast chakra enveloped him, causing his form to swell rapidly, reaching a size comparable to that of the 10 tails. Notably, the giant wielded a shield forged from the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion in its left hand and a colossal sword formed from the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion in its right. In other words, every strike from this giant possessed the power of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, and each defense bore the strength of the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Satisfied, Moonlight Gale dismissed the chakra mode to observe the final transformation, a field of attraction and repulsion generated by the Rinnegan. Within this domain, the strength of both forces was determined by Moonlight Gale himself. This could even be combined with the divine domain he had previously acquired, with attraction serving as a fundamental law of the universe. With this, Moonlight Gale had essentially evolved into a being capable of altering a miniature world. Overall, Moonlight Gale was quite pleased with the evolved Rinnegan. Most importantly, he had confirmed that the Byakugan could continue to upgrade. He sensed that with increased bloodline density and purity, the Byakugan would soon evolve to manifest its first ability. Alternatively, should he acquire the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, the Byakugan would likely evolve directly into a unique capability. With those thoughts aside, he focused on the disoriented Otsutsuki Shuren, who staggered before him. This is impossible. Why are you so powerful? We both possess the Rinnegan. Why are you so much stronger? Shuren roared like a ravenous wolf. Moonlight Gale shook his head, disinterested in providing an explanation. He simply approached him and precisely extracted his eyes. Datamu Shuren let out a heart-wrenching wail, pleading, "Do not take my eyes away. I am willing to submit. Only in my possession can these eyes transform into the Rinnegan. I beseech you, grant me back my eyes. Only I can unleash their utmost power." Observing the kneeling Datamu Shuren, Yirgong Jifeng initially intended to confine him, planning to extract his worth before ultimately eliminating him once he had perfected the techniques of a thousandfold and 10,000-fold return. However, he reconsidered, contemplating the lack of a suitable place to contain him, and deemed it more prudent to end his life outright. Moreover, Yirgong Jifeng realized he could allow Ashawan to study his body. Even if no significant findings emerged, he could always resort to Edo Tensei should the need arise. Without further hesitation, he swiftly severed Dingthren's head, devoid of eyes. Yirgong Jifeng promptly placed the eyes into a petri dish and, with a flicker of his mental energy, transported the lifeless body into storage. Thankfully, he had previously marked Tuola with his mental imprint. Otherwise, he would have had to search for her painstakingly. In the next moment, he found himself in a dimly lit room. With a snap of his fingers, the room was illuminated by a burst of fire. "Do not be afraid, Wawa. I have come to rescue you. Brother-in-law, is that you? I do not wish to return. My Byakugan is gone. She sobbed, tears streaming from her empty eye sockets. Fear not. Look at this, he said, lifting the eyes. Instantly, Huo raised her head, yet saw nothing. Yirgong Jifeng gently placed the eyes into her eye sockets, and then pointed at her forehead. The two eyes fused seamlessly with her eye sockets once more. I can see. Brother-in-law. I can see. Thank you so much. She exclaimed, rushing into Gong Jifeng's embrace, tears flowing freely. All right, let us return home. Your father and the others are quite anxious. In the next moment, Yirgong Jifeng transported Huo to Rishangreju's side. The sudden appearance of the two startled Rishangreju. Huo, is that you? Is it truly you? He stammered, standing up with excitement and rushing to her side. Father, it is me. Brother-in-law has returned my eyes. My son-in-law, I knew you would succeed. Yirgong Jifeng, you are indeed remarkable. From this day forward, you shall be the most esteemed guest of the Rishang clan. Do not hesitate to ask us for anything. The elders standing nearby chimed in joyfully. Since Huo has been restored, I shall return to report to Lord Hokage. With a swift motion, Yirgong Jifeng vanished. Ah, the utility of space abilities is truly remarkable, remarked the elder, stroking his beard with a hint of envy. Chapter 102. The Exchange with the Snow Ninja Thug. How have you returned so swiftly? Tsunade queried. Seated in the Hokage's chair, boredom evident on her face as she witnessed Ying's sudden arrival. The issue has been resolved. I have returned. You managed to solve such a significant matter so quickly, Lord Jifeng? The five Jingyin inquired in unison. It was merely a matter of retrieving someone's eyes. By the way, Tsunade, may I see the Book of Seals? The sealing technique? What ninjutsu are you interested in? I possess the original version left to me by my great-grandfather. Does it also include the later ninjutsu? I wish to see Jiang Dan's spirit transformation technique. That technique was indeed available, but due to its significant flaws, my great-grandfather feared that anyone learning it would be discovered and exploited. Therefore, he eradicated it. Tsunade explained with a resigned shrug. Very well, I shall forego that. I am not interested in other ninjutsu. Yirgong Jifeng waved his hand, preparing to depart. Jifeng, do you have no tasks at present? I am free now. After resting for a few days, I plan to visit Lan. What is your purpose in Lan? Are you seeking friends? Can I accompany you? That is not permissible, Tsunade. Jingyin immediately interjected, denying Tsunade's request. You are now the fifth Hokage. You cannot wander about carelessly, Yirgong Jifeng added with a hint of schadenfreude. All right. You two are ganging up on me, aren't you? Yirgong Jifeng, you are to follow orders. Complete this escort mission immediately. Since you claim I am Hokage, you must heed my commands. Tsunade asserted, hands on her hips, as she retrieved a document to hand to Yirgong Jifeng. Must I be the one to undertake the escort mission? Though perplexed, Yirgong Jifeng accepted the document. Do not say I am unkind, Jifeng. Your charge is a superlative beauty, a renowned actress, Tsunade remarked, placing two headlights on the table with a hint of mischief. It must be that famous star, Fu Shi Feng Huo. I anticipate this will be a rather dull journey. Yirgong Jifeng stated, not even glancing at the document. Do not underestimate this task. It has escalated to an S-rank mission. You must return to the Land of Snow within 3 days. And the route is classified. You will execute it alone. Lord Jifeng, the Land of Snow is currently experiencing auroral disruptions, causing chaos in the chakra signals. 2 teams of Umbu have already gone missing. You must be exceedingly cautious on your own. Jingyin is reliable. I shall be fine. Only you would say such things. Now, hurry along. Your client is waiting for you on set. Tsunade urged, somewhat irked. Yirgong Jifeng shook his head, realizing he could only treat this as a leisurely vacation. Here I come, Lan. I am ready for a thousandfold exchange. Soon, Yirgong Jifeng arrived at the filming location, witnessing Fenghua Xiaoshirt fervently performing her scenes. It was undeniable that her beauty was captivating, yet having encountered numerous stunning women, Deng felt no particular fascination and leaned against a stone pillar in silence. Hello. Are you the escort, Yirgong Jifeng? Upon hearing her voice, he did not open his eyes but calmly nodded. That is wonderful. Once Xiaoshir finishes this indoor shoot, we shall head to the Land of Snow for the outdoor scenes. I hope you can protect Xiaoshir well. Yirgong Jifeng pondered for a moment, retrieving the magic blade Chiron from his space. Since he was going out for a leisure trip, he deemed it necessary to appear impressive. Rest assured, having accepted the mission, I shall fulfill it. The butler, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the purple sword, silently acknowledged Ang's prowess, hoping for Xiaoqian's successful ascension. "I entrust everything to you, my lord," the butler said, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Shortly after, Fenghua Xiaoqian's scene concluded. "Miss, this is the Yegong Jifeng I hired to protect you." Upon seeing Gong Ding, Fenghua Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a handsome man before. However, being well-versed in the world, she quickly regained her composure, indifferent to who was present, hoping he would not recklessly endanger his life. Yegong Jifeng calmly opened one eye to glance at her before closing it again. Witnessing his nonchalant reaction, Fenghua Xiaoqian felt a surge of frustration. This was the first time she had encountered a man so indifferent to her. "Butler, is this escort reliable?" "Miss, rest assured. He is a ninja personally recommended by the Hokage of Konoha. I hope he proves trustworthy." "All right, you all may leave. I need to pack my things." As Yegong Jifeng stepped out of the room, the butler remarked, "My lord, the young lady has a rather fiery temperament. Do not take it to heart. It is of no concern. My mission is simply to ensure her safety. Her temperament is irrelevant to me. Thank you for your understanding, my lord." The butler bowed once more at a 90-degree angle. "You are a commendable butler. Thank you for the compliment, my lord. However, your young lady is rather unruly." "What do you mean by that?" The moonlight swiftly vanished, only to reappear beside Fenghua Xiaoqian, who had stealthily crawled through a dog hole and scurried 20 meters away. Can a renowned actor truly crawl through a dog hole? "What? How did you see me?" "I had disguised myself and applied makeup that I usually forego." The moonlight swept a glance and indeed noted the change. Extending an arm, he clasped her like a chick, and in a flash, they stood next to the butler. With a gentle release of his grip, Fenghua Xiaoqian found herself unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. "Miss, what are you doing?" She dusted off her clothes. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a rehearsal for my role. Let us proceed." Soon, everyone boarded the boat for the outdoor shoot. "Xiaoqian, come out quickly. This scenery is perfect for a crying scene." "I'm coming." The moonlight also emerged from the cabin. Cut. Again. Scene 7. Take 37. Action. "Xiaoqian, what are you doing? Get into character." "Found you, Fenghua Xiaoqian. With a bounty of 30 million taels. Master, please protect Miss Xiaoqian." The butler stammered. "All right, you all can perish. Witness my ice release, ice spike barrage." In an instant, hundreds of spiraling ice spikes materialized from thin air. "Where's the cameraman? Hurry, capture this scene." The director shouted frantically. "Ice release is not used like this." With a snap of his fingers, the moonlight conjured countless ice swords that appeared before the enemy, shattering the blood ninja's icy projectiles. Subsequently, a multitude of ice swords pierced the snow ninja, leaving him on the brink of death. In a swift motion, the moonlight delivered a punch that obliterated the last remnants of his life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate interaction with Langya. The reward project has randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Langya's ice release technique. 2. Obtain Langya's false ice release. 3. Acquire Langya's arrogant personality. 4. Gain a strand of Langya's celestial chakra. The moonlight disregarded the first 3 options, yet found the 4th puzzling. System. May I inquire what this celestial chakra entails? Could it adversely affect me? Ding. The celestial chakra pertains to cosmic cold energy. An excess can grant you an ice release bloodline or enhance your existing one. System. I choose the 4th reward. Chapter 103. Advancing Ice Release. Ding. Congratulations. Host, your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring 10 strands of Langya's celestial chakra. The moonlight instantly felt a transformation. With a snap, the remaining 2 individuals were instantly encased in ice. Fortunately, the moonlight had anticipated this, using a fraction of his usual power. Nonetheless, they were frozen, barely clinging to life. He swiftly waved his hand to release their icy prison. However, the overwhelming force rendered them motionless. The moonlight approached slowly, delivering a punch to erase their existence entirely. He chose the celestial chakra as his reward, now possessing 30 strands within him. Although his ice release had significantly improved, it had not yet reached a transformative stage, leaving the moonlight excited for this journey. Cut. Cameraman, where were you? Did you capture that scene? Director, rest assured, as a professional, I recorded everything. Splendid. Those brief 5 seconds will be a legendary masterpiece. Meanwhile, the fleeing individuals had not escaped more than 10 meters when they turned back to see the 3 ninjas lifeless. Exhaling a sigh of relief as they collapsed onto the snow. "Why you re not human?" Fenghua Xiaoxue stammered, pointing at the moonlight. He gently adjusted his divine robe, leaped back onto the ship, merely a guard, and urged, "Let us continue. Quickly set sail." "I am eager to delve into the ensuing plot," the director exclaimed excitedly. The crew navigated the grand vessel, filming as they journeyed toward the land of snow. To the Moonlight's surprise, Fenghua Xiaoxue had no intentions of fleeing. Nevertheless, this proved advantageous, allowing him to relax and enjoy their performance while taking in the snowy scenery, making for an enjoyable journey. Soon, they arrived at the border of the land of snow, where the ship sailed into a vast canyon. "Princess, it is wonderful that you did not flee this time," the butler said, tears brimming in his eyes. "This time, I do not wish to evade. I wish to face all consequences, be it success or becoming benevolent. Fear not. I shall swear to assist the princess in ascending the throne." Fenghua Xiaoxue smiled, shaking her head as tears streamed down her face. "Look, this is the unique landscape of our land of snow, the verdant aurora. After so long away, it still appears so beautiful," the butler remarked wistfully. "Enough gazing. Both of you. Someone approaches, protect yourselves." "What? Someone is coming? Splendid. Cameraman, where have you been? Hurry," the director exclaimed, excitement spilling over. "Do not worry, director. I am prepared and can commence at any moment. Beginning to film this moment is perfect. The enemies have chosen to attack under the most beautiful night sky. It is truly a divine script." Suddenly, 3 armored figures with wings appeared before them. "Princess Xiaoxue, I never expected you would return." "Indeed, after fleeing for so many years, I have returned. Am I foolish?" "I do not think so. Do you have some reliance that compelled your return? Let me guess, it's this Konoha ninja behind you?" "Not at all. I simply feel weary from years of fleeing. I wanted to catch a glimpse of my homeland." "That is simple then. Hand over the key. The land of snow cannot thrive without it." "The key is not with me. You have the wrong person. If you refuse to heed my counsel, then I must take you down." "Bingha, go?" "Do not worry, boss. They are merely a trifling ninja. Watch me bring him down. Let me see how you wield that celestial chakra." The Moonlight crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly. "Bingha, wait a moment. Who are you? How do you know about the celestial chakra? Defeat me, and you shall know everything. Let me see how you use the celestial power." "Bingha, Beichin, you two go together. Do we really need 2 of us to handle a mere ninja?" "Bingha, stop talking nonsense. The captain has his reasons. Let us use our combination technique." "TCH. What a hassle." Ice release, Starfall Lance. A massive ice meteor appeared in the sky. Celestial gravitational manipulation. Combination technique, spear flight. Whoosh. The ice meteor soared towards the Moonlight at supersonic speed. "Watch out, my lord." The Moonlight merely tapped his forehead, effortlessly evading the strike. Just as Fenghua Xiaoxue and the butler prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, the ice spear swiftly curved back towards the Moonlight's head. "Dodge, Jifeng." Fenghua Xiaoxue cried out anxiously. "Your skill leaves much to be desired." He then flicked his finger, and the ice spear that had been racing towards him instantly shattered into colorful ice shards under the sunlight. "What? How is this possible? How could you shatter an ice spear created by celestial power? That can easily pierce our armor." Beichin exclaimed in disbelief. "Is it merely for crafting weapons? Then manipulating its direction lacks creativity," the Moonlight remarked, vanishing from sight. "Beichin, Bingha, run." Bam! Bingha was transformed into ice mist by the Moonlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing an intimate exchange with Bingha. The return project has come to an end. Please select one item from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the Bingha Ice Escape Starfall Gun 2. Obtain the Bingha Ice Instant Body Aurora Flash 3. Obtain the Bingha Chakra Armor 4. Obtain 10 strands of Bingha Starfall Chakra. Moonlight Swiftwind had previously thought that each person could only possess a single strand of Starfall Chakra, but it turns out that the stronger one is, the more strands they possess. System, I choose the 4th reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, your choice has been successful. Triggering a tenfold return, you have obtained 100 strands of Bingha Starfall Chakra. After making the selection, Moonlight Swiftwind distinctly felt the ice escape technique within him grow significantly stronger. Following that, he made another swift movement, and boom. Beichin was also obliterated by Moonlight Swiftwind. He too had chosen 100 strands of Starfall Chakra. Now it's your turn. Quickly display your techniques to me. Moonlight Swiftwind floated in the air, gazing at the team leader. "You, how can you be so powerful? Who exactly are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of our snow country? How much did they pay you? Our snow country offers you tenfold. We hope you can return Xiaoqian to us. Why do you have so many questions? Do you think I lack money? Hurry and use your techniques. My patience is limited. Since you refuse to listen, then you can perish. I am not like those two worthless fools. Starfall Aurora Lock. Instantly, the auroras above seemed to be attracted, transforming into chains that surged towards Moonlight's swift wind. Is this a ninjutsu formed by combining with the auroras? Quite interesting. Snap. Moonlight swift wind. With a mere snap of his fingers, froze those chains in place. Continue to show me what other tricks you possess. What? You can also wield ice escape, and you are capable of freezing my ninjutsu. Since you want to unleash your techniques, then so be it. The team leader's words were abruptly cut off as he was obliterated by Moonlight's swift wind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Tianhua. The return project has concluded. Please select one item from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Tianhua Starfall Aurora Chains 2. Obtain Tianhua Starfall 0 Degree Circle 3. Obtain Tianhua Chakra Armor 4. Obtain 50 strands of Tianhua Starfall Chakra. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have obtained 500 strands of Tianhua Starfall Chakra. Just after making the selection, Moonlight Swiftwind felt the bloodline limit of ice shield within him begin to ascend. Chapter 104. Absolute Zero Domain. The ice shield bloodline limit within him began to boil, continuously advancing towards the unknown realm. Moonlight Swiftwind floated silently in the air, savoring the exhilaration of this upgrade. Below, the onlookers on the ship gazed at the tranquil Moonlight Swiftwind, not daring to make a sound. The earlier display had been too shocking. That formidable ninjutsu, that powerful ninja, was as if a mere plaything in Moonlight Swiftwind's hands. Moreover, most importantly, they had never witnessed anyone standing in the sky without any aid. After a while, Moonlight Swiftwind felt his blood calm. You all set sail first. I need to leave for a moment, but will return shortly. After saying this, Moonlight Swiftwind shot straight into the sky. Watching Moonlight Swiftwind take off, the director swallowed hard. Did you capture that scene? Director, although we were astonished, the camera was recording the entire time. I believe the appearance of the esteemed one has already been documented. Princess, it seems we might truly be able to board this time. You must manage your relationship with the esteemed one well. Rest assured, whether as a princess or as an actress, I understand what the esteemed one's actions meant just now. Alas, my lord, if you are watching from above, your dream should finally be realized this time. The steward said as he knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. All right, steward, let us return to the cabin. I need to think things through. Moonlight Swiftwind accelerated to maximum speed, reaching the Aurora Zone in mere seconds. With a thought, a vast chakra was instantaneously released, freezing the entire Aurora Zone. Moonlight Swiftwind opened his Rinnegan, and to his surprise, even his vision was obstructed within the frozen area. Firstly, all the molecules had been frozen. Secondly, chakra could be frozen as well. Thirdly, and most importantly, photons and sound waves could also be frozen. Thus, within this entire frozen domain, others could neither see nor hear, nor could they cast ninjutsu. This domain could be termed the absolute zero domain, remarkably comprehensive. Moreover, the freezing temperature had significantly increased. If the previous temperature was -10 degrees, now the temperature within the frozen zone had plummeted to -80 degrees, an increase of 8-fold. Moreover, this was not the limit. Once he arrived in Snow Country, it could continue to enhance. After testing the strength, Moonlight Swiftwind teleported back to the ship using Flying Thunder God. My lord, you have returned. May I ask a question? The director, holding the script in one hand and the film roll in the other, asked cautiously. He had made up his mind that if Moonlight Swiftwind refused to allow him to speak, he would destroy the film. Go ahead. Moonlight Swiftwind said as he settled into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea from the table. Did we not capture your magnificence for the film? I wish to know if you are available for a cameo. Of course, I am available for a cameo, but how will you compensate me for my appearance? Moonlight Swiftwind blew on the tea and took a sip. My lord, rest assured, I will not take a single penny from the box office. It will all go to you, the director said excitedly. Oh, why would you do that? After all the effort, and even risking your life. You don't want a cent. What is your motivation? My lord, I only wish to become a renowned director. Fame, you say? Remember to come to Konoha to deliver the payment. If you can't find me, go directly to the Hokage, understood? Rest assured, my lord, I will. Moonlight Swiftwind nodded, setting down the cup and entering the cabin. Cinematographer, turn on all the machines. This time I intend to make a grand debut. Moonlight Swiftwind shook his head, closed the cabin door, and returned to his room. Just as he sat down, there was a knock at the door. Come in. What is it you wish? I would like to request something of you. My duty is merely to escort you. I do not have much time. After Moonlight Swiftwind said this, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Bang! A somewhat warm figure instantly dashed to Moonlight Swiftwind's side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Fenghua Xiaoqian. The return project has come to an end. Please select one item from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Fenghua Xiaoqian's acting skills. 2. Obtain Fenghua Xiaoqian's escape abilities. 3. Obtain Fenghua Xiaoqian's black lingerie. 4. Obtain Fenghua Xiaoqian's makeup techniques. Moonlight Swiftwind was truly surprised. Fenghua Xiaoqian, not being a ninja, had also managed to achieve a successful exchange. After glancing at the options, he found that none were particularly appealing. System, I choose the first reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have acquired Fenghua Xiaoqian's mesmerizing acting skills. I beseech you. I have but one wish. I wish to reclaim the Snow Country. What does the Snow Country have to do with me? Why should I assist you? Moonlight Swiftwind waved his hand, sending Fenghua Xiaoqian to the ground. I am willing to become your wife, and once I become the ruler of the Snow Country, the entire Snow Country will belong to you. You are willing to give the Snow Country to me? Yes, I am willing, but I hope you will marry me, so that others will not object. Moonlight Swiftwind scrutinized Fenghua Xiaoqian once more, with her long black hair, exquisite features, and captivating allure. She embodied both the elegance of a princess and the charm of a star. Overall, she was an exceptionally perfect woman. I have agreed to assist you in reclaiming the Kingdom of Snow. Soon, the grand vessel entered the borders of the kingdom, but to reach the palace, one must ascend via an airship. The director was preparing to acquire an airship when Yueguang Jifeng shook his head and declined. With a display of summoning magic, Yueguang Jifeng conjured the majestic Zhuke, a magnificent bird they had never encountered before, its body ablaze with fierce flames. Fear not, the flames will not harm you, said Yueguang Jifeng as he boldly stepped forward. The director and the cameraman exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Fenghua Xiaoqian, mustering her courage, was the first to ascend, discovering that the flames were pleasantly warm rather than scorching. Seeing her unharmed, the others gingerly followed onto the wings of the Zhuke. In an instant, the Zhuke took flight, and they were astonished to find themselves perfectly stable atop the bird's back. Fenghua Xiaoqian quietly embraced Yueguang Jifeng from behind, feeling an immense sense of security. Before long, they arrived at the Sky City, and as they approached, a booming voice echoed from the enormous castle. My dear niece, welcome home. Chapter 105. The Sovereign of the Kingdom of Snow returns to my uncle. Cease your actions. Cease? What nonsense. I have waited for years. You had best hand over the key willingly. What do you intend to do with the key? I aim to assemble the ninja army of our Kingdom of Snow. Once everyone has absorbed the Starfall, our kingdom will emerge as the sixth great power. Do not dream. You know nothing of the formidable strength of the ninjas outside. Have you thought I was simply acting all these years? I have traversed various nations, witnessing their might and the frailty of the smaller ones. Our Kingdom of Snow pales in comparison to even the slightly larger nations. Forcing our way into greatness will doom the people of the kingdom. Fenghua Xiaoqian cried out in distress. You, a woman, what do you know? Hand over the key. I will not give you the key. Very well. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame your uncle for what follows. Snow Kingdom's guard, seize the princess. Will these guards then belong to me? Yueguang Jifeng asked Fenghua Xiaoqian as he observed the emergence of troops from the castle. Indeed, Jifeng, once I ascend as the ruler of the Kingdom of Snow, they will be yours. Then it is settled. We shall retain them for now. Xiaoqian, do you truly believe you can defeat all my forces with but a single person? Fenghua Nuteo, your words are tiresome. With a snap of his fingers, Yueguang Jifeng froze everyone in place, then used gravity to lift the ice sculptures onto the castle. Come, Xiaoqian, let us commence your coronation. Jifeng, you are truly remarkable. Choosing you is the wisest decision of my life, Fenghua Xiaoqian said, planting a kiss on Yueguang Jifeng's cheek. This is impossible. How could someone so powerful exist? In an instant, you have vanquished all my forces. Dear uncle, do not view everyone through your narrow lens. Some individuals possess strength beyond your imagination. Yue Guang Jifeng, shaking his head, disregarded the exchange between the uncle and niece. Each individual engaged in a discussion, resulting in tenfold returns. Yue Guang Jifeng accumulated 1,000 strands of starfall chakra, advancing his ice release further. He felt that if the previous temperature was 0 degrees and the last was -80, then this time it would plummet to at least -100 degrees. The progress was substantial. Subsequently, Yue Guang Jifeng led the group deeper into the palace. They encountered soldiers devoid of chakra along the way, but he refrained from slaying them, merely immobilizing them. Before long, they reached the heart of the palace. "Uncle, we meet again. The last time was over a decade ago. My dear niece, impressive indeed. Have you found yourself a worthy man? What can I say? I am fortunate enough to have found someone as formidable as Jifeng." A proud smile adorned Fenghua Xiaoxiue's face. "But I am on the verge of success. I cannot accept this." As Fenghua Nuteo spoke, a pair of mechanical wings appeared behind him, charging towards Fenghua Xiaoxiue. Perhaps it was due to Yue Guang Jifeng's presence or the actor's self-control, but Fenghua Xiaoxiue remained unfazed in the face of the approaching Fenghua Nuteo. "Defeat him, and you shall ascend the throne, correct?" Yue Guang Jifeng inquired. "Indeed, I merely need to reclaim the royal seal from my uncle." With a snap, Fenghua Nuteo was suspended in midair, unable to move. Using a flying thunder god technique, Yue Guang Jifeng cast him at Fenghua Xiaoxiue's feet. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Fenghua Nuteo for completing an intimate exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Fenghua Nuteo's Blazing Storm of Dual Dragons. 2. Acquire Fenghua Nuteo's Scientific Prowess. 3. Gain 500 strands of Fenghua Nuteo's Starfall Chakra. 4. Receive Fenghua Nuteo's Technological Armor. System, I choose the third option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return, you gain 15,000 strands of Fenghua Nuteo's Starfall Chakra. Yue Guang Jifeng felt somewhat disappointed that this time there was no qualitative change. He sensed that the next transformation would likely lead to a bloodline elimination. "Jifeng, I have found it. Let us unlock my father's legacy together. What do you intend to do with your uncle? He is still my uncle. Let him spend his life in prison." Yue Guang Jifeng nodded and pointed at Fenghua Nuteo's abdomen, sealing his vast chakra in an instant. Following that, Fenghua Nuteo's left leg was also sealed. "Now your uncle cannot cause any trouble. I have sealed his leg, and you can ascend as queen without worry. You will always be my king," Fenghua Xiaoxiue declared with deep affection. "I have heard it said that the gaze of love can be acted out as well." Yue Guang Jifeng laughed heartily as he advanced. "What? Am I not allowed to be captivated by your charm?" Fenghua Xiaoxiue playfully protested, hastening to catch up. "This is the secret chamber where my father bestowed his final gift. My uncle and I must each control one item to unlock it together." As Fenghua Xiaoxiue spoke, she placed the seal on the door. With a click, the chamber door swung open, revealing a massive machine. "My father once told me that the starfall has vanished. Yet my ambitious uncle refuses to believe it, convinced that the starfall lies within my gift." As she inserted her key into the machine, a wave of warmth and the scent of plum blossoms enveloped them. "Indeed, it is the essence of spring. Jifeng, did you know? Spring was my favorite season as a child. How unfortunate, for I prefer autumn. Jifeng, you are insufferable. Will you accompany me for 2 days until I am crowned queen before departing?" Of course. Time swiftly passed as Fenghua Xiaoxiue attended to her affairs. In the evening, in Yue Guang Jifeng's chamber, "What brings you here, my queen?" "My king, should not the queen reside in the king's palace?" "As you wish." After more than 2 hours, ding. Congratulations to the host and Fenghua Xiaoxiue for completing an in-depth exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain the title of Queen Fenghua Xiaoxiue. 2. Acquire Fenghua Xiaoxiue's acting skills. 3. Gain Fenghua Xiaoxiue's indomitable spirit. The acquisition of Fenghua Xiaoxiue's spirit points was indeed a testament to her capabilities. It appeared that even a hundredfold return would not suffice for those lacking in prowess. Yue Guang Jifeng shook his head and opted for the second reward from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice is successful. The hundredfold return is activated. And you have acquired the acting skills of Fenghua Xiaoxiue. Note. Below the super shadow level, whatever you say will be believed by others. As Yue Guang Jifeng gazed at the returned reward, he felt a tinge of regret. Although this was a rule-based skill, it seemed to lag behind his own pace. Soon, the two engaged in battle until dawn, promptly commencing the coronation ceremony. The ceremony proceeded seamlessly, with no dissenters in sight. From this day forth, I shall be the queen of the land of snow, and Yueguang Jifeng shall be the king, none dare oppose. The ministers raised both hands and feet in agreement. The future of the land of snow will be characterized by a vigorous advancement in technology, obedient to the commands of your queen. Though Yueguang Jifeng's voice was not loud, it resonated in the ears of all. With this matter settled, I must return. Take this, and should danger arise, crush it, and I shall come immediately. Yueguang Jifeng spoke as he retrieved a doll from his space and handed it to Fenghua Xiaoxian, then vanished from sight. Chapter 106. Communication with Xiaoqian. How is Jifeng? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Tsunade sensed the sudden presence of an additional person in the office and, without lifting her head, recognized it as Yueguang Jifeng. Quite well. I have ascended to the throne of the land of snow. You've become a king. Shizun and Tsunade stood in disbelief. I sent you to escort, and you returned as a king. Lady Tsunade, you personally facilitated this. However, on the bright side, the land of snow will now rely on our Konoha. Jifeng, how could you be so reckless, returning with a woman? Tsunade was somewhat enraged, her chest rising and falling as if she were on the verge of assaulting Yueguang Jifeng. Yueguang Jifeng shrugged. I merely returned to inform you that I shall be going out for a while. Please explain things at home. And also provide me with the map of Lulan. Are you planning to go to Lulan? Surely you won't be bringing back another woman? I intend to attend to serious matters this time. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Shizun, please fetch the map. When will this life ever end? Shizun shook her head, speaking wearily. Before long, Shizun returned with an aged map. Lord Jifeng, there are no newer versions available, as no one has ventured to Lulan. Thus, this map has not been updated in over a decade. Please make do with it. After handing the map to Yueguang Jifeng, Shizun returned to her seat, her eyes vacant as she resumed her writing. Tsunade, I shall take my leave now. I cannot predict how long I will be gone, but I assure you there will be no danger. Very well, Jifeng, may your journey be smooth. Tsunade embraced Yueguang Jifeng, who patted her shoulder before vanishing outside Konoha village. Opening the yellowed map in hand, he confirmed the cardinal directions. Fortunately, Yueguang Jifeng was not directionally challenged. Otherwise, finding a guide would have been troublesome. According to the map, Lulan was situated to the northwest of Konoha. This route would take him past Sunagakure, and having ascertained the direction, Yueguang Jifeng wasted no more time. Utilizing the technique of light and heavy rocks, he soared into the sky, and after 3.5 hours, he beheld the outline of Sunagakure. Sunagakure truly is a barren place. Traveling so far through the desert, he could only spot a few oases. No wonder they fight so fiercely in battles. With that thought, Yueguang Jifeng decided to sample the local delicacies. He descended into a narrow alley in Sunagakure and inquired about the best restaurant. What would you like to eat, sir? What are your specialties? You have come to the right place. Our restaurant offers a comprehensive menu, including pig liver, grilled beef tongue, sandworms, yokan, and tofu soup, among others. Then I shall have one of each specialty, except for the sandworm. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment while we prepare your order. Enjoy your meal, sir. Yueguang Jifeng tasted the food and found it quite delightful. After a while, he suddenly sensed a massive chakra entering Sunagakure. Given the current state of Sunagakure, it was impossible for anyone except Gaara to possess such an immense chakra. Regardless of who it was, Yueguang Jifeng could not refuse a reward presented to him. Originally, Yueguang Jifeng had completed his exchanges and was about to leave, but unexpectedly, there was still a surprise in store. At the time of settling the bill, it came to 3 taels of silver. Yueguang Jifeng retrieved 3 taels of silver from his space and tossed it to the server before departing. He opted not to fly but instead chose to stroll leisurely, taking in the architectural style of Sunagakure. Soon, after 5 minutes, he spotted the approaching figure. Adorned in the signature cloud-patterned attire, Yueguang Jifeng immediately recognized him as a member of Akatsuki. The only person who would venture into such a desolate place was none other than Xiaoqian. Akasuna no Sasori, oblivious to Yueguang Jifeng's presence, passed by him, thoroughly concealed. Has our master of puppet manipulation returned? Are you feeling homesick? Akasuna no Sasori paused and turned slowly, scrutinizing Yueguang Jifeng from head to toe. Who are you? I don't believe I know you. It is only natural for an unknown individual not to be recognized. A gust of wind swept through, causing Yueguang Jifeng's ceremonial robe to billow dramatically, enhancing his allure. Who exactly are you? I can tell from your demeanor that you are not an ordinary person. Most importantly, you recognized me at a glance. Does Akatsuki not usually operate in pairs? Where is your partner? How do you know I am an Akatsuki? You even know that we typically act in pairs. It seems today will be your last. Puppet Jutsu. Akasuna no Sasori produced 3 puppets that rushed toward Yueguang Jifeng. How unfortunate. I am well versed in puppet techniques as well. Yueguang Jifeng stated, extending a finger as 3 strands of fine mental energy infiltrated the puppets. He required no chakra strings. The puppets autonomously returned to attack Akasuna no Sasori. What? How is this possible? How could someone command my puppets to turn against me? This is bad run. We must inform the elders that there is trouble in Sunagakure. Observing the returning puppets, Akasuna no Sasori's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, a mechanism on his body activated, releasing a barrage of steel needles that swiftly obliterated the 3 puppets. Your puppets are essentially just concealed weapons. How weak they are. Who are you to dismiss the core ninjutsu of Sunagakure, the puppet technique? An onlooker from the crowd, intrigued by the spectacle, questioned with irritation. Shouldn't ninjas also utilize concealed weapons? Thus, is it not normal for puppets to employ concealed weapons as well? Akasuna no Sasori calmly explained, then activated another mechanism, releasing a cloud of poison. Although I fear no poison, I abhor it. Snap! Yueguang Jifeng snapped his fingers, freezing both the poison and Akasuna no Sasori in place. He then slowly approached Akasuna no Sasori. So what is your purpose for returning? As he lightly tapped the frozen Akasuna no Sasori, a loud explosion resounded, shattering the outer shell of his body and revealing his slender form. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Akasuna no Sasori. The return project has concluded. Please select one option from the following for your reward. 1. Obtain the secret technique of the Red Sand Scorpion by Xiaoqian. 2. Acquire the venomous arts of the Red Sand Scorpion. 3. Attain the body modification technique of the Red Sand Scorpion. 4. Gain the puppet masters of the Red Sand Scorpion's parents. Chapter 107. A Life for a Life? Flesh and Blood, Mechanical Ascension. Yueguang Jifeng contemplated the 4 options before him, finding the first 2 to be of potential utility. However, in all honesty, even 1,000 puppets could not compare to the efficacy of a single finger of Yueguang Jifeng. The first reward, enhancing the technique tenfold, would merely yield 1,000 machine manipulation, which seemed rather lackluster. As for the second option, while he had no doubt regarding the Red Sand Scorpion's proficiency in venom crafting, he already possessed similar capabilities, making it less appealing. System, I choose the third reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired the body modification technique of the Red Sand Scorpion. Note, upon completion of this modification technique, there will be no weaknesses. The specific plan will be transformed into a manual placed in the host's space. Scorpion, is that truly you? My dear child. Oh, it is you, old woman. Your health appears quite robust. You should be able to live for a few more years. How can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner? Brother, how can you address my grandson like that? Chio pinched the ear of Hozuki. Well, he is your biological grandson, not my younger brother. I am not concerned about it. Is that unacceptable? Release me quickly, sister. Hozuki replied with a hint of helplessness. Let us cease the reminiscing here. I shall not linger any longer. As the Red Sand Scorpion spoke, he produced a smoke bomb and tossed it to the ground. Boom. A dense cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and Yueguang Jifeng distinctly observed as the Red Sand Scorpion employed Earth Release. After some contemplation, he refrained from striking him down. The newly acquired modification technique might yet prove advantageous. Hozuki reacted swiftly. Wind Release. Wind blows sand. The smoke dissipated in an instant, and the Red Sand Scorpion vanished without a trace. My grandson, Hozuki, it's your fault. My grandson has escaped again, Chio lamented, hands on her hips. Sister, do not pursue the scorpion just yet. The individual who can force him to reveal his true form is likely no ordinary character. We must exercise caution. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, disappearing from his location, only to reappear behind Hozuki, gently tapping him on the shoulder. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Hozuki. The return project has concluded. Please choose one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Hozuki's battle analysis. 2. Gain Hozuki's strategy formulation. 3. Obtain Hozuki's basic puppet master skills. 4. Attain Hozuki's spiritual power of 1200. Hozuki truly surprised Yueguang Jifeng. He was unexpectedly inept and lacking in valuable skills. Indeed, a strategy-oriented ninja proved to be of little use. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired Hozuki's 12,000 points of spiritual power. Brother, be cautious of him behind you. Whoosh. Chio and Hozuki simultaneously dashed out. Sister, exercise caution. He is not a mere ordinary person. This young man, I see you are quite handsome. What brings you to our sand ninja village? Would you believe me if I said I was merely passing through? Yueguang Jifeng replied with a shrug. Who would believe such a flimsy excuse? Who are you really? Hozuki raised an eyebrow, his tone assertive as he shouted. Since you have inquired so earnestly, I shall generously inform you. I am from Konoha. What business does a Konoha ninja have in our sand ninja village? Hozuki pressed, his demeanor aggressive. Moving quite slowly, are we? Are you just now stepping out? What are you saying? Speak plainly. We have already surrounded you. Chio brandished a handful of shuriken, speaking sternly. You see, now that I have declared myself a Konoha ninja, you still do not believe me. I will no longer play with you. The person I am searching for has already left. Swish. Yueguang Jifeng appeared behind Chio. And before she could react, he patted her shoulder. I truly am from Konoha, and I am genuinely just passing through. You may continue your games. With that, Yueguang Jifeng vanished entirely from their sight. What could it be? Indeed, sister, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. I did not expect another blue flash to emerge from Konoha. Heaven truly favors Konoha. Disperse, disperse. Just as Yueguang Jifeng instantaneously teleported away, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Chio. The return project has concluded. Please choose one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Chio's secret technique. Jinsong Shijunzong. 2. Obtain Chio's ninjutsu, Hiko Shield Seal. 3. Gain Chio's detoxification technique. 4. Attain Chio's self-rebirth technique. Yueguang Jifeng glanced at the options and felt a sense of admiration. His sister was indeed far superior to him, having chosen only skills. Moreover, it was noteworthy that this time, Chio had revealed many of her most vital abilities. The first two options quickly caught his eye, but he bypassed them, having little interest in puppet techniques, particularly since they were not currently formidable. After considering the third and fourth options, he dismissed the detoxification technique. System. I choose the fourth reward. This was a forbidden technique that Chio had spent her life developing, and Yueguang Jifeng was eager to discover what it would become upon return. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. You have triggered a tenfold return and acquired Chio's forbidden technique, self-rebirth. Note, after enhancement, it can consume 10 chakra points. If insufficient chakra is available, all chakra will be consumed to extract another's life force to revive another. Upon reading this annotation, Yueguang Jifeng was genuinely astonished. Is this the legendary life for a life? This represents an epic enhancement. My mother will no longer need to worry about me being unable to save those I wish to rescue. Having organized everything, Yueguang Jifeng utilized the Flying Thunder God to arrive beside the Red Sand Scorpion, who had just escaped from the Sand Ninja Village. The sudden appearance of Yueguang Jifeng startled the fleeing Red Sand Scorpion, nearly causing him to trip over himself. Why do you persist in haunting me? Who exactly are you? Why do you follow me? The Red Sand Scorpion questioned, visibly rattled. Nothing much, merely delivering you a delightful trinket. Observe, what is this? Yueguang Jifeng stated, withdrawing an unused Mangekyo Sharingan from his system space. What do you intend to do with the Sharingan? The Red Sand Scorpion inquired, staring at the crimson orb in Yueguang Jifeng's hand. Nothing at all. Remain ever loyal to me. After uttering these words, Yueguang Jifeng activated the power of the Mangekyo, unleashing the Kodo Amatsukami upon him. Yueguang Jifeng harbored an additional thought. He wished to see whether the Kodo Amatsukami would still function if the entire body were transformed into machinery. Having contemplated this, he retrieved the complete version of the modification technique he had recently acquired from his system space and tossed it to the Red Sand Scorpion. Master, what is this? Return and study it diligently. Strive to thoroughly comprehend this, and you shall transform into a complete automaton. Master, Do you also believe that flesh and blood are weak and require mechanical ascension? Chapter 108. Communicating with the imposter sand ninja. Preparing to utilize the dragon vein, you can achieve mechanical ascension on your own. My flesh and blood form is not weak. Furthermore, your task is to act as though nothing has transpired and return as a loyal member of the Akatsuki organization. Complete any assignments they allocate to you. But remember that your own life safety is paramount. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. Do you know where Lulan is? My lord. Proceed directly through the Sand Ninja Village towards the northwest. By the way, Orochimaru is also one of our allies. If you encounter him, simply mention my name and gather intelligence diligently. Preserve the bodies of various powerful individuals. Understood, my lord. Yueguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction, despite utilizing a Mangekyo Sharingan this time. However, based on the various bloodline limits of Yueguang Jifeng, coupled with chakra, it would take only half a year to restore a pair of Shizue's eyes. Essentially, the ability to utilize the technique of Bitian Shun has been realized to an unlimited extent. Without further hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading straight for Lulan. Soon, Yueguang Jifeng arrived at the northwestern region of the Fire Country, which marked the end of the desert. He then took out a map for careful examination and stepped into the Quicksand River. It remained uncertain whether it was due to the passage of time or the overwhelming sands obscuring his direction. But Yueguang Jifeng searched for a full hour and a half, without success, as dusk fell. Nevertheless, he was not particularly anxious. Having reached Lulan, he was confident he could enter. Calmly, he retrieved food from his system space and soon relished a delightful meal, afterwards lying on the sand to rest for a while. Gazing at the moon, he felt a tinge of melancholy. It was no wonder people say the moon is the brightest in one's hometown. Seeing the moon from the perspective of Hokage, he could only think of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Before he could indulge in his thoughts further, a sudden beam of light appeared in the distance. Rising to his feet, he activated his Byakugan for a closer look. Auroral chakra erupted from the ground, and Yueguang Jifeng instantly understood that it must be the entrance to the ruins of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, as well as the location of the dragon vein. Without further delay, he swiftly flew toward the aurora. Soon, he arrived at the center of a gigantic hourglass funnel. Before he could land, a voice echoed from the depths below. Aren't you sand ninjas here to help seal the dragon vein and quell the sandstorm? If you continue to obstruct me, all the oases surrounding the sand will be destroyed. At that point, both our sides will lose precious habitats. Enough with the nonsense. Just give me the method to activate the dragon vein, or I will reduce the entire Lulan to ruins. Most importantly, don't you care about your daughter? Ha ha ha. You despicable wretches, you are not sand ninjas at all, are you? Who exactly are you? You do not need to know who we are. You only need to say yes or no. Mother, do not give it to them. They intend to take the dragon vein and endanger the world. Mother, quickly seal them. Good child, it is I who am sorry. I cannot betray the entirety of Lulan, so I must put you in a difficult position. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Hurry, mother. Dying for Lulan is my mission. I warn you, if you dare to seal the dragon vein, the entire Lulan will be leveled. The leader, gripping the neck of the Lulan princess, shouted with a grim expression. Hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng felt it was time for him to make an appearance. To utilize the dragon vein, he needed the Lulan Queen's cooperation. This situation called for a heroic intervention. Everyone, please refrain from acting hastily and heed my words. Yueguang Jifeng floated down from the air, his voice capturing everyone's attention. The leader, clad in sand ninja attire, narrowed his eyes. Kid, who are you? Sand ninjas don't dawdle. Sand ninjas? When I arrived, I just happened to encounter Hozuki and Chio. Why did they not inform me of any sand ninjas? What? You are not sand ninjas. Who are you really? What do you want with the dragon vein? The Lulan Queen asked, trembling with fear. This is troublesome. Lulan Queen, I will ask you just once. Will you hand over the incantation to use the dragon vein? You can forget about that. I will not give it to someone like you. Are you truly not afraid that your daughter and the entire Lulan will vanish? If I hand it over to you, will we not also disappear? Do you really think I am a 3-year-old child? The Lulan Queen regained her composure, speaking with authority. Lulan Queen, I am a ninja from Konoha. I can help you rescue your daughter and even save the entire kingdom of Lulan. All you need to do is assist me in using the dragon vein. Just as Yueguang Jifeng finished speaking, he suddenly recalled his possession of Bitian Shun. Realizing he did not need to engage in negotiations, with a snap of his fingers, he declared, do not waste my time. In an instant, All those clad in sand ninja attire were encased in ice. Who are you? The Lulan queen stepped back in fear, her daughter hastily rushing to her side. Mother! Mother! How wonderful, we are saved. The Lulan queen trembled slightly, covering her daughter's mouth and shaking her head gently. The daughter, educated in the ways of a queen, calmed down and lay still in her mother's embrace. Yueguang Jifeng glided towards the squad leader and pointed at the ice sculpture. The ice shattered instantly, and the squad leader disintegrated into icy fragments scattered by the wind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Tianqi, and the return project has randomly generated. Please select one option for your return. 1. Obtain one of Tianqi's magnetic bloodline limit. 2. Obtain Tianqi's magnetic superconductor sand iron spear. 3. Obtain Tianqi's electromagnetic barrier. 4. Obtain 700 points of Tianqi strength. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished that this imposter sand ninja possessed a bloodline limit. Regrettably, he already had magnetic release. System. I choose the 4th reward. Although the other skills sounded formidable, Yueguang Jifeng had no need for defense. Ding! Congratulations, host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return. Obtaining 7,000 points of Tianqi strength. Excitedly, he gazed at the remaining few individuals. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed an intimate exchange with Xinfeng, and the return project has randomly generated. Please select one option for your return. 1. Obtain Xinfeng's bloodline limit. Insect release nano B2. Obtain Xinfeng's nano cultivation dish. 3. Obtain 500 points of Xinfeng's spirit. 4. Obtain Xinfeng's nano B. Yueguang Jifeng felt somewhat speechless. Although it was yet another bloodline limit, it was merely a useless one. System. I choose the 3rd reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. Choice successful, triggering tenfold return, obtaining 5,000 points of spiritual power from Xinfeng. The remaining individuals lacked bloodline limits, prompting Yueguang Jifeng to select attribute points before eliminating them all. Now, only you remain, my queen. As he spoke, he slowly approached the mother and daughter. Queen, how do you intend to choose? The dragon vein cannot be used casually. It would lead to irreversible consequences. The Lulan queen clutched her daughter tightly, her voice trembling. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, retrieving a Sharingan from his space. For safety's sake, even if the Lulan queen's power was not formidable, he planned to use the Bi Tian Shun of Shizue. Only in this way would it be sufficiently secure, as any misstep during the traversal could lead to unforeseen demise. No, don't do that. I am willing to help you use the dragon vein. I beseech you to spare my daughter and all the people of Lulan. I have no interest in Lulan or your daughter. Rest assured, I will not kill anyone. With that, Yueguang Jifeng activated the Sharingan in his hand. Bi Tian Shun. Master, when do you wish to use the dragon vein? The Lulan queen responded respectfully. Her daughter, hearing this, looked up at the Lulan queen in confusion, then turned her gaze to Yueguang Jifeng, fearfully retreating back into her mother's embrace. Yueguang Jifeng pondered for a moment. Deciding not to rush, he would first ensure safety measures were in place. He then reached down and struck the ground. Sealing technique, 5 elements barrier. In the next instant, a purple barrier enveloped an area of 10 miles. This was a sealing technique newly developed by Yueguang Jifeng. Even Otsutsuki Shuren's golden wheel reincarnation explosion could not shatter the barrier. Not only was the perimeter sealed, but even the agitated dragon vein was pacified. Subsequently, the moonlit wind swiftly clapped away the dirt from its hands, casting a glance at the barren desert surrounding it. Shaking its head in dismay at the harshness of the living conditions. Are you planning to continue residing here, or will you accompany me to a better place? The Queen of Lulan spoke with unwavering resolve, declaring that her people had adapted to the desert and could not bear to part from it. Thus, she had decided to lead them to persist in their existence here. Very well, let me grant you some benefits. The moonlit wind had not anticipated that its inaugural use of the world summoning technique would be for the sake of greening the environment. In less than a second, the entire sandy expanse within the barrier blossomed with towering trees. My lord, this is astonishing. Thank you so much, the Queen of Lulan exclaimed, kneeling down alongside her daughter. The little girl, upon witnessing the majestic trees, was overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. All right, shortly I shall enter the dragon pulse. Please keep watch for me, the moonlit wind stated, once again employing the barrier technique to encircle the entire dragon pulse. Pointing at the Queen of Lulan, it added, I shall grant you a fragment of my chakra, allowing you to move freely within the barrier. Thank you, my lord. However, you will require my assistance to enter the dragon pulse. Please lead the way. I shall enter now. Shouldn't my lord dine with us before entering? I am rather anxious to partake of the offerings within. Dear brother, please exercise caution when entering the dragon pulse. I can hear its song. If the melody ceases, it signifies you are in danger. I can sing to summon the dragon made to bring you back. The moonlit wind, taken aback, paused and turned to the Queen of Lulan. Indeed, my lord, my child has inherited and amplified my talents. She possesses remarkable abilities. The moonlit wind nodded, turning to the little girl and gently patting her head, infusing chakra into her being. I am grateful, dear sister. You may enter the barrier to play at any time. The young princess's eyes curved into crescents, her lips curling into a smile. Thank you, my lord. My lord, since we are ready, let us commence. The Queen of Lulan declared, taking the lead into the dragon pulse. Is this your first encounter with the dragon pulse? Does it not evoke astonishment within you? The moonlit wind, gazing at the imposing azure dragon, could not help but nod in agreement. My lord, extend your hand into the body of the dragon pulse. I am ready to begin. The moonlit wind nodded, abruptly thrusting its right hand into the body of the blue dragon. Expecting pain, it was instead met with warmth and comfort, reminiscent of returning home. At that moment, the Queen of Lulan produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and gently drew it across her palm. A pale blue liquid flowed forth, dripping into the depths of the dragon pulse's core. In response, the core erupted with numerous liquid chakra veins, and in the next instant, they enveloped the moonlit wind's arm. It beheld a unique symbol forming upon its limb. Withdrawing its arm, the moonlit wind observed the young princess standing at the center of the core, beginning to hum a melody. The moonlit wind had never before encountered such a sublime tune, divided into 6 distinct notes. The notes gradually harmonized with the chakra wavelengths, and instantaneously, 4 walls manifested around the dragon pulse. Each wall bore a funnel-shaped hourglass, and soon, intricate runes permeated the entirety of the walls. However, it was not long before the moonlit wind realized the runes were beginning to swell. My lord, this is dire. The dragon pulse is going berserk, and the temperature is soaring. We must devise a means to cool it down, lest the runes shatter. The moonlit wind nodded, urging, please continue to observe my actions. It employed a basic ice technique, but soon discovered that this frigid temperature was utterly insufficient to halt the rune's expansion. Fortunately, having previously advanced its ice technique, it was now capable of traversing this challenge. With a mere blink, it unleashed an ice technique composed of starfall chakra, and in an instant, all the runes settled into tranquility. Yet, before the moonlit wind could exhale in relief, it was alerted, my lord, swiftly cool the dragon pulse. Its temperature is escalating far too rapidly. Without hesitation, as it too felt the searing heat radiating from the dragon pulse, it concentrated its thoughts, encasing the entire pulse in ice at a frigid -280 degrees. At that moment, the Queen of Lulan raised her staff, and the young princess began to chant the final note, reversing time. The hourglasses on the walls began to invert, and the chakra formed luminous sands that ascended into the heavens. A brilliant emerald light shot skyward, the funnel's interior folding into symbols. The Queen of Lulan raised her staff high, proclaiming, O dragon pulse, let time be unwound. Be cautious, my lord. Just as the young princess's words fell, the moonlit wind was drawn into the dragon pulse, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mother, do you think my lord will be safe? He is so powerful. Surely he will be fine. Besides, you are here too. If danger arises, I shall summon him back with my melody. Worry not, mother, I will certainly succeed. The young princess gazed resolutely at the dragon pulse. On the other side, the moonlit wind felt as if the world were spinning around it, and upon reopening its eyes, it found itself in a different scene. Although it was still within the dragon pulse, the surroundings were entirely distinct. Concerned that others might damage the dragon pulse and impede its return, it clapped its hands down to the ground, instantly enveloping the entire pulse in a colossal barrier. Without its permission, no one could enter, not even the sage of 6 paths, uncertain of which time and space it had arrived in. It was filled with anticipation. Rising to its feet, the moonlit wind murmured to itself. Chapter 110, Confirming Major Events. Commencing action. The moonlit wind raised its head, entirely unaware of the current year in Konoha based on the scenery surrounding it. The immediate priority was to ascertain the timeline. enabling it to determine what could be gained from this exchange. Having made up its mind, it wasted no time and soared into the sky. Not long after, it beheld the people of Lulan rejoicing in song and dance. Gently descending, it approached a dancer and inquired, "Do you know what year it is in Konoha?" "Konoha? What is that? Can it be Eden?" Konoha refers to the Hidden Leaf Village. "Do you know what year it is now?" "What year?" "Currently. It is the 15th year of Lulan, and today marks the annual Lulan festival." "Young man, do not ponder too much. Come and dance with me." The moonlit wind shook its head, ascending once more, realizing that these Lulan people had never seen the world beyond and were oblivious to Konoha. It decided not to waste further time on them. Before long, the moonlit wind flew beyond the borders of Lulan, with the boundless desert stretching ahead. After half an hour of flight, it finally spotted a group of ninjas swiftly traversing the sandy terrain. The moonlit wind dove down, commanding, "Stand still." The sand ninjas, upon hearing the command, glanced around in confusion, not seeing anyone, and exchanged puzzled looks before continuing their run. The moonlit wind found their lack of awareness rather exasperating. With no other option, it accelerated to position itself in front of them. Observing the sudden appearance of the moonlit wind, the leading sand ninja hastily gestured for the others to halt. "May I inquire as to your identity, my lord, and the reason for your summons? Do you know what year it is in Konoha?" The group exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by such a seemingly foolish question. The leader, initially reluctant to answer, noted the moonlit wind's impressive aerial presence and, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, replied, "My lord, it is currently the 60th year of Konoha." The 60th year of Konoha? The moonlit wind recalled that the Third Shinobi World War had concluded around the 37th year of Konoha. Thus, it appeared they were now in a time of peace. Who is the current Kazekage? Which generation is it? My esteemed companion, we now stand before the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated the situation. In the year of Konoha's 37th, with the third Hokage still in power, it indicated that the plan for Konoha's collapse had yet to commence. It seemed that a return to Konoha was necessary to uncover the specifics of the impending significant event. Without uttering a word, Yueguang Jifeng ascended into the sky, swiftly making his way toward Konoha. "Captain, this formidable expert is indeed an eccentric individual," remarked one of his companions. "It is to be expected. Experts often possess a myriad of peculiarities. Remember, if anyone inquires, simply respond without concern for accuracy. A reply is all that is required." "Captain, your prowess is commendable. It is no wonder you hold the title of captain," the subordinate added. Flying at full speed, Yueguang Jifeng arrived in Konoha as darkness enveloped the sky. Eschewing the main entrance, he opened the barrier from the air and entered. Observing the somewhat desolate streets of Konoha, Yueguang Jifeng felt perplexed. Ordinarily, there would be a multitude of people at any hour. He gazed up at the Hokage rock, noting the four visages of the Hokage, and shook his head, wishing to inquire about the time, yet the streets were deserted. Noticing Ichiraku Ramen in the distance, Yueguang Jifeng's eyes lit up, and he promptly approached. Lifting the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen, he was taken aback to find it devoid of patrons. "Is anyone here? Handmaid uncle, are you present?" Yes, there is a guest. What would you like to eat?" The handmaid uncle replied. "I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Also, could you enlighten me as to why there are so few people on the streets today? I am not quite sure. There have hardly been any customers all day." Indeed. You are the 5th customer today, big brother," chimed the lively Shobu, skipping out with a smile. "Ah, little Shobu, do you know Uchiha Sasuke?" Yueguang Jifeng pondered for a moment, deciding to extract information from Shobu, as children usually speak the truth. "I happen to know someone from the Uchiha clan. It is said he always ranks first at the Ninja Academy. Quite impressive. What about his brother?" "His brother is even more remarkable. He is rumored to be a super genius. He was here for ramen yesterday and is very handsome, though rather serious," Shobu replied, thoughtfully tapping her finger to her lips. Yueguang Jifeng sighed with relief. Since Uchiha Itachi had dined at Ichiraku yesterday, it implied that the night of the massacre had not yet begun. It appeared that he could indulge in conversations freely this time. "Thank you, little Shobu. No problem at all, big brother. You seem so familiar. I feel like I've seen you before." "Of course you have. Otherwise, how would I know your names?" "That makes sense," Shobu answered adorably. "Your ramen is ready. I apologize for the wait. I've added an extra slice of chashu just for you," said the handmaid uncle, placing the bowl before Yueguang Jifeng with a warm smile. Thank you, handmade uncle. Ha ha, it seems there are hardly any customers today. Please enjoy. Yueguang Jifeng took a mouthful of ramen, finding the flavor reminiscent of his previous experiences, and could only offer a critique of Ichiraku. Stagnant in progress, there has been no improvement over the years. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and quickly finished his meal, settling the bill before departing the ramen shop. Yueguang Jifeng made his way directly to the Uchiha clan's residence. Fortunately, he had previously visited Uchiha Sasuke's home. Otherwise, he would have struggled to locate the current dwelling of the Uchiha clan. After a brief period, he arrived at the outskirts of the Uchiha estate. The night had fully descended, and the Uchiha compound was ablaze with light. Yueguang Jifeng felt a surge of joy. He was eager to discover how the Uchiha bloodline might elevate his own abilities. Surely, he would awaken his unique Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the wisdom shared by seasoned members on forums from his past life, the Mangekyo Sharingan is a reflection of one's heart. This implies that the more one desires certain capabilities, the greater the likelihood of awakening corresponding powers upon manifesting the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now standing before the Uchiha clan's entrance, Yueguang Jifeng's primary task was to contemplate which abilities would serve him best. His first choice was undoubtedly spatial abilities. However, spatial powers are numerous, and Yueguang Jifeng would eventually seek to acquire spatial talents, potentially enabling self-cultivation. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, pondering what form of spatial ability would suit him best. On the other hand, he yearned for temporal abilities as well. After all, while space reigns, time commands respect. Time is the most potent force, impervious to the passage of years. Yet, a dilemma arose. The more formidable the ocular technique, the greater its side effects within the Sharingan. If he aspired to acquire temporal abilities, Yueguang Jifeng mused that precognition might also be a worthy pursuit. According to previous forum discussions, Uchiha Fugaku possessed precognitive capabilities. What should he ultimately choose? Chapter 111. Exchange of the Uchiha bloodline at 100%. Ultimately, Yueguang Jifeng resolved to select the finest options, one of space and one of time. Having made his decision, he no longer hesitated and swiftly entered the Uchiha compound. He did not dwell on the order of his exchanges and began with the first house. Observing the brightly lit interior, he focused his mental energy and executed the five senses manipulation technique. The middle-aged man dining within became alarmed, unable to see anything. Yueguang Jifeng swiftly appeared beside him, gently tapping his shoulder before departing the house. Standing outside, he waited for a moment but received no notification. He realized that the residents of this outer area were likely ordinary Uchiha, not ninjas, thus failing to complete the exchange. Undeterred, Yueguang Jifeng ventured into several more homes, only to find that none yielded any success. With no other choice, he pressed deeper into the Uchiha compound. After more than 10 minutes, he estimated that he had encountered nearly 200 households of ordinary residents. As he continued, he noted a significant change. For several hundred meters, there were no homes in sight. He understood that this marked the boundary between ordinary citizens and ninjas. Finally, he could attain the Uchiha bloodline, and he promptly entered a brightly lit room. Inside were 3 individuals. He immediately employed a genjutsu, obscuring their sight, hearing, and touch. Then, he approached the first person and tapped his shoulder. This time, he finally received a response. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving intimate exchange with Uchiha Ryo. The return item has been generated at random. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Uchiha Ryo's Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 2. Acquire Uchiha Ryo's Shadow Clone Technique. 3. Acquire Uchiha Ryo's One Tomo Sharingan. 4. Acquire 1/10 of Uchiha Ryo's bloodline. Upon reviewing the options, Yueguang Jifeng understood that these residences were ranked by strength, the further inward, the more powerful the individuals. The choices were clear. He was here for the bloodline. System, I choose the 4th reward, he declared. Ding! Congratulations, host, your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return, acquiring 1/10 of Uchiha Ryo's bloodline. He opened the system panel to check, only to find that his bloodline concentration had increased by a mere 2%. It appeared that this concentration was significantly influenced by the individual's inherent bloodline. After all, Uchiha Sasuke had directly granted 10%. In contrast, the One Tomo Sharingan had only yielded 2%, indicating that the second pillar was indeed a prodigy. Shaking his head, he proceeded to engage with the second individual. After a prolonged silence, it became clear that this person was also an ordinary citizen. Approaching the third individual, he repeated the procedure and tapped their shoulder. This time, he finally received a response, and Yueguang Jifeng opted for the bloodline concentration reward. This exchange resulted in a 2.5% increase, suggesting that this individual's talent was superior to that of the first. Upon glancing at the three individuals, Yueguang Jifeng hesitated, contemplating whether to extract their Sharingan. However, he soon remembered the Night of Annihilation, when others would assist him in this endeavor. Thus he decided not to linger and proceeded to the next room. One by one, he traversed through the chambers, and before long, the concentration of his Uchiha bloodline reached 95%. With just 3 more individuals, his Uchiha lineage would triumphantly attain 100%. Approaching the next house, he heard a melodious voice from within. "Mother, the Uchiha clan is convening, and I must attend. Qing, be cautious and avoid conflicts. We cannot contend with the powerful. Mother, do not worry, I will remain silent." Yueguang Jifeng recognized the conversation was between a female and Qing, most likely the childhood friend of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Qing. Thus, he chose to wait outside rather than enter. Soon, he beheld a young woman with long chestnut hair cascading to her waist and warm white skin, complemented by her soft pink lips. A tear mole beneath her left eye resembled an ink blot that had carelessly splashed. Standing in the moonlight, she radiated a gentle smile, serene as a painted portrait. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng confirmed that she was indeed Uchiha Qing. Yet, he hesitated, pondering whether to engage with her now. If he remembered correctly, Qing possessed the innate talent to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly. All that was required was a mental stimulus, allowing her to witness Uchiha Itachi slay her mother. In doing so, Yueguang Jifeng would gain a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps even more. After deliberation, he decided to follow Uchiha Qing without initiating conversation. After all, during the clan meeting, the majority present would be high-ranking members with elevated bloodline concentrations. It seemed Uchiha Qing resided farthest from the clan meeting, as he encountered no one else en route to the gathering. Following Uchiha Qing for 15 minutes, he finally arrived at a grand edifice, bright as day. Inside, there was a cacophony of voices, rife with debate. Uchiha Qing swiftly opened the door and entered, at which point a calm and steady voice resonated. "All right, esteemed members of the Uchiha clan, you are all high-ranking officials. There is no need for endless disputes. Is everyone present? According to the clan leader, all personnel are accounted for. We may commence the clan meeting. Then I hereby declare the meeting open. Enough of the trivialities. I shall pose one question. Uchiha Fugaku, do you consent to the declaration of war? Waging war is not a simple matter. The others in Konoha are no pushovers." Uchiha Fugaku sighed, speaking earnestly. "Uchiha Fugaku, I shall call you clan leader one last time. You have relocated us Uchiha from the heart of Konoha to this remote corner. This is the consequence of your incessant forbearance. I tell you, this matter will be determined collectively by us high-ranking members. Now, those in favor of war, raise your hands." The crowd exchanged glances, and gradually, hands began to rise. Soon, the number of raised hands exceeded half. "Uchiha Fugaku, what more can you say? May I first seek the opinion of the Hokage before deciding whether to initiate war? Indeed, let my son gauge the sentiment first, and then we shall decide. Uchiha Itachi, do you possess confidence? Rest assured, Elder, I will extract all pertinent information. Please grant us 2 more days." "Very well, Uchiha Fugaku, I shall grant you 2 additional days. Tiehu, let us depart." With that, they opened the door and exited. In that moment, Yueguang Jifeng transformed into a flash of lightning, swiftly tapping the individual ahead. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Tiehu. The reward options have been randomly generated. Please select one. 1. Acquire Uchiha Tiehu's 3-Tomo Sharingan. 2. Acquire Uchiha Tiehu's Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 3. Gain 1/10 of Uchiha Tiehu's Bloodline Concentration. 4. Receive a muscle from Uchiha Tiehu. System, I choose the 3rd reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. You have obtained 1/10 of Uchiha Tiehu's Bloodline Concentration. In an instant, Yueguang Jifeng felt the Uchiha bloodline within him surge. His eyes 3-Tomo Sharingan beginning to whirl vigorously. Chapter 112. The Abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Feeling the bloodline boiling within him, the Sharingan spun rapidly. Yueguang Jifeng executed the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving in the desert, where he crossed his legs and floated serenely in the air. As the Sharingan's rotation intensified, he sensed that in the next moment, he would possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Without delay, he mentally instilled a powerful suggestion within himself, desiring a sanctuary for his existence and a formidable ninjutsu capable of altering time. With a snap of his fingers, a towering ice mirror materialized. Gazing into the mirror, he witnessed the wildly spinning Sharingan altering colors. Soon, the base transformed into purple, complemented by the red of the Sharingan, resembling an aurora-esque streaks. In a flash, the frantically rotating Sharingan finally unified into a cohesive form. Through the ice mirror, Yueguang Jifeng could clearly discern his new eyes. The left bore a three-blade spiral with grid lines, while the right featured 60-minute degree-marked gear-like rings. He found the eyes remarkably striking and eagerly began to explore their ocular abilities. The left eye's technique manifested as an expanse of space that expanded as his ocular power increased. Within it lay a continent, which, akin to the space itself, grew larger with the enhancement of his ocular strength. With a flash, Yueguang Jifeng entered this space, discovering that he could breathe freely. The continent was replete with flora, trees, rivers, and lakes. Subsequently, he received information from the Sharingan, indicating that initial entry into this continent necessitated the establishment of internal rules. These rules could only be altered once. Once established, they could not be modified unless he changed eyes. Scanning the area, he observed through the Byakugan that the continent initially spanned a diameter of 100 kilometers, suspended in the air. After some contemplation, Yueguang Jifeng began configuring the continent's gravity to just 1/20th that of the Naruto world, aiming to enable all inhabitants to fly. After all, as the continent expanded, traveling by foot would become impractical. Next was the crucial setting of the day-night cycle, which he standardized to 24 hours, 12 hours of daylight followed by 12 hours of darkness. Following that, he adjusted the chakra concentration and sage chakra concentration to their maximum levels, estimating it to be around 20 times that of the Naruto world. This meant that those born in this realm, should they possess ninja talent, would extract chakra 20 times faster than those on the Naruto continent. The sage chakra energy was a staggering 50 times more potent, which Yueguang Jifeng attributed to his own physique. After all, being the child of nature was no mere title. This continent would become the premier location for learning sage techniques, far surpassing the three great holy lands. Here, everyone would master sage arts. After dedicating considerable time, he finally inscribed all the rules. Only then did he closely examine the ocular technique of his left eye. From the information provided by the Sharingan, it became evident that this continent existed in the interstice between the Sharingan space and reality, with an entrance resembling a spiral door of 5 meters in radius that could open and close instantaneously. Yueguang Jifeng perceived a resemblance to Obito's Kamui. Yet as he delved deeper, he sensed the distinction and overwhelming power. The first ability revealed itself: plate migration. One can excise the very terrain of reality and embed it within the continent, even causing the land beneath an enemy's feet to be drawn into the continent, plunging them into the spatial portal. The second ability is life ingestion. With but a touch, one can instantaneously absorb any living being into the continent, making it exceedingly useful for rescue, abduction, or large-scale migration. The third ability is the Law Shield. When the caster suffers a fatal injury, they are automatically drawn into the continent, expelling all foreign entities. Upon witnessing this ability, Yueguang Jifeng was greatly astonished, yet there remained another caveat. This skill may only be employed once every month, and the usage does not accumulate. Thus, if it is not utilized this month, it remains a single use the following month. Nevertheless, it is indeed a formidable life-preserving skill, and the cooldown period is bearable. Turning to the final skill, which has yet to be manifested, it is named Chakra Spring. It possesses a substantial restriction. Upon gathering the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, a chakra well will emerge within the continent. Within a radius of 10 miles from the well's opening, all individuals or objects can regenerate 10 chakra per second. This truly realizes the freedom of chakra. However, collecting the chakra from the nine-tailed beasts is no simple task. Fortunately, Yueguang Jifeng only requires communication to achieve this. The thought of extracting chakra from the nine-tailed beasts led Yueguang Jifeng to believe he may never utilize this skill. In summary, the left eye is exceedingly powerful. Just as Yueguang Jifeng was reveling in this, he suddenly received a notification regarding the side effects of the Sharingan. Initially, he presumed it was merely a decrease in ocular power, but it turned out to be much more than that. It is only natural that such a trifling Sharingan would bestow such formidable abilities. Subsequently, Yue Guang Jifeng began to examine the side effects, which proved to be quite terrifying. For every minute the left eye is activated, his physical body petrifies by 1 centimeter, starting from the fingertips. Should the petrification spread to the heart will cease to beat permanently, and the soul will be locked within this continent, becoming its will. Upon realizing this, Yue Guang Jifeng felt a sense of bewilderment. Who would dare to use such side effects? Fortunately, there exists a means to alleviate this curse. Yue Guang Jifeng quickly sought the subsequent memories and breathed a sigh of relief. The petrification can be gradually undone using Senjutsu or Yang Release Chakra. Both are strengths of Yue Guang Jifeng. He is perpetually in sage mode. Thus, this side effect is effectively non-existent, granting him the liberty to wield his powers without restraint. Eagerly, he turned his attention to the ocular techniques of the right eye. As anticipated, it was indeed the eye of the mind's reflection. The right eye is a temporal ocular technique. The first skill is the second-hand rewind. Upon activation, within a radius of 1,000 meters, energy, soul, and chakra will all revert to their state from 60 seconds prior. Only the caster retains the memory of that interval. In simpler terms, regardless of the gravity of the injury sustained within that 60 seconds, one can return to a state of being uninjured by activating the skill. The caster can actively evade the impending injury. However, should they choose not to dodge, they will still be harmed. Additionally, prior to employing the skill, the caster can view the 60 seconds frame by frame, allowing them to anticipate and evade incoming attacks, thereby predicting every move of the enemy. The second ability is chakra reflux. When employing this skill, the chakra consumed by the enemy will not be returned, while the caster's chakra will be fully restored. The final ability, which Yue Guang Jifeng considers the most potent, is causality severance. If one consecutively rewinds the same event 3 times, they can permanently erase the shortest causal link of that event. For example, if one chooses to erase an enemy's hand seals, that method of sealing will vanish forever. Overall, the practical capabilities of the right eye are also immensely powerful, yet the side effects of such formidable abilities are equally pronounced. The side effect is that for every second of usage, the temporal axis of reality will inflict an additional second upon the caster. In other words, their lifespan diminishes by 1 second. For Yue Guang Jifeng, a reduction in lifespan is trivial. In the future, he can simply find someone to return their lifespan 1,000-fold. This effectively grants him freedom over his lifespan. However, should he employ the time rewind skill 10 times consecutively, temporal rifts will manifest, disrupting vision and balance. The illusions will only dissipate once ocular power is fully restored. Yue Guang Jifeng nodded. This matter posed no issue for him. Possessing a physical constitution more advanced than that of a sage, even without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his ocular power would regenerate faster than that of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yue Guang Jifeng initially intended to experiment with Susanoo, but was informed by his eyes of one final ultimate skill. The ultimate technique, the Eternal Paradise Rewind. Its effect is undeniably formidable. It rewinds the entire world's time by 24 hours, simultaneously returning all life and objects within the paradise to their state from 24 hours prior. However, the cost is exceedingly grave. The caster's physical form is crushed by the torrent of time, and their soul remains eternally within the continent, becoming the divine will of the continent. Only through the use of the rebirth technique and the sacrifice of a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can the caster be revived. In conclusion, this ultimate technique is immensely powerful, yet Yue Guang Jifeng feels he shall never employ it. Next, he turned his attention to the final skill of this eye, Susanoo. The eyes spun violently, and in an instant, a white jade skeletal form enveloped Yue Guang Jifeng. Without pause, he propelled Susanoo to its final stage. A towering white jade skeleton, reaching 100 meters, with joints adorned with rings of green aurora. In its right hand, it held a colossal scythe. Any enemy struck by the scythe would be pushed back 5 seconds. In its left hand, it wielded a massive shield, which was overgrown with flowers and foliage. Each defensive capability of the shield equaled the mass of the left eye's continent, meaning that without the power to shatter the continent in a single blow, one could not breach the defenses of Yue Guang Jifeng's Susanoo. Observing the remarkably striking form of Susanoo, Yueguang Jifeng felt immense satisfaction before retracting it. He carefully gauged the consumption of ocular power. It was minimal, recovering entirely within the next second. Yueguang Jifeng felt that with his current physique, he could maintain Susanoo indefinitely, as the energy expended was likely less than what he could recover. Not wishing to waste any more time, he once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Yueguang Jifeng surmised that given Uchiha Itachi's disposition, he would likely be reporting tonight, and tomorrow would mark the night of the clan's extermination. This evening was likely the final opportunity to communicate with everyone. In a previous life, it was said that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan and could foresee the future. It remains unknown whether he anticipated his arrival. To ensure that no one was left uncommunicated with, Yueguang Jifeng returned directly to the residence of Uchiha Izumi. To his surprise, Uchiha Izumi had yet to return, leading Yueguang Jifeng to speculate that it would still be some time before everyone returned home. He decided to lie quietly on the rooftop of the Uchiha household and suddenly recalled the individuals he had communicated with in the previous timeline. He wondered if he could still converse with them in this timeline. After the night of the extermination, Yueguang Jifeng resolved to test this. "Mother, I have returned. How are things? Have they gone smoothly?" "Not particularly smoothly, but Brother Itachi has temporarily dissuaded the elders. Peace may not last long. Alas, our survival is of utmost importance. Regardless of their decisions, let us eat first, then rest." Listening to their exchange, Yueguang Jifeng discerned that everyone must have returned home by now. Without further hesitation, he commenced his search, room by room. Soon, the night passed swiftly, and the moonlight's swift wind had yet to complete its communication. However, at this moment, the concentration of the Uchiha bloodline had already reached 400%. Yet, the moonlight's swift wind felt no inclination for his eyes to evolve, unlike the Byakugan, which naturally evolved upon reaching a high concentration. It seemed that the Byakugan was indeed more formidable than the Sharingan. After laboring for another 2 hours, the moonlight's swift wind finally arrived at the residence designated for the elders. The elders' abode was vast and opulent. Once again employing the familiar technique of 5 senses manipulation, he struck the head of the Grand Elder without any prior indication. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Tian. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Uchiha Tian's Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique 2. Acquire all Fire Style Ninjutsu of Uchiha Tian 3. Acquire 1% of Uchiha Tian's Bloodline Concentration 4. Acquire Uchiha Tian's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Instinctively, the moonlight's swift wind intended to choose the third reward, but hesitated upon glimpsing the fourth. As a Grand Elder, although he possessed merely a 3 Tomo Sharingan, his mental prowess should suffice to unlock the Mangekyo. Given that he had not activated it at this age, it suggested a lack of external mental stimulation. If he chose this, could it potentially yield a tenfold enhancement resulting in a Mangekyo Sharingan? System, I choose the fourth reward. The reason for selecting the fourth reward, aside from a gamble, was that the moonlight's swift wind's bloodline concentration was already sufficiently high. He was not in need of the old man's offering. Ding! Congratulations to the host, selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring Uchiha Tian's Mangekyo Sharingan, now stored in the system's repository. To his astonishment, the moonlight's swift wind realized he had indeed succeeded, albeit with a twinge of regret. Previously, he had encountered several peak 3 Tomo Sharingan users. Yet he had refrained from choosing, and at this moment, he felt a profound sense of loss, having missed out on a billion. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and retrieved the returned Mangekyo Sharingan from the repository. The patterns of this Mangekyo were quite simple, with both eyes adorned with pentagrams. The moonlight's swift wind sensed that when both eyes bore the same appearance, it was highly probable that only one type of ocular technique existed. He infused chakra into each eye, and as anticipated, the outcome aligned with his expectations. Both eyes erupted with black flames, prompting the moonlight's swift wind to swiftly evade, allowing the dark flames to scorch the ground. Although this Amaterasu was humorously referred to as the flame that could not extinguish life once it adhered, it truly could not be quelled and could only be sealed away. This also represented an extreme form of offense. The old man must have been zealous for power. Hence both eyes exhibited Amaterasu. The moonlight's swift wind felt no remorse, as it was a gift freely given. He filled both eyes with ocular power and returned them to the repository, awaiting their destined wielder. He then turned his gaze toward the largest and most luxurious residence. Uchiha Fugaku, what surprises can you bring me? Chapter 114. Communication with Fugaku and Fusion Upgrade. With anticipation in his heart, the Moonlight's swift wind swiftly appeared in the courtyard. Upon entering, he overheard a conversation. Itachi, did you find Hokage? What did Lord Hokage say? The third Hokage advised maintaining balance within the clan. He will devise a solution in due time. In due time again. As you saw during last night's clan meeting, there was no solution. They will act tonight. Uchiha Fugaku said with a hint of agitation. Father, rest assured, I have already devised a solution. Leave it to me. Indeed, you are my good son. Since you have a plan, go ahead and execute it. The Moonlight's swift wind, lying on the rooftop, chuckled at their exchange. Itachi was indeed a devoted son. Uchiha Fugaku also appeared to be a wise individual. While he was unsuitable as a clan leader, he would undoubtedly make a good father. You two, enough talk. Dinner is ready. Come eat. A sweet voice reached the ears of the Moonlight's swift wind. Mother, I will pass. I have matters to attend to. So eager? Just have a bite before you go. No, I need to discuss some matters with Lord Hokage. Well then, take care and return early. I'll see how it goes. I'm leaving now. I won't eat either. You and Sasuke enjoy. I need some quiet. Is this matter truly so troublesome? You, a mere woman, should not concern yourself. Just take care of Sasuke. Please, Fugaku, do not exhaust yourself. A loud bang echoed as the door shut, and the Moonlight's swift wind suddenly sat up from the rooftop. Promptly teleporting to the window, he executed the five senses manipulation technique, rendering Uchiha Fugaku's sense of touch null. Subsequently, he approached his back with an unseen speed and gently tapped him. He then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer to the Uchiha Shrine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Fugaku. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire all ninjutsu of Uchiha Fugaku 2. Acquire all nature transformations of Uchiha Fugaku 3. Acquire 1% of Uchiha Fugaku's bloodline concentration 4. Acquire Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing these four options, the Moonlight's swift wind felt elated, for he had indeed obtained Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan. Without hesitation, he declared, System, I choose the fourth reward. The Moonlight's swift wind was filled with anticipation. Would he receive 10 pairs of Mangekyo or an immediate upgrade? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring Uchiha Fugaku's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which has automatically fused with the host's eyes. Before the Moonlight's swift wind could react, the system's prompt continued to chime. Ding! The system detected commonalities between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the host's Sharingan. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? The Moonlight's swift wind was taken aback by the prospect of fusion and did not respond immediately, teleporting to a desolate desert. System, will this fusion be led by my original Sharingan or the one I just acquired? The fusion will be led by the host's inherent Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this fusion beneficial or detrimental? The Moonlight's swift wind pondered before inquiring again. The effects of this fusion are currently unknown. In other words, it could either improve or worsen, correct? The system remained silent on this query and reiterated, please confirm whether the host wishes to proceed with the fusion. The Moonlight's swift wind contemplated. The fusion of two Mangekyos would likely enhance their power unless their skills were entirely incompatible, since both belonged to the time domain. The likelihood of an enhancement after fusion was high. System, I choose to fuse. There was neither a surge of fervor nor a violent rotation of the Sharingan. Ding! Fusion successful. The host may review the outcome. The Moonlight's swift wind waited for what felt like an eternity, believing nothing had occurred, only to find the process had already concluded. Upon activating his Sharingan, he discovered it was indeed different from before. If the original ocular power was rated at 1, the current power had escalated to at least 10. The Moonlight's swift wind sensed that the recently awakened Mangekyo Sharingan had now evolved into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He examined the ocular techniques of his eyes. First was the ability of the left eye's realm, where he could establish a new rule within that realm. All who entered the realm must abide by its rules, and enemies would be unable to defy them. Moreover, he could expend the permanent ocular power of the left eye to rewrite the rules. Each rewrite would permanently consume 1% of the maximum ocular power. After undergoing 100 transformations, the left eye succumbed to blindness. The prowess of the right eye, however, saw a significant enhancement. A new skill, Foreknowledge Archive, has been acquired, enabling the ability to observe all event branches within the next 60 seconds and select a preferred path for retrospection. This means the right eye now possesses both past and future capabilities. Although limited to 60 seconds, it remains exceedingly powerful. Additionally, a passive skill allows for the automatic selection of optimal evasion and counterattack routes. As long as the body can react, no attack from others could ever land. The side effect is that each use of the foresight consumes a year of life. Moonlight Swiftwind nodded in satisfaction, deeming the overall enhancement to be epic. He summoned the Susanoo once more, this time with an obsidian-hued skeletal structure, the left hand wielding a shield and the right a scythe. The scythe has been strengthened, capable of not only reversing time upon striking an enemy, but also imposing a mental seal, leaving foes dazed for 1 second, unless they possess formidable mental strength. Overall, Moonlight Swiftwind was quite pleased with this upgrade. He subsequently dismissed the Susanoo and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Uchiha Fugaka's residence. This time, his target was Uchiha Mikoto, uncertain if she possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon finding her in the kitchen washing dishes, Moonlight Swiftwind contemplated but refrained from using sensory manipulation. Instead, he approached from behind and gently tapped her shoulder. As Uchiha Mikoto turned around, Moonlight Swiftwind imitated Fugaka's voice, saying, "Mikoto, don't turn around. It's me, Fugaku. Were you lost in thought? What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll. You may continue with your dishes." With that, Moonlight Swiftwind vanished in a flash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Mikoto. The random reward generation has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Uchiha Mikoto's Shadow Clone Technique. 2. Gain Uchiha Mikoto's Gentle Disposition. 3. Obtain Uchiha Mikoto's 3-Tomo Sharingan. 4. Attain 1% of Uchiha Bloodline Density. Moonlight Swiftwind felt somewhat disappointed, realizing that Uchiha Mikoto indeed possessed only the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Hence, he decided against selecting that reward, as he had previously experienced the threefold enhancement still resulting in 3-Tomo. System, I choose the first reward. Chapter 115, Capturing Uchiha Izumi. The reason for selecting the first reward was that Moonlight Swiftwind believed the density of the Uchiha bloodline, no matter how high, would ultimately be of little use. It would be far more beneficial to acquire a skill instead, and among all skills, he had never chosen a clone technique before. He was also curious about the enhanced version of the clone skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host, selection successful, triggering a tenfold return and obtaining Uchiha Mikoto's Shadow Clone Technique. Note, after the tenfold enhancement, the Shadow Clone will only disappear if it suffers a fatal injury, loses chakra, or is actively dismissed. Moonlight Swiftwind found it acceptable. It was equivalent to having a clone, especially since his chakra was boundless. Creating a clone would thus also mean infinite chakra, which was quite reasonable. He then made his way to Uchiha Sasuke's room, eager to discover if individuals he had interacted with in the original timeline could be engaged with once more in this current timeline. Without employing any ninjutsu, he instantaneously arrived behind Sasuke, who had no time to react before Moonlight Swiftwind had already departed. Waiting atop Uchiha Fugaka's house, he soon realized that no system prompt had sounded, indicating that repeat interactions were likely impossible. Moonlight Swiftwind initially intended to leave after acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, but suddenly recalled that Uchiha Obito might arrive that evening. This presented the opportunity to potentially seize Obito's eyes and Uchiha Izumi's as well. With this in mind, he decided against leaving in haste and wandered around Konoha, savoring Uchiha Itachi's favorite tricolor dumplings. It was no surprise why both Uchiha Itachi and Akatsuki enjoyed them. The taste surpassed that of Ichiraku ramen. After a leisurely stroll, the sky began to darken. He then employed the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the epicenter of power within the Uchiha clan. Realizing something seemed amiss, he remembered that when Itachi and Root began their massacre, it should have started from the outskirts. Furthermore, Izumi should have been among the first casualties. Moonlight Swiftwind concluded that he needed to position himself at Uchiha Izumi's home and wait. In an instant, he arrived at Uchiha Izumi's residence, where it appeared only her mother was home, preparing a meal. With nothing else to do, Moonlight Swiftwind reclined on the tatami mat, patiently awaiting the unfolding drama. However, Before long, he caught a whiff of delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen. Just as he contemplated rising to investigate the delectable smells, they were suddenly mingled with a hint of blood. Activating his Byakugan, he discerned that the ordinary Uchiha clan members were nearing extinction. No longer eager to recline, he stood up as the scent of blood intensified. "Mother, we need to leave at once and hide in the clan grounds." "What is happening, Izumi? Is something wrong?" "There's no time to explain. We must flee, run." Soon after, Moonlight Swiftwind heard the clattering of dishes as the two rushed out of the house. He leisurely stood up and entered the kitchen, where he beheld a pot of spicy chicken, its enticing aroma irresistible. He seized a piece and made his way toward the door, remarking on the impressive culinary skills of Uchiha Izumi's mother. "Itachi, what brings you here? I heard there have been fatalities. You should hurry and escape. I am the one who committed the murders." Uchiha Itachi's words were cold and devoid of emotion. "What? This is impossible. You are such a good person. How could you commit murder?" Uchiha Izumi asked incredulously. "It is merely a test of my resolve." With that, Uchiha Itachi vanished and appeared before Uchiha Izumi, kicking her away with force. Boom. Uchiha Izumi crashed against the wall, slowly sliding down as she coughed up blood. "No. Uchiha Itachi, what are you doing? Why are you harming Izumi? I already told you. I am testing my resolve, and now you shall join them in hell." "No. Uchiha Itachi, I will not permit you to harm my mother." Uchiha Izumi trembled as she stood, drawing a kunai from her waist and charging at Uchiha Itachi. "You are far too slow, Izumi." Bang! Uchiha Izumi was once again sent flying by Uchiha Itachi's palm. Then, Uchiha Itachi slowly approached Izumi's mother, saying, "You beast. Why harm your own kin? Have we not treated you well? I have no choice. Embrace peace now, aunt." "No, Uchiha Itachi, if you must kill, then face me instead. Do not harm my mother." Uchiha Izumi exclaimed as the three-tomo Sharingan manifested, realizing only at this moment that Uchiha Itachi intended to kill them. Until now, she had held on to a glimmer of hope, but the harsh reality shattered her illusions. "Izumi, although you are a genius, awakening the three-tomo Sharingan at such a young age is too late. Everything is too late. I refuse to accept this notion of being too late. All I know is that you are harming our own Uchiha." Uchiha Izumi charged toward Uchiha Itachi, tears of anguish streaming down her face. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows, yet it was still too slow. "Go peacefully with your mother." Puchi. The kunai pierced Uchiha Izumi's left shoulder. But she did not scream in agony. Instead, she drew her kunai and thrust it at Uchiha Itachi, clearly intent on taking them both down together. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi would not exchange blows with her and simply kicked her away. With lightning speed, she dashed towards her mother, but this time, Uchiha Izumi had no chance to rescue her. Thud! Her heart was pierced, and she collapsed to the ground without uttering a single word. "No!" Uchiha Izumi screamed in anguish, and her Sharingan began to spin violently. Uchiha Itachi, seeing this, pressed forward rapidly, intent on killing her. At that moment, Tsuki no Kaze realized it was time for him to make an appearance. "Uchiha Izumi, do you wish to live? Do you seek to understand the meaning of life? Do you desire the resurrection of your mother?" Tsuki no Kaze's voice resonated from above, leaving both Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Itachi stunned. The frenzied rotation of Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan slowed, eventually settling into stillness. "Who are you? What do you want?" Uchiha Itachi brandished his kunai defensively, scanning the surroundings. "Can you truly bring my mother back to life?" "Of course, I can do anything." Uchiha Izumi quickly regained her composure. "What do you want?" Haha. "It is quite simple. I will revive your mother, and from this moment forth, your body and soul will belong to me. Will you accept this?" Tsuki no Kaze said as he descended from the sky, slowly floating in midair. Before Uchiha Izumi could speak, Uchiha Itachi lunged at Tsuki no Kaze with his kunai. But in an instant, he was sent flying back at an even greater speed. Bang! He crashed to the ground, his left cheek already swollen. The moment he charged, Tsuki no Kaze had struck him with a slap. He then stepped over the fallen Itachi, crossing his arms, and calmly remarked, "Do not interrupt me when I am summoning others. The consequences are severe." Witnessing Tsuki no Kaze easily overpower Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Izumi fell to her knees and pleaded, "My lord, I beg you to save my mother. From now on, I belong to you." Chapter 116. The Confrontation with Obito. "How dare you obstruct my attempt to test my own power? You shall perish." Uchiha Itachi proclaimed coldly as he stood up. Tsukuyami, enough with your petty tricks. Do not flaunt them before me. Suki no Kaze said, using his gravity to deliver another slap to Uchiha Itachi from afar. This time, Uchiha Itachi performed a 720-degree spin, losing a tooth and spitting out blood as he fell to the ground. Young lady, have you truly made your choice? Once decided, there is no turning back. Suki no Kaze asked Uchiha Izumi calmly. My lord, I am willing to give anything if it means saving my mother, she said as she knelt, burying her head deeply in the ground. Very well, I shall bring your mother back to life, Suki no Kaze declared, releasing a massive chakra that sought out an unfortunate member of the root organization, teleporting beside him. Without giving him a chance to react, he grasped the back of his neck and swiftly brought him next to Uchiha Izumi. Watch closely, this is how your mother will be revived. Rebirth. Suki no Kaze's powerful chakra surged forth, enveloping the unfortunate root member, and a wave of green mist began to emanate from his body. Following the chakra's flow, it directly entered the body of Uchiha Izumi's mother. Soon, the root member's body began to wither, and in less than a minute, he was reduced to a skeleton. Cough. Cough. What is happening to me? It hurts so much. Mother, are you truly all right? This is wonderful. Uchiha Izumi rushed into her mother's embrace, weeping. Not yet. You must wait a moment before crying. Suki no Kaze floated slowly between them, pointing from a distance. Yes, he had now mastered the ability to heal from afar. In the next instant, all the wounds on Uchiha Izumi's mother healed, and she sat up suddenly. My dear daughter, I feel as if I am truly fine now, even healthier than before. She gently patted Uchiha Izumi's back. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Uchiha Izumi's Sharingan began to spin violently again, and within seconds, the three Tomo connected into a single pattern. A new Mangekyo Sharingan was born. My lord, I feel somewhat different. Uchiha Izumi gazed at her hands in disbelief. Your Sharingan has successfully evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan, granting you combat abilities equal to those of Uchiha Itachi. How do you feel about seeking revenge on him? Suki no Kaze asked with a smile. This incident and the assistance he provided me previously shall be considered settled. From now on, he shall walk his own path while I tread mine. We shall no longer inhabit the same world. I only wish to follow you, my lord, and protect my mother. I am delighted to hear you express such thoughts. Here is my suggestion. For now, you and your mother should reside in the world I have created for a while. I will call upon you when necessary. Suki no Kaze said as he flew over and patted her shoulder, then absorbed both her and her mother into the land. 1. Acquire Uchiha Izumi's gentle nature. 2. Acquire Uchiha Izumi's taijutsu. 3. Acquire 2,000 mental energy from Uchiha Izumi. 4. Acquire 1 bloodline concentration from Uchiha Izumi. Suki no Kaze gazed at the 4 options with some regret, noting the absence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it was not a significant issue, as he still had the prospect of a hundredfold exchange ahead. Moreover, even if the Mangekyo did not appear during the hundredfold exchange, he could still extract the eyes and bestow them upon another, thereby continuing to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. System, I choose the 3rd reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering a tenfold return, gaining 20,000 points of mental energy from Uchiha Izumi. Who are you? Are you attempting to prevent me from annihilating the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Itachi said, clutching his chest as he stood up with difficulty. What do I have to do with the Uchiha clan? I am not interested in your affairs. Suki no Kaze replied, vanishing from Uchiha Itachi's sight in an instant. Watching Suki no Kaze disappear, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. It seems that this individual is merely a passing strongman. However, I have not heard of anyone so formidable in the shinobi world, and he is still in Konohagakure. It remains uncertain whether his intentions towards Konoha are benevolent or malevolent. What a troublesome season. Alas, I shall proceed with my mission. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and continued forward, commencing the slaughter of the Uchiha clan. Suki no Kaze departed from this place, sensing another immense chakra engaged in the massacre of the Uchiha clan. There was no doubt that this individual was Uchiha Obito, approaching his penultimate target. Suki no Kaze floated over leisurely, observing Uchiha Obito picking his eyes. Such elegance. Picking your eyes at this hour of the night. Suki no Kaze remarked mockingly from the air. Who? Uchiha Obito finally realized the presence around him. Your vigilance is quite lacking. Suki no Kaze continued to glide forward. Uchiha Obito, finally comprehending the source of the voice from behind, did not hesitate to absorb himself into another dimension. He then turned around, startled to see Suki no Kaze floating towards him. Who are you? What business do you have with the Uchiha clan? And who are you? What brings you to the Uchiha clan? Suki no Kaze smiled, feigning ignorance. I am Uchiha Madara. I have returned to my home, the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara? Do you mean to say that you are? What? Do I not resemble him? Uchiha Obito said, his tone growing increasingly authoritative. Uchiha Madara. Picking the eyes of his own kin in his own home, such a life. Alas, the younger generation is lackluster. I must take matters into my own hands. Could you refrain from speaking from another dimension while saying that? What? How do you know? How could you possibly discern that? Isn't it obvious to anyone with eyes? Do not attempt to deceive me with such trivial tricks. To which side do you belong? Uchiha Dado squinted and inquired in a low voice. I represent the free faction. I stand for freedom. Enough of this theatrics. Do you covet the eyes of the Uchiha clan as well? I shall offer you all that lies on the ground. Young one. As Uchiha Dado spoke, he contemplated the situation. This individual seemed formidable, and it would be unwise to engage in conflict merely for the sake of obtaining eyes. That is insufficient. I desire all the eyes. Yueguang Jifeng declared, pressing further. Young one, do you not think you are being excessive? I have already relinquished these to you. Is it not enough? Greed is not always a virtue. Are you truly Uchiha-ban? Since when does Uchiha-ban speak so amicably? It appears you have come seeking trouble. Then perish. Chapter 117. Communication with the Supreme Romantic Uchiha Dado. Are you embarrassed and furious, Uchiha-ban senpai? Yueguang Jifeng taunted. Ha. Uchiha Dado breathed heavily, agitated by Yueguang Jifeng's provocations. Just as he was about to lash out, the entity within him, Baiju, urged him to remain calm. Dado. This person clearly possesses great skill. Keep your composure and focus on your objectives without creating unnecessary complications. Since you desire the eyes, I shall grant them all to you. As Uchiha Dado spoke, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and prepared to depart. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback by Dado's restraint. He was clearly being provoked, yet remained passive. It seems I must escalate my tactics. Are you a ninja tortoise, so capable of enduring? Surely you cannot be Uchiha-ban. Uchiha Dado. What? Halfway out, Uchiha Dado halted, and Baiju within him was also stunned. Dado, it seems we cannot leave. We must eliminate him, or our plans will be jeopardized. I intended to kill him regardless of your words. No matter who you are, you have thoroughly enraged me. You must die today. Uchiha Dado gritted his teeth and began to emerge from the alternate space. Excellent. Let me witness the legendary strength of Uchiha-ban. Yueguang Jifeng remarked, remaining still with arms crossed, his expression conveying disdain. You truly are arrogant. Uchiha Dado was nearly driven to madness, withdrawing the Uchiha fan and scythe from the void. A gentle sweep of the fan stirred the dust, and Uchiha Dado charged at Yueguang Jifeng, scythe in hand. Yueguang Jifeng remained motionless, his mental energy summoning a gust of wind that surged towards Uchiha Dado. Dado hesitated. He had not expected this individual to unleash ninjutsu without forming seals. Fortunately, he was currently in a phantasmal state and felt no fear of ninjutsu. He feigned nonchalance, passing through Yueguang Jifeng's wind technique while his eyes remained fixed on Jifeng's face, seeking a glimpse of astonishment or disbelief. To his disappointment, Yueguang Jifeng maintained a smile, quietly observing his performance. Observing Yueguang Jifeng's demeanor, Baiju within Uchiha Dado expressed surprise. Dado, why does he not fear you? Uchiha Dado, charging forward, whispered, perhaps his mind is unhinged. It matters not. Kill him. With that thought, he accelerated, reaching Yueguang Jifeng in an instant. Jifeng remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. Dado questioned whether he might explode, wondering how this individual could be so unperturbed by the threat of his scythe. Baiju's warning resonated with Uchiha Dado. Such calmness surely stemmed from confidence, perhaps a ruse? He remained in his phantasmal state, not emerging from the void. In the next moment, Uchiha Dado's form passed through Yueguang Jifeng's body. Jifeng did not even glance back, coolly stating, is this all you are capable of? Cowardly Uchiha Dado. Uchiha Dado was driven to a frenzy, turning around to wildly swing his scythe. Yueguang Jifeng, without turning, perceived through his Byakugan that Dado appeared furious, yet he remained firmly within the void. Jifeng, with his back to Dado, cryptically remarked, merely impotent rage. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Dato could no longer contain himself, partially emerging from the alternate space. In that brief moment, he felt the left side of his body grow numb. A searing pain followed. Uchiha Dato reacted swiftly. Sensing the agony, he activated his phantasmal state. A wave of intense suffering enveloped his nerves, and he could no longer restrain his cries within the void. Ah, ah, ah. At last, I have caught you, little mouse. Yueguang Jifeng's figure gradually materialized at the spot where Uchiha Dato had been moments ago. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Uchiha Dato. The random return item generation has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Gain 15 chakra from Uchiha Dato 2. Acquire by Ju from Uchiha Dato 3. Attain a 1 concentration of Uchiha bloodline from Uchiha Dato 4. Obtain Uchiha Dato's Mangekyo Sharingan. Yueguang Jifeng did not anticipate such success, yielding the most valuable item. Glancing at the second option, Baiju, he hesitated but soon recalled that he could acquire Baiju later. System, I select the fourth reward. Yueguang Jifeng hoped for a return of 10 Mangekyo, perfectly matching Kakashi's. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. You have obtained Uchiha Dato's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yueguang Jifeng felt a tinge of disappointment, but the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Detection indicates similarities between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the host Sharingan. Shall fusion proceed? Die. Die. I will ensure your demise. A voice, filled with pain and fury, interrupted Yueguang Jifeng. He looked up to see Uchiha Dato, now with only half a body, frantically shouting, "Come here." Yueguang Jifeng raised his middle finger, beckoning with his hand. This gesture ignited a furious blaze in Uchiha Dato's eyes. Yet, upon glancing at his left side, his anger subsided. He still had to create a world solely for Rin. He could not die. He must survive. Count yourself fortunate. I shall spare you today. When we meet again, I will surely kill you. Dato gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Anyone can boast. I hope you can follow through. You, sharp-tongued, I shall not stoop to your level. Wait for me. Uchiha Dato remarked as the space around him rippled, drawing him in. Moments later, he vanished completely. Yueguang Jifeng chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. I never imagined Uchiha Dato could endure so much. Is this the epitome of a lovesick mind? Truly terrifying. The time should be nearing. Uchiha Itachi, the dutiful son, must have reached his parents' room by now. I shall not miss this grand performance. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly arriving at Uchiha Fugaka's expansive courtyard, then reclined on the rooftop. Shortly thereafter, he observed Uchiha Itachi, bloodied kunai in hand, pushing open the door to his own home. Watching the expressionless Uchiha Itachi, Yueguang Jifeng could not help but admire his unwavering mental fortitude. Itachi, is it you? Come in. Chapter 118. Meichin, you do not wish for Itachi and Sasuke to perish, do you? Uchiha Itachi discarded the kunai, taking a deep breath as he slowly ascended the steps. As he approached the door, a sudden hesitation gripped him. Come in, for we have already reached this point. Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment, then slowly opened the door, clearly seeing his parents kneeling neatly on the tatami mat before him. Two short blades lay before them. Taking a deep breath, Uchiha Itachi stepped forward with heavy steps. Itachi, my dear child, it seems you have grown taller again this evening. Uchiha Makoto patted the cushion beside her. Come, let your mother see you. Itachi remained motionless, though his breath quivered noticeably. Have you made your decision, my son? Father, I have contemplated deeply. This may be the only way to save the Uchiha clan. From the day you told me of Shirsue's death, my eyes foresaw this moment. The sight of you standing at the door, blades stained with our kin's blood, mingling with your own tears. As Uchiha Fugaka spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifesting before Itachi. Upon witnessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Itachi trembled, his voice hoarse as he replied, Forgive me, I have no other choice. Itachi sank to the ground in pain. Do not apologize, Itachi. The greatest failure of parents is to leave their child to bear such suffering alone. Thank you for being willing to accompany us on our final journey, allowing us to avoid dying at the hands of strangers. Uchiha Makoto gently patted Itachi's back as she spoke. The fate of the Uchiha clan ends here, but the will of the Uchiha shall not perish. I entrust Sasuke to you. From now on, you will be both his brother and his father and mother. Sometimes, living requires more courage than dying. You must strive to live on for the both of us. Makoto then stepped back to sit quietly beside Fugaku. I am a failed clan leader, but I hope to be a good father. Since you have made up your mind, act. Uchiha Itachi slowly grasped the short blade before him, the moonlight casting a swift breeze outside as he acted without hesitation, striking down. The sound of two swift thrusts echoed as both parents fell lifelessly, Itachi's movements clean and decisive, devoid of any lingering doubt. In their final moments, they felt no pain. Even Makoto wore a serene smile. The moonlight drifted in through the door. What an exquisite ethical drama this is. Once again, it is you. Who are you? And what do you seek? Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that Sasuke will soon be returning from school. Are you not going to find him? Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in shock as his three-tomo Sharingan swiftly transformed into the kaleidoscope. Do not look. It is futile, no matter how wide you open your eyes. If you do not hurry to your dear brother, Danzo may take action. Moonlight looked at Itachi with a smirk, arms crossed. In that instant, Itachi contemplated many things. But above all, he realized that he could not defeat this person before him. Even with Susanoo, his chances of victory would barely exceed 20%. Weighing the pros and cons, Itachi retracted his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moonlight nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed a true ninja. A wise person knows when to yield. Hurry along now. Your brother awaits you. Itachi said nothing, casting one last deep glance at Moonlight before hastily departing. Moonlight, however, did not watch Itachi leave, but instead turned his gaze toward the ultimate target of this endeavor, Uchiha Makoto. He unleashed a tremendous chakra, seeking out another unfortunate root member. Before the unfortunate soul could react, Moonlight appeared at his side and knocked him unconscious with a swift strike. Fortunately, Moonlight's control was now formidable, otherwise, that blow would have shattered the root member into a mist of blood. After the successful capture, he returned to the room where Uchiha Fugaku lay. The others blissfully unaware that two members of the root had already met their demise. Gazing down at Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto, both sprawled in a pool of blood, Moonlight contemplated for a moment before discarding Fugaku's body into the realm of his left eye. In due time, it would be handed over to Orochimaru. Whether for research or for the purpose of reincarnation, it would prove invaluable. The aim was to leave no waste, extracting every last bit of value from him. He then carelessly dropped the root ninja onto the ground and began to perform the resurrection technique. Soon, as the life force of the root ninja was drained, Uchiha Makoto gradually awakened. Am I not already dead? Where's this? Hell, Makoto mumbled before fully opening her eyes. Welcome back to the living. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Makoto's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings. This is my home. Indeed, this is your home. Welcome back, Uchiha Makoto. Who are you? I thought I had died. Was it all merely an illusion? It was no illusion. You truly perished. Do you see the ninja beside you? I sacrificed his life to save yours, Moonlight calmly stated, pointing at the unconscious root member. Impossible. How can a person return from death? What is your true motive? Makoto exclaimed, seizing the short blade from the ground and pointing it at Moonlight. A true ninja indeed, quick to react. It would be simple to save you. Just submit to me. What madness is this? How can that be possible? Even if you did save me, I would only express my gratitude. I would never submit to anyone. Makoto tightened her grip on the blade, her voice gradually calming. If you refuse to submit, then what purpose does my saving you serve? Am I doing this for fun? Then what is your true intent? Oh, I almost forgot to mention, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your two sons, would you? What do you mean? If you continue to speak nonsense, I will fight you. Surely, you do not wish for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke to endure inhuman torment and then perish? Moonlight said, crossing his arms and gazing calmly at Makoto. You devil. Makoto spat angrily. I will fight you. Clenching the short blade, she charged at Moonlight. With a flick of his finger, he shattered the blade into fragments. Since you do not believe, let me show you. Moonlight activated a genjutsu, forcing Makoto to witness Itachi and Sasuke being tormented to death. Moonlight also harbored the notion of testing whether Makoto could awaken her kaleidoscope Sharingan. No, do not torment them. I am willing. I will submit. Makoto collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 119, A Hundredfold Exchange with Uchiha Izumi. I hope you are sincere in your submission. You would not wish to learn the consequences of feigned allegiance. Moonlight leaned closer to Makoto, whispering in her ear. Do not worry, I know what must be done. Observing that Makoto still possessed only the three-tomo Sharingan, Moonlight shook his head in disappointment. He pondered to himself, logically, Makoto's talent should surpass that of Uchiha Izumi. Why, then, has Izumi attained the kaleidoscope, while Makoto has not? Is it a matter of insufficient stimulus, or perhaps inadequate mental fortitude? This perplexing issue would have to be resolved over time. For now, on this night of clan extinction, Moonlight had acquired nearly all he could. The only matter left was the predator and the prey, waiting for that old fool Danzo to complete his collection of Sharingan before seizing it for himself. Follow me quietly. Remember, only by doing so can you preserve their lives. Uchiha Makoto stood, wiping her tears. I understand. I will first take you to another place where you can find food for yourself, then I will come to find you. With a wave of his hand, Moonlight pulled Makoto into the realm of his left eye. Before Uchiha Makoto could finish her words, she vanished into thin air. Suki no Kaze emitted chakra as he sought out Danzo. It did not take long for him to discover Danzo boldly standing outside the Uchiha clan's residence. Without hesitation, he executed a teleportation, appearing directly above Danzo, patiently awaiting his subordinates to complete the collection of the Sharingan. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Uchiha Itachi limped out of the Uchiha gates. Upon seeing Danzo, Itachi straightened his posture, his gaze sharpening with resolve. Lord Danzo, I have dealt with the Uchiha clan. I trust you will honor your promise and protect my brother. Suki no, Itachi declared, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu, and before Danzo could react, he was drawn into the realm of Suki no. What do you intend, Uchiha Itachi? Are you rebelling? Do you dare to kill me? Though Danzo's strength was lacking, he was adept at understanding human nature. He sensed Itachi's hesitation to act recklessly. Even if he were bound to a cross, his brow would remain unfurrowed, and he would gaze down upon Itachi with an imposing presence. You misunderstand, my lord. I merely wish to inform you to treat my brother well, or I shall make you experience true pain. How audacious, Uchiha Itachi, to threaten me! Danzo exclaimed, struggling against his restraints, attempting to free himself from the cross. I merely remind you, I have eliminated your entire clan. Should my brother suffer even a slight grievance, I trust you are aware of the consequences. Itachi's voice remained calm, his eyes as still and cold as stagnant water. You. Danzo realized the ruthless nature of Itachi. He had indeed slaughtered his entire clan without hesitation, and he dared not provoke him further. His tone immediately softened. Since I have conveyed my message, I shall take my leave. Remember to uphold our agreement. I will return to check on matters. Upon this, Itachi shattered the Suki no space. And although Danzo endured no physical torment within it, the mental strain left him gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Danzo knelt on one knee, panting heavily, contemplating the formidable power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Should he attempt to control Uchiha Itachi? He soon abandoned the thought, fearing retaliation from Itachi. Losing both his reputation and his forces was not Danzo's style. As he observed Itachi's departure, two root members hastily approached to assist him. My lord, are you unhurt? I am fine. How is the collection of Sharingan progressing? Reporting, my lord, we have gathered a substantial portion. Yet many of the three-tomo Sharingan appear to have been taken by Uchiha Itachi. That is of no concern. Take whatever you can. Also you lot, pack up all the ninjutsu scrolls and assets of the Uchiha clan. Yes, the root members knelt before vanishing into the Uchiha residence. Suki no Kaze could hardly believe that Danzo was indeed assisting in the collection of the Uchiha clan's assets. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. My lord, here are the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu scrolls, and this is their publicly known wealth. One root member knelt, holding up two sealed scrolls. Clap, clap, clap. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to reach for the scrolls, he heard the sound of clapping and quickly withdrew his hand, scanning his surroundings. Who is it? You lack the right to know. As the words fell, the scrolls in the root members' hands flew away. Suki no Kaze caught the scrolls without a glance, tossing them directly into the warehouse. Alas, how infuriating! Danzo fumed. Why must every Tom, Dick, and Harry oppose me today? Quickly, someone fetch this sneaky fellow. Yes, my lord. The Sharingan has been fully recovered. Please review. Don't come near. As Danzo spoke, a root member who had just exited the Uchiha mansion was bewildered to find the scrolls slipping from his grasp uncontrollably. Retrieve those scrolls at once. Danzo shouted in exasperation, thumping his cane against the ground. But what do you mean but? Everyone, retrieve those scrolls. My lord, we cannot even see where the thief went. What shall we do? A bunch of worthless fools. Having secured the scrolls, Suki no Kaze did not linger to converse with Danzo, instead teleporting back to the Ryumai. He had thought that with the Uchiha clan's annihilation, the Ryumai would absorb him back. However, upon touching it, there was no reaction. As night fell, Suki no Kaze decided to rest and dine, planning to contemplate his return the following morning. He directly entered the Xiaoqian continent, observing Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Izumi. He found Mikoto sitting idly, so he chose not to disturb her and approached Uchiha Izumi instead. He discovered she and her mother were preparing a meal, and the three enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. As darkness enveloped the sky, "My lord, let us make do tonight and camp outside. I shall construct a dwelling tomorrow. No need for such trouble. We shall have a house shortly. Wood release, 3 rooms and a hall technique." Boom. In an instant, a wooden structure comprising 3 rooms and a hall materialized. "My lord, you are truly remarkable. Very well, rest now. Tomorrow we have tasks to attend to," Suki no Kaze remarked as he entered the master bedroom. Not long after lying down, there was a knock at the door. "Come in, my lord. I wish to join you. Have you made up your mind? If so, enter." "Yes, my lord, I have decided. You have granted my mother a second chance at life, and in doing so, you have granted me a chance to live anew." Soon, the moon concealed itself behind the clouds, and time slipped by quietly. Ding. Congratulations. Host and Uchiha Izumi have completed an intimate exchange. The random return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Uchiha Izumi's body technique. 2. Gain 1 concentration of Uchiha bloodline from Uchiha Izumi. 3. Obtain Uchiha Izumi's fire release ninjutsu. 4. Acquire Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Upon seeing the options, Suki no Kaze felt a surge of joy. The reward he most desired, the Mangekyo Sharingan, was among them. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "System, I choose the 4th reward." Suki no Kaze felt both anticipation and trepidation, fearing that this hundredfold return would result in him acquiring 100 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Hundredfold return triggered, acquiring Uchiha Izumi's Rinnegan. Seeing the system prompt, Suki no Kaze was elated and showered Uchiha Izumi with several affectionate kisses. He then began to explore the abilities of the Rinnegan, finding it possessed all the features typical of a Rinnegan, akin to those wielded by Pain, including Deva Path, Human Path, and Azura Path, all readily usable with minimal chakra consumption. In addition to these fundamental 6 paths, the newly awakened Rinnegan came with a unique ninjutsu of his own. Initially, Suki no Kaze assumed this ninjutsu would be an evolution of Uchiha Izumi's Mangekyo Sharingan technique. But to his surprise, it was an exclusive ninjutsu tailored to him. This led him to ponder whether future awakenings of new Rinnegan would yield additional abilities. The new ability of his Rinnegan was dubbed Kalen Duanhen, essentially a fusion of time and space ninjutsu, perfectly corresponding to Suki no Kaze's left and right eyes. Its core capabilities encompassed 2 effects. The first, a spatial effect, frame-cutting space, allowed Suki no Kaze, lacking the Tomo in his Rinnegan, to open a Kalen domain with a radius of approximately 1 kilometer. Every object within the realm is captured frame by spatial film, at a rate of 60 frames per second. This second temporal effect, the frame cut time, allows one to extract any frame at will. The targeted object, energy, or event that has been cut from reality vanishes, stored within the Jialan scroll space. One can paste the extracted frame onto any point in time, thus releasing the severed frame, compelling the world line to revert to that moment. Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the explanation provided by the reincarnation eye, initially perplexed, struggling to comprehend its meaning. After a period of contemplation, he finally grasped its application. For instance, if an adversary unleashed a tailed beast bomb, Yueguang Jifeng could choose to extract the frame of the explosion. Consequently, the explosion would cease to exist, and in the following second, he could paste this explosion onto the enemy's back, forcing them to endure the blast's damage. Beyond merely transferring damage, Yueguang Jifeng conceived another application. Should a teammate perish, he could opt to cut away the frame just before their demise. Thus, the physical body would vanish from reality. Within the Jialan domain, he could then restore them to health, and once healing was complete, he could paste the frame of their survival back into the present. This would result in the individual reviving on the spot, fully rejuvenated. In essence, As long as Yueguang Jifeng wished for someone to live, they would not perish. This ability was extraordinarily powerful and rendered him invincible. Yet, it bore limitations and required certain sacrifices. He could maintain a maximum of 8 frames simultaneously. Exceeding this limit would result in the earliest frame being released. Each frame cut would reduce his lifespan by 1 second, and pasting it back would incur an additional second of loss. For Yueguang Jifeng, this cost felt negligible. The reincarnation eye also informed him that, against opponents of the same caliber, he currently lacked the Mangekyo state. If his adversary also possessed a reincarnation eye without Mangekyo or the bloodline net, the success rate of frame cutting would diminish to 50%, decreasing further with each Mangekyo possessed by the enemy. To utilize this against all opponents, he must swiftly ascend to the 9 Mangekyo reincarnation eye. Yueguang Jifeng summarized the ocular technique of his eyes, envisioning the world as film. He could cut out a frame and paste it back to any desired second in time. Those destined to die must first pass through his inquiry, establishing himself as the true master of the ledger of life and death. Does my lord feel unwell? Would you like to change your position? Yueguang Jifeng returned to consciousness, finding his current posture quite agreeable. Let us continue. Tomorrow, I will introduce you to someone. You 3 shall reside here for now, and once I stabilize, we will begin to cultivate this land. My lord, rest assured, we shall gradually develop this island when we have leisure. Today, I notice the island is remarkably bountiful, lacking nothing. Very well. In the future, more people will inhabit this place, and it will be entrusted to your management. I understand, my lord. Please continue. Soon, the sun rose over the continent. My lord, Quan has come for breakfast. Please try the meal I prepared from the island's flora. After breakfast, as Yueguang Jifeng prepared to depart, he suddenly remembered that there was still Uchiha Meichin in the space and instantly appeared beside her. At that moment, Uchiha Meichin seemed to have recovered, feasting on wild fruits to sate her hunger. Let us go. You will live with Quan and the others from now on. Which Quan? Uchiha Quan. Yueguang Jifeng did not respond, merely using his mental energy to transport them both back to the small wooden house. Meichin aunt, it truly is you. Let us live well together here. Quan and Shizi, I am so sorry for you. My son has committed such a grave error, and I bear guilt. Tears streamed down Uchiha Meichin's face as she spoke. Meichin, do not be overly self-reproachful. Everyone has their own path to choose. And look, are we not living well? Uchiha Shizi gently embraced her. Indeed, Aunt Meichin, let the past drift away like the wind. Let us start anew. Is that not preferable? Uchiha Quan stepped forward to join in the embrace. You are both right. I must respect the destinies of others. From today on, I shall be the new Meichin, living for myself. Then you 3 should cultivate this little island well. Yueguang Jifeng observed their tender scene, nodding in satisfaction before departing the continent. Initially intending to head directly to the Dragon Vein, he suddenly considered, if a person from this time and space were brought into another time and space where they also existed, would they truly remain? This question pertained to his future plans of whom to bring back, and thus he resolved to first visit Konoha, planning to see himself. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived beside a small alley next to Ichiraku Ramen. Following the memories of his previous timeline, Yueguang Jifeng slowly walked back to his home. People he encountered regarded him with familiarity, yet after observing him for a moment, none chose to greet him. Yueguang Jifeng relished the solitude and soon arrived at his doorstep. Everything appeared as he remembered, albeit slightly more modernized. After a moment's thought, he decided to employ a transformation technique to alter his appearance, avoiding awkward explanations should the original Yueguang Jifeng suddenly appear. Knock, knock, knock. Yueguang Jifeng approached and knocked on the door. Who is it? As the door opened, a slightly aged Yueguang Jifeng emerged. Who are you looking for? Cough, cough, cough. Observing the coughing Yueguang Jifeng, he inquired, could you direct me to Xiaoli's home? Just exit, take a left, make a few turns, and you'll arrive, the coughing Yueguang Jifeng replied. After hearing him speak with several coughs, the current Yueguang Jifeng pondered carefully. He could not truly heal this version of himself. What if he cured this Yueguang Jifeng's ailment and subsequently could not awaken his past memories? Would he then cease to exist? This was an uncertain risk, and Yueguang Jifeng refused to gamble with his future. After all, the current Yueguang Jifeng was not in danger of dying. Thank you very much. After reflecting, Yueguang Jifeng chose not to linger and departed. Having walked some distance, He recalled the primary purpose of his visit, whether two individuals could coexist within the same time and space or not. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng planned to capture another person at the route and bring them along. Finding the spatial coordinates he had left the previous night, he appeared beside the individual, giving them no time to react. He swiftly absorbed them into his left eye's domain, and in the next moment, he returned to the dragon vein. This time, Yueguang Jifeng intended to return to his original timeline. He hoped for good fortune in his next temporal selection, aiming for a time where Kato Dan existed. However, he found himself momentarily uncertain about how to return. He then recalled that this timeline still housed the Queen of Lulan, who could collaborate with her counterpart from the other timeline to facilitate his return. With this realization, Yueguang Jifeng gradually ascended towards the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Though the people of Lulan in this era were impoverished and backward, each face radiated with joy. "Where does your queen reside?" Yueguang Jifeng casually inquired of a passerby. Are you from Lulan? I have never seen you before." "Strange, I have not seen you either. But I heard that someone from the Land of Wind recently visited our country. You must be one of them." Yueguang Jifeng found their responses frustrating, as they failed to answer his question. Opting for a more forceful approach, he unleashed a tremendous chakra. Then, he amplified his voice so all could hear. "Queen of Lulan, come forth at once, or I shall unleash a massacre." At this moment, the individuals previously discussed fell to their knees in fear. "Please, esteemed ninja, do not kill us. The queen is within the palace. If you continue forward, you shall find her." "What a waste of time. It would have been better to mention this sooner," said Yueguang Jifeng, as he soared into the depths of Lulan. In less than a minute, he spotted the queen rushing outward. "My lord, have you been searching for me?" Yueguang Jifeng halted his flight and descended gracefully. "Indeed, I seek you. Come with me," he replied, reaching out to touch the Queen of Lulan. In an instant, they appeared near the dragon vein. To Yueguang Jifeng's astonishment, a notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving intimate communication with Sarah. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for your reward. 1. Obtain Sarah's 6-palm sand control spell. 2. Obtain Sarah's dragon vein sealing technique. 3. Obtain Sarah's temporal perception. 4. Obtain Sarah's maternal staff manipulation." As Yueguang Jifeng scrutinized the options, he recalled seeing the first one in use when he arrived, seemingly for activating the dragon vein, which didn't seem useful for locating temporal coordinates. Thus, he decided to try the third option. "I choose the third reward," he stated. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. You have obtained Sarah's temporal perception. Note: enhanced, allowing clear sensation of temporal coordinates." Yueguang Jifeng felt quite satisfied with this reward, as it was precisely what he needed. "My lord, what do you require of me?" Sarah inquired eagerly as she landed. "You need not assist any longer. I shall send you back," he responded, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to return her to her original place. Subsequently, he returned to the dragon vein. Harnessing the newly acquired temporal perception, he immediately sensed a profound difference. The entire dragon vein was densely populated with an array of temporal coordinates. Fortunately, with the enhancement of this perception, Yueguang Jifeng could effortlessly discern the desired coordinates from the dragon vein. In a brief span, he located the original temporal mark and unleashed the celestial technique, the Great Jade Spiral Sphere. In less than a second, he amassed a chakra sphere 2 meters in diameter and directed it toward the lower half of the dragon vein. Boom! The lower section of the dragon vein shattered, revealing a humanoid-sized black hole. Without hesitation, Yueguang Jifeng darted inside. A moment of disorientation ensued, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in a familiar place. "My lord, you have returned. How did it go? Was it successful?" Yueguang Jifeng shook his head. "It was not successful. The temporal coordinates were incorrect, and I did not find what I sought." "Then what shall we do?" the little princess asked. "For now, the only option is to utilize the dragon vein for another traversal. Can you determine how many more times it can be used?" "Based on my observations, we can use it once more without any issues," she replied. "Very well, we shall continue the traversal tomorrow. For now, let us return and rest. What delicacies does Lulan offer?" "My lord, I fear you may not enjoy our cuisine. It consists mostly of various insects and a scarce amount of animal meat. In such a barren land, why have you not considered relocating?" "Since I became aware, my mother has instructed me that our family has guarded this dragon vein for generations. I do not know why we are so adamant about protecting it." Yue Guang Jifeng glanced at the dragon vein. Your ancestors appear to have been remarkably visionary. The power of the dragon vein, if misused, could lead to substantial troubles. My lord, will there be any changes after we use it? The little princess inquired curiously. Yue Guang Jifeng recalled that her mother had successfully communicated, so he believed the little princess could as well. He gently patted her head. There will not be any significant changes. Everything is within my control, so you need not fear. As he smiled, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving intimate communication with Faya. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for your reward. 1. Obtain Faya's 6-palm sand control spell. 2. Obtain Faya's dual voice resonance. 3. Obtain Faya's time sandglass. 4. Obtain Faya's dragon vein temporal perception. In Chapter 122, once more into the fray, Yue Guang Jifeng hesitated briefly before declaring, I choose the first reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. You have obtained Faya's sand control spell. Note, with tenfold enhancement. It allows control of sand within a 20-meter radius without the need for singing. Yue Guang Jifeng nodded with satisfaction. This effect was quite commendable, marking him as a master of sand manipulation. My lord, what is the matter? Shall we initiate the temporal traversal? There is nothing to worry about. Prepare yourselves, for I am ready for the second traversal. By the way, can you two control the time of the traversal? Unfortunately, we cannot, Sarah replied softly, shaking her head. What if I could accurately identify the temporal point? Yue Guang Jifeng pondered and pressed further. If that were the case, you would need to quickly ascertain the desired time point. This would grant you a 40% chance of traversing to the intended time. My lord, you must be swift in finding the time point. As the window for traversal is brief, you must quickly identify the corresponding time point to leap into the time loop, the little princess urged, coming closer. Understood. Let us commence. Yue Guang Jifeng affirmed, moving toward the dragon vein. Seeing Yue Guang Jifeng ready, Sarah immediately began to chant. The dragon vein erupted violently, the surrounding stone walls rising once more, revealing the symbols of traversal. Yue Guang Jifeng wasted no time, harnessing the spatial coordinate ability acquired from Sarah to its utmost potential. With over 1,000,000-fold enhancement of mental power, it would be a challenge for even the Sage of Six Paths to accurately locate half a coordinate in the dragon vein's temporal space. In mere seconds, it felt as though centuries passed within Yue Guang Jifeng's mind. Each moment was unfathomably slowed. His mental power functioned like an exquisitely precise radar, scanning every minute detail. Soon, he detected a temporal point amidst the chaotic corners. After contemplating for a few milliseconds, he decided not to seek a more precise point, for any delay could result in missing the moment. If he failed to locate it subsequently, it would be a pure loss. The wisdom of a bird in hand is worth two in the bush was clear to Yue Guang Jifeng. Focusing his mental energy, he launched an assault on this dragon vein space, interrupting the two who were still chanting, causing them to stagger back 2 steps. Yue Guang Jifeng was swiftly drawn into the vortex formed by the shattered dragon vein space. A wave of disorientation washed over him. Before he could fully open his eyes, a pungent fishy odor surged into his nostrils. Yue Guang Jifeng felt bewildered. Shouldn't it smell of sand? Why was there a fishy scent? Could someone be grilling fish near the dragon vein? Each temporal traversal felt akin to the motion sickness of a long journey, leaving him nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized that he was not surrounded by endless yellow sand, but rather standing atop a cliff overlooking a vast azure sea. Hey, handsome young man, do not jump off the cliff. Do not believe those tales that claim one can gain powerful ninjutsu by leaping. Those are mere tales to deceive children. Old lady, I assure you, I had no intention of jumping, Yue Guang Jifeng thought, realizing that the forceful alteration of time had caused a deviation in his landing point. You young people never speak the truth. I have already stopped 3 jumpers this month, and with you, that makes 4. The elderly lady, while speaking, quickly pulled Yue Guang Jifeng back. Isn't it popular to jump off cliffs in Huaying as well? What kind of nonsense is this? With a laugh, she exclaimed at last. I've caught you. Come with me back to the Ninja Alliance. With you, we can collect 50 eggs. As she spoke, her excitement grew as she tugged at Yue Guang Jifeng. Yue Guang Jifeng was somewhat speechless. Are eggs really that significant? Are you just waiting here by the cliff for someone to fall? You're quite the cultured young man. Speaking so interestingly, which family do you belong to? I haven't seen you before. Grandma, I'm not from this little island. May I ask where this place is? This. This is a warm and wonderful place. We warmly refer to it as Yonggui Island. The elderly lady said with a smile, pulling Yueguang Jifeng along. Yonggui Island? I don't believe I've heard of it, he replied, deep in thought as he searched his memory for this island and ultimately realized he did not recognize it. Have you heard of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire? Me? I've never left this island in my life. So I haven't heard of this Hidden Leaf Village you speak of. Do you know anyone who might know how to leave this island? Haha, let me tell you. Not only have I never left this island, but no one in my family has either, as this island is truly a comforting place. Since no one knows how to leave, I shall take my leave, Yueguang Jifeng said, gently swinging his arm, preparing to soar into the sky to search for a way out on his own. Wait, I haven't collected my eggs yet, the elderly lady exclaimed as she watched Yueguang Jifeng ascend higher, her eagerness for the eggs momentarily clouding her judgment. Young man, I just remembered. Our island has the Zhou family, who have safeguarded this island for generations. They should know how to get out. They protect this island. Are they ninjas? Yueguang Jifeng pondered. If they were ninjas, he could communicate with them and perhaps gain some rewards. What is a ninja? It sounds impressive, the elderly lady asked with some confusion. Ninjas are a profession, possessing considerable strength. Then they must be ninjas. They are the most formidable family on this island. Let us go. Take me to see them. Not so fast. First, come with me to a place, and then I will take you there, the old lady said, grasping Yueguang Jifeng's hand tightly, fearing he might escape. Yueguang Jifeng sighed. You don't need to take me to collect eggs. I have some of the finest eggs right here. He then pulled out the eggs he had obtained from the cult last time from his system space. Where did these eggs come from? They seem larger than ours. All right. I'll give you about 100 of these. Hurry, take me to find the guardians of this island. All of these for me. Deal. Let us go. The elderly lady exclaimed, snatching the box from Yueguang Jifeng's hands and holding it close. I'll carry it for you. It's quite heavy. And I'm afraid you can't manage. No need. I can manage. Let us go. I still need these eggs to make a delicious meal for my grandson. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head in disbelief. With a simple technique, he cast a light gravity spell on the elderly lady. See, I told you I could carry these eggs. Let us keep moving. We will arrive soon. With no choice, Yueguang Jifeng followed the elderly lady at a leisurely pace. Soon, they arrived at a large mansion. This is the place. You can find them on your own. I need to head home to prepare dinner. The elderly lady said cheerfully as she walked away in another direction. Ignoring her, Yueguang Jifeng soared above the mansion. Just as he intended to land and ask for directions, he overheard a fierce argument below. I tell you, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I will surely master the secret arts. Chapter 123, Vacuum Breathing? Wouldn't that make one invincible? Stop wasting your breath. It's been years, and the family lineage is on the verge of extinction. Few can even refine chakra anymore. And you still wish to learn the secret arts? What a delusion. Exactly. Just obediently guard the reservoir. I see he is just making excuses to avoid going. Wait for me. I will definitely succeed. Yueguang Jifeng was astonished to witness such a scene of middle-aged struggles in the ninja world. Without further delay, he floated down gently to the courtyard. Does anyone know how to leave this island? Who dares to act recklessly in our Zhou group? Yueguang Jifeng, uninterested in further explanations, promptly froze everyone in place. Now, I will ask you to respond. Do you understand? How does one leave this small island? He began unfreezing their heads. Only Qingzong knows. Only this fool knows. Quickly ask him. Yes. We don't know. He is the only one who is clear. Who is Qingzong? I am Qingzong. The one who just shouted about not underestimating the youth, right? Tell me, how does one leave this island? Under normal circumstances, one cannot leave. Even by boat. They would be swallowed by the surrounding whirlpools. But I see you can fly. You just need to fly southeast continuously. Yueguang Jifeng contemplated for a moment. Having come this far, he might as well see if he could gain some rewards. He stepped forward, patted Qingzong on the shoulder, and simultaneously released the ice binding him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Zhou Qingzong. The random return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Obtain Zhou Qingzong's 0001 chakra card. 2. Gain the ability to breathe underwater from Zhou Qingzong. 3. Acquire the ability to manipulate water flow from Zhou Qingzong. 4. Obtain the ability to communicate with sea creatures from Zhou Qingzong. Surprised by the successful exchange, Yueguang Jifeng reflected on the options presented to him. The reason Zhou Qingzong had not mastered the secret arts was not due to a lack of ability, but rather insufficient chakra to execute them. He found it amusing that someone could truly be deficient in chakra. Shifting his attention back to the options, he dismissed the first and focused on the second, underwater breathing. To be honest, this ability was incredibly powerful. With it, underwater conditions would be as manageable as on land, transforming him into an amphibious human. The third option, controlling water flow, would make him a master of water manipulation, likely more potent than water release. The fourth option was unnecessary for Yueguang Jifeng. System. I choose the second reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return. You have obtained Zhou Qingzong's enhanced breathing ability. Note. After enhancement, you can breathe in any environment, including a vacuum. Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the enhanced effects in astonishment. He hadn't expected such a modest tenfold boost to be so formidable, enabling him to travel to different planets. Even in the event of planetary destruction, he could survive. In the future, when confronted with an unbeatable foe, he could simply annihilate the planet, causing his enemies to suffocate while he remained the ultimate victor. With a wave of his hand, Yueguang Jifeng released Zhou Qingzong from his icy prison. You have great potential. The reason you cannot perform ninjutsu is that your chakra is insufficient. Work hard. He then shot up into the sky. Sir, you haven't released my family from their ice yet. Having flown 200 meters away, upon hearing his words, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand to thaw the others. Thank you, Qingzong. Since the sir believes in your potential, put in your best effort. I hope you succeed. One of the freed individuals remarked with emotion. Hearing this, Zhou Qingzong became overwhelmed with excitement and knelt down, murmuring, Thank you, sir. Thank you for alleviating my family's misunderstanding of me. The moonlit gale, unnoticed and unanticipated, altered the fate of Zhou Qingzong with but a simple utterance. The moonlit gale soared uninterrupted for an hour before it beheld a series of small boats emerging below. It selected a relatively larger vessel to descend upon. Pardon me. Esteemed sir, what brings you here? The trembling crew member inquired. Where are we? Esteemed sir, this territory belongs to the land of water, within the confines of Wu Rin village. Have we returned to the land of water? I would like to know the current year in Konoha. Esteemed sir, I am unaware of the exact year in Konoha. I only know that various regions have been embroiled in warfare for over a year now, and we fishermen are on the brink of starvation. Warfare? Is this the ninja world war? Indeed, esteemed sir. Every ninja village, every major and minor nation is in chaos, and we fishermen can only sneak out to fish every now and then. Do you know which number this ninja world war is? Esteemed sir, if my memory serves me right, this should be the second. Upon hearing this response, the moonlit gale realized that stability was within reach. The second ninja world war had only just begun a year prior. At this juncture, Kato Dan was certainly still alive. Whether he had mastered the spirit transformation technique remained uncertain, yet regardless of his proficiency, possessing this technique was paramount. Esteemed sir, do you have any other matters to attend to? This old man must hurry to fish, lest he be unable to return before nightfall. With the answers received, the moonlit gale felt quite pleased. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the water release technique, drawing forth all the fish from the nearby waters. Let these fish serve as your reward for answering my queries, he declared, continuing his flight forward. The fishermen, witnessing the boat laden with fish, shed tears of joy, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you, esteemed sir. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. Unbeknownst to the moonlit gale, he had unwittingly earned the title of a benevolent benefactor. He resolved that since he had arrived in the land of water, and it was approximately the year 37 in Konoha, he could seize all the bloodline limits of the land of water. Missing even one would be a loss for him. And most importantly, he yearned to witness Terumi Mei's splendor. After completing his exchanges, he would return to Konoha, acquire the spirit transformation technique, and commence a 10,000-fold augmentation. Chapter 124. Exchange with the 7 ninja swordsmen. As the moonlit gale took flight, he suddenly recalled that during the Second Ninja World War, Terumi Mei would have been less than 4 years old, just weaned. The prospect of engaging with or witnessing the bloodline limits seemed improbable. Shortly after ascending, he heard a loud reprimand from below. What are you all doing? Are you not patrolling diligently? The moonlit gale looked down and was surprised to find an old acquaintance. Hey Chwaleya. He swiftly approached another individual, kicking over a chunin in front of him, and barked. You dare call yourselves Wunin when you can't even stick 30 explosive tags straight, brandishing his lightning blade and discharging electricity. Just as the moonlit gale intended to descend, another figure emerged from the village, shouldering a massive, serrated axe embedded with a dark iron hammerhead. Striding through the muddy terrain, he grumbled, "Leia, control your lightning. While electrocuting a ninja might be a minor injury, what if you fry the flowers and herbs? Do you think the Kagaya clan won't come after you?" Upon hearing this, Leia's mouth twitched, and the electricity in his hand began to wane until it finally dissipated. "What brings you here? Weren't you resting at the back?" I grew bored and decided to patrol, only to encounter a formidable opponent. To think you, the Toko Yaran, would deign to praise me. How rare. With that level of skill, you expect me to commend you? A grown man flying in the sky, and yet you can't see? If you don't want your eyes, perhaps donate them to someone else. Where is everyone? Where are they? Leia scanned the surroundings, but found no one. I suggest you find a pair of eyes to replace your own. Your vision is truly lacking. You might have a point. I should find someone who can see further to assist me. It seems our friend in the sky might be weary. Come down and rest. Our Wurin village welcomes you. Hearing Toko Yaran's words, Leia finally looked up at the sky. The moonlit gale pondered for a moment before gently descending. Is Wurin village this welcoming? Quite splendid. Upon finishing his statement, he vanished from sight and reappeared behind Toko Yaran, patting him on the shoulder. Please, enlighten me about the current state of your Wurin village. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Toko Yaran. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Toko Yaran's Earth Release, Rockhammer 2. Acquire Toko Yaran's Earth Release, Earthquake Core 3. Acquire Toko Yaran's 07 Chakra 4. Acquire Toko Yaran's Dull Blade. The dough cutter. Upon seeing the options, the moonlit gale contemplated that the previous abilities were of little use. Concerning the situation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he surmised he could only choose the blade. When the time for the 10,000-fold return arrived, he could select any one of the swords for his reward. He was curious to see what kind of extraordinary weapon would result from such a return. System. I choose the 4th reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful. You have triggered a tenfold return and obtained the earthquake-level city-destroying axe, Zhenjin Dao. The Collapse of Nations. Note. The reward has been dispatched to the warehouse. The host may check it at their leisure. The moonlit gale was astonished to discover that the tenfold return yielded the Zhenjin Dao. Instantly, he thought of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. If this blade possessed a similar power, it would be formidable indeed. What? How could he draw such a massive sword with such speed? Toko Yaran exclaimed in shock. What is it, Yaran? What is the matter? After calming down, Toko Yaran took a deep breath and responded, Nothing. You should let the other ninjas descend. The 2 of us will accompany him for a tour of the village. However, the moonlit gale disregarded their conversation and, with a thought, retrieved the Zhenjin Dao from the system warehouse. Hey, Yaran, did you see how he pulled out such a large sword? And why do I feel this blade resembles yours somewhat? It is slightly larger and sharper than mine, and it appears more visually striking. Yet, I truly did not see where he retrieved it from. The moonlit gale infused chakra into the blade and immediately received feedback. Striking the ground, it did not simply create fissures. Instead, it generated circular shockwaves, instantly shattering structures, earthen walls, and barrier arrays within a 100-meter radius. Furthermore, striking the ground vertically could unleash towering waves of rock, potentially knocking down low-flying units. The drawback, however, was that it indiscriminately affected friend and foe alike. Overall, it was decent but did not quite meet the moonlit gale's expectations. He casually returned the blade to the warehouse and stated, Let us proceed. Guide me into the village for a thorough observation, and feel free to invite your friends. You didn't dwell on it, and replied, Friends? What use are friends? I roam the ninja world with just my blade. You have none? The moonlit gale turned to Toko Yaran. Toko Yaran found himself at a loss for words. Surely you have friends? Gather your formidable acquaintances. I shall treat you at your finest establishment. You are correct, esteemed sir. There is much more to the ninja world than mere violence. It is also about human connections. I have many friends. I will call them over. But you must not pay. As the guest, you should be treated by the host. You, a mere Tongsao Yaran, how dare you befriend others behind my back? Did you not say that emotions are the greatest enemy of a ninja? Upon hearing the words of Tongsao Yaran, Xiaoqian was instantly filled with rage. Outside, we are ninjas, devoid of emotions. Within the village, we are flesh and blood. You are to take the adults to the restaurant while I summon others. Thousandfold cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoqian. Do you look down on me? Let me tell you, I am not one to be trifled with. Xiaoqian tightened his grip on the thunderblade, shouting loudly. Thousandfold felt the urge to slap Xiaoqian into silence. Astonished that this fool could not even comprehend the signal. How on earth did he become one of the 7 ninja blades? It is truly a disgrace to be associated with him. He nervously glanced at Xiaoqian, only to find that he seemed utterly unconcerned, leaving him somewhat unsettled. What audacity does this newcomer possess to confront the entirety of Kirigakure, compelling me to call for assistance? Could he truly be a hidden master of unparalleled skill? Thousandfold thought as he hastily made his way back to the village, eager to witness whether this individual would maintain his composure when all 7 blades converged here. Chapter 125. The conversation never ceases, exhilarating. Xiaoqian remained indifferent to their antics, instead hoping they would summon more people, as it would facilitate communication. This time, Xiaoqian intended to select a greater variety of bloodline limits, planning to seek out Tsunade's good friend Baru upon returning to the primary timeline. He pondered what marvels the 10,000-fold communication return technique would yield. Come with me. I shall regale you with the culinary delights Kirigakure has to offer. Do you Kirigakure folk primarily feast on fish, shrimp, and crabs? You are gravely mistaken. We are utterly weary of seafood. Thus, it is rare for anyone to order such dishes at the restaurant, as they are mostly sold to the land of fire and the land of lightning. Xiaoqian regarded Xiaoqian with surprise, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. What specialties does Kirigakure offer? My personal favorites are the poisonous mushroom black porridge and the glowing fire jelly. Just thinking about them makes my mouth water. Xiaoqian rested the thunder blade on his shoulder, speaking with delight. Judging by your expression, they must taste exquisite. I shall sample them shortly. You shall be satisfied. Xiaoqian declared as he strode forward confidently. Soon, the two arrived at the Tongfu Inn. As they approached the entrance, the staff nervously inquired, Lord Xiaoqian, what brings you here? We are treating friends to a meal. Please prepare the largest private room, as Thousandfold will be bringing others shortly. Upon hearing this, the staff, startled, scurried away, shouting, Boss, you must raise my salary. The 7 ninja blades are coming to dine, and my life hangs in the balance. Your reputation in Kirigakure is quite fearsome. Xiaoqian chuckled at the fleeing staff member. Indeed, our name can send children running in tears. Xiaoqian said with a hint of pride. Before long, they entered a grand private room, and as soon as they sat down, the staff rushed in with the menu. Gentlemen, what would you like to order? Bring us one of everything on the menu, hurry. Xiaoqian exclaimed arrogantly, placing his feet on the chair. Lord Xiaoqian, who will be covering the bill? Bang. Do you look down upon me? I have plenty of money. But Thousandfold will be paying this time. Very well, please wait a moment. Upon hearing that Thousandfold would be paying, the staff happily departed. Xiaoqian remained unconcerned. His objective simple, to engage in conversation and reap rewards. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Esteemed guests, please proceed to the 2nd floor. All private rooms are reserved. You have been waiting for some time. Your dishes will be served shortly, so please be patient. The staff spoke with a face full of fear. Inform the kitchen to expedite the preparation. We do not have much time. Rest assured, Lord Pipa Shizo. Thousandfold, what should we do next? Shall we take him down directly? You are truly foolish, with so many of us. Do not think we could not overpower a mere unknown ninja, let alone the Mizukichi himself. With all 7 of us united, we are invincible. You are right, Shinba. With me, Kagetsu Mangetsu present, capturing a mere ninja will be effortless. Do not boast, Kagetsu Mangetsu, while you may wield every blade. I see you are merely mediocre at all. Kurasame Kamaru, if you do not believe me, let us settle this in a one-on-one duel once we capture him. I shall fight with one hand. Kagetsu Mangetsu scoffed. Humph, impudent brat, do you think I require your assistance? Enough talk. Let us ascend and subdue this fool. Then extract his ninjutsu. I am curious how he flies. Thousandfold, should he disclose any ninjutsu, remember to divide it among us. You cannot hoard it for yourself. Wooly Shinba said, shifting uneasily. Rest assured, any contributions from capturing him will be shared equally, including ninjutsu. Xiaoqian, seated in his chair, shook his head upon hearing their banter, and turned to Xiaoqian. It seems your comrades are intent on engaging me. How do you propose I handle this? This cannot be. Thousandfold has invited you to a meal, so we are all friends. Xiaoqian hastily removed his feet from the chair to clarify. Oh, what a pity. Did you not say that ninjas have no friends? Yueguang Jifeng snapped his fingers, and in the next moment, Xiaoqian began to be slowly encased in ice. What is this? Before Xiaoqian could finish his sentence, he was completely frozen. A perfect ice sculpture formed in an instant. At that moment, Thousandfold and his companions ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing the lifelike ice sculpture of Xiaoqian, Thousandfold paused. The individuals behind him immediately collided into him. What are you doing? Thousandfold, we must hurry. I can barely contain my excitement. Gulp. Thousandfold swallowed hard. My lord, we are here to invite you to dine, nothing more. What are you up to, Thousandfold? Did we not agree to subdue this fool? Quickly, summon Xiaoqian so we can proceed together. Thousandfold, did you hear that? Look at what your friends are saying. Do you now believe ninjas require friends? Yueguang Jifeng stood and slowly approached Thousandfold and his companions. My lord, I assure you, we are not friends. We merely belong to the same ninja squad. Ninjas have no friends. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. Yueguang Jifeng applauded, then snapped his fingers, causing all but Thousandfold to be encased in ice. Hearing the subtle sound of ice forming, Thousandfold swallowed again, trembling uncontrollably. Given the number of people you've brought, you may sit over there and wait for me, Yueguang Jifeng said as he approached the first person, patting them on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing an intimate exchange with Pipa Shizo, the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Pipa Shizo's silent assassination technique. 2. Acquire Pipa Shizo's mist ninja technique. 3. Acquire Pipa Shizo's water release ninjutsu. 4. Acquire Pipa Shizo's decapitating blade technique. Yueguang Jifeng did not expect to receive the decapitating blade technique from Pipa Shizo after previously passing it up with Zabuza. Now that he had a second chance, Yueguang Jifeng did not hesitate to declare, System, I choose the fourth reward. He was eager to discover what surprises this return would bring him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and obtaining the swift blade, Xiao Shui, from the Pai Ba Shi Zong. If Moonlight Swift Wind remembers correctly, this Xiao Shui should be a weapon from the anime One Piece. Subsequently, he retrieved the weapon from the warehouse and began to assess its capabilities. Chapter 126. Communication leaves people stunned. The returned Xiao Shui blade, upon striking an enemy, would store a small quantity of iron ions along with blood on the blade's back. After 10 seconds, it would return to the wielder, healing any injuries sustained during that time and halting any bleeding. The Xiao Shui blade is exceedingly sharp, capable of cutting through hair with ease. And even if the blade were to break, it could absorb blood for rapid regeneration. After reviewing its attributes, Moonlight Swift Wind deemed it rather average, indeed, very ordinary. This weapon was destined to gather dust in the warehouse. He contemplated that he could not eliminate them just yet and decided to wait until he acquired the spirit transformation technique from Konoha in the coming days. After that, upon receiving a tenfold return, these individuals would meet their demise. He then approached the second individual and patted his spiky head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue, concluding the random generation of return items. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue's ninjutsu, Mao Zhun Qian Ben 2. Acquire Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue's water release, water prison technique 3. Acquire Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue's 3 chakra 4. Acquire Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue's Jiao Ji. Having just obtained a weapon, Moonlight Swift Wind was considering avoiding further weapons in his choices, but unexpectedly, the option of Jiao Ji appeared. Jiao Ji is regarded as a formidable weapon in the Naruto series, and since it had manifested, he could not choose any other reward. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and acquiring Xiaoqian, He Tun Gue's Jiao Yuan. The name Jiao Yuan was quite familiar to Moonlight Swift Wind. Fortunately, with his heightened mental acuity, recalling memories from the depths of his mind was convenient. Before long, he remembered that this was the weapon of Vice Captain Shiba Hayan from the anime Bleach. It seemed the original work did not specify whether this blade could be released. If it could, it would indeed be an excellent weapon. He reached into the system space to retrieve Xiaoqian. As soon as he grasped it, Moonlight Swift Wind's spiritual entity was drawn into a separate realm. Surrounded by water, a massive shark suddenly leaped from the ocean. Newcomer, injuring me will grant you the release incantation. Moonlight Swift Wind was disinclined to engage in idle chatter, as there were others awaiting his interaction outside. Ice release, Ice Age. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of water was frozen, with the enormous shark partially suspended in midair, encased in ice. Now I ask, you answer. Do you understand? Regardless of the shark's consent, he continued to inquire about the release incantation and the Bankai incantation. With a crack, he released the shark's upper half from its icy prison. It quickly glanced at Moonlight Swift Wind and confirmed through its gaze that this was someone it could not contend with. Great One, the release incantation is tear it apart. Xiaoqian, the Bankai incantation is let the entire ocean become a guillotine. Once the shark finished speaking, Moonlight Swift Wind undid the remaining ice, and the entire space began to fracture. His spiritual energy successfully returned to his body as he held Xiaoqian and whispered, "What abilities do you possess?" A wave of mental energy surged into his mind. Moonlight Swift Wind bypassed the release abilities and examined the Bankai abilities. Any life form ensnared would have its flesh forcibly severed at the bitten location. The blood and flesh consumed would be converted into chakra within 3 seconds, infusing the wielder's meridians. If injured, it would heal, and if uninjured, it would convert into chakra. This was a rule-based skill. Anything bitten would lose a chunk of flesh. The bitten individual would experience a 30 reduction in mobility for 5 seconds, with those possessing more chakra gradually weakened. The final ability was also exceptionally powerful, zero deposit, full withdrawal. For each opponent slain, the shark's jaw would store 1 blood tooth, up to a maximum of 9. The wielder could release all blood teeth at once, gaining 1 instance of substitution evasion, automatically deflecting the next lethal attack. Releasing 3 teeth would instantly heal them to full capacity, including severed limbs. Releasing 9 teeth would trigger a hit determination, instantly reducing the enemy's physical constitution by 90 and their chakra by 90. Mental locking combined with spatial locking would make evasion impossible, and after using this ability, the wielder would immediately recover 100 of their status, but fall into a 6-hour state of weakness, with all attributes reduced by 80. Moonlight Swift Wind gazed at the blade with satisfaction. It was undoubtedly a formidable reward for acquiring Jiaoji, truly remarkable. One could say it was invincible in one-on-one combat. He placed Xiaoqian in the warehouse and approached the next individual. Nearby, Tonya Chaoran watched Moonlight Swift Wind's actions with trepidation. He wondered whether they would survive. Fortunately, he had informed the Mizukage about this matter prior to their arrival, hoping the Mizukage could resolve it. From the current perspective, this mysterious man had eliminated all of them in an instant. An instant. Tonya Chaoran had never heard of anyone capable of dispatching 5 elite jonin so swiftly. Even the legendary Senju Hashirama had not achieved such remarkable feats in his recollection. With a sigh, he watched as Moonlight Swift Wind moved toward the next individual, silently praying for their safety. Unbeknownst to Moonlight Swift Wind, Tonya Chaoran's thoughts were far from his mind. Had he known the Mizukage would come as well, he would have been even more delighted. More visitors were always welcome. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Li Sanchuan. Concluding the random generation of return items. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Li Sanchuan's Threat Attack 2. Acquire Li Sanchuan's 08 Chakra 3. Acquire Li Sanchuan's Mental Energy of 380 points 4. Acquire Li Sanchuan's Large Needle. Moonlight Swift Wind found himself somewhat speechless. Was there a 100 drop rate for the weapons of this 7-man squad? How could each person yield rewards? This time, Moonlight Swift Wind was disinclined to select a weapon, as the sewing needle was rather weak. It merely shot out threads. Even if enhanced tenfold, it would still be quite inadequate. If a tenfold return could yield better results in the future, he would certainly consider it, as a tenfold return could elevate even a pig, let alone a superior weapon. System, I choose the 3rd reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and acquiring 3,800 points of mental energy from Li Sanchuan. Without hesitation, he moved toward the next individual. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an intimate exchange with Gue Deng Manyu, concluding the random generation of return items. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Gue Deng Manyu's Flatfish. 2. Acquire Gue Deng Manyu's Ninjutsu, Summoning of the Ninja Sword. 7 blades in 1-3. Acquire Gue Deng Manyu's Secret Technique, Water Iron Cannon Scattershot. 4. Acquire Gue Deng Manyu's Secret Technique, Water Release, Liquidification Technique. Chapter 127, Celestial Strike, Void Explosion Talisman. Upon seeing these options, Moonlight Swift Wind immediately dismissed the first one, the Ninja Sword. The dual blades, Flatfish, were rather mediocre and did not appeal to him. He then considered the other rewards. And to his surprise, the last option revealed a secret technique from the Gue Deng clan. However, it bore a critical flaw. Lightning Release Ninjutsu was particularly effective against it. If struck by Lightning Release Ninjutsu, the user would harden and become immobile. Yet, its advantages were substantial. It allowed for the body to become liquid, rendering physical attacks, blunt strikes, and all collisions entirely ineffective. System, I choose the fourth reward. Moonlight Swift Wind believed that the tenfold return could still be utilized. And even if it proved unhelpful, the 10,000-fold return was certain to be advantageous, thus considering it an experiment. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and acquiring the water manipulation technique of Gue Deng Manyu. Note, after the tenfold enhancement is struck by the lightning release ninjutsu, one can still act, albeit at a speed reduced to just 10 of normal. Yu Guangji Feng nodded, as he had anticipated, now possessing some resistance to the lightning release ninjutsu. He believed that the subsequent 10,000-fold rewards would far surpass the abilities of the natural-type devil fruits from the world of One Piece. Of course, if the devil fruits could also achieve a 10,000-fold return, it would be a different matter altogether. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further and approached the last individual. It is now just you. I hope you can surprise me, Yu Guangji Feng remarked as he patted the individual on the head. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Wu Li Shenba. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one item from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Wu Li Shenba's martial arts support. 2. Acquire Wu Li Shenba's fire release chakra. 3. Acquire Wu Li Shenba's 800 points in strength attribute. 4. Acquire Wu Li Shenba's exploding blade splash. Yu Guangji Feng examined the rewards and found them to be quite satisfactory, particularly intrigued by the exploding blade. Regardless of its power or usage, it was undeniably formidable. As art is synonymous with explosion, no one could refuse a blade that inherently possessed explosive properties. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and obtaining Wu Li Shenba's Tianji Su Kong Bao Fu. Note, the returned reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Upon seeing the name of the returned weapon, Yu Guangji Feng was momentarily puzzled about its origins. However, noting the inclusion of the word explosion, he deduced it was related to explosives, thus disregarding his uncertainty and retrieving the new blade from the system space. This blade was entirely different from conventional knives, measuring 1.5 meters in length, with a blade of deep blue and purple hues. Its spine was inscribed with a multitude of intricate runes. In the sunlight, it reflected waves of violet light, exuding an aura of mystery and power. Gently grasping the orange hilt, Yu Guangji Feng felt as if the blade possessed no weight at all. He then executed a flying thunder god technique, transporting himself to the vast ocean, eager to test the true might of his new weapon. With a light flick of the blade over the water surface, he was surprised to hear no explosion. Realizing that he had not yet charged it, he understood this blade, like the original splash, required charging to unleash its explosive potential. Charging was quite simple. It merely required infusing fire release chakra into the blade. However, for an ordinary person, it would take 10 days and nights of charging to use it once. Each charge required a minimum of 100 chakra, with a maximum capacity of 1,000 chakra. For Yu Guangji Feng, this process was far simpler. In just 1 second, he filled the blade with 1,000 chakra. Curious about the power of this 1,000 chakra, he recalled that he could also create a 100-gram chakra atomic bomb. With the fully charged blade in hand, he gently slashed at the water's surface. Boom! The ocean erupted, sending a flurry of small fish and shrimp flying. Observing the devastation wrought by his strike, He estimated it to be about 20 times the power of an explosive talisman. He then assessed the blade's energy, his mind racing as he calculated swiftly. This level of power could be unleashed 180,000 times. The second mode of attack was no longer limited to area explosions. It could transform explosive energy into a brilliant beam of pure white light, capable of delivering 3,000 attacks at once. After a 1-second charge, the beam could be adjusted to a length of up to 30 kilometers. Without hesitation, Yuguang Jifeng selected the maximum distance of 30 kilometers. 1 second later, a blazing white beam shot forth. Yuguang Jifeng had to activate his Byakugan to see the farthest point. He watched as the ocean parted in an instant, with vast amounts of water vapor rising. After 2 seconds, the beam dissipated. Boom! The ocean surged back, rejoining. Yuguang Jifeng estimated that this strike had the power to instantly evaporate a mountain. There was yet another attack mode, a rapid-fire capability. After a 10-second charge, he could unleash 10 of the previous light beam attacks per second, sustaining this for 6 seconds, resulting in a total of 60 attacks within that time frame. Finally, there was the ultimate mode. As the name implies, this mode would unleash a single devastating attack of 180,000 energy at once, executing the Tianji Ling Shi, a pinpoint strike measuring 30 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. This strike was capable of shattering an entire continent. Though the power was immense, utilizing it would shatter the blade, requiring 48 hours of gradual reconstitution before it could be charged again for further use. Observing this weapon, Yuguang Jifeng felt a deep satisfaction. While it only possessed the ability to explode, he believed he had maximized its potential. The self-detonation of Daedara paled in comparison to this weapon's charged attack. This weapon was true art, an embodiment of explosion, a genuine mobile artillery, capable of achieving precise long-range strikes. Yuguang Jifeng believed that if positioned high above, it could cover the entire ninja world. The power of this blade far exceeded all previously returned weapons, placing it in a league of its own. Content. He stowed the weapon in the system space and contemplated that should the Mizukage arrive, he would complete the exchange and return to Mai. Having witnessed the blade's capabilities, Yuguang Jifeng eagerly anticipated the 10,000-fold return. He then executed the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the restaurant. As soon as Tong Chao Yiren saw Yuguang Jifeng reappear after his disappearance, he hurriedly approached and knelt before him. "My lord, I have reviewed all the ice sculptures. Could you please release them? I beg you. Do not rush. Quickly send a signal for your Mizukage to meet me. Remember, if he does not come, not only will they perish, but you shall as well." Tong Chao Yiren hesitated for a moment, but ultimately deemed his own life more important. He retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, rose, approached the window, and with a firm resolve, ignited it before casting it into the sky. Chapter 128. Communication with the Mizukage. "My lord, the Mizukage should be arriving shortly." Upon uttering this, Tong Chao Yiren felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. This was the first time he felt such profound impotence, both mentally and physically. The enemy was truly terrifying, and he felt no courage to confront them. Yuguang Jifeng glanced at the ice sculptures blocking the staircase and waved his hand, casting them all onto the street. Tong Chao Yiren took a fleeting glance before diverting his attention. He had resigned himself to fate, only wishing to preserve his own life. "Server, is the meal not yet prepared?" Yuguang Jifeng expressed his hunger, eager to resolve matters after dining before returning to Mai. "My lord, it is coming right away." After hearing this, Yuguang Jifeng seated himself at the table. Soon, the server brought forth all the dishes. "Please introduce me to your specialty dishes." "My lord, these are all specialty dishes, each with its own story. You simply need to savor them." Yuguang Jifeng nodded, casually selecting a dish. The flavor was indeed delightful. Distinctly different from the ordinary meals he had previously encountered, each dish possessed its unique essence. "Your cuisine is quite impressive." Yuguang Jifeng observed the Tong Chao Yiren kneeling on the ground and nodded thoughtfully, saying, "My lord, as long as you are pleased." At that moment, a rapid sound of footsteps echoed from outside the restaurant. "Xiaoqian Darren, do you think these ice sculptures are the members of the Ninja 7 from Renda?" "Indeed. These ice sculptures appear to be them. Quickly, use the fire release technique to melt the ice sculptures. Let us rescue them first. I shall investigate the identity of this mysterious figure." Hotan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Several Ombu Chunin nearby simultaneously unleashed their fire release techniques. Instantly, the street was filled with a pungent smoke, and flames erupted directly upon the ice sculptures. Everyone, prepare to retrieve them. Why does it feel like the ice isn't melting? Everyone, exert more effort, channel additional chakra. Worry not, mere fire release is nothing. Watch me intensify the flames. Hotan, Dienso, why is it still ineffective? Why is the ice so resistant to melting? The fierce flames persisted for another 3 to 4 seconds. Soon, several were compelled to halt their fire release due to insufficient chakra. As they gazed at the ice sculptures, they noticed not a single droplet of water had formed upon them. They merely emitted an incessant chill. The activation of the fire release had intensified the bone-chilling cold felt by those nearby. Xiaoqian, Darren, do not approach yet. What is it? The third Xiaoqian turned to the voice and beheld several shimmering ice sculptures, none diminished. Did I not instruct you to use fire release? How can you be so inept? Failing at such a trivial task? Xiaoqian, Darren, it is truly not our fault. The fire release is ineffective, and we are now at risk of freezing ourselves. The third Xiaoqian swiftly returned and stepped within 10 meters of the ice sculptures, where he too sensed an unusual chill. This ice feels rather peculiar. I have never encountered ice so frigid. You are correct. We should summon a professional to ascertain the situation. He hurriedly inquired of the Umbu. Where are the Mizuno Hazuki clan members? Hurry and come forth. Xiaoqian, Darren, I am here. Quickly, come examine the nature of this ice sculpture. Can you employ ice release to dispel it? A member of the Mizuno Hazuki clan rushed forward and performed the ice release, ice dispelling technique. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed with no effect whatsoever. Xiaoqian, Darren, my ice release is also ineffective. You clans with bloodline limits truly prove useless. Xiaoqian, Darren, this ice's temperature far surpasses that of our bloodline limit ice. I am utterly powerless. It seems we must confront the source directly. Let us uncover the true identity of this mysterious figure. Xiaoqian, Darren, I too wish to inquire how he achieved such an extraordinary degree of cold in the ice. You wish to ask? Do you intend to endanger us all? Do you believe the members of our bloodline clans harbor treachery? Xiaoqian, Darren, that is not the case. I am merely curious. Curious? Then let me inquire. How did your bloodline clans acquire ice release? Would you divulge that? I apologize, Xiaoqian, Darren. I have not considered this thoroughly. Once we approach, let no one speak. Judging by the reactions of these ice sculptures, it appears they were instantaneously frozen, their faces devoid of any signs of struggle. Everyone, exercise caution. Understood, rest assured, Xiaoqian, Darren. It seems they are preparing to ascend, Tongchao Yeren pondered. Having witnessed their futile attempts to thaw the ice, understanding that today might bring dire consequences, the lack of effect indicated that Yueguang Jifeng was even more formidable than they had anticipated. Hearing Tongchao Yeren's words, Yueguang Jifeng remained motionless, quietly seated in his chair. This person must surely be the mysterious master. Welcome to One in Village. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to communicate them. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. The third Xiaoqian and the others hastily ascended to the second floor, where they encountered Yueguang Jifeng seated. Whoosh! Yueguang Jifeng abruptly vanished from his seat, reappearing behind the third Xiaoqian and lightly tapping his shoulder. At that moment, everyone realized Yueguang Jifeng had positioned himself behind Xiaoqian, and they gasped in alarm. Xiaoqian, Darren, be cautious. Yueguang Jifeng then received a system prompt within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving an intimate exchange with the third Xiaoqian. The reward options are now randomly generated. Please select one for redemption. 1. Acquire the third Xiaoqian's water release, rain technique. 2. Acquire the third Xiaoqian's water release, water town barrier technique. 3. Acquire 3,000 points of mental energy from the third Xiaoqian. 4. Acquire 1,200 points of strength from the third Xiaoqian. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback by the lack of value in the rewards from the third Xiaoqian. System. I choose the third option. Among the third and fourth options, Yueguang Jifeng selected the one with the larger quantity. Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful, triggering tenfold return, acquiring 30,000 points of mental energy from the third Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, Darren, be wary. Quickly evade. He is behind you. Only then did the third Xiaoqian realize. Returning to the group with a serious expression directed at Yueguang Jifeng. Before he could speak, Yueguang Jifeng directly employed the mind transfer technique. In the next moment, the mental energy surged into the body of the third Xiaoqian, and Yueguang Jifeng sought to locate the third Xiaoqian's spiritual entity. Chapter 129, The New Questing Jade. Journey to Konoha. Soon, Yueguang Jifeng thoroughly explored the third Shuiying's interior. With no gains to be had, he ventured to the residence of the Sanbai. As soon as he appeared, Sanbai noticed him, asking, "Who are you? How did you arrive here? Who I am is of no concern to you." As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared atop Sanbai's head. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving an intimate exchange with Sanbai. The reward options are now randomly generated. Please select 1 for redemption. 1. Acquire 1% of Sanbai's chakra. 2. Acquire Sanbai's water iron cannon technique. 3. Acquire Sanbai's twin water dragon bullet technique. 4. Acquire Sanbai's turtle shell. Without a moment's hesitation, Yueguang Jifeng declared, "System, I choose the first reward." Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful, triggering thousandfold return. Acquiring 10 times the chakra from Sanbai. Sensing the reward of exchanged energy being deposited, Yueguang Jifeng immediately returned to his own body. The chakra within began to coalesce. The three-tailed beast chakra merging with the nine-tails chakra as the primary essence. Before long, Yueguang Jifeng felt the activation of the Rinnegan chakra mode. Those who had remained on guard around him were instantly overwhelmed by the massive pressure of Yueguang Jifeng's chakra, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Yueguang Jifeng's control over his chakra was at its peak, ensuring that the tremendous pressure did not affect the restaurant. Shortly after, orbs of seeking Tao began to materialize around Yueguang Jifeng. In the blink of an eye, 12 orbs were arranged, and to Yueguang Jifeng's astonishment, the 13th orb slowly began to emerge. This process was gradual, lasting a full 10 minutes, during which the third Shuiying and others remained prostrate on the ground. Finally, the 13th orb took shape, and Yueguang Jifeng sensed that with the appearance of another orb, the abilities of the Byakugan would be enhanced. After a brief adjustment, Yueguang Jifeng withdrew from the Rinnegan chakra mode. The immense pressure dissipated instantly, and those who had been lying on the ground began to gasp for breath. Esteemed guest, might I inquire what brings you to One Village? We are more than willing to assist you in any endeavor. The third Shuiying was the first to respond, speaking urgently. Now, summon the impressive ninja you have on the lower floor to come forth. Yueguang Jifeng intended to depart from One Village after finishing his discourse with this group of individuals. After all, since they had gathered, it was only fitting not to let the opportunity slip by. Shui Wuyu Etian, Terumi Lan, hurry up. The Lord wishes to see you, a voice called out. Lord Mizukage, is it appropriate for me to bring the children up? The third Mizukage was about to suggest he remain behind. I adore children. Bring them forth so I may see them. What is the name of this little one? My lord, this child is the little princess of the Terumi family. I believe her name is Terumi Ming. Upon hearing this name, Yueguang Jifeng's interest was piqued. He was curious to see if he could successfully communicate with the young Terumi Ming. Noticing Yueguang Jifeng's intrigue, the third Mizukage quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yueguang Jifeng had demands, it seemed they would remain safe. Shortly, the two ascended to the upper floor. Yueguang Jifeng observed a woman clad in blue approaching, holding the hand of an adorable little girl. He retrieved a piece of candy from his spatial system. Do you like candy, little one? Yes, the girl chirped. Then this is for you. Yueguang Jifeng extended the candy to little Terumi Ming, gently patting her head. Little Terumi Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. She had never tasted such candy, as her family forbade it. Eagerly, she unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. Thank you, big brother. This candy is delicious. I am glad you like it. Yueguang Jifeng paused, but when no system notification sounded, he understood that Terumi Ming likely lacked chakra at this moment. Thus, the communication did not succeed. He then turned to Terumi Lan, stating, take good care of her. She possesses great potential. Terumi Lan, somewhat flustered, replied, yes, my lord. We will. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Terumi Lan. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for the return. 1. Obtain Terumi Lan's Suetun, Mizu no Shirbari 2. Obtain Terumi Lan's Chakra Control 3. Obtain one of Terumi Lan's Yotan Bloodline Concentration 4. Obtain Terumi Lan's Suetun, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Yueguang Jifeng, surprised to discover that the Terumi family possessed bloodline limits, decisively chose the third reward. With bloodline limits on the table, he thought it prudent to select the bloodline now, anticipating that the technique Kuroya could later be fully absorbed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return. Obtaining 10 of Terumi Land's Yotan bloodline concentration. After securing the reward, Yueguang Jifeng approached the next individual. What is your name? My lord, I am Shui Wuyuetian. And is your bloodline limit ice release? How do you find my ice sculptures outside? My lord, your mastery of ice release is unparalleled. You are quite eloquent. I shall visit your clan next time, Yueguang Jifeng remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing an intimate exchange with Shui Wuyuetian. The return project has been randomly generated. Please select one option for the return. 1. Obtain Shui Wuyuetian's Suidun, Simbo Shogeki 2. Obtain 1 of Shui Wuyuetian's Ice Release Bloodline Concentration 3. Obtain 1200 points of Shui Wuyuetian's Spirit 4. Obtain all Ice Release Ninjutsu from Shui Wuyuetian. Yueguang Jifeng initially considered selecting the fourth option to enhance his ice release techniques, but decided instead to opt for the bloodline, planning to maximize his gains later. System. I choose the second reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return, obtaining 10 of Shui Wuyuetian's ice release bloodline concentration. After receiving his returns, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated completing exchanges with the remaining ninjas, opting for attribute points instead. After an hour of diligent effort, he finally concluded all exchanges. System. Open my attribute panel. Host. Yueguang Jifeng Strength. 212,000, Permanent 5. Constitution. 551, 314, Permanent 5. Agility. 250,000, Permanent 5. Spirit. 330,000, Permanent 5. Ninjutsu. Various. Predominantly comprised of 5 elemental ninjutsu, including Sage Art, Otama Rasengan, Sage Art, Chidori, Sage Art, Raikiri Special Skills, Intangibility, Size Alteration. Permanent Second Gate of the 8 Gates, Great Strength Technique, Child of Nature Sage Mode Konoha Blade Technique, Chakra Attributes, Fire, Water, Wind, Lightning, Earth, Yin Release. Yang Release Magnet Release, Chakra 13 Dao Orbs Special Talent, Spatial Talent, Indomitable Will. Luck Bloodline Limit. Sharingan Ice Release. 100. Absolute Zero Domain. Byakugan Concentration. 361 Vortex Body. 10 Wood Release Bloodline Limit. 10 Explosion Release. 100 Pure Eye Chakra Lifespan. 120 Years Realm. 6 Paths Wealth. 210 million Storage. 16 cubic meters beholding his newly acquired attribute panel. Yueguang Jifeng could not help but feel a swell of pride. With his current attributes, a single punch could obliterate the world of Hokage. I shall take my leave from you, Onin, for now. In due time, I shall return, prepare your delicacies. Rest assured, my lord. We shall certainly prepare a feast for you. Also, I hope to have many ninjas accompany me. The more, the merrier. Understood, my lord. Yueguang Jifeng nodded and soared into the sky, heading toward Konoha. Konoha, here I come. Kato Dan, I am on my way. The tenfold exchange is upon us. Chapter 130. At last, I have found you, Kato Dan. Throughout the journey, Yueguang Jifeng did not pause before departing. He had already inquired about the direction to Konoha. As he flew, he observed fierce battles unfolding all around, but chose to disregard them. He set aside his inclination to assist others, respecting their fates. This was a lesson he had learned in his past life. After flying for over 10 minutes, he noticed a particularly intense explosion ahead. Smoke billowed, and cries of battle filled the air. Dingzo, quickly employ the doubling technique. I cannot hold on any longer. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1, retreat. Boom. Yueguang Jifeng witnessed a large group of people ahead being flattened. Realizing this was the battlefield of Konoha, he pondered asking them if they knew the whereabouts of Kato Dan. Descending slowly, he found the people of Konoha still basking in the glory of victory. Riku, why do I sense an overwhelming pressure approaching us? Perhaps you are simply too tense and misfeeling it. Hachi. No, my sixth sense has saved us many times. It tells me a terrifying presence is approaching. Where? Where? Akimichi Dingzo glanced around. It's here. Do you know where Kato Dan is? Yueguang Jifeng's voice echoed across the battlefield from above. The crowd finally noticed him, arms crossed in the sky. Riku, do you recognize which formidable being is flying above? I know. Hachi, I had the fortune to witness him on the battlefield last time. Quickly, Ryo, tell us, is it the third Tsuchikage, Inoki? But I heard Inoki is quite old. Hachi, are you foolish? It could be his son or someone like that. No, I have met his son, Katsuchi. Where is Kato Dan? Yueguang Jifeng raised his voice again. The crowd below felt a ringing in their ears, suffering in pain. Yueguang Jifeng patiently waited a few seconds, but still, no one responded. Let us proceed with courtesy before combat. If you refuse civility, then behold my ice. My lord, what business do you have with Kato Dan? Hachi, what are you doing? You cannot betray the information of our Konoha ninjas. Lugio, I sense that the truly terrifying individual is he. I have a foreboding that if he becomes enraged, we shall be powerless to stop him, Yamashita Hachi solemnly remarked. Hachi, one cannot simply say that. Have you forgotten the code of the ninja? It matters not. I merely inquire what the esteemed lord intends to do. Moreover, I perceive that the lord is a reasonable person and would not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Hachi, do exercise caution. My lord, might I inquire about your purpose in seeking the ninjas of Konoha? It is of little consequence. I merely wish to witness his spiritual transformation technique, Tsuki no Kaze replied, dismissing the notion of deceit from these mere shadow-level individuals. My lord, I am indeed aware of his whereabouts. However, I cannot permit you to pursue him with such reckless abandon. Thus, I must beg your pardon for my inability to disclose this information. Nara Lugio shook his head, his expression grave. It seems reliance on brute force is inevitable. Sometimes, ninjas are far too obedient for their own good. Ice release, frozen for 1,000 miles. Tsuki no Kaze exclaimed casually, and in an instant, the entire battlefield began to freeze over. Before Lugio could utter a word, he found himself encased in ice. Tsuki no Kaze deliberately delayed a few moments before releasing everyone from their icy prison. Now, who shall inform me of Kato Dan's location? My lord, while the Konoha ninjas remain silent, we of the Cloud Village are willing to speak. My lord, if you grant us the opportunity, we shall assist you in eliminating these Konoha ninjas. Oh, what prompts your willingness to speak now? Tsuki no Kaze inquired with curiosity. Judging by the Lord's display of power in freezing everyone in an instant, annihilating the current 5 great nations would be a trivial task. Thus, there is no need for secrecy, and I believe the Lord merely seeks to witness the spiritual transformation technique, not to indulge in bloodshed. Indeed, you are astute. Even if you choose not to speak, others will surely inform me. Now, do tell me, in which direction is he located? Tsuki no Kaze nodded. My lord, Kato Dan is situated in the same direction as Lady Tsunade. They are currently at the battlefield of the Rock Ninjas. If you fly south for 500 miles and then head north, you shall find them, Nara Lugio stated honestly after a moment of contemplation. Very well. I hope you speak the truth. I suspect you do not wish to witness the consequences of deceiving me. Tsuki no Kaze's voice remained calm. My lord, rest assured. I would not dare to jest with the lives of all Konoha ninjas. That is good to hear. After speaking, Tsuki no Kaze ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Hachi, your sixth sense is truly remarkable. We nearly met our doom. Is it truly safe to divulge Kato Dan's information to this mysterious figure? Yamashita Hachi inquired with a serious tone. It is safe. His strength is known not only to us and the Konoha ninjas, but also to the Cloud Ninjas, who are eager to exploit the situation. Thus, there is no cause for alarm, Nara Lugio gently replied, shaking his head. Consider yourselves fortunate, Konoha. Today, we shall not engage you in battle. Cloud Ninjas, retreat with me. Let us return and report this matter to Lord Third Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsuki no Kaze, traveling at great speed, soon arrived at a new battlefield. At that moment, in the heart of the sky, stood a diminutive old man, hands on his hips, observing the chaotic scene below. The arrival of Tsuki no Kaze shattered the tranquility of the heavens. Third Hokage, what skill? It seems reinforcements have arrived. Senju Tsunade gazed at Tsuki no Kaze hovering in the air, suspecting he might be one of Anoki's subordinates. After all, the secrets of the earth release technique are never shared, only inherited. Anoki, upon seeing Tsuki no Kaze, was taken aback. Young man, are you my junior? How is it that I have never seen you before? Anoki exclaimed. You are quite amusing. You do not even recognize your own kin. Have you grown so senile that you've taken to the battlefield? Senju Tsunade mocked. Hey, kid, who exactly are you? Who taught you the earth release technique? My identity is of little importance. Besides, is flying truly such a challenge? It merely requires one to have hands, Tsuki no Kaze replied. You, young man, are certainly not one of my kin. This technique has been the culmination of our family's efforts for generations. You dare to misuse it. I shall ensure you pay the price, Onoki declared, charging at Suki no Kaze. Suki no Kaze had no desire to engage in discourse with this old man. He thought it wise to preserve him for later, as the potential for astonishing abilities through dust release was too enticing to overlook. Contemplating briefly, Suki no Kaze unleashed a repelling force, sending Onoki crashing to the ground. The dust swirled as Onoki was driven into the earth. Having dealt with the old man, Suki no Kaze inquired loudly about Kato Dan's location, his voice echoing across the battlefield. I am here. What do you seek from me? Chapter 131. The Exchange with Kato Dan. You are Kato Dan, are you not? Suki no Kaze stated, taking his time to converse, for the man could not escape now. Even if he were to perish in the next moment, Suki no Kaze had the means to revive him. Examining him closely, Suki no Kaze noted his striking handsomeness, reminiscent of a high-ranking supporting character. What does this esteemed lord wish of me? Kato Dan asked once more. It is of no great significance. I merely wish to observe the spiritual transformation technique, Suki no Kaze replied, instantaneously appearing beside him and giving him a light pat. This your technique resembles my great-grandfather's flying thunder god technique, Tsunade remarked, astonished as she witnessed Suki no Kaze descend from the sky to the ground. Suki no Kaze, however, was wholly focused on the notification sound resonating in his mind, whether it be a dragon or a bug. The potential for tenfold return would depend on whether he could unleash the spiritual transformation technique. Congratulations, host and Kato Dan have completed an intimate exchange. The return project has randomly generated options. Please select one from the following for your return. 1. Acquire Kato Dan's Water Release, Water Chaos Wave 2. Acquire Kato Dan's 3,500 points of mental power 3. Acquire Kato Dan's Water Release, Water Clone 4. Acquire Kato Dan's Spiritual Transformation Technique. Upon hearing the notification, Suki no Kaze scrutinized the options intently, and upon reaching the final one, he felt an immense sense of relief. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared to the system, I choose the fourth reward. Suki no Kaze eagerly anticipated what rewards a tenfold return would yield. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Kato Dan's Divine Journey through the Void technique. What? Suki no Kaze was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that even the name would change after the return, and merely hearing it suggested an incredibly formidable technique. He hastened to examine the specific details of this technique. The first notable transformation is the change in ability form. Multiple spiritual body clones can manifest. Upon the soul departing the body, it can instantaneously transform into several, even dozens or hundreds of independent spiritual body clones. Each spiritual body clone possesses the consciousness and partial abilities of the original, capable of executing various tasks simultaneously, such as reconnaissance, possession, or attack. The spiritual body can materialize. As the name suggests, the spiritual body can transiently shift from an ethereal state to a tangible one, lasting up to 1 second. It can interfere with the physical world, such as seizing an enemy's shuriken, pushing open a door, or even forming a simple spiritual shield to deflect attacks. The third point is extensive reconnaissance and endurance. The range of reconnaissance can extend from a city to an entire nation. Under favorable circumstances, it may even traverse multiple nations. The time for the spiritual body to return can last a full day, during which the physical body remains unchanged, provided it sustains no damage. Furthermore, the divine journey through the void is no longer merely a possession. It can deliver a mental shock to all enemies within a designated area. This causes temporary disorientation, fear, or even momentary amnesia. It can simultaneously possess multiple targets, transforming them into a legion of controllable zombie puppets. Moreover, it can perfectly coordinate their movements, akin to puppetry. After possession, it can rapidly extract the target's lifetime memories, knowledge, and secrets, enhancing efficiency manifold. The final significant skill is the formidable power of the soul, which allows one to distort the surrounding space and create a transient spiritual domain. Within this domain, allies experience a fortification of their mental strength, while enemies are overwhelmed, slowed, and their illusionary effects are significantly diminished. This can be described as an all-encompassing enhancement, perfectly embodying the synergy of individual strength, ultimate espionage, and long-range strategic strikes. However, it does possess weaknesses. Firstly, once the soul separates from the body, the physical form remains immobile and defenseless. If one attempts to manipulate multiple spiritual entities while processing an abundance of information, it can inflict severe damage and strain on the primary consciousness. In extreme cases, this may lead to dissociation or the dissolution of awareness. The final vulnerability lies in the necessity of an immense amount of chakra to sustain such a powerful spiritual entity. Without sufficient chakra, prolonged combat becomes unfeasible. After reviewing the introduction, Yueguang Jifeng expressed considerable satisfaction, overall deeming the tenfold amplification immensely powerful. Who are you? What brings you here? Daimu finally emerged from the depths, struggling to inquire. Yueguang Jifeng's attention was drawn to him. Old man, it seems your body is still functional, you can still move. As for my purpose, did I not already mention it? I wish to witness the art of spiritual transformation. You cannot be an ordinary ninja, can you? Your strength at such a young age is remarkable. Why not come to our Tsuchi no Kuni, should you choose to join us? I could even entrust you with the art of dust release, Daimu stated earnestly, observing Yueguang Jifeng. Dust release? Not at this time. My interest lies solely in the art of spiritual transformation. Yueguang Jifeng remained silent, contemplating that soon he might possess a jutsu even more formidable than Dust Shield. Did you just utilize the Flying Thunder God technique? Senju Tsunade inquired, stepping forward with curiosity. To be precise, this belongs to space ninjutsu. What do you say, Kato-dan? Shall we compare whose art of spiritual transformation is superior? Yueguang Jifeng smiled at Kato-dan. Kato-dan, hold on, Tsunade interjected, sensing Kato-dan's eagerness to speak. I can't help but feel a sense of familiarity with you, reminiscent of my great uncle, and your vitality seems even more vigorous. Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance her way. That is because I possess a physique more potent than that of the sage body. You must be jesting. I have never heard of any physique in the ninja world surpassing the sage body, she retorted. Believe it or not, Kato-dan. Unleash your spiritual transformation jutsu, without concern for your physical form. As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he struck the ground with his hand, and two violet barriers swiftly rose, enveloping both Kato-dan and himself. This barrier effectively protects our bodies. Let us see whose spiritual transformation proves superior. Ha ha ha, you are indeed a curious and powerful individual. Although I am unaware of where you learned the art of spiritual transformation, I am eager to witness the clash between the lotus trees. Why is it that you can release a barrier without hand signs? Tsunade approached the barrier and gently tapped it, discovering that it seemed unbreakable. Her curiosity piqued. What does it matter? Which ninja requires hand signs to unleash their jutsu? Do you? Yueguang Jifeng replied with a smile. Chapter 132. Tenfold Exchange returns to Kato-dan. Which ninja releases jutsu without hand signs? Wait, my great-uncle does not require them. Are you as formidable as he? Tsunade expressed her disbelief. Do not worry, Lady Tsunade. I believe the barrier created by our predecessor is indeed quite sturdy. I too wish to spar with him, as only through experience can I grow stronger. Since this is your choice, I shall respect it. Be cautious, Tsunade concluded, positioning herself between Yueguang Jifeng and Kato-dan's barrier. Daimu glanced around, contemplating whether to launch a surprise attack using dust release to eliminate the two. Gradually levitating, his gaze sharpened. Yueguang Jifeng's all-seeing Byakugan detected Daimu's intent, and he thought. After the exchange, it might be best to eliminate him. Moreover, this old fellow's dust release might genuinely breach his barrier. After some contemplation, he shouted, Shadow Clone Technique. Boom. Hey there, it's been quite a while since you've called us forth. I'm glad you picked me this time. The Shadow Clone began to jest as it emerged. Ensure the safety of both of us, and if possible, utilize the sage tools. Rest assured, I will handle things with utmost care, the original replied. Tsunade's suspicion grew as she perceived Yueguang Jifeng's use of shadow clones, leading her to believe he had deep ties to Konoha. Kato-dan, you may commence now. Very well. Prepare to witness my art of spiritual transformation. Kato-dan proclaimed, swiftly forming hand signs, taking a full 10 seconds to complete. I have completed the hand signs. It is your turn, he declared, maintaining his hands in the final sign while turning to Yueguang Jifeng. Yueguang Jifeng simply shook his head and called forth the technique. Astral Projection Technique. Upon uttering the incantation, Yueguang Jifeng's body gradually sank down, a powerful spiritual entity emanating from him within the barrier. In an instant, the spiritual entity stepped out of the barrier. Although the observers on the battlefield could not perceive Yueguang Jifeng's spiritual entity, they all felt an immense pressure weighing down on their souls, making it difficult for them to breathe. Seeing that Yueguang Jifeng had unleashed a jutsu, Kato Dan, despite the name not being spiritual transformation, recognized from his extensive experience that Yueguang Jifeng's soul had indeed separated from his body. Without hesitation, he too allowed his soul to depart, his physical form collapsing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Within the barrier, Kato Dan's spiritual entity initially felt no pressure from Yueguang Jifeng's soul. However, the moment he exited the barrier, the overwhelming pressure rendered him immobile. In the past, when he utilized the art of spiritual transformation, his speed was unparalleled. Yet today, he felt as if the very air had turned to quicksand, making it arduous to even move a finger. How is your soul power so formidable? It renders me nearly immobile. This is due to my considerable mental strength, which in turn amplifies my soul power. I even know of individuals who exist solely through their mental strength. Is that so? It seems I must also focus on strengthening my mental fortitude. It appears I have lost this time. Under the shadow of your soul, even the slightest movement is a challenge. The chasm between us is insurmountable, Kato Dan lamented, unable even to shake his head in defeat. Yueguang Jifeng smiled as he floated beside Kato Dan's spiritual entity. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. Only spiritual entities could interact. Gently, he patted Kato Dan's spiritual entity on the shoulder. In the next moment, the system's voice resonated like celestial music deep within his soul. Congratulations. Host and Kato Dan have completed the soul exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Kato Dan's 600 points of strength. 2. Acquire Kato Dan's Earth Release, Earth Impact. 3. Acquire Kato Dan's Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet. 4. Acquire Kato Dan's Art of Spiritual Transformation. Yueguang Jifeng was taken aback to find that the tenfold return had granted him the art of spiritual transformation, and astonishingly, the hundredfold return could also provide such a gift. Initially, he had prepared to choose a jutsu, but this unexpected surprise was too enticing. System, I choose the 4th reward. The anticipation for the hundredfold return of the art of spiritual transformation filled Yueguang Jifeng with excitement. He wondered what kind of jutsu it might be. What jutsu could possibly be worthy of a hundredfold return? Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering hundredfold return, acquiring Kato Dan's soul projection. Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, it indicated the soul projection, a phenomenon belonging to an entirely different realm. However, upon reflection, it is indeed correct. A transformation of 1,000-fold can be likened to a pig, which can undergo a qualitative change, let alone a soul. Without waiting for the moonlight and swift winds to contemplate, an inexplicable force began to act upon the soul of the moonlight and swift winds. The immense pressure instantaneously forced Kato back into himself. Following this, the barrier of moonlight and swift winds shattered in an instant, and an invisible soul storm swept across the entire battlefield. Unlike before, this time not only the soul sensed it, everyone in the physical realm could feel this overwhelming pressure. Each individual was brought to their knees, be it Oyuki or Tsunade. Neither could withstand it for even a second. The only one still standing on the field was the shadow clone of moonlight and swift winds. What on earth is happening? No one could answer Tsunade's question. The only one capable of elucidating the matter, the shadow clone of moonlight and swift winds, remained silently in place, awaiting the transformation of the main body and ensuring its safety. Moonlight and swift winds continued to undergo the transformation of the soul, which, having commenced slowly, began to accelerate. After 2 minutes, the transformation reached the thighs, proceeding smoothly. After 10 minutes, only the head remained untouched by the transformation. The process slowed once again as it approached the head. A full 10 minutes passed before moonlight and swift winds finally felt consciousness returning. A tremendous aura erupted forth, and the entire ninja world sensed a wave of pressure. Far away in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths murmured, "Indeed, a variable has emerged. Alas, he has grown too quickly. I hope he is a righteous individual." Meanwhile, in the moon, Otsutsuki Kagaya was awakened by this astonishing power. Who is it? Has the Otsutsuki clan already come to attack? How unfortunate. I still have not succeeded. After speaking, she slowly closed her eyes, evidently resigned to her fate. In a hidden underground chamber, Uchiha Obito, undergoing his own transformation, was also overwhelmed. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "What is this? It is impossible for anyone in this world to be my opponent anymore. Why do I feel such immense pressure? Is there truly someone worthy of my attention? Once my body has transformed, let us see who is superior. I await your dance. With that, he closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the integration of power within him. Chapter 133. Has the Sage of Six Paths also embarked on the path of the primordial spirit? After half an hour, the transformation of moonlight and swift winds finally concluded. Suddenly, he opened his soul's eyes, and two beams of divine light shot into the sky. The divine light instantaneously burst forth from the ninja realm, reaching the depths of the universe, flying far away before finally coming to a halt, having obliterated 3 unfortunate planets along the way, exhaling a breath that was, astonishingly, tangible, akin to that expelled by the main body of moonlight and swift winds. He marveled at the transformation, exclaiming, "What a remarkable metamorphosis, truly deserving of a thousandfold return." Moonlight and swift winds felt the boundless power above his soul. Reflecting on the experience, he did not rush to return to his main body. In his current state, not even Oyuki's dust release could harm him, let alone move him. The only potential challenge he perceived was perhaps the god of the great divine tree. Yet the pressure felt merely trivial. Moonlight and swift winds considered that killing him would be no different from squashing an ant by the roadside. He hoped that in the future, the universe would present him with opponents of interest, for after all, the universe is vast. It is best to maintain a sense of reverence and avoid arrogance. With this thought, moonlight and swift winds redirected his attention back to the capabilities of the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit, as the name suggests, pertains to the realm of the divine. According to the information relayed by the system, the primordial spirit is qualitatively distinct from the soul. The primordial spirit embodies the ultimate manifestation of a practitioner's life and laws, immortal and indestructible, with immeasurable divine powers. The primary ability of the primordial spirit upon exiting the body is the manifestation of the primordial spirit. It is no longer an invisible soul, but can materialize a majestic golden form, radiant and formidable, as if a deity were present. The second ability is the creation of external avatars. The primordial spirit can split into multiple independent, sentient avatars, which can persist over time, cultivate chakra, and even forge their own paths. However, upon feeling the split of the external avatar's soul, Moonlight and Swift Winds experienced excruciating pain. With his current spiritual strength, even with all his effort, he could only manifest a single external avatar. Thus, he opted not to utilize this ability at present. The third ability is the conversion between reality and illusion. The primordial spirit can, in an instant, transition between a pure energy form and an immortal physical body. It achieves the true essence of gathering to form shape and dispersing to become vapor. However, Moonlight and Swift Winds found that he could only momentarily shift into an energy form, rendering him immune to all attacks. He could not yet transform into an immortal body, as his physical form had not reached that stage. Additionally, the power of the primordial spirit enables temporal interference. Once the power of the primordial spirit is sufficiently robust, it can induce localized acceleration, reversal, or suspension of time. However, this temporal interference differs from the broader concept of time. Temporal interference refers to the moment of possession, elongating the target's mental world. In the external world, 1 second may equate to a mental education lasting a year or more. Moonlight and Swift Winds summarize that this ability bears resemblance to Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami. The second subsequent ability of the primordial spirit involves the laws of space. Where the mind leads, the primordial spirit can follow. It disregards any spatial constraints or barriers. One can establish an independent realm of the primordial spirit or a paradise, entrapping the souls of enemies within. This thought reminded Moonlight and Swift Winds of the Pure Land established by the Sage of Six Paths. Could it be somewhat similar? Has the Sage of Six Paths embarked on the path of the primordial spirit? This question lingered in the mind of Moonlight and Swift Winds. Shaking his head, he resolved to refrain from pondering it for now and to examine the abilities of the primordial spirit in their entirety. The final ability encompasses conceptual possession and manipulation. This implies that possession is not limited to living beings. Inanimate entities are also fair game. One can possess mountains, rivers, and even the bodies of tailed beasts, temporarily endowing them with sentience. This power can induce landslides or redirect enemy attacks back upon themselves. Conceptual possession allows one to inhabit an enemy's ninjutsu, directly undermining their assaults from within. It can also extend to threads of fate or causality, enabling subtle interventions at a spiritual level. The creation and destruction of the soul. One can tear apart portions of one's primordial spirit to imbue lifeless objects with spiritual essence or condense the lingering souls of the dying to facilitate rebirth. Creation begets destruction. It is possible to launch direct assaults and entirely erase a soul's imprint, rendering it incapable of resurrection by any means, even techniques such as reincarnation. The omniscient knower. Once the soul is empowered, it can connect with the ocean of natural energy, passively absorbing all knowledge from across time and space. This encompasses all benefits, alongside some side effects, which moonlight and swift winds carefully examined. Most critically, to alter causality, one must bear the weight of causality. Excessive interference with the cycle of causality could lead to the unraveling of reality. If one disrupts significant causality, it might invite unknown disasters. Furthermore, if the primordial spirit is detached from the body while subjected to equal-level attacks, for instance, an assault from another primordial spirit or artifacts capable of harming the soul, it could result in irreversible damage to the essence. Prolonged observation of the world from the perspective of the primordial spirit could lead to a gradual loss of human emotions, resulting in an absolute rationality and indifference akin to that of the heavenly path. Ultimately, this may culminate in a disconnection from the reality of the world. This ninjutsu, when confronted with an ordinary ninja, could allow Yueguang Jifeng to sever their souls with merely a glance. With a mere gaze from one individual, the entire ninja realm could be subdued. This ninjutsu also serves as a guide for civilization, capable of directing its development through incarnations or prophetic dreams. Ultimately, this ability carries with it a profound responsibility. Should beings from other planets invade, such as the Otsutsuki clan, the primordial spirit would receive a warning in advance. After perusing the explanations of all abilities, Yueguang Jifeng could only utter two words in response: formidable, incomparably formidable. It is no wonder that this power returns 1,000-fold. It is simply extraordinary. This elevates Yueguang Jifeng's life essence to a divine level. Within the entire ninja realm, there are numerous abilities, and under the 1,000-fold return, Yueguang Jifeng believes none would be inferior to this one. He then turned his gaze towards Tsunade and Oyama, pondering whom to approach first. At that moment, Yueguang Jifeng recalled the overwhelming pressure he had exerted during his breakthrough, hoping these individuals would not be crushed by it. With a thought, Yueguang Jifeng's spirit returned to his corporeal form. The others on the battlefield felt the pressure lift instantly, sitting up and coughing blood. What on earth is happening? Elder, do you know? Tsunade asked Oyama with a serious expression. Old man, in all my years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon, Oyama replied, shaking his head in trepidation. Lady Tsunade, I believe I understand. Kato Duan, having sustained the least injury, sat up straight and spoke earnestly. What is going on? Quickly tell me, Oyama urged. This is due to the overwhelming power of that gentleman's spirit. Just now, I could hardly breathe under the pressure, Kato Duan explained gravely. How is that possible? The power of the spirit can influence reality? How formidable must this be? It is fortunate I did not attempt to ambush him earlier, Oyama said, recalling how close he had been to acting, only to be deterred by the presence of that person's clone. Once Yueguang Jifeng's spirit returned to his body, he felt a discomfort, sensing the frailty of his physical form, akin to a small horse pulling a large cart. He understood that his spirit's power was overwhelming, and the urgent task was to enhance his physical strength. In terms of physical prowess, Yueguang Jifeng had to choose between Tsunade and Oyama. Tsunade's Senjutsu body was undoubtedly the best option. He took over 10 seconds to acclimatize to the discomfort, minimizing it as much as possible. Kato Duan, what do you think of this, senior? Lady Tsunade, I feel this individual does not seem to be one who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. As long as we show him respect, there should be no significant issues, Kato Duan pondered before speaking. I see. Leave it to me then. Tsunade, lost in thought, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. At that moment, Oyama recalled something and quickly turned to shout, Where's my granddaughter? Bring her to me at once. Upon hearing this, Tsunade wasted no time and stepped towards Yueguang Jifeng. Sir, you have met Kato Duan. Would you like to visit our Konoha and continue discussing the further development of spirit transformation techniques? Tsunade said, presenting what she believed to be her most charming smile. Visiting Konoha sounds delightful, albeit I may require some time as I still need to meet certain special individuals, Yue Guangjifeng said, stepping forward to gently pat Tsunade on the shoulder. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, uncertain of its meaning. Could it be that he was captivated by her beauty? However, Yue Guangjifeng paid no further heed to Tsunade, focusing entirely on the prompt within his mind. After a moment of silence with no sound, he realized that individuals who had already received communication rewards in the original timeline were unable to do so in this one. Shaking his head, it seemed he could only proceed with the thousandfold communication reward. I have some minor tasks that require your assistance, Yue Guangjifeng said to Tsunade. Senior, please instruct me. I will do my utmost to assist, Tsunade replied with a hint of excitement. You do not know the spirit transformation technique, do you? Sir, I indeed do not possess this ninjutsu, Tsunade said, shaking her head regretfully. It is quite simple. Just stand still and do not be afraid. I intend to extract your soul. What? Senior, what do you mean? Tsunade was taken aback at the notion of having her soul extracted. Rest assured, it is merely for observation. I am currently researching the soul and will not cause you any harm. My advice is to refuse. The soul is mysterious, fragile. It is better to prioritize safety, Kato Duan interjected, stepping forward after contemplating. No, I choose to trust the senior. With his strength, he could easily dispose of us. Tsunade interrupted, raising her hand to silence Kato Duan. Senior, please proceed. I place my faith in you. Yue Guangjifeng nodded with satisfaction. This was the Tsunade he recognized. Truly commendable. With a gentle wave of his hand, a purple barrier enveloped him and Tsunade. Though Tsunade claimed to feel no fear, it was a falsehood. Every individual harbors a fear of the unknown. There are many methods to overcome fear, and Tsunade chose to simply close her eyes and clear her mind. Yue Guangjifeng shifted his eyes to the Rinnegan. Summoning technique, he proclaimed, and with a thud, the King of Hell manifested. Under normal circumstances, using the King of Hell to extract someone's soul would result in their demise, as the soul would be devoured by the King of Hell. Initially, Yue Guangjifeng had considered targeting only those he wished to eliminate, knowing that extracting their souls would lead to death. However, he was not a merciless killer. He could not annihilate the entire ninja realm merely for the sake of a thousandfold return. But the situation had changed. With the power of the primordial spirit, he could effortlessly extract a soul and then return it to its original body, showcasing the might of the primordial spirit. Thus, Yue Guangjifeng could confidently engage in a thousandfold communication with everyone. Onlookers outside the barrier were astounded as they witnessed Yue Guangjifeng summon the King of Hell. Marveling at the grotesque figure, they then saw the King of Hell extend its tongue, and many erroneously believed Yue Guangjifeng intended to slay Tsunade. However, the tongue simply pierced through Tsunade's head. In a swift motion, the tongue curled, extracting Tsunade's soul. Yet, those outside the barrier could not perceive Tsunade's spirit, only witnessing her collapse to the ground. The Konoha ninjas could no longer remain composed, rushing forward. Kato Duan quickly waved his hand to halt them. Everyone, do not move. Lady Tsunade has merely left her body. Trust in her judgment. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances but ultimately decided to trust Kato Duan's words, halting their advance and silently observing the unfolding events. Seeing that Tsunade's soul had emerged, Yue Guangjifeng wasted no time. With a mere thought, his primordial spirit instantly exited his body. This time, he could expertly control the pressure of his primordial spirit, rendering it undetectable to others. However, they could see the resplendent golden figure of Yue Guangjifeng's primordial spirit. In that instant, they felt as though they were gazing upon a deity. Many of the Chunin and Jinin knelt, praying for peace in the ninja realm. With a swift motion, Yue Guangjifeng's primordial spirit reached out, and Tsunade's soul floated gently down from the King of Hell's tongue, landing softly in the grand hand of Yue Guangjifeng's primordial spirit. You may open your eyes now, Tsunade. As her soul opened her eyes, she beheld the towering, golden figure of Yue Guangjifeng. How beautiful! Yue Guangjifeng was taken aback when Tsunade's first words were a compliment about her beauty. With a smile and a gentle shake of his head, he extended his other hand to stroke Tsunade's soul head, all the while fervently praying that the Sennin body would manifest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Senju Tsunade. The random return project has concluded. Please select one option for your reward. 1. Acquire Senju Tsunade's monstrous strength technique. 2. Obtain Senju Tsunade's in-sealing technique. 3. Gain Senju Tsunade's palm Senin art. 4. Receive Senju Tsunade's advanced Senin body. Yueguang Jifeng gazed at the options, marveling at the incredible fortune he had encountered. All of Tsunade's remarkable abilities had been revealed, and each one was formidable. If multiplied by 10,000, he could hardly fathom the overwhelming power it would bestow. However, the mismatch between his soul and body left him no choice but to reluctantly select the Senin body. System, I choose the fourth reward. Chapter 135, 10,000 times return of the life divine body. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your choice has been successful, triggering the 10,000 times return. And you have obtained the life divine body of Senju Tsunade. Another divine grade gift. Could it be that the lowest tier of 10,000 times return is always divine? Yueguang Jifeng couldn't help but reflect. Perhaps due to his soul not being in his body, he felt no transformation in his physique. He could only eagerly examine the introduction of the life divine body. At first glance, he was struck by the impressive description. The life divine body is a mobile entity with self-awareness, embodying the essence of the world. On the surface, possessing a divine body may appear no different from an ordinary person, yet to a perceiver, one with a divine body resembles a warm, human sun, radiating a life force that brings comfort and invites closeness to all beings. In essence, every cell of your divine body is a miniature, complete ecological universe. You no longer absorb natural energy, for you are the natural energy itself. The first stage of the life divine body grants you the power of life source. Heal yourself. Enhance your being. Endlessly regenerative. With a passive effect, your chakra and physical stamina recover at a rate 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary individuals. Severe injuries will heal in the blink of an eye. Flesh and blood regeneration is an active effect, allowing for the rebirth of severed limbs. However, it requires a significant amount of energy and chakra, and the regenerated body parts will need time to adapt, potentially causing a slight decrease in combat prowess for a short duration. Yet once adapted, they will be indistinguishable from the original. The final ability of the first stage is physical overload. Those possessing a divine body can momentarily burn their life force to achieve a 30-fold enhancement across all attributes. Though this will result in a subsequent period of weakness, note, the stronger the individual, the shorter the weakness period. Yueguang Jifeng, contemplating this ability, was reminded of the Scion's transformations. While Scions achieve a 50-fold increase, his divine body could provide a 30-fold enhancement at the very first stage. He pondered whether the enhancement in that aspect would last even longer. In summary, Yueguang Jifeng deemed this ability the most useful in the first stage. A sudden 30-fold increase left him exclaiming, "Who else could compare?" Initially, he believed this to be impressive, but he was unaware that the second stage of the divine body was even more powerful. The second stage is known as life control. At this level, you begin to wield dominion over life itself. The first capability allows for life acceleration, enabling a seed to complete its life cycle of thousands of years in an instant, transforming into a mighty ancient tree with incredible abilities. The second ability is life healing. Even a single drop of your divine blood can bring forth life. When your blood touches the ground, all things instantly revive, withered trees bloom anew, and the deceased awaken. Even conceptual abilities, such as the Xiaoqian, can be rendered ineffective by a single drop of your blood. The third ability is life curse, which allows you to impose a curse on any life form, causing their cells to age rapidly and swiftly complete their life cycle. The third stage of the divine body is life resonance, also known as low-tier immortality. You can perceive the voices of all living things in nature, understanding their thoughts and utterances. Every creature in nature becomes your eyes, offering you a true explanation of all things. The second ability is a powerful creation technique. Using your own cells or existing organisms as a template, you can create small living beings with simple mobility, such as scouting bees or digging worms. The third ability is the life contract, allowing you to form an absolute spiritual connection with summoned beasts or the life forms you create, sharing senses. As long as one of your contracted beings exists, you can resurrect within that being. This can be considered a low-tier version of immortality, as long as Yueguang Jifeng forms numerous contracts and safeguards those entities. He shall never perish. The fourth stage of the divine body enables life reincarnation. From resurrection to customization, The fourth stage transcends the opposition of life and death. You can define life and death at will. You are capable of infusing the soul of a deceased, powerful being into a perfect body of your own making, achieving true resurrection. You can also allow a loyal companion, upon their physical aging, to have their soul embedded into an ancient tree, forming a guardian tree spirit and attaining a different form of immortality. After perusing the myriad abilities of the life-divine body, Yueguang Jifeng could hardly contain his eagerness to experience this invincible sensation. With a gentle motion, he returned Tsunade's soul to her body, subsequently re-entering his own form. After such a lengthy examination, he found that the transformation into the life body had yet to complete. As soon as Tsunade's soul re-entered her body, she opened her eyes in confusion and sat up. Look, she's just awakened. Thank heavens, Lady Tsunade, you are safe. Tsunade gazed at the concerned ninjas surrounding her and reassured them. Do not worry, everyone. I am perfectly fine. She then stood up, brushing off the dust from her attire, her chest heaving with excitement. The soul is indeed a wondrous thing. Kato, do you think I now have a chance to learn the spirit technique? Tsunade pondered before responding. Lady Tsunade, having experienced the separation of your soul, you possess a foundational advantage over others, significantly increasing your likelihood of mastering the spirit technique, Kato remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Tsunade conceived a different notion. If this esteemed senior could extract the souls of everyone once, would it not mean that every ninja in Konoha would have the opportunity to learn this formidable spirit technique? Tsunade increasingly believed that this approach was viable. After waiting a while longer, Yueguang Jifeng's physique finally ascended to the life-divine body. Eager to utilize the third stage abilities, he knew he must first ensure his own life. Recalling the method from his memory, he sought to enlighten a tree. Scanning his surroundings, he found them barren, with only a few stones present. He placed his hand on the ground, and a grove of trees erupted from the earth in an instant. The onlookers, witnessing the sudden emergence of the forest, were jolted awake, exclaiming, "My goodness, is this wood release? It must be wood release. I have seen the first Hokage use this technique. Could he be the first Hokage?" Tsunade, too, was astonished and hurried over. Predecessor, could you be my great-grandfather? Yueguang Jifeng surveyed the grove before glancing at the approaching Tsunade, finally realizing that they perceived him as Senju Hashirama. Shaking his head with a bemused smile, he replied, "How did this wood release become the exclusive technique of Senju Hashirama? I regret to inform you that I am not Senju Hashirama. This technique, brimming with vitality, can only be wielded by our esteemed Senju clan." Tsunade murmured to herself in mild disappointment. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a thought struck her. If she were to bear a child with this individual, would that child inherit all of his techniques, including the coveted Mokutan? Chapter 136. This world is insane, with requests for touching. However, as one of the formidable kunoichi, Senju Tsunade merely entertained this notion fleetingly. Regaining her composure, she addressed him. "Senior, might I trouble you for a small favor?" "Oh, pray, tell me what it is," Yueguang Jifeng pondered, considering that, given Tsunade's standing, he would be inclined to assist her with a minor request. "I hope you can select more individuals from our Konohagakure for soul extraction," Tsunade said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Upon hearing this request, Yueguang Jifeng couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather fortuitous to have someone so eager to ask for assistance. It would be unreasonable not to acquiesce. "Of course, I can oblige. It will also allow me to familiarize myself with my new abilities," he replied with a broad smile. "Really? Thank you so much, senior," Tsunade exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement, realizing that this would lead to an increase in S-rank ninjutsu users within Konoha. Future conflicts would undoubtedly become easier to navigate. Yueguang Jifeng contemplated her intentions, recognizing her desire for more individuals to master the elusive spirit technique. However, he was acutely aware that in the original timeline, no one had ever successfully learned it, as even records of the technique had vanished. Yet, he refrained from explaining this, understanding that the more souls extracted, the greater the exchange of attributes and skills, which were immensely beneficial. As the saying goes, a tenfold return could elevate even a pig to flight. On the other hand, Anoki, observing Senju Tsunade's eagerness to recruit other Konoha ninjas for soul extraction, couldn't help but wonder if there was some hidden advantage to this practice. It was puzzling that such a shrewd individual as Tsunade would seek assistance. Something felt amiss. He could not allow her to monopolize all the benefits. After resolving this in his mind, Inoki swiftly levitated towards Yueliang Jifeng. Senior, may we IWA ninjas partake in soul extraction? Inoki, you old rascal. Why must you meddle in everything? Well, how could such a splendid opportunity be allowed to rest solely with Konoha? I absolutely refuse to permit Konoha to dominate. Soul extraction is quite a complex affair. What price are you willing to pay for my assistance? Upon hearing Inoki's request, Yueliang Jifeng paused to consider. Feeling it prudent to propose a condition, given that Inoki was the one seeking his aid, it would seem rather unworthy to offer his services without asking for something in return. However, he was cautious not to demand too much lest he frighten Inoki away. Inoki stood in contemplation, uncertain of his next thoughts. Yueliang Jifeng, observing him, decided to add a little more incentive. Tsunade, please fetch a powerful ninja you deem worthy. I shall assist in extracting their soul first. Ha ha ha. Inoki, you cannot compete with me. The senior favors me. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Tsunade laughed heartily before dashing back to the camp. Seeing Tsunade's eagerness, Inoki slapped his thigh, realizing that soul extraction must indeed hold boundless benefits. He promptly turned to Yueliang Jifeng, saying, Senior, I am willing to offer 10 million Ryo for your assistance. Yueliang Jifeng pretended to ponder the offer. Allowing a moment of silence to linger, Inoki felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, 10 million Ryo was no trifling sum. In the current market, that amount could secure 2 elite jonin, and he did not possess much wealth at hand. Yueliang Jifeng did not keep him waiting long. Very well, but ensure you seek out bloodline limit ninjas. Do not waste my time with ordinary ones. Rest assured, I will not squander my resources on regular ninjas. Inoki affirmed before turning to hasten back to the military camp. As he flew, he felt a pang of regret for not having the Iwa's second strongest Jinchuriki on this battlefield. If only the Jinchuriki could enhance their power further, they could easily dominate other ninja villages rather than Konoha. Shaking his head, he hastened his speed towards the camp. Meanwhile, Tsunade deliberated on whom to recruit. In their military camp, there were scarcely any formidable ninja present, not even a Uchiha or a Hyuga on this battlefield. Thus, she needed to select those with great strength who might have the potential to learn the spirit technique. Within this battlefield, the Senju clan was the most populous. Ultimately, she decided to seek out members of her own clan. After all, it was prudent to strengthen her kin first. Senju 10, Senju D. You two must possess the finest talents in this camp, she stated. Returning to Lady Tsunade, I cannot claim to be the most gifted, but I do my best. Senju 10 replied, scratching his head in modesty. That will suffice. Follow me. I hope you both can learn the spirit technique. The spirit technique? Lady Tsunade, we have attempted it before, but we have always struggled to grasp it, Senju D expressed regretfully. This time, I have enlisted a senior's help, and if you perform well, you will surely experience a transformation of the soul. The chances of mastering the spirit technique are exceedingly high. You must cherish this opportunity. Fear not, esteemed lady. We shall strive diligently. The two declared in unison, resolutely. Tsunade nodded and approached Yueliang Jifeng, with the 2 young ninjas hastily following behind. Senior, I have brought them to you. Do you think they will suffice? Yueliang Jifeng glanced at the 2, noting their Senju clan attire. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment that they were not from other bloodline limit families, they were still acceptable, for future exchanges would yield rewards regardless of the order. He nodded. Who will step forward first? The 2 exchanged glances, and Senju 10 stepped forward. Lady, I shall go first. Yueliang Jifeng approached and patted his shoulder. There is no need to be anxious. It will be over shortly. Congratulations to the host and Senju 10 for completing an intimate exchange. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following. 1. Acquire Senju 10's Suiton, Suirden 2. Acquire Senju 10's Doton, Dorihiki 3. Acquire Senju 10's Intermediate Sage Body 4. Acquire Senju 10's Physique, 380 points system. I choose the 4th reward. Yueliang Jifeng scanned the reward options, noting the absence of any Mokuton choices. Thus, he opted directly for the Physique. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful. Triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Senju 10's Physique, 3,800 points. After the return concluded, Yueliang Jifeng did not linger on words and summoned the realm of humanity. Relax, stand still, and do not move, he instructed, controlling the realm of humanity to extract Senju 10's soul. Chapter 137, Explosive Attribute Points. Senju 10's soul swiftly detached from his body, which then collapsed to the ground. Without hesitation, Yueliang Jifeng followed suit, allowing his spirit to emerge. This time, he directly controlled his spirit to match the size of his physical form. Across from him, Senju Ten was experiencing a novel sensation, one that was entirely distinct from his corporeal existence. He began to grasp the concept of the soul. With newfound understanding of the spirit technique, Yueliang Jifeng gestured, causing Senju Ten's soul to rise slowly. Reaching out, he lightly touched the shoulder of the ethereal form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Xiaoqian. The random generation of the return project has concluded. Please select one option from the following for your return. 1. Acquire Xiaoqian's water release water barrier technique. 2. Acquire Xiaoqian's earth release earth flow barrier technique. 3. Acquire Xiaoqian's intermediate sage body. 4. Acquire Xiaoqian's physique of 380 points. Previously, the tenfold return had not been thoroughly contemplated by Yueliang Jifeng, but now, with a hundredfold return at stake, he must carefully consider which option would be the most advantageous. The first and second rewards possess similar attributes, and selecting either would grant a form of ninjutsu. No, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a divine art, as evidenced by the hundredfold returns experienced by Tsunade and Kato Dan. Such returns undoubtedly transcend the realm of ninjutsu. However, both techniques are rather commonplace, known by many, thus alleviating the urgency of choice. The third option, an intermediate sage body, seems redundant in light of already possessing the advanced sage body from a previous return. If a different physique were available, Yueliang Jifeng would consider it. However, the similarity renders it unworthy. This leaves only the final option of the attribute points. A straightforward and unambiguous choice. System, I select the fourth reward. Indeed, Yueliang Jifeng is eager to discover the potency of accumulating such a physique. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a hundredfold return, and you have gained Xiaoqian's physique of 3,800,000 points. With the hundredfold return, the physique points soar to an astounding 3.8 million, resulting in a significant transformation of his physical attributes. Achieving 1,000,000 points is now effortlessly attainable. After making his choice, Yueliang Jifeng wasted no time and swiftly returned Xiaoqian to his body, eager to experience the sensation of surpassing 1,000,000 attribute points. However, after a brief wait, he felt no discernible change. Upon reflection, he reached a conclusion. Perhaps the divine body was too formidable, with its strength far exceeding 1,000,000 attribute points, thus rendering any transformation imperceptible. Alternatively, it may be that his rapid advancement concealed all potential within, yet to be fully realized, leaving minimal enhancement evident. Lady Tsunade, the experience was truly astonishing. I feel as though I have gained boundless insights. Xiaoqian exclaimed with palpable excitement. How do you feel? Do you think you can utilize the soul transformation technique? Tsunade inquired, her anticipation evident. I am uncertain if I can, but I have grasped the essence of the soul. As long as I can separate the soul from the body, it should be a success. That is excellent. Engage in frequent exchanges with Kato Dan. Allow him to impart some wisdom. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I will diligently guide both of them, Kato Dan assured with a bright smile. He believed that if more individuals mastered the soul transformation technique, the war would become significantly easier, and the casualties of Konoha would dwindle. As long as victory in war is achievable, he would selflessly teach anyone willing to learn ninjutsu. Yueliang Jifeng pondered this, but he had not heard any subsequent news regarding the soul transformation technique. Hence, only two possibilities remained. The events of this timeline do not influence future timelines, or those who learned the technique have perished. Yueliang Jifeng leaned towards the latter, recalling how both Tsunade and Yugao had expressed a sense of familiarity upon their first encounter with him. Various signs suggested that traversing through the dragon vein could indeed affect the original timeline. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts as inconsequential. In the present, he stood as an invincible entity within the ninja world, only needing to guard against unknown adversaries from the cosmos. The Otsutsuki clan was no longer a concern, and Yueliang Jifeng had effectively disregarded them. With the strength of 1,000,000 attribute points behind his fist, how could they withstand such power? He recalled the 8 gates of the Heavenly Gate, which he had previously acquired. Before he could fully unlock them, they became ineffective, given that his body had transitioned into a divine form, rendering low-level techniques incapable of providing any enhancement. Being excessively powerful had its drawbacks. In the future, a hundredfold exchange could yield new benefits from the 8 gates. Could you assist me in extracting my soul as well? Qinshu Di, unable to contain his excitement upon witnessing Qinshu Tian's elation, requested. Yue Guang Jifeng, hearing the call, approached Qinshu Di, patted his shoulder, and with a mere glance, extracted Qinshu Di's soul. Indeed, after extensive time adapting to soul manipulation, Yue Guang Jifeng could now extract the souls of those at the level of a shadow and below with just a glance. With further adaptation, even those beyond the shadow level would soon be within his grasp with a mere gaze. Yes, even pain was merely a matter of a single glance. Pain had become yet another measuring tool, a killer in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Qinshu Di. The random generation of the return project has concluded. Please select one option from the following for your return. 1. Acquire Qinshu Di's Earth Release Heart-Cutting Technique 2. Acquire Qinshu Di's Water Release Great Waterfall Technique 3. Acquire Qinshu Di's Agility of 320 points 4. Acquire Qinshu Di's Intermediate Sage Body. As he surveyed the options, Yue Guang Jifeng contemplated his next move, deciding against selecting attribute points this time. He wished to see what remarkable rewards might arise from choosing a conventional technique. Thus, his gaze fell upon the first and second options. The first option, Earth Release Heart-Cutting Technique, is a widely recognized ninjutsu, capable of traversing underground. The second option is a straightforward water release technique, likely yielding nothing more than a basic water technique. System, I select the first reward. Yue Guang Jifeng now had ninjutsu for soaring through the skies and running beneath the earth. He merely sought a technique that would allow him to walk underground. He eagerly anticipated the surprises this ninjutsu might bring. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection has been successful, triggering a hundredfold return, and you have acquired Qinshu Di's Earth Escape technique. Observing the returned ninjutsu, Yue Guang Jifeng felt confident that this Earth Escape technique was not merely a ninjutsu. It was likely that famed sage art hastened to explore the capabilities of Duandishu. The first function is exceedingly straightforward and candid, the ability to traverse freely. The practitioner can disregard the tenacity of soil, rock, and even diamond, moving swiftly within these elements. Much like a person on land or a fish in water, one enjoys unrestrained freedom and seamless movement. The second ability is to compress distance into mere inches. Within the subterranean realm, thoughts can traverse thousands of miles in an instant, as long as the body can withstand the pressure, rendering one limitless. Walking underground allows for perfect concealment of one's aura. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan struggle to perceive one moving beneath the earth. This represents the ultimate refinement of the Earth Release's beheading technique, enabling silent approaches to targets and the ability to drag foes into the depths when they are most vulnerable, rendering them unable to escape. Beyond these, it can also be employed to capture enemies. After ensnaring an adversary underground, the practitioner can instantly solidify the surrounding soil with chakra, creating a robust prison to ensnare them. The final and most formidable ability is the Earth Sovereign. This state emphasizes definition and embodies the highest manifestation of law. Every utterance and action embodies the laws of the earth. Within the Earth Sovereign, the first minor ability is the word spirit. It establishes a domain within a certain range. The stronger the individual, the larger the domain. Within this realm, one can unilaterally decree the area, rendering the airspace forbidden. All foes within the domain are forcibly pulled back to the ground, rendering flight techniques and summoned beasts utterly ineffective. Gravity within the domain can be altered at will, allowing allies to become as light as feathers, while enemies are weighed down, crawling on the ground. The final ability is invulnerability. As the Earth Sovereign, standing upon the ground makes one the sole ruler. While grounded, all received damage is transferred to the endless mountains. As long as the earth endures, so too shall the body be unscathed. Yue Guang Jifeng perceives these abilities as an enhanced version of Duandishu, particularly the last one, Earth Sovereign, reminiscent of the Western Titans, who suffer no injury when grounded. This immense power leaves Yue Guang Jifeng exceedingly satisfied. Such a seemingly simple ninjutsu yields astonishing effects. The capability of the Golden Finger is undeniably overwhelming. Since encountering the tenfold return, Yue Guang Jifeng feels that all prior ninjutsu, secret arts, and sage arts he learned have become obsolete. In the future, he will disdain using anything that is not divine in nature. Lady Tsunade, I feel confident in my ability to master the spirit transformation technique. Upon opening his eyes, Senju's first words report progress, brimming with determination. Tsunade, upon hearing this, is elated, affirming her suspicions. Then you must work diligently. Lady Tsunade, rest assured, both of us shall strive diligently and will not let your earnest efforts go to waste. Tsunade nods in agreement. Next, she must contemplate how to have Yueguang Jifeng assist her in extracting more souls from Konoha. Before she could speak, Inoki could no longer remain seated. Although his health was poor, his hearing was remarkably acute. He had clearly heard that these two individuals merely needed to be guided by that mysterious boy to learn the enigmatic spirit transformation technique of Kato Dan. Just one Kato Dan was enough to give him a headache. After all, no one could see or touch it, making it impossible to discern when one might fall prey. If Konoha were to be filled with such ninjas in the future, his IWA, a shinobi might as well surrender the nation entirely. How does one combat an unseen and untouchable foe? Contemplating this, Inoki hastened his flight, swiftly arriving before Yueguang Jifeng. Senior, I am willing to pay more. Please allow our people to experience the sensation of soul separation. Yueguang Jifeng nearly bursts into laughter upon hearing this. Inoki is indeed quite eager. Shaking his head, he replies, "All right, no problem, let us begin with you." Inoki, hearing this, is pleasantly surprised. Starting with him is even better. He can personally experience what a soul truly is and what abilities it possesses. Why is it so mysterious? Yueguang Jifeng steps forward, smiling, and gently pats Inoki's shoulder. In that moment, Inoki's body instinctively wants to evade, yet he restrains himself. Yueguang Jifeng then inhales towards his shoulder, and Inoki's soul instantaneously separates from his body. Currently, Yueguang Jifeng must maintain a safe distance from Inoki's soul, as he still needs to select the tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Inoki for completing the soul exchange. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following options for the return. 1. Acquire Inoki's super lightweight rock technique. 2. Acquire Inoki's earth release rock golem 3. Acquire Inoki's earth release rock style technique. 4. Acquire Inoki's earth release earth mountain technique. Yueguang Jifeng gazes at the 4 options, feeling both disappointment and relief. All 4 options are ninjutsu. The bloodline elimination technique he anticipated did not emerge. This is for the best, as it increases the likelihood of a tenfold return later. Inoki possesses an abundance of techniques, likely due to his long life. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng must choose one from these 4 ninjutsu. The first option is immediately dismissed. The current gravitational repulsion far surpasses the lightweight rock technique. The second option appears to be a summoning ninjutsu, which piques Yueguang Jifeng's interest. The third is similar to the second, also a summoning technique. After consideration, Yueguang Jifeng decides to select one of these 2. System, I choose the third reward. There is no particular reason for choosing the third. It is simply intuition, as he truly does not know what effects these 2 ninjutsu have. Yet, Yueguang Jifeng is unconcerned. Currently, the only thing that captivates him is the divine technique of tenfold return. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering tenfold return. Acquiring Inoki's earth release rock style technique. Note, after tenfold enhancement, the original body composed of earth blocks is enhanced to be composed of diamonds. Yueguang Jifeng merely glances at the technique before diverting his attention. Now, he must observe whether Inoki will yield his bloodline elimination technique in return. Yueguang Jifeng thinks to himself, Inoki, I advise you to be wise and hand over the bloodline elimination. Chapter 139, Tenfold Return to Inoki. Senior, so this is what the soul is about. Next time Kato Dan comes, I will clearly know he is here. Senior, I feel this expenditure is well worth it, while Konoha has the Xiaoqian record. My IWA shinobi has the wall-climbing ladder. Ha ha ha, I wonder how Tsunade will contend with me? As long as you are pleased. Yueguang Jifeng feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inoki shall never comprehend that while he might profit, I will gain even more. No, in the future, all our high-ranking officials must experience this sensation of soul separation. Perhaps they can even master soul-related ninjutsu. Senior, I would like our IWA shinobi's various geniuses to experience this sensation as well. Do you think that is possible? Inoki rubs his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon seeing his expression, Yueguang Jifeng's initial impulse to agree is curtailed. Of course, but it comes at a price. Senior, our IWA Shinobi currently has limited funds for war. Could you possibly offer a discount? Yueguang Jifeng scrutinizes him, contemplating that it appears Inoki is indeed short on funds. However, since the goal is profit, the exchange is what truly matters. Very well, considering you are a returning customer, I shall provide a discount. Thank you, Senior. Thank you. Yueguang Jifeng shakes his head, silently praying. This time, he must reveal the bloodline elimination technique of Chindan. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Daimo's soul soared towards the moonlit breeze. In the blink of an eye, the moonlit breeze touched his shoulder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Daimo. The return project has concluded. And please select one from the following options for the return. 1. Acquire Daimo's Doton, Rock Fist Technique 2. Acquire Daimo's Doton, Rock Pillar Prison 3. Acquire Daimo's Bloodline Elimination Chindan, Original Realm Separation Technique 4. Acquire Daimo's Bloodline Elimination Chindan, Limit Separation Technique. The moonlit breeze was surprised to find that not only had he succeeded, but he also received 2 options. He was somewhat puzzled. What exactly was the difference between these 2 bloodline eliminations? Shouldn't the techniques of this bloodline limit be accessible once acquired? Why were there 2 names this time? It couldn't possibly be 2 different skills. That would be too unfortunate. Fortunately, he did not know what distinguished these 2 options, so he refrained from making a choice. He gazed at Daimo's spirit, still fluttering around, and inquired, "What are the differences between your bloodline elimination, original realm separation, and limit separation?" Daimo paused momentarily, puzzled by the sudden question from the moonlit breeze. This inquiry typically arises only after a deep understanding of Chindan. However, after a brief contemplation, Daimo did not believe anyone else could master his Chindan. Senior, the original realm separation technique is my bloodline elimination formed by merging the chakra natures of wind, fire, and earth. This original realm generates a cone or cube that decomposes everything within the barrier into dust. The limit separation, on the other hand, is considered an upgraded version of this technique. It has a larger range, greater power, and can sustain its effects for a longer duration, creating a vast cubic area of destruction. In essence, the limit separation technique is indeed more formidable. After musing over Daimo's explanation, the moonlit breeze responded, in principle. That is correct, Senior. He nodded, redirecting his focus back to the options in his mind. System, I choose the 4th reward, regardless of the other effects. If a stronger option is available, it must be chosen. He was uncertain if this was a ninjutsu, but based on his previous experiences with anime, Chindan transforms everything it envelopes into nothingness. Evaluating it as a skill seemed appropriate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return and obtaining Daimo's Chindan. The moonlit breeze was somewhat astonished that this time the return yielded only one name, Chindan. Previously, the tenfold returns had been something grand, but this time it was so straightforward. He eagerly examined the abilities associated with this return. The first ability is called Dust of Annihilation. It eradicates existence, completely decomposing a target's form, including matter, energy, and soul, to nothingness. Observing this first ability, the moonlit breeze felt it bore similarities to traditional Chindan. In summary, it still transforms matter into nothingness. However, the ability post-return was more comprehensive. The original Chindan could allow a slain enemy's soul to traverse to the pure land of the 6 paths. This new ability could erase the soul entirely, ensuring the enemy's complete destruction. This would be particularly effective against the Otsutsuki clan, as their souls could persist even after their physical demise. It would prove exceptionally useful against Otsutsuki Kagaya. The 6 paths sage could not kill them, only seal them. With a single strike, Kagaya could potentially be obliterated. Contemplating this, the moonlit breeze even considered launching an attack at the moon to see if he could cause both the moon and Kagaya to vanish. However, he also pondered about the tenfold exchange and what rewards Otsutsuki Kagaya might yield, filled with anticipation. Without further deliberation, he continued to scrutinize the second ability, Dust of Retrospection, Temporal Interference. It allows the decomposed target to be traced back along the timeline, erasing the historical traces and causality of the target's existence. Note, this layer involves causality, and those without strong physiques and souls should not attempt it, as the backlash of karmic retribution is immensely powerful. Upon reading the note, the moonlit breeze chuckled. This technique seemed tailor-made for him. With his divine physique and primordial spirit, he should be impervious to backlash. He glanced at the final ability, Dust of Causality. Causality weapon. It inverts cause and effect, achieving an absolute hit and conceptual severance by placing the effect first and the cause second. The moonlit breeze pondered this and realized that, for instance, if he intended to sever someone's arm, he could simply declare, "Your arm shall turn to dust," no matter where the enemy was. Their arm would disintegrate ahead of time. Subsequently, the abilities of Chindan would penetrate time and space to strike the target. In summary, this attack is unavoidable and indefensible. It transcends the process and directly manifests the conclusion. Despite its singular focus, its strength remains formidable. Upon regaining his composure, the moonlit breeze was eager to test the extent of his newfound Chindan. With a flick of his hand, he returned Daimu to his body and willed himself back into his own form. Tsunade, you wouldn't believe it, but thanks to the soul attraction from my senior, I can now distinctly sense souls. Your spiritual manifestation technique will be rendered useless from now on, huh? Tsunade shook her head, contemplating. What does it matter if you can sense it? You still cannot prevent it. Previously, you died without understanding. Now, even when you are aware of the enemy's approach, you still cannot stop it. Isn't that all the more despairing? Chapter 140, Tenfold Return, Explosive Release. The moonlit breeze, however, disregarded the two of them. Eager to experiment with the newly acquired Chindan and its potency, he fixed his gaze on a distant mountain and pointed with his finger. The first layer of Chinduan's effect was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the mountain's center was pierced through by his gesture. The next moment, thunderous rumblings echoed as the remaining peaks at the summit cascaded down to the base. The immense sound startled everyone present. Look over there, what happened to that mountain? It seems to have collapsed. Don't be ridiculous. How could that be? I feel like a section of the mountain is missing. You're right. It appears someone has used their strength to carve out the middle of the mountain. Lord Xiaoqian, should we go take a look? An Iwan rushed to Daimu's side and inquired hastily. No need to check. We have more pressing matters. Has Aji arrived? Lord Xiaoqian. Aji will take another half hour to arrive. Tell him to hurry. We can wait half an hour, but we cannot afford to keep Lord Aji waiting for that long. The moonlit breeze felt a sense of delight upon hearing Demo's words. He hadn't expected this old fellow to exert himself so much, even summoning their Jinchuriki. The moonlit breeze resolved to wait for him. Yet, one thing he remained uncertain about was whether these tailed beasts, as unique life forms composed of chakra, possessed souls. He was unsure if they could undergo a tenfold return. Shaking his head, he surveyed the situation of the mountain across from him, feeling quite satisfied. This time, he decided to test the second layer of Chindan. Extending a finger, he pointed at the opposing mountain, intending to exclude the entire mountain from the causal chain. Soon, he felt the energy within him gathering furiously at his fingertip. However, the moonlit breeze also noticed another phenomenon. As he released the ninjutsu, the tip of his finger began to gradually turn white. Gradually, that one finger became completely white. The moonlight gale swiftly grasped the situation. It was evident that the second layer of causality was overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to forcefully unleash it, he could indeed do so. But the repercussions on his body would be dire. Despite currently possessing a divine physique, he was still in the initial stage. Subsequent levels of this divine form required his own effort to unlock, akin to the gradual evolution of the Sharingan. The awakened divine body also necessitated a step-by-step unlocking of permissions for advancement. In contrast, the return ninjutsu did not require such gradualism. Similar to the primordial spirit, they manifested in their most potent form instantaneously. However, the prerequisite was that the body must be capable of withstanding it. Moonlight Gale sensed that should he forcibly invoke the third layer of dust release, his divine physique would undoubtedly collapse entirely. Alternatively, if he utilized the Earth King technique while standing on the ground, transferring all damage to the earth veins, the power of causality could potentially obliterate the entire ninja world in an instant. After contemplating this, Moonlight Gale felt no hesitation. After all, he was currently an invincible entity. As he unlocked his divine body or acquired other types, his strength would only amplify. After all, the 10,000-fold return was immensely formidable. There were no individuals beyond Moonlight Gale's reach, and nothing the system could not return. Lord Xiaoqian, is Lord Shou here? Should I summon him? Has Shou arrived? That is splendid. I shall inquire about the Lord's opinion. He promptly soared towards Moonlight Gale. My lord, One of my subordinates possesses the bloodline limit. May I request that he experience the sensation of soul projection? Moonlight Gale recalled. Show, I have previously communicated with this individual, who also wields explosive release. I wonder what remarkable gift the 10,000-fold return will bestow this time. Let him come. He need only relax. Moonlight Gale replied as he withdrew his hand from the dust release technique, standing quietly in place. Why did you summon me with such urgency, Lord Xiaoqian? Is there a significant event at hand? Speak. Which village do you wish me to engage? This time, I bring you a boon. You must seize this opportunity and delve into it earnestly. The diminutive figure of Oyagura gently floated beside Xiao. Aren't we engaging in battle? Lord Xiaoqian, I may not handle other matters as adeptly. Xiao scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. No matter. Simply remember the sensation you will experience shortly. Relax and do not be anxious. Oyagura patted Xiao's shoulder earnestly. Is that so? I understand, Lord Xiaoqian. I shall do my utmost. Satisfied? Oyagura nodded and swiftly flew to Moonlight Gale. Predecessor, we are prepared. Please take action. Oyagura respectfully addressed Moonlight Gale. Moonlight Gale nodded, casting a gentle gaze upon Xiao. Xiao felt himself becoming entirely unresponsive, unable to move, and then he sensed himself levitating. He recalled Oyagura's earlier words and, without delay, began to deeply contemplate this unfamiliar sensation. Moonlight Gale's primordial spirit swiftly detached from his corporeal form. My lord, what is happening to me? Xiao inquired curiously. This is merely your own soul. It is a sensation few are fortunate enough to experience, Moonlight Gale explained as he drew Xiao's soul closer. Initially, Xiao attempted to resist, but soon realized he lacked control over himself and could only obediently float towards Moonlight Gale. Absorb the essence of this soul. Do not squander Oyagura's earnest efforts, Moonlight Gale advised, patting his shoulder. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Xiao for completing the soul exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for the return. 1. Acquire Xiao's Earth Release Earth Wall. 2. Acquire Xiao's Strength of 390 points. 3. Acquire Xiao's Earth Release Earth Return. 4. Acquire Xiao's Explosive Release. Moonlight Gale immediately fixated on the fourth option. Since it had been revealed, he would certainly choose it. System. I select the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering 10,000-fold return, acquiring Xiao's Explosive Release, the Eye of Destruction. Upon seeing this name, Moonlight Gale felt a tinge of curiosity. Could this return yield a new ocular technique? Filled with intrigue, he promptly opened the detailed description of the explosive release provided by the system. The first ability was Infinite Division, allowing Moonlight Gale to create an everlasting explosive flame that would endlessly replicate and continue to burn until the target was entirely incinerated. Additionally, he could create a region where the physical laws transformed into a state of perpetual explosion. Any matter or energy entering this realm would undergo an unceasing cycle of explosions until the very fabric of space-time was obliterated. The second layer involved the existence of disintegration, where a singularity of destruction could be formed at his fingertips, causing any target it touched, be it Susanoo or truth-seeking balls, to explode into nothingness. The third layer encompassed concept detonation, initiating spatial detonation by creating a point of disintegration nearby, consuming and decomposing everything around it. Time detonation could also be enacted, establishing a realm of collapse where time would become chaotic. Finally, causality detonation could be unleashed, wherein the holder of the collapse shield could declare, "Detonate the result of my being attacked." Consequently, all attacks launched against him would automatically disintegrate before reaching him. Chapter 141, Freedom of Lifespan. After reviewing the description, Moonlight Gale deemed the explosive release quite commendable. Following the 10,000-fold return, it felt as though the explosive release had approached the level of dust release. The adage proved true. Should two individuals differ by 20 years, the disparity would be significant. However, if both surpassed 10,000 years, the difference of 100 or 200 years would be negligible. Much like this returned explosive release, the initial gap compared to dust release may have been vast. But after the 10,000-fold return, each ability became exceedingly formidable. By this measure, the disparity between an ordinary ninja and one with a bloodline limit seemed minimal. Henceforth, no opportunity for return should be overlooked. The hexagonal warrior was on his way. As he pondered, he noticed Xiao's soul floundering in the air. What are you doing? Moonlight Gale inquired, unable to contain his amusement at the comical sight. Reporting, "My lord, I am unsure how to move, but I imagine the air as water, and surprisingly, it worked," Shou replied. "You truly are a remarkable individual." Moonlight Gale shook his head, denying Shou the chance to elaborate. With a flick of his sleeve, Shou's soul was swept up by a gust of wind, uncontrollably tumbling through the air, before swiftly returning to his corporeal form. Moonlight Gale likewise returned to his body. "Lord Xiaoqian, this experience of soul projection is utterly astonishing, and my soul in the air felt as liberated as my body would. No wonder that Kato's spirit technique is so formidable. The sensation of seeing you while remaining unseen is truly exhilarating. Oh, I did not expect this seemingly simple-minded fellow to possess such insight. It appears my efforts were not in vain. My investments were well placed. Lord Xiaoqian, you underestimate me. In terms of strategy, I may not excel, but my instincts regarding ninjutsu are quite sharp. Enough banter. Are you out of breath? Is Lord Purple yet to arrive?" "Lord Purple is likely delayed. He mentioned having some matters to attend to before he could come." "Where is Huang Tu currently?" Oyagura pondered before asking. "Lord Xiaoqian, have you forgotten? Before departing, you instructed Huang Tu to remain home and focus on procreation." "Ah, is that so? Ha ha ha. Indeed, he ought to exert effort. Matsushita Chuanwei, you shall take your turn. Do not disappoint my expectations." Oyagura, feeling slightly awkward, hastily changed the subject. "Am I to take my turn? As a mere jonin, do I truly warrant such treatment?" "Lord Xiaoqian, rest assured, you shall not be disappointed," Matsushita Chuanwei said, patting his chest with heartfelt emotion. "Do not worry, Chuanwei. The future of IWNine is entrusted to you. Strive diligently." Though Anoki spoke these words, his heart harbored thoughts of inadequacy. Why did IWNine lack such talent? Why does Konoha produce formidable ninjas who can stand alone? I, Anoki, refuse to accept this. I shall alter fate with wealth. Upon hearing that Anoki had summoned a jonin, Tsukiakari Shippu could not help but shake his head. Is IWNine truly so lacking? On this battlefield, not a single elite jonin could be found. Fortunately, the prospect of tenfold returns alleviated his concerns. Even obtaining mere attribute points would be immensely beneficial. Thus, Tsukiakari Shippu did not harbor any disdain. "My lord, I am ready," Matsushita Chuanwei declared. Though he feigned calmness, the gravity of IWNine's future made him swallow nervously. "Come, relax," Tsukiakari Shippu said, gently patting his shoulder, effortlessly drawing his soul into the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Matsushita Chuanwei for completing the physical exchange. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain 320 agility points from Matsushita Chuanwei. 2. Acquire the fire release. Great fireball technique from Matsushita Chuanwei. 3. Obtain a lifespan extension of 1 year and 5 days from Matsushita Chuanwei. 4. Gain the earth release. Earth dragon bullet from Matsushita Chuanwei. Indeed, jonin offer little of value. Tsukiakari Shippu mused, shaking his head as he addressed the system. I choose the first reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Gaining 3,200 agility points from Matsushita Chuanwei. After making his choice, Tsukiakari Shippu turned his gaze towards Chuanwei's soul. He noticed that Chuanwei was clutching his own neck, puffing his cheeks, appearing as if he were on the brink of demise. What are you doing? Tsukiakari Shippu exclaimed, taken aback. If he were to harm himself, what would become of Tsukiakari Shippu's reputation? How could he continue to have Anoki send people? Seeing that Chuanwei remained silent and motionless, Tsukiakari Shippu had no choice but to glare, directly controlling Chuanwei's soul to breathe and release his grip. Only then did Matsushita Chuanwei realize, quickly gasping for air. After a moment, he looked apologetically at Tsukiakari Shippu and said, I apologize, my lord. I thought souls could not breathe air, so I dared not move, causing you trouble. He performed a deep bow. Tsukiakari Shippu found this explanation amusing and flew beside him, patting his shoulder. Do not worry. Here, you are as you are on the ground. You can accomplish many things. Just try for yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Matsushita Chuanwei for completing the soul exchange. The random generation of return items has concluded. Please select one from the following options. 1. Gain 320 agility points from Matsushita Chuanwei. 2. Acquire Matsushita Chuanwei's diligent character. 3. Obtain a lifespan extension of 1 year from Matsushita Chuanwei. 4. Gain the earth release. Earth return from Matsushita Chuanwei. Gazing at the return options, Sukiyakari Shippu felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a long time since he had seen a talent return. A tenfold return of talent must be extraordinarily powerful. Next time, he would undoubtedly choose talent. This time, he contemplated the first and third options. System, I choose the third reward. Sukiyakari Shippu had not encountered a lifespan option in quite some time. A tenfold return would be a significant leap forward. From now on, a life of freedom. Ding. Congratulations. Host, selection successful. Tenfold return triggered, gaining a lifespan of 10,000 years from Matsushita Chuanwei. After completing his choice, Sukiyakari Shippu felt as though he had fulfilled a wish. From having only a few days of life upon crossing into this world to now possessing 10,000 years of life, Sukiyakari Shippu could not help but marvel. Nothing compares to the prowess of a golden finger. A lifespan of 10,000 years essentially grants him longevity equal to that of the heavens. Even in many fantastical worlds, attaining the pinnacle of cultivation does not yield a lifespan of 10,000 years. In the world of Naruto, living beyond 100 years is already considered longevity. Yet Sukiyakari Shippu had obtained what others long for, but cannot reach, a full 10,000 years. Moreover, 10,000 years is far from Sukiyakari Shippu's limit. It is merely the beginning. Chapter 142, The Sovereign of All Beasts. Lord Tsuchikage, I comprehend the essence of the soul now. Although I might not learn new ninjutsu, I will surely sense the presence of a soul. Matsushita Chuanwei wished to say more, but Anoki waved his hand, impatiently interrupting him. Anoki had not expected Matsushita Chuanwei to learn anything. He merely wanted him to fill the numbers. Anoki, the funds you provided are only sufficient for 2 more individuals. Sukiyakari Shippu stood up, smiling. My lord, I understand. This is already more than enough. I appreciate your assistance. Anoki said, bowing deeply. Seeing Anoki's attitude, Sukiyakari Shippu nodded in satisfaction. Senior, where do you intend to go next? Why not come to Konoha? Our Konoha boasts beautiful mountains, splendid waters, and even more beautiful people. Bah, Tsunade, I see you merely wish for the senior to assist you for free. Senior, our IWNIN are equally commendable. Every one of us is amiable, and we have plenty of people. You could explore our IWNIN village. Anoki, you are not being honest either. Senior, come to Konoha. We have ample funds. I will not ask for your assistance for free. Upon hearing their remarks, Sukiyakari Shippu contemplated carefully. He was uncertain how long he would remain in this time and space. His primary concern was to ensure the tenfold returns for the families that faced extermination in the future. He decided to wait a while longer before returning several individuals. Once the Jinchuriki returned, he would swiftly seek out the Uzumaki clan. However, upon further reflection, Sukiyakari Shippu realized that a single tenfold return was sufficient to perfect the bloodline. It could even exceed a concentration of 100. What would happen if he chose 2 individuals with the same physique? Would their return merge? Or would he end up with 2 distinct divine bodies? Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Noticing Tsunade and Anoki still competing, each insisting their own ninja village was superior, Sukiyakari Shippu felt compelled to intervene. If anyone else wishes to extract souls, you must do so quickly. I shall be departing shortly. Senior, I have someone. The oil user from our clan just arrived. I will summon him at once. Sukiyakari Shippu felt somewhat exasperated, for he had little fondness for the oil user clan, who among the good-hearted would harbor insects within their bodies. However, Sukiyakari Shippu also intended to see what a tenfold return from nurturing insects would yield. Indeed, he had no intention of opting for the oil user clan's tenfold return, as they had previously only provided control over insects. Thus, Sukiyakari Shippu harbored a strong aversion to their clan. Even the Inazuka clan was far superior, as their canine companions at least offered a suitable talent. Please wait a moment, my lord. Our village's Jinchuriki, Otsu, will arrive shortly. Do not delay, he must hurry. I am exceptionally busy. My lord, do not worry. I have already informed him to travel at full speed. He should arrive shortly. Please assist the Konoha individuals in extracting souls first. Anoki wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily explained. Sukiyakari Shippu nodded, refraining from revealing that he was actually waiting for Otsu's arrival. Senior, this is our Konoha's oil user, Shihui. I kindly request your assistance in extracting his soul. Tsunade said, as a person with a spiky hairstyle and black glasses, half of his face obscured by his clothing, appeared behind her. At first glance, Sukiyakari Shippu recognized him as a member of the oil user clan. He bore an uncanny resemblance to oil user Shina. Shihui, Come quickly. Allow the senior to assist you. Tsunade called to the oil user, Shui, behind her. Lord Tsunade, it is not that I am unwilling to advance. Rather, it is the insects within me that convey a profound sense of dread towards the individual before us. These insects fervently impede my progress, and should I take another step, they would abandon me entirely. Zhihui, the senior is not as fearsome as you believe. He possesses a gentle demeanor. No, Lord Tsunade, the insects do not deceive. They even inform me that this esteemed individual can cause both me and all the insects to vanish without a trace with but a mere glance. The senior is an extraordinarily powerful and perilously dangerous figure. Tsunade glanced at Zhihui, then at Yueguang Jifeng, before hastily approaching Yueguang Jifeng. She lifted one of Yueguang Jifeng's arms into her embrace, exclaiming, "See, the senior is not as terrifying as you claim." Yueguang Jifeng pondered that perhaps these insects were not entirely useless, as they could sense his formidable power. After awakening his divine form, he exuded an aura of warmth and normalcy. Yet the insects detected danger in him, further proving that small creatures are often more adept at sensing peril than humans. It matters not, it is the same here. Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand, causing Yinu Zhihui's body to slump to the ground. In the next moment, a deep blue soul floated out from within. Yueguang Jifeng scrutinized Yinu Zhihui's soul closely. Previously, he had assumed that those who nurtured insects would have their souls devoured as well. To his surprise, the soul remained pristine and unblemished, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Shaking his head, he thought no further and patted Zhihui's shoulder, saying, "Experience this sensation for yourself." Ding. Congratulations, host and Yinu Zhihui have completed a soul exchange. The process of returning rewards has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Yinu Zhihui's parasitic insects. 2. Obtain Yinu Zhihui's Lin Powder. 3. Gain Yinu Zhihui's insect clone technique. 4. Learn Yinu Zhihui's insect nurturing skills. After the return, Yueguang Jifeng eagerly glanced at the options. However, the outcome did not exceed his expectations. It was no different from the previous tenfold returns. The same few abilities were presented, and Yueguang Jifeng loathed insects the most. Thus, he would not choose the first or second options. The third option puzzled him. If he chose it without any insects in his body, how could he perform an insect clone technique? Was it a conceptual ability that would automatically generate insect clones upon use? Yueguang Jifeng found this difficult to comprehend. Thus, only the final option remained, insect nurturing. Yueguang Jifeng considered this akin to raising a sow. He would prefer a reward related to postpartum care for insects instead. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that regardless of how trivial the ability, through the system's 10,000-fold return, it would surely soar. System, I choose the final reward. Yueguang Jifeng gritted his teeth, resolving to select this seemingly useful option. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection was successful, triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring Yinu Zhihui's Master of Beasts. What? Yueguang Jifeng stared at the 4 titles, Master of Beasts, momentarily stunned. So, it is true what they say, there are no useless abilities, only a flawed system? Master of Beasts. What a commanding title. Yueguang Jifeng was curious to discover the prowess of this Master of Beasts. Chapter 143, The Potent Master of Beasts. Without hesitation, Yueguang Jifeng immediately examined the details of the Master of Beasts. The first ability filled him with immense delight, the Pact of All Spirits. This means that contracts are no longer limited to insects. Birds, beasts, various aquatic creatures, and even spiritual beasts may be contracted. In essence, all creatures may forge a soul pact with him. One can maintain a connection of will with thousands of different contracted beasts. Your will becomes the collective will of all beasts. Furthermore, the binding is not one of control, but rather a resonance of souls. Knowledge and sensory experiences can be shared through the pact, and one can even channel their chakra back to the summoned beasts, allowing them to heal or dramatically increase in power. The stronger the soul's abilities, the greater the energy returned. Thus, even if one contracts weaker summoned beasts, it matters little, provided Yueguang Jifeng himself is sufficiently strong. Consequently, his future team of summoned beasts would be formidable. Coincidentally, Yueguang Jifeng's soul had already transformed into a primordial spirit, immensely powerful. This meant that his 2 summoned beasts, the fire-breathing dragon and the gorilla, could emerge. They could continuously enhance their power. Otherwise, to be frank, Yueguang Jifeng would not even deign to glance at the super shadow level. Today, this master of beasts could also gradually bolster the strength of his summoned beasts. This was the aspect Yueguang Jifeng found most satisfying. He then turned his attention to the second ability. Indeed, the powers of the master of beasts are divided into 3 tiers, unlike the immediate use of techniques such as dust release or explosion release. The master of beasts resembles a physical trait that necessitates layer-by-layer comprehension. However, Yueguang Jifeng felt that he could easily manifest this first-tier ability. The second ability, however, was exceedingly remarkable. Yueguang Jifeng believed that in a fantastical realm, this second ability alone could elevate him to the pinnacle of power. Bloodline Awakening. Within this Bloodline Awakening lies a bloodline retrospection. Through the power of the pact, one can awaken the dormant ancestral powers within the summoned beasts. An ordinary ninja dog could regress to its ancestral form, but what it becomes depends on the bloodline of its forebears. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng believed this ability was most suitable for use in a fantastical world. An ordinary dog could be regressed into a 3-headed hellhound. Yet Yueguang Jifeng was unaware of the ancestors of ninja dogs. He had no knowledge of their ancestors' might. Shaking his head, he continued on to the next ability. Bloodline Fusion. This ability allows for the detachment and even fusion of different contracted beast bloodlines, creating an entirely new bloodline summoned beast. Yueguang Jifeng contemplated that this ability could indeed be quite extraordinary, allowing for the creation of a supermonster through a medley of traits. A vivid image flashed in his mind. He could combine the weaving abilities of a spider, the immense strength of an ant, and the venom of a snake to create a devastating swarm capable of spitting venomous webs. The potential of this ability depended solely on Yueguang Jifeng's imagination. If he could merge all small creatures into one, he might even create a versatile new species, a flying leopard or a diving bird. The potential was boundless. The third tier delved into laws and conceptual mastery over beasts. Yueguang Jifeng's preeminent ability extends beyond merely contracting tangible flora and fauna. It encompasses the very elements of nature, wind, fire, and earth. He could command flames, transforming them into a phoenix of fire, or summon the spirits of the earth to serve as steadfast guardians. The final ability is the domain of beast mastery. Within a defined range, he could manifest a domain where the strength of his soul dictates the extent. Within this realm, Yueguang Jifeng embodies the essence of the rules. Anything deemed acceptable within this domain could be transformed into a beast of his command. The shadows beneath his feet could become a nightmarish behemoth, while the malice of his foes could be siphoned off to become malevolent spirits. After perusing the abilities of the Master of Beasts, Yueguang Jifeng could only conclude that none of the abilities were subpar. It was merely the constraints of the ninja world that limited the potential of these powers. Having organized all his skills, he turned to the unassuming Yinu Zhihui, who awaited silently, devoid of curiosity. Indeed, like Yinu Zhi, he exhibited an indifferent demeanor towards everything. Perhaps it is due to the superpower granted by the Moonlight's credit return that the character of Yueguang Jifeng has taken a more favorable view of him. How do you find it? Is the realm of souls not quite as you had imagined? In a habitual gesture, Yinu Zhihui attempted to adjust his glasses. However, his hand met only empty air, and he calmly remarked, "Indeed, it is a novel experience, entirely different from reality. I believe the essence of the soul represents the correct way for humanity to exist in this world. That is quite an intriguing perspective. What leads you to such a conclusion?" Yueguang Jifeng inquired, curiosity piqued by his statement. "Because in the state of the soul, I feel unrestrained and free. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, souls are devoid of lifespan limitations. In other words, souls can endure eternally." Yueguang Jifeng gazed at Yinu Zhihui in surprise, realizing that this reticent individual possessed considerable insight. "You are correct. While the body may decay, the soul is everlasting. It is unfortunate that Dashawan does not grasp this truth." "What do you mean by that, sir? Is Dashawan not formidable? The more one knows, the more one errs. The wounds to the soul are exceedingly difficult to heal, and once injured, they can be far more fatal than physical harm." "I believe I understand, sir. The soul serves as the foundation of a person. When the foundation is stable, all else follows suit." Yinu Zhihui contemplated before speaking. "Precisely. Now, you must return. Remember this feeling well," Yueguang Jifeng said, waving his hand to return Yinu Zhihui's soul to his body. He too returned to his corporeal form, initially reluctant to share the tenfold exchange with Yinu Zhihui. However, considering the exceptional benefit he had received, he decided to oblige. Upon returning to his body, Yueguang Jifeng swiftly approached Yunu Zhihui without giving him a moment to react. He patted his shoulder, saying, "Fear not, little critters. I have no intention of consuming you." At that moment, the insects within Yunu Zhihui's body, caught off guard by Yueguang Jifeng's words, scattered in a panic, with some daring ones fleeing out of Yunu Zhihui's form towards the direction of Konoha. Observing these insects, Yueguang Jifeng realized he could control them with a mere thought. It dawned on him that this must be the capability of the Lord of Beasts, a rather domineering power, as it extended even to insects that others had long nurtured. Chapter 144. Communicating with Old Purple. Then, Yueguang Jifeng pondered whether he could directly contract other summoned beasts. Among all summoned creatures, the mightiest are undoubtedly those from the three great sanctuaries. Yueguang Jifeng resolved to gather the bloodlines of the three sanctuaries in due time. Merging them into a single summoned beast for a reverse ancestry might yield remarkable results. "Zhihui, how do you feel?" Tsunade asked, unable to restrain her curiosity as she watched Yueguang Jifeng depart. "I feel it is possible, but I doubt I can master the soul transformation technique." Yunu Zhihui replied thoughtfully, shaking his head calmly. "Ah, why is that?" Tsunade inquired, astonished. "My insects do not permit my soul to frequently detach from my body. They feel insecure and would likely hinder me with all their might. Perhaps this is a matter of gains and losses," Yunu Zhihui said with a resigned shake of his head. "Is that so? No matter, consider it a novel experience." Tsunade reassured him. "I understand, Lady Tsunade. I must take my leave now. The insects are incessantly urging me to depart. If I do not leave soon, they will collectively escape." With that, Yunu Zhihui executed a swift movement and vanished. Tsunade, shaking her head, turned and hurried towards Yueguang Jifeng, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. There is no one left in Konoha to experience the soul in this battlefield. Should the opportunity arise, you must certainly visit us. We are known for our hospitality and will ensure your satisfaction." "I will come if the opportunity presents itself," Yueguang Jifeng nodded in response. Sir, my companion has arrived. Please assist him in experiencing the essence of the soul." A small figure, about 1.49 meters tall, with a bushy beard and dressed in purple attire and armor, accompanied Oyoki. "Oyoki, you summon me only if there is something urgent. My time is quite precious," Yueguang Jifeng stated. I brought you here to learn a new ninjutsu that will enhance your strength. Why do you persist in speaking such nonsense?" Oyoki retorted, his temper flaring. "Learn a new ninjutsu? Enhance my strength? I require no such training. My yotan and the power of the tailed beast are already formidable enough. I doubt any ninjutsu surpasses my capabilities. It pertains to a ninjutsu of the soul, one that will reveal to you the nature of your soul," Oyoki said mysteriously as he soared. "Old Purple, if it involves the soul, you should heed this advice. I once heard the old man say that the body is merely a part. Only the soul can endure eternally. The old man mentioned that both chakra and the soul are crucial, yet the soul remains the most vital. I suggest you learn and explore this matter." "Who is this old man you speak of? Have you someone outside?" Old Purple inquired, ignoring the rest of Sun Wukong's words, intrigued by the identity of the old man. "The old man is the sage of 6 paths. In any case, heed my words and study diligently. There is only benefit, no detriment." "Is that so? The sage of 6 paths created you. Do you believe he still lives?" Old Purple pondered internally. "Given the old man's strength, I believe he must still exist." "I refuse to accept that he could perish," Sun Wukong asserted confidently. "Oyoki, I hope this ninjutsu is as beneficial as you claim. You ungrateful wretch. I paid to have the elder assist you in experiencing this ninjutsu, and yet you are so picky. Do you no longer wish to remain a part of the IWA shinobi?" Oyoki's frustration peaked. Yueguang Jifeng, overhearing their exchange, mused that it appeared the four-tailed Jinchuriki was eager to escape from IWA shinobi. Fortuitously, they had arrived at this moment. Otherwise, it would have taken some effort to locate Old Purple later. He couldn't help but wonder if this tailed beast possessed a soul. This time, he was determined to thoroughly investigate. "You too, do you still wish to experience the separation of the soul? I do not have the time to engage in idle chatter." Yueguang Jifeng's expression shifted, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sir, we are coming. We are willing to try." Oyoki quickly responded with a smile, then shouted to Old Purple behind him, "I urge you to fully experience this. I have invested money in this. Humph. I didn't ask you to spend money. If we are to experience, let us do it. I am curious to see what the difference is. Old Purple muttered under his breath. Yueguang Jifeng found Old Purple's rebellious nature, as the four-tailed Jinchuriki, rather amusing. Old Purple, proceed with caution. I sense that the individual ahead is exceedingly dangerous. My primal instincts compel me to flee immediately. I have a premonition that we cannot withstand a single round against him. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious within Old Purple. What? Is it that severe? Although Oyoki and I may not share the same ideals, he should not wish me harm. Old Purple shook his head, his brow furrowed in concern. Esteemed elder, I am prepared. We may begin. Old Purple steadied himself, though his tense body betrayed his anxiety. He was ready to escape at the slightest hint of danger. Knowing he might not get far, but refusing to remain passive, Yueguang Jifeng cast a glance at Lao Zi, and in that fleeting moment, Lao Zi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Yueguang Jifeng had instantaneously materialized before him and, with a swift motion, extracted Lao Zi's soul from his body. Curiously, Yueguang Jifeng pondered whether Lao Zi's soul harbored a tailed beast. However, as the soul fully emerged, he found himself somewhat disheartened, for it was merely the essence of Lao Zi himself. This revelation left Yueguang Jifeng uncertain about the existence of a soul within the tailed beast. In quick succession, Lao Zi's physical form collapsed to the ground, leading Yueguang Jifeng to initially believe that the tailed beast would also make an appearance upon the departure of Lao Zi's soul. Yet, after observing for a while, no further movement occurred. In truth, the current four tails, Sun Wukong, was indeed capable of directly commandeering Lao Zi's body. With the absence of Lao Zi's soul, Sun Wukong felt a newfound ability to inhabit this vessel fully and claim its ownership. Nevertheless, he sensed Yueguang Jifeng's gaze upon him, which instilled a sense of caution that prevented him from acting recklessly, lest he be forced back into his original form. After a brief wait, upon noticing that Lao Zi's body remained unaltered, Yueguang Jifeng redirected his attention to the thoughts swirling in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host and Lao Zi, for completing the physical exchange. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Lao Zi's Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique 2. Acquire Lao Zi's Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp 3. Acquire 1200 points of Lao Zi's Strength 4. Acquire Lao Zi's Adaptability. Chapter 145. Incarnation of the Heavenly Path? Immortal and Indestructible? Yueguang Jifeng surveyed the options for return from Lao Zi with a hint of disappointment. To his dismay, there was no mention of Lao Zi's Melting Release, Bloodline Limit. He hoped that the forthcoming tenfold exchange would yield a melting release. The options presented were rather unimpressive. Yueguang Jifeng held no interest in the ninjutsu of tenfold return. System. I choose the third reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return, acquiring 12,000 points of Lao Zi's strength. Upon completing his selection, Yueguang Jifeng raised his gaze to Lao Zi's soul, who was still in a state of fervor. Upon closer listening, he realized that Lao Zi was calling out for the tailed beast within him, yet no response came, no matter how fervently he called. Seeing Yueguang Jifeng's soul, Lao Zi hastily exclaimed, Senior, I know you must know that there is a tailed beast within me. Do you know where it has gone? You must understand what a soul is. It is your own pure essence, composed solely of yourself. Ah, is that so? The soul truly is unique. Senior, what will happen to the tailed beast if I leave my body? The tailed beast will remain unharmed. After all, you are not dead, and they will not be reconstituted. However, you must exercise caution. Senior, what should I be wary of? It is simply that if your relationship with the tailed beast is not strong, you should not attempt to leave your soul lightly. Senior, my relationship with the tailed beast is quite good. Why should I not try? Because once your soul departs, your body will lack a soul, and the tailed beast may seize control of your body in your absence. The thought was indeed terrifying. Yet Lao Zi felt reassured knowing that the four tails had a good rapport with him. He exhaled deeply, relaxing his tension. Human hearts are difficult to decipher, let alone those of tailed beasts. Yueguang Jifeng, sensing Lao Zi's unease, appeared beside him and gently patted his shoulder. Fear not, the minds of tailed beasts are quite simple. I find them much easier to interact with than humans. Lao Zi, regaining his composure, earnestly explained, Think as you wish, but do experience the power of the soul. If you wait any longer, I shall have to return you." After delivering his statement, Yueguang Jifeng disregarded Lao Zi and turned his attention back to the options in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host and Lao Zi, for completing the soul exchange. The return project has concluded its random generation. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Lao Zi's Fire Release, Dragon Fire Song 2. Acquire Lao Zi's Earth Release, Great Staff Technique 3. Acquire 1200 points of Lao Zi's Strength 4. Acquire Lao Zi's Melting Release, Bloodline Limit. Gazing at the options, Yueguang Jifeng felt a surge of elation. Most importantly, the Melting Release had indeed emerged. Moreover, he realized something significant. Previously, when acquiring Bloodline Limits, a concentration percentage was always displayed. However, during these recent soul exchanges, the bloodline appeared complete. Could it be that these bloodline limits were hidden within the soul? Hence, only through soul exchanges could one acquire the entirety of such abilities. No one could provide him with answers, nor could the system. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, this was good news. The only thing Yueguang Jifeng needed to comprehend was that it was advantageous for him. System. I choose the fourth reward. He held great anticipation for the Melting Release Bloodline Limit, especially considering the last significant manifestation of Melting Release was the Magma Fruit from the world of One Piece. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring Lao Zi's Magma. Yueguang Jifeng regarded the simple phrase magma with a touch of surprise. After all, the names of the previous returns had been grand and impressive. This one was rather unadorned. Yet, paradoxically, the simplicity only heightened Yueguang Jifeng's curiosity, prompting him to discover what made this magma distinct. The most fundamental and straightforward initial ability, Magma Divine Body. The body can transform into an energy state, becoming a dark red stellar core substance, perpetually surrounded by plasma flames. The flames that fall to the ground are indelible. The body can freely transition among various forms, such as energy forms, obsidian armor, and plasma. The energy form, as its name suggests, is immune to all chakra and physical attacks, yet it can still be affected by rule-based attacks. Utilizing any fire or magma-related skills requires no hand seals. Where the mind directs, nothing remains unburned. It possesses two supreme flames, the fire of creation. The intense heat of the Melting Release can be utilized in reverse for nuclear fusion, conjuring new matter from thin air. Metals and crystals can be extracted from rocks, and even simple life forms can be created. The fire of the abyss. It can also decompose and annihilate all matter and energy, returning them to the most fundamental particle state of the universe. The second tier of mastery creates a sun. Yueguang Jifeng initially thought he had ascended, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not as he imagined. By employing the rules of magma, one can artificially create a sun, complete with its gravitational field and temperature, capable of remaining stationary in a single location indefinitely, continually burning in that spot and transmuting the area into scorched earth. The third tier is the fire of concepts. At this level, flames are no longer confined to merely igniting physical entities. They can incinerate broader concepts. Time, space, fate, and even souls can be set ablaze. One can harness the power of rules to scorch the past of a space, rendering it a blank history. Alternatively, one can concentrate the majority of their rule-based power to sever a person or object's connection to the world, effectively burning away their causal relationships, allowing them to vanish entirely from existence. The final aspect transcends the form of life itself. One becomes the embodiment of the laws of fire, no longer tied to the concept of a physical body. Existence can be sustained in any location with thermal energy, traversing freely amongst the fiery mountains of various planets, gallivanting through every magma flow. There is no longer a limitation to a specific planet. Wherever there is light and warmth, one exists. In a mere thought, a star can be ignited, and unleashing one's full power is sufficient to extinguish the sun. Yueguang Jifeng was left in awe by the last few abilities, particularly the final one, which fundamentally alters one's form, rendering one immortal and indestructible. This meant that as long as there was light, Yueguang Jifeng would never face death. It was indeed extraordinary. However, achieving such a realm was exceedingly challenging, especially since Yueguang Jifeng currently lacked understanding of what rules entailed. Furthermore, The system had conspicuously marked a cautionary note at the end. When wielding the power of the laws, chakra would no longer be the medium utilized. Instead, it is a more profound power, a divine force, which can also be substituted by one's own life force. Furthermore, should one become an embodiment of the law of fire, there exists a possibility of losing various emotions, acting solely in accordance with the rules. Yueguang Jifeng observed the chakra within himself. Yet, he sensed that once he returned the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts a thousandfold and fused them into one, the result would undoubtedly be divine power. The pressing question now is whether the tailed beasts possess souls. If they do, Yueguang Jifeng would truly ascend to become a deity. Chapter 146. Communication with the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. Having contemplated these thoughts, Yueguang Jifeng turned his gaze towards the tranquil presence of Lao Zi hovering in the air. How do you feel? Do you sense any differences? My lord, I feel somewhat unaccustomed to being alone. Perhaps existing without a soul does not suit me. Lao Zi pondered before shaking his head. That is of no consequence. Demu merely wished for you to comprehend this feeling. When another soul comes near you next time, if you can perceive it, you will have made progress. Is that so, my lord? That lightens my burden considerably. I believe you understand that I possess a tailed beast within me. We are inseparable. Hence, if you leave me alone, I do feel rather lonely. Very well. I shall return you. But shortly, I must meet the tailed beast within you. Do you know if they possess souls? Yueguang Jifeng inquired after some contemplation. My lord, I am uncertain whether the Four Tails has a soul. However, I believe that if something lacks a soul, does it truly exist? Lao Zi's words took Yueguang Jifeng by surprise. I did not anticipate your insight. Perhaps you are correct. Like a stone, devoid of a soul, it is merely a lifeless object. Small animals possess souls, allowing them to communicate. Similarly, if the Four Tails within you can converse with humans, it likely possesses a soul as well. My lord, you are right. I feel that the Four Tails is a living being. It cares for my emotions more than a typical person would, understands me deeply, and is my best friend. Please, my lord, return me to my inner self. After speaking, Lao Zi bowed deeply to Yueguang Jifeng. Nodding in response, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand, causing Lao Zi's soul to uncontrollably return to his body. I hope the tailed beast possesses a soul, Yueguang Jifeng murmured as he re-entered his own body. As soon as Lao Zi's soul returned, Sun Wukong eagerly inquired, Lao Zi, you have finally returned. I thought you would perish. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever, delightful. Lao Zi mentally retorted, his mouth twitching slightly. Indeed, once you perish, I can rightfully claim your body, and we shall truly become one. The Four Tails Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Isn't the chakra mode already a form of unity? Not quite. That merely aligns our intentions. By the way, what was it like to have your soul leave your body? It was indeed vastly different from usual. I could soar freely in the air, run, and perform various actions without restraint. It was an incredibly novel experience. Freedom? That is a notion that all beasts yearn for. Why have you returned so soon? Sun Wukong gazed around the cage with a hint of sadness in his tone. I apologize, Wukong. I believe you now understand that I cannot release you. For doing so would mean my demise. I have no other choice. Neither of us is truly free. Lao Zi observed Sun Wukong's melancholy expression, his own emotions dampening. Do not fret, Lao Zi, I do not blame you. We are both powerless to change this situation, yet I long for freedom, Sun Wukong expressed wistfully. That would be even better. I shall come to find you soon. We unanimously believe you must possess a soul. Perhaps then, you will experience the sensation of freedom. As for my soul, when we were born, the old man did not mention this matter, so I am uncertain if I possess one. Fear not, when the senior arrives, all will be revealed. After saying this, Lao Zi sat cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, Yueguang Jifeng returned to his body and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Lao Zi settle down, Demu excitedly flew over. How is it, Lao Zi? Did you gain any insights? Without opening his eyes, Lao Zi replied. There were indeed some insights, albeit not as significant as I had hoped. Demu disregarded Lao Zi's demeanor, assured that his investment had not been in vain. Very well. Take your time to absorb the experience. Indeed, my decision was wise. After expressing his self-satisfaction, Demu flew towards Yueguang Jifeng. Thank you for your assistance, my lord. Currently, our IWA shinobi consists only of these individuals. The others are absent from this battlefield. I hope you can visit our IWA shinobi village when you find the time. I believe you will appreciate it. I will visit when I have the opportunity. Should you desire my assistance, ensure that you are prepared with funds. Yueguang Jifeng considered that the IWA shinobi also had a Jinchuriki, but other notable bloodline limits were lacking. However, merely one-tailed beast would warrant a visit, as it would hasten the synthesis of divine power. Thus, it is best to proceed swiftly. Rest assured, my lord, such fortuitous matters will certainly receive the daimyo's support. Money will not be an issue then, and we shall await your esteemed arrival. Daimyo joyfully remarked upon hearing Yueguang Jifeng's intent to visit. Yueguang Jifeng remained silent, calmly nodding. Observing this, Daimyo ceased to disturb him further and flew directly to Tsunade. Tsunade, let us consider this battle a draw. I intend to withdraw our forces. Daimyo spoke solemnly to Tsunade. Tsunade glanced back at the battlefield, where smoke still billowed from certain areas, and injured ninjas wailed in the camp. Feeling a pang of compassion, she remarked, I hope this war concludes swiftly. I too plan to withdraw our forces. Yueguang Jifeng paid no heed to their departure. He had already engaged with the formidable individuals on the battlefield. The remaining ones were mere ordinary ninjas, and he wished not to squander time on them. He was uncertain when the dragon pulse might summon him back, leaving him to devote all his time to seeking the clan on the brink of annihilation. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. With a focused intention, the heart-to-heart technique was swiftly employed, and in the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng appeared within Lao Zi's body. The man and beast were conversing, but Lao Zi's voice abruptly ceased. Lao Zi, what has happened to you? Sun Wukong exclaimed in a flurry of concern. Yet, no matter how loudly he called, Lao Zi remained silent. Lao Zi, has your soul departed once more? Speak to me. Yueguang Jifeng searched within Lao Zi's body. Yet he could not locate Lao Zi's spiritual presence. Time was of the essence, and he proceeded directly to the sealed area of the tailed beast. Before Yueguang Jifeng even revealed himself, Sun Wukong felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Who are you? How did you enter Lao Zi's body? Is it so difficult to enter? I simply willed it so. Yueguang Jifeng gradually emerged from the dim passageway. Sun Wukong squinted at the unfamiliar figure before him. Roar! Return Lao Zi to me. Otherwise, you shall pay a dreadful price. As he spoke, Sun Wukong gripped the bars of his cage and roared. Seeing this, Yueguang Jifeng swiftly appeared before the cage, extending a finger to gently touch Sun Wukong's massive hand. What do you intend? What have you done? I cannot move. Release me at once. Sun Wukong exclaimed, watching Yueguang Jifeng's finger draw nearer, desperate to free himself, but unable to exert any force. In the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng's finger touched his palm. Ding! Chapter 147. A thousandfold communication with Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the spiritual exchange with Sun Wukong. The random generation of the return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire the tailed beast orb of the Four Tails Sun Wukong. 2. Acquire the melted earth of Huagua Mountain from the Four Tails Sun Wukong. 3. Acquire 1% of the chakra from the Four Tails Sun Wukong. 4. Acquire 1% of the melted bloodline limit of the Four Tails Sun Wukong. Yueguang Jifeng, without a moment's hesitation, declared to the system, I choose the third reward. Even if the melted earth had not already been obtained by Yueguang Jifeng, he would have still opted for the chakra. He then pondered what choice would be best if a 10,000-fold exchange were possible. Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful. Triggering a 1,000-fold return, acquiring 10 times the chakra of the Four Tails Sun Wukong. After confirming the rewards, Yueguang Jifeng turned his attention to the Four Tails. Do you believe you possess a soul? After a brief pause, he realized the Four Tails remained silent, likely due to his overwhelming presence. Sun Wukong was rendered speechless by the pressure. Quickly, Yueguang Jifeng reined in his aura. Who are you? Sun Wukong, finding his mobility restored, leaped to the farthest corner of his cage, fear evident in his voice. It seemed that this cage provided him with the greatest sense of security. Did Old Z not inform you of my identity? Yueguang Jifeng replied with a smile. What? You are that terrifying human. What do you intend to do in the spiritual realm? Am I truly regarded as a terrifying human by Old Z? That sounds rather fitting. My purpose here is to investigate whether you possess a soul. And if I do possess a soul, what then? If I do not, what then? I am who I am, the Four Tails Sun Wukong. As he spoke, Sun Wukong's demeanor shifted, shedding his fear. Ah, this is the Sun Wukong I remember, defiant and unyielding. Now, Let me ascertain whether you possess a soul, Yueguang Jifeng declared as his spiritual form swiftly returned to his body. He then projected his spiritual essence outward once more, observing the slowly rising figure of Old Z. The power of his spiritual essence surged into Old Z, leading Yueguang Jifeng to feel akin to a villain from the cultivation novels he had once read, attempting to seize control of the protagonist. Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of his spiritual essence, he felt no resistance upon entering Old Z's body, and he swiftly arrived at the location where Suan Wukong was sealed. To his surprise, Old Z's spiritual form was also present. Why was that person so terrifying and so powerful? How could he allow others to leave their bodies? But I believe he is a good person. You need not fear him. He should not intend to harm you. Why are you so certain he is a good person and will not harm me? Suan Wukong asked as he observed Old Z relaxing, sinking to the ground. Because with his strength, had he wished us harm, we would have perished long ago. Old Z replied calmly while seated on the ground. Perhaps you are right. The two of us together cannot match his strength. I wonder why he wishes to investigate whether I possess a soul. Perhaps it is merely a hobby of the strong. The soul is a remarkable entity. If researched properly, it can enhance my strength significantly. This is why I am so eager to seek the souls of tailed beasts. Yueguang Jifeng's voice resonated from the dim corridor. Suan Wukong shuddered in fear, while Old Z stood respectfully, saying, "Senior, you have arrived. It seems you have confirmed that Suan Wukong possesses a soul." "Indeed. I believe he most likely possesses a soul. Allow me to examine him closely to discern the truth," Yueguang Jifeng said as his spiritual essence moved forward. Suan Wukong, gripped by fear, retreated until his back pressed against the wall, unable to move, and looked at Yueguang Jifeng with unease. In that moment, he desperately wished for the cage to shield him from Yueguang Jifeng's advance. Yueguang Jifeng approached slowly and without pause, soon arriving at the cage. With a mere wave of his hand, the cage that had confined Suan Wukong for years dissipated like dust, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Suan Wukong felt utterly defeated. Taking a deep breath before sitting down. "Relax, do not fear. I will not harm you," Yueguang Jifeng reassured him with a smile, his spiritual essence suddenly radiating with immense brilliance. The purity and grandeur of his spiritual power multiplied many times over, enveloping the entire spiritual realm like a golden ocean. The once dim corridor was illuminated as if it were midday. The golden light then gradually approached Suan Wukong. Under the overwhelming pressure of this vast energy, Old Z's spiritual form struggled to stand, merely watching as Yueguang Jifeng's essence enveloped Suan Wukong. The moment Yueguang Jifeng's spiritual power made contact with Suan Wukong, the system's celestial voice echoed in his mind. It was then that Yueguang Jifeng realized that the entirety of the tailed beast's physical form was, in fact, its soul. They were one and the same. Devoid of a physical body, they existed in harmony with spiritual chakra. Though Yueguang Jifeng understood that the tailed beast possessed a soul, he still chose to thoroughly investigate Suan Wukong before him. Utilizing his spiritual essence, he uncovered every secret within Suan Wukong's vast form. Soon, he confirmed that the essence of its soul was indeed its chakra body. He then withdrew his spiritual essence entirely, turning his attention to the rewards obtained. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the soul exchange with the Four Tails Suan Wukong. The random generation of return projects has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire the melted bloodline limit of the Four Tails Suan Wukong. 2. Acquire the melted earth of Huagua Mountain from the Four Tails Suan Wukong. 3. Acquire the defiant nature of the Four Tails Suan Wukong. 4. Acquire 1% of the chakra from the Four Tails Suan Wukong. Yueguang Jifeng, perusing these selections, found himself at a loss. The rewards were rather meager. The only valuable one was the bloodline limit, which he had already acquired during his exchange with Old Z. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng could only choose between the second and fourth options. The second choice was a skill, and recalling the previous selection of the Earth Releases heart-cutting technique, he believed that opting for a skill would not disappoint him. As for the fourth option, it merely offered chakra. After careful consideration, Yueguang Jifeng declared to the system, "I choose the third reward." He was eager to uncover the mysteries of Huagua Mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the divine nation of Huagua Mountain from the Four Tails Suan Wukong. The divine nation of Earth and Core? It appeared this skill had evolved into a divine level ability. After all, it had become a divine nation. Could this skill resemble the Buddha's Palm Buddha kingdom? Filled with anticipation, Yueguang Jifeng began to examine the details of the skill. The first skill was the arrival of the divine nation. The caster no longer merely releases ninjutsu. They unfold a divine nation. The so-called divine nation is the resonance of one's body with the core power of a planet. It forcibly covers a portion of the real world, be it a battlefield, a nation, or even a planet, depending on one's strength, and transforms it into their divine realm. Within the divine nation, the land is not merely melted. Instead, it is enveloped by mysterious magma flowing with golden runes. The surging magma, akin to blood, can autonomously construct a throne of lava surrounding a cluster of palatial structures, as well as an obsidian prison to confine enemies. The entire realm is your absolute domain. Secondly, the concept of combustion. Within this realm, magma is endowed with various domain-specific laws, rendering it an enigma of sorts. The chakra is consumed. Any ninjutsu, sage arts, or other forms of energy unleashed within this domain will be instantaneously vaporized and absorbed by the magma, subsequently transforming into the materials that sustain the divine realm. The flames scorch the soul. Magma possesses the ability to directly harm or imprison souls, inflicting fatal blows upon spiritual entities or those reincarnated from the earth. The core creation allows the caster, within the divine realm, to freely conjure anything at will by virtue of divine intent, the primordial spirit, thus achieving creation amidst destruction. One can sculpt the terrain, instantaneously raise mountains to isolate foes, or fabricate an abyss to engulf enemies. Additionally, one can coalesce a formidable lava colossus from the magma, reminiscent of the golden might from the realm of cultivation. These lava giants possess rudimentary intelligence and will faithfully execute the caster's commands. Artifacts can be forged. Weapons imbued with the power of the core may be directly refined and crafted from the magma, bestowing them for use by allies. Within the divine realm, the caster embodies the very essence of the core, with all matters subject to their decree. One can distinctly perceive the movements and emotions of all beings within the divine realm. Any guise or stealth is rendered futile. One can ignite high-temperature magma geysers at will or manipulate the gravity throughout the divine realm, allowing celestial meteors to precisely descend into the domain, delivering the final blow of annihilation. There is no need for aiming. Everything within the divine realm, air, magma, earth, and so forth, serves as your weapon. You can unleash unavoidable attacks upon all foes within this domain. Upon entering the divine realm, the realm will actively reflect their inner fears and sins, transforming them into molten imagery that turns against them. Their ultimate defeat will be wrought by their own self. Lastly, and most unexpectedly for Yueguang Jifeng, this skill is remarkably eco-friendly. From the depths of destruction, new power is born. The land, once sanctified by the divine realm's skills, will not become scorched earth upon the realm's withdrawal. Instead, it shall transform into a fertile paradise brimming with boundless vitality and energy, capable of nurturing wondrous ores and flora. After reviewing these abilities, Yueguang Jifeng concluded that the upgraded version of the magma escape from Xiaoqian, amplified 1,000-fold, has evolved from a mere clearing skill into the supreme embodiment of I am the domain, I am the law. He was quite satisfied. Indeed, a powerful skill returns 1,000-fold in might. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed Sun Wukong trembling in the corner. No need to be so frightened. After all, you cannot die. In a few decades, you will be well again. What is there to fear? Humph. Who told you I am afraid? I am merely a bit cold. Sun Wukong retorted, his body still trembling despite his bravado. You are the first-tailed beast I have seen that interacts well with humans. I hope you can maintain amicable relations with them in the future, Yueguang Jifeng remarked, shaking his head. How many good people are there among your kind? Most are merely hypocrites, Sun Wukong scoffed. Think as you wish, perhaps you are right. Well, no need to fear anymore. I shall take my leave. Yueguang Jifeng nodded. And with a thought, his primordial spirit vanished within Laozi. At that moment, Laozi's mental faculties began to recover, gasping for breath as he said, Sun Wukong, are you all right? Sun Wukong shook his large head, affirming that he had done nothing, merely an examination of his body. Wukong, see? I told you the elder is a good person. I truly felt no malice from him. Perhaps he is simply too powerful for me to perceive it. However, none of that matters. He is exceedingly formidable, and we should maintain our distance. All right, I will avoid this war and retreat to the secluded mountains. Let us find refuge in the forest. I agree. Let us depart swiftly. This world is indeed too terrifying. Sun Wukong shook his head, feeling the external dangers too pronounced. In retrospect, he believed remaining within the confines of the body was safer. He then glanced around at the desolate surroundings and felt that even here was no longer secure. Laozi wasted no time, opening his eyes and, without greeting anyone, swiftly fled the battlefield. Once Laozi had distanced himself, Dame Yu finally reacted. Why did Laozi leave? This person is incredibly rude. Though we must retreat as well, why did he not inform me before departing? Lord Suchikage, let us go as well. We have suffered considerable losses this time. Understood. All forces, heed my command. Reform the rear guard and retreat. Elder, we shall take our leave now. Do visit us at Iwn when time permits. You may depart. I too must take my leave. Yueguang Jifeng replied, shaking his head as he walked towards Tsunade. Elder, our Konoha has also suffered severe casualties. This war against the Iwn should conclude prematurely. I intend to lead the remaining personnel back to Konoha. Will you join us? Tsunade inquired with a hint of anticipation. No, I have other places to attend to. By the way, in which direction is the Uchiha clan located? Tsunade was somewhat taken aback by Yueguang Jifeng's inquiry regarding the Sharingan. Given his strength, the Sharingan held no value for him. Unable to comprehend, she nevertheless responded truthfully. They are on the same battlefield as Jiraiya. If you fly south, you will find them. Yueguang Jifeng nodded and ascended into the sky, contemplating what the thousandfold return of the Sharingan might entail. What might the thousandfold return of the Byakugan bring forth? What would the thousandfold return of the Otsutsuki bloodline yield? Shaking his head, he found himself unable to fathom it, yet felt an overwhelming anticipation. After 10 minutes of high-speed flight, Yueguang Jifeng finally departed the original battlefield. Continuing for another 10 minutes, he encountered thick smoke billowing forth, with earthen walls rising from the ground. The cacophony of battle cries echoed around him, indicating he had arrived at yet another battlefield. Observing closely, he sought to ascertain whether this battlefield was indeed his destination, where Jiraiya resided. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of blood. The two opposing armies were starkly delineated, one to the left and one to the right. However, the battle was fierce, with the right side evidently struggling and falling back. The front line was on the verge of collapse. Yueguang Jifeng scrutinized further, noticing that the right side was led by a young ninja with white, spiky hair, now matted with dirt and sweat, displaying signs of exhaustion and anxiety. Behind him stood several Sharingan-wielding ninjas, their eyes vigilant and alert. Yet, Yueguang Jifeng could discern the fear in their eyes as they tightly gripped the kunai of the middle and lower ranks. This was the prevailing atmosphere of the battlefield. Seeing the presence of Sharingan among Konoha's ranks, Yueguang Jifeng halted his advance, intending to observe the brutality of the ninja world's warfare at a closer range. Before him were a throng of muscular men, led by one whose formidable physique exuded a sense of despair. Standing front and center, arms crossed, he resembled an iron tower. For a moment, Yueguang Jifeng could not ascertain whether this was the third or second raikage. If it were the third raikage, he thought, perhaps an exchange regarding physical techniques could be initiated, for in the entire ninja world, aside from Might Guy, he was renowned for his prowess in taijutsu. The lightning release chakra mode was indeed impressive. However, the moonlight swiftly chose to observe quietly rather than hastily descend. In the forefront stood a muscular warrior who, witnessing the retreating figures of Konoha, bellowed, Konoha's little ones, surrender quickly, lest you suffer unnecessarily. The ninjas behind him echoed, surrender, surrender. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who was still retreating, halted and retorted, third raikage, do not grow complacent. 2 years in the east, 2 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. The victory of this war will ultimately belong to us in Konoha. To think we would surrender is but a dream. He continued, fear not. Our reinforcements are on the way. Hold your ground a little longer, and we shall prevail. The moonlight swiftly chuckled, surprised that Jiraiya had uttered a classic line from the fantastical realm. Nevertheless, Jiraiya soon proved true to his words, transforming into a formidable ninja in his own right. Konoha will prevail. Konoha will prevail. The ninjas behind Jiraiya were inspired by his fervor, unleashing a resounding roar. Leading the charge, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, fire style, great fireball technique. In the next moment, The moonlight witnessed a massive fireball erupting from Jiraiya's mouth. Yet, the third Raikage merely snorted, summoning a flash of lightning that surged forward, unperturbed by Jiraiya's fireball. He raised an arm enveloped in lightning. Boom! His fist collided with the fireball, scattering it into embers. The searing flames that erupted merely created ripples upon his lightning armor, dissipating into nothingness. The moonlight stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "This lightning release chakra mode is quite impressive. His defensive capabilities are formidable indeed." As the Raikage shattered Jiraiya's jutsu, the Uchiha clan behind Jiraiya expressed their growing panic. "It's futile, Lord Jiraiya." One Uchiha, perceiving through his Sharingan, observed, "The chakra within the third Raikage burns like a raging blue flame, solid and terrifying. His chakra is too powerful. Our attacks cannot breach his defenses. Do not bolster the enemy's confidence while diminishing our own. We have yet to face true despair." Jiraiya interjected, raising a hand to silence the Uchiha. "However, my chakra has partially recovered. I will buy you some time. Be ready to retreat at a moment's notice. Lord Jiraiya, we will not abandon you. Indeed, even if we perish, we shall do so together. We Uchiha are no cowards. We are not cowards. We vow to fight alongside Lord Jiraiya to the bitter end." Jiraiya gazed at the spirited ninjas of Konoha behind him, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "You are all commendable, true ninjas of Konoha. If that is the case, let us carve a bloody path forward." The third Raikage, noticing the high morale among the Konoha ninjas, furrowed his brow. If the Konoha ninjas resolved to resist to the death, casualties would be inevitable for the Cloud ninjas. A costly outcome. "Konoha ninjas, should you choose to surrender, I promise not to kill any prisoners." "Bah, you old fool, who would believe your lies? If it is war you seek, then let us fight." Summoning technique, Jiraiya declared, biting his finger and swiftly forming seals. In the next instant, a vast cloud of smoke enveloped the battlefield. Soon, a colossal figure emerged before everyone. "Jiraiya, what is the matter this time?" "Apologies, Great Toad. We are facing a formidable enemy and require your assistance." The enormous toad scanned the battlefield. "Is this truly a battleground? The number of foes you cannot defeat should be few." "Ha! I relish your words, Great Toad. The very one you cannot conquer stands opposite us, and that is I." The third Raikage, observing the enormous toad, felt no anger but rather amusement. To him, the larger the target, the easier it was to strike, akin to a hellish thrust. Without hesitation, the third Raikage unleashed his chakra, surging towards the great toad with unseeable speed. Yet, to the Raikage's surprise, the gigantic toad reacted with remarkable swiftness. His pride in speed was thwarted by the great toad's short blade. "Do you look down upon the eyes of our kind?" the great toad proclaimed proudly. "How about this?" The Raikage surged again, doubling his speed. Boom! This time, the great toad could not withstand the force, being sent sprawling to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Jiraiya, retreat quickly. I can only delay for a bit longer," urged the great toad. The moonlight knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Failure to act now would cost lives in Konoha. "Everyone, may I have your attention?" The moonlight's voice echoed across the battlefield. Who is speaking? Did you hear that too?" "I did, though the voice was faint. It was exceptionally clear." The third Raikage paused his assault, taking a deep breath. "Who dares to masquerade here? Why not step forth and face me in honorable combat?" "Lord Jiraiya, could this be the reinforcements you spoke of?" Jiraiya pondered. "Reinforcements? I sought aid just the day before. Where could they possibly be now? They wouldn't arrive for at least another day and a half." Despite these thoughts, Jiraiya understood that he had to take a gamble, hoping for powerful and benevolent allies. "You are correct. This could very well be our Konoha reinforcements. Everyone, lift your spirits. We shall be fine." After speaking, Jiraiya pressed forward, leaping onto the head of the great toad. The third Raikage, dismissive, declared, "Jiraiya, today you shall perish at my hands. No matter who arrives, it will make no difference." "Humph, anyone can boast. Come at me." Jiraiya's bravado was palpable. The moonlight observed, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the third Raikage was indeed quite stubborn. His confidence suggested he had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Just then, the moonlight decided to test his own chakra mode. "Do you all believe my words to be ineffective?" The moonlight slowly revealed himself from the clouds, descending gradually. "Where is he?" Yes. Why do we only hear a voice and see no one?" "Do not concern yourselves. It is surely someone attempting to conjure illusions." The third Raikage crossed his arms, speaking with poise. No, I see him. The Uchiha clan member has activated his two-tomo Sharingan. After scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted the moonlight. Where? Tell us where. In the sky, in the sky. What ninja force could possibly be in the sky? Do not jest. There is no force, only an individual. It is true. You can see him if you look up. The third Reikage, hearing the Konoha ninja, also glanced skyward. He beheld the moonlight with arms crossed, his robe billowing as he floated down from the heavens, neither hurried nor slow. It was as if he were a deity. A cloud ninja gazing at the luminous moonlight exclaimed, "Indeed, how splendid. He resembles the divine figure I have always envisioned." A female ninja from Konoha blushed, her eyes sparkling in admiration. The third Reikage squinted, gazing at the slowly descending moonlight, pondering if it was indeed descending from the sky. Could it be a relative of Inoki? They appeared rather youthful. "Hey, you up there, that was your voice just now, wasn't it? Don't think just because you're an IWNine, I want to kill you," the third Reikage shouted loudly. Hearing the words of the third Reikage, Jiraiya couldn't help but think that he had suspected they were not reinforcements from Konoha. He hoped this flying youth could buy him some time against the third Reikage's assault. "IWNine? Why do you think I'm an IWNine?" The moonlight swiftly questioned, still gliding downwards with curiosity. Who doesn't know that Inoki wields the ability of weight manipulation? In the whole world of ninjutsu, there are only a few who can fly. Given your age, mastering such a technique is quite impressive. But I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Even Inoki wouldn't dare confront me, the third Reikage replied with a hint of arrogance. Is it merely because I can fly that you presume I am an IWNine? It's foolish of you to think that way, especially as a Kage of a ninja village. Is flying not something that can be achieved by mere mortals? Moonlight Jifing retorted, maintaining a commanding position from a height of 100 meters. The Konoha ninjas, upon witnessing the third Reikage's embarrassment, chimed in, "Indeed, third Reikage. You can't possibly be unable to fly, can you?" They laughed heartily, confident that Moonlight Jifing was their savior and forgetting their fear in the process. The third Reikage, enraged by their taunts, exclaimed, "Fine, fine. It seems this little IWNine is determined to wade through the murky waters. I shall make you understand the consequences of speaking carelessly in the adult world. Look, everyone." The third Reikage is truly agitated. He is furious. Turning to glare at the Konoha ninjas behind him, he warned, "Once I've dealt with this IWNine, your demise will follow. Do not let your bravado cloud your judgment." The Chunin and Genin from Konoha, upon meeting his fierce gaze, instinctively took a few steps back in fear. "Oh, it seems you, third Reikage, intend to engage me in combat? I find myself rather eager. It has been a long time since I faced anyone in battle. Come now. They say you are the master of Right-On. Let me witness your strongest spear and shield, the Right-On chakra mode, and the Hell Stab. Do remember to unleash your utmost power. Oh, you are aware of my abilities and dare to mock me? I hope you do not turn out to be a coward when the time comes." Moonlight Jifing raised his left hand beneath his right arm, extending his right arm straight out, then curling his index finger. "Come here. You insolent child, how dare you insult me? Prepare to face the consequences." The third Reikage's teeth clenched in frustration as a surge of chakra erupted from his body, crackling ominously around him. Those watching below, both Yunin and Konoha ninjas, were awestruck by the spectacle of the Reikage resembling a thunder god. The third Reikage is invincible, the Yunin ninjas exclaimed in unison, but the Reikage ignored their rallying cries. He crouched down slowly, gathering strength. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted, and the third Reikage vanished from sight. The onlookers, including Jiraiya perched on the back of Fukasaku, held their breath, unable to see the Reikage's form, but knowing his target was the young boy. All eyes were fixed on Moonlight Jifing, curious about how he would withstand the Reikage's lightning strike. Chapter 151. The third Reikage in engagement, yet Moonlight Jifing remained calm, lowering his left hand while raising his right index finger to the center. In the next moment, the massive figure of the third Reikage appeared directly before him, his right fist charged with power. The third Reikage had decided not to end Moonlight Jifing's life in one blow. Instead, he aimed to land a heavy punch on his face, holding back most of his strength to avoid obliterating the boy's head. "Let this be a lesson on the cost of careless words," he roared, envisioning Moonlight Jifing being sent flying. However, in the next instant, he felt his right fist halted by an unexpected force. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the very index finger he had mocked moments before. The ninjas below witnessed this astonishing scene. Am I seeing things? Am I caught in an illusion? One pondered. It can't be an illusion. But whether it is or not, I can't say. All I know is that the boy in the sky stopped the third rakeage with just a finger. Is everyone seeing the same thing? Are we all trapped in an illusion? The Chunin and Jinin believed they were ensnared in a jinjutsu, hastily attempting to dispel it. Once they finished, they looked back up to see the third rakeage seemingly frozen mid-attack, unable to move forward. Jiraiya-sama, is this real? One asked, incredulous. Unless I am mistaken, it appears to be true. We are witnessing what true power looks like, Jiraiya replied gravely. But I don't believe I've ever encountered him before. As they spoke, the third rakeage struggled to comprehend the situation. This is impossible. How could you? With just a finger, withstand my attack? Even if I wasn't using my full strength, it should be beyond your capability, he exclaimed. The Union observers, upon hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. See, our rakeage is invincible. How could he be thwarted by an unknown ninja? It turns out he was holding back. Raikage-sama. Don't dawdle, finish him off. They urged. Yes, Raikage-sama. Cease this charade and put an end to this farce. Moonlight Jifeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Since you claim you weren't at full strength, allow me to give you another chance. He slowly withdrew his finger, yet to the astonishment of the onlookers, the third rakeage remained frozen in place. Jiraiya-sama, could it be that the third rakeage can fly as well? Do you know what this elder is planning? It's likely not that the third rakeage can fly, but rather that this individual has employed some means to immobilize him, Jiraiya observed thoughtfully. Little Jiraiya, it seems this time you may indeed be saved. Fukasaku breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he spoke, Moonlight Jifeng moved his hand gently to the third rakeage's forehead. Now, gather all your strength and show me what you've got. With that, he lightly flicked the rakeage's forehead. In an instant, the third rakeage was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground from a height of 100 meters in less than a second. The earth trembled violently for dozens of meters around him. Accompanied by the rakeage's anguished cries, dust enveloped the battlefield. The battlefield fell eerily silent, and the sound of someone swallowing hard shattered the stillness. Could it be that Raikage-sama has been defeated? Impossible. Didn't he say he wasn't using his full strength? Yes, Raikage-sama is invincible. How could he possibly fail? Moonlight Jifeng, however, paid no mind to the murmurs below, focusing intently on the system notification sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with Yue AI. The random generation of the return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Obtain Yue AI's first volume of Lightning Release. 2. Obtain Yue AI's second volume of Lightning Release. 3. Obtain Yue AI's third volume of Lightning Release. 4. Obtain Yue AI's fourth volume of Lightning Release. Upon seeing these options, Yueguang Jifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to grumble about the absurdity of it all. This was an obvious test of his mathematical prowess, with the options neatly arranged from 1 to 4. Had he been unaware of the true nature of this technique, he might have foolishly chosen the fourth volume. System, I choose the first reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful, triggering a tenfold return, and you have acquired the Hell's Piercing, a first volume technique. After acquiring it, Yueguang Jifeng felt a twinge of regret, for this technique could not be subject to a hundredfold return. He could only hope to see if he could unleash the lightning release chakra mode. Reluctantly settling on this choice, it was indeed a delightful dilemma. He had always been fond of this first volume technique, and now that he had obtained it, he was eager to discover its transformations. The penetration power of the first volume technique reached an unprecedented threshold. Most known ninjutsu in the ninja world, such as the skeletal phase of Susanoo, the lightning armor of the third rakeage, and the earth release multi-hardened technique, would be as fragile as paper before it, inevitably pierced with stability. While he might not obliterate a complete Susanoo in one strike, he could puncture a specific point with precision, directly targeting the core. Furthermore, the power of this technique had significantly increased. It could inflict tremendous damage on chakra barriers, easily dismantling high-level barrier techniques like the 4 purple flames formation. It would also create unstable impacts against 5 seal barriers, capable of complete destruction after several consecutive strikes. The technique could even collide with tailed beast balls point-to-point or strike them, causing a deviation in their trajectory. Utilizing this technique would also enhance the user's speed, concentrating its power at the fingertips. After penetrating the target, The force would manifest as a long arc of high-voltage lightning, extending over a distance of more than 100 meters, inflicting harm upon all adversaries in its path. Against large ninja beasts, tailed beasts, or summoned creatures, it could penetrate from one side and inflict secondary damage from the other. In summary, it was a remarkable enhancement. And Yue Guang Jifeng found this technique quite satisfactory. Just then, the third Reikage, who had been knocked to the ground, finally regained his composure and stood up. Cough, cough, cough. I never imagined that a moment of weakness would lead me to such an embarrassing predicament. I admit I underestimated you. The third Reikage waved his arm, dispersing the smoke with a gust of wind, speaking in a rather pretentious manner. Lord Reikage, are you all right? If the situation turns dire, we can retreat. Have you forgotten that I possess the strongest shield? It hasn't inflicted a scratch on me. Cough, cough, cough. After boasting, the third Reikage felt a wave of discomfort within, coughing a few times. Chapter 152, Tenfold Exchange with the Reikage. Lord Reikage, you are the strongest. You were merely careless before. This time, you must eliminate him. Kill him. He truly was a formidable opponent, and this time I shall unleash my full strength. Keep your eyes wide open. Go, Lord Reikage. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas expressed their concerns. Jiraiya-sama, do you think this individual can defeat the third Reikage? Frog Elder, what are your thoughts? Jiraiya squinted his eyes, glancing at the frog below. Based on the earlier display of power that sent the third Reikage underground, he should possess absolute strength. The Frog Elder had now entered a spectator mode, taking out his large pipe, savoring a puff before contemplating. I too believe this individual before us is a remarkable elder. After all, neither of us could have driven the third Reikage back in one blow. Jiraiya felt reassured, sitting cross-legged atop the Frog Elder's head, slowly speaking. The Konoha Chunin and Jinin below, hearing the exchange between Jiraiya and the Frog Elder, began to relax. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Regardless of whether the Elder in the sky can win, it is wise to rest for a while. You Konoha ninjas should take this time to recover, for soon you will need to flee. Ha ha ha. Prepare yourselves for escape. Don't mind them. No matter who wins, you should rest well now. Jiraiya said solemnly. Kid, are you prepared? This time I will employ my strongest spear. I hope you can survive. Hell's Piercing, first volume. Oh, you are going to use your first volume technique. How coincidental. I can also perform a first volume technique. Yue Guang Jifeng replied with a smile. What? This is impossible. How could an outsider possibly learn our clan's unique ninjutsu? Isn't this technique simple? All you need are hands, right? All right. It's the first time I've encountered someone so arrogant. Dare you challenge me to see whose first volume technique is mightier? The third Reikage, raising his lightning blade with fury, gritted his teeth. Since you wish to compete with me, I shall demonstrate what a true first volume technique is. I will remain stationary. Let's see if you can breach my defenses. Yue Guang Jifeng maintained his smile. Lord Reikage, you must eliminate him. He is far too arrogant. Indeed, far too arrogant to claim he won't defend against your strongest attack. Very well, let me see whose first volume technique is superior. Upon finishing, the third Reikage chakra began to blaze intensely, surrounding him as the sound of his lightning blade grew louder. He then crouched down, preparing to gather strength. Observing this, Yue Guang Jifeng extended a finger. Instantly, blue chakra enveloped his entire finger, crackling with sound. However, the cloud ninjas below could not help but laugh, seeing Yue Guang Jifeng's blue blade measuring only 50 centimeters in length. Are you joking? Is that what you call a first volume technique? The third Reikage paid no heed to their mockery, inhaling deeply as he concentrated all his power in his legs. Boom. In less than a second, he traversed a distance of over 100 meters. At this moment, only those from the Uchiha clan who had activated their two-tomo Sharingan, along with Jiraiya and the Frog Elder, could see that the third Reikage had already arrived before Yue Guang Jifeng. Bang! Uft! Two distinct sounds echoed, and only then did the ninjas below process what had occurred. Quickly turning their gazes skyward, they finally saw that the third Reikage's 2-meter-long lightning blade was plunged directly into the space before Yue Guang Jifeng, leaving his clothing untouched. Conversely, the onlookers' attention shifted back to the third Reikage, whose supposedly strongest shield was still emitting a faint glow. Yet, Yue Guang Jifeng's 50-centimeter-long lightning blade had penetrated directly into his chest. It seemed that due to the third Reikage's exceptionally robust muscles, his chest circumference exceeded 50 centimeters. Consequently, the ninjas below could not discern whether Yue Guang Jifeng's blade had fully entered his body or was merely caught by the Raikage's muscular frame? Who truly emerged victorious? Is it even a question? Can't you Cloud Ninjas handle defeat? It is glaringly obvious that the third Raikage has utterly lost. Yet he continues to boast about being the strongest spear and shield, only to be pierced through effortlessly. Jiraiya, witnessing this, took a deep breath and exhaled a sigh of relief. Young Jiraiya, you must treat this elder with the utmost respect. He is no ordinary individual. I must first report to Myo Mushin about the formidable creature that has emerged in the ninja world. Without your prompting, I am aware that I shall not allow it to harbor animosity towards Konoha. Very well, I shall take my leave. After the Great Toad concluded his words, he dispelled the summoning technique and returned to Myo Mushin. Upon hearing of this incident, the Toad Sage merely issued one command. All members of the clan must remember the appearance of Yueguang Jifeng. When encountering him, one must show utmost respect, and more respect. After the Great Toad's return, Jiraiya also descended to the ground. Everyone, relax, we should be safe now. However, when the senior descends, we must treat him with the highest respect, understood? Fear not, Lord Jiraiya. After all, he is our savior, and we shall certainly treat him well. How could you possibly breach my defenses? The third Raikage said, somewhat begrudgingly. Blood began to surge uncontrollably from his mouth. He could no longer suppress it. In the next moment, a copious amount of blood was expelled. You cannot die now. I still need to find your soul. What? Jiraiya, hearing Yueguang Jifeng mention the soul, turned abruptly in shock to gaze at the sky. So his goal is the soul? Can we still survive? Jiraiya felt a pang of fear, for he knew that those who delve into forbidden techniques are often madmen. His good friend Orochimaru was a prime example. Yueguang Jifeng, undeterred by such thoughts, feared that the third Raikage might die before he could be rescued, which would be quite the inconvenience. He directly summoned his spiritual energy to extract the Raikage's soul. In the next instant, Yueguang Jifeng withdrew his hand from the third Raikage's body, causing it to float downwards. Yanin, your third Raikage is descending. Hurry and catch your Raikage. If you do not catch him, he might fall to his demise. Nonsense. Our Raikage is perfectly fine. He is merely fatigued. Mind your own business. Several Yunin retorted defiantly. As Yueguang Jifeng witnessed the third Raikage's soul emerging, he wasted no time and released his spiritual form. What is happening? Wasn't I supposed to die? The question went unanswered as Yueguang Jifeng merely patted his shoulder gently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the soul communication with UUAI. The return project has randomly generated options. Please select one for return. 1. Acquire a tome of UUAI. 2. Obtain UUAI's lightning release. 10,000 prison heavenly thunder. 3. Gain UUAI's power of 12,500. 4. Attain UUAI's lightning release chakra mode. Chapter 153. The Chaos Thunder Emperor's divine form. Upon seeing these options, Yueguang Jifeng noted that the second option also pertained to lightning release. Its name reminiscent of a ninja from his past life who wielded lightning release. It should be considered a potent ninjutsu. He dismissed the third option outright. The fourth option was the ninjutsu he desired. Yet Yueguang Jifeng pondered that if the return were multiplied 10,000 times, the second and fourth options would likely be of little difference. System, I choose the fourth reward. Earlier, when Yueguang Jifeng pierced the third Raikage with a tome, he felt a slight resistance. Though he had not exerted much strength, the ability to evoke even a modicum of resistance was indicative of a formidable ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggering 10,000-fold return, acquiring the third Raikage's Chaos Thunder Emperor's divine form. Hearing this name, Yueguang Jifeng was genuinely astonished. It is worth noting that chaos is not a term to be trifled with. Anything associated with chaos is inherently complex. Yueguang Jifeng did not hastily inspect the abilities of this Thunder Emperor's divine form. Rather, he wanted to first see how magnificent it appeared. After all, while capability is important, appearance holds its own significance. Subsequently, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand to send the third Raikage's soul back. He would temporarily disregard whether he lived or died and quickly returned his spiritual form to his body, as he sensed the newly acquired Thunder Emperor's divine form. Yueguang Jifeng activated it in an instant. The onlookers below beheld a remarkable transformation. The once still Yueguang Jifeng was now enveloped in a cacophony of crackling thunder. They witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for eternity. The figure of the senior above was instantly shrouded in a thick layer of deep purple lightning, as if countless worlds were being obliterated within. Just gazing from afar made their spirits feel drained. Before they could utter a word of astonishment, they saw Yueguang Jifeng undergo yet another transformation. His hair danced without wind, each strand morphing into flickering chains of purple lightning. His eyes transformed into pure, radiant white, resembling two diminutive stormy eyes. What instilled fear in them was the subtle electric sparks that birthed and perished in the void, directed by Yueguang Jifeng's gaze. The brilliance was so intense that they struggled to keep their eyes open, taking over 10 seconds to acclimate to the sight. At that moment, they observed massive thunderous magatama manifesting around Yueguang Jifeng. The observant among them counted a total of 9 distinct thunderous magatama, each unique. So cool. So awesome. Indeed, it resembles the thunder god incarnate. I wish to wield such a striking technique. You can dream all you want. In dreams, anything is possible. Both Konoha's ninjas and the Yunin were captivated by the striking allure of Yueguang Jifeng's Thunder Emperor's divine form. Yueguang Jifeng, using water release, took a glance at his own image and was immensely pleased. He then regarded the 9 thunderous magatama, which the Thunder divine form explained represented fundamental natural phenomena, such as gravity and nuclear forces manifesting in nature. Since this was an absolute defense, it was also the source of the infinite thunder pool. Yueguang Jifeng could distinctly sense that in his current Thunder Emperor's divine form state, he had transcended carbon-based life, becoming a superior energy law life form. He felt each of his cells transform into miniature thunderous universes, existing in a self-contained cycle with boundless energy. However, to maintain this state for an extended period, a powerful spiritual essence was essential. Should the spiritual essence be too weak, it risked being assimilated by the destructive will of the thunder, which was necessary to remain conscious. Additionally, physical strength was crucial. While the summoned thunder would not harm the caster, it would inflict damage on the body. Given Yueguang Jifeng's current state of harmonizing several divine bodies, he could maintain the Thunder Emperor's divine form for only 3 days and nights of combat. As his divine bodies became stronger, the duration of usage would increase. He chose not to dwell on this, for at this stage, no one would be able to withstand even a single round against him. Perhaps formidable foes would arise in the future, but by then, Yueguang Jifeng would undoubtedly be even more powerful. With that, he turned his focus to examining the abilities of the Thunder Emperor's divine form. Upon seeing the first ability, Yueguang Jifeng could not help but feel elated. 10,000 Thunder to the Assembly, Master of Energy. Yueguang Jifeng harbored serious doubts that the system's returned ability was a mere imitation of 10,000 Buddhas to the Assembly. Upon understanding the explanation, Yueguang Jifeng realized his error. 10,000 Thunder to the Assembly signifies the embodiment of the Thunder Emperor, wielding dominion over thunder. No hand seals are required. Merely the will to summon and control all forms of lightning in the world, including natural lightning and lightning release techniques, with all thunder bowing in submission. It is an extraordinarily straightforward, yet powerful ability. One could say that all thunder fruits pale in comparison. Furthermore, the adversary's lightning-based ninjutsu, or any other form of electrical energy, upon nearing the moonlight's swift wind, would disintegrate autonomously, much like a vassal bowing before a sovereign. They would yield and submit, subsequently being absorbed and transformed into the wielder's own energy. Additionally, the ability to draw energy from the void and transmute it into new forms of thunder is also within reach. For instance, the soul-devouring dark thunder, which specifically inflicts damage upon the soul, or the life thunder, which heals all living beings, among others. The second formidable capability is the chaotic thunder armor. The surface of this armor is not merely an ordinary energy shield, but rather an intricate conceptual defense woven from the solidified fragments of the laws of thunder. This manifests in immunity to the vast majority of attacks. Physical assaults are deflected and decomposed by the spatial distortions of the thunder armor's surface, while energy attacks are absorbed. Soul illusionary assaults are instantaneously purified by the most potent essence of chaotic thunder. When subjected to an attack, the Thunder Emperor armor autonomously analyzes the nature of the assault and retaliates with a thunderous strike imbued with counteracting properties. For example, when faced with a mental assault, it rebounds as the thunder of shock. If the attack is malevolent, it retaliates with the evil-breaking divine thunder. The third potent ability is the lightning speed. transcending the confines of time and space. Speed is no longer bound by physical limitations. It reaches a domain where thought alone dictates motion. This is exemplified by the disruption of temporal flow. When moving over short distances, one can create a zone of slowed time around oneself, making it appear as if one teleports to the opponent, while the adversary seems to be frozen in time. One may transform into lightning itself, traversing any conductor, including the earth, flowing water, or even the neuronal signals within living organisms, at the speed of light. This implies that one can move even faster than non-lightning techniques over short distances. The fourth tier of the Thunder Emperor's manifestation delves into causality. The Judgment Thunder. Chapter 154. Competing with the Six Paths Sage for Souls. The Judgment Thunder allows one to predefine the outcome of an enemy being struck by lightning, gravely wounded and collapsing, before launching an attack. This predetermined consequence becomes an inevitable fate, and the attack itself transcends all barriers of time and space to fulfill this outcome, ensuring absolute hits that cannot be evaded or defended against. The final ability is the establishment of the Thunder Emperor's domain of laws. By expanding a certain range of the lightning domain, dependent on one's comprehension of the laws, the user becomes akin to a creator deity, capable of freely drafting temporary physical rules. This manifests as a modification of laws. Within this Thunder Emperor domain, one might declare that the speed of light is merely 1 meter per second, transforming any chakra attribute into lightning-based ninjutsu. It could also be decreed that, apart from oneself, all others within this domain experience tenfold gravity. One may even conjure lightning-based life forms within the realm of thunder. These life forms, once birthed, are not constrained by the lightning domain and can survive beyond it. Utilizing the life force inherent in thunder's creation, one may fabricate thunder dragons, thunderbirds, and more. Additionally, one can revoke the right to wield thunder from others within the domain, even inducing chaos in their biological electricity, resulting in cerebral hypoxia or cardiac arrest. Upon reflection, Moonlight Swiftwind concluded that this chaotic Thunder Emperor manifestation had elevated him from a formidable ninja to the status of Thunder Emperor. This transcends the mere acquisition of a ninjutsu. It represents a complete inheritance of divine thunder. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Yun Ninja Village, having noted the extended absence of their third raikage, grew increasingly anxious. Those skilled in Doton scrambled to act, urging others to rescue the raikage. I cannot. I only know Raidon. Alas, I too can only use Raidon. Who among us can perform Doton? Step forward quickly. If we delay, we may lose our leader. Report. My friend can use Doton. Then why are you not bringing him here at once? What are you waiting for? You dare betray me. Did you not boast to me of your Doton skills before? My Doton is merely mediocre. If I fail, it could spell disaster for our raikage. Cease your excuses. I order you to perform your Doton immediately. Lan Heiyu, we are no longer friends. Wait for me to finish. Xiaoqian, this is for your own good. If you can rescue the raikage, you shall be hailed as a hero of Yun Ninja Village. Both of you, stop with the idle chatter and execute your ninjutsu. As Xiaoqian surveyed the surrounding ninjas, their eyes were fixed upon him. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to begin the hand seals. After an arduous 30 seconds, he completed the 7 seals. Doton, Earth Split Palm. As he spoke, he pressed his right hand against the ground. With a rumble, a fine fissure extended forward from his palm. The other Yun ninjas gazed at the narrow crack in silence. All right, everyone, stop staring. There is some effect. Jump in and see if we can rescue the raikage. Following this command, the Yun ninjas leaped into the deep pit. In a flurry, they managed to pull the raikage to safety. However, he was now gasping for breath, his condition dire. You need not exert yourselves further. The third raikage is surely lost. And this battle belongs to Konoha, Jiraiya proclaimed, rising to his feet. It is all the fault of that individual who descended from the heavens. Indeed, were it not for him, how could our third raikage, so formidable, be on the brink of death? Let us unleash our ninjutsu and eliminate him. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, hold on. The raikage may be awakening. The third raikage weakly opened his eyes. Although he had regained consciousness, an overwhelming sense of regret consumed him. Why had he opposed that individual? There had been a better choice available. However, one must bear the consequences of one's decisions, and in this moment of impending death, the third raikage found solace. Yin Ninja, heed my words. I shall issue my final command before my demise. Raikage, you cannot die. Medical team, Where are you? Hurry. Cough. 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 There is no need for concern. I am aware of my own body. Now listen closely. Raikage, we are all ears. The first command is that you must never seek vengeance on my behalf. That is impossible. We must avenge you. Yes, revenge. Have some self-awareness. I could easily eliminate all of you myself, let alone someone capable of defeating me. Do you wish to see your ninja village perish entirely? This matter of vengeance must not be mentioned. You must treat that esteemed individual from the heavens with utmost respect, ensuring he bears no discontent towards your ninja. Rest assured. Raikage, I shall ensure they comply. Cough. 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 Very well. I shall now convey my second command. Speak, Raikage, we are listening. Let my son inherit the position of the fourth Raikage, and you must tell him that he must not seek revenge. Understood. I shall ensure he becomes the fourth Raikage, even at the cost of my own life. With your promise, I shall find peace. At this moment, Moonlight Swift Wind opened his eyes and observed the gathered Yin ninjas below. He soared above them. Oh, gathering together to seek revenge against me? I welcome it. Predecessor. It is all my fault. I accept full responsibility and implore you not to take out your wrath on Yin Ninja Village. The third Raikage spoke intermittently. What a pity. You do not wish to seek vengeance. Moonlight Swift Wind shook his head with a hint of regret. Predecessor, I willingly offer my body after death to you, simply hoping you will cease to harm Yin Ninja Village. What need have I for your flesh? How about this? Upon your death, your soul shall belong to me. Moonlight Swift Wind suddenly recalled that his right eye, the Daidion of his Mangekyo Sharingan, possessed the ability to absorb souls. In conjunction with the current enlightenment of his Yuanshin, each soul embodies a unique fighting capability. Moreover, the competition for souls against the Lu Dao Xianren proves to be quite intriguing. What exactly is a soul? Is it the sensation I experienced previously? The soul is the essence of one's existence. You need not comprehend much. Merely understand that your soul shall henceforth battle for me. Very well, my lord, I concede to your request, only asking that you spare our Yunrin village. The third Raikage remains oblivious to the true significance of the soul. He merely recognizes his error and acknowledges that he must bear the consequences. Yukike's, too, feels a tinge of joy, eager to observe what transformation this soul will undergo upon entering his realm. Very well, you may depart in peace. I shall now claim your soul. As Yukike spoke, his eyes widened, and the third Raikage soul abruptly detached from his corporeal form. Remarkably, Yukike's did not require his Yuanshin to exit, with the prowess of his Sharingan. He could perceive the soul's essence. The third Raikage soul, without delay, sought to soar towards the horizon. Yukike scoffed. How dare the diminutive Lu Dao Xianren collaborate with me in this theft? In an instant, the Sharingan's Tomo whirled, and the third Raikage soul was swiftly engulfed, vanishing from sight. Far away in the Pure Land, Lu Dao Xianren paused momentarily, having distinctly sensed a powerful soul approaching, only to be perplexed as it inexplicably vanished in the next moment. Chapter 155. Third Raikage, surely you do not wish for Yunrin village to perish. Have I become bereft of reason from my prolonged stay in the Pure Land? Lu Dao Xianren muttered to himself. Yukike's, however, paid little mind to these musings. If Lu Dao Xianren were to arrive, it would be even better. In that instance, Yukike's would not only engage him in discourse, but also ensnare him within the Sharingan's realm, thereby securing his servitude. After a brief interval, noticing the silence, Yukike shimmered and entered the Sharingan space. Outside, the ninjas of Yunrin village and Konoha observed Yukike's sudden disappearance, engaging in hushed discussions. Raikage-sama, Raikage-sama. Enough, Lord Lan. It seems the third Raikage has departed. Nay, our third Raikage has traversed the world with great prowess. He could not have left so hastily. Lord Lan. We grieve as well, yet this is the reality. It is the fault of those Konoha individuals. However, our foremost priority today is to return the third Raikage's remains for a proper burial. We, Yunrin, must hold them accountable for this transgression. Fear not, Lord Lan. We are not cowards. In due time, Konoha shall pay a heavy price. Very well, Yunrin, heed my command. Return with me to Yunrin village. With that, he gently lifted the third Raikage's body and strode forward. The ninjas of Konoha, witnessing the retreat of Yunrin, hastily turned to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, shall we pursue and leave this group of Yunrin here? Jiraiya pondered for a moment before responding. Let them depart. None can ascertain whether that esteemed individual desires war. Given that our greatest adversary, the third Reikage, has fallen, it is likely that Yunrin shall not engage further. Lord Jiraiya, did that esteemed elder truly depart? The Uchiha clan, noticing Yukike's prolonged absence, inquired with curiosity. He may have left, or perhaps he remains. However, it matters not, for we have survived, have we not? Indeed, Lord Jiraiya. As long as we endure, that suffices. At that moment, Yukike's arrived at the spatial continent, observing the third Reikage soul adrift in the air. It dawned on him that once these souls perish, their consciousness is likely sealed away. Drawing from Orochimaru's Edo Tensei technique, Yukike's understood that their souls in the Pure Land were devoid of memory and motion. Only by returning to the shinobi world and inhabiting a body could they truly live once more. Contemplating this, Yukike's resolved to transform the third Reikage into a guardian of a small island. Observing the immobile soul, he recognized the necessity of crafting a corporeal form for him. Yet, he found himself conflicted. Should he embed the soul within an ancient giant tree, or create an entirely new body for his revival? After considerable thought, Yukike's concluded that since the third Reikage's strengths lay in speed, defense, and offense, encasing him within the tree would strip him of his primary means of attack, akin to severing a limb, which seemed imprudent. Subsequently, he invoked the life god body. An overwhelming surge of life energy erupted forth, causing the flora and fauna on the continent to flourish wildly. With a gesture, a substantial mound of earth materialized on the ground. Moments later, drawing upon his artistic prowess, Yukike's transformed the mound into the likeness of the third Reikage as he once was. Perceiving that this form was somewhat diminutive, he summoned additional earth, doubling the size of the body. The third Reikage now resembled a small giant, exuding formidable presence. Yukike's then prepared for the final step. Vast quantities of life force coalesced at his fingertip. Gently, he hovered above the earthen form of the third Reikage, pointing his finger at its forehead. In the next instant, an immense flow of life energy surged into the colossal earth body. Flowers and grass began to sprout from the form, only to wither shortly thereafter. Repeating this cycle until all of Yukike's life force had been infused, the body erupted with a formidable vitality, each inch of earth imbued with Yukike's essence, ensuring that as long as Yukike's lived, this vitality would endure. Thus, the enlightenment was complete. Yukike's beckoned, and the third Reikage's soul swiftly approached. Gazing at the slightly smaller soul, he pondered the extent of power this new form would manifest. Shaking his head, he directly integrated the soul into the newly fashioned body. Witnessing the third Reikage's soul enter its new vessel, Yukike's Yuanshin surged with vigor, unleashing a torrent of soul power that instantly invigorated the third Reikage's essence. The earthen third Reikage's eyes flew open. "Yunrin, you must flee," he instinctively exclaimed. "What do you think of your new form?" Yukike's inquired, abruptly awakening the third Reikage from his reverie. What do you mean?" Without a word, Yukike's snapped his fingers, and a massive ice mirror materialized beside the third Reikage. "Is my creation pleasing?" The third Reikage recoiled in shock at his reflection. The ground trembled as the enormous form struck the earth with a resounding thud. What is happening? Is this truly me? You have perished, yet you sold your soul to me. Thus, I have granted you revival." "Revived?" The third Reikage raised his clay arms in disbelief. "Try standing to assess your strength." Although he had not commanded it, the body responded autonomously. Fear gripped him. "Elder, why does my body move without my command?" "Simple. In this realm, all must heed my will. Am I to become a mere puppet? Rest assured, your mission is straightforward. Maintain the peace of this small island and protect its inhabitants. By the way, I can assure you, you now possess immortality." "My lord, what does that imply?" "Quite simply, those revived by me are free from the constraints of lifespan. For thousands, even tens of thousands of years, you shall remain vibrant and lively. This is truly unfathomable. I have never heard of a ninja living beyond a century. From this moment forth, you shall be an immortal. Yet it is vital that you heed my commands. After all, you would not wish for your Yunrin village to vanish, would you?" "Rest assured, my lord, I shall comply with all your arrangements. I sincerely hope you do not harbor any resentment towards Yunrin village. Now, pray tell, what sensations do you experience in this vessel?" "My lord, I feel an immense strength within this body, far surpassing that of my former existence, with chakra efficiency increased at least 5-fold. Moreover, I sense that my chakra can continue to grow, seemingly without limit." Yue Guang Jifeng nodded in response, then pointed a finger, unleashing a wind blade that swiftly severed the right leg of the third Reikage. There was no obstruction, and the leg was cleanly cut off. However, in the next moment, the earth began to coalesce, and the third Reikage's leg regrew. Well, do you feel any pain? The third Reikage, still in shock, finally regained his senses and replied, My lord, I feel not a thing, nor do I sense any depletion of chakra. Excellent, splendid. The current third Reikage is indeed a strengthened version of Edo Tensei. Chapter 156, Forcibly Opening the Eyes. My lord, I can sense that I can perform any jutsu with this body, with significant amplification. Let us proceed, that the world may witness my masterpiece. As Yue Guang Jifeng spoke, his right eye, the Sharingan, began to whirl, and in an instant, he vanished along with two others from the continent. A rumble echoed as the massive form of the third Reikage landed upon the ground. While Yue Guang Jifeng floated in the air, My lord, you have returned. Do you have any instructions? Before Yue Guang Jifeng could respond, the third Reikage surveyed his surroundings and noticed the absence of Yunrin. Enraged, he exclaimed, Jiraiya, where have all my Yunrin subordinates gone? That voice sounds familiar. Are you the third Reikage? Jiraiya, gazing at the towering figure covered in dirt, asked incredulously. Indeed it is I. Are you implying that during my absence, you slaughtered all of our Yunrin? The third Reikage's form grew larger, his voice booming, causing the eardrums of the Chunin and Jinin of Konoha to ache. Your Yunrin have already departed with your corpse. Jiraiya shook his head calmly and replied, Phew, you are fortunate, Jiraiya, not to have oppressed the weak. My lord, may I have a word with the Yunrin and reclaim my remains? Yue Guang Jifeng pondered for a moment, recognizing that having the third Reikage's body here would be advantageous. Furthermore, it would allow him to test whether the soul of the third Reikage would indeed emerge from this current vessel upon utilizing Edo Tensei. You may go, but be swift in your return. I shall not linger here for long. I understand, my lord. The third Reikage declared, gathering strength and launching into the sky. Boom. He landed several hundred meters away and vanished from sight in mere moments. Just as Yue Guang Jifeng was about to speak, he felt a tugging at his being. Instinctively, he enveloped himself in the vast power of his soul, causing the tugging force to diminish. Initially, Yue Guang Jifeng was unsure of the cause. It was implausible that someone could attack him without his awareness. He then recalled that he had traversed here from another world. It was possible that the power of the dragon vein was pulling him back to his original timeline. He dared not waste any more time. As there were clans such as the Vortex, Kagaya, and Mizunayuki on the verge of extinction that needed to be addressed, he swiftly turned to Jiraiya and inquired, Jiraiya, have you mastered Senjutsu? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words. My lord, what is Senjutsu? Enough. Since you are uninformed, do not waste my time. Yue Guang Jifeng waved his hand dismissively. He then glanced at the Uchiha clan members behind Jiraiya and asked, Are there others from your clan present on this battlefield? To which Jiraiya replied, None remain. During our flight, they all tragically perished. I was fortunate to survive, having evolved my one-tomo Sharingan into a two-tomo, which allowed me to retaliate against the enemy and escape here. He spoke with a hint of melancholy as he wiped his eyes. Two-tomo? How unimpressive. Yue Guang Jifeng remarked with disdain. My lord, you may not be aware, but a two-tomo Sharingan is considered formidable among our clan. While many of my kin possess but a single tomo, I can assure you, even a three-tomo is nothing of significance. What is your name? Is a three-tomo insufficient? My lord, do you hold expectations that are too lofty? I am Uchiha Hemingway, and I hold a modest reputation within my clan. Enough. Upon hearing your name, it is evident you are but an insignificant figure. I must evolve your eyes into three-tomo. My lord, evolving one's eyes is not merely a matter of desire. It requires the right timing, place, and circumstances, with luck being paramount. Uchiha Hemingway stated earnestly. Is that why you are insignificant? Now, stand still and empty your mind. As Yue Guang Jifeng spoke, he invoked the technique of five-sense manipulation, enveloping Uchiha Hemingway in its grasp. That was not all. Yue Guang Jifeng aimed to expedite the process. Seeking to ascertain whether Hemingway possessed the aptitude to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan directly, he cast an illusion once more, intending for him to relive the trauma of being pursued, witnessing his brothers and parents perish. Indeed, in the following second, Uchiha Hemingway's expression contorted in agony. His hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. His Sharingan began to whirl violently. Yet, To Yueguang Jifeng's surprise, 3 full minutes elapsed, and his 2-tomo Sharingan continued to spin without evolving into a 3-tomo. What a disappointment. Yueguang Jifeng had no choice but to allow him to confront his deepest fears. Initially, he had intended for Hemingway to awaken the 3-tomo first, subsequently utilizing his fears to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, it became apparent that Uchiha Hemingway's talent was woefully inadequate. Another 3 minutes passed before a 3rd tomo finally emerged in his eyes. Observing Uchiha Hemingway, Yueguang Jifeng noted that he was now drenched in sweat, gasping heavily. It was evident that this individual would not awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a hint of disappointment, he waved his hand, dispelling the illusion. What? Was I not just on the battlefield? How did I suddenly return? Hemingway exclaimed, ecstatic. Phew. Did you say I have awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan? Indeed. If you do not believe me, behold the beauty of your eyes. As he spoke, he produced a mirror from his ninja tool pouch and presented it to Uchiha Hemingway. Trembling, Hemingway took the mirror and gazed into it. I have effortlessly become a wielder of the 3-tomo Sharingan. This is truly astonishing. In our entire Uchiha clan, there has never been anyone before me or after me. Thank you, my esteemed elder, for awakening this power within me. I will forever be grateful, Uchiha Hemingway proclaimed, kneeling and bowing thrice before Yueguang Jifeng. No matter how many times you bow, the truth of your inadequacy remains unchanged. According to my original plan, you should have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instead, you are merely a 3-tomo. You may as well return home and plant sweet potatoes. Yueguang Jifeng remarked with disdain. My lord, I never once imagined I would awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. For me, this life is now without regret. He bowed his head again 3 times. Enough. Do not waste any more of my time. Yueguang Jifeng, growing impatient, waved his hand and pulled Uchiha Hemingway's soul from his body. He then immediately exited his own body as well. Chapter 157. Tenfold Return of the Sharingan. Uchiha Hemingway suddenly sensed something amiss. He was inexplicably floating in the air. Before he could utter a word, the ethereal form of Ugetsu Kaze appeared before him. The golden aura emanating from Ugetsu Kaze's spirit was so dazzling that it momentarily blinded him. He then felt himself uncontrollably propelled forward and struggled to open his eyes, only to see Ugetsu Kaze gently patting his shoulder. Senior, what is happening to me? Do not be afraid. This is your soul. Relax, and I shall guide you through the perspective of the spirit. After this, Ugetsu Kaze disregarded him and returned his focus to his own mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host and Uchiha Hemingway for completing the soul exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Uchiha Hemingway's Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. 2. Acquire Uchiha Hemingway's Lightning Release, False Dark. 3. Acquire 380 points of Uchiha Hemingway's Spirit. 4. Acquire Uchiha Hemingway's 3-tomo Sharingan. Though Uchiha Hemingway was somewhat disappointing, Ugetsu Kaze believed that the tenfold return would still yield satisfactory results. System, I choose the 4th reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice is successful, triggering the tenfold return and obtaining Uchiha Hemingway's 3-tomo Rinnegan. Ugetsu Kaze observed the returned reward, directly bypassing the kaleidoscope and reaching the 3-tomo Rinnegan. Realizing the tenfold return was indeed formidable. However, he was somewhat vexed, as the abilities awakened by a seemingly inept individual were disappointingly subpar. Sasuke had at least managed to awaken a heavenly hand power, while this 3-tomo Rinnegan had awakened a skill known as the Tomo 8 Mirror Jewel. The effect was to condense 3 tomo from the eyes into tangible forms that would orbit around him. Each tomo could automatically block or deflect physical attacks and energy for defense. Moreover, they could be launched according to the user's will, executing long-range slicing or detonation, resulting in a violent chakra explosion. Upon reviewing this, Ugetsu Kaze felt speechless. Was this not merely a weakened version of the Dao Jade? He already possessed 12 Dao Jades, rendering this skill utterly trivial. It seemed he would have to seek out figures like Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku. Yet, he was reminded that he was currently in the Second Shinobi World War, and Uchiha Shursui might still be an infant, while Uchiha Fugaku likely had not activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan either. After contemplating, Ugetsu Kaze devised a new plan. He would return to the original timeline and first engage in a tenfold exchange with Orochimaru to acquire the ultimate Edo Tensei technique. This way, He could not only communicate with the deceased, but also seize souls from the Pure Land. He envisioned transforming all those souls into guardian warriors. Having concluded his thoughts, he wasted no more time. He observed Uchiha Hemingway joyfully wandering around and, without further ado, promptly slapped him back into his own body. Suddenly returned to his own body. Uchiha Hemingway appeared bewildered and could not comprehend how he had returned so abruptly, yet he dared not inquire. Ugetsukaze's ethereal form also re-entered his body. Jiraiya, does your team include members of the Hyuga clan? My lord, the Byakugan is not present on this battlefield. They are at the main front in Amigakure. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Not here. Which direction is the Uzumaki clan? Ugetsukaze thought carefully. The immediate priority was to locate those clans that had already been annihilated in the original timeline. Then he recalled that the Land of Whirlpools had likely been destroyed by now. Does the Land of Whirlpools still exist? Before Jiraiya could respond, Ugetsukaze continued his inquiry. Just as Jiraiya was about to answer the first question, he was taken aback by Ugetsukaze's sudden query. Although he did not understand why Ugetsukaze was asking about the existence of the Land of Whirlpools, he replied honestly, My lord, the Land of Whirlpools is still intact. But the situation is rather dire. If I recall correctly, they sought our assistance not long ago. That was only a few days ago. Ugetsukaze surmised that the Land of Whirlpools was on the brink of annihilation. Fortunately, his time travel had been timely, and he had only wasted a brief period on a few exchanges, averting a complete misstep. Do you know which direction the Land of Whirlpools is located? Ugetsukaze resolved to fly there immediately. Delaying even a minute could mean the end of the Land of Whirlpools. My lord, you simply need to head north until you reach the border of the Land of Fire, then proceed south to find it. If you intend to go, it would be wise to hurry. I am uncertain if Konoha has dispatched anyone to assist. With your Konoha's F4 group of wastrels, they might very well be sending people to eliminate the Land of Whirlpools instead of providing aid. Ugetsukaze could not help but scoff. My lord, what is the F4? That would be your 3 elders from Konoha, along with your Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, are you certain the route you provided is correct? Rest assured, my lord. I have traveled there several times for materials. I cannot possibly be mistaken. Ugetsukaze nodded and soared into the sky. He glanced in the direction of the third rakeage and sped forth. Lord Jiraiya, this senior is indeed tempestuous, making him quite inscrutable. Uchiha Hemingway remarked contemplatively as he stepped forward. Powerful individuals always possess their peculiarities. As long as you are strong enough, others will not speak ill of you. Strive earnestly. Jiraiya conveyed, both to everyone and himself. In mere seconds, Ugetsukaze caught up with the third rakeage, who at that moment was confronting the ninjas from Kumogakure. You claim to be the third rakeage, but how can you prove your identity? You bear no resemblance to the third rakeage. Rather, you seem like a puppet. A Kumogakure ninja could not restrain himself from asking, how can I prove that I am myself? The third rakeage was on the verge of losing his temper, roaring, ah! A surge of colossal chakra erupted, and his earthy form was enveloped in blue lightning, crackling with energy. This truly resembles our rakeage's lightning release body technique. His voice and temperament are strikingly similar. Though it was difficult to comprehend, the elder stated, I have been revived by my predecessor and now exist in another form. Moreover, I have grown stronger. Then rakeage, are you joining us to return to Kumogakure? I will no longer return to Kumogakure. I shall henceforth follow my lord and protect him. The third rakeage replied solemnly, shaking his head. What? What are we Kumogakure ninjas to do? Allow my son to inherit the title of rakeage. He is a reliable individual. Now, return my body to me. I wish to take him away. Yamayuki AI, is the situation not resolved yet? We must leave this place. Ugetsukaze's voice resonated from above. Return my body. My lord will be very displeased. Remember to protect yourself and Kumogakure. As the third rakeage spoke, he seized his own corpse from the hands of the Kumogakure ninja. My lord, I have completed my task. Where shall we go next? The Land of Whirlpools. Ugetsukaze declared, gesturing as he absorbed the third rakeage into the continent and soared into the sky. Take care, rakeage. Chapter 158. The 5 great shinobi villages assault the Land of Whirlpools. The third rakeage, now absorbed into the continent, was momentarily moved to tears, hoping they would assist his son and work together to build Kumogakure into something greater. As Ugetsukaze took flight, he noticed the third rakeage shedding tears and could not help but tease. Even tough men can shed tears? Sir, Will I have the opportunity to return to Yunrin village? Certainly, but that will likely be a matter of several years hence. Why such a lengthy wait? Since you have become my subordinate, you must accompany me as we return to my own timeline. I am not originally from this era. I suspected as much. With someone as formidable as you, how could I not have heard of you? You possess quite the gift of gab. Once this temporal journey concludes, I shall indeed make a visit to Yunrin village. You will have the chance to observe the changes that have transpired over the years. Thank you, sir. I merely wish to know that Yunrin village remains well. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head and ceased further conversation, focusing all his energy on propelling himself forward. After half an hour, he finally reached the border of Konoha, altering his course to continue his flight. After flying for over an hour, Yueguang Jifeng finally spotted a village. Reflecting on the situation, he deemed it prudent to descend and inquire whether he had flown to the wrong location. Is this the land of the whirlpool? Oh, are you headed to the land of the whirlpool? I advise against it. Battles rage ahead. It is said that many ninjas have converged there. Has the assault on the land of the whirlpool commenced already? Which direction leads to it? Just head south, and you will see. Yueguang Jifeng nodded and swiftly flew southward. Fearing that if he delayed, there would be nothing left to save, his speed intensified, and within a minute, he observed a throng of ninjas rushing forward. Upon closer examination, he discerned individuals from various villages among them. They seek to partition the land of the whirlpool among themselves. Have they consulted me? Who dares to claim my possessions? With this thought, he accelerated further. Soon, he beheld a path strewn with the wreckage of homes and the bodies of the fallen. What a waste. So many lives lost. Such a pity that communication is impossible. Before Yueguang Jifeng could ponder further, he heard a cacophony of battle cries ahead. Whirlpool clan, you have been surrounded. Surrender and lay down your arms. Indeed, if you surrender and join our ninja village, we can guarantee your safety. How absurd. You merely covet our bloodline limits. Dreaming in vain. Yes, chief. We cannot surrender. If we do, we will become slaves, and we would rather die. Have you not sought aid from Konoha? Perhaps among this throng, there are Konoha ninjas, but it is uncertain. Observing the countless ninjas below, the chief of the land of the whirlpool felt a surge of despair. He never anticipated the cold indifference of Konoha, with not a single ninja willing to offer support. If only the banner of Konoha were here. Perhaps it could turn the tide. Must the land of the whirlpool face complete annihilation today? Yueguang Jifeng, witnessing the standoff from above, felt no urgency. After all, enhancing a situation is far less impactful than providing aid in a time of need. It would be when the people of the land of the whirlpool were utterly despondent that he would make his move. He ascended further into the sky, reclining upon a cloud, and began to observe the unfolding drama. With so many ninjas, why waste words on these cornered animals? Let us charge and breach their defenses. Eliminate, incinerate, and plunder. Upon hearing the Cloud Ninja's intent to enact the Three Lights policy, Yueguang Jifeng turned to the third Raikage with a teasing smile. Is this the caliber of the Cloud Ninja? A band of brigands? Sir, although we from Yunrin village may not be the brightest, we are certainly not brigands. Those are imposters, not from our village, the third Raikage hastily clarified, eager to distance his village from the situation. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head, choosing not to engage in further debate, and continued watching. I believe the Cloud Ninja speaks truthfully. We from Kusa Ninja Village concur with a direct assault. Otherwise, we merely squander time. Very well. Then you Kusa and Cloud Ninjas shall lead the charge, and we will support you from behind. We consent to the assault. What do you mean by that? Were we not in this together? Why should we lead the charge? If our forces fall, will you simply swoop in to reap the rewards? The Cloud Ninja, unable to restrain his temper, retorted. Exactly. We are all in this together. Why should we be the mantis while you become the cicada? Enough. Everyone, be quiet. We have reached the base of the city. And yet the walls remain unbreached while we squabble. What then should we do? To the people of the land of the whirlpool, should you decide to surrender and join our Mizu Ninja Village, we guarantee fair treatment. Are you attempting to undermine us? Why should the land of the whirlpool go to your Mizu Ninja Village? Enough with the chatter. Let us witness the downfall of the land of the whirlpool together. No more deliberation. Let us strike to the end. First, eliminate those guarding the city, and the remaining elders and children shall be divided among us. Agreed. We from Yunrin Village consent. We from Kusa Ninja Village also agree. And we from Mizu Ninja Village shall concur as well, since we are all in agreement. We scattered ninjas have but one request. All ninjutsu of the land of the whirlpool must be made public so we can learn. Fair enough. We, the ninja villages, all agree. Let us charge. Upon hearing that they had resolved to assault the city, the chief of the land of the whirlpool's expression changed, and he quickly commanded, everyone, activate the defensive barrier. Yes, chief. Instantly, the members of the whirlpool clan on the walls unleashed a powerful surge of chakra, enveloping the entire city in a violet barrier. The ninjas below, taken aback by this unexpected defense, continued to hurl shuriken in a probing manner. Yet, the shuriken met the barrier and rebounded back. Listen to me. Use your most proficient ninjutsu and unleash a full-scale assault on this barrier. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of ninjutsu attacked the barrier. However, to their dismay, the barrier showed no signs of damage. Chief, this is wonderful. We have held our ground. How could this be? Why are our attacks ineffective? Indeed, their barrier technique is formidable. Everyone, what shall we do now? On the walls, members of the Whirlpool clan began to feel a surge of excitement. Chief, we are saved. They cannot breach our defenses. We can hold out until the reinforcements from Konoha arrive. The old chief shook his head slowly, overwhelmed with sadness. Konoha would never send aid again. What fate awaited the land of the Whirlpool? Everyone, our priority is to conserve chakra. Now, I command that those maintaining the barrier be divided into 3 teams. One team will advance to channel chakra, while the second and third teams shall retreat and rest to recover their chakra. This shall be a protracted battle. Conserve your strength. We shall surely prevail. Victory! Victory! Yueguang Jifeng observed the inexplicable fervor igniting among the warriors of the land of the Whirlpool and found himself somewhat bemused. It was evident to any discerning observer that as long as they continued to exhaust their chakra, the barrier would not falter. The people of the land of the Whirlpool were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng felt no urgency, for the sheer number of ninjas below was overwhelming. Once they exceeded the barrier's defensive range, it would inevitably dissipate. As expected, the situation unfolded just as he anticipated. Everyone, pause. We cannot attack blindly and scatter our chakra. What then should we do? Now, all fire-style ninjas stepped forward. Though the others were puzzled, they obediently moved forward. Now, the Huidun ninjas stand firmly to the south, while the Shui Dun ninjas position themselves to the north. The Lei Dun ninjas take their place to the east, and the Feng Dun ninjas stand behind the Huidun ninjas. Once everyone has assumed their positions, they await my command, upon my signal to release. We shall unleash our ninjutsu simultaneously. This strategy is excellent, for our techniques will neither weaken one another nor diminish their potency. For the sake of the Kaze no Kuni's ninjutsu, let us all strive together. As skilled ninjas, we exhibit remarkable execution, and within a minute, our formation is complete. Now, I command the Huidun, Lei Dun, and Shui Dun ninjas to prepare for the hand seals. After 5 seconds, the Feng Dun ninjas are ready to perform their seals. Now is the moment to release our ninjutsu. 3 distinct colored attacks collide against the barrier, and the strength of our coordinated assault causes the seal of the Kaze no Kuni to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The clan leader of the Kaze no Kuni immediately shouts for teams 2 and 3 to channel their chakra to stabilize the barrier. The previously jovial members of the Uzumaki clan see their smiles vanish, rushing to infuse chakra without delay. This effort stabilizes the barrier, but before they can relax, the Feng Dun ninjas below have already completed their ninjutsu preparations. The wind harnesses the flames, further amplifying the power of the Huidun. The barrier quivers once more, yet it holds firm. Just as the Uzumaki clan members prepare to ease their tension, a ninja from Team 1 exclaims, "Leader, we are running low on chakra." How is that possible? There's nothing we can do. Their attacks were too fierce, forcing us to expend more chakra on defense, and now we are nearly depleted. You must think of a solution quickly. The clan leader of the Kaze no Kuni feels a sense of despair. He can only pray for divine intervention to rescue them. Team 1, retreat for now. Teams 2 and 3, assess the situation and prepare to increase chakra output. The clan leader says helplessly, "Look, our attack is proving effective. Follow my orders, and with a few more attempts, we will undoubtedly break through this barrier. Charge." Now we begin preparations for the second round of ninjutsu, ready to release. Perhaps sensing the imminent breach of the barrier, many ninjas exert themselves, amplifying their chakra output. The ninjas of teams 2 and 3 on the city walls have no choice but to summon all their chakra for defense. "Leader, we cannot hold on much longer. We too are running low on chakra." Their attacks are depleting our reserves too quickly. What should we do? The clan leader of the Kaze no Kuni shakes his head, speechless, as he has no solutions left. Standing before his kin, tears stream down the old clan leader's face. This may be their final battle together. Below, the Feng Dun ninja, leveraging the fire's intensity, shatters the ceiling barrier. However, in the next moment, as the Uzumaki ninjas unleash their chakra with all their might, the barrier reestablishes itself. Everyone, put forth your best effort. These Uzumaki ninjas are nearing their limits. All right, prepare for our final assault. Everyone, be ready to expend more chakra and strike decisively. Although the commander issues this instruction, each individual harbors their own intentions. Everyone wishes to conserve a bit of chakra, for if they conquer the Kaze no Kuni and seize its treasures, it will ultimately depend on strength. The one who retains more chakra will claim the lion's share of the spoils. Consequently, this round of attacks proves significantly weaker than the previous two. Nevertheless, the Uzumaki ninjas, now nearly exhausted, muster their remaining strength to withstand the onslaught. Why are you holding back on chakra usage? The commander inquires, visibly frustrated. There's no need to ask such an obvious question. We all understand. Besides, there's nothing of great consequence at stake. If necessary, we can always launch another collective attack. Someone retorts. The commander takes a deep breath, pondering the situation. Then do as you wish. Attack freely. Everyone, listen to me. We will launch one final unified assault. And afterward, we will divide the spoils within the city. They all nod in agreement. Yet in reality, they expend even less chakra. Even so, after this round, the barrier atop the city walls completely vanishes. The Uzumaki clan members, who had been maintaining the barrier, collapsed to the ground, bloodied and defeated. At this moment, the clan leader of the Kaze no Kuni kneels, tears streaming down his face. I have failed my ancestors. It is all my fault. Leader, this is not your fault. It is the fault of Konoha. They took advantage of us and showed no concern for our plight. We detest Konoha. Just then, the crowd below can no longer contain themselves. Charge. Whoever reaches the treasure first claims it. In an instant, all the ninjas rush towards the city walls. Finally, it is my turn to make an entrance, mutters Tsukikaze, grinning. Ha! All the treasures of the Kaze no Kuni belong to us now. Young ones, we shall take you with us. As for you, old man, perish. With that, he raises his weapon, ready to slay the clan leader of the Kaze no Kuni. Chapter 160. Clan leader, you surely do not wish for the annihilation of the Kaze no Kuni. The world is so marvelous, yet you are so violent. This is not good, not good. Tsukikaze's words resonate clearly in the ears of every ninja, halting those poised to commit murder. Who is speaking? Who dares to play tricks? Do you wish to join the fate of the old man? Indeed, if you are so bold, step forward. This ground is under my command. Who is for or against? Tsukikaze swiftly descends from the clouds, soon hovering just 50 meters above the ninjas below, proclaiming loudly. Who dares to be so arrogant? Even we of the Kumogakure do not presume to claim this territory. Found him. He is in the sky. What? In the sky? At this moment, both the ninjas of the 5 great shinobi villages and those of the Kaze no Kuni cannot help but look up. Damn! What gives this arrogant ninja the right to be so handsome? I cannot bear it. You must kill him. A ninja, barely 5 feet tall with a face full of sores, grits his teeth. He swiftly performs hand seals. Hwadun, Daifukatsu no Jutsu. Although Tsukikaze is still descending, the technique only reaches a height of 10 meters before dissipating. A toad yawning, overestimating itself. Tsukikaze gazes at the ugly ninja. Feeling a wave of nausea at the audacity to attack him, he simply points a finger, releasing a wind blade. The ninjas below barely have time to react. Splat. The nearby ninjas are splattered with blood. Only then do they realize that the ninja who had just released his technique has been sliced in half from head to toe. How brutal. Everyone, be cautious. This man can fly. He may be a ninja from a Wagakure. Nonsense. I am from a Wagakure, and I do not know him at all. Enough of this chatter. We have already breached the Kaze no Kuni. Can we allow one person to intimidate us? Exactly. Let us all strike together and eliminate him. And then we will evenly divide the Kaze no Kuni. It is easy for you to say, he is so high in the sky. Can your techniques even reach him? Hey, you rock ninjas, who will hurry up and bring him down. Do you think flying is as simple as picking vegetables? Not everyone can fly. In our Wagakure, only Lord Suchikage can fly. You worthless rock ninjas, When it was your time to act, you were utterly useless. Enough of the chatter. Prepare to strike. This fool has already brought himself down. Everyone, strike together. Quickly kill him. We have wasted enough time. However, Tsukikaze does not rush to defeat them all. He wishes to test his domain skills. As the ninjas below see Tsukikaze descending to within mere meters of the ground, they begin to form hand seals. As 5 seconds elapsed, a multitude of vibrant ninjutsu surged towards the ethereal figure known as Yueguang Jifeng. In an instant, the divine essence within him awakened, enveloping the entire nation of the Uzumaki in his domain. He could distinctly sense that within this realm, his word was law. Today, he would play the role of a deity. Subsequently, his voice, though not loud, resounded clearly in the ears of every ninja present. I declare that within my territory, no ninjutsu is permitted. The ninjas below were bewildered by the implications of Yueguang Jifeng's proclamation, fixating their gazes upon him, eager to witness his utter destruction at the hands of their ninjutsu. However, an astonishing event soon transpired. The ninjutsu they unleashed barely traveled a few meters before vanishing the moment Yueguang Jifeng's words fell silent. What? What is happening? Where has my ninjutsu gone? Confusion spread among them as they grappled with the sudden loss of their abilities. He must have set up a barrier in advance. Our ninjutsu collided with it, causing them to dissipate. Indeed, that sounds plausible. But what should we do now? One queried. If it is a barrier, it can be breached. Let us unleash our ninjutsu together. I refuse to believe he can make them all disappear. Inspired by this notion, the ninjas began forming hand seals. Moments later, each one shouted their respective techniques, ready to unleash their powers. Alas, this time, not even a hint of ninjutsu emerged. What is going on? Have we been cursed? Why can we not release our ninjutsu? Could it be that we have offended the divine? Yueguang Jifeng, observing their inability to harness their powers, felt a sense of satisfaction with his divine domain. I reiterate, within my territory, the use of chakra is forbidden. He continued, emboldened by his earlier success. Hey, did you hear that? The figure above claims dominion over us. Yet, several ninjas began to notice an unsettling absence of chakra within themselves. What? You feel it too? I cannot sense my chakra. Could it be that his words carry truth? They pondered their predicament. Yueguang Jifeng, undeterred, proclaimed, I decree that my territory shall be devoid of light. In an instant, every ninja from the great villages, as well as the survivors of the Uzumaki nation, found themselves engulfed in darkness. Is this the end? Why has everything vanished from my sight? One wondered. It cannot be. We merely cannot see. What now? Perhaps we should surrender. Just a few words from this individual, and we are rendered powerless. How can we oppose him? Indeed, it would be wise to capitulate. I have no desire to perish here. We shall surrender, my lord. I proclaim that within my domain, my word is absolute. Who is in favor, and who is against? Yueguang Jifeng reiterated. We are all in favor, my lord. The ninjas below hastily replied. Elder, we may have found a way out. This is wonderful. An Uzumaki ninja exclaimed through tears. Do not rejoice prematurely. We still do not know what this lord demands, cautioned another. Elder, regardless of his demands, we must comply. Surely, you do not wish to see our nation perish? Yueguang Jifeng silently criticized the one who spoke, thinking, what an audacious lad, stealing my lines. My lord, we of the Uzumaki nation are willing to submit, as long as we can live in peace. Oh, would you be willing to relocate to another continent? My lord, I am somewhat unclear about your meaning. The meaning is simple. From this day forth, you shall worship me, and I will guide you to my divine realm, where you shall live free from war, in peace and happiness. What? A place devoid of war? Elder, what are you hesitating for? Agree to his terms. Yes, my lord, we have no other options left. Yueguang Jifeng initially believed the situation to be under control. Yet an obstinate voice emerged. The Uzumaki nation was conquered by us. How dare you claim it for yourself? Silence. Yueguang Jifeng's gaze hardened, and with a cold snort, the speaker exploded like a watermelon. Although the others could not see, they felt the warmth of blood splattering upon their faces, silencing any further dissent. My lord, we of the Uzumaki nation willingly submit. The elder implored, kneeling hastily. Chapter 161. Can the god of death communicate? Very well, since you are willing to submit, prepare yourselves. The Uzumaki clan members exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yueguang Jifeng's intentions. Is there anyone among you with the bloodline limit? Step forward, he commanded. As he relinquished the power of his divine form, light returned to everyone's vision. After waiting in vain for a response, he remarked, "With so many of you present, is there truly not a single bloodline limit among you?" One ninja replied, "My lord, bloodline limits are treasures of our village. Thus they are seldom showcased during minor missions. Our leader would not permit their use outside the village." "What a waste of my time," Yueguang Jifeng lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. He then turned his attention to the kneeling Uzumaki clan members, scanning the crowd before prioritizing the elder, approaching him. "Soon, I shall lead your clan to another realm. Remember to remain loyal to me." "My lord, rest assured. Having agreed, we shall remain steadfastly loyal." Ding. Congratulations to the host and the Uzumaki Fong Han for completing the physical exchange. The random return project has concluded. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Obtain Uzumaki Fong Han's Shinigami Sealing Technique. 2. Obtain Uzumaki Fong Han's Diamond Locking. 3. Obtain Uzumaki Fong Han's Bagua Sealing. 4. Obtain Uzumaki Fong Han's 5-element sealing. Yueguang Jifeng considered the options before him, nodding in agreement. Although he had not acquired the Uzumaki body, the sealing techniques offered were numerous and formidable, none unworthy of consideration. Initially contemplating the diamond locking, a technique renowned for its strength, capable of easily sealing tailed beasts and even temporarily sealing the shard of truth, he ultimately decided, addressing the system. "I choose the first reward." Yueguang Jifeng was eager to discover the true nature of this Shinigami and whether it could engage in a duel with him. As for the diamond locking, he glanced at the multitude of Uzumaki clan members below. With so many present, it was certain one among them would possess the skill. Thus he felt no urgency. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return and acquiring the Corpse Demon Seal of Xuanwu Fang'an. Yueguang Jifeng mistakenly believed that the enhancement would yield a tenfold increase in name, yet since no name change occurred, he speculated that this enhancement likely amplifies the Shinigami's power tenfold. There are two possibilities. The first entails employing a sealing technique that generates 10 Shinigami, resulting in a numerical increase. The second is more straightforward, wherein the strength of this Shinigami is enhanced tenfold. Yueguang Jifeng is not particularly concerned about the first option. Even a multitude of weaklings remains weak. An abundance of insignificant foes holds little value, and he need not worry about defeating them. However, if it were the second option, he would need to exercise caution. From the animations of his previous life, he could not ascertain the specific strength of this Shinigami. Nevertheless, this Shinigami adheres to the rules. As long as it collects souls, it will depart. If Yueguang Jifeng recalls correctly, this Shinigami does not possess great speed in flight. Therefore, even if he cannot defeat this Shinigami, he can escape and return after enhancing his own strength to vanquish it. Overall, the situation is not overly dire. Yueguang Jifeng now hopes that this Shinigami is capable of communication. If so, the ability for a thousandfold return is simply unimaginable. Shaking his head, he refrains from further contemplation. The entire country of the vortex now belongs to him. They may leave. "My lord, we have been given a death mandate to annihilate the country of the vortex before we can return and report," lamented a ninja, kneeling with a sorrowful countenance. "As for your task, you need not worry. From this day forth, the country of the vortex shall completely vanish from the shinobi world. I shall lead them into my divine realm, where they will enjoy a peaceful and happy life." Do you understand what my lord means? I suspect my lord intends to relocate the entire population of the vortex, isolating them from the shinobi world, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs. If that is the case, we can manage to report back. My lord, could we perhaps obtain some of the ninjutsu from the country of the vortex? Are you dreaming? How could we possibly share the treasures of the Xuanwu clan with you? Before Yueguang Jifeng could respond, members of the Xuanwu clan retorted angrily. They had long been aggrieved by the unwarranted invasion of their country by several major ninja villages and were eager to seize this opportunity to rebuke those who dared to invade their land. "You shameless lot, do not linger in our country any longer. Indeed, our nation does not welcome you deranged ninjas." Yueguang Jifeng chuckled and shook his head, stating, "All right, this area now belongs to my private domain. You should take your leave." Upon finishing his words, the Tensigan's chakra mode was activated in an instant. All the ninjas below felt an unparalleled pressure, rendering them breathless. Ignoring them, Yueguang Jifeng casually waved his sleeve, and a tremendous repulsive force erupted forth. The ninjas from several great nations suddenly sensed a loss of control, floating helplessly in the air. Why am I suddenly flying? I can fly now. So this is what flying feels like. It's exhilarating. As these ninjas continued to converse, Yue Guang Jifeng gestured once more. All ninjas, with the exception of those from the country of the vortex, were sent hurtling backward, with no time to react. They plummeted to the ground, barely able to scream. Yue Guang Jifeng slowly ascended into the sky. Look, what astounding feat is this lord about to perform? Indeed, I see him soaring once again. Yue Guang Jifeng reached an altitude of 100 meters. Rise. Chapter 162. Return to the Mist Ninja Village. Standing at an elevation of 150 meters, the immense chakra continued to suppress the ninjas below. What overwhelming pressure and chakra from this lord. Thankfully, we did not utter a word earlier. It is fortunate we did not resist, judging by the volume of chakra this lord possesses. Merely releasing a jutsu could annihilate us all. Wait, why do I feel the ground trembling? I feel it too. What is happening? Everyone retreat. Retreat. Rise. Yue Guang Jifeng commanded. An endless gravitational force acted upon an area of 4,500 meters, encompassing 636 square kilometers, equivalent to 3.5 times the size of the Macau Peninsula. Merely relying on the gravitational power of the Tensigan proved somewhat taxing for Yue Guang Jifeng. He then unleashed his divine body, further amplifying the gravitational pull. Crack! Crack! The ninjas nearby could scarcely maintain their footing and had to resort to all fours to stabilize themselves. This is simply unbelievable. This is a miracle in the annals of ninja history. A vast country of the vortex is rising from the ground like this? What kind of strength could possibly achieve such a feat? This must be unprecedented. Today, we bear witness to the true god of ninjas. I believe that figures such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara pale in comparison to this lord. He is the genuine deity of ninjas, a figure of despairing strength. While the ninjas conversed, the members of the Xuanwu clan still standing on the land of the country of the vortex were equally astonished. Chieftain, is this what the Lord meant by rising from the ground? I, too, did not expect it to manifest in such a way. It is truly astounding. Chieftain, I believe this is preferable. We need not leave our homeland. We can live in our familiar surroundings, in our beloved homes. Indeed, Chieftain, with this Lord's power, we can truly lead a carefree life, free from war. Heaven has not forsaken the Xuanwu clan. It echoes the old saying, when one road ends, another begins. The elder chieftain knelt, tears streaming down his face. Amidst the fervent discussions, the entire island had already risen 30 meters above the ground. What shall we say upon our return? Should we claim that the entire country of the vortex ascended to the heavens? All the ninjas gazed skyward, for at that moment, the country of the vortex had become their object of reverence. To speak the truth is futile. I would not believe such an absurdity had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. Yet, an even more incredulous event was about to unfold. Yue Guang Jifeng, observing the continent floating, activated the Mangekyo Sharingan within the Tensigan mode. Indeed, Yue Guang Jifeng's body possessed various divine forms, regardless of the internal power conflicts. No issues would arise under the auspices of these divine forms. Before him, the space began to tremble incessantly, and then the entire expanse expanded forward like waves. In the next moment, the entire continent vanished without a trace. Did you see that? Is this even reasonable? I saw it. How could such a massive continent disappear in an instant? There are plenty of unreasonable occurrences. The continent vanishing is utterly outrageous. Yue Guang Jifeng, however, paid no mind to the ninja's complaints. After encapsulating the entire continent within the Mangekyo Sharingan, he felt the area of the land within his eyes increase slightly. Observing the panicked and bewildered members of the Xuanwu clan, Yue Guang Jifeng summoned the third Reikage. You are responsible for explaining this place to the Xuanwu clan. For now, you shall reside with them. Understood, my lord. I shall ensure they are well informed. Following this, Yue Guang Jifeng executed the Flying Thunder God technique, returning once more to the Mist Ninja Village. This time, he did not intend to relocate all the Kagaya clan and Mizunozuki clan. It would depend on which clan he encountered first. In a fleeting moment, one found themselves once again at the Tongfu Inn in the village of Wonen. To their dismay, not a single ninja could be spotted, nor even a solitary patron dining within. Expanding their senses, they soon discerned that the former staff member was perched upon the doorframe of the first floor. This was dire. It seemed no one would dare to dine at our establishment anymore. Why, one might wonder. The voice of Suki no Kaze startled the staff member, who leapt from their position. Upon closer inspection, It became evident that the source of the disturbance was none other than Suki no Kaze, the instigator of this chaos. "My lord, I thought you had departed. What brings you back?" The staff member mused internally, convinced that this time it was truly over. Previously, no one had dared to dine here, and should this occur again, there would be no soul within 100 meters. Where had all the other ninjas vanished to? Suki no Kaze pondered, contemplating that if the third Mizukage were still present, he would not mind initiating a dialogue with him. "Once you departed, the esteemed ninjas assumed you would not return, and they too have left," he was informed. "Is that so? Do you require my assistance in notifying the Mizukage?" "No need. I shall wander about myself. By the way, do you know where the Mizunozuki clan is located? Are you seeking the residence of the Mizunozuki clan, my lord?" "Indeed. Direct me towards it." The Mizunozuki clan resides at the outskirts of Wonin. Simply head southward and keep to the periphery. What are the Kagaya clan's residents? Are you aware? The Kagaya clan is also present in our Wonin, often ostracized. They lie to the due west. So, they are not on the same route. Indeed, my lord. But given your remarkable speed of flight, it should pose no challenge. You shall arrive swiftly. Thank you, innkeeper, Suki no Kaze remarked, retrieving 10 taels of silver from his spatial pocket and tossing them to him. "My lord, you have mistaken me. I am a mere staff member, not an innkeeper." Suki no Kaze waved dismissively and exited through the front door. After some contemplation, he resolved to visit the Mizunozuki clan first. This time, he intended to proceed discreetly, for time was of the essence. Should time permit, Suki no Kaze also hoped to meet with Uchiha Madara of this timeline, intending to let him experience the harshness of society. Chapter 163, Gathering the Bloodline Limits of Wonin. Departing from the Tongfu Inn, he soared towards the residence of the Mizunozuki clan. "Look, is someone flying in the sky? Where? Where? Can't you see that giant figure soaring above?" Suki no Kaze paid no heed to the murmurs below. Being noticed was of little concern, for it would be preferable if the third Mizukage approached him directly, facilitating an exchange with the three tails. Before long, Suki no Kaze reached the abode of the Mizunozuki clan. Initially, his plan was to surreptitiously take several young members of the clan. However, upon reflection, he realized this bore no distinction from the actions of future human traffickers. As a dignified, godly figure, engaging in such unbecoming conduct would be beneath him. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, leading him to conceive a different strategy, one that could potentially extract every wielder of bloodline limits from Wonin in one fell swoop. Hovering in the air, he gradually ascended until he stabilized at an altitude of approximately 300 meters above ground. Channeling his chakra, he proclaimed, "All Jonin and above of Wonin, come forth to meet me." His voice reverberated throughout the village in mere seconds. Who dares to act so brazenly? Indeed, who has the audacity to wreak havoc in our Wonin village? The voice sounds remarkably youthful. At that moment, the Mizukage had just returned to the Mizukage Tower and, before he could even rest, was met with such domineering words. "Fei, did you hear someone speaking?" The third Mizukage inquired, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, Mizukage-sama, I heard it too. Moreover, I've inquired, and not only us, but the Umbu also caught wind of it. This indicates that this individual may possess formidable strength. What is amiss in our Wonin village today? We just sent off one eccentric elder, and now another openly declares war upon our people. Mizukage-sama, why does this voice sound so familiar to me?" What do you mean? Is it possible that this person is the elder we encountered this morning? Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Quickly, follow me to investigate." At this juncture, the powerful clans of Wonin had also heard the voice and chose to step out of their residences. "Old Wang, did you hear that voice?" "Old Li, indeed I did. What do you think we should do?" The person invited us to meet him, but he did not specify where or how. Amidst the chatter, Suki no Kaze's expansive sensory perception detected that nearly all the Jonin had exited their abodes. He then softly commanded, "All of you, come here," expanding his divine body. A tremendous gravitational force radiated forth. This force accurately targeted every ninja of Jonin rank and above, leaving them no time to acclimate. In the next moment, they found themselves uncontrollably lifted from the ground. What is happening to me? You may find it hard to believe, but I can no longer control my own body. No, I believe you, for I too cannot control mine. What? Lord Shenba, can you not freely control your body either? Heavens, I wonder who is responsible for this. But at least I am experiencing what it feels like to fly. I think I might know who it is. Floating in the air, Wanari Shenba spoke gravely. Lord Shenba, please tell us who it is. Such formidable power. Just look at the figure suspended in the sky. What kind of charisma must one possess to achieve this? This must be the elder we encountered earlier. This display is far beyond what I previously imagined. Lord Shenba, is that not the Mizukage over there? Wanari Shenba looked up and confirmed that the diminutive figure with a stern countenance was unmistakably the Mizukage. I never imagined that even the Mizukage would lack the power to resist. Lord Shenba, do you think we have any chance of survival? As long as we comply, we should be safe. After all, we narrowly escaped death this morning. Yet, unexpectedly, just as we escaped the jaws of the tiger, we find ourselves next to the lion. This suggests that this elder may be a benevolent soul. If we approach him, we should be fine, right? To all currently airborne, heed my words. The Mizukage proclaimed loudly. Regardless of who we encounter shortly, there is one thing you must remember. Do not speak out of turn and maintain your respect. Otherwise, not only you but your entire clan, and indeed, our entire One-in village, may face annihilation. Rest assured, Mizukage-sama, we understand. This individual's capabilities are clearly beyond what our One-in village can contend with. Mizukage-sama, didn't that elder leave this morning? How has he returned? Given his speed, it is likely he has completed his objectives and returned. We need not concern ourselves with the details. We only need to recognize his arrival and show him the respect he is due. Soon, the Mizukage and his companions spotted a figure standing serenely in the sky ahead. Indeed, it is that elder. Everyone, be cautious in your speech and maintain your respect, understood? Mizukage-sama, we comprehend. My lord, may I inquire the reason for summoning us? The third Mizukage called out. Suki no Kaze surveyed the area and noted that several dozen ninjas had gathered nearby. He began to speak slowly. I require some individuals to guard my divine realm. Thus, I intend to select a portion of you to take with me. My lord, what does this mean? It is quite simple. Each clan possessing a bloodline limit must provide me with 6 ninjas, one of whom must be an active user of the bloodline limit. My dear, may I inquire about the fates that await these individuals? I shall bestow upon them the gift of eternal life, to forever safeguard my divine realm. Upon hearing these words, all the esteemed jonin present felt a chill run down their spines. They whispered among themselves about Lord Sandai Mizukage, discussing what actions they should take. Indeed, Lord Mizukage, we have never heard of such a thing as eternal life. Only the deceased can attain immortality. Are we to send these individuals to their demise? Let us not rush to conclusions. I believe the situation is more complex than it appears. Your predecessor possesses formidable strength. If he wished for our demise, you have seen that we would have no means to resist. However, Lord Mizukage, this request does not merely involve one wielder of a bloodline limit, but an entire 6 individuals. To speak frankly, our clan has not yet awakened 6 bloodline limit users. What am I to do? Although my family has more than 6, if they are all taken at once, our clan would be annihilated. What would be the difference between that and our obliteration? Indeed, we, the lesser clans, find ourselves bereft of hope. If this is the case, we would rather shatter like jade than remain whole like mere pottery. Let us not be hasty. This matter concerns not just you, but the entirety of Kirigakure. If we mishandle this, our village may vanish entirely from the annals of the ninja world. Do you comprehend the gravity of this? Chapter 164, A Thousandfold Return of the Mizukage. Lord Mizukage, what course of action do you propose? Yes, Lord Mizukage. We leave the decision in your capable hands. Very well, I shall respond to the Lord. Remember, our foremost priority is survival. The Sandai Mizukage spoke gravely as he approached Getsumiai Shippu. My lord, we have reached a decision. Oh, pray tell your thoughts. We agree that each clan wielding a bloodline limit shall send 6 individuals to enter your divine realm. It appears you possess the qualities befitting a Mizukage. Allow me to reveal the truth. In reality, I could eliminate you, subjugate your souls, and guard the isle for eternity just the same. Before you, an excellent example stands. With a snap of his fingers, Getsumiai Shippu revealed Sandai Mizukage, who was deep in contemplation about what to eat that night. He now embodied a rocky form, seemingly transformed from an omnivorous creature into a herbivore. Recently, he had developed a fondness for fruits and various weeds. Remarkably, whatever he consumed did not require excretion. He pondered where all that food had vanished. In the next moment, he felt a shift in his perspective. Boom. The Sandai Mizukage found himself seated upon the ground once more. Before he could inquire about his surroundings, he was choked by the dust. With a wave of his hand, Getsumiai Shippu dispelled the haze. The Sandai Mizukage gazed at the peculiar and colossal stone formations before him, filled with uncertainty. Only then did the Sandai Mizukage realize he was no longer in his original location. Turning to see Getsumiai Shippu, he asked, "My lord, where is this place? Summon your subordinates. Is there something afoot? Announce your identity loudly." Getsumiai Shippu calmly responded, "I am Sandai Mizukage, UAAI." As he declared this, the Sandai Mizukage erupted with chakra, and the Sandai Mizukage instantly sensed that this individual's strength might surpass his own. Yet, the Sandai Mizukage was puzzled. "You claim to be the Sandai Mizukage, but were you not engaged in battle? How did you come to be in this state?" "Ah, that is a long tale indeed." "Then make it brief." The Sandai Mizukage retorted exasperatedly. "In short, I recklessly challenged the Lord and met my demise. The Lord utilized my soul to forge a new body for me, which is this one now." With a wave of his arm, the Sandai Mizukage proclaimed, "I have now achieved true immortality." "What do you mean by true immortality?" The Sandai Mizukage could not help but inquire hastily. "Do you see this form of mine? How do you find it?" The Sandai Mizukage countered. The Sandai Mizukage observed his gargantuan stone body and found himself at a loss for words. "Do you not find it exceedingly majestic and imposing? Allow me to inform you. This body shall never age or decay." The Sandai Mizukage longed to scoff, questioning what decay a stone could possibly undergo. Noticing the Sandai Mizukage's expression, the Sandai Mizukage realized he had not grasped his meaning. Ordinary flesh gradually ages, bodily functions diminish, and ultimately, decay ensues. However, my form shall never undergo such a fate. Moreover, I have discovered that my body possesses an inherent circulatory system, coupled with my undying soul. This is what I call immortality. Is there anything amiss in my assertion? The Sandai Mizukage pondered for a moment before asking, "Why do you believe your soul is also immortal?" Upon hearing this, Getsumiai Shippu chuckled, "Because I can render a soul immortal." Saying this, he waved his hand and extracted the Sandai Mizukage's soul from his body. Following closely, Getsumiai Shippu's own essence also emerged. "Do you see? This is the soul. Do you find it different from your expectations? Is this truly the soul? It is indeed unlike what I had envisioned." The Sandai Mizukage moved his body, realizing he felt no weight at all. Getsumiai Shippu placed a hand on his shoulder, asserting that the human soul is the most vital aspect. Without an immortal soul, true immortality cannot be achieved. Subsequently, Getsumiai Shippu glanced at the options in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Host and Sandai Mizukage have completed the soul exchange. The return project has randomly generated options. Please select one for your return. 1. Acquire Sandai Mizukage's water release. Great waterfall technique 2. Acquire Sandai Mizukage's Jinjutsu. Phantom Steam Pavilion 3. Acquire Sandai Mizukage's water release. Water barrier 4. Acquire Sandai Mizukage's 5,600 agility. Looking at these options, Getsumiai Shippu felt somewhat disappointed. Here was a distinguished Sandai Mizukage, yet the abilities he offered seemed akin to those of a common jonin. Getsumiai Shippu felt compelled to chastise the Sandai Mizukage, for even when given an opportunity, he proved ineffectual. In utter disbelief, he called out to the system, "I choose the first reward." After careful consideration, Getsumiai Shippu ultimately selected the technique with the most intricate seals, the Great Waterfall technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, selection successful. Triggering a thousandfold return, obtaining the Sandai Mizukage's divine decree, the Great Flood of Return. This title sparked a glimmer of excitement in Getsumiai Shippu's eyes. Indeed, it was worthy of being the most frequently featured water release technique in the Naruto series, and the enhanced name was certainly distinguished. He then proceeded to examine the description of this ninjutsu. The first point is quite simple. It expands the range. The amount of chakra input determines the extent of its reach. Getsumiai Shippu felt that with his current chakra reserves, he could unleash this ninjutsu, transforming the entire Naruto world into a realm of water. The second aspect is the preliminary comprehension of the laws. Water is not merely ordinary water, it becomes weak water. Upon understanding the laws, when this technique is activated, the boundary between the sky and the sea becomes blurred. What pours down from the heavens is not mere seawater, but that dark, ink-like water that consumes light. Furthermore, it no longer manifests as a waterfall, but rather as an entire ocean cascading from the sky. Its impact is sufficient to displace continental plates, and the volume of water could submerge mountains rising thousands of meters into the ocean's depths. Most importantly, This weak water renders any individual unable to swim or float within it. It not only inundates the flesh, but also erodes and silences the soul, ultimately achieving the eternal sealing of the enemy's soul within the frigid depths of the sea. Any form of energy, ninjutsu, barriers, or sacred artifacts will disintegrate upon contact with the weak water, unable to maintain their original forms. The third tier of authority pertains to the conceptual erosion. The flood swept through, not only demolishing structures, but also erasing history and existence. When a city is submerged, even after the waters recede, all records and memories of that city become indistinct. Ultimately, it becomes the realm of the water deity. Under the will of the caster, the flood need not recede. They can designate an area to become an eternal marshland. Here, the caster reigns as the water god, capable of controlling every drop of water in the realm, perceiving all, and nurturing water elemental life loyal to them. Overall, the technique of the great waterfall, after a 10,000-fold return, remains extraordinarily powerful. Next, it is time to see what treasures the Sanwei will bestow. Chapter 165, 10,000-fold communication with Sanwei. How wondrous is the soul, my lord! I indeed sense that the soul differs from the body. It can accomplish many feats the body cannot. Perhaps you are correct. The soul is the key to immortality. As for the members of the bloodline limit family I require, you may inform them that 3 elderly individuals are acceptable, but the other 3 must be children. Is this the arrangement? My lord, must these 3 children also awaken their bloodline limits? How many children awaken their bloodline limits at such a young age? It is unnecessary. As long as they are healthy, that suffices. The Moonlight Swift Wind's primordial spirit shook its head. Understood, my lord. I shall convey this to them. And I ask for your patience. The Moonlight Swift Wind waved his hand, and the soul of the 3rd-generation water shadow rolled back into its body. However, the Moonlight Swift Wind did not return himself. He directly split off a small portion of his soul and sent it into the 3rd-generation water shadow. Without hesitation, he flew towards the destination where Sanwei was sealed. Soon, the Moonlight Swift Wind saw Sanwei lying obediently on the ground. Without giving it time to react, he gently touched its head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul communication with Sanwei. The return item random generation has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Acquire the Sanwei Wind Release, Typhoon Technique. 2. Acquire 1% of Sanwei's chakra. 3. Acquire Sanwei's Ice Release Bloodline Limit. 4. Acquire Sanwei's Secret Technique, Water Release, Water Mirror Technique. Unexpectedly, the return from the 3rd-generation Water Shadow was rather lackluster. The return from the Tailed Beast was not particularly strong either. Nonetheless, there was still a bloodline limit. But the Moonlight Swift Wind had no intention of wasting this choice on Sanwei. Thus, he would not select the second option for chakra rewards. In the end, he could only choose between the first and third options. Fortunately, the Moonlight Swift Wind remembered these 2 techniques. The first technique specifically counters the water release, hidden mist technique. Once employed, it disperses all mist. This is an exceedingly targeted ninjutsu with no other effects. As for the last option's ninjutsu, if the Moonlight Swift Wind recalled correctly, it was quite formidable, capable of creating a water mirror. This technique replicates the opponent's image and ninjutsu for counterattacks, matching the power of the opponent. Compared to the 2, the Moonlight Swift Wind felt that the latter would be more potent. System, I choose the 4th reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering the 10,000-fold return. Acquiring Sanwei's domain of 10,000 mirrors reflecting the world. The Moonlight Swift Wind looked at this name and understood that the return ninjutsu should be quite powerful. What the Moonlight Swift Wind did not expect was that this ninjutsu started from an exceedingly high point, as its first stage equated to others' final stage. The realm descends. Casting this ninjutsu no longer merely summons a mirror. It unfolds a mirror world that replaces the reality. At that moment, countless clear mirrors will appear throughout the sky, earth, and air. The entire domain becomes a vast realm, continuously reflecting and replicating the divine. The caster stands atop the entirety of the mirrors, akin to a deity within the mirrors. The second stage is conceptual. The mirrors no longer replicate images, but directly copy the conceptual existence of the target. The replicated mirror image possesses all memories, emotions, skills, and powers of the original up until the moment of replication. Those replicated will believe themselves to be the genuine article and will automatically engage in battle with the replicated individuals until a victor emerges. Next is the replication of time and space. Upon unfolding the divine realm, one can replicate the state of this area from a few seconds prior. This allows an enemy's attacks to pass through the mirror's backside, striking their own past position. The Moonlight's swift wind comprehended that this meant using an attack from a few seconds into the future to strike the present self. Alternatively, one could banish a foe whose power does not exceed 5 times their own into a continuously repeating mirror world. Without absolute strength, one cannot shatter the mirror and thus cannot return. The final aspect of the second stage, and the most challenging, is the replication of fate. This means reflecting or copying the enemy's most potent future self, creating a version stronger than the present to combat the current self. In simpler terms, it is using the future self to battle the present self. The Moonlight's swift wind believed this ability to be the true divine skill. Regardless of how powerful the present self is, the future self will undoubtedly be stronger. Even if it is not, one could still replicate the current self to engage in battle. Regardless, utilizing this skill guarantees an undefeated position. The final stage, the ultimate capability, is the boundary between reality and illusion. Within this domain of reality and illusion, the Moonlight's swift wind can transfer any damage received by the mirror image back to his true self. He can also drag other attack capabilities into the illusory world, rendering those attacks ineffective. Next is a formidable technique within this ninjutsu, the replacement of reality. At this stage, the power of the laws has reached perfection, allowing the Moonlight's swift wind to designate a mirror image to replace the true self in reality. Then, the original true self can be transformed into this mirror image, which can subsequently be destroyed at will. This means turning a real person into a mirror's shadow. Upon the destruction of the mirror, that person will completely vanish. The final move is the causality strike. At this point, the laws have become his own, enabling the definition of a mirror of death. Any enemy who gazes upon this mirror will find their image self-terminate within it. Finally, this death will be synchronized back to the reality of the true self. The resultant effect is that the true self in reality will also perish. The Moonlight's swift wind summarized that this 10,000-fold return would ultimately manifest as a powerful state. I am reality. I am definition. After reviewing, the Moonlight's swift wind felt quite satisfied with the potency of this ninjutsu. At first, he believed this ability would resemble Aizen's mirror flower, water moon, but unexpectedly, it surpassed it by countless magnitudes, rendering any comparison moot. After this contemplation, the Moonlight's swift wind's primordial spirit quietly returned. Subsequently, he heard the third-generation Water Shadow persuading other clans. Esteemed clan leaders, I have just engaged in a brief communication with my lord. Additionally, I personally experienced that in the state of the soul, it is entirely different from the physical form. Thus, I believe that the immortality of the soul is indeed genuine. I specifically mentioned to my lord that we can select elderly individuals nearing the end of their lifespans from your ranks to fulfill 3 slots. This way, the elders will not only avoid death, but will also continue to live on. However, correspondingly, we must find 3 children. Water Shadow, our family does not have such young children who have awakened their bloodline limits. Is this not too much to ask? Please remain calm, everyone. It has been agreed that these 3 children need not awaken. They only need to possess the bloodline. Do you all agree with this solution? Additionally, I would like to add that anyone who disagrees may take a look at that 3rd-generation lightning shadow ahead. In the next encounter, one shall perish first, subsequently transforming into a being akin to the 3rd Reikage. I shall grant you all a moment of 10 seconds for contemplation. Chapter 166. The New Capability of Byakugan. Lord Xiaoqian, since we have broached this topic, the distinction between our agreement and disagreement seems rather negligible. Indeed, my lord, we are all in accord. Excellent. It is the discerning who are deemed exceptional. Your judicious choice brings me great solace. At the very least, we have preserved our village of Wonin. The 3rd Xiaoqian, weary, nodded gently and turned to Moonlight Jifeng. All the clans have consented, my lord. Very well, in that case, instruct them to prepare. Once ready, they shall deliver everything to the Kagaya clan's stronghold. After the Mizuki clan concludes their tasks, we shall proceed to the Kagaya clan. Moonlight Jifeng pondered briefly and replied, Understood, my lord. I shall notify them at once. By the way, you shall accompany me shortly. There is no need to depart. Certainly, my lord. Esteemed clan leaders, you may return to your respective families for preparations. Remember to act swiftly. We comprehend, Lord Xiaoqian. Observing that his directives were completed, Moonlight Jifeng turned to the Mizuki clan members who had just exited the stronghold. Clan leader Mizuki, what are your thoughts? Rest assured, our Mizuki clan is most practical. My lord, please follow me into the stronghold, and I shall summon our people. Third Xiaoqian, the Mizuki clan is commendable. Henceforth, you should employ them frequently. My lord, I shall certainly do so. Let us proceed to inspect the Mizuki stronghold. Moonlight Jifeng stated as he stepped through the entrance, with the third Xiaoqian and clan leader Mizuki closely behind. Following the recent commotion, the majority of the Mizuki clan members had gathered at the entrance to observe. Moonlight Jifeng sighed inwardly. Indeed, the enjoyment of spectacle transcends clan boundaries. It is human nature to revel in the excitement. Clan leader Mizuki, commence your performance. Ahem, esteemed guests. Please lend me your ears. I believe you have all heard the unfolding events. Now, I wish to inquire if there are any volunteers willing to follow my lord. After a brief pause, noticing no one stepping forward, clan leader Mizuki was about to name individuals. Since no one has volunteered, allow me, this old fellow, to extend my last bit of warmth. I, Mizuki Tian Tiao, willingly offer to safeguard my lord's divine realm. Subsequently, Moonlight Jifeng observed the crowd parting, revealing an elderly man with slightly grayed hair, leaning on a cane. My lord, please do not disdain my age. In my youth, I was a jonin. Although my strength may have waned, my experience remains profound. I can assist you in guiding the younger generation. Moonlight Jifeng's lips twitched slightly. Clan leader Mizuki. How old is this esteemed individual? In response to my lord, I am 47 years of age. Mizuki Tian Tiao stepped forward, speaking robustly. 47? How have you aged so prematurely? Moonlight Jifeng found it difficult to fathom someone appearing so frail at this age. He resembled a nonagenarian from my previous life. My lord, is it not typical for those of our age to appear thus? Typical, you say? Moonlight Jifeng then recalled that in the world of Hokage, the average lifespan rarely exceeded 50 years. This could be attributed to the extraction of chakra, which likely damages the body, resulting in accelerated aging in middle age. Thus, chakra indeed harbors numerous drawbacks, yet Moonlight Jifeng remained unconcerned. He glanced at his own lifespan of 10,000 years on his attribute panel, nodding with satisfaction. Given your wealth of experience, you shall be responsible for guiding these youngsters henceforth. I shall not disappoint my lord. Well then, please step aside for now. Clan leader Mizuki nodded and addressed the assembled clansmen. Is there anyone else willing to step forward? After a moment, there was truly no one left. Clan leader Mizuki shook his head in disappointment. I hope those who were not selected do not harbor any resentment. Given the current circumstances, I believe we all understand. War is everywhere. Entire clans may vanish in an instant. Thus, this serves as a means to ensure our lineage continues. I shall refrain from saying more and will proceed with the selection. Subsequently, Moonlight Jifeng witnessed clan leader Mizuki surveying the crowd, identifying two elderly individuals slightly younger than Mizuki Tian Tiao. Moonlight Jifeng could not help but scoff internally. Indeed, they are younger. At least they do not require canes to walk. As if sensing Moonlight Jifeng's gaze, clan leader Mizuki cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Now, I shall select 3 children as per my lord's request. I hope those chosen will encourage their families to consider this opportunity, as it ensures the continuation of your lineage. Moreover, my lord has stated that from the moment of selection, one shall attain immortality. To be honest, if I were not the clan leader, I would have volunteered myself. After contemplating briefly, clan leader Mizuki announced 3 names: Mizuki Tian, Mizuki Han, and Mizuki Lee, just you 3. Perhaps due to the precociousness of individuals in the world of Hokage. Moonlight Jifeng observed the 3 children stepping forward. The eldest could not be more than 12, while the others were around 10. Yet they all exhibited strength, devoid of tears or distress. Subsequently, Moonlight Jifeng activated his Byakugan. Indeed, after assimilating the chakra of the 3 tails, the Byakugan not only possessed an additional tensigen, but also acquired a new capability. This could either be a newly manifested ability or a mutation of the Byakugan. Specifically the ability of the pure eye, Moonlight Jifeng found it enigmatic. Nevertheless, this ability proved to be remarkably useful, allowing one to discern whether an individual possessed the potential to awaken a bloodline limit. Although Moonlight Jifeng was uncertain of the underlying principles, He deemed this ability to be rather advantageous. He hoped that, following further evolution, he could discover methods to assist the members of the bloodline clan in awakening their bloodline limits. Turning his attention back to the three children, he was pleasantly surprised to find that one, a little girl standing in the center, possessed the potential to awaken a bloodline limit. Though Moonlight Jifeng was indifferent to the awakening itself, his aim in gathering these individuals was solely to expand the clan's lineage and prepare for future interactions. After all, as long as they became shinobi, Moonlight Jifeng would benefit immensely from the exponential exchanges, whether in attribute points or ninjutsu, reaping substantial rewards. "My lord, I have selected the individuals," clan leader Mizuki interjected, interrupting Moonlight Jifeng's reverie. "Your Mizuki clan is commendable. Now, I shall demonstrate to you how they will attain immortality." Chapter 167. To achieve optimal results, one must advertise effectively. Can I truly attain immortality now? This is beyond my expectations, Mizuki Tian Tiao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Aware that his lifespan was limited, in recent weeks, he had felt as though even walking had become a laborious endeavor. Thus, even if he made a poor choice, he felt no loss. Moonlight Jifeng was oblivious to his thoughts. He merely recognized that from this moment onward, for the next millennium and beyond, these individuals would become diligent and unwavering allies. Not only would they not fear toil, but they would also embrace death. Moonlight Jifeng then unfolded the realm of life, a powerful aura enveloping the entirety of one village, revitalizing even the withered grass beneath. Those surrounding felt a warm essence enveloping them. They soon witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. Moonlight Jifeng gently pointed to the ground, and three clumps of earth swiftly detached from the soil. In mere moments, these earthen masses began to morph into human forms. This time, the Moonlight Machine Room did not intentionally enlarge its form. It merely maintained the usual height of a ninja. The Mizunohara clan, comprising 3 generations of Mizukage, gazed in bewilderment at the freshly conjured 3 earthen corpses. Before they could voice their inquiries, Moonlight Jifeng's primordial spirit surged forth with remarkable swiftness. The souls of the 3 elderly Mizunohara men instantly separated from their bodies, which then slowly collapsed to the ground. Their son, witnessing this alarming scene, rushed to their sides, exclaiming, "Father, father, what has happened to you? Clan leader, please look at my father. What is wrong with him?" At this moment, the Mizunohara clan leader was equally perplexed, utterly at a loss for how to explain the situation to these individuals. He turned his gaze toward Moonlight Jifeng, hoping for a more coherent explanation. However, Moonlight Jifeng paid him no mind, instead focusing on the 3 souls that others could not perceive. "Today marks the day of your rebirth. Remember, you shall train diligently for me henceforth." Without waiting for a response from the 3 spirits, Moonlight Jifeng flicked his sleeve, and the souls swiftly entered the 3 earthen figures. One of the earthen figures gasped, startled by Moonlight Jifeng's words. It suddenly realized the gravity of its situation. While those around them were still engulfed in sorrow over the demise of the 3 elderly men, this cry jolted them back to reality. What has happened to me?" The figure sat up, examining its own hands, bewildered. "This voice, it sounds remarkably like my father's." Upon hearing this familiar voice, the earthen figure turned and saw its son clutching his corpse. Have I become a ghost?" the figure exclaimed in disbelief. "Father, it truly is you. How did you end up in that earthen body?" At this moment, the other 2 earthen figures gradually regained their senses and also beheld their corpses. Perhaps due to their advanced age, they remained remarkably composed. This is another form of immortality, an everlasting soul combined with an ageless body. "Come, let the 3 of you showcase your abilities to your clan." The 3 earthen figures paused momentarily, then began to move their new bodies, soon discovering the remarkable differences from their former selves. With a mere flex of their waists, they stood up in an agile leap. "What a nimble body. I can feel that this form is far more powerful than I was in my youth. Indeed, this body is brimming with vitality," Mizunohara Tenny remarked as he swiftly began to form hand seals. In just a second, he cried out, "Ice release, 1,000 flying water needles." Instantly, countless ice needles materialized and shot skyward. "Thank heavens. Thank you, my lord. After so many years, I can once again utilize ninjutsu." Mizunohara Tenny shed tears of joy. No one could fathom the frustration he had felt in an aging body, unable to perform any techniques. Now rejuvenated, he could freely wield his powers once more. Have these three truly attained immortality? Indeed, it appeared so. Cursed fate! Why am I not among them? Upon hearing this, Moonlight Jifeng was taken aback by the unexpected outcome. These men had become living advertisements. Should anyone wish to escape death and achieve immortality, I welcome you all. My lord, our clan is dwindling. We cannot lose them all, only if they so desire. As soon as Moonlight Jifeng finished speaking, several elderly men and women, on the brink of death, could no longer contain themselves and stepped forward. We willingly wish to join our lord and serve in the divine realm. Father, mother, please don't. What do you mean, Dante? Do you wish for us to die content? Now that there is a chance to live, no one shall stand in my way. The elderly exclaimed passionately. The younger generation, hearing this, found themselves at a loss for words. Moonlight Jifeng, however, remained unconcerned. The more individuals he had, the better it was for him. After all, these people were potential companions for discussion in due time. Even merely selecting basic attribute points would be beneficial. He pointed his hand, and instantly 5 earthen figures took shape. Then, he guided the souls of the elderly into the earthen bodies, distinguishing between male and female figures with great care. Every detail was meticulously attended to. In the next moment, the newly revived figures stood up in excitement. One elderly woman even joyfully demonstrated a martial arts sequence. I am alive again. This sensation is simply marvelous. Mother, congratulations on your second spring. The children, witnessing their exuberant parents, could only congratulate them through tears. Now that this matter is settled, we shall proceed to the Kagaya clan. Without allowing anyone time to react, Moonlight Jifeng waved his hand, transporting the numerous earthen figures into the realm of his right eye. He turned to the only remaining 3 generations of Reikage, entrusting them with the organization of the earthen figures. Remember, ensure they properly educate the children. After this, Moonlight Jifeng also absorbed the 3 generations of Reikage. Subsequently, he soared into the sky with the 3 Mizukage, heading straight for the Kagaya clan stronghold. My lord, may I inquire if this immortality comes with any side effects? Of course, there are consequences. Your sacrifices must be proportional to your gains. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. My lord, might I learn what these side effects entail? It is quite simple. As long as I live, they shall continue to exist. The next statement that Moonlight Jifeng refrained from uttering was understood by the 3 Mizukage. My lord, I believe no one in the ninja world could possibly surpass you. So this must indeed qualify as immortality. In a certain sense, it is so. Do you also desire immortality? The 3 Mizukage smiled wryly and shook their heads. Perhaps when the day comes that I grow old, I too shall wish for immortality. Chapter 168. The arrogant Kagaya clan, then I suppose I shall not witness your old age. Congratulations on missing your final opportunity for immortality. Moonlight Jifeng remarked as he waved his hand, propelling them towards the Kagaya clan stronghold. My lord, what do you mean by that? Perhaps I will retire in a few years and seek you out. The 3 Mizukage asked, perplexed. After 3 days, you shall not see me again. What do you mean by a few years? Moonlight Jifeng shook his head, hastening his pace, uncertain of how much longer he could remain in this realm. As Mizukage, it is impossible for me to leave at this stage. The 3 Mizukage resolutely shook their heads. I think you may have misunderstood. I do not lack for people. I am merely providing you with an opportunity. Seeing that the 3 Mizukage wished to continue questioning, Moonlight Jifeng waved his hand. He offered them a chance. But if they were incapable, they could not blame others. There was no time to waste. He might only have half a month or a month before he would meet his end. Silently, they continued, swiftly arriving above the Kagaya clan. By this time, many clans had gathered outside the Kagaya gates, awaiting their arrival. However, Moonlight Jifeng was somewhat surprised to see that all the young adults of the Kagaya clan stood at the entrance. Without giving it much thought, he descended rapidly with the 3 Mizukage. Moonlight Jifeng raised his head, indicating for the 3 Mizukage to approach the Kagaya clan members. The 3 Mizukage, true to their title, instantly understood Moonlight Jifeng's intention. In just a few steps, they stood before the clan leader of the Kagaya family. Is your clan's bloodline limit user prepared? Why have so many of your clan members come? Have all the young adults gathered? Aside from those on missions, all remaining personnel are present. The Kagaya clan leader called out loudly. I do not wish to know how many people have arrived. All I seek to ascertain is whether you have prepared the individuals mentioned by the esteemed adult. Who? What individuals? I am unaware. Surely, the words of the adult should have echoed throughout the entirety of Warren Village. What do you mean? Hui Yizuzhang. My apologies. I may be somewhat hard of hearing and did not catch what I said. Who uttered those words? Please repeat them for me. Yu Guangji raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards the members of the Hui clan. Are you implying that your clan does not intend to heed my command? Why should we follow your orders? Who do you think you are? A young member of the Hui clan arrogantly retorted. Ha ha ha. The third Mizukage, your warren village is indeed amusing. Does it wish to cease existing? My lord, please do not be angry. I shall resolve this. I will take care of it. You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds? Did you all hear that? This individual audaciously claimed to grant our Hui clan 30 seconds. How ludicrous. Ha ha. 10 seconds. Yu Guangjifeng's voice turned icy. The third Mizukage was momentarily taken aback. Was it not just 30 seconds ago? How did it suddenly change to 10 seconds? Not daring to waste another moment, he immediately employed the body flicker technique. Barely managing to utter a word. In less than half a second, he appeared beside the one who had just spoken, delivering a resounding slap. Crack. The individual rolled through the air before crashing to the ground. The third Mizukage exerted all his strength to appease Yu Guangjifeng. You have 5 seconds left. Yu Guangjifeng continued, not even glancing back. This statement served as a death knell, instantly clarifying to the third Mizukage that his handling of the situation was far from satisfactory. In an instant, the third Mizukage understood that this youth might very well meet his demise. He shouted, "Water release, water arrow." This was the most refined jutsu he had mastered, capable of being activated with but a call. Yet, to his astonishment, his attack was thwarted by a barrage of bones. Are you attempting to bring ruin upon our warren village? The third Mizukage cried in despair. How can you, the so-called third Mizukage, be so easily intimidated by a mere individual? I refuse to believe that our Hui clan, with its multitude, cannot contend with him alone. I have heard tales of your clan's foolishness, but I never imagined it to be true. Other clans have acquiesced. Have you considered why? Do you believe that so many clans are inferior to you, a simpleton? The power of my lord is beyond your comprehension. Do you not know that the third Raikage has already perished? What makes you think that all of you combined can surpass the third Raikage? That is impossible. The third Raikage is reputed to have the strongest defense. There is no way someone could penetrate his defenses and slay him. What is impossible? The third Raikage has been entirely subdued by my lord and has achieved immortality. Immortality? What does that mean? It means that your Hui clan is no longer relevant. You should step aside while there is still time. Allow me to eliminate him, and all will be well. The third Mizukage hurriedly implored. I cannot do that. Then you, madman, can await your doom. If Warren Village falls with you, remember that we will not let you off in death. No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot believe he possesses such power. Third Mizukage, it appears your credibility is lacking. Yu Guangjifeng remarked with a hint of amusement at the Hui clan before him. My lord, please grant me more time. I can certainly resolve this. You have no more time left. Your focus should now be on how to save your Warren Village. Yu Guangjifeng said with a stoic expression. I refuse to believe he is that formidable. Everyone, charge with me. The Hui clan leader resolved to press forward without hesitation, unwilling to accept Yu Guangjifeng's prowess. With a light chuckle, Yu Guangjifeng snapped his fingers. Crack! In the next moment, every member of the Hui clan found themselves unable to move. Yu Guangjifeng calmly approached the clan leader, gently patting his immobile cheek. You are quite arrogant. Young man, let us see you be so arrogant now. At that moment, the clan leader of the Hui clan truly comprehended the essence of fear, rendered immobile. Otherwise, he would have certainly begun to plead for mercy. He could distinctly feel that not only he, but the entire Hui clan was paralyzed in that single second. In that fleeting moment, he realized he might have become the greatest fool in the history of the Hui clan. He had doomed the future of the entire clan. Simultaneously, he was filled with immense regret for not heeding the third Mizukage's advice earlier. Why had he been so stubborn? Why had he refused to listen? Tears of regret streamed from his eyes. Chapter 169, Annihilation of Hui. Yu Guangjifeng noticed the tears at the corner of the clan leader's eyes. Do not cry just yet. There will be something far more distressing shortly. After stating this with a semblance of amusement, he glanced at the options that appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with Hui Tianhai. The random return project has concluded. Please select one item from the following options for return. 1. Obtain Hui Tianhai's Lu Jiwu 2. Obtain Hui Tianhai's Chun Jiwu 3. Obtain 1% bloodline concentration of Hui Yi Tian Hai's corpse bone pulse 4. Obtain 8,600 points of Hui Yi Tian Hai's power. Upon examining the options, Yu Guangji Feng was surprised to see the corpse bone pulse revealed. However, he was disinclined to select it, believing it preferable to receive a tenfold return directly in one step. Choosing now would merely squander an opportunity. The first and second options pertained to skills of the corpse bone pulse, which held little value. Thus he resolutely declared to the system, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Triggered tenfold return, receiving 86,000 points of power from Hui Yi Tian Hai. Yu Guangji Feng felt no discernible increase in strength, possibly due to his already overwhelming power. With 80,000 points of strength, he could barely make a splash. Yet he perceived this as a positive sign, affirming his immense strength. Shaking his head to dismiss further thoughts, he redirected his gaze to the immobile clan leader of the Hui Yi clan. How shall I punish you? Yu Guangji Feng inquired, looking at the tearful Hui Yi clan leader. My apologies, I almost forgot you cannot speak. Finally, he adjusted the ice's temperature, allowing movement above his head. My lord, I recognize my errors. I beseech you to spare our Hui Yi clan. You only realize the consequences when the child has died. When you collide with a tree, you realize the need to change course. And when you soil your pants, you know to seek the toilet. Only after the downfall of the Hui Yi clan do you seek repentance. Is there such a thing as an abundance of good fortune? It is time for you to experience despair. No, my lord, please. Yu Guangji Feng, however, disregarded his pleas, snapping his fingers. His body uncontrollably began to ascend into the sky. Subsequently, Yu Guangji Feng released his icy grip, and as he attempted to struggle back down, he found his limbs entirely restrained. He soon felt his arms and legs pulled taut, as if someone were choking him around the neck. Looking down, he saw that all the members of the Hui Yi clan had been released by Yu Guangji Feng, their expressions filled with terror. Before they could react, they were ensnared by a series of ice mirrors. The Hui Yi clan leader, watching from above, perceived the entire scene with clarity. Every mirror gleamed with an immaculate sheen, reminiscent of the ninjutsu of the Shuyu clan. However, he pondered with confusion, why did this elder, a member of the Shuyu clan, not directly unify the One-in village? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he felt his limbs stretching longer and longer. Breathing became increasingly laborious. Yet thankfully his bones were resilient enough to endure a little longer. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, he yearned to plead once more for the moonlight's swift wind to spare the Hui clan. Regrettably, before he could utter a word, some of the youth from the trapped Hui clan succumbed to their fear and began to assault the mirrors. What followed was a revelation that filled the clan leader of Hui with profound terror. He witnessed the clan members unleashing the corpse bone pulse to attack the ice crystals. Subsequently, all the encircling ice crystals began to sprout bone spikes. The leader of the Hui clan had never seen such a phenomenon. How could bones grow from ice crystals? How could they wield their bloodline limit? Before he could contemplate further, he observed that these bones were far more formidable than those they had conjured themselves. Countless bones erupted wildly within the mirrors. In the span of a mere second, he watched in horror as the bones pierced through his kin. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage and regret. All his chakra exploded forth. He yearned to break free from his bindings, to rescue his people. Alas, all he could manage was a guttural roar. Despair enveloped him entirely. Why had he provoked such a formidable figure? In his final moments, he clearly saw each of his clan members perish beneath the onslaught of the corpse bone pulse. Was this truly the legendary retribution of one's own strength turned against them? If given a second chance, he would offer his kin to protect others. Summoning all his strength, he cast one last glance downward. The ground was soaked in blood, and not a single clan member remained standing. All lay sprawled in a pool of crimson. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his left leg, followed swiftly by a similar agony in his right leg. His left arm, then his right. The excruciating pain momentarily roused him. His final thought was, have I been dismembered by 5 strands of chakra? Perhaps this is a fitting way to atone for my sins. Moonlight's swift wind surveyed the fallen Hui clan and then the dismembered clan leader in the sky, nodding with satisfaction as he remarked, do you think death is the end? Your hell has only just begun. The other bloodline limit clans, having witnessed the tragic fate of the Hui clan from beginning to end, exchanged glances and murmured, we truly foresaw this. The Hui clan is indeed infamous for their lack of foresight. Could they ever fathom the strength of such an elder? Indeed. The elder merely waved a hand to subdue the entire Hui clan. What kind of power must one possess to accomplish such a feat? Do you think the elder's claim of immortality holds any truth? At this point, do you still doubt its authenticity? I do not question its legitimacy. I merely find it hard to believe that immortality truly exists. The world is vast and full of wonders. Just as you witnessed the Xiaoqian clan's bloodline limit employing the Hui clan's bloodline limit, did you not? Now that you mention it, the Hui clan's plight is indeed tragic. What tragedy is there? This is merely the consequence of their own actions. Moreover, Lord Mizukage has intervened, yet they remain unrepentant. Who can they blame for this? However, the elder just mentioned that their demise is merely the beginning. Do you know what that implies? Who could possibly comprehend? We must not speculate on the elder's intentions. Yes, let us simply observe the elder's performance. I have thought of something. Do you think those bloodline limit bearers we offered to the elder might occasionally learn a technique or two from him? Coupled with immortality, they could truly be the fortunate ones. You are right, old Wong. It is a pity I am still the clan leader, otherwise, I would have gone myself. No worries. Perhaps we will have another opportunity in the future. Once we retire, we shall seek out the elder. Chapter 170. The thousandfold amplification of the corpse bone pulse. Moonlight's swift wind disregarded the murmurs of the other clans. His spiritual essence sensed that the souls of the Hui clan were about to ascend to the Pure Land. In an instant, his spiritual essence exited his body, revealing the soul of the Hui clan leader, tears streaming down his ethereal form. He quickly discerned the leader's sentiment. Finally liberated, though branded a sinner, he would face the deluge of consequences after death. Are you rejoicing too soon? Moonlight's swift wind's calm voice jolted the Hui clan leader's spirit awake. Devil, are you truly a devil? Why do you not relent even in death? And pursue me still? I have stated that your death is merely the beginning. I shall not spare any of the Hui clan. What do you intend to do? Fear not, you shall soon find out. As Moonlight's swift wind spoke, his spiritual essence surged forth, immobilizing the entire space of Wonin village. The Hui clan, who had ascended into the air and were on the verge of escaping the confines of Wonin, found their souls abruptly halted. They then began to wander aimlessly. Moonlight's swift wind contemplated that it would be prudent to first communicate and exchange the corpse bone pulse bloodline limit. With that in mind, he appeared before the clan leader's spirit, who, in terror, attempted to flee backward. Unfortunately, he was destined to remain motionless. With a flick of Moonlight's swift wind's fingers, the spirit was sent hurtling backward, colliding against the soul barrier he had erected, only to bounce back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Hui Kato. The return item generation is now complete. Please select one from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Hui Kato's Willow Dance 2. Acquire Hui Kato's Camellia Dance 3. Acquire Hui Kato's 5,800 points of strength 4. Acquire Hui Kato's Corpse Bone Pulse Bloodline Limit. Moonlight Swiftwind, pleased that the first option involved the Corpse Bone Pulse, directly stated to the system. I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a thousandfold return, acquiring the Hui Kato's Path of the White Bone Rakshasa. As Moonlight's swift wind beheld the name, he was reminded of the infamous White Bone Spirit. He wondered what connection this name had with the White Bone Spirit. Opening the skill description, he began to read. The first skill was the End Domain, the White Bone Rakshasa Domain. Upon the execution of this skill, an invisible domain would automatically unfold around him. Within this domain, the flow of time would be distorted and the progression of life would accelerate to its conclusion. In this domain, grass would instantaneously calcify, withering away, ultimately transforming into a powder of bones. Towering trees would lose all moisture and vitality within seconds, becoming grotesque skeletal trees. All animals would vanish in an instant, leaving behind perfectly intact skeletons in their living postures. Should an enemy enter this domain, their cellular division would be hastened to the extreme. They would traverse their life's journey in the blink of an eye, ultimately resulting in flesh and blood withering away, leaving behind only pristine bones. Chakra would swiftly dissipate as life energy waned. The second layer was a dominion skill, Life Interference. It enabled evolutionary regression. In an instant, one could regress a being to a primate, a lizard, or even to the most primitive single-celled organism. It allowed for evolutionary rampage. It could cause a target's organs or limbs to grow uncontrollably, evolving in an unrestricted manner. For instance, one could cause teeth to sprout from a heart or spawn dozens of joints on an arm, commonly known as bone hyperplasia. Ultimately, the hostile entities or beings are transformed into an eerie amalgamation, culminating in their self-induced collapse and annihilation. Additionally, one may engage in the enslavement of races, imprinting a mental seal upon the genetic framework of a populace, rendering them perpetually subservient at a genetic level, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. The final layer of authority reaches the roots of retaliation, allowing the condensation of the seed of reincarnation. A fragment of one's own phalanx is implanted within the enemy's body, wherein it absorbs their life force and chakra, eventually blossoming within the enemy, growing into a skeletal tree nourished by the enemy's flesh and blood, and sustained by their very soul. The practitioner of this technique may communicate with any skeletal form within the domain, accessing their memories, emotions, and mastery of ninjutsu, and can summon them as temporary subservience at will. Upon witnessing this ability, Yueguang Jifeng immediately recalled the renowned profession of a bygone era, the necromancer. This power is akin to summoning a skeletal warrior, albeit significantly more comprehensive than conventional summoning techniques. The most intriguing ability of the skeletal path is the concept of eternal decay, which imposes an irreversible decay upon a target. Even if the target is resurrected through techniques such as impure world reincarnation, they will persist in a skeletal form, forever devoid of flesh and blood. After reviewing this, Yueguang Jifeng felt that it diverged significantly from the figure of Beiyujing, yet recognized the vast differences between the realms of cultivation and the manipulation of inferior chakra. Nevertheless, this ability is indeed formidable, he concluded. The path of the skeletal Rakshasa emphasizes absolute dominion and termination over the concept of life, enveloped in an eerie, chilling aura while simultaneously embodying a tragic aesthetic. One could only say it is reasonably formidable, though not particularly impressive. Shaking his head, he regarded the terrified clan leader of the Hui family, noting their simplistic minds and inferior bloodline limit. Upon concluding his remarks, his spirit returned to his corporeal form without further delay, extending a finger towards the ground behind him. The life-divine body unfurled, and in the next moment, diminutive clumps of earth materialized instantaneously. Indeed, Yueguang Jifeng had no intention of restoring them to their normal stature. His objective was to transform the entire Hui clan into diminutive beings. In a short span of time, all the little figures were fully prepared. His spirit emitted a powerful wave, absorbing the soul energy of the entire Hui clan into his grasp, carelessly discarding it into the newly formed clumps of earth. What followed astonished the other clan members. The clumps of earth revived and stood upright. Am I not dead? Why does my body feel capable of movement again? Indeed, I feel the same, yet this body feels somewhat constricted. How did you become a clump of earth? Don't speak of me. You too are a clump of earth. Clan leader, do you understand what is happening? It must be the doing of our predecessor, right? I too have become a clump of earth. We recognize our mistakes. We implore our predecessor for forgiveness for our recklessness. They spoke as they knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads. Initially, they struggled to acclimate to their diminutive forms, but soon, through their persistent bowing, they adjusted. Yueguang Jifeng chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "How could matters be so simple? This is merely the beginning. From now on, your Hui clan shall serve as miners for generations to come, tirelessly extracting ore for me day and night. My lord, I beseech you, I realize my errors. Could we not mine for a few years less? Errors? Ha ha ha. If I were to impose a deadline on your mining, it would be no less than 10,000 years." Chapter 171. The Tenfold Communication of the Ghost Lantern Clan. The Hui clan has truly brought this upon themselves. Destined to be miners for a millennium, it is indeed amusing. This is the consequence of one's own misdeeds. Look at their diminutive forms. Their lives must be quite constricted. Yueguang Jifeng casually summoned the third Raikage. In the next moment, a colossal stone appeared before the Hui clan. The third Raikage initially appeared puzzled, but soon understood that Yueguang Jifeng sought his presence. "My lord, what is it you require of me? Do you see these little beings?" Yueguang Jifeng gestured toward the diminutive clumps of earth that stood at the height of the third Raikage shins. "My lord, why are they so small?" "They have offended me and have been duly punished," interjected the third Mizukage hastily. "This punishment is unexpectedly lenient. It cannot be." The third Raikage shook his head. murmuring in disbelief. What? This giant claims they have shrunk, yet this is the lightest of penalties. I shall now incorporate them into my divine realm. You are to oversee them, ensuring they remain eternal minors, without rest or respite. They require neither sustenance nor relief for 24 hours a day. They shall toil in the mines. Is that clear? My lord, I understand. Yet allowing them 1 hour of rest seems overly generous. It was surprising to find the giants so merciless, denying even a single hour of respite. The Hui clan indeed faced a dire fate of their own making, with no one else to blame. Yes, indeed, fortunate are we for our foresight. As for that remaining hour, you shall decide how to allocate it. After a moment's contemplation, Yueguang Jifeng concluded that he had perhaps been too merciful. Indeed, such tasks should be entrusted to specialists. Fear not, my lord, for that hour. I shall have them clear the weeds. Very well, proceed with them. Upon hearing their fate proclaimed, the Hui clan members exhibited no anger. Fully aware of their inability to resist, Yueguang Jifeng afforded them no opportunity to speak. With a mere shift of his gaze, he drew the entire Hui clan, along with the third rakage, into the spatial realm. Did you witness where this predecessor took them? I did not. I merely felt a momentary disorientation before they vanished. If I am not mistaken, this must pertain to spatial ninjutsu. Spatial? I have only heard that the second Hokage of Konoha possessed spatial techniques. What was the name of that ninjutsu? How could I forget? The Flying Thunder God technique, which allows for instantaneous relocation from one place to another. It is indeed convenient for travel and escape. But wait, how did the second Hokage meet his demise? Indeed, if he could not be defeated, he could have simply fled. Surely no one could have stopped him? You know not the full tale. According to my great uncle's second cousin, it was all due to his 4 troublesome disciples, who ensnared him in their misfortune. He traded his own life for their folly, a foolish exchange. You are unaware that upon returning to Konoha, those 4 disciples nearly brought ruin to the Senju clan? Is there such gossip? This is nothing short of pure ingratitude, akin to a wolf turning on its benefactor. I refuse to play. I have heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as Hokage, neglected to assist the land of whirlpools during their time of need. Let me quietly inform you. I dispatch members of our clan's ninja to aid in the assault on the land of whirlpools. I intend to reap substantial rewards this time. TCH, do you think you are the only clever one? What do you mean? Is there anyone present who did not send someone? Rest assured, this profit shall not be yours alone. How amusing. Initially, we agreed that none would go, yet you all sneak off behind my back, is that it? Such matters cannot be made public. It is merely your folly. Apologies, but the most foolish of all is the Hui clan. Yueguang Jifeng did not expect them to continue discussing the affairs of the land of whirlpools. Would they not explode with rage if they knew their dispatched members returned empty-handed? Shaking his head, he ceased further contemplation. As I observed numerous families bringing their kin, I raised my voice. The families now gathered around me, and I instructed Sandai Shui-ing to maintain order. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly this time. Sandai Shui-ing, upon witnessing the moonlight, swiftly eradicated the Kagaya clan, yet his heart quivered with fear that the moonlight tempest might seize the opportunity to obliterate the mist shinobi village. The fact that the moonlight tempest entrusted him with a task indicated that there was still hope for their village, suggesting they would not vanish entirely from the ninja world. Suddenly, Moonlight Tempest recalled that some families might resort to cunning tricks, sending a few dying elders to him. Nevertheless, he found himself preferring this, for the older they were, the more experience they possessed. He intended to transform them into eternal beings, allowing their wisdom to serve him indefinitely. Those who felt their lifespan dwindling were asked to step aside, as he aimed to grant them immortality, demonstrating that following him would ensure their everlasting existence. Though his voice was soft, it resonated deeply within their hearts. "My lord, can I truly continue to live?" An elderly man with white hair approached, trembling with excitement, mustering all his strength to inquire. "How much experience do you have in guiding the new generation of shinobi?" "Since retiring as a shinobi at 35, I have been teaching the clan's ninjas until recently, when I sensed my condition declining, prompting me to pause." It was uncertain whether it was a moment of clarity or if Moonlight Tempest's presence invigorated his spirit, allowing the elder to speak fluidly, completing his thoughts in one breath. Moonlight Tempest nodded with satisfaction, refraining from words and merely gesturing. Boom! The ground erupted, forming a mound of earth akin to a person. With a flick of his hand, the elder collapsed, his soul escaping his body. Moonlight Tempest extended a fragment of his divine essence, gently assuring the bewildered soul, "Do not fear. I shall grant you immortality shortly." He approached and patted the elder's shoulder, seamlessly guiding him into a new body. Ding! Congratulations, host and Ghost Lantern Baron, for completing the soul exchange. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your reward. 1. Acquire Ghost Lantern Baron's Sueton, Water Iron Cannon Technique 2. Acquire Ghost Lantern Baron's Sueton, Water Barrier Technique 3. Acquire Ghost Lantern Baron's Sueton, Water Dragon Bullet Technique 4. Acquire Ghost Lantern Baron's Secret Technique, Water Transformation Technique. Chapter 172, Uchiha Madara, I'm coming. Moonlight Tempest was genuinely astonished that a random elder turned out to belong to the Ghost Lantern clan. Since he was from the Ghost Lantern family, there was no need for hesitation. System, I choose the fourth reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Choice successful, triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring Ghost Lantern Baron's God of Infinite Circulation. The name of the returned ability illuminated Moonlight Tempest's eyes. It was astonishingly named after a deity. Without further ado, he examined the skill's detailed description. The first was the ability to become a divine body. Moonlight Tempest could effortlessly transform between flesh, pure water, data streams, light, and even abstract concepts. He could manifest as a torrential rain covering the entire ninja world or become a data fragment within the internet, a spectral whisper traversing freely. Perfect mimicry. Moonlight Tempest could assimilate and flawlessly replicate any material and energy he encountered. If he touched lightning, he could become thunder itself. If he came into contact with tailed beast balls, he could unleash destructive energy flows from various parts of his body. Should his divine body develop successfully, he would enter the second stage, conceptual erosion, the beginning and end of all things. The liquidization of his body would evolve into another form, a form of compulsory existence or coverage. At this point, anything Moonlight Tempest touched, be it rock, steel, fire, lightning, or even space and time, would be forcibly liquidized, reverting to its primordial, chaotic flow state, ultimately dissolving into his original water. Advancing further would allow for causal dissolution. He could merge into the causal chain, flowing in reverse from the consequence of an enemy's attack back to the cause of their intent. He would dissolve the very notion of that attack at its source, preventing it from manifesting. The final authority, and the pinnacle of divine body development, would culminate in the creation of a divine realm. Moonlight Tempest unfurled his body. Indeed, at first, he thought he had misread, but after a careful examination, he confirmed his observation. This divine realm was unlike any other. It was an extension of his water transformation technique, manifesting as his very own body. Expanding his form, he created a primordial ocean domain that enveloped the entire battlefield. With sufficient divine power, it could cover entire planets or even multiple celestial bodies. Within this domain, Moonlight Tempest was the tide, the current, the tsunami, the sovereign of all movement. Everything within his realm, including the energy, will, body, and spirit of his enemies, would be dissolved or assimilated like salt and water. Simultaneously, he could create a fountain of life. By expending a significant portion of his divine power, he could conjure a miraculous spring, imbuing it with his pure primordial water to bestow upon others. This drop of water contained infinite vitality and potential, capable of restoring physical forms, mending souls, and even resurrecting the deceased. Moonlight Tempest was quite pleased with this fountain of life, as not everything could restore a soul. My lord, what is happening to my body? Why am I floating in the air? In all my years, I have never encountered anything so wondrous. Ghost Lantern Baron's voice roused Moonlight Tempest from his thoughts. This is merely your soul. Have you not noticed that it does not require a cane to move? Indeed, my lord. I just moved a little and felt at least 20 years younger, with no trace of fatigue. Precisely, only the soul can be immortal. Souls like yours, which grow naturally, may require me to infuse them with soul energy to sustain their vitality and health. My lord, rest assured, I will diligently nurture the new generation of shinobi. Moonlight Tempest recognized that Ghost Lantern Baron had misunderstood. It should be perceived as Moonlight Tempest's means of control. Shaking his head, he chose not to elaborate further and swiftly sent his soul into the freshly created body. I live. I have returned to life. Ghost Lantern Baron exclaimed with exhilaration from his stone body. No matter how many times he witnessed it, His lord's abilities were truly beyond comprehension. Indeed, my lord. Are you something we can fathom? My lord, I feel my lifespan is waning. Could you assist this old man in acquiring a new body? Just as Moonlight Tempest considered responding, he felt the allure of the dragon vein intensifying. He came to realize that his time in this space was limited. However, with his current strength, resisting the dragon vein's pull was a trivial matter. After pondering, Moonlight Tempest decided not to waste time and began communicating within the Mist Shinobi village. Next, he intended to seek out Uchiha Madara. After all, at this stage, Uchiha Madara should have evolved to possess the Rinnegan, though he might be slightly older and not as powerful as he was during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, for Yueguang Jifeng, this was inconsequential. In his previous life, he witnessed a Kai shatter Uchiha Madara with the 8 gates, prompting Madara to utter that iconic phrase. Yueguang Jifeng found it rather ostentatious. He was determined to deliver a similar line to Uchiha Madara himself. My lord, please assist me in reconstructing my physical form. The old man spoke once more. There is no rush for this matter. We have ample time ahead. Just as the old man was about to continue, the third Mizukage swiftly interjected, currently, all the clans have arrived here. Do you require me to arrange for the elders and the youth to stand in separate lines? No need for that at the moment. Bring all of them over. The gift of immortality can wait until later. The third Mizukage was indeed perplexed. Logically, given the prowess of the elder, it should have been a simple task to coalesce a few earth blocks into a body. Yet now, it seemed he was suddenly unwilling to proceed further. Did he intend to annihilate the Mist Ninja village? Not daring to pursue the thought, he shivered and quickly said, Elder, I understand. Now, all clans with representatives, please retain your selected clansmen and have the rest withdraw 100 meters. You are quite perceptive, third Mizukage. For now, I shall spare your Mist Ninja village, but I hope you perform well next time. Upon hearing this, the third Mizukage felt an immense relief wash over him. Exhaling deeply, he patted his heart, thankful to have preserved his clan's legacy, allowing him to meet the elders of the Mist Ninja village in the afterlife. Soon, the two groups stood distinctly apart. Yueguang Jifeng opened the spatial realm, drawing the remaining individuals into the void without uttering a single word. He shot upward into the sky, his thoughts racing. Uchiha Madara, I am coming for you. Chapter 174, The Search for Uchiha Madara. The fourth Mizukage below observed Yueguang Jifeng ascend into the heavens, feeling a wave of relief. This harbinger of doom had finally departed. He hoped he would never return. He would rather forfeit immortality than encounter Yueguang Jifeng again. It was far too terrifying. A single misstep could spell the end for the entire Mist Ninja village. No wonder he often heard the ministers under the Great Ming speak with trepidation, frequently reiterating the adage, to serve the Lord is akin to courting a tiger. Lord Mizukage, is this matter resolved? Indeed, Lord Mizukage, I too desire immortality. Upon hearing this, the fourth Mizukage was instantly incensed, flinging his sleeve. You wish for immortality? Do you not believe I could bring about your immediate demise? Please, Lord Mizukage, do not be angry. It was merely a jest. From now on, you all must be cautious. Do not provoke me, nor speak recklessly. Now, let each clan disperse. The fourth Mizukage regarded the barren encampment of the Kagaya clan sternly. Lord Mizukage, why are you still here? What do you wish to achieve by lingering? Do you seek to further incite my ire? Lord Mizukage, we wish to know the future of the Kagaya clan's enterprises. That shall be determined in a subsequent meeting. For now, return. I require solitude. Go on, go on. Losing a single clan is enough to warrant the Mizukage's anger. Yueguang Jifeng was unaware that the fourth Mizukage considered him an unpredictable and formidable force. While Yueguang Jifeng might acknowledge the title of a mighty warrior, he would not concede to being capricious. He maintained a commendable character. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. Thus, he generally refrained from slaughtering the weak. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Now, Yueguang Jifeng needed to ascertain Uchiha Madara's location. This task might pose a challenge for others, but for him, having reached the pinnacle of ninja prowess, it merely required careful discernment. Suspended in midair, he projected a fragment of his spiritual essence into the vastness. In an instant, a tremendous force of spiritual energy surged forth from the celestial Yueguang Jifeng, expanding outward at 5 times the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Mist Ninja territory. Yueguang Jifeng did not hasten to extend his reach further. Instead, He began meticulously examining each biological entity detected in his scan. First, he eliminated those devoid of chakra. Next, he filtered out those with notably weak chakra. Finally, he focused on identifying those with formidable chakra. In an instant, he pinpointed 2 locations of exceptionally powerful chakra. He scrutinized one closely, but then shook his head. That entity was along the path he had just traversed. Undoubtedly, it was the 3rd Mizukage, whose chakra was robust due to the presence of the 3 tails within him. Yueguang Jifeng promptly dismissed this erroneous option and turned his attention to a glaringly potent chakra emanating from the west. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the chakra intensity was strikingly similar to that of the 3rd Mizukage. Could it be that Uchiha Madara's chakra had reached the level of a tailed beast? While that was plausible, given the Uchiha clan's bloodline limits could enhance chakra, Yueguang Jifeng resolved to pursue this lead without delay. With a resounding thud, he retracted his spiritual essence. In the next moment, Yueguang Jifeng disappeared from his location. Traveling at full speed, he arrived at the recently identified position within a mere 2 minutes. Coming to a halt, he felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, Uchiha Madara should be patiently awaiting a worthy opponent underground. Yet, Yueguang Jifeng sensed that this individual was presently seated within a wooden cabin. He did not dwell on it. It was normal for someone to occasionally emerge for fresh air. Who among the virtuous could remain confined underground indefinitely? Contemplating his encounter with Uchiha Madara, Yueguang Jifeng decided to elevate the stakes. He intended to impress him with overwhelming force. He unleashed an immense surge of chakra, exuding a tangible pressure. The surrounding trees suffered instantly, their trunks and branches snapping under the weight of his aura. Soon, the pressure reached the wooden cabin where Uchiha Madara resided. In an instant, the cabin shattered into 8 fragments. Who dares to ambush me? A youthful voice rang out from within. Yueguang Jifeng found this voice puzzling. Was Uchiha Madara truly youthful? In his previous life, having watched the anime, he had perceived Madara's voice as quite mature, but the reality left him astonished. He resolved to mock Uchiha Madara upon their meeting. Which scoundrel has demolished my home? Unless you restore my house today, I shall make you pay dearly. Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng sensed something amiss. Given Uchiha Madara's temperament, anyone who dared to act arrogantly before him, particularly someone who had destroyed his abode, would never simply let it go. Had he mistakenly arrived at the wrong location? The next moment, Yueguang Jifeng received his answer. You brat. You are the one who has ruined my house. A tall, lanky figure appeared before Yueguang Jifeng, reflecting on Uchiha Madara's image in his mind. He found it did not match at all, leading to his confusion as he tilted his head. Who are you? Who do you think you are? You have no reason to demolish my home, and now you question my identity? The figure rolled up his sleeves as if ready to engage in a brawl. Just as he contemplated charging at Yueguang Jifeng, the tailed beast within him quickly telepathically warned him. Yu Gao, do not be so arrogant. I can sense an overwhelming terror emanating from this individual. My instincts urge us to flee now. Yu Gao's forward momentum abruptly stalled. Since departing from the Mist Ninja Village, he had encountered numerous dangers, but he had consistently relied on the 6th tail's sensory abilities to navigate through perilous situations. However, Lu Wei had never mentioned leaving 3 times to him. He understood that the person before him was perhaps truly beyond his capabilities. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With a quick thought, he spoke, Ahem. It seems you did not intentionally destroy my home, and I must also vacate this place. If you wish to stay here, do so. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to flee. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng realized that this individual was not Uchiha Madara. The immense chakra he possessed indicated only one possibility. He was a Jinchuriki. After contemplating, Yueguang Jifeng decided that although this person was not Uchiha Madara, an encounter with a Jinchuriki warranted some dialogue, especially as he sought divine power. He gently called out to the fleeing Yuga, wait. Chapter 175, A Thousandfold Return of Bubbles. Do you have something to say? Yuga, his body tense, slowly turned his head to inquire. Nothing much, merely wishing for you to experience a different way of life. What do you mean? In the next moment, Yuga felt as if he had been struck by a locomotive, suddenly floating in midair. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Yuga for completing the physical exchange. The return project has ended. Please choose one from the following options for return. 1. Obtain Yuga's water-style communication bubble 2. Obtain Yuga's water-style bubble clone 3. Obtain Yuga's water-style wool bubble 4. Obtain Yuga's water-style bubble wall. Yueguang Jifeng observed the options for return, all of which were related to bubbles. He glanced up to see Yuga's soul had been ejected, then split off a fragment of his spiritual essence. Looking at the bewildered Yuga, he asked, "Which water-style technique do you consider the most useful and powerful?" This question left Yuga momentarily speechless, evidently unprepared for such direct inquiry. However, under the threat of his own life, Yuga pondered seriously before replying. "If we are to speak of the most formidable ninjutsu, I believe my proudest technique is the evaporating bubble." Evaporating bubble? Yueguang Jifeng listened to Yuga's words, glancing at the rewards with a hint of disappointment as he shook his head. What is the function of this evaporating bubble? Noticing Yueguang Jifeng's genuine interest in his ninjutsu, Yuga's expression softened, believing that someone who recognized his technique must be a good person. He then spoke animatedly. "This bubble ninjutsu allows me not only to decompose my body into bubbles and reassemble it, but also to utilize bubbles for long-distance spatial movement. If I enhance my chakra and release a large volume of bubbles, I could envelop buildings or humans and transfer them. In theory, I could even move an entire city. Though I have yet to attempt that due to my insufficient strength. It remains merely an idea." Yuga spoke excitedly, as if he had already realized his dream. Yueguang Jifeng nodded. This evaporating bubble was indeed impressive. He hoped to obtain it during the soul exchange. For now, he would choose randomly among the remaining ninjutsu options. After carefully reviewing the choices, he called out to the system, "I choose the first reward." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a tenfold return. Obtaining Yuga's communication technique. Yueguang Jifeng regarded the returned reward, now a communication technique, but he had no desire to examine its specifics. Suspecting it to be merely a messaging ninjutsu, it was tasteless yet regrettable to discard. What he truly desired was still the evaporating bubble that Yuga had described. Observing Yuga's soul state, Yueguang Jifeng extended his hand, and Yuga instantly appeared before him. What is it, senior?" Faced with the threat to his life, Yuga set aside his pride and pleaded. Yueguang Jifeng reflected, indeed, strength was of utmost importance. Ding! Congratulations to the host and Yuga for completing the soul exchange. The return project has ended. Please select one from the following options. 1. Obtain Yuga's water-style bubble navigation. 2. Obtain Yuga's water-style strong acid bubble. 3. Obtain Yuga's taijutsu strong assault barrage. 4. Obtain Yuga's water-style evaporating bubble. Fortune favored Yueguang Jifeng, as one of the options was a ninjutsu he favored. Without hesitation, he addressed the system directly. "System, I choose the fourth reward." Ding! Congratulations to the host. Selection successful, triggering a thousandfold return, obtaining Yuga's boundless bubble dream domain. Yueguang Jifeng was particularly fond of this name and immediately chose to view the details of this skill. He could now master the arrival of bubbles. This represented a significant upgrade from merely creating bubbles to manifesting an entire bubble world. Should Yueguang Jifeng utilize this ninjutsu, what he produced would no longer be mere bubbles, but a realm that replaced reality with a bubble kingdom. Within this kingdom, the sky, earth, and air would be filled with countless bubbles of varying sizes, reflecting enchanting colors. These bubbles would not be static. They would float, burst, merge, and continuously reshape the scenery of the domain. The entire space would resemble a vast, ever-changing theater of the mind. Any enemy entering this bubble kingdom, regardless of their form of attack, would find themselves disassembled, absorbed, refracted, or altered by the innumerable bubbles, unable to approach even a fraction of Yueguang Jifeng. Once the domain was fully comprehended, it would transition into the second layer of sensory deprivation and the labyrinth of cognition. At this stage, all bubbles within the domain would be imbued with the concepts of deprivation and alteration. Visually, enemies would not see mist, but countless bubbles replaying their most feared memories or desired illusions, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Audibly, they would hear the calls of loved ones, mockery from foes, or a profound silence, with their hearing completely dominated. Finally, their sense of smell, touch, and taste would lead them to feel as if they were burning or freezing, smelling blood or flowers, tasting sweetness or bitterness, with all sensory signals thrown into disarray. Ultimately, this would induce a crisis of existential cognition, as enemies would begin to question whether he truly existed or if they were merely a phantom upon some vast bubble. The domain would further refine, forming a true divine kingdom. Within this divine kingdom, Yueguang Jifeng would be the sole, authentic existence, able to define laws at will. Upon the formation of the divine kingdom, the caster could solidify an illusory bubble as a reality. By creating a bubble of a deceased entity and launching it at an enemy, that concept would become real, causing the enemy's life force to dissipate on the spot. Conversely, he could demote any real attack or object into a bubble, rendering it a mere illusion. Finally, the divine kingdom would enter its ultimate phase, allowing for the chaos of causality. Within the domain, the laws of causality would be overturned. Enemies might find that their hand seals, cause, yielded effects long after effect, or that their attacks inexplicably struck themselves from moments prior. In summary, this was an extraordinarily potent ninjutsu, and if not returned, it should be regarded as a divine technique. Yueguang Jifeng was quite satisfied with this divine technique. Now, with everything in place, he needed only to exchange with the remaining tailed beasts to ultimately merge and acquire divine power. Thus, Yueguang Jifeng would become a true deity, possessing both a divine body and divine power. Chapter 176. Communicating with Lu Wei. Upon returning to reality from the rewards, Yueguang Jifeng noticed that Yuga had stealthily slipped away. Upon gazing at the ethereal essence of Yugao, Yueguang Jifeng remarked with a smile, "It appears that your relationship with Lu Wei is rather strained. Senior, you may have misunderstood. My bond with Lu Wei is exceptionally strong. I have even achieved a state of semi-tailed beast transformation," Yugao responded. "Oh, however, what I observed tells a different story. Perhaps you should take a moment to consider the whereabouts of your body," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Yugao's spirit turned to look at the corpse that had recently lain on the ground, now conspicuously absent. "Senior, what is happening? Could my body possibly have moved on its own?" "It's quite simple. What exists outside now is your soul, and only the soul can command the body," came the reply. "Yet, if my body lacks a soul, how could it possibly walk on its own?" Yugao questioned, bewildered. "Do you not realize what else resides within you?" came the cryptic answer. "Senior, are you implying that Lu Wei has commandeered my body to flee?" Yugao inquired, alarmed. "Would you think otherwise? You can fly over and see for yourself," was the retort. "That cannot be. Lu Wei wouldn't do such a thing," Yugao insisted, shaking his head in a flurry of panic as he pursued the direction in which his body had fled. Yueguang Jifeng's essence returned to his corporeal form, and, in the next instant, he teleported beside the fleeing body of Yugao, arriving even before the spirit of Yugao could. Lu Wei, who was exerting every ounce of strength in his tailed beast form, was consumed by a singular thought. "Yugao, do not blame me. This individual is simply too formidable. I cannot seek vengeance for you, at least not until a century has passed. Once this person has returned to dust, I shall excavate his grave, and I hope that can be considered retribution on your behalf. If you demand that I assist you in seeking vengeance now, then I regret to inform you that I shall no longer be your friend." Suddenly, Lu Wei sensed a familiar silhouette ahead. Without even discerning who it was, he felt a strong surge of chakra emanating from them. He realized this was the very person who had just slain Yugao. An overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to halt in his tracks. Without uttering a word, he changed direction and fled in another way. Although he understood the possibility of being unable to escape, he was not one to resign himself to fate like Yugao. His life must be in his own hands. He would fight until the very end. Soon, the spirit of Yugao spotted Yueguang Jifeng, as well as his own body veering off in another direction. He immediately called out, "Lu Wei, stop right now. What are you doing? Enough of the shouting. In your current spiritual state, no one can hear you." Yueguang Jifeng replied, his spirit power now exceedingly strong, enabling him to converse effortlessly with the soul. "Senior, does this mean I am dead?" The spirit of Yugao felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Very well, let us return you to your body then. I need to wrap this up and continue my search for others," Yueguang Jifeng decided, sensing that the allure of the dragon vein was growing stronger. Pointing a finger, Yugao's body suddenly froze mid-stride, crashing to the ground and sliding forward over 10 meters before coming to a halt. The spirit of Yugao watched in dismay as his body tumbled, a grimace forming on his face. "Senior, while I am indifferent to appearances, must I really land face first on the ground?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt himself uncontrollably drawn back toward his body. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his face. "Ah, have I returned to my body?" Yugao exclaimed, disregarding the discomfort as he moved his limbs. He quickly arrived at the location where Lu Wei resided. "Lu Wei, what on earth are you doing? Why are you controlling my body to flee?" Yugao shouted, his voice filled with frustration. Is that really you, Yugao? Lu Wei asked, momentarily bewildered, as he had been racing just moments before. Do not evade my question. Why are you running with my body? Yugao pressed, refusing to let the topic shift. I thought you had been slain. I had no choice. I once heard the saying, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. If you are gone, staying would only lead to death. Lu Wei explained, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Should we both perish together? First of all, if you are unfamiliar with idioms, refrain from using them. We are not a couple. And I am not dead. Remember, do not do this again. I dislike others touching my body, Yugao admonished. Are we not one entity now? Is there still a distinction between you and me? Lu Wei questioned, perplexed. Just remember what I said, Yugao replied, irritation creeping into his tone. What shall we do now? Is there a way for us to escape alive? Lu Wei asked, his concern evident. There should be no issue. Given the strength of my senior, had he truly intended to kill us, we would have perished long ago. Besides, you are a tailed beast capable of resurrection. What do you have to fear? Yugao reasoned. That does make sense. I can resurrect, so what do I have to fear? What about you? As they conversed, Yu Guang Jifeng's spiritual energy entered Yugao's body. It appears that you two have reached an understanding. A sudden third voice startled both Yugao and Lu Wei. Yugao stiffly turned. As senior, how did you arrive here? Lu Wei shrank back into a dark corner, frightened. Nothing much. I merely came to check on Lu Wei. Yu Guang Jifeng reassured them with a chuckle. Senior, I am a tailed beast, neither pleasing to the eye nor delectable. Please spare me. Lu Wei pleaded, his timid demeanor eliciting a bemused smile from Yu Guang Jifeng. With a swift motion, Yu Guang Jifeng summoned Lu Wei, who was unable to resist the force and was pulled toward him. Do not. Lu Wei struggled in vain, but to no avail. Senior, I beg you not to harm Lu Wei. He is innocent. Yugao interjected. In the next moment, Lu Wei's body collided with the cage, making contact with Yu Guang Jifeng's hand. Exhausted, Lu Wei attempted to retreat as much as possible. Congratulations, host and Lu Wei have completed a mental exchange, and the random return item generation has concluded. Please select one of the following options for return. 1. Gain 1% of Lu Wei's chakra. 2. Obtain Lu Wei's tailed beast orb. 3. Acquire Lu Wei's corrosive acid. 4. Learn Lu Wei's foam ninjutsu. Without considering the alternatives, Yu Guang Jifeng addressed the system. I choose the first reward. Congratulations, host. Selection successful, triggering a thousandfold return, gaining 10 times Lu Wei's chakra. Chapter 177. 10,000 times return of melt release. Yu Guang Jifeng wasted no time, retracting his spiritual energy, and in the next instant, boom, Lu Wei, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground. Ouch! It seems I have survived, Yugao. Lu Wei exclaimed, though he felt no pain, having picked up some colloquialisms from spending time with Yugao. You see, I told you my senior is a good person. He would never harm us, Yugao said, exhilarated, having resolved to seek a more secluded place once he survived this ordeal. As long as Lu Wei accompanied him, he believed no one would find him again. As he contemplated this, Yu Guang Jifeng's essence re-entered his body once more. The previously cheerful Lu Wei was no longer smiling, even cursing inwardly. Why has this calamity returned? I thought he had left. Senior, why have you come back? Lu Wei inquired. Nothing much. You two continue your conversation. I shall not interfere. Yu Guang Jifeng replied, extending his hand to summon Lu Wei once more, who had just settled on the ground, causing him to once again struggle against the force. Yu Guang Jifeng, however, firmly placed his hand on Lu Wei's back. Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Lu Wei. The return project has concluded with a random generation. Please select one of the following options for your return. 1. Acquire Lu Wei's bubble ninjutsu. 2. Acquire Lu Wei's acid corrosion. 3. Acquire Lu Wei's lava release bloodline limit. 4. Acquire Lu Wei's chakra. Yu Guang Jifeng, upon observing the rewards presented, immediately noticed the lava release bloodline limit. If memory serves him correctly, he had previously obtained a lava release. Just as he was about to shift his gaze to the other options, he realized that this lava release differed from the one he had acquired before. Therefore, he took his time in making a choice, channeling his soul power to withdraw the attraction towards Lu Wei. Lu Wei, Yu Guang Jifeng's voice caused Lu Wei to shudder. He stiffly turned to face Yu Guang Jifeng and quietly asked, Master, do you need something? I inquire about the effects of your lava release. Lava release? Lu Wei momentarily struggled to comprehend the question. Senior, Lu Wei's lava release generates sticky and corrosive magma or rubber-like substances, Yu Gao quickly explained. Is that so? It appears that this is indeed different from the lava release I acquired before. He subsequently retracted his consciousness back into his body. The two of them exhaled in relief only once they saw Yueguang Jifeng had vanished. He must have truly left this time. You scare me to death. Lu Wei, why are you still so timid? Humph, you have the audacity. It's you who's bold. Just leave. I don't wish to see you anymore. Unaware of the playful banter between the human and beast, Yueguang Jifeng returned to his inner self and promptly declared to the system, I choose the third reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successful. You have triggered a 10,000-fold return and obtained Lu Wei's primordial mud, creation, and return to the void. Yueguang Jifeng regarded the name of the return with curiosity, wondering how a lava release could be called mud. It was indeed a unique form of lava release. He then turned his attention to the detailed description. Upon mastering lava release, the first ability would be activated, the Hand of Creation, also known as the Divine Hand. Yueguang Jifeng's hands would transform into the divine hands capable of bestowing forms. He could touch the earth and instantly refine it into a rock giant with rudimentary intelligence. He could also touch flames, imbuing the flames with will, thus creating an everlasting fire spirit. Furthermore, he could touch beams of light, extracting from them a sword of light capable of severing shadows. These hands could also weave. They could fuse different materials and chakra together, akin to molding pottery, thereby creating entirely new life forms never before seen in the ninja world. By combining chakra with sound, he could create a crystal core dog that devours sound. By merging chakra with others' dreams, he could manifest a dream-eating beast. These hands could also forge weapons. First, he would use the divine hand to enlighten a portion of land, transforming it into primordial mud. Then, using this primordial mud, he could craft disposable weapons with various laws, such as a guaranteed hit bow or an invincible shield. In essence, weapons imbued with laws would possess formidable power. When the divine hand reaches its pinnacle, it would transition to the next stage, the touch of return to the void. This ability could disintegrate anything. Whatever Yueguang Jifeng touched, be it steel, lightning, barriers, or even space-time ninjutsu, would be forcibly stripped of its existing form, melting, decomposing, and reverting to the most primal state of primordial mud, thus becoming the material for his next creation. Once disintegration occurs, restoration follows. Yueguang Jifeng could transform hardness back into softness, restoring order into chaos. For instance, if an enemy launched an Earth Dragon bullet at him, he need only gaze at it to revert it to a pile of soil. Should a complex sealing technique be subjected to his scrutiny, it might simplify into the most basic symbols before vanishing entirely. Upon mastering the touch of return to the void, he would form his divine kingdom, the Swamp Era. In this realm, he would manifest a constantly surging, ever-changing primordial swamp. Within this domain, Yueguang Jifeng would be the sole creator, free to define the physical rules of his territory. Standing within this realm, the soil at his disposal would be inexhaustible, allowing him to assemble an army of mud composed of diverse life elements at will. Any enemy attacks that entered his divine kingdom would be assimilated, decomposed, and ultimately transformed into soil for his use. Moreover, Yueguang Jifeng could instantly recreate previously created beings. A single individual could become an endless army. After reviewing this, Yueguang Jifeng felt quite satisfied. Senior, may we take our leave? Yu Gao's words interrupted Yueguang Jifeng's contemplation. Are you two still here? Yueguang Jifeng was puzzled. Weren't they afraid of him? Why hadn't they fled? We're leaving now. Senior, until we meet again. No, until we never meet again. As Yu Gao spoke, he transformed into Lu Wei and swiftly darted away. It seemed they truly feared him. However, this time, the encounter had yielded an unexpected twist, and fortunately, the individual proved somewhat useful. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and soared into the sky, determined to locate Uchiha Madara. Chapter 178. At last, I have found you. Uchiha Madara. Yueguang Jifeng ascended into the heavens, having previously scoured most of the hidden mist village. This time, he unleashed an even more potent soul power. In less than a second, his soul energy enveloped the entirety of the land of water. To his disappointment, however, There was no sign of a third individual possessing formidable chakra within the entire land of water. After some deliberation, Yueguang Jifeng concluded that Uchiha Madara likely did not conceal himself nearby. He promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the location where he had previously encountered Jiraiya and others. By this time, the place was deserted, and even the embers of battle had extinguished. The land lay in ruins, devoid of even a blade of grass for thousands of meters. Yet, Yueguang Jifeng paid little mind to this desolation. He continued to radiate his soul power, and within moments, the entire battlefield was enveloped. To his chagrin, Uchiha Madara was still absent, and there was not a single individual with potent chakra nearby. Yueguang Jifeng cursed silently. Uchiha Madara is truly adept at hiding. Even after such a long time, not a single shadow has been spotted. He chose not to linger and once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Arriving at the location where he had previously encountered Tsunade, the battlefield here, too, was devoid of life, but given its proximity to the land of Earth, Yueguang Jifeng speculated that Uchiha Madara might be hiding in this vicinity. Ascending once more into the sky, he unleashed a surge of soul power. This time, he not only scanned the surface, but also delved 500 meters underground. Gradually, he began to scan the area, and soon, he detected a creature swiftly traversing underground. Creatures capable of moving freely 300 meters below the surface were exceedingly rare. From his previous experiences with the anime, he deduced that this creature could either be Kurizetsu or a clone of Shirazetsu. Regardless of which it was, it confirmed that Uchiha Madara was indeed nearby. Yueguang Jifeng's excitement surged, and he amplified his soul power once more. Before long, he discovered an anomaly 20 kilometers beneath the surface. There lay an exceptionally powerful chakra entity, accompanied by several clones that appeared to be guarding it. Yueguang Jifeng was nearly certain that this individual was Uchiha Madara. Initially, he contemplated using his formidable chakra to provoke Uchiha Madara, prompting him to reveal himself. However, as the Moonlight's swift wind contemplated, although this action would demonstrate his strength, it seemed devoid of meaning. If he were to stealthily infiltrate underground and emerge at the most vulnerable moment of Uchiha Madara, it would undoubtedly lead to Madara's collapse. After all, Uchiha Madara had never been inferior to others throughout his life. To be seen in such a disheveled state would surely lead to his demise. The very thought amused the Moonlight's swift wind. Without further hesitation, he summoned the abilities of the Earth's sovereign and descended from the heavens to the ground. Like a fish entering water, the Moonlight's swift wind merged into the earth, creating ripples akin to waves. Once fully submerged, he perceived no difference from being on the surface. Possessing various physical attributes, he could breathe freely within the earth. Moreover, he was aware that he could teleport even underground. In the next moment, the Moonlight's swift wind quietly arrived at Uchiha Madara's hideout. With the passive skill inherited from Yonoshino, he rendered himself almost imperceptible. Consequently, as he entered the cave, he attracted no attention whatsoever, not even from Kurizetsu or Shirazetsu. Observing Uchiha Madara seated upon his throne, the Moonlight's swift wind noted that he appeared somewhat aged. Engaged in conversation with Kurizetsu, entirely oblivious to the presence hanging above him in the cave. The Moonlight's swift wind couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable talent of this mere passerby. Should the opportunity arise, he mused, he would return tenfold the favor, curious about the extraordinary abilities that might manifest. As for whether he could acquire such skills, the Moonlight's swift wind felt no concern. For the entire Yono clan possessed an exceedingly low presence. Kurizetsu inquired about Nagato's recent developments. Hee, as you predicted, I had some Shirazetsu masquerade as individuals from Konohagakure. They subsequently exterminated his parents and family, and under such intense stimulation, he has completely awakened the Rinnegan. The situation progressed rather smoothly. By the way, how is his body faring? It appears that the Uzumaki clan indeed possesses the most suitable physique for housing the Rinnegan. Although Nagato's body shows some signs of discomfort, all other conditions are remarkably favorable. Thus far, there have been no rejection reactions, and upon awakening, he has demonstrated the ability to unleash repulsion. Your eyes should align well within his body, though I wonder how you plan to arrange things moving forward. He must learn ninjutsu, or else subsequent plans will falter. Rest assured, I had foreseen this. Previously, I instructed you to guide Jiraiya to Amigate Cure. Did you carry that out? Speaking of which, I find it somewhat peculiar. Oh, pray tell, what seems to be the matter? According to my original plan, The third Reikage was to eliminate most of the inhabitants of Konohagakure. I would then intervene slightly to allow Jiraiya to escape, leading him towards Amigakure, where he would encounter Nagato and his companions. That plan is sound. What transpired? Uchiha Madara's voice, though aged, remained exceptionally steady. The issue arose when I received information from Shirazetsu monitoring in Kirigakure, indicating the presence of a formidable individual who had subdued the village. I sought to ascertain this person's strength and ventured directly to Kirigakure. The emergence of a ninja capable of conquering an entire village suggests their power rivals that of Senju Tobarama, does it not? It was wise to investigate to prevent any disruptions to our subsequent plans. However, upon my swift arrival, I learned from Shirazetsu that this individual had already departed, and Shirazetsu dared not approach, leaving me empty-handed. Are you implying that he managed to subjugate the entirety of Kirigakure in a remarkably short span? Indeed, Lord Madara. Based on my predictions, this individual should surpass Senju Tobarama in prowess. He certainly exceeds Tobarama significantly. That lad merely possesses a plethora of secret techniques. While Uchiha Madara held a disdain for Senju Tobarama, he acknowledged his ingenuity in the craft of ninjutsu. Since I did not encounter him in Kirigakure, I hurried back to guide Jiraiya. Oddly enough, upon my return, the Cloud Ninjas had retreated, and remarkably, Jiraiya's contingent from Konohagakure suffered hardly any casualties. Then why did you not gather intelligence? What held you back? I uncovered a situation that left me somewhat incredulous. Speak. Uchiha Madara commanded imperiously. Chapter 179, The Encounter with Elder Madara. The third Reikage was easily slain by a young man who descended from the sky. Kurizetsu's expression turned grave as he spoke. Oh, you mean the third Reikage, characterized by his brawn and simplicity? Indeed, Lord Madara. This individual's lightning chakra mode possesses considerable depth, and he has mastered it to the highest level. If he has indeed reached such heights, then even my efforts to eliminate him would require substantial exertion. Furthermore, if he is intent on fleeing, it would prove troublesome. Please elaborate on how that youth dispatched him. Uchiha Madara straightened his posture, seriousness etched upon his face. I controlled 3 individuals, and their reports were consistent. This person is exceptionally young and strikingly handsome. Such a visage is unprecedented. It is the kind that remains etched in memory, suggesting he had not previously appeared within the ninja world. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he soared through the sky. Are you suggesting he flew here? Is it possible he is affiliated with that old fool Inoki? I recall he practiced a technique involving light and heavy stones. Uchiha Madara pondered before slowly speaking. Kurizetsu shook his head. The third Reikage also posed that question to the youth, but he denied it. Given the strength of this young man, he likely would not stoop to deceit. Indeed, those of such caliber typically disdain falsehoods. Pray tell, how did he breach the defenses of the third Reikage? This aspect intrigues me as well. According to their collective accounts, this individual utilized the third Reikage's renowned technique, the 1,000 birds, to slay him. He dispatched him with his own most cherished technique. The student surpasses the master, then? Is this intelligence accurate? Lord Madara, this is not the primary matter compelling my swift return. What then is of utmost importance? Speak without delay. According to the reports from these 3 individuals, they initially intended to return to the hidden cloud village with the third Reikage's corpse, but were intercepted by a stone figure. A stone figure? One of those stone puppets? They are hardly a concern. No, Lord Madara. According to their accounts, this stone figure was none other than the third Reikage himself. What? Elder Uchiha Madara sprang to his feet, teleporting beside Kurizetsu in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Kurizetsu feared that Madara had uncovered his secret identity, but managed to suppress the urge to flee. Uchiha Madara grasped Kurizetsu's form, urgency flooding his demeanor as he inquired. And then, who precisely is this stone figure? After repeated confirmation with the 3, they asserted that after the third Reikage's death, his soul was placed within this earthen body by the mysterious youth, thereby resurrecting him. Is it truly a resurrection? Although this method of revival leaves one devoid of their own form, can it still be considered them? Lord Madara, I also heard from this group that while the third Reikage may persist in existence, he must serve the mysterious youth, guarding some divine realm. In other words, he is bound to obey this individual. I believe such a method of resurrection is not worth pursuing. It would be better to focus on our Tsukinomi plan, allowing for your true revival. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara gradually calmed the excitement that had surged within him. You are indeed correct. I would rather perish than live in bondage. Moreover, How could I, Uchiha Madara, ever submit to another? Uchiha Madara shook his head and staggered back to his throne. Indeed. Lord Madara, have you selected individuals from the Uchiha clan? This is not urgent. I can still hold on for a while. However, with such a figure emerging in the shinobi world, it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Others will likely find it impossible to thwart him. I trust he will soon bring an end to this conflict. Lord Madara, if this individual quells the war, will it affect our plans? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Nagato has successfully inherited the Rinnegan, and the purpose of this war has been achieved. Now, you merely need to find a mentor to teach him ninjutsu. So, Lord Madara, who do you think would be suitable for this role? Ideally, it should be Jiraiya. That old toad from his family's holy land is no fool and will likely guide him in the right direction. However, you must keep a close watch and continuously guide Jiraiya. Understood, Lord Madara. Also, gather as much intelligence as possible on this mysterious young man. He may serve as a significant stumbling block in our plans. Lord Madara, is it truly necessary to regard him with such weight? With your future strength, along with the Rinnegan's power, defeating others in the shinobi world should be a simple task. Kurizetsu, remember not to underestimate anyone. Our plan cannot afford a single misstep. Rest assured, Lord Madara, I will spare no effort. Moonlight Breeze found this quite intriguing. After they had concluded their discussion, he was particularly pleased that his handsomeness had gained universal recognition. By the way, Kurizetsu, do you know where that mysterious young man is at present? Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled something and turned to Kurizetsu with a question. What is it, Lord Madara? Are you seeking him for something? It is not of great importance. I plan to meet this young man before my demise and gauge his true strength. Will this impact our final plans? Your concerns are not unfounded, Lord Madara. After I venture out, I will strive to gather intelligence on him and notify you accordingly. Very well, continue your investigations. I shall remain here to recuperate. Uchiha Madara shook his head and resumed his position on the throne. As Moonlight Breeze saw Kurizetsu preparing to leave, he recognized it was his time to make an entrance. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause echoed loudly in the silent basement. Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara immediately reacted. What is that sound? Was it you, Shirazetsu? Lord Madara, are you calling for me? A Shirazetsu emerged from the shadows. Was it you who clapped your hands just now? No. I was preoccupied with contemplating how to relieve myself, Shirazetsu replied sagely. Lord Madara, then who could it possibly be? It seems we have drawn attention, Kurizetsu. Someone has managed to evade our senses and infiltrate the underground without detection. I suspect you are the young man who killed the third Reikage. The elderly Uchiha Madara considered this for a moment and spoke with a serious tone. Chapter 180. Toying with Two Old Men. Truly, an old man is wise, Moonlight Breeze said as he gradually stepped out from the dark corner. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu confirmed Moonlight Breeze's location and quickly turned to look. From a single glance, Moonlight Breeze's visage was unforgettable. The first impression was that he was handsome. The second was his youth. The third was sheer incredulity. How did you arrive at our base? Kurizetsu, being the seasoned veteran he is, quickly regained his composure. I simply walked down. No, more accurately, I traversed downwards, Moonlight Breeze mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What a handsome fellow. However, your intellect appears lacking. Kurizetsu was clearly asking how you knew of our base. Shirazetsu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing a living person. Uchiha Madara and Kurizetsu remained silent, curious to see how he would respond. So that was the question. You should have asked sooner. Moonlight Breeze mimicked irritating dialogue from a movie in his past life. Lord Madara, this individual seems somewhat mentally challenged. Kurizetsu glared at Moonlight Breeze, his teeth clenched. Young man, how did you discover our base? I have concealed myself for many years without detection, yet you found it so easily. And you even recognized me at first glance? Well, if you must know, you should have asked earlier. I need not sense anything to know there is someone beneath the ground, given your immense chakra. Furthermore, who would construct a house underground? You were clearly signaling to me that you are the villains, right? And if you are indeed villains, it becomes simple. Who possesses such vast chakra yet appears to be an old man? Could it be the third Tsuchikage? The third Tsuchikage? Kurizetsu was astonished. After all that talk, he thought you had realized you were facing Uchiha Madara, yet you mistakenly identified him as the third Tsuchikage. Observing Uchiha Madara nearly injure himself from disbelief, Moonlight Breeze found it amusing to toy with the two of them. Yes, you are not mistaken. The individual before you is indeed the third Xiaoqian. Knowing this, you should leave immediately. Be cautious, or I shall summon Lord Xiaoqian to unleash dust release upon you, erasing you entirely. Kurizetsu's expression darkened as he spoke. Oh dear. How terrifying. I am most afraid of dust release. Please do not harm me. As Moonlight Breeze spoke, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing beside a Shirazetsu. At that moment, he was in no hurry to engage in conversation with this Shirazetsu. It was far more entertaining to continue to toy with the two old men. After arriving beside Shirazetsu, and before Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara could react, he absorbed the Shirazetsu into the continent. The Shirazetsu's screams were stifled until he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, where he began to shout and scream, attracting the attention of the third Raikage. He was swiftly subdued by the Raikage and his guards. Moonlight Breeze also utilized his upgraded bubble telepathy technique to instruct the third Raikage to restrain this individual. As long as he does not flee, that would suffice. The third Raikage, intrigued by this peculiar Shirazetsu who appeared even more unusual than himself, wondered where his esteemed master had found such a being. However, as a subordinate, he understood his place. As long as his master did not inquire, he would refrain from asking further questions, dutifully executing his master's commands. Moonlight Breeze was quite satisfied with the third Raikage's performance. Before he could commend the Raikage, he heard another Shirazetsu's astonished voice. Oh my dear brother, where have you taken him? Why can I no longer sense him? Shirazetsu asked with a clever tone. What Shirazetsu? Are you saying you can no longer feel your clone? Kurizetsu asked seriously, astonished. Of course, if my dear brother is gone, how could I not know? Just like if you were gone, I would surely know. Shirazetsu exclaimed angrily in response to Kurizetsu's questioning. Young man, your speed is impressive. It seems you truly are the one who killed the third Raikage, Uchiha Madara remarked with a grave expression. Impressive speed? I find this rather slow compared to others in my clan. Moonlight Breeze replied, feigning ignorance. Clan? Kurizetsu and Uchiha Madara exchanged glances. After so many years, they had developed an unspoken understanding. From a single glance, the two could comprehend each other's intentions. Uchiha Ban inferred that this young man seemed to possess significant prowess, prompting him to wonder why he had never heard of any clan in the shinobi world with such remarkable strength. Heijiwa, on the other hand, thought to himself, oh no, this lad is formidable, and there's another clan involved. I hope this doesn't jeopardize our plans. The charming figure, Baiju, disregarding the subtleties, directly inquired. Does your clan have many capable individuals who could take my brother away? Not quite, the young man replied. I am considered a genius in our clan. A once-in-a-millennium kind of prodigy, hence there aren't many exceptional talents like myself. Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Ban and Heijiwa secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Is there any particular reason you have come to see us? The young man asked. Indeed, I have accepted a mission from my clan to eliminate someone. Heijiwa chuckled softly. Young man, who do you intend to kill? Perhaps I can assist you. That is not permissible. Our clan leader has instructed us to exercise caution, especially around those who exhibit excessive enthusiasm. Such individuals are often deceitful or dangerous. I must keep my distance, Suki no Kaze earnestly stated, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor despite the amusement shared by Uchiha Ban and Heijiwa. Rest assured, young man, we are good people and would never deceive you. Besides, if you simply tell us who you aim to eliminate, I could assist you in finding them, saving you time. Wouldn't you agree? There is no need for that. The young man replied. Why not? Wouldn't it be quicker for us to locate them? This way, you could return home sooner. Heijiwa suggested, secretly thinking that it would be better to send the young man away to avoid hindering their plans within the shinobi world. Because I have already found the target. Suki no Kaze feigned innocence. Then who is it you wish to kill? We can inform you about their strength, Heijiwa eagerly inquired, sensing the task was close to completion. Far from distant, yet near at hand. What do you mean by that? Heijiwa asked, puzzled. Quite literally. The person I seek is none other than the third Xiaoqian, Inoki. Why do you wish to confront Inoki? You appear rather forgetful. I mentioned I am on a mission from my clan. Enough of this chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Third Xiaoqian Inoki. Do you have any further business? I must complete my mission and return to my clan. The food in the shinobi world is terribly unpalatable. Suki no Kaze declared, shaking his head with feigned seriousness. Do you not find anything amiss? Are you not aware that Inoki is quite short? Look at the individuals before you. None of them are of diminutive stature. Regardless of height, once you acknowledge yourself as Inoki, your fate is sealed. I adhere to a principle of ensuring that no mistake goes unpunished. Prepare to meet your demise. Why are you so stubborn? Did I not clarify? He is not Inoki. Then who is he? He is the renowned Uchiha Ban, who reigns supreme over the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Ban, supreme over the shinobi world? Who is that? I have never heard of him. You must be afraid of death. That is impossible. How could anyone in the entire shinobi world not know of Lord Ban? How fortuitous. Today you shall witness this firsthand. I do not know him. Now cease wasting time. Let us battle on the ground. If you defeat me, then who you are will be of no concern to me. However, should you lose, do not blame me. Are you a young adult, insisting on bullying an unarmed elder? Heijue suddenly interjected. What are you implying? Suki no Kaze retorted. I did not mean that. Heijue quickly clarified, while internally contemplating the complexities of humanity. Were it not for the fact that you were currently the only option to save Mother, I would not be serving you at all. Enough, Heijue. You should learn more about human language and how to communicate effectively. Young man, since you wish to fight, then come forth. I, Uchiha Ban, have never feared anyone in my life. Very well, Inoki, I shall await you on the ground. Uchiha Ban, Uchiha Ban. Heijue found himself at a loss for words. Before Heijue could finish his thought, Suki no Kaze vanished from sight using the Flying Thunder God technique. Witnessing the swift disappearance of Suki no Kaze, Baiju exclaimed joyfully. That young man was extraordinary. How did he vanish so suddenly? Heijue, do you know how he accomplished that? Lord Ban, if I am not mistaken, he utilized space-time ninjutsu. Heijue, you are correct. That indeed was space-time ninjutsu. Lord Ban, why does it seem that the space-time ninjutsu of Senju Tobarama pales in comparison to this young man's? I understand. Senju Tobarama's technique requires a seal, while this young lad executed it with effortless grace. It is truly fascinating. Heijue, you should learn it as well so that you too can vanish in an instant. You fool. Space-time ninjutsu cannot simply be learned on a whim. Lord Ban, it appears this young man is indeed formidable. You must exercise caution. Let Baiju attach himself to you, otherwise. Though Heijue did not articulate the rest of his thought, Uchiha Ban understood the implication. For this occasion, I shall allow Baiju to accompany me. Although I cannot ascertain the precise amount of chakra within this young man, if he can utilize space-time ninjutsu so effortlessly, he must possess a considerable reserve. Our mission remains unfinished, and I shall not act recklessly. For safety's sake, Baiju, you shall attach to my body. Splendid. Finally, I can merge with Lord Ban. Baiju exclaimed joyfully, leaping with excitement. You are not permitted to do so. Heijue interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Baiju. Why not? I have long anticipated merging with Lord Ban. Why am I not allowed? You are the only Baiju capable of speech, thus you cannot go. That Baiju in the corner, come here. Heiju gestured towards a shadow lurking in the corner. Very well, that Baiju, come forth. Attach to my body and guide me to the ground. Do not make that young man wait too long, lest I appear to fear him. The Baiju in the corner nodded and approached Uchiha Ban. Uchiha Ban then spread his arms and closed his eyes. In the next moment, Baiju began to envelop him slowly like a puddle of liquid, covering his body. This process was swift, taking less than 5 seconds. Uchiha Ban found himself entirely encased in Baiju, resembling a suit of armor without any cumbersome appearance. He assessed the coverage provided by Baiju, stretching his arms and legs before stating, "Indeed, in this state, my strength has increased by 20%. I believe that should suffice against that young man. Lord Ban, do not underestimate him. Remember, even the third Reikage fell before him. You currently possess only the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Most of your jutsu may be beyond your reach, and I doubt you can utilize the Rinnegan's abilities." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban paused, and then slowly shook his head. With this 3-Tomo Sharingan, I can at most utilize it to perform Susanoo. However, it matters not. I, Uchiha Ban, did not rely on the Rinnegan in the first half of my life. You must understand, I faced Hashirama without the Rinnegan. Now, I am merely a bit older. I refuse to believe that this young man surpasses Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Heiju nodded slightly. Indeed, Lord Ban, you make a valid point. This individual likely does not surpass Senju Hashirama in strength. Otherwise, he would not remain so inconspicuous. Given your prowess, it should pose little difficulty. Let us proceed to meet this young man. However, Lord Ban, if you intend to kill him, it may prove quite challenging. Are you suggesting he possesses space-time ninjutsu, allowing for an escape at will? Indeed, Lord Ban. This space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly troublesome when one cannot defeat an opponent. Fleeing becomes the only option. You are correct. However, he has already found his way to my stronghold. If I do not teach him a lesson, would that not imply that Uchiha Ban is of no consequence? Uchiha Ban shook his head, speaking with gravity. Then let us proceed, so the world may once again recognize the might of Lord Uchiha Ban. Heiju declared, stepping forward to gently rest his hand upon Uchiha Ban's shoulder. In the next moment, Heiju guided Uchiha Ban underground, traversing a distance of 500 meters. After a full 10 seconds, they emerged from the depths. In the sky above, Yueguang Jifeng observed their ascent. You really are slow. I've been waiting for you for ages. I trust you are prepared this time? As soon as Heiju and Uchiha Ban emerged from the ground, they swiftly distanced themselves. Regarding the floating Yueguang Jifeng, arms crossed, Heiju's dark eyes narrowed. You, young man, you are rather adept at posturing. I hope you do not attempt to flee now. Oh, are you joining us as well? That would be splendid. A 2-for-1 deal might earn me further rewards from the clan. Besides, with your peculiar appearance, you must possess considerable research value. For the first time in his long life, Heiju found himself at a loss for words, anger welling within him despite his exceptional composure. Calm down, Heiju. Just observe quietly. Allow me, an elder, to witness the prowess of the new generation in the ninja world, Uchiha Ban proclaimed, unleashing his full aura as he retrieved the Uchiha fan from behind him. With a mere flick of his wrist, countless sparks erupted into existence, hurtling toward Yueguang Jifeng. Uchiha Ban remained unperturbed, planting the fan firmly into the ground, standing tall as he awaited Yueguang Jifeng's response. Given the speed of his attack, countering with a jutsu was unlikely. It remained to be seen whether Yueguang Jifeng would withstand the assault or evade using space-time ninjutsu. Yet Yueguang Jifeng remained unhurried, even taking the time to shake his head. Such trivial tricks should not be paraded about, lest you embarrass yourself. Upon hearing this, Heiju, irritated, retorted, is your B-rank ninjutsu merely a trivial trick? Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. Very well, let me observe how you counter B-rank ninjutsu. Is this what is known as B-rank ninjutsu? Hardly impressive. At this moment, Yueguang Jifeng leisurely pointed at the descending fireballs. Instantly, circular mirrors manifested before him. I concede your proficiency in ice release is somewhat surprising, but do you intend to use ice mirrors to reflect these fireballs, hoping to amuse me? Heiju seized the opportunity to mock Yueguang Jifeng loudly. In the next instant, countless ice arrows burst forth from the mirrors, traveling at 5 times the speed of the fireballs. Each arrow struck a fireball with precision, yet the sheer number of ice arrows left many unimpeded, hurtling toward Uchiha Ban. However, Heiju, undeterred by the imminent embarrassment, remarked, you truly possess some skill, but these tricks are ineffective against Lord Ban. Uchiha Ban narrowed his eyes at the barrage of ice arrows descending upon him. Without uttering a word, he simply grasped the Uchiha fan from the ground. With another sweep, a fire dragon erupted from the fan, soaring toward the ice arrows. To the surprise of both Heiju and Uchiha Ban, the ice arrows pierced the fire dragon without obstruction, leaving it riddled with holes as they continued their rapid descent toward Uchiha Ban. Though Uchiha Ban's Sharingan had anticipated the oncoming attack, the frailty of his aging body hindered his response. Thus, he had no choice but to call upon Baiju. Baiju, we must evade this icy deluge. In the next moment, with Baiju's aid, Uchiha Ban swiftly maneuvered out of the ice arrow's range. Young man, your ice release appears rather unorthodox. Oh, elder, what do you mean by that? I, Uchiha Ban, have traversed countless battles. I have encountered the founder of the Mizuki clan. His ice release far surpassed that of the average practitioner. Generally, fire-based ninjutsu proves ineffective against him, yet I find your ice release seemingly more formidable. How have you achieved this? How did I manage it? Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Yueguang Jifeng replied, suppressing a laugh. You insufferable brat. It is common knowledge that only those with bloodlines can learn ice release. How dare you suggest you would teach us? Are you mocking the elderly? Heiju retorted angrily. Bloodline limits? What are those? In our clan, any who desire to learn may do so, Yueguang Jifeng asserted confidently. Heiju was nearly rendered speechless, incredulous at the audacity of such claims. There must be limits to your deceit. Which clan can learn ninjutsu without bloodline limits? Do you take me for a child or an elderly fool? Uchiha Ban raised a hand, interjecting, young man, might you reveal to which clan you belong? We are known as the Kaigwa clan. Kaigwa clan. Hey Ju, have you ever encountered such a clan in your extensive wanderings within the ninja world? Hey Ju desperately sifted through his memories. Since the creation of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he had never heard of such a clan. Lord Ban, I have never heard of them. I suspect this young man is merely jesting with us. Never heard of us. What a pity, Uchiha Ban sighed. Young man, what other ninjutsu do you possess? Display them for me. Should I merely use my abilities at your request? Would that not be quite shameful? Yue Guang Jifeng countered, then expanded the range of his ice mirrors, creating a 200-meter radius filled with ice arrows poised for attack. Upon seeing the multitude of mirrors in the sky, Uchiha Ban silently urged Baiju, maintain control over my body, prepare to evade. Indeed, the next instant, countless ice arrows rained down, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight. Baiju quipped, the more beautiful the object, the more perilous it is. Uchiha Ban refused to remain passive, attempting to escape while rapidly forming hand seals. He managed to complete a single seal, unleashing the powerful fire release, Great Fire Destruction. Uchiha Ban employed his most familiar and formidable fire ninjutsu, channeling a torrent of flames infused with his chakra skyward. However, to Heiju's dismay, Uchiha Ban's fire ninjutsu failed to impede the oncoming ice arrows in the slightest. Lord Ban, be cautious. Heiju shouted. Baiju, take me underground. Uchiha Ban commanded, contemplating swiftly. Watch and learn. Baiju responded before swiftly bringing Uchiha Ban's body downward. In the blink of an eye, we reached a depth of 50 meters underground. Bandaren, I believe this depth should suffice. If we descend further, it will consume even more chakra, impacting our combat readiness. Let us wait and observe. Chapter 183, In the Realm of Ostentation. I would deem you the strongest. Bandaren, I think 50 meters underground is sufficiently deep. Even if his ice ninjutsu is formidable, it cannot penetrate this far underground. Do not underestimate him, Baiju. This individual's strength should not be taken lightly, Uchiha Ban remarked, his expression grave. Indeed, in the next moment, countless ice arrows struck the ground. Without hesitation, they advanced rapidly underground. A cacophony of sounds echoed, puff, 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 as these ice arrows burrowed down to 10 meters. Uchiha Ban and Baiju were astonished to find that the speed of the ice arrows showed no signs of deceleration. This is bad, Baiju exclaimed, swiftly moving downward to escape the range of the ice arrows. Understood, Bandaren. With that, Baiju propelled Uchiha Ban's body downwards with urgency. Above, the moonlight swift as the wind, observed the flustered Uchiha Ban with great amusement. This was merely a demonstration of his ice ninjutsu under relaxed conditions. Yet it had pursued Uchiha Ban for 70 meters. To continue pursuing would be akin to bullying an elder. Moonlight Shippu wished to utter a notable phrase. But he could not allow Uchiha Ban to be defeated so easily. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the ice arrows. Now at 100 meters below ground, Baiju and Uchiha Ban remained tense, glancing back. Bandaren, why is his ice ninjutsu so potent? It has penetrated this deeply without losing any power. Such prowess can only indicate one possibility. His ice ninjutsu must possess an extraordinarily low temperature, allowing the arrows to remain solid and continuously penetrate the ground to attack us. There is no need to descend further. What is it, Bandaren? Baiju queried. The ice arrows have vanished. Uchiha Ban spoke, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. Vanished? It seems his ice arrows are not as formidable as they appeared. Baiju retorted, controlling Uchiha Ban's body to swim towards the surface. Uchiha Ban slowly shook his head. It is not as you think. The sudden disappearance of the ice arrows indicates that the caster has cancelled the ninjutsu. He cancelled it himself? What could be the reason, Bandaren? The human heart is the most difficult to fathom. Let us go and see what this young man is thinking. Soon, Baiju led Uchiha Ban to the surface. Oh, you two fled quite swiftly, Moonlight Shippu remarked, standing in the air with arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face. Do not be complacent. Bandaren was merely careless, Baiju snapped back, unable to tolerate Moonlight Shippu's arrogance. Young man, why did you cancel your attack? Why cancel? To do as I please is my ninja way. Very well. But such a ninja way must be supported by formidable strength. Your current ability, I acknowledge, Uchiha Ban stated calmly. Moonlight Shippu silently declared. Uchiha Ban truly lives up to the title of the king of ostentation, even managing to steal my lines in this situation and recognize my strength. No, I must assert my words first. Otherwise, this old man will seize them from me again. Clearing his throat, Moonlight Shippu drew the attention of Baiju and Uchiha Ban before slowly speaking. In the realm of ostentation, I, Moonlight Shippu, am willing to call you the strongest. You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Bandaran does not need your evaluation. Baiju exclaimed in frustration. Uchiha Ban pondered further. You said your name is Moonlight Shippu. Baiju, do you know of the Moonlight Clan? The Moonlight Clan? I have heard of it, but as far as I know, it is a very small clan. Oh, pray tell more. Baiju looked at Moonlight Shippu with uncertainty. To my knowledge, the Moonlight Clan currently resides within the Land of Fire and is preparing to settle in Konohagakure. Does their clan possess any unique traits? Indeed. They have their own secret techniques, one of which allows them to appear transparent. A technique that grants transparency? What use is that? It sounds quite useless. Surely they cannot be of significance, Uchiha Ban asserted, shaking his head. Moonlight Shippu found Uchiha Ban's analysis amusing, dismissing a correct answer. Which clan I belong to is irrelevant. What matters is whether you can survive today. You brat, stop boasting. When Bandaran roamed the ninja world, you were still in your infancy. Third Tsuchikage, let me see what abilities you possess. Come, entertain me, or the consequences shall be dire. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my strength. No. I believe you misunderstand. You are not worthy of my direct involvement. First, you shall contend with my art. What do you mean? Do you have allies? Moonlight Shippu raised a finger, shaking it, then began to swiftly draw in the air under the gaze of Uchiha Ban and Baiju. Bandaran, what is this rascal up to? Has he lost his mind and is flailing about in the air? Uchiha Ban initially could not comprehend Moonlight Shippu's actions. Then, instinctively activating his Sharingan, Uchiha Ban noticed the immense chakra coalescing in midair as Moonlight Shippu waved his fingers. He spoke gravely, Baiju, be prepared. This young man is likely preparing an impressive jutsu. Bandaran, are you overreacting? What could he possibly conjure with that chaotic waving in the air? No. I can sense the vast amount of chakra at his fingertips. This ninjutsu must be extraordinary. Be ready to evade at any moment. In mere seconds, a colossal white tiger composed entirely of chakra was completed by Moonlight Shippu's drawing. Once he finished, Baiju and Uchiha Ban looked up to see a massive blue tiger suddenly manifest in the sky. Bandaran, what is this ninjutsu? How could such a gigantic creature appear so suddenly? I do not know what this jutsu is. In all my years in the ninja world, I have never encountered it. However, it should not pose a significant threat. This creature is merely a manifestation of chakra. Do not accuse me of bullying an elder. Third Tsuchikage. Now let me witness your taijutsu. Moonlight Shippu, arms crossed, had just finished speaking when the blue-white tiger let out a tremendous roar. The resounding shockwave shattered the clouds above. What? How can such power exist? Baiju could hardly believe it. Chapter 184. Do you think you can dance before me? Bandaran, I feel as if this creature surpasses even the tailed beasts. I do not know, but since it is composed entirely of chakra, I should be able to defeat it with a mere touch. As Uchiha Ban's words fell, the white tiger roared, unleashing a torrent of wind blades from its mouth. Uchiha Ban, eager to test the tiger's might, slammed his hands against the ground. Doton, Doryahiki. An unadorned earthen wall sprang forth, and in the blink of an eye, the wind blades collided with the earthen barrier. Boom! Clouds of dust erupted into the air. Standing behind the Doryahiki, Uchiha Ban silently exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the Tulliu wall was shattered, the wind blade had also vanished. The power of both was essentially comparable. It was then that Uchiha Ban realized something was amiss. How could his strength be on par with a mere summoned beast? This thought diminished his joy, and before he could ponder further, the white tiger roared down from the heavens. With a swift motion of its paws, 2 more wind blades surged toward him. This time, Uchiha Ban had no intention of taking the hit. He deftly evaded with a powerful leap. Before he could catch his breath, the massive form of the white tiger charged forward. Uchiha Ban was taken aback by the speed of this enormous creature. He extended his hand, enveloped by the black zetsu, and briefly clashed with the tiger's claws. The immense force sent Uchiha Ban retreating, and even with the assistance of black zetsu, he struggled. His physical constitution was inherently a weakness for a ninja, especially given his age. At this moment, Uchiha Ban recognized that relying solely on physical prowess, even with Black Zetsu's aid, would not suffice against this chakra-infused white tiger. It was likely that the beast would not grant him the opportunity to employ ninjutsu. As he watched the white tiger relentlessly attack, Uchiha Ban activated his Sharingan with 3 tomo. In the next instant, blue chakra enveloped his upper body, forming a massive chakra armor. As the white tiger charged, Uchiha Ban swung the arm of his Susanoo, hoping to dispatch the beast in one blow. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the white tiger's speed. It leapt effortlessly, causing Uchiha Ban's strike to miss entirely. Stunned, Uchiha Ban could hardly fathom how formidable this chakra creature was, its displayed power rivaling that of the tailed beasts. While he was momentarily dazed, the white tiger's assault returned, striking his Susanoo's chakra armor and creating a flurry of sparks. The white tiger's keen eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting Uchiha Ban's defense to be so robust. Seizing the opportunity, Uchiha Ban unleashed his complete Susanoo. 2 colossal arms swiftly grasped the white tiger, which struggled momentarily before realizing it could not break free and ceased its efforts. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a barrage of wind bullets from its mouth, which struck Uchiha Ban's Susanoo. Regrettably, they could not penetrate his defenses. However, Uchiha Ban took advantage of this moment, channeling his strength to rend the chakra-infused white tiger apart. Gazing at the now dissipated chakra, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, reflecting on the impressive capabilities of this young summoner. It was a pity he was aging. Otherwise, with such strength, this youth could have stood alongside him and Senju Hashirama in the ninja world. Moonlight Wind was unaware of Uchiha Ban's thoughts. Had he known that Uchiha Ban deemed his prowess suited only for the young, he would have been torn between laughter and tears. At that moment, Moonlight Wind was not merely holding back, he was unleashing a torrent. Witnessing Uchiha Ban's full display of power, which had only managed to scatter the white tiger, he could not help but muse that Uchiha Ban's strength was not all that impressive. Perhaps he was simply too powerful. That young man seemed utterly helpless now. How could he continue to flaunt his abilities? Black Zetsu, observing Uchiha Ban's defeat of the white tiger, couldn't help but sneer. Oh, how do you know I am without means? Besides, I could summon as many of these as I desire. Moonlight Wind let a slight smile grace his lips as he watched Black Zetsu seethe. With a snap of his fingers, he invoked his divine realm without the need for further incantations. In just 1 second, not only was the white tiger revived, but Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin were also summoned. Uchiha Ban was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that the chakra beast he had just vanquished was, in fact, utterly inconsequential and could be produced en masse. Was it he who had fallen behind the times, or was this world simply insane? Uchiha Ban was engulfed in self-doubt. Black Zetsu, confronted with the 4 colossal, unfamiliar chakra beasts beside Moonlight Wind, was equally incredulous. How could this be? Why do you possess so many chakra beasts of such might? No. I see it now. These must all be illusions. Illusions? Very well. Allow me to demonstrate their true power. Let these 2 witness your strength. As soon as Moonlight Wind finished speaking, the 4 divine beasts opened their mouths, conjuring chakra of various attributes. In the blink of an eye, 4 colors of chakra materialized. Uchiha Ban beheld the sky as wind blades, fireballs, water jets, and lightning surged toward him. Even though he had activated his complete Susanoo, the speed of these 4 attacks was simply too swift. Before he could fully rise, the massive form of Susanoo was struck. A cloud of black smoke erupted instantly. According to the law of no injury without smoke, Uchiha Ban should have emerged unscathed under normal circumstances. However, the combined might of the 4 divine beasts was overwhelmingly powerful. As the smoke cleared, Uchiha Ban's Susanoo's left half of the chakra armor lay completely shattered. How do you find my 4 divine beasts' power? Moonlight Wind asked with a grin. Observing Black Zetsu, this is impossible. How could they be so formidable? Admit it. Do you really think you could dance before me with such feeble strength? What? You? Black Zetsu nearly choked on his own fury at Moonlight Wind's taunts. Young brother, it appears we underestimated you. You have earned the right to witness my full strength. As Uchiha Ban spoke, he restored his entire Susanoo chakra armor. You truly are full of bluster. Moonlight Wind found it rather absurd that even at this point, Uchiha Ban still attempted to boast. Surely your confidence does not lie solely in your Susanoo? What? You know this is Susanoo. Then you must already know who I am. I care not who you are. You are merely an old man. Chapter 185. The Romance of the Mecha Maker. Let us see whose Susanoo is superior. Mine or your chakra beasts, Uchiha Ban declared, and suddenly, two enormous wings sprouted from the back of his Susanoo, lifting it gently into the air. The blade on his right side emerged, signaling that Uchiha Ban was now earnest in his intentions. Since you wish to test Susanoo, I shall indulge you. National Treasure Mecha. Return to your position. Upon hearing Moonlight Wind's words, both Uchiha Ban and Black Zetsu were puzzled. What is a National Treasure Mecha? In the next moment, they witnessed an astonishing sight. Moonlight Wind's fingers danced swiftly in the air, moving with incredible speed. Uchiha Ban chose not to attack just yet. He was curious to see what surprises this young man had in store for him. Little did he know that this would not be a surprise, but rather a fright. In less than 10 seconds, Moonlight Wind halted. Black Zetsu and Uchiha Ban gazed in shock at the massive blue chakra structure resembling armor that had suddenly appeared. Comparing it to his own Susanoo, Uchiha Ban estimated this armor stood at least 70 meters tall, significantly larger than his own 50-meter Susanoo. Uchiha Ban was baffled by the purpose of this creation, but recalling the earlier summoned beasts, he surmised that its power should not be underestimated. However, Moonlight Wind regarded the armor before him with some dissatisfaction. The entire structure was enveloped in a shade of blue, constructed solely from chakra threads, which left Yueguang Jifeng feeling rather dissatisfied. Most notably, the color clashed with the Susanoo across from him, which was entirely tangible, while his own creation appeared to lack substance, merely consisting of lines that seemed to lack sophistication. Is this what you refer to as a national treasure mecha? Come now, let us see whose prowess reigns supreme. I understand your impatience, but do hold your horses. With a snap of his fingers, Yueguang Jifeng summoned iron elements from beneath the earth, and in less than 2 seconds, they coalesced into a massive iron sphere. Lord Ban, is this not magnetic release? Haiku looked at the iron sphere, unable to contain his curiosity. If I am not mistaken, these are indeed iron, so it should be magnetic release. However, Lord Ban, this situation seems a bit peculiar. Did he not just use ice release moments ago? How can he suddenly employ magnetic release? Your observation is indeed correct. By rights, a bloodline limit should only manifest as one type. If 2 or more types are present, they must be interconnected. These 2 bloodline limits are completely unrelated. It is abnormal for them to coexist within a single individual. As the 2 conversed, Yueguang Jifeng pondered that if the mecha were composed solely of iron elements, it would remain rather monotonous in appearance. Unappealing. He then activated the Earth Monarch skill, drawing forth turtle stones, diamonds, and various colorful stones from the earth. Lord Ban, this seems to be more than mere magnetic release. Look at how he can summon such a variety of stones. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Ban turned his gaze toward Yueguang Jifeng and saw him shattering the collected stones, arranging them by color. Haiku, with your extensive knowledge, can you discern what this young man is up to? Lord Ban, I suspect he intends to forge a suit of armor. Indeed, it appears so. However, he is overestimating his capabilities. Does he truly believe that a mere iron armor can contend with my Susanoo? Uchiha Ban shook his head disdainfully. Yueguang Jifeng, engrossed in constructing his mecha, was oblivious to Uchiha Ban's remarks. The joy of creating a mecha that is uniquely his own is a pleasure only a man can appreciate. Soon, the outer frame took shape, towering at an impressive 80 meters, with Yueguang Jifeng deliberately placing the sturdiest diamonds on the exterior. Given the hardness of diamonds, it is likely that ordinary weapons or attacks would prove ineffective. The white Zetsu on Uchiha Ban sensed the lack of combat and manifested his head, gazing up at Yueguang Jifeng's new armor with a hint of nostalgia. Lord Ban, regardless of its resilience, this armor is undeniably striking. I too desire one. You wish for everything. Just focus on being a meat shield, Haiku retorted, incensed by white Zetsu's praise of Yueguang Jifeng. Without further delay, Yueguang Jifeng concluded his task. Look, this mecha is utterly magnificent, White Zetsu exclaimed, prompting Uchiha Ban and Haiku to quickly turn their attention. The mecha had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its primary hue was now red, crowned with a massive golden horn atop its head. A silver shield adorned the center of its face, its eyes gleaming in gold. The chest featured a deployable silver plate, while the body remained predominantly red. The shoulders boasted golden spherical pauldrons, and the arms were also red, with silver and blue armor on the forearms. The legs were robust, primarily red, with silver knee guards. Yueguang Jifeng surveyed his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Indeed, this design mirrored a mecha he admired in his past life. Come now, Uchiha-ban, let us see whether your Susanoo or my mecha holds the upper hand. Very well. It is time to demonstrate my strength to the world. Otherwise, they may assume Uchiha-ban has perished. Yueguang Jifeng approached the mecha, glancing back at Uchiha-ban's colossal sword. After a moment of contemplation, he accessed the system space, pondering the several blades returned from a prior exchange. He intended to first test the might of the Jinjin blade. He attempted to use his spiritual essence to control the armor to catch the blade, but perhaps due to its size, it was nearly invisible in the mecha's grasp. If he were to recklessly deploy a skill, it would likely result in the mecha's hand exploding. He shook his head and withdrew the Jinjin blade. Observing this, Haiku seized the opportunity. Do you truly intend to match your short blade against Lord Ban's 20-meter-long sword? It is merely a blade. Are there not plenty of those? As Yueguang Jifeng spoke, he swiftly manifested his divine realm, the power of melting release seeming boundless. In the blink of an eye, a furnace within the divine realm forged a one-time use artifact. With a flick of his hand, a 50-meter-long golden blade, glimmering with an icy sheen, emerged. What do you think of my blade? Who knows if your weapon is merely for show? Do not engage in futile boasting. Merely await Lord Ban to shatter your mecha. Chapter 186. Return to time and space. Uchiha-ban did not wait for Yueguang Jifeng to speak. With a flap of his wings, he surged forward at astonishing speed. In the next moment, he stood before Yueguang Jifeng's mecha. Yueguang Jifeng had anticipated this, raising the 50-meter-long blade of the mecha with a gentle motion. Boom! A tremendous sonic boom resonated, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that left Haiku unable to open his eyes. With just a slight exertion, Uchiha-ban was sent flying. Yueguang Jifeng had yet to examine the properties of the blade, and only then realized that it amplified the user's strength when attacking enemies. It seems your mecha possesses some merit. I must take this seriously. Do not speak so grandly. Are you not relying on your towering stature to impose your strength? Very well, let me demonstrate my swordsmanship. Uchiha Autumn Wind Slash. Uchiha's swordsmanship? How fortuitous. I am well versed in the sword techniques of the Hitaki clan. Let us see whose prowess prevails. Hitaki clan? Lord Ban, I am aware of the Hitaki clan, renowned for their swordsmanship. It is said that their numbers are scarce. Yet each member wields formidable skills. However, as far as I know, they do not share their techniques. How did you acquire such swordsmanship? You need not concern yourself with how I learned. Simply know that it is formidable. Very well, let us see whose swordsmanship is superior. With a swift draw, Yueguang Jifeng unleashed a strike, suppressing 99 of his strength. Yet, the enhanced Hitaki swordsmanship was overwhelmingly potent, as Uchiha-ban initiated his move. Yueguang Jifeng's mecha had already reached him. Uchiha-ban barely managed to raise his sword in defense. The blade of Yueguang Jifeng flashed past, fortunately missing Uchiha-ban's head. Had it struck true, Uchiha-ban's head would have been severed. Although the blow did not target his head, it cleaved through the massive form of his Susanoo, slicing it cleanly in two. What? How is this possible? How could this brat possess such strength? How could he possibly defeat Lord Ban's Susanoo? Haiku struggled to believe his own eyes. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I, Uchiha-ban, shall honor you as the strongest in swordsmanship. Yueguang Jifeng did not anticipate this moment of recognition. In every aspect, I am the strongest. You are not worthy of the title. Just as he finished speaking, he felt the pull of the dragon vein growing increasingly powerful. Under normal circumstances, Yueguang Jifeng could withstand the onslaught for another hour. Observing Uchiha Madara, who lacked the Rinnegan, Yueguang Jifeng contemplated postponing the tenfold exchange, uncertain whether the absence of the Rinnegan would yield the desired reward. Before he could ponder further, Kurizetsu, below, began to falter. After years of endeavor, he finally glimpsed hope, only to be thwarted by the unexpected emergence of Yueguang Jifeng. Should Uchiha Madara perish now, his plan to rescue his mother would be irretrievably derailed. The thought of failing to save her left him distraught. The situation grew increasingly bleak as he suddenly found himself unable to move. This marked the first time since his creation that he had encountered such a predicament. Neither of his brothers, the Sage of Six Paths, nor his sibling, had ever rendered him immobile. In that instant, despair overwhelmed him. Despite his inner fortitude, tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Mother, I may not be able to rescue you. It is my filial piety that has failed you." At that moment, Uchiha Madara sensed something amiss. He had intended to gather chakra and continue his mechanical duel with Yueguang Jifeng for another 300 rounds. However, he now realized he too was paralyzed. Kurizetsu, come quickly and help me escape. For some reason, I cannot move. Upon hearing Madara's plea, Kurizetsu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lord Madara, I too am immobile. Could some unknown terror have descended upon us? Well, how do you two feel now? What? Are you implying that this is your doing? Release us at once. What do you intend to accomplish? Nothing too complicated, replied Yueguang Jifeng as he leaped from his mech, intending to store his creation within the system space. Realizing it remained stationary, he recalled that his system space was too limited to accommodate it. Thus, he activated his Sharingan, drawing the enormous mech into the spatial continent. He then approached Uchiha Madara and effortlessly shattered the Susanoo enveloping him. Madara sensed the anomaly, but found himself still unable to move. Young man, what do you intend to do? If you wish to kill me, do so. I, Uchiha Madara, am not one to fear death. Yueguang Jifeng, however, ignored his bravado, merely patting his shoulder as he remarked, in your old age, accept the wisdom that comes with it. Go and enjoy your twilight years below. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with Uchiha Madara. The random return project has concluded. Please select one item from the following options for return. 1. Acquire Uchiha Madara's Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. 2. Acquire Uchiha Madara's Spiritual Energy, 90,000. 3. Acquire Uchiha Madara's Three-Tomo Sharingan. 4. Acquire Uchiha Madara's Uchiha Fan. Upon reviewing the options, Yueguang Jifeng realized that the system's rewards were contingent upon the items currently in possession, rather than those previously acquired. He shook his head, feeling no regret, knowing that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he could engage in a soul exchange with the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha Madara. System, I choose the second reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Acquiring Uchiha Madara's spiritual energy, 900,000 points. Looking at the two immobile figures, he deemed Uchiha Madara no longer useful. To avoid hindering future progress, Yueguang Jifeng pressed his hand upon Madara's head, instantly activating the sealing technique. Within less than a second, not only were Madara's memories sealed, but Kurizetsu's memories were also confined. Turning to Kurizetsu, he stated, now it is your turn. What do you intend to do? Please, do not kill me. I am of great use, capable of gathering intelligence and assisting you in many tasks. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head without responding, placing his hand on Kurizetsu's head. In the next moment, Kurizetsu's memories were also sealed. With a wave of his hand, he transported the three back underground. Observing the desolation around him, Yueguang Jifeng sighed, acknowledging that he had fulfilled his objectives during this temporal journey, and it was time to return. After uttering this, he ceased resisting the pull of the dragon vein. Chapter 187. Transporting the entire Lulan. The dragon vein swiftly guided Yueguang Jifeng back. This time, he did not need to close his eyes. He could distinctly sense the process of time travel, which would greatly assist his future comprehension of time. Previously, his travels had been instantaneous and disorienting. Now, he recognized the journey as considerably lengthy. Yet, he had lacked a sense of time during his past experiences. Before he could fully absorb this realization, he found himself abruptly transported to another temporal realm. Master, you have returned. The dragon vein had been trembling for the past day, causing concern over potential calamities. Nothing of great consequence. Just as Yueguang Jifeng began to elaborate, a mournful sound emanated from the vast dragon vein behind him. The three turned in unison. The once vibrant blue dragon, merely moments ago, appeared to be shedding its scales, which fell like leaves. My lord, what is happening? The princess of Lulan inquired fearfully. Yueguang Jifeng pondered deeply. The dragon vein might be withering. All its energy likely expended during his recent traversal. The most probable cause was the immense energy consumption incurred while resisting the dragon vein. Its power had likely been depleted, rendering future travels impossible. You all are now entirely liberated. My lord, what should we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Yueguang Jifeng replied, your entire clan shall relocate to my realm. There, no war exists, and you can live in tranquil peace. My lord, if there is no war, I believe the other villagers would be quite willing to join. No need for such complications. I have other splendid ideas. Then we shall leave it to your discretion, my lord. The Queen of Lulan responded respectfully. Yue Guang Jifeng nodded, instructing, "Please wait for me here." He then executed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing above the skies of the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Gazing down at the windswept land, he considered that it would be prudent to cut it apart before integrating it into the continent. After sifting through his system space, he ultimately drew forth the magic blade, Qianren. Upon infusing it with chakra, the blade shattered into countless fragments, each imbued with chakra. With a mere flick of the hilt, innumerable shards descended upon the ancient kingdom of Lulan. Thunderous roars echoed as Yue Guang Jifeng controlled the force, slicing down to approximately 50 meters below ground before making a lateral cut, effectively severing the entire kingdom. He then employed gravitational force to draw the cleaved ancient realm upward. The Queen and Princess of Lulan, standing deep within the dragon vein, sensed the ground tremble, followed by an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. "Mother, what is happening? This must be what our Lord spoke of, relocating us to a new home. Do not fear, simply await in peace." "Understood, Mother," the Princess of Lulan obediently replied. Observing that the ancient kingdom of Lulan had risen 10 meters from the ground, Yue Guang Jifeng ceased the gravitational pull and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, enveloping the entire ancient kingdom within its domain. Perhaps due to its vast size, the process of drawing it into the space was exceedingly slow. 15 minutes had elapsed when the moonlight swiftly swept the entire Lulan into the realm of the continent. It was only then that the inhabitants of the ancient kingdom of Lulan realized their living environment had transformed. Gone were the days filled with swirling sands. They beheld the picturesque landscape of the continent. The air was rich with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The villagers of Lulan were overwhelmed with joy and tears, utterly astonished that one day they would escape the relentless storms of sand. Some even knelt upon the ground, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, deities! Thank you, deities!" The moonlight swiftly then gracefully entered the continent, and with a mere thought, summoned the third generation of Thunder Shadow. "Master, what is your command?" Upon noticing this ancient kingdom, he continued, "It now belongs to our continent. Follow me. Fulfill any requests these villagers may have to the best of your ability." After relaying this, the moonlight swiftly led him directly to the Queen of Lulan. "You shall reside in this new continent from now on. Should you require anything, seek out the individual before you, whom you shall call the third generation of Thunder Shadow." It was then that the Princess of Lulan raised her gaze to behold the uniquely formed third generation of Thunder Shadow. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Is he also human?" "Little one, I am indeed human. When you desire anything, simply call for me, and I shall appear," the third generation of Thunder Shadow replied, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. "Thank you, Uncle Thunder Shadow. I shall trouble you in the future." "It is no trouble. I serve the master. This is the Queen of Lulan." As the third generation of Thunder Shadow mentioned, "Should you have any needs, simply call out his name to the sky," the moonlight swiftly instructed. "Understood, master." The Queen of Lulan responded respectfully. The moonlight swiftly nodded and decided not to linger any longer. Upon returning to the skies above the shinobi world, he reflected on the bountiful gains of this journey through the dragon vein. Realizing the objective had been thoroughly accomplished, there was no need to tarry further. So he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha, arriving directly in Tsunade's office. Tsunade, caught off guard and startled, upon recognizing the familiar moonlight swiftly, retorted with an exasperated tone, "So you finally decided to come back? I sent you on a mission, and you disappeared without a trace." "Indeed, Lord Jifeng. You frolic freely while Tsunade and I toil endlessly over paperwork. Do you have any idea how close we are to madness?" "Ah, is that so? I understand your fatigue. But what has Tsunade done to deserve it? Just now, if I am not mistaken, she was playing dice. I was merely resting. Is it not permissible?" "Fine. You have a point. Is everyone else at home?" "Everyone is home, unlike you, who wanders about. As it happens, you have another mission to attend to tomorrow." "Why must I be sent on a mission the moment I return? Can I rest for a few days?" Moonlight swiftly expressed his discontent, feeling somewhat exasperated at the prospect of immediately being assigned another task. "What mission is it?" "Find someone else. I intend to rest at home for a few days." "That is not an option. This mission is indeed yours." "Is this mission bound to me?" "It is indeed bound to you. The priestess specifically requested your presence. If you refuse, the entire shinobi world may fall into the hands of malevolent spirits. Now, will you go or not?" Chapter 188. The priestess's request. When did you receive the priestess's request? 2 days ago. I had already sent Kakashi and Naruto to assess the situation. Are you certain the priestess did not specify Naruto? Tsunade shook her head. The priestess only requested you, but she did not specify when you would return. She informed me that this matter concerns the safety of the shinobi world. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to send Kakashi to investigate. As of now, there has been no word. However, I instructed Kakashi to leave markers along the way to prevent you from becoming lost upon your return. Moonlight swiftly nodded upon hearing this. By the way, what is the name of the current priestess? He turned to inquire of Shizune. Lord Jifeng, if I recall correctly, the priestess is named Mithraea. So her name is Mithraea. Moonlight swiftly realized that perhaps the timeline had advanced prematurely. This priestess was likely the mother of Naruto during his time. Furthermore, at this period, Naruto had yet to undergo his 3-year training and had not mastered Sage Mode. Thus, this generation of priestess would not seek Naruto's assistance. From what he had observed in the previous life's anime, the malevolent spirits were indeed formidable. If left unchecked, they could feasibly consume the entirety of the shinobi world. Moonlight swiftly was also curious to see if he could engage in dialogue with these malevolent spirits. Logically, as they were living beings, communication should be possible. It appeared he was indeed destined for a life of tireless labor. Remember this, Tsunade. I shall depart today, but upon my return, you must adequately compensate me. As long as you agree to go, you can have whatever you desire, Tsunade replied, her hands resting on the desk, interlaced. Moonlight swiftly glanced at her. Do you have a map of the land of the priestess? How do I get there? You merely need to reach the border of the land of fire, near the vicinity of Toka Street. You should be able to see the markings left by Kakashi. Before he left, he informed me that he would begin marking from Toka Street. All right, I understand now. I shall set off immediately. Are you not going to have a meal together before you leave? The sooner I go, the sooner I can return. If the situation escalates, it will be difficult to resolve. With that, Moonlight swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Toka Street. After contemplating for a moment, he surmised that the signal would likely be inscribed outside a restroom. He took his time, leisurely strolling along the street. After exploring for a while, he finally spotted the symbol Shizune had mentioned in a secluded alleyway. Next to the symbol were the secret codes used by the Umbu of Konoha. Moonlight swiftly could not decipher them, and thus had no choice but to return once more to the Hokage's office. Upon his return, he found Tsunade slumped over the desk, already asleep, while Shizune diligently continued to review documents. Shizune, accompany me outside. He suddenly broke the silence in the office, startling Shizune. She looked up to see Moonlight swiftly. Ah, Lord Jifeng, where are you taking me? Should we not awaken Tsunade? She is merely a glutton and does not require waking. Moonlight swiftly coldly remarked, glancing at Tsunade, who was drooling over the Hokage's desk. Shizune turned back to see Tsunade's sleeping posture and found it somewhat absurd. Moonlight swiftly shook his head and approached Shizune, placing a hand on her shoulder. In the next moment, the two found themselves in the secluded alleyway. Lord Jifeng, where is this? How do we end up here? Here, you need not concern yourself. Just decipher the meaning of this writing. This must be a covert message from Mai, indicating to proceed southward until reaching the borders of the Fire Country, where the next signal will be visible. Yuegwang Jifeng nodded, and Shireen, you are indeed reliable. Upon my return, I shall treat you to a delectable feast. Is that true, Lord Jifeng? I yearn for all kinds of dumplings, Shireen replied joyfully. No problem. Upon my return, you may indulge as much as you desire, Yuegwang Jifeng declared, waving his hand to transport Shireen back to the Hokage's office. Without further hesitation, he soared into the sky, discerning his direction before flying southward. In less than 10 minutes, Yuegwang Jifeng reached the border of the Fire Country. The bustling sounds of Shunt Street still echoed in his ears, yet at this moment, he stood at the threshold of the Fire Country. No longer did he see familiar forests and plains, but rather an extraordinary mountain range shrouded in mist. Yuegwang Jifeng did not rush into the mountains. Instead, he began searching for the markings left by Kakashi along the border. Soon, he had circled the border, and beneath a towering tree, he discovered the markings accompanied by a brief message. With no alternative, Yuegwang Jifeng once again summoned Shireen. Lord Jifeng, it can't possibly be you again, right? Indeed. Quickly see what this writing signifies. My lord, you ought to learn the language of the Umbu, Shireen remarked with a hint of sarcasm, then squatted down to examine the inscription on the tree. Kakashi-senpai mentioned they were uncertain of what lay within. but he had already ventured into the mountains in the direction directly ahead of this tree. Moreover, he noted the date, last night. Had they arrived yesterday evening? If they had not communicated for such a length of time, it was likely they were ensnared. Then, Lord Jifeng, you must exercise caution. I have heard that the Chami Wangliang are formidable beings. Oh, Shireen, are you expressing concern for me? Of course, Lord Jifeng. I am eagerly awaiting your return to treat me to dumplings. I have been overworked by Lady Concho. I have not savored a delightful dish in ages. Rest assured, Shireen. Upon my return, I will ensure you are well fed. With that, Yueguang Jifeng waved his hand, sending Shireen back. He then took a step forward, gazing into the purple mist that enveloped the realm of Wu. Chapter 189, Finding the Priestess. Upon entering, Yueguang Jifeng felt an immediate difference. He could distinctly sense the air infused with a faint sandalwood aroma mingled with a decayed essence. Recalling the intelligence regarding the Chami Wangliang, he understood that the kingdom of Wu had been governed for generations by priestesses endowed with prophetic and purifying powers. Their abilities maintained an ancient equilibrium, sealing the Chami Wangliang through the ages. These beings were birthed from the amalgamation of all negative emotions in the world. Yueguang Jifeng thought this entity bore a resemblance to the malevolent sword immortal he had encountered in his previous life. Typically, such nefarious entities would harbor a fear of thunder. Possessing the Chaos Thunder Divine Body, Yueguang Jifeng believed that unleashing this form would facilitate the subjugation of the Chami Wangliang without much difficulty. With this understanding, he refrained from rushing. After all, such entities were seldom encountered in ordinary locales. This time, he intended to study the phenomenon thoroughly. As he stepped into the purple mist, the scenery around him began to warp instantaneously. The usual border landscape was supplanted by bizarre sights, wailing tree shadows and rivers flowing with dark waters. The air was saturated with a shrill cacophony emanating from the purple mist. To Yueguang Jifeng's astonishment, these were not mere illusions. He, immune to illusions, recognized that the sights before him were nonetheless real. Was this a phenomenon akin to a mirage? It could also be the result of the Chami Wangliang's ethereal power eroding the fabric of reality. The Chami Wangliang indeed possessed some formidable abilities. Subsequently, Yueguang Jifeng meticulously attuned himself to this power, discerning it as pure malice and chaos, distinct from the chakra of tailed beasts, resembling more the dregs of souls. He then activated the Thunder Emperor Divine Body, and instantly, thunder began to coalesce around him, crackling incessantly. An invisible surge of electricity radiated from his being, quietly purifying the negative energies that sought to infiltrate him. The surrounding purple mist seemed to possess a consciousness, hastily retreating from his presence. Yueguang Jifeng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the Chaos Thunder Divine Body was formidable, rendering all malevolent forces his natural adversaries. Under these circumstances, it was uncertain whether Kakashi and Naren would emerge from the mist. However, with Naren's skill in malevolent perception, he might be able to guide Kakashi to safety. Subsequently, a tremendous surge of primordial spirit energy emanated from him. Perhaps due to its overwhelming strength, the purple mist, while capable of obscuring certain perceptions, could not conceal the secrets that lay bare before Yueguang Jifeng's boundless primordial spirit power. Within the entirety of the purple mist, he searched but found no trace of Kakashi or Naren. It dawned upon him that the two might have already reached the location of the priestess. Thus, he continued onward toward the dwelling of the priestess he had previously located. Yueguang Jifeng advanced with the steadiness of a boulder amid turbulent waters, and after half an hour, he beheld a temple emerging from the mist. As he approached, he discovered the shrine of the priestess nestled within a realm protected by a powerful barrier, in stark contrast to the bizarre exterior. Here, tranquility reigned, with eternally blooming pure white flowers. Upon nearing the small temple, a figure clad in orange emerged. Excellent, Teacher Jifeng, you have finally arrived. Jifeng, your timing is impeccable. Last night, I nearly failed to escape alongside Naren. Fortunately, I brought Naren along. We might not have been able to tackle this Chami Wangliang alone, Kakashi lamented as he emerged. As long as you two arrive safely, that is sufficient, Yueguang Jifeng remarked, stepping into the priestess's barrier. Indeed, you are the destined one to resolve the Chami Wangliang issue. A priestess clad in resplendent white, possessing exquisite beauty yet veiled in exhaustion and worry, emerged from within the chamber, speaking softly. Yueguang Jifeng then observed that she emanated a gentle yet potent purifying light, though a subtle, Elusive darkness seemed to encircle her. "Who are you?" Yueguang Jifeng inquired, feigning ignorance. "Greetings, Lord Yueguang Jifeng. I am the current priestess, Mile. It is an honor to meet you for the first time, and I sincerely appreciate your arrival. It appears you can traverse my barrier freely. As a Konoha ninja, what is the nature of your barrier?" "My lord, only two types of individuals may enter this barrier uninvited. The first are those of the priestess lineage, endowed with the power of sorcery. The second are those destined to vanquish the Chimiwangliang. It is evident that you, Lord Jifeng, belong to the latter category. This crisis rests upon your shoulders." Upon hearing this, Yueguang Jifeng stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "How fares the situation with the Chimiwangliang?" "Lord Jifeng, follow me back to the temple, and I will elaborate on the current circumstances," Mile stated, extending her right hand and bowing respectfully. "Teacher Jifeng, where have you been these days? I sought you out to learn ninjutsu, but could not find you." Yueguang Jifeng continued forward without turning back, replying, "Did I not suggest you learn ninjutsu from Jiraiya? I was supposed to study under the perverse sage. Yet upon hearing of Suzuka's defection a few days ago, I hurriedly returned from the Holy Land. Pay no mind to him. He simply wanted to avoid consuming insects at the Holy Land," Kakashi interjected, exposing the truth behind Naren's words. "Kakashi-sensei, you are slandering me." "I am merely trying to retrieve Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "But what of Sasuke? Why hasn't he come over?" After entering the temple, Yueguang Jifeng found a cushion to sit upon, observing Naruto with a teasing smile. "Sasuke has not been caught. He simply ran away too swiftly." Naruto, feeling a bit disheartened, also took a seat. "It is of no concern, Naruto. Since Sasuke wishes to leave on his own accord, it is evident he has made his decision. We must not interfere with his choices," Kakashi remarked, settling down and casually perusing a book. "You may not be aware, Naruto, but Sasuke's subsequent mentor will be Orochimaru. If you do not follow Jiraiya, you must study diligently. In a few years, Sasuke will undoubtedly surpass you, and your beloved Sakura will completely follow him," Yueguang Jifeng said with a grin while looking at Naruto. "What? Sasuke actually sought out the formidable Orochimaru, akin to the lecherous sage? And he can also steal Sakura? No, I refuse to be outdone by Sasuke. Jifeng-sensei, please teach me ninjutsu. You are far superior to that lecherous sage, if you instruct me. I am certain I can defeat Sasuke and win back Sakura." "I refuse. I must decline," Yueguang Jifeng replied coldly. "Jifeng-sensei, why do you refuse me? Please provide me with a reason." "Absolutely not," Yueguang Jifeng said indifferently. "No, I cannot accept that reason," Naruto cried out in despair as he knelt on the ground. Chapter 190. Tenfold Communication with Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, please persuade Jifeng-sensei to teach me some ninjutsu. I truly do not wish to be outdone by Sasuke or lose Sakura." Tears streaming down his face, Naruto rushed to Kakashi's side, nuzzling against his shoulder in a pitiful manner. "You have approached the wrong person. I cannot sway Jifeng-kun's thoughts, and besides, Lord Jiraiya is exceptionally skilled. He is well suited for you. If you follow him diligently, you shall not be defeated by Sasuke. So, it seems my ultimate destination is still with the lecherous sage. I understand now, Kakashi-sensei. Once this mission concludes, I will return to train earnestly. I will make Sakura utterly infatuated with me." From tears to determination in an instant, Naruto remained as passionate as ever. Yueguang Jifeng shook his head and turned to the priestess who was brewing tea. "What is the current state of the Chimiwangliang?" "The situation is quite dire. The seal is about to weaken, and the speed is alarmingly fast. Since I dispatched the message to you, I can sense that it shall break free tonight." "Has it become that severe?" Upon hearing that the monster was about to break free, Kakashi immediately tucked away his book and inquired seriously. "Indeed." Myler sighed, her gaze drifting towards the swirling purple mist outside the hall. "Chimiwangliang is not a physical being. It is a manifestation of all the world's fears, hatred, and despair, a creature born from negative emotions, intangible yet capable of eroding both flesh and soul, distorting reality. Since ancient times, it has been sealed away by the first priestess at the cost of her life in the forbidden land of Yomi." She paused, a hint of bitterness crossing her face. "The core of the seal lies in the purifying power and life force passed down through generations of priestesses. However, in recent decades, the frequent wars in the ninja world have led to an unprecedented surge in negative emotions, causing the power of Chimiwangliang to expand dramatically. The seal is now on the verge of collapse." My life force is being rapidly consumed to maintain the integrity of the seal. Sister Myler, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting you are nearing death? Naruto asked, feeling a pang of discomfort. Little Naruto, this is the fate of our priestess lineage. As long as we conceal Qimei Wangliang once more, my demise is of little consequence. Yue Guang Jifeng, however, contemplated another matter. Naruto was present. Yet he had not yet mastered new ninjutsu. Most critically, he had yet to learn Sage Mode. If a tenfold return were to occur at this moment, it would be exceedingly unwise. After a moment of thought, Yue Guang Jifeng decided to postpone Naruto's communication return for 3 years. He then looked up at Kakashi, whose Mangekyo Sharingan had previously belonged to Uchiha Itachi. I wonder what will be gained from the tenfold return. And there is also a priestess. Both are excellent subjects for communication. Having made up his mind, Yue Guang Jifeng initiated his plan. Priestess, I possess a new ability. Do you think this ability can affect Qimei Wangliang? As he spoke, Yue Guang Jifeng waved his hand, extracting the souls of both Kakashi and the priestess Myler from their bodies. What? What is happening? Why is my body collapsing? Kakashi stared in shock as he saw his body fall, struggling to hold himself up, but failing. Such an incredible ability. Could this be the secret foretold to combat Qimei Wangliang? Priestess Myler looked at her ethereal hands, attempting to touch her original body, only to pass right through. She quickly realized this was a novel ability. This is your own souls. Take a moment to feel this power. Kakashi, do you have any thoughts? Yue Guang Jifeng said, flying over to pat Kakashi on the shoulder with his astral form. Ding. Congratulations. Host and Hatake Kakashi have completed soul communication. The return project has concluded. Please select one from the following options for your return. 1. Obtain Hatake Kakashi's swordsmanship. 2. Acquire Hatake Kakashi's Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall Ninjutsu. 3. Gain 1 chakra point from Hatake Kakashi. 4. Obtain Hatake Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Observing the rewards for the return, Yue Guang Jifeng felt quite satisfied. The first reward was the renowned swordsmanship. If Yue Guang Jifeng were a ninja fond of blades, this tenfold return would be the most advantageous. Unfortunately, Yue Guang Jifeng did not harbor much fondness for Japanese swordsmanship. Skimming over the second reward, he quickly disregarded it. Upon reaching the third reward, Yue Guang Jifeng could no longer contain himself. Revealing his own measurement unit was a significant embarrassment. 1 chakra point was the utmost insult to Kakashi. Shaking his head, he focused his gaze on the final reward he anticipated most. System, I choose the 4th reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. Selection successful. Tenfold return triggered. Obtaining Hatake Kakashi's 6-tomo Rinnegan. The reward has been issued to the system warehouse. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Yue Guang Jifeng assessed the return reward and felt it was rather standard. He had an abundance of exceptional items. Yet he was somewhat taken aback that this time the return did not yield the 9-tomo Rinnegan. After a moment of reflection, he realized this was due to his own operational error. Had it been the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the outcome would surely have been the 9-tomo Rinnegan. The 9-tomo Rinnegan is among the most powerful eyes in the ninja world, historically possessed by only 2 individuals, the Sage of 6 Paths, who evolved into the 9-tomo Sharingan upon gaining the power of the 10 Tails, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, who ascended to greatness by consuming the fruit of the divine tree. However, Yue Guang Jifeng did not feel disheartened. The system space contained numerous eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He merely needed to find a few individuals to swap eyes, and he could subsequently produce 9-tomo Rinnegan in bulk. Once he grasped this, Yue Guang Jifeng casually perused the functions of the 6-tomo Rinnegan. He skipped over the basic functions and directly examined the exclusive abilities, only to find himself somewhat speechless at first glance. The ability of the 6-tomo Rinnegan was astonishingly identical to Sasuke's 6-tomo Rinnegan, the Heavenly Hand Power. Yue Guang Jifeng clung to the last shred of hope, believing it might be merely a name. Perhaps the abilities were not the same. In a moment, the explanation became apparent, as the gaze shifted between oneself and specific objects, facilitating a spatial transition. How intriguing! What distinguishes this from Sasuke's eyes? Not a word has been altered, has it? The moonlit wind, feeling somewhat speechless, shook his head and chose to disregard the subsequent abilities, tossing them back into the system's repository. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this 6-tomo Rinnegan will likely gather dust in the warehouse. With eager anticipation, he turned his attention to the priestess Mi Luo. Chapter 191, The Dialogue with the Priestess. Kakashi, how do you feel? It is an experience unlike any other, rendering me somewhat disoriented. And as I just tested, Naruto cannot perceive us at all. This state must amplify the potency of ninjutsu significantly. Truly, Kakashi's instinct for ninjutsu is remarkable. Do you know who last employed such a technique? I am not entirely certain. I would appreciate your insights, Jifen-kun, as I have some notions regarding this ninjutsu. It is a technique known as Ling Huashu, which, upon its execution, allows the soul to depart the body, enabling it to probe military intelligence and eliminate foes invisibly. I believe I may know the individual in question. It should be Senior Kato Dan. Many have attempted this ninjutsu, yet all have ultimately failed. Kakashi, it appears your reading has not been in vain. This remark instantly rendered Kakashi awkward. Moonlight Jifen took a moment to contemplate, deciding to first proceed with the tenfold return for the priestess. He moved his body to the side of the priestess, who floated serenely in the sky, seemingly aware of his intentions, offering no movement, but merely a tranquil smile directed at him. Ignoring the subtleties, Moonlight Jifen gently assisted Mi Luo to a standing position against the window. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the physical exchange with Mi Luo. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following choices for the return. 1. Acquire Mi Luo's exorcism and evolution technique. 2. Acquire Mi Luo's barrier technique. 3. Acquire Mi Luo's chakra perception. 4. Acquire Mi Luo's prophecy technique. Moonlight Jifen could not help but marvel at his fortunate circumstances. However, he hoped that the discussions outside would yield the prophecy technique. This time, he did not intend to select the prophecy. Hence, he had to choose one from the other three options. The first reward, the exorcism and evolution technique, seemed appealing. Yet regrettably, it would be of little use in the ninja world. In this realm, upon death, individuals journey to the Pure Land, with no possibility of becoming malevolent spirits. They simply cease to exist, although revival is always an option. Therefore, the opportunities to utilize this exorcism and evolution technique appear exceedingly slim. The second reward, however, is quite practical, applicable in any scenario, and a tenfold enhancement would indeed be advantageous. The third reward need not be considered further, as Moonlight Jifen possesses superior chakra perception due to the innate abilities of the Uzumaki lineage. As for the fourth option, he would not select it at this moment. After careful consideration, Moonlight Jifen declared to the system, I choose the first reward. Indeed, Moonlight Jifen opted for the least useful exorcism and purification technique. This choice was motivated not only by the necessity to confront malevolent spirits, but also by the belief that with his strength, he would never be confined to a mere ninja realm. His future lies among the stars and seas. Perhaps he may encounter a world inhabited by supernatural beings. An additional skill would provide an extra layer of assurance. Thus, he ultimately selected the first reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful selection, triggering a tenfold return. Acquiring Mi Luo's light of evolution and exorcism. Moonlight Jifen felt somewhat bemused. This tenfold enhancement did not even warrant a name change, proving that once one possesses myriad enhancements, tenfold returns lack significance. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further. After all, he held no significant expectations for this skill. As the saying goes, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. Dividing his spirit, he observed Kakashi and Mi Luo. My lady, it seems you had foreseen today's circumstances, did you not? Mi Luo's spirit gently shook her head. Lord Jifen, I can only perceive the future in broad strokes. I cannot discern every possible outcome with clarity. Oh, then what future do you foresee for me? I see many possibilities, but my favorite among them is, are there numerous potential futures? Moonlight Jifen pondered and inquired. Indeed, every word and action can alter the future. However, I generally perceive only a singular path. Oh, what does that imply? Why is there only one? My prophecies can only glimpse the future based on predetermined trajectories. In other words, regardless of the changes you enact now, the future I see remains unchanged. Is that the nature of this future? Then do tell, what does it entail? I see Kakashi and Naruto ensnared by malevolent spirits, and you, accompanied by me, rushed to their lair. Initially, I intended to seal him using my life force, but for reasons unknown, you possess the power of purification, allowing you to vanquish the malevolent spirits single-handedly. Subsequently, I followed you back to Konoha, where we married and lived happily ever after. Marriage and children? Moonlight Jifeng glanced at the ever-smiling priestess Mi Luo, admitting to himself that she was indeed quite enchanting. Are you serious, Priestess Mi Luo? We priestesses adhere to prophecy across generations, and I am no exception. All that I foresee, I strive to fulfill, Mi Luo stated earnestly, gazing at Moonlight Jifeng. Let us discuss this matter further later. Since you have already foreseen the outcome, we shall confront this malevolent spirit together tonight. As Moonlight Jifeng spoke, he glided over and patted Kakashi's spirit on the shoulder, gently ushering his spirit back into his body. He then approached Mi Luo, lightly tapping her forehead, returning her to her corporeal form. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the soul exchange with Mi Luo. The return options have been randomly generated. Please select one from the following choices for the return. 1. Acquire Mi Luo's sealing technique. 2. Acquire Mi Luo's mental prowess. 3. Acquire Mi Luo's barrier technique. 4. Acquire Mi Luo's prophecy technique. Moonlight Jifeng surveyed the options and nodded in satisfaction, noting that the prophecy technique had appeared once more. With that, he had little else to deliberate. System, I choose the fourth reward. He wondered what surprises the prophecy technique would bring after the 10,000-fold return. Would it be akin to the grand prophecy technique from the 3,000 Great Paths? That would indeed render him nearly invincible. He could declare his graduation forthwith. What of the Otsutsuki deity? A mere thought from him might lead to their demise. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell further. Ding! Congratulations to the host on a successful selection, triggering a 10,000-fold return, acquiring the Fate Weaver of Priestess Mi Luo. Upon seeing this name, Moonlight Jifeng felt assured that this skill would indeed prove formidable. He then proceeded to examine it closely.